They mocked me for abandoning the god-tier SSS class job, Zerg Scourge, but they had no idea my true trump card was the ability to replicate myriad things. While they were still smugly celebrating their S-class jobs, I had already quietly fused several S-class monster abilities. They thought I was a fool who couldn't tell good from bad. Soon, they would understand that I wasn't choosing a job, I was defining the very meaning of the strongest. A deadly trap had been set for me, but they miscalculated one thing: this prey was actually the true hunter.
My name is Li Chen, a transmigrator. Today is the most important turning point of my life, the job awakening ceremony. The students around me were trembling with nervousness. Some awakened as caulkers, others as cement mixers, triggering waves of laughter and wails. When it was my turn, the entire venue fell silent. As the academic god who had outshone my peers for 3 years, everyone expected me to make history. I placed my hand on the awakening stone. A green light shone. D-class job. The square erupted in an instant. Taunts, contempt, and looks of schadenfreude pierced me like knives. What's the use of working hard? Trash is still trash. In the crowd, Zhang Tao, who had awakened as an S-class assassin, laughed the loudest. He had been my defeated rival for 3 years, and today he finally had his moment of triumph. The school belle, Du Qingran, who had once been so attentive to me, now turned her head away coldly and said to her father, "He is no longer worthy of me." The principal's face was ashen. The admissions officers shook their heads in disdain, announcing that I would be removed from the list of recommended students. No one noticed the dean of students, Han Tianming, quietly sighing in relief in a corner. But in the space of my consciousness, the situation was completely different. A petite, divine silhouette holding a staff appeared before me. D-class job radiance, I healer. I refused without hesitation. Immediately after, a second silhouette emerged, radiating a purple light streaked with red SSS class. The scenery of my entire consciousness space abruptly transformed. I felt as if I were in a Zerg hive, with slime dripping and eggs everywhere. A terrifying Zerg queen, exuding an aura of endless calamity, appeared before me. SSS class job Zerg Scourge. Control the swarm, infinite evolution. This was a power that could drive an entire nation into a frenzy. Outside, the phenomenon I had triggered had already covered the entire country, causing a sensational uproar. Everyone believed I was about to ascend to the heavens, but I saw a third option. It was a card, with a picture of myself on it. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon, just a quiet, levitating card. Blank, talent, card, can replicate the abilities of all things into cards, including human jobs and monster abilities. Cards can be fused to generate new abilities. Replicate myriad things. No matter how strong the Zerg Scourge was, it was still just one job. This card, however, represented infinite possibilities. I wanted the entire world, not just a single job. Under the shocked, expectant, and jealous gazes of countless people outside, the crimson-purple light representing the SSS class and the green light of the D class slowly dissipated together. Finally, a gray ray of light, symbolizing a failed awakening, merged into my body. The entire venue was dead silent. Then came a volcanic eruption of anger and mockery. He gave up an SSS class job. Idiot. An irredeemable idiot. The principal of Tenfu Academy announced on the spot that I was permanently blacklisted, and other major academies quickly followed suit. The principal was trembling with rage, and Zhang Tao was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. I walked down from the awakening platform calmly, ignoring everyone's stares, and was directly teleported into the trial camp. The real game was just beginning. The trial camp was a vast grassland. I opened my panel. Name, Li Chen. Job, blank. Level, 1. Strength, 20. Talent, card. Card slots, 3. 3 initial card slots meant 3 opportunities to replicate. I chose a long spear and a dagger and began to venture deeper into the grassland. Soon, a level 2 primal wolf leaped out from the tall grass. As I maneuvered, I saw its information. Ability, strengthen, C. Strength plus 100, agility plus 50. Replicable. This is it. I silently chanted in my mind, replicate. Replication successful. You have obtained the ability. Strengthen, C. An explosive force instantly surged through my limbs. My strength and agility stats skyrocketed. The primal wolf, which I previously needed skill to fight, now seemed full of openings. A single thrust of the spear, and a minus 115 damage number floated up, an instant kill. Behind it, its 3 companions had just arrived. I turned and threw the spear. The sound of it tearing through the air was sharp and piercing as it impaled 2 of the wolves. Then, drawing my dagger, I flashed past the last wolf and slit its throat. Level up, 1-2. Looking at the staggering 130 strength and 75 agility on my panel, I knew I had made the right bet. This was merely the ability of a level 2 normal monster, yet it had already pushed my stats beyond that of a level 10 ordinary job holder. I began to frantically clear out the monsters in the first area, and my level soared to 3. Wherever I went, nothing was left standing. All monsters were killed in a single blow. Soon, I reached the end of the first area, where a rickety wooden bridge spanned a rushing river. A massive shadow emerged from the water. River Crab King, Elite, Level 5. Ability, Crab Shield, B, generates a shield that can block 500 points of damage. Replicable. Just when I was worrying about my lack of defense. Replicate. A transparent shield that only I could see instantly appeared around my body. I didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, I used the terrain and the range of my spear to continuously attack its weak points, like its eyes and belly. -130. -130. Every attack was precise and deadly, the result of my 3 years of hard training. The River Crab King swung its giant pincers wildly but couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. When it activated its shield, I shattered it in mere seconds with my boosted strength. In the end, this level 5 elite monster was easily slain by me. Level up, 3-5. You have obtained 1 card slot. Current slots, 2. Meanwhile, on the large screen in the school square, a live feat of Du Qingran was being shown. As an S-class mage facing the same River Crab King, her fireball spell could only deal a pitiful -25 damage. She was ultimately chased into a humiliating retreat, causing the observing principal to curse repeatedly. They had no idea that I, the one they regarded as trash, had already left these so-called prodigies far behind. Crossing the wooden bridge, I entered the second area, the poisonous miasma jungle. You have entered a poisonous miasma zone and are taking continuous damage. Shield value -3. The shield protected me from the poison damage. I soon discovered that there was something strange about this jungle. I seemed to be walking in circles. I remembered the records in the monster encyclopedia and immediately deduced that a masquerade withered tree was the cause. Without hesitation, I thrust my spear at a seemingly ordinary withered tree next to me. -140. Green sap spurted out. Just as I thought. All around me, a dozen withered trees simultaneously came to life and closed in. Any other newcomer facing a group of monsters of this number and level would have been in despair. But with my 130 strength, it was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. The spear became a blur of afterimages, sending wood chips flying. After clearing out all the withered trees, my shield finally broke, and I began to truly suffer from the miasma's corrosion. I didn't stop, continuing deeper. Relying on my superhuman perception and combat instincts, I easily dealt with all ambushing monsters, and my level rose to 6. Soon, I reached the end of the intermediate zone. A giant ancient tree emitting a ghostly green mist blocked the path ahead. Beneath the tree was a deep cave leading to the advanced zone. A jellyfish-like level 8 elite monster, the toxic mire jelly, was patrolling the entrance. Ability, Poison Sac, A. Immune to 50% of poison effects, recovers 5% of health per minute. Replicable, an A-class ability. I immediately chose to replicate it. Replication successful. You have obtained the ability, Poison Sac, A. You currently possess 2 defensive ability cards, Crab Shield, B, and Poison Sac, A. They can be fused. Fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained Guardian Shield, S. Guardian Shield, gain an energy shield that can block 1000 damage. While the shield is active, you are immune to all negative effects, and the shield regenerates 50 points per second. Excess regeneration is converted to health. An S-class ability. I was ecstatic. This was practically a divine skill. With this infinitely regenerating shield, I had no more worries. The toxic mire jelly's aerial combat mechanics and poison bubble attacks were useless against me. I calmly dodged and defended, seizing the moments it landed to unleash a frenzy of attacks. After a tough fight, this level 8 elite monster also fell to my spear. Level up, 6-7. You have killed the toxic mire jelly and obtained the equipment, Water Spirit Bracers, Silver Grade. Equipping the bracers, my strength stat shot up to 230. At this moment, brimming with confidence, I stepped into the cave leading to the advanced zone. The monsters in the advanced zone were all level 8 and above, but against my 230 strength and S-class shield, they were still no match. I swept through them like a bulldozer, heading straight for the exit. Just then, an evil rift suddenly tore open in the space ahead. A humanoid creature with goat horns and a pitch-black body stepped out. An abyssal fiend. My pupils contracted. This was definitely not a monster that should be in the trial camp. Its aura was more terrifying than all the elite monsters I had faced combined. This was murder. Abyssal fiend. Level, 10. Health, 3000. There was no time to hesitate. The fiend transformed into a black mist and instantly appeared beside me. I instinctively swung my spear to block. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. With a crisp sound, the spear that had accompanied me all this way snapped in two. Shield value -400. What powerful attacks. I hastily backed away, dropped the broken shaft, and drew the dagger from my waist. I knew that running was a dead end. My only option was to fight to the death. The fiend's arms transformed into sharp blades, and its attacks rained down like a storm. I gave up on offense, focusing all my energy on dodging and defending. My physical prowess and combat skills were pushed to their limits. Every dodge was a dance on the razor's edge. The S-Class Guardian's shield was constantly being depleted and regenerating, blocking all the attacks I couldn't avoid. I committed every one of the fiend's movements, every attack pattern, to memory. Meanwhile, in the trial camp's main control room, the administrator, Lu Xian, saw the alarm but was captivated by my fighting style on the screen. He could see that I wasn't just passively taking a beating but was calmly analyzing and learning from my opponent. And in the school's control room, Dean Han Tianming looked anxious. He had never expected that a jobless person like me could hold my own against a level 10 abyssal fiend for so long. Finally, the prolonged onslaught began to drain the fiend's stamina, and openings appeared in its movements. My turn. My eyes narrowed. Full of energy, I instantly launched a counterattack. My figure moved like a ghost, the dagger leaving deep, bone-visible wounds on the fiend's body. -198, -201, -199. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The fiend struggled to cope. All its attacks were predicted and dodged by me, while every one of my strikes landed precisely on its vital points. It tried to escape back into the rift. I picked up the broken half of my spear from the ground and threw it with all my might. The broken spear shot through its chest like a meteor. I walked up and, under its terrified gaze, ended its life with a single slash. You have killed a level 10 abyssal fiend, experience +1000. Level up, 710. You have obtained 1 card slot, current slots, 2. I let out a heavy breath. However, before I could even catch my breath, an even larger crimson rift tore open in the sky. A mountain-sized black hand reached out from it, pressing down on me with world-destroying pressure. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The S-Class Guardian shield, which had just regenerated to full strength, was instantly shattered. What's going on? At the same time, in the control room of the trial camp, Lu Xian also exclaimed. Originally, Li Chen had successfully killed the Abyss Demon, and he was extremely excited, ready to report. But at that moment, while he wasn't paying attention, a stronger alarm sounded in the trial camp. Seeing this, he quickly pressed the button to activate the defense program and hurriedly looked at Li Chen. After confirming that Li Chen had only sustained minor injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. These heretics are getting more and more arrogant. If they dare to cross my path today, they're in for it. Lu Xian said angrily, pulling out his phone to call the technical department. Investigate. Also, I need to personally go to Zhonghai No. 1 High School. In the trial camp, the suddenly appearing massive space crack, which exuded a terrifying aura, began to shrink as the defense was activated. The giant hand that had intended to strike Li Chen was forced to retract. In less than a minute, the crack completely disappeared. Watching the closed crack, Li Chen stepped out slowly, still feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had that energy shield, otherwise, he didn't know how many times he would have died. In the control room of Zhonghai No. 1 High School, Director Han's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and without a second thought he rushed out. The operation had dragged on too long and was ultimately discovered. In the school square, the old principal Wang Yun's brows were almost knitted together, because the performance of this year's students was abysmal. More than half of the students were killed by the River Crab King before they even reached the intermediate zone. The remaining SNA grade students who made it to the second layer were mostly lost, with only a few managing to escape, while the rest were eliminated by the poisonous mist. What made him even more regretful was that the S-grade student Du Qingran also fell victim to the poisonous mist. Another S-grade student named Jiang Hao was also eliminated for unclear reasons. Out of the 3 S-grade students this year, only Zhang Tao remained. Watching the students being eliminated and teleported out of the square, Principal Wang shook his head and asked, "How many students are still in the trial camp?" A nearby teacher glanced at the tablet. 2 left. Oh, Principal Wang asked in surprise, who's left besides Zhang Tao? The teacher looked at the tablet and then said incredulously, "It's Li Chen." Li Chen? Principal Wang exclaimed, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The teacher shook his head. Principal Wang raised an eyebrow, recalling Li Chen's lackluster performance, and casually said, "Oh, he's probably still grinding low-level monsters in the ordinary zone or hiding in some corner too scared to come out. Don't worry about him." After saying that, he continued to look at the screen. At this moment, Zhang Tao's situation was also not optimistic. He originally wanted to use the same trick again, directly bypassing the poisonous swamp monster to skip class. But unfortunately, the poisonous swamp monster kept hovering at the entrance, leaving him no opportunity. Moreover, he was losing health due to poisoning, and his health was not looking good. With no other choice, he had to grit his teeth and sneak past. This comical scene made some students who had been eliminated from the trial camp snicker quietly. So pathetic, and still an S-grade profession. The assassin class really had its challenges. Just as Zhang Tao was about to reach the entrance, a poisonous bubble suddenly floated onto him and exploded. Zhang Tao's eyes widened. Immediately, the nearby poisonous swamp monster let out a piercing scream. Accompanying this was a barrage of poisonous bubbles that came at him like a machine gun. Moreover, they cleverly blocked the entrance. With no way out, Zhang Tao had to face off against this level 8 elite monster. He had originally come here to skip class, so his level was not high, only level 6. Coupled with the poisonous swamp monster's powerful ranged combat capabilities, Zhang Tao, as a melee class, was in a dire situation, suffering from poisoning and losing health. Just when the poisonous swamp monster fell into a fatigued state, he rushed forward to deal damage, but after a long struggle, he barely managed to peel off a layer of its health. Seeing that the last remaining S-grade student was about to be defeated, he witnessed the terrifying power of the poisonous swamp monster. A hint of luck unexpectedly arose in the hearts of most students who had been brushed off by the River Crab King on the square. This was too torturous. The dual torment of body and mind made it better to come out early to watch the battle and eat melon seeds. Some people indignantly said, "This monster attacks from a distance the whole time and keeps changing positions. How can melee classes fight? What were the designers thinking? It's clearly designed for mages and archers. Melee classes aren't meant to play. This year's trial camp is definitely problematic." Yes, I found it strange earlier that there would be elite monsters at the boundary of the ordinary to intermediate zones. I thought I was seeing things. While everyone was discussing, Zhang Tao had completely been defeated. Under the swirling poisonous bubbles, he found himself unable to advance or retreat, utterly defenseless. On the brink of elimination, he broke down and shouted, "Damn trial camp, aminos." This scene was also broadcasted. The students in the square were taken aback. So brave. They only dared to complain secretly, behind closed doors. Even the old principal, Wang Yun, raised an eyebrow. Although he wanted to say the same, it was still too impulsive. After all, this year was military. After a while, Zhang Tao's figure was teleported out, appearing in the square. Just a second ago, he had been cursing and looking disheveled. Upon seeing so many people staring at him, he quickly coughed, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and tidied himself up. Although Zhang Tao's experience wasn't very optimistic, he was still an S-class profession and had gone the farthest in the trial camp so far. The surrounding students began to praise him. "Brother Tao is awesome, you've lasted this long. You're the farthest from our school." Yeah, both Du Qingran and Zhang Hao, who are also S-class professions, were eliminated long ago. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known there was a poisonous swamp monster guarding. No wonder you're an assassin, your stealth ability is really strong. If I could have half of that, I wouldn't have even made it to the intermediate zone. Hearing these words, Zhang Tao was taken aback and slowly processed it. Then his face lit up with joy. So, everyone else is worse off than me? That makes me feel relieved. Especially after hearing that the other two S-class professions hadn't even seen the poisonous swamp monster, his confidence grew even more. It's stable. Although it was a bit embarrassing, I can still take first place. In the end, isn't it up to me to decide? He beamed with joy, boasting about how he had fought fiercely against the poisonous swamp monster for 300 rounds and how he had narrowly lost, speaking non-stop. The other students saw through it but said nothing. Principal Wang chuckled. Although the process wasn't satisfactory, as long as Zhang Tao was first, that was enough. He had just stood up, ready to announce the results. At that moment, the large screen in the center suddenly switched automatically. With Zhang Tao eliminated, there was only one person left in the trial camp. That was Li Chen. Therefore, the scene switched automatically. Seeing the scene on the screen, all the faculty and students were stunned. What? There's still someone in the trial camp? Damn, I thought Zhang Tao was the one who lasted the longest. Look, that seems to be Li Chen. It's actually him. Oh, so it's Li Chen. I'm used to it, he always, wait, this time it's different. He's clearly a useless no-class waste. How can he be better than 3 S-class professions? Du Qingran looked at the screen in surprise. That familiar figure was undoubtedly Li Chen. Even she had thought Zhang Tao would be first. At this moment, Zhang Tao's smile hadn't faded, but a layer of gloom covered his face. Clearly, he should be the first. It's Li Chen again. How can this useless person be so persistent? Principal Wang also paused. Looking at the screen, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The scene in the picture was definitely not from the ordinary zone, but it didn't look like the intermediate zone either. Where is this? The teacher beside him flipped through the data on the tablet, surprised as he said, it shows that Li Chen is already in the latter half of the advanced area, almost at the exit. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned grim. Not a single one of them had made it to the intermediate area. Li Chen was about to walk out? Did that mean they were all worse than a useless person? Just thinking about it made everyone's expression sour, especially those who had previously mocked Li Chen. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Principal Wang exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did he defeat the toxic swamp monster? He couldn't even get past the River Crab King." He had originally thought Li Chen was hiding in some corner of the ordinary area, but instead, he was already in the latter half of the advanced area. The others quickly reacted as well. Zhang Tao, filled with righteous indignation, said firmly, "Li Chen must have used cheating methods to skip classes. There's no way he could have defeated the toxic swamp monster. I suggest severe punishment." He couldn't accept handing over first place to Li Chen again. Moreover, he had faced the toxic swamp monster head-on and knew how terrifying it was. He was an S-class profession, and even he couldn't defeat it. Even if there were 10 Li Chens, they would still be no match. Yes. He definitely used some underhanded means. Tao Gu is right. I haven't even seen that toxic swamp monster, and Li Chen, with his blank profession, is even less likely to defeat it. As soon as this was said, the other students nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether this reasoning was valid, they simply couldn't admit that Li Chen, who had no profession, was stronger than them, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Principal Wang frowned. In fact, it was a good thing that someone in the school could pass the trial camp. But that person was Li Chen. That wouldn't do. He had previously announced publicly that he would increase the extra rewards, giving the first place a golden level equipment exchange card. He had originally intended to give it to Zhang Tao, or more accurately, to show it to Zhang Tao's father, the president behind him. But if Li Chen took first place, that would be such a waste. Even if it were given to someone like Du Qingran, a genius of S-class profession, he wouldn't mind. There would always be returns in the future. But giving it to a blank profession? He might as well sell it for money. The problem now was that he couldn't take back what he had said. Unless Principal Wang turned his gaze to the central screen. Unless he could find evidence of Li Chen cheating. On the screen. At this moment, Li Chen was wielding a rough, repaired spear as he moved through the advanced area. It was a valley here, with steep paths that greatly affected movement speed. He took steady steps, just as usual. Passing by an opening, a foul fishy smell and a dull breathing sound came from inside. Li Chen gripped his spear, and instead leaned forward. Suddenly, a flurry of wing beats sounded. 3 large, dark bats flew out, flapping their wings. A strong wind kicked up a cloud of dust, accompanied by eerie cries. Bloodthirsty black bat level, 9 health 1500 description, possesses strong sustainability. Attacks will cause the target to bleed continuously. Ability, Bloodthirst B. Bloodthirst, sustain after dealing damage to the target. It causes the target to enter a bleeding state, dealing 20% of attack power damage per second for 5 seconds, and recovers 10% of the bleeding damage as health. Can be copied. Li Chen hesitated for a moment. He currently had the S-class ability Guardian Shield, which provided sustainability. But this ability had a continuous bleeding effect, which was very effective against those agile monsters that were hard to hit. He had 2 chances to copy, so it was just right to keep one as a backup. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained the ability Bloodthirst B. You triggered a hidden critical hit, upgrading the grade of Bloodthirst from B to S. Bloodthirst S. After dealing damage to the target, it causes the target to enter a bleeding state, dealing 500% of strength damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers health 1-to-1. Based on the damage dealt. Li Chen was dumbfounded. A B level directly turning into an S level? Absurd. And this bleeding, it leaves no way out for the opponent, inflicting 500% damage per second. For example, if Li Chen has 1000 points of strength, under normal circumstances, his attack would deal 1000 points of damage, but once this bleeding effect triggers, it directly inflicts 5000 points every second. That's equivalent to 5 attacks. At that point, he could just copy a mage or archer hit from a distance a few times to refresh the bleeding effect and wait for the opponent to bleed to death. This thing, especially against a boss, would definitely be incredibly effective. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Several bloodthirsty black bats circled high in the sky, emitting loud cries. They did not directly attack Li Chen but were cautiously observing the flaws in his stance. After all, Li Chen was the invader this time. The harsh cries pulled Li Chen back from his thoughts. He looked up. These bats were undoubtedly experts in aerial combat. Just right. It was time to test his new abilities. After a while, one of the bloodthirsty black bats could no longer hold back, gliding down with its sharp wings, exposing its fangs. It bared its teeth and lunged at Li Chen. Li Chen looked on with indifference, and with a flick of his hand, the silver tip of his spear instantly pierced into its mouth. Blood gushed out. 261. The bloodthirsty black bat shrieked, flapping its wings as it flew back into the sky. 300, 300, 300. The bleeding effect began to take hold, and even as the bloodthirsty black bat distanced itself, it continued to lose health. It probably never imagined it would be consumed by its own
Ability. Seeing its companion injured, the other two bloodthirsty black bats lunged at Li Chen simultaneously.
Li Chen first dodged one
attack, then thrust his spear at the other. 260. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Li Chen's damage was not low. With one strike, the bat's health visibly dropped, causing the bloodthirsty black bat to cry out in pain. But it was useless. The continuous bleeding effect
prolonged its suffering. Seizing the opportunity, he turned around and struck the other one. 260. The two bloodthirsty black bats chirped as they pulled back. 300. 300. 300. The three bloodthirsty black bats had already lost more than half of their health just from bleeding. Coupled with the initial shot Li Chen had fired, they were all left with low health, becoming weak and unable to fly, hanging in the air, struggling to avoid falling. Can't fly anymore? Li Chen gripped his spear, leaped lightly, and struck down. 1.
You have killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. The other two, heavily injured, stood no chance of escaping.
In front of Li Chen.
You have killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. You have killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat, experience plus 90. After killing these three bloodthirsty black bats, Li Chen intended to continue forward. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the cave where the three bloodthirsty black bats had been. Li Chen was taken aback and slowly approached. You have found a hidden exit. You can directly settle your score. After witnessing Li Chen effortlessly kill 3 level 9 monsters, the school square was eerily quiet. Everyone's eyes were wide open, like chicks waiting to be fed, mouths agape. If a bird flew by, it would probably be unable to resist dropping some white droppings. I can't be seeing this wrong. He just killed 3 level 9 monsters.
Like that, right? What the hell? This damage doesn't make sense, does it? I saw him only fire 2 shots, and the monsters just died. Are the monsters in the high-level area that fragile? No one except Li Chen had ever been to the high-level area. Naturally, they had never even seen a level 9 monster. Witnessing this scene left them in astonishment. Li Chen, he's this strong now? Du Qingran covered her face, astonished. She hadn't even seen the mid-level area's poisonous swamp monsters, only knowing about them from Zhang Tao's footage. But Li Chen had already been rampaging in the high-level area. The old principal, Wang Yun, shook his head. At this point, he had no choice but to admit it. Li Chen's talent and fundamentals were indeed impressive, but unfortunately he shouldn't have them. Such a foundation would be perfect for someone like Zhang Tao, an S-class professional. No profession means no profession. A waste is a waste. Zhang Tao furrowed his brows and suddenly shouted, something's off. Don't you all realize? Li Chen's damage is clearly wrong. Killing a level 9 monster in just 2 hits is obviously abnormal. As soon as Zhang Tao's words were spoken, many people jolted back to their senses, as if they had just realized something. That's right. This damage is wrong. He must have secretly used some means, and it's very likely that he broke the rules. Cheaters should have their results cancelled. Listening to this public outcry, Principal Wang's eyes lit up. If Li Chen was indeed caught cheating, he wouldn't have to give him the golden equipment voucher. It wasn't meant for Li Chen in the first place. Old Principal Wang Yun's eyes darted around, and he raised his hand, saying, silence. Everyone, quiet down. He put on a righteous demeanor and asked, I, Wang Yun, am above board and clear-cut. Zhang Tao, I believe in your character. Since you say Li Chen broke the rules, how do you think he did it? He directly handed the decision-making power to Zhang Tao. So, whatever Zhang Tao said next would be right. Zhang Tao's face brightened, and he quickly said, everyone has seen Li Chen's damage. It's abnormal. He must have used some means to increase his attack power. Upon hearing this, the students and teachers in the square nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Tao had no solid evidence, he did have a point. The important thing was that they were thinking the same way. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked at Li Chen on the screen, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. This is it. Everyone, look at what's on Li Chen's wrist. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the screen. At that moment, Li Chen was holding a spear and charging forward. On his wrist, there was something green wrapped around it. Is this an equipment? Once they realized, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Li Chen was actually wearing an equipment on his wrist. No way, this makes sense now. No wonder he could defeat the River Crab King. No wonder he could reach the advanced area. Isn't this cheating? The trial camp doesn't allow students to bring their own equipment, right? Zhang Tao really sees through it. We were almost kept in the dark. Cheating. Violating the rules. Cancel the results. Voices filled with righteous indignation rose and fell. Zhang Tao was overjoyed. He knew that Li Chen, this waste, couldn't possibly be better than him. Du Qingran's eyes showed deep disdain, so it turns out he relied on cheating. I even thought highly of him before. It's really disgusting. Principal Wang laughed. You kid, it really is you. This Zhang Tao was more astute than he had imagined. In this way, he could justifiably return the first place to Zhang Tao. Just as everyone was denouncing him, a military off-road vehicle stopped at the school gate. Lu Xian
dressed in military green short sleeves, glanced at the navigation and said into the radio, "This is the place, everyone, move out." Meanwhile, in the trial camp, after finding the hidden exit, Li Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to enter. After all, he didn't know how the other students were doing, and if he could get out quickly, his results would surely be better. Stepping into the teleportation array, a flash of white light passed, and as he opened his eyes again, Li Chen found himself out of the trial camp and in the school square. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the people whispering about him, Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Before he could think too much, he saw Zhang Tao striding over with an air of confidence, acting mature for his age. "Li Chen, I know you're unwilling to lose to me, but a rank obtained through rule breaking is ultimately fake. You can fool everyone else, but don't fool yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, the whispers around grew louder. Li Chen could clearly feel some gloating gazes directed at him. Looking at Zhang Tao, he chuckled. Whether it was Zhang Tao or Du Qingran, he could see clearly when they approached him to curry favor. So, he was not surprised at all by their change of attitude. In fact, it was somewhat refreshing. He just wanted to know one thing. "You say I violated the rules? Do you have any evidence?" This matter was related to the rewards, and Li Chen would not back down. Zhang Tao pretended to be deep and shook his head. "Li Chen, do you know that the scenes in the trial camp are broadcasted outside? I'm not saying you, but you're wearing the tools of the crime on your wrist and still insisting on needing evidence? Do you think everyone is a fool?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He looked at his wrist, which had the water spirit wristband he brought out from the trial camp. "You mean this?" Li Chen laughed. "Isn't this the one given for defeating the poison swamp monster? What, you've never fought it?" This seemingly casual remark struck like a critical hit. But it was unclear who couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle. Zhang Tao's face turned red, and he could no longer maintain his facade. "Even if it dropped from a monster, you wearing it is still a violation. I am the true first place." At this moment, Du Qingran also stepped forward to express her stance. "Li Chen, if you know what's good for you, just back off. Taking the first place reward would be a waste for you. Also, I've already decided to accept Zhang Tao's date." As she spoke, she linked her arm with Zhang Tao's. Looking at the two of them, Li Chen scoffed. These two fools couldn't really think they held any weight in his heart, could they? "If I am the first place, then I must receive the reward that belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao became anxious and quickly looked at Principal Wang. The old Principal Wang Yin coughed. "All right, I announce that the first place in this trial camp is..." Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps interrupted him. "Seal the area. Search immediately." Just as Principal Wan was halfway through his sentence, his eyelids twitched. He looked at the suddenly arriving fully armed personnel and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Who are you?" Lu Xian stepped forward and said calmly, "Military raid. Capturing spies." At this statement, the crowd erupted in chaos, everyone exchanging wary glances as if guarding against those around them. Only Li Chen's expression shifted slightly. "So that's it. There are spies." No wonder he encountered a series of unusual events with the abyssal evil in the trial camp. Principal Wang's eyes widened. "What are you capturing spies for here?" Lu Xian did not answer, only uttering two words, "confidential." Principal Wang's body trembled, and he did not dare to ask further. The teachers and students in the square had rarely seen such a scene and did not dare to move recklessly. About half an hour later, two well-equipped strong men escorted the ragged director Han out and brought him before Lu Xian. "Minister, we've caught the person." Lu Xian nodded. Seeing this, Principal Wang Yun was shocked. "No, this seems to be our school's director, right? Did you catch the wrong person?" This director Han was also one of his trusted aides, knowing quite a bit about both the dark and the light. Lu Xian frowned, looking displeased at Principal Wang. In his view, very few people who could sit in the principal's position were this incompetent, allowing the Abyssal Church's people to infiltrate for so long and even reach a core position. He immediately showed no good expression. "If it weren't for me overseeing this year's trial camp, who knows how many talented seeds would have been stifled." Still, Principal Wang felt something was off in his heart. That's right. This director Han used the power of the Abyss to tamper with the trial camp. He has already caused the death of an S-class professional genius, haven't you noticed? Even Lu Xian was somewhat angry. How could this principal be so incompetent? Principal Wan was dumbfounded. S-class professional genius. He quickly looked at the students. 1, 2, sure enough, one was missing. "Are you talking about Zhang Hao?" Lu Xian impatiently nodded. Principal Wang fell silent, stammering, "There are so many people in the trial camp, I can't possibly see every single one, can I?" Lu Xian retorted, "A spy infiltrated the control room and you still want to shift the blame? If I hadn't acted in time, that student, named Li Chen, would have probably met a terrible fate." Upon hearing this, the students and teachers present all turned in unison to look at Li Chen's position, their eyes filled with astonishment. It was Li Chen again. Li Chen had actually gone through such an ordeal in the trial camp, yet he stood there as if nothing had happened. The spotlight was once again stolen by Li Chen. Zhang Tao muttered under his breath, "What's so great about it?" "Just luck." Lu Xian continued, "This isn't just luck. The spy's methods were extremely clever. I didn't notice at first. Before I acted, this Li Chen had already killed a level 10 abyss demon by himself. The entire venue was instantly ignited. What the hell? A level 10 abyss demon? Killed? By Li Chen? This can't be right. A level 10 abyss demon is several times stronger than an elite monster of the same level. That's impossible. Everyone awakened their professions today. It's only been less than a day. How could there be such progress? At that moment, the large screen in the center of the square began to replay the footage. In the video, Li Chen held a dagger, moving gracefully and reacting swiftly, facing none other than a level 10 abyss demon. For an ordinary person, a single mistake would be catastrophic. But Li Chen managed to wear down his opponent and ultimately secured the kill. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. It turned out that one could achieve this even without a profession. Lu Xian looked at him with admiration and said, as shown above, it's fortunate I acted in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Principal Wang, you seem quite at ease in your role as principal. Principal Wang's face flushed red. He wanted to argue but saw Lu Xian wave his hand. I've already reported this. Starting today, you should take a leave of absence. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Principal Wang was frozen in place. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for him. Moreover, Lu Xian didn't specify how long the leave would be. He still wanted to say something, but Lu Xian calmly stated, this matter ends here. Then, he suddenly turned to the students in the square and said, I came here today for another matter. This statement caused another uproar. There's more? Many people began to fidget. The previous news was already explosive. Could there be more? Were they this unlucky in their cohort? Lu Xian suddenly chuckled and said, I came here to present the rewards for this trial camp. This year's first place from your school is truly a special genius, the most promising one I've seen in years. Principal Wang's eyes lit up, seeing a glimmer of hope, and quickly said, You're too kind, sir. I, Principal Wang, have always nurtured students without seeking anything in return. I understand that cultivating a talent like Zhang Tao is contributing to the country. For this reason, I even decided to give an additional golden level exchange voucher. Zhang Tao was also filled with joy. The most promising genius must be him. Suddenly being named, he was both surprised and delighted, casting a provocative glance at Li Chen. Times have changed. From now on, he would be the one stepping on Li Chen. He smiled broadly, ready to receive the accolades. At that moment, Lu Xian announced loudly, this person is Li Chen. As the only student to emerge from the trial camp, the result was beyond doubt. Lu Xian's words plunged the entire square into silence. The crowd, which had been chattering, was now dumbfounded. What the hell? It wasn't the infinitely promising S-level professional Zhang Tao, but Li Chen instead. Principal Wang and Zhang Tao's faces froze. Principal Wang panicked, Sir, is there a mistake? He certainly didn't want to give a golden level equipment voucher to a useless person. Zhang Tao stood up, seemingly mad, and retorted, impossible. Li Chen cheated. I'm the first. I'm an S-class profession, and he's just a blank slate. Enough, Lu Xian interrupted him coldly, are you questioning our decision? As soon as these words were spoken, both of them shivered. Principal Wang's heart sank, and he quickly waved his hand. And no objections. Zhang Tao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and fell silent. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Xian approached Li Chen and handed him a check. This includes the original 100,000 prize for first place, plus an additional 100,000 compensation from me. I apologize for the trial camp situation. Li Chen took the check and said, no need to dwell on it, this is just the vile tactics of the Abyss followers. Those who believed in the Abyss were all slaves to its power, specializing in inhumane acts, so he was not surprised. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected S-class profession, breakthrough archer S-class profession, breakthrough archer professional talent. When arrows hit the target's weak point, damage is doubled, and attack speed and damage gradually increase when dealing continuous damage. Passive attacks carry a 10% penetration effect. Can be copied. Hearing the prompt, Li Chen looked at Lu Xian, momentarily stunned. Sensing his gaze, Lu Xian asked in confusion, what's wrong? Classmate, if you're not satisfied. Li Chen waved his hand, it's nothing, nothing. Could he really say he planned to NTR him? The act of stealing professions. Copy. Li Chen shouted in his heart. Card replication successful. You have obtained S-class profession, breakthrough archer. Awesome. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He thought to himself, since monster abilities can merge, can professions also merge? But he only had this one profession for now and couldn't verify that idea. Moreover, his cards were all used up. The next time he could obtain one was at level 15. It seemed he needed to hurry and grind monsters. Lu Xian was unaware of Li Chen's thoughts and shifted his gaze to the silent Principal Wang. He frowned and said, Principal Wang, didn't you say you would give the first place an additional golden level exchange voucher? Why haven't you acted yet? Principal Wang Yun's heart sank. In the square, teachers and students all looked at him. It was his own words. At this moment, Principal Wang regretted it immensely, wanting to slap himself hard. With so many people watching, he knew he couldn't escape. Wearing a face that looked like he had eaten something unpleasant, he took out the item and walked
towards Li Chen. His heart was bleeding. This was something he had intended to use to build a good relationship with the guild behind Zhang Tao. Now he had to give it to this useless Li Chen. Zhang Tao was furious. This should have been his. Li Chen looked at Wang Yun with great interest. From what he understood, this Principal Wang was someone who wouldn't act without benefit. How could he be so kind? Old Principal Wang Yun gritted his teeth and forced a smile, presenting it. Li Chen, this is an additional reward I personally prepared for the first place in the trial, a golden level weapon exchange voucher. Take it. Li Chen smirked, not knowing why he found Wang Yun's expression so amusing. Hee, thank you for your support, Principal Wang. I won't be polite. Of course, he reached out to take it. As he extended his hand to grab it, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, finding he couldn't pull it out. He glanced at Wang Yun, who had a pained expression. But Li Chen ultimately burst into laughter, using a bit of force to take it. Give it to me. Principal Wang's face fell, unwillingness written all over it. Seeing this, Lu Xian finally left satisfied. Before leaving, he left a phone number for Li Chen, saying, if you need help in the future, feel free to contact me. Do your best, the higher-ups have high hopes for you. Professions don't measure everything. When you make it onto the newcomer list, perhaps someone will come to recruit you. This scene made Zhang Tao grit his teeth in anger. Until Lu Xian left with his group, he could no longer hold back and shouted, Li Chen, don't think that just because you cheated your way to first place this time, you can turn things around. No profession means no profession. And trash is still trash. From now on, you will only get weaker, while I will only grow stronger. Moreover, I already have a guaranteed spot at the Dragon Rider Academy. With exclusive resources to support me, I will become the first transfer professional in Jianghai City. As the top newcomer, you can just look up at me from below. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in boos. Indeed, Li Chen only stood out early on because of his solid foundation. That's right, in the early stages, hard work can help, but for the long term, it all comes down to talent. Among the crowd, Du Qingran had originally taken a step forward, but upon hearing this, he stepped back. Zhang Tao is right, Li Chen is already a thing of the past. Although he might be slightly ahead in level now, I will soon catch up, and our gap will be as if separated by yin and yang. Li Chen looked at the nearly insane Zhang Tao, his expression devoid of sadness or joy. I want to know, have I offended you in any way all this time? Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. Yes, of course. Your existence has been affecting me every moment for the past 3 years. Everything about you should have belonged to me. Now, I want it all back. Ha! Li Chen let out a cold laugh, no longer interested in engaging with him. Taking his own rewards, he walked straight out of the crowd. After leaving the school, Li Chen went directly to the Jianghai Battle Preparation Mall with his golden equipment exchange voucher. This is the largest public equipment mall in Jianghai City, where shopping comes with national guarantees, so there's no need to worry about after-sales issues. Upon entering the mall, the area was well organized. Different areas were designated for various professions, and the locations of equipment for each level were clearly marked according to profession levels. Based on his current S-level archer profession, Li Chen found the corresponding area and arrived at the first floor, where golden-level weapons were located. Walking in, he was dazzled by the array of bows and arrows on display. Crimson Flame Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, Attack Inflicts Burning Effect, causing the target to continuously lose health. Ice Wing Hunter Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, Attack Inflicts Freezing Effect, slowing the target's movements with a 10% chance to freeze the target. Poison Bow Grade, Golden Exclusive Effect, Attack Inflicts Poison Effect on the target, reducing their recovery by 50%. Each golden level weapon had its own special effect. As a backline profession, archers, like mages, are crucial output roles. Therefore, one must not be stingy when it comes to weapons and must choose what suits them best. Li Chen wandered around, scanning the rows of shelves and examining each item. Finally, his gaze locked onto a specific spot. Explosive Bow Grade, Golden Level Requirement, 10 Strength plus 300 Exclusive Effect, Attack Inflicts Explosive Effect. Arrows explode upon hitting the target, dealing 80% damage to other targets in the vicinity. Noble area damage? This one's for me. Li Chen grabbed the explosive bow, gave it a simple test grip, and pulled the bowstring. The feel is quite good. After making his choice, he went to the front desk of the mall to register. Waiting there was a slightly plump middle-aged man. Upon seeing Li Chen, he smiled broadly and, while processing the paperwork, said enthusiastically, Haha, little brother, you're here to buy equipment for that wild boss, right? Oh, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged man, surprised, exclaimed, oh, you don't know? Sorry, I thought you were here for that too. I was just about to advise you. What's going on? Tell me more, Li Chen asked. A middle-aged man leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. The news that broke this morning says that a golden level boss will respawn outside the city soon. It's said that this boss is quite special and will drop unique items. But right now, the man shook his head. If you go now, you might not even get a sip of soup. Oh, what do you mean by that? Li Chen pulled out 100 dragon coins and placed them on the table.
The man's eyes lit up and he eagerly said, many major forces have already gotten involved, and even elite members from legendary
guilds or leading teams. It's pointless for ordinary people to go. Legendary guild? Li Chen was taken aback. He seemed to have heard that name somewhere. That's right. Isn't that the guild from Zhang Tao's family? But no matter what, he didn't want to miss this boss. He had gathered his ranged output class in weapons, and his S-level, bloodthirsty, ability was ready. Taking down a boss would be a piece of cake. At a time like this, you tell me to avoid the spotlight and let others take the lead? Impossible. Give me the location.
After leaving the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce, Li
Chen obtained information about the wild boss.
Many high-level players would surely come when the time came. There was still some time before the boss respawned. He had time to level up a bit. So, he followed his original plan and arrived at the Cloud Sea Secret Realm.
As a multi-area secret realm, the Cloud Sea Secret Realm was very suitable for novice players to level up.
The monster levels in the area were clearly divided. The normal area was
for levels 1 to 10, the hard area was for levels 10 to 15, and Li Chen estimated that the yet-to-be-unlocked nightmare area was for levels 15 to 20. As a starting point for novice players, the intensity was quite appropriate. Both newly awakened players and those with a bit of experience could come here to level up. It was a very popular secret realm. At this moment, it was already crowded with people. Newbie seeking a carry can heal. Veterans leading teams come to the front, preferably with team-wide buff gear. Need a damage dealer. Sweep through the hard area. Li Chen arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and took a quick glance at the information. Cloud Sea Secret Realm level requirement 1-20 description, dense monster. Population, map randomly spawns boss. Normal area, recommended team of at least 3, with a healer. Hard area, recommended team size, 5, with a front line and a healer. Nightmare area? Li Chen? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Li Chen turned to look. The person was Du Qingran. She was wearing a purple robe today, adorned with the emblem of the legendary guild. Upon seeing Li Chen, she frowned and stepped forward, saying, "What are you doing here? Is this even a place you can come to?" Li Chen felt no emotional stir upon seeing her, but her words made his gaze turn slightly cold. Before he could respond, Du Qingran began to speculate, looking as if she had just realized something. "Oh, I understand. Now, this isn't a coincidence at all. You came here because you found out about my whereabouts, right? You know Zhang Tao is busy preparing for the boss battle with his family's guild, and I'm here alone to grind the secret realm today. Don't think that just because you're a higher level, you can stand in front of me. I'll surpass you soon and I won't team up with you." This series of words made Li Chen frown. What a nuisance. It seems you and Zhang Tao have both made your choices, Du Qingran huffed. Of course, we are both excellent S-level players and we will make the right choices. You don't need to sow discord here. Instead of that, you might as well kill some monsters to level up. Don't get left too far behind by us, or you'll end up with no pride left. Li Chen chuckled. You've reminded me, listening to you ramble here is less productive than getting to work. It was fortunate for Du Qingran that it was crowded and noisy here. If he were worried about causing chaos and delaying his leveling, he was planning to end this once and for all. After saying that, he headed straight to the entrance of the secret realm and chose to enter. Seeing Li Chen's actions, Du Qingran was taken aback, her eyes wide open. No longer caring about Li Chen's mocking words, she exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You're a non-professional. And you dare to enter the secret realm alone? Aren't you just asking for death?" With no response, Li Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Du Qingran looked around and quickly distanced herself from the situation. Everyone saw it. This has nothing to do with me. It's you who wants to go die. She thought her words had provoked Li Chen into going in, fearing she would bear the responsibility. Eavesdroppers nearby caught every word. "Tis, it's not worth it for the sake of face. You don't understand, this is what men do." "Ha ha ha. Men? Just a kid. Not even that old. Daring to go in alone. I bet he won't come out alive." As an S-level mage, Du Qingran attracted quite a few people looking to team up with her. At this spot, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. "See that, Li Chen? I will soon surpass you. You used to ignore me, but now, I'm out of your league." In the Cloud Sea Secret Realm, after Li Chen was teleported in, he found himself at the edge of an island. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the howling sea breeze intertwined. He took out the newly bought weapon. Explosive bow. He glanced at his stats. Name, Li Chen. Profession, blank. Level, 10 strength, 600 constitution, 105 agility, 150 spirit, 105 talent. Card talent ability, breakthrough archer, S level. Guardian shield, S, bloodthirsty, S, enhancement, C. With the base value boost from the explosive bow, his strength had reached 600 points. At that moment, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly echoed from above. Li Chen looked up. He saw a giant white eagle soaring majestically in the sky. After observing for a while, he realized that the giant eagle was circling around him. It was clearly targeting him. Coincidentally, Li Chen had the same intention.
Without hesitation, he raised the explosive bow with one hand, aimed at the giant eagle in the air, and pulled the bowstring with the other.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 557, 559, 601. Weak point: you killed an 8-level chalk eagle, experience plus 80. Did it think it was a ground chicken? A few arrows shot out, directly taking down the giant eagle.
Li Chen glanced at the map and found that he had been teleported to a position below
the normal area. This position is interesting.
He noticed that not far above him there was a boss lair.
He immediately followed the map's route to head there.
You killed a 7-level gorilla monster, experience plus 70.
You killed a 9-level unicorn ape, experience plus 90. You killed a 10-level flying electric snake, experience plus 100. Level up 1011. While heading towards the boss location, he cleared the monsters along the way. It must be
said that the monster density in this Cloud Sea secret realm was indeed high. Almost as soon as one wave of monsters was defeated, another wave would
appear within a minute.
If one didn't stop to rest during this time, it was almost a seamless transition.
No wonder the dungeon suggested at least 3 people plus support.
For new professionals, it was indeed a good place to practice teamwork. Before long, Li Chen arrived at a valley.
From above, he could see the scene below in its entirety.
Comparing it with the map, Li Chen determined that this was the boss point.
Below, there was a
recessed area, and from a distance he could see a brown dot inside.
BOSS level 10 skills, rock shield, claw strike, rock.
Just then, he noticed that below, near there were 5 black dots approaching. It looked like a full team of professionals had arrived first.
This kind of
boss belonged to public resources, and Li Chen, having come all this way, naturally didn't want to give up. He then walked down the mountain path. Upon reaching about halfway up the mountain, Li Chen stopped. At this moment, the group of adventurers was already prepared to start fighting the boss. They understood that this relatively weak boss was a precious resource,
and if they didn't act soon, others would likely arrive.
A frontline fighter with a shield stepped forward to draw aggro, while the healer stayed back to provide support.
Li Chen assessed the distance.
Finding a suitable position, he picked up his bow. From here, he could shoot directly at the boss. Li Chen raised his bow and shot an arrow at the boss below.
Whoosh! The arrow
pierced through the mist with a crisp sound, traveling at high speed and accurately hitting the stony bear below.
Bang!
Flames illuminated the mist, followed by a loud explosion.
At the same time, the
front line of the adventurer team was also affected, getting blown away. Li Chen was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. Hiss! He had forgotten that the arrows from his explosive bow would explode. There was no way to wash this off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, only the frontline fighter was blown away, and he himself was tanky enough not to fall unconscious.
Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Below in the valley, what the hell? My shield is blown to bits. Who ate the one's eye milk candy? Why is it so painful?
This poor frontliner, covered in dirt, got up, thinking it was his teammates who had accidentally hit him.
Was that arrow shot by you?
The mage in the team looked at the archer beside him.
The archer looked confused. I didn't. No, really, don't. Look at me. If I had that kind of damage, why would I need you guys? A strange atmosphere fell over the battlefield.
At that moment, the boss, having lost aggro, went into a frenzy. The team was
instantly pushed back.
Not good, the rhythm is broken, everyone retreat, the mage shouted.
No, I can't move,
the injured frontliner said anxiously. Please, don't leave me behind.
Looking at the
terrifying stony bear behind him, his face fell.
Which old bastard shot that arrow?
In the team, an assassin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll come save you. He was the fastest
here, and if anyone was going to rescue someone, it had to be him. The chubby frontliner looked touched. Benefactor, why don't you go? I can't drag you down with me. Stop pretending.
If you say that again, I might really leave. The assassin gritted his teeth. The chubby guy immediately fell silent.
How much do you eat every day? Why are you so heavy? Looking at the stony bear approaching
faster and faster, the assassin regretted it immensely.
Damn it, I'm going to die with you, A-class profession.
The massive figure of the stony bear blocked out the sun, its low growl sending chills
down their spines.
Just then, a light arrow shot through the air like lightning, carrying a powerful wave of energy. The arrow struck the stony bear's back, bursting into explosive sparks.
The stony bear
staggered, nearly losing its balance. This time, Li Chen deliberately adjusted his position, ensuring that these poor adventurers were not affected. The stony bear's health rapidly plummeted. 2400, 2400, causing 500% strength bleeding damage per second. After deducting defense, the damage was still considerable. Even for a boss with extremely high health, that was enough
to make it feel the pain.
Taking advantage of this moment, the assassin successfully dragged the frontliner back. At that moment, he looked up and saw the stony bear losing health at an almost bizarre speed. He was astonished and quickly said, "What the hell, brothers, look at this boss.
It's losing health on its own." Hearing this, the
other members of the team looked over in shock.
What the hell? Is it activated? What's going on? It seems like this boss is going to die from bleeding on its own. The chubby frontliner reacted first. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and finish it off. Wait.
The backbone of the team, the mage, quickly spoke up to stop
them. Haven't you noticed?
This arrow was shot by someone, and the damage, it's clearly from a very strong person.
If you dare to steal, you must be tired of living.
Upon hearing this, the others changed their expressions, finally realizing the situation, and hurriedly stopped their actions.
At this moment, Li Chen, who had his bow aimed at them, smirked.
They were somewhat perceptive. He didn't kill indiscriminately, but those who dared to rob him were asking for it.
Expulsion from existence. 2400. 2400.
You have killed the level 10 boss Rock Bear, experience plus 2500.
Level up 1113. You have obtained silver grade. Equipment, rock skin armor.
Rock skin armor grade, silver level requirement 10 constitution plus 75 agility - 20. Li Chen had the Guardian Shield, a versatile defensive tool, so this was of no use to him, and the cost in agility was too high. He directly stored it away to avoid damage. A brand new silver grade equipment, taking it out should fetch several tens of thousands
of dragon coins. Without lingering, he turned and left.
Below, the professional team that had witnessed the entire scene was filled
with shock.
There were such powerful beings in the secret realm. It was terrifying. They hadn't seen anyone the whole time, and in the blink of an eye, a powerful boss was killed. Their entire team had to be cautious to avoid a disaster. They felt fortunate that they had controlled their greed earlier, otherwise they wouldn't know if they could still stand here unharmed.
About 10 minutes after Li Chen left, a fully equipped team arrived here, led by a noble fire mage. Du Qinran arrived at the
boss's death location, looking at the residual explosion marks on the ground, her face filled with surprise.
The ability to cause such an effect showed that the person's strength was definitely not low.
As soon as she entered the secret realm, she led her team towards the boss, but unexpectedly, they were outpaced. There's still warmth here, which means the previous person just left
not long ago.
Du Qingran's eyes lit up. Her social butterfly nature made her eager to make connections.
It should be noted that
this dungeon is for levels 1 to 20. It's not too low, nor too high, but at this level, having such damage is definitely not simple.
Let's continue along the upper path.
She showed no intention of discussing with the other team members. As an S-class mage, Du Qingran was the core of the team, and although the others were struggling, they could only feel disheveled in the wind.
611. 610.
You have killed a level 11 centaur, experience plus 110. At this moment, Li Chen had already entered the difficult area and was on a killing spree.
With the bow and arrow, kiting became
much easier. Sometimes he could kill monsters from a distance. Moreover, with the effect of the Breaking Army Archer class, the damage from hitting weak points was almost equivalent to ignoring
defenses. About an hour later, the entire difficult area had been swept clean by Li Chen. His level had also risen to level 15. You have obtained a card. Finally here. A card is obtained at level 5.
After using it so many times, Li Chen deeply understood its power.
Even S-class professions could be replicated. He now had an S-class profession, Breaking Army Archer. Logically, replicating another profession should allow for dual professions. This was what he looked forward to the most. While thinking, Li Chen noticed a monster running past ahead, which soon disappeared into the grass. He hurriedly chased after it. Just halfway through the chase, a prompt sounded. The area ahead is undeveloped. Low-level professionals, please do not approach. Low-level professionals, please do not approach. Li Chen looked at the prompt, lost in thought. The area ahead should be the nightmare zone, where monsters of levels 15 to 20 would spawn. But he was already level 15. By this standard, he shouldn't be considered a low-level professional, right? Whatever, I'll chase first. Even if I encounter something I can't beat, I have confidence I can retreat safely. Secret Realm Monitoring Room. The inspector sat in a rocking chair, idly passing the time. Suddenly, an alarm blared. He quickly opened the dynamic interface of the secret realm. A green dot appeared in the nightmare area of the Cloud Sea secret realm. What? Someone has entered the nightmare area. His expression changed. Today was the first day of job transfers for new students, and many novice adventurers had come to grind in the Cloud Sea secret realm. Most likely, some students had gotten lost and stumbled in. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the radio to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Du Cohen, who was online helping his daughter find a young talent, received a summons call from his unit. He answered with an unhappy expression. Originally planning to say he was on vacation, Du Cohen's face changed upon hearing the content of the call. He quickly donned his protective gear and rushed to the Cloud Sea secret realm. It was quite common for some reckless newcomers to get into trouble in these dungeon realms. But this time, the incident was in the Cloud Sea secret realm. His daughter, Du Qingran, had gone there today. Although the probability was low, what if? Outside the Cloud Sea secret realm, Du Cohen met up with the inspector and urgently inquired about his daughter's whereabouts. Upon learning that Du Qingran had also entered the secret realm, his heart grew even more anxious. The inspector comforted him. Hey, brother Du, don't be too upset. Your daughter's talent is so strong that even if she really entered the nightmare area, she has a certain level of self-protection. ability, as long as she doesn't encounter that thing. Du Kuan's body trembled and he clenched his fists. In that case, we can't waste any more time. Let's hurry and save her. Got you. A sharp arrow pierced the air, accurately hitting a wolf-like monster. You have killed a level 16 red wolf. Experience. Plus 160. Li Chen exhaled. Was he being too cautious? This nightmare area seemed just like this. Some minor monsters were quite easy to deal with. In fact, the monsters here were very sparse. It took a long time to encounter one. In terms of monster density, it was even less than the previous difficult area. Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. But just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, accompanied by a rising cloud of dust. After a while, Li Chen focused his gaze and widened his eyes. What the heck? Is this a beast tide? A small beast tide. He had only seen this in books. No wonder the monsters encountered along the way were so sparse. It turned out they were all gathering for the beast tide. But can a level 20 secret realm have a beast tide? Generally, a beast tide is a force formed by wild monsters gathering together to invade human cities. Although it was much weaker than a true beast tide, this was still the nightmare area, and not a single monster in this beast tide was below level 15. If not handled properly, even a level 20 adventurer might face disaster. Li Chen quickly stepped back. If this group of monsters got too close, it wouldn't take a few seconds before he would be devoured, leaving not even a bone. He had read the experiences shared by a seasoned expert, and the only way to deal with a beast tide was to scatter it. What was this beast tide gathering for? Li Chen hid in the shadows, observing the beast tide that resembled a locust swarm. After a while, he finally spotted two special elite monsters at the center of the beast tide, wielding a staff and directing the actions of the tide. These monsters were quite small, and Li Chen hadn't noticed them at first. As long as he took out these two elite monsters, the beast tide would naturally fall apart. Li Chen aimed and drew his bow in one smooth motion. Once the beast tide was dealt with, he shot an arrow. The arrow, glowing red, flew swiftly towards the two elite monsters at the center of the beast tide. Clang! A sound of a block echoed. The arrow was deflected, embedding itself in the ground with a loud boom. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. A shield? The shield had nullified his arrow. Since it caused no damage, his bloodthirst ability wouldn't activate. Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to retreat as soon as the arrow failed. He pushed his speed to the limit. At such a critical moment, he dared not take any risks. The two elite monsters, furious after discovering Li Chen's presence, waved their staffs and sent wave after wave of creatures to search the surroundings. They did not realize that Li Chen had already changed his position and was watching them. I want to see how many arrows you can block. With a whoosh, an arrow shot out. Immediately after, a clanging sound echoed. Another arrow. Whoosh. Again. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. As more arrows were fired, the attack speed bonus from his class talent began to stack. Li Chen tirelessly switched positions to shoot. Finally, he heard the crisp sound of a shield breaking. Ka! Li Chen's eyes lit up, seizing the moment to continue firing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. 666. 667. The sound of arrows and explosions rang out in succession. Li Chen was ecstatic. Bloodthirst had begun to take effect. 3000. 3000. You have killed level 15 elite manipulator beast black, experience plus 3500. You have killed level 15 elite manipulator beast dark, experience plus 3500. Level up 1517. With the death of these two elite monsters, the remaining creatures all turned into headless flies, scattering in all directions. Li Chen was shocked. The culprit behind such a massive beast tide was actually two level 15 elite monsters. The terror of this beast tide was evident. It swept through the area like a swarm of locusts. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits. But for Li Chen, it seemed there was no difficulty aside from the shields being a bit thick. Capture the thief by capturing the king. This highlights the importance of strategy. Coupled with his ability to continuously pull and deal damage over time, solving the problem at its root became much simpler. He could now confidently farm monsters. At the same time, in the difficult area, Du Qingran led her team, having searched the area without finding any powerful professionals. Under her strong leadership, the rest of the team was filled with complaints. Hey, big shot, how much longer do we have to go? Aren't we here to farm monsters? What are we doing? Yeah, it's been half a day, and aside from some monsters we had to clear out, have we even taken any initiative? Du Qingran replied impatiently. What's the rush? Monsters can be fought at any time. If you miss a person, they're gone. But what does that have to do with us? We're here to fight monsters. If you want to find someone, can't you just wait outside? A teammate said with a hint of resentment. Little did they know, Du Qingran's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Thank you for reminding me. Let's hurry to the exit then. Ha! The others were all dumbfounded. They had just entered and were leaving without doing anything? Although they were reluctant, they couldn't go against her. They were centered around Du Qingran, and without her, their system would struggle to continue here.
They also wanted to quickly get away from this Yama, so after a moment of consideration, they agreed. On the other side, Du Koan was leading his team, continuously searching in the secret realm, chasing after Li Chen. Looking at the scattered monster corpses along the way, everyone was taken aback.
Had so many monsters been killed? Inspector, are you sure you only saw one person come through? Du Koan couldn't help but ask.
The inspector, sweating, replied, yes, only one person was detected. Such a strong rookie professional, there really aren't many. Like that in Jianghai City.
This statement made Du Koan's heart tighten even more.
To reach such a level, it was likely his daughter, Du Qingran. He had rushed over in such a hurry precisely because he was worried about this. There's no time, we need to move faster. After all, the nightmare area had terrifying manipulator beasts, and once provoked, they were not something rookie professionals could handle. Just then, a series of explosions suddenly erupted ahead. Everyone paused simultaneously. Right up ahead. Hurry! Du Koan was the first to dash forward, not long after. When they arrived at the scene, there was nothing left. All that remained were scorched marks on the ground and 2 charred corpses. From the mangled shapes, it was clear that neither was human.
Du Koan let out a sigh of relief, calming down a bit. So, can you determine the current situation?
The inspector, while stroking the
marks, analyzed. The person who came here was definitely a powerful professional. Moreover, there were numerous monster footprints here. Yet, the monsters had completely vanished. After examining the 2 charred bodies, a staff member from the secret realm changed his expression. These 2 are beast manipulators. What? Are you saying that the beast manipulators were killed? No wonder there are so many monster footprints. It seems there was a beast tied here just now. Who was here earlier? They actually killed the beast manipulators and resolved the beast tide. The staff members of the secret realm were all shocked. From the residual battle marks on the ground, this person should be a powerful fire-type professional, and a ranged one at that, otherwise, it would be impossible to accurately kill these 2 beast manipulators. Fire-type, ranged. The inspector couldn't help but look at Du Koan beside him. Brother Du, if I remember correctly, your daughter is an S-rank fire mage, right? With such powerful explosive marks, I'm afraid only your daughter could have done this. Yes, it must be her. At this moment, Du Koan felt both helpless and gratified, but she's being too reckless. I've told her to pay attention to safety and not take risks. The inspector smiled and waved his hand. That's not quite right. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. From everything we've seen along the way, your daughter's level must have exceeded level 15 by now, right? Unlike my own unambitious one. Young people should be daring and adventurous. Congratulations, Brother Du, on having such an outstanding daughter. This isn't just about strength, it also requires strong judgment and courage. I wonder if your daughter is married.
I have a nephew with a rank talent.
The atmosphere on the scene suddenly lightened.
What they had been worried about was the beast manipulators, which are difficult for novice professionals to deal with, but unexpectedly, they had already been killed. Du Koan felt much more at ease. His daughter truly was a phoenix among people. Fortunately, she had distanced herself from that Li Chen early on. That fool who didn't even want an SSS rank profession was probably still fighting slimes, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Li Chen was on a killing spree. After the beast tide dissipated, these monsters were like a scattered sand. With the level increase, the nightmare area posed no difficulty anymore. Half an hour later, Li Chen's level reached 20. This was only the first day. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 40 for a promotion. A promotion is a huge boost for all professionals and could even rejuvenate some ordinary professions. Given his unique situation, what kind of scene would he see again when he stood on the awakening platform? The answer could only be obtained through practice. Calculating the time, it was getting late and Li Chen headed towards the exit. Meanwhile, it was unclear how long had passed. Du Koan and the others were also trying to find Du Qingran's figure but had found nothing. Strange, we've searched all around, and aside from the monster corpses, there's nothing else. Inspector, why don't you check again if there are any people left in the nightmare area? Upon hearing this, the inspector took out a signal detector. About a minute later, nothing? Now, aside from us, there's no one else in the nightmare area. Du Koan's expression tightened. Qingran wouldn't have had an accident, would she? The inspector shook his head. It shouldn't be. Everyone has seen her strength along the way, and besides, we haven't found any signs of her being harmed, right? It's very likely that she has already left through the exit. You're right. Let's head back first and see if we can make contact outside the secret realm. As Li Chen was just teleported out, he saw Du Qingran waiting there. Originally, Du Qingran had approached with an expectant look when she saw someone coming out. But upon realizing it was Li Chen, her expression quickly darkened. Oh, you're quite lucky, aren't you? You actually managed to come back alive. Looks like that marathon championship over the past 3 years wasn't for nothing, huh? She said sarcastically. Li Chen, who had been in a good mood, frowned upon encountering her. Was Du Qingran really waiting here just to mock him? That was quite disgusting.
At that moment, Du Qingran impatiently said, "Move aside, don't block the way.
I'm still waiting for that strong person who killed the rock bear in the secret realm."
Hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. A strong person who killed the rock bear? Why did that sound so familiar? Detected. S-level profession explosive mage, can be copied.
Li Chen's heart stirred. Copy. If you want to disgust me, I'll just take your power.
Copy successful. You have obtained S-level profession explosive mage.
Just then, a blue light began to rise again at the exit of the secret realm.
The next moment, Du Kuan, the inspector, and some secret realm protection personnel appeared together.
The father and daughter exchanged glances, both stunned.
Seeing her father,
Du Qingran's face lit up with joy, and she was about to say something when Du Kuan excitedly hugged her.
"Good daughter, don't take such risks next time," Du Kuan said seriously.
Du Qingran listened, but her expression was one of confusion.
"Father, how did you come here? Did you also enter the secret realm?" Du Kuan patted her head. "Of course, I came to find you. Next time, don't just casually enter the nightmare zone. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. We'll take it slow." Du Qingran was momentarily stunned and said strangely, "What nightmare zone? It's too dangerous for me to go there now." Du Kuan's eyes widened. "You mean to say, you've never been to the nightmare zone? Then who killed so many monsters?" He had thought that these feats were accomplished by his own daughter and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Although Du Qingran didn't understand the situation, her eyes lit up. Upon hearing this, "Are you talking about that mysterious strong person who left behind explosive traces? So strong.
I was waiting for him here, but unfortunately,
I never saw him." Du Kuan was taken aback, stroked his chin, and recalled the traces left in the secret realm, which indeed matched what she said. He then praised, "So that's how it is. No wonder you're my daughter, you think well. More friends mean more paths. But now it's getting late, that person might have left long ago." "Oh." Du Qingran felt a bit disappointed.
"That's okay, Jianghai City is so big. As long as I see that kind of explosive effect again, I'll recognize him at a glance. By the way, that special outdoor boss will respawn tomorrow. Zhang Tao has already agreed to take me there, and we'll split the rewards.
Then, TSK, I wonder whose lifetime it will be again." As she spoke, Du Qingran looked around.
She had originally wanted to mock Li Chen again, but found
that he was engrossed in conversation with several secret realm personnel.
He hadn't paid any attention to her, which made her stomp her foot in anger.
While Du Kuan and his daughter were reunited, Li Chen looked at the secret realm personnel who had come out with him and said, "I need to process the exit procedures. I need proof of strength."
He remembered that the special boss was about to respawn and he needed to go to the wild. To exit the city alone, proof of strength was required. He had come to the secret realm for this reason as well.
The secret realm administrator was taken aback, glanced at Li Chen, and then shook his head. "No, student, the wild is very dangerous. If I process this for you, it would be harming you."
Someone nearby also said impatiently, "You guys haven't
even cleared the dungeons in the city and are already thinking about going out. You new professionals are also overambitious." Haha, Du Qingran couldn't
help but sneer at the sight.
"Li Chen, isn't this a bit too laughable? You think you can just go outside the city whenever you want? But coincidentally, I'm going
out of the city with the legendary guild tomorrow.
Why don't you come along as my attendant and handle the miscellaneous tasks?" Li Chen didn't want to waste
time arguing with them, so he directly took out the explosive bow and pulled the bowstring. Everyone around was startled. The administrator reacted and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that golden level equipment?" He thought Li Chen was like most new players, with high aspirations but low abilities, yet here he was,
already above level 10. Golden level equipment could only be worn by players who had reached at least level 10, which meant Li Chen was indeed above level 10.
If that were the case, then the proof of strength could be obtained.
Li Chen calmly nodded. "Can I open it now?"
The administrator's attitude became serious as
he nodded.
With the level requirement met and a golden level weapon in hand, he had a certain degree of self-protection even when alone in the wild.
"You can open it." Seeing the equipment in Li Chen's hands, Du Qingran's eyes turned red. That was golden level equipment. Even she didn't have that. She hadn't realized
that this was the reward Li Chen had exchanged from the trial camp.
Clearly, she wasn't even level 10, yet she felt it was very unfair.
In terms of pure strength, 10 Li Chens wouldn't be able to match her.
If she had that equipment, then Li Chen would be nothing. Relying on equipment is not a long-term solution. One day you will realize that the gap between people cannot be bridged by equipment, Du Qingran said sourly.
However, Li Chen had no intention of acknowledging horror.
At that moment, Du Kuan noticed something was off and frowned, saying, "Li Chen, are you the one fighting monsters in the nightmare zone?" Li Chen
replied indifferently, "Oh, I did go to the nightmare zone."
What's wrong with that? To be honest, he didn't want to deal with either of them. "You?" Du Qingran looked as if she had seen a ghost. "Don't brag, even I wouldn't dare to go there. Only that mysterious powerhouse has the ability." Li Chen shook his head in Disbelief. Some people just couldn't understand straightforward language. He then stopped wasting time and followed the secret realm administrator to collect his proof.
Seeing Li Chen ignore her, Du Qingran was so angry that she stomped her feet behind him.
Don't get too proud. Once I get the boss reward tomorrow, it won't be long before I surpass you. Meanwhile, Du Koan fell into deep thought.
Well, how could he possibly, after obtaining the proof of strength? Li Chen
returned home.
It was a small but clean and cozy old apartment. Living alone was enough for him.
He sat down on the sofa in the living room and glanced at the panel.
Name, Li Chen. Profession, blank. Level, 20 strength, 700 constitution, 205 agility, 250 spirit, 205 talent. Cards, 1 talent. Abilities. Breakthrough archer, S level, explosive mage, S level, guardian shield, S, bloodthirsty, S, enhancement, C. The breakthrough archer and explosive mage
are both S-level professions and belong to ranged output with a high degree of compatibility. Would you like to fuse?
Fuse, Li Chen thought with anticipation. These two professions, one for sustained output and the other for burst damage, could be said to be complementary.
What kind of friction would occur when the two fused together? Fusion successful. You have obtained SS level profession, Soul Wizard.
Soul Wizard, SS level, talent skill, all your attacks carry a soul-sucking effect,
increasing the damage taken by the target, stackable up to 10 layers. When you use a spell damage weapon, skill cooldown is reduced by 50%.
When you use a physical damage weapon, it inflicts a severe injury effect on the hit enemy, reducing their defense by 50%. Passive, sacrifice the soul of
the target after killing it to gain extra experience points. Li Chen's eyes widened. SS level profession.
Although he had anticipated that the fusion of two
powerful S-level professions would yield excellent results, he never expected it to directly elevate to SS level. Isn't it said that 1 + 1 is equal to 2?
This 1 + 1 has directly
become 11. Moreover, this profession is highly versatile.
This talent skill is not only useful for mages but also very practical for archers.
It basically compensates for the fatal shortcomings of both professions. More importantly, it has an experience boosting effect. After killing monsters, he can sacrifice their souls to gain experience.
This also means that his leveling speed will become faster.
As levels increase, the required experience points also rise, making it slower to level up in the later stages.
But in the early stages, the effect of this ability is absolutely lethal. Being able to level up faster than others means
he can advance to the first transition sooner, gaining a significant power advantage.
Of course, the specific effects still need to be tested in practice.
The next day,
Li Chen got up early and hurried to the city gate without a moment's pause.
Unfortunately, despite his deliberate
early arrival, it was no surprise that there was still a sea of people here, with a long line of professionals waiting to exit the
city.
Among these people, there were even some who had been waiting since last night. There was no helping it, the allure of the special boss in the wild was too great, and it was completely public.
Many wanted to venture out and take a gamble. Make way! Make way! The legendary guild is here, clear the path quickly!
A voice shouted from behind. Immediately, an incredibly large group of professionals strode forward, each step echoing loudly. The team had about 30 members, all of them spirited and striking proud
poses.
Upon seeing the newcomers, the guards quickly rushed to open the gates and respectfully stepped aside.
Among the massive
team of the legendary guild, Li Chen also spotted two familiar faces walking closely together at the forefront: Zheng Tao and Du
Qingran. A murmur arose in the crowd.
It seems the legendary guild is determined to win this time, mobilizing so many elites.
Looks like our chances are slim. Sigh, who can argue with that? Plus, I heard that the other side seems to have made a move. Too. The other side? The people from the Qingshan Guild. It's them? Then this boss battle is going to be interesting.
These people are no weaker than the legendary guild. No wonder the legendary guild is taking this so seriously, sending so many
experts. A clash of two major guilds is rare. Even if we can't get a share, watching the show is pretty good. Li Chen listened to all this information.
While it might not necessarily be useful, knowing a bit more is always beneficial.
Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Two major guilds? This is interesting, Li Chen murmured.
Unlike others, he only saw opportunities. In the wild, outside the entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins,
more and more people were gathering.
Here, with reinforcements arriving from all directions, the wind howled occasionally, sending a chilling sensation through the
crowd.
The boss was about to respawn, and generally, in such situations, everyone would be waiting at the entrance.
Today was no exception. Li Chen wondered if he had ever seen so many professionals in his life. When the gate finally opened, he didn't know how long it would take to squeeze in.
Anyway, they were already lined up like this.
After some careful thought, Li Chen decided to take a gamble and look for hidden entrances.
Generally, in such places, there couldn't be just one main gate.
Like some secret dungeons, there would be additional exits.
After leaving the main group, Li Chen began to search the surroundings.
Using some descriptions
from books about hidden mechanisms, he started to investigate. As expected, half an hour passed with no results. Just as Li Chen was conflicted about whether to return and wait in line, he suddenly noticed a sneaky figure. It was a young man in a purple robe, wearing a hood. He walked while glancing around, then pretended to be nonchalant as he stopped to whistle. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that things were not simple. He quickly crouched down, hiding behind the bushes. As the man in the purple robe cautiously moved, Li Chen followed closely behind, not far away. Gradually, the purple-robed man's steps quickened, and he looked back more frequently, almost turning around 3 times a second. Li Chen was as light as a swallow, constantly changing his hiding spots to keep up. After about 10 minutes, they reached a dead-end wall. The purple-robed man finally stopped, lowered his hood, revealing a young face filled with excitement. But soon, he halted, quickly looking around. Li Chen hurriedly pulled back his head. Strange. The purple-robed man glanced around, scratching his head. Why do I always feel like someone is following me? At that moment, Li Chen was crouched behind a tree more than 10 meters away, sweat dripping down and splattering on the ground. Damn. He almost got discovered. Li Chen was quite impressed. Were the young prisoners just entering the prison not as cautious as he was? Turning back around, the purple-robed man couldn't help but show an excited expression again. Inside the ruins, besides the boss, there must be scattered treasures everywhere. If he could get in early, everything would be his. After looking around again and confirming he hadn't spotted anything, he carefully placed his hand into his robe. At the entrance. In 10 minutes, the ruins will open. Everyone get ready to take down the boss. Zhang Tao shouted energetically while holding the banner of the legendary guild. Understood. Defeat the boss. Glory belongs to the legendary. A chorus of voices echoed from behind. On the field, another similarly sized force was equally unwilling to back down. Our Changshan guild will definitely win. Defeat all enemies, we will ultimately prevail. These people were all dressed in blue robes, with the Qingshan guild's emblem emblazoned on their chests, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Tao frowned. Today was his first time leading as the guild representative, and he couldn't afford to make mistakes. But unexpectedly, this operation coincidentally encountered an equally matched opponent. Moreover, the elites from the Qingshan guild were not fewer than theirs, clearly well prepared. Beside him, Du Qingran asked worriedly, Zhang Tao, with so many elites with us, we shouldn't fail, right? Zhang Tao laughed heartily, trying to appear more composed. Don't worry, aside from this Qingshan guild having some strength, the others are just a bunch of idle folks here to join the fun. We came prepared for victory. Du Qingran nodded, flashing an alluring smile. That's good. Zhang Tao felt his heart racing, swallowed hard, and leaned in wanting to get closer. But Du Qingran suddenly sidestepped, her expression serious. No, I believe in platonic love. Zhang Tao chuckled awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject. So, Li Chen hasn't made any moves on you, right? Du Qingran scoffed with a smile. Of course not, he's not worthy. I haven't even been with him, you're the first. Hearing this, Zhang Tao felt elated, believing he had completely overshadowed Li Chen, his mood soaring. Ha ha ha, I'm honored. I'm much better than that waste Li Chen, you can rest assured following me. Meanwhile, while everyone was anxiously waiting, absolutely no one would have thought that the cave they had long coveted had already been entered by someone. At this moment, Li Chen had already arrived inside the ruins, moving agilely. To be honest, even he found it a bit unbelievable that he had entered so easily through the back door. The purple-robed man he had been following actually had a special item that directly opened the back door to the Wind Dragon Ruins. As the other party opened the door and prepared to enter, Li Chen was quick to act and successfully intercepted them. His current thought was the same, to quickly scour this place for treasures, as the opening of the ruins' entrance was not far off. All around were remnants of walls and broken structures. There were also some ruins that had not collapsed, where the probability of hidden treasures was the highest. However, Li Chen didn't have time to check each one individually, and headed straight for the largest abandoned hall in the center. Get the best first. Just as he arrived at the entrance, the ground trembled as if something was about to break through the surface. Li Chen had no choice but to stop and take a step back. In the next moment, the ground was suddenly broken open by 3 protruding points. Following that, 3 green, moldy, emaciated arms emerged, stretching out and stiffening before pressing down on the ground. Soon, 3 gaunt figures, covered in maggots and looking extremely eerie, crawled out from underground like zombies. Seeing this, Li Chen did not hesitate and immediately took out his explosive bow, creating some distance before shooting an arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. 711710713. You have killed a level 20 green cold corpse, experience plus 200. You have killed a level 20 blue cold corpse, experience plus 200. You have killed a level 20 earth cold corpse, experience plus 200. The soul of the cold corpse has been automatically sacrificed, experience plus 300. Li Chen did not expect the passive ability of the soul wizard to be this powerful. Killing 3 monsters netted him 600 experience, and sacrificing the soul directly added 300. That was a whole extra half. Truly worthy of an SS level profession.
After dealing with the blocking monsters, he stepped into the hall.
Upon seeing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned.
Although the
outside was in ruins, this place was well preserved, not so dilapidated. On the contrary, it was very clean, without a speck of dust. What came into view was a spacious corridor with countless doors lining both sides. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins,
after everyone patiently waited, the entrance finally reacted.
The great door began to rumble.
A massive
stone blocking the entrance slowly shifted to the right, sending dust flying. After a few seconds, a passage about 2 meters wide appeared before everyone.
The door is open, charge in. Victory belongs to the legends.
The members of the legendary guild were the first to rush in, followed closely by those from the Qing
Shan Guild, and then some scattered teams. The long-waiting crowd surged forward like leopards and wolves spotting their prey.
They rushed in like a swarm.
Inside the main hall of the ruins, Li Chen gripped his weapon and opened the first door.
To his surprise, there was nothing at the entrance, just a small enclosed room.
He moved to another door and yanked it open.
Again, it was a closed small room, but this time there was a wooden treasure chest in the center.
Li Chen stepped forward and opened it with a few quick motions. A glimmer of silver light emerged from the chest.
Wind Spirit Short Knife Grade, Silver Level Requirement, 20 attributes.
Strength plus 75, Agility plus 25. Li Chen's eyes lit up. It was actually a silver grade weapon. Among all the equipment, weapons were the most valuable.
Such a silver weapon could sell for nearly 100,000. He hadn't done anything, just opened a door and a treasure chest. It was like getting it for free. It seemed there were plenty of good things here. Taking advantage of the fact that the people outside hadn't arrived yet, Li Chen quickly began checking each door one by one.
Of course, not every door had good things behind it. Most of the time, opening a door led to an empty room. If luck was bad, one could even encounter something nasty. Just as he opened a door, a terrifying corpse lunged at him. Fortunately, Li Chen had the Guardian Shield on him, which absorbed the attack, allowing him to quickly create distance and fire back with a few arrows. 701, 703.
Huge numbers popped up and the health bar dropped rapidly, soon nearing empty. You have killed a level 20 green cold corpse.
Experience plus 200. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. No way, are you treating your buddy like this?
This can still refresh the zombies.
The room can't possibly be a prison. Next, Li Chen became cautious to avoid being ambushed by zombies suddenly appearing.
In the room, he gripped the Wind Spirit short blade he had just obtained in his hand, preparing to counterattack as he opened the door.
After continuous trial and error, upon opening another door, a treasure chest appeared before him again. Knight. Armor grade, silver level requirement, 20 attributes, constitution plus 100, agility -10.
He didn't know how long it had been, but Li Chen had opened all the dozens of doors in this area. He had touched quite a few empty ones and killed many monsters. But as long as there were treasure chests, it was a blood profit.
The minimum was basically silver grade equipment. Vanguard leggings grade, silver level requirement, 20 attributes, agility plus 75.
Shadow Spirit Arm Guards grade, silver level.
Requirement, 20 attributes, strength plus 50.
Magic Gloves grade, gold level requirement, 20 attributes, spirit plus 80 equipment effect, increases magic damage by 25%. Li Chen took a glance and equipped them all.
Although the effects might not be useful, the basic attribute bonuses were still quite good.
To his surprise, he had actually obtained a piece of gold equipment this time.
No matter what happened next, he had already profited. Equipping these items significantly boosted his personal attributes.
Meanwhile, after killing so many zombies and sacrificing their souls, his level had also risen to 23.
Name, Li
Chen. Occupation, blank level, 23 strength, 780 constitution, 335 agility, 325 spirit, 295 talent. Card talent ability, soul. Wizard, SS grade. Occupation, Guardian Shield, S. Bloodthirsty, S. Enhancement, C. After checking again and confirming that there were no overlooked rooms, Li Chen arrived at the end of the corridor, where there was a staircase leading upwards. At that moment, he noticed a hole at his feet. It looked like it led underground, and from inside came the occasional squeak of an unknown creature. Li Chen dared not gamble that it was a rat. In this place, there were only monsters.
If he went down, wouldn't that be walking into a trap?
After pondering for a moment, Li Chen casually approached an open treasure chest, cut off a thin piece of wood with his short blade, and brought it back. The hole was too obvious, it was visible at a glance.
And just that wouldn't trap anyone.
Immediately, Li Chen took the wood and directly covered the hole.
One less competitor is one less. Hopefully, the person who steps on it is light enough. Amen. Calculating the time, the entrance to the ruins should also be open.
After preparing everything, Li Chen bypassed the hole and walked up the stairs. He arrived on the second floor, which was a spacious enclosed space, and ahead stood a platform. On the platform lay a cowhide scroll, rolled up and tied with a red ribbon. Just as Li Chen was about to reach out, a sudden sound of gears turning echoed in the room. He saw the floor before him suddenly rise, and a platform slowly emerged from below, revealing 5 fishmen.
With zombie-like sharp teeth,
blue skin, and fish-like lower bodies, they held steel forks in their hands.
Cursed Fishman Level 25 Talent, Curse Soundwave Description, a fishman-type creature that emits ultrasonic waves to curse enemies, causing them to fall into a state of confusion. Li Chen's eyes lit up. This talent was quite good. The confusion state, like burning, poisoning, or bleeding, is one of the abnormal states. But it's even more deadly. A person affected by confusion will inevitably perceive chaos, like having eaten a poisonous mushroom, unable to distinguish direction, leading to a loss of control over their body. For example, if you want to use ability A, you might end up using ability B instead. If you intend to hit an enemy, you might accidentally hit yourself or a teammate. At this moment, the role of healers and some control clearing equipment becomes evident. Of course, in actual combat, it won't always be so ideal. One must also consider the enemy's mental strength and level. Some practitioners with high mental strength can offset attacks with their powerful mental energy. This also depends on the user's own mental strength and whether the effect hits. However, once in a state of chaos, the best method is to accept fate and do nothing, avoiding making things worse. Li Chen was just thinking this when suddenly, a hole burst open in the ceiling above and water began to pour out continuously. He instinctively looked back. He saw that the stairs had somehow closed off. Li Chen's expression changed slightly. This meant he was now in a completely enclosed space. The water level was slowly rising, covering his feet. If he didn't think of a solution quickly, he would be completely submerged in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, 5 cursed mermen in front of him raised their tridents and charged at Li Chen. Under the influence of the water, these mermen moved even more agilely. Li Chen instinctively raised his bow and arrow but quickly lowered it again. The distance was too close, drawing. The bow took time, and the space here was cramped. He directly took out the wind spirit short knife. In fact, close combat was also his strong suit. It was just that ranged attacks were too appealing. Why drive when you can take a ride? But even though he had been sitting in a wheelchair for a long time, his fundamentals were still solid. The wind spirit short knife, while not providing as high a power boost as the explosive bow, was still a physical damage weapon. It could benefit from the talent boost of the soul wizard class. Heavy injury. Li Chen retreated. Facing 5 mermen head-on was too difficult. He could only break through one by one. But unfortunately, the space here was still too small, and there wasn't much room to maneuver. With the water level rising beneath him, his speed was affected. Soon, Li Chen took a hit from a trident. A damage number instantly burst forth from him. Shield value -420. Such high damage. This hit directly took away a third of Li Chen's shield. But Li Chen also struck back. 511 heavy injury. The advantage of the short knife lay in its quick operation. After landing a hit, Li Chen quickly created distance again. Soon, the bloodthirsty bleeding damage began to take effect. 2800. 2800. You have killed a level 25 cursed merman. Experience plus 250. Even though he had anticipated this damage, Li Chen was still slightly taken aback. His strongest output method now was still the bleeding effect of bloodthirst. It could deal 500% of his own power as damage per second. However, this damage couldn't be fully realized because monsters had defense and damage reduction. But now his undead wizard class provided him with 50% defense penetration. The effect of his attacks was maximized. One merman monster fell directly. This made Li Chen's movements much easier. The space and capacity for movement increased, but the rising water beneath him was also a problem. He still needed to resolve this quickly. After a while, Li Chen found another opportunity. He slashed at one of the merman monsters. 510. After landing another hit, he created distance again. 2800. 2800. Huge bleeding damage erupted from it, and soon this merman monster also fell. 3 merman monsters remained on the field. Li Chen thought to himself, if this continues, I can take care of these mermen, grab the parchment on the platform, and then leave this cursed place. At this point, the water level had already risen to his knees. But then, an unexpected event occurred. The hole above, perhaps due to prolonged water flow, suddenly expanded, and a large amount of water gushed down. Li Chen's eyes widened. He looked at the parchment on the platform. Was this thing waterproof? There was no time to think too much. The water level rose rapidly, instantly submerging half of his body. In stark contrast to him were the increasingly agile merman monsters. As the water level rose significantly, these cunning mermen directly submerged into the water. Li Chen sighed. It seems I can only use that move. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained cursed soundwave A. After copying the ability, Li Chen immediately chose to use it. A soundwave interference emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. The 3 fishmen monsters, originally waving their tails in the water and pointing at Li Chen with iron forks, suddenly froze, their eyes losing their luster. Seeing this, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it worked. Taking a deep breath, he dove directly into the water. Facing the 3 confused fishmen who were lost, he struck each with a knife. Those who saw shared in the spoils. 513, 510, 515, 2800, 2800. You have killed 25 level cursed fishman *3, experience plus 750. Sacrificed cursed fishman souls *5, experience plus 600. Level up 2324. Very good. With the extra experience gained from sacrificing souls, leveling up became noticeably faster. The leveling speed, which had slowed down with the increase in level, returned to its peak. After killing these fishmen, the staircase behind him opened. Water flowed out through the opening. Li Chen sighed in relief, made his way to the platform ahead, and reached out to pick up the parchment. After checking it, he was glad that the waterproof quality was decent and it was undamaged. Just then, faint shouts and footsteps could be heard from outside. With no time to waste, Li Chen put away the parchment and ran back in the direction he came from. As the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins opened, a large number of professionals flooded into the ruins, spreading out in all directions. Some were happy, some were jealous, some cooperated, and some fought. The competition for unclaimed treasures had always been like this. If you had the ability to take the treasure, you also needed the strength to keep it. Otherwise, it was tantamount to suicide. The two major guilds, Legend and Blue Robe, had very clear goals. Upon entering, they headed straight for the largest main hall in the center of the ruins. The overall strength and personnel scale of the two guilds were the largest in this expedition. The other scattered teams did not dare to provoke them. Upon seeing the two groups heading towards the main hall, they tactfully took a detour to pick up scraps around. In the Legend Guild team, Zhang Tao walked at the front with a gloomy expression. The people from the Blue Robe Guild were determined to compete with them. When both sides arrived in front of the main hall, they stopped in unison. Then they faced each other. The representative of the Blue Robe Guild was a man in his 20s with flowing long hair, dressed in a Blue Guild uniform. Zhang Tao spoke loudly, trying to appear domineering. "Hey, if you know what's good for you, let us go in first." The representative of the Blue Robe Guild snorted coldly. "Oh, not young anymore, but quite the mouth. If you have the ability, then make a move. Who's afraid of whom?" Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow but did not actually strike. Using the guild's name wouldn't intimidate the other side. It showed that the other party was also confident. He wasn't afraid of the Blue Robe Guild. Usually, with his personality, he wouldn't shy away from trouble. The main reason was that his goal for this trip was that boss. He could even forego all the treasures and rewards here for that. Therefore, he needed to conserve his strength and couldn't afford to engage in a major conflict with the Blue Robe Guild. The people from the Blue Robe Guild had anticipated this and smiled lightly. What our president said was indeed correct. You people from Legend are just dogs raised by the One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon. Hearing these three words, Zhang Tao's expression darkened immensely. He had often heard this name from his father. From what he understood, he had come here at the behest of this One-Eyed Dragon. He had to kill the boss here and then return with the item. He just didn't expect that the Blue Robe Guild would come to stir up trouble. But the Blue Robe Guild had a significant background as well. From the other party's words, he could tell they were confident in their position. Zhang Tao, with a pained expression, said, "Brother, since you know this, why don't we just leave each other alone? You can search the main hall first." After 3 years of enduring hardships at school, he had somewhat learned to be patient. The representative of the Qingshan Guild laughed heartily. In fact, he didn't dare to openly offend the One-Eyed Dragon. Behind Zhang Tao, who was a big boss in the underground world of Zhanghai, but taking advantage of the situation was still possible. "I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive, so let's head in first." With that, he led his people into the hall ahead of everyone else. Watching this scene, Du Qingran felt a bit displeased. Wasn't this going to leave them with nothing? With so many people present, there wasn't enough to go around. It would be better to just fight it out. "Hey, Zhang Tao, are you really going to back down like this? There. People aren't that much stronger than us." Zhang Tao sighed and comforted her. "Darling, we're here to fight the boss. It's better to conserve our strength." As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Besides, even if they get something, they have to be able to take it away. Hearing this, Du Qingran's expression softened a bit. It was mainly because Li Chen had upset her yesterday, which made her eager to improve, unwilling to always lag behind. Meanwhile, the people from the Qingshan Guild who had entered the main hall first were dumbfounded. The excited smiles on their faces instantly faded. In front of them was a corridor with dozens of doors on either side. But why had all of them been opened? On the other side, Li Chen, standing at a distance and looking at the main hall, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, he had come out quickly, or he would have run into those people. Glancing at the parchment in his hand, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised. Through the records on the parchment, he had a simple understanding of the story. Behind this place, there had once been a group of people who wanted to resurrect the Wind Dragon here, and the price was to sacrifice their lives. No wonder there were corpse people wandering around. As for the main hall in the middle, which seemed to hold many good things, it was actually an altar, imprisoning quite a few restless spirits. Li Chen's earlier guess was correct. The many small rooms on the first floor were indeed cells. The entrance he saw leading underground was a dungeon. The second floor above was a water prison. No wonder it held corpse people and monsters.
The parchment in his hand also had a map drawn on it, with several points specially marked.
Li Chen estimated that these points likely contained good items.
Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was just starting to search, he quickly headed towards the nearest location. At this moment, the people from the Qingshan Guild also emerged from the main hall with dark expressions. Seeing them come out so quickly, Zheng Tao was taken aback.
Hey, what were you doing? Why are you out so soon?
The representative, Qingfeng, came out looking disheveled and cursed. Damn it, someone must have gotten ahead of us, probably a fast assassin. Search everywhere.
There must be important items that he took.
Hearing this, Zheng Tao raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation and feeling a bit startled. Someone was actually faster than them. Who could it be? They had been at the forefront when the entrance opened and had rushed in without stopping.
Could it be that someone has been here for a while? Du Qingran suddenly spoke up.
Her words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Zheng Tao's eyes narrowed. Such an existence was unexpected and made him feel threatened.
Whether it's a person or a
ghost, our legend is not to be trifled with. If anyone dares to steal our boss, we'll make sure to turn them into a sieve. As he spoke, he raised the golden-level weapon in his hand. At the same time, Li Chen walked through the ruins, a cold breeze occasionally blowing through the air.
He glanced at the map. That's right, it's just ahead. At that moment, sounds of fighting came from ahead. Li Chen frowned. Had someone already arrived first?
As he stealthily approached, he discovered a team of 4 professional players working smoothly together to battle several corpse monsters. Behind these corpse monsters, in a dilapidated house, was a beautifully crafted treasure chest. With the efforts of this team, they quickly killed the corpse monster blocking the door and cleared the obstacle. The leader of the squad, a warrior, couldn't wait to rush inside, heading straight for the treasure chest.
No!
Li Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the ceiling. Just as the warrior was about to reach the chest, a rope suddenly fell from the roof, and immediately after, a bound wooden
beam came crashing down.
The warrior, his eyes filled with visions of the treasure, didn't notice and was directly struck, flung away.
Cough, cough.
He spat out a mouthful of blood and reached out towards the healer beside him.
Quick, heal me.
The healer seemed oblivious, gazing at the treasure chest in the room, murmuring, "This must be a fine treasure
chest. It seems easy to open golden-grade equipment. The value of a piece of golden-grade equipment could easily overturn any emotion, driving one to madness and leading them astray."
The warrior's expression changed as he struggled on the ground, anxiously saying, "Hurry, heal me, or when someone comes, we're all done for."
No one paid him any mind. After
all, it was a random party, and under the temptation of profit, it was hard to resist. The other 3 remained silent, tacitly walking into the room, leaving him outside. The warrior's face was filled with indignation, but he could only watch helplessly as they entered to open the treasure chest.
Inside, the mage lightly waved his staff, a burst of flames
erupting, turning the hanging wooden beam to ashes.
"Let me see what's inside, you all wait here."
He then joyfully squatted down in front of the treasure chest, beginning to unlock it.
Just as he excitedly opened the chest, a shadow loomed over him from behind.
A chubby member of the team had quietly approached his back, and at the moment the chest was opened, a
knife plunged into his side. "Ah, you fat bastard, what are you doing?" the mage shouted. Feeling his life force draining away, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. The mage was strong in output, but his body was fragile. Mainly, he hadn't expected someone to be so brazen as to ambush him, not even pretending. The chubby guy didn't stop. Instead, he continued to stab. Numbers began to pop up from the mage. Soon, he collapsed in a pool of blood.
Only then did the chubby guy turn around, his body already splattered with his teammates' blood.
The healer smiled sweetly at the chubby guy. "Thank you, big brother, you're so good to Yaya, I agree to go on a date with you."
Saying this, she skipped happily to the treasure
chest and opened it directly. Yeah, this is what I should do, we will be together forever."
The chubby guy revealed a simple smile from behind.
The healer named Yaya's
eyes flashed with a hint of disgust, but it was quickly replaced by the glimmer from the treasure chest. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing the chubby
guy's body. "No simps allowed." Li Chen stepped out from behind.
The chubby guy's smile froze on his face as he clutched his chest, half kneeling on the ground, eyes wide open.
Seeing Li Chen appear, he hurriedly cried out to the healer in front, "Yaya, run."
Li Chen's brow twitched.
"No, if you keep this up, it makes me look like the villain. Who was the one stabbing teammates from behind so vigorously just now?"
In contrast, the woman called Yaya showed no sign of sadness for the chubby guy, only a face of terror as she shrank back.
"Who are you?"
Li Chen said nothing, gliding past the chubby guy, twirling a dagger in his hand, walking step by step towards her. The girl quickly looked at the chubby guy. "Help
me."
The chubby guy desperately tried to stand up but found himself powerless, his life force rapidly fading. The girl's face turned pale. "Useless," she cursed, then looked at Li
Chen with a pleading expression. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want."
Saying this, she even voluntarily let her clothes fall, revealing her snowy white skin. The chubby guy stared with wide eyes, shouting in rage, "Stop.
You can't insult my goddess like this." But the goddess he was furious about seemed completely unconcerned, instead insisting, "Don't listen to him, feel free to humiliate me, as long as you can spare my life."
This posture, as if afraid that Li Chen would take her for a steadfast and unyielding, virtuous woman. While speaking, she showcased her impressive assets. The fat man behind was stunned. Seeing his goddess in such a state, his heart was filled with sorrow. In an instant, it felt as if his faith had collapsed, and he fainted on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Li Chen couldn't help but want to applaud. So impressive. The woman's eyes were watery, staring at him with a pitiful expression, evoking sympathy in those who looked on. But unfortunately, Li Chen had no inclination to be a sycophant. After witnessing her previous act of using a knife to kill, he felt nothing but disdain. Just then, Li Chen suddenly sensed something was off and turned to look behind him. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged and pulled out his original position. In the process, he quickly retrieved something from the treasure chest, putting it away without even looking. Meanwhile, the woman was still posing in place, unaware that danger had already descended. Seeing Li Chen's actions, she felt a surge of joy, thinking he had softened, until fireballs mixed with countless arrows were hurled in from outside the door. Her face turned pale, and before she could react, she was already engulfed by the barrage. Ignoring the woman who had been turned into a sieve, Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the doorway. The next moment, shadows emerged from the smoke. There appeared to be at least a dozen people, all wearing the standard attire of the Qingshan Guild. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. Although not all the guild members had arrived, the scale was considerable, equivalent to 2.5 fully equipped teams. Oh, quick! On the uptake, huh? A burly man holding a shield stepped forward, warily eyeing Li Chen. This kid seems to have something. He might be the one the boss told us to find. Humph. How powerful can someone be who even abandoned his girl? Get him. Block the door, don't let him escape, and send a few people to sneak around behind him. A group of them loudly conspired, not taking Li Chen seriously at all. Soon, they surrounded Li Chen from both sides. Li Chen shrugged. What's this about? No grudges, no enmity, why bother? The burly man spat. Kid, hand over what you just took. Li Chen kept his head down and said nothing. The burly man signaled to the others with his eyes. The next second, over a dozen professionals moved simultaneously. Warriors swung their greatswords, mages began to gather their mana, archers drew their bows, and healers started to activate buffs. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly lifted his head. Bright ripples appeared in his eyes, expanding continuously, instantly covering the entire area. Around him, the professionals who had already readied their weapons froze, falling into a state of chaos. This was the ability he had copied from the merman monster, Cursed Soundwave. Of course, not everyone was equally affected. Some higher-level individuals, or those equipped with items that enhanced mental strength, only spaced out for a moment before regaining their senses. But those who had fallen into chaos regarded them as enemies. Reluctantly, they began to turn on each other. Ah! What the hell, are you blind? Why are you hitting me? Stop it, stop it. What's going on? Those who managed to stay somewhat clear-headed had to deal with their irrational teammates, completely unable to spare a hand to look at Li Chen. Li Chen exhaled. This effect is even more effective than I imagined. He watched the chaos of self-inflicted violence with interest while casually stepping outside. Seeing Li Chen about to leave, those who remained clear-headed panicked. Damn it, he's getting away. Stop him, wake up. A man furiously slapped a teammate who was lost in chaos. However, the response he received was 2 slaps back. They've gone mad, completely mad. What the hell is going on with these people? Stop. What did you do to them? Someone shouted at Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen's relaxed demeanor, they all realized this was his doing. What kind of ability was this? So rare. Who exactly are you? Li Chen did not respond and left directly under the gaze of these people, leaving them to slowly turn on each other. If he waited any longer, the reinforcements from the Qingshan Guild would arrive, and that would be troublesome. He had no intention of directly clashing with any guild just yet. After all, aside from himself, the main competition here was between the Qingshan Guild and the Legendary Guild. The boss had not yet respawned. Currently, the 3 parties were in a state of mutual restraint. Once the balance was broken, it would only benefit the other side. After walking a distance away, Li Chen took out the items he had just obtained from the treasure chest. He had been too rushed earlier to take a good look. Upon seeing the items, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this was not equipment, but rather a type of item. It was a transparent bottle containing half a bottle of red liquid. Frenzy potion, rare, drinking it restores full status. Immediately, reduces damage by 80%, can be used 3 times. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. It was actually a rare level potion. So far, the potions developed by humans had only reached the rare level. Therefore, any potion at the rare level, regardless of its effect, was worth significantly more. Although it was a consumable, its true value was no less than any piece of golden level equipment. There had always been major forces widely purchasing them in the market, and now they were priceless. As expected, the location marked on this parchment was indeed a good find. Li Chen was overjoyed. He had come across a rare level potion right away. What else could he find? He hurriedly made his way to the other marked locations. If he took too long, someone else might snatch it away. Not long after, Li Chen arrived at an abandoned clearing according to the markings on the parchment. He stopped under a giant tree, looking at the pile of dirt cast aside and the empty hole dug at his feet. Had he come too late? Li Chen sighed. Just as he was about to take out the parchment to check the next location, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. He quickly tucked the parchment away and retreated behind the tree. Before long, a man covered in blood ran back from the front, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Hot on his heels were several aggressive-looking professionals. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Damn it, he looks weak, but he runs pretty fast. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. At this moment, instead of focusing on exploration, they were chasing each other with such intensity, there must be some deep-seated hatred involved. Unless the treasure under the tree had been dug up, which was likely related to these people. It seemed a lot had happened. He immediately darted after them. On the way, Li Chen chased while curiously observing. These relentless pursuers did not seem weak. It appeared there was indeed something valuable that made them chase so fiercely. Just as he was pondering this, the man fleeing ahead suddenly vanished into thin air. There was not a trace of his presence. The professionals stopped, bewildered. What the hell? Where did he go? Even Li Chen, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. In his last glance, he thought he saw the man put something on. The professionals were furious. Having chased for so long only to find their target had disappeared. As expected, that treasure must have been taken by him. Continue searching the area. We need to turn this place upside down to find it. Li Chen shook his head and quietly retreated. It seemed to be an invisibility-type item, but it was better to cut his losses now. Continuing to waste time would not be worth it. He headed back in the direction he came from. After walking for a while, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass ahead. Li Chen thought it might be a monster and paid it no mind. He raised his bow, ready to shoot an arrow. Suddenly, a head popped out from the grass. Li Chen was taken aback and quickly lowered his bow. Goodness, someone was crouching in a place like this. He almost mistook them for a monster. He walked closer and discovered that there were actually two people lying in the grass. Two men and a woman, all three appeared to be seriously injured. Upon seeing Li Chen, their faces were filled with fear and vigilance. The limping soldier struggled to stand up, adopting a crooked stance as he picked up a silver-sharp spear. Li Chen said calmly, "I advise you to think carefully. I hate it when others point guns at me." Hearing this, the soldier's hand trembled and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Who are you? Where's Arrow?" "Arrow? If you're talking about the one who was just chased, I can tell you he's fine for now." The three of them sighed in relief at first, seemingly realizing that Li Chen was not with those people. But then their faces turned pale again. "Arrow, he's still being chased. Damn it, he sacrificed himself to draw those villains away for us." From the reactions on the faces of the three, Li Chen concluded that they were indeed in cahoots, and their relationship seemed to be more than just a temporary team. They were likely long-term partners. He then noticed them exchanging glances and whispering about something. However, that was no longer his concern. Li Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out, a voice called from behind. "Brother, please wait." It was the soldier's voice. Li Chen stopped and asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" The soldier took a deep breath. "As you can see, our situation is dire, and we don't want to abandon our companion. As long as you can bring Era back, we'll give you everything we have." Li Chen glanced at the equipment on the three of them. To be honest, it was quite ordinary, all black. Iron and silver, not even a piece of gold equipment. His expression turned strange. It seemed these people were desperate, throwing caution to the wind by trying to trade with a stranger. He sighed and said, "You must have taken the buried treasure under the tree, which is why you ended up like this." The three of them changed their expressions, looking at him in surprise. Seeing their reaction, Li Chen already had the answer in his heart. When one obtains something precious but lacks the ability to handle it, they will eventually lose it in another way. The soldier sighed, regret in his eyes. In fact, he regretted it too. If he had known it would turn out like this, they shouldn't have taken the treasure. "As long as you can bring him back, you can have whatever you want, that treasure is yours." Saying this, he took out a walkie-talkie. "With this, you can contact Eru." Looking at him, Li Chen narrowed his eyes. "Fine." Li Chen didn't waste any more words and stepped forward to take the walkie-talkie. It was common for professionals to help each other out, each getting what they needed. He had originally given up on that treasure, but since it was offered, he might as well take it. He turned and headed back in the direction he had come from. Moments later, he disappeared from the scene. The three professionals watched Li Chen's figure fade away and sat back down. "Hey, do you think he can bring Arrow back?" "I think it's unlikely, he looks quite young." The soldier shook his head and sighed, "There's no choice, we can only trust him now. This place is so remote, we can't find anyone else." Li Chen returned to the spot where Arrow had disappeared. Seeing that no one was around, he took out the walkie-talkie and pressed the button to activate it. After a few minutes, a noisy sound came from the other end, followed by faint voices. "Hello? Are you guys okay over there?" "I'm fine for now." Li Chen spoke. "Where are you?" There was a pause on the other end, and after a while, there was no response. "Hello? Who are you? How did the walkie-talkie end up in your hands?" A wary voice came from the other side. Li Chen replied, I'm your teammate's contact sent to rescue
You. How do I know you're not someone who killed my teammate and is impersonating him?
Li Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that having a treasure made people cautious.
Then should I just leave?
There was silence on the other end for a moment, followed by a bitter laugh.
Sigh, those people are blocking the entrance. I can't get out at all. They are determined to gamble my life away.
Li Chen directly asked,
What location?
The voice on the radio paused for a moment. At the intersection of coordinates, -1211, 2001. They are very strong. Be careful.
Li Chen
had already hung up the radio and hurried towards the intersection. After walking for a while, he indeed saw several professionals blocking the road. They were squatting by the roadside, cursing.
This damn kid can really run.
We're just waiting here. I don't believe he won't come out. We need to teach this guy a good lesson for making us waste so much time.
Let's just
wait. If we can get the treasure, it'll be worth it. That's a rare great item, and it'll be hard to find in the future. Not far away, Li Chen, who heard this, felt a stir in his heart.
Another rare great item.
As expected, the marked spots on the map were all good things.
He then stepped out without any hesitation. The noise under his feet quickly attracted the attention of the few people in front. Where did this kid come from?
You scared me. The few people who heard the noise were startled, thinking a competitor had arrived. They soon realized it was just a teenager, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Get out of here, this isn't a place for you, go play somewhere else.
Oh, wait a minute, this little brat has some decent gear. One man in the
group's eyes lit up when he saw the explosive bow strapped to Li Chen's waist, greed flashing in his eyes as he reached out.
Quick, let me see it.
Li Chen covered his face, feeling helpless. The next moment, he suddenly looked up, his clear eyes peeking through his fingers, a ring of green ripples appearing in his gaze.
A wave of energy instantly expanded, sweeping across the scene. Compared to the Qingshan Guild, this ragtag team was much weaker overall. The few people instantly fell into chaos.
Although it wouldn't cause any substantial harm, the effect was
enormous. In a real battle, even a moment of distraction could lead to a complete rout.
Li Chen casually walked forward, lightly slashing with his dagger, blood splattering everywhere.
513, 515, 517. Feeling the attack and thrown into confusion, the few people panicked.
They started to grapple with each other without distinguishing who was who. This saved Li Chen a lot of effort. Li Chen stepped aside, took out the radio, and contacted the others. About a minute later, the call was connected. Soon, Air, whose voice came through.
What's going on? Did you see those people? Are they still guarding there?
You can come out now, Li Chen replied. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the radio was stunned.
What do you mean?
It's already resolved, you can come out, Li Chen repeated.
So fast?
Air, who was bewildered. He began to doubt whether Li Chen was tricking him into coming out. You'll know if you come out and take a look. Hurry up, I'm busy, Li Chen said, a bit impatient.
All right.
About 5 minutes later, Air, who cautiously appeared from behind.
He looked like a thief.
Li Chen waved at him. Seeing that there was really only Li Chen at the intersection, Air, who quickened his pace. Looking at the professionals lying on the ground, he was astonished. This was a fully equipped team with strong capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. And now, they had been taken care of in just a short time. Did you do this all by yourself? Air, who asked with respect.
Li Chen remained noncommittal, walking ahead.
Hurry up, your teammates are still waiting for you.
Air, who nodded quickly and followed. On the way, he couldn't help but say, thank you for your help, big shot. Someone with your strength actually came to save me. To be honest, I'm a bit flattered. Li Chen perfunctorily nodded, wanting to complete the task quickly.
As they walked, Air, whose face was filled with conflict. Just as they were about to reach their destination, he took a deep breath, as if making
a big decision.
He stopped and then said,
Boss, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get out. Thank you again for saving me. I don't have much, so you can take this.
Saying this, he took out
a delicate cloak from his backpack.
Invisibility cloak, rare, functional item effect, enter invisibility effect after wearing, cannot be observed, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes.
Oh, seeing the item, Li Chen raised an eyebrow.
This effect, he had a bold idea, unsure whether to voice it. Ahem, he looked again at Eru, who still had a struggling expression. Not bad, this Eru, although a bit rough around the edges, was quite sensible and could resist temptation. He hadn't even mentioned it first. Eru, with a pained look in his eyes, spoke up. We originally planned to hand this item over to someone from the Qingshan Guild. That way, we might qualify to join the guild. You should take it quickly, I'm afraid I'll regret it.
Li Chen chuckled lightly and accepted it. Eru's thoughts were actually quite normal.
In this world, solo players had a hard time. Whenever there was something good, it rarely fell to them and they could only pick up scraps. If they could attach themselves to a major force, it would be a comfortable shortcut.
Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. It sounded like at least a dozen people.
The noise grew closer, and Eru's expression
changed. That direction, his teammates were still ahead. Something must have happened, right? but soon, several of his teammates appeared first. Moreover, they seemed to be in much better condition. However, Arrow frowned. What exactly happened? He noticed that behind his teammates there was a group of unfamiliar faces. Watching the shadows slowly emerge, Li Chen frowned. He seemed to have seen these people somewhere. That's right. They were from the Qingshan Guild. They actually came looking for them? Arrow stepped forward, ready to greet his teammates while curiously watching the newcomers. As he got closer and looked for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recognized their attire. They were from the Qingshan Guild. This was the guild he had longed to join, which he thought about day and night. But just then, the squad leader from the Qingshan Guild approached, impatiently pushing him aside and walking towards Li Chen, sneering, "You little brat, finally caught you. You run pretty fast." As soon as these words were spoken, the warriors looked shocked. "Ha? What do you mean?" Seeing that it was about to turn violent, they were all confused. "Hey, you guys are useless, just scram. You really thought we were willing to help you?" The cold laughter of the Qingshan Guild members rang out. The warriors' faces changed in unison. Arrow was taken aback and hurriedly asked a teammate beside him what happened. The warrior stammered, telling him the story. It turned out that shortly after Li Chen left, a group of people from the Qingshan Guild rushed over, asking about a certain person. Based on the characteristics provided by the Qingshan Guild members, they quickly thought of Li Chen. At first, they all chose to remain silent, not knowing the other party's attitude. Later, these Qingshan Guild members falsely claimed to be Li Chen's friends and even offered to help them heal. Upon hearing this, they associated Li Chen's strength with the Qingshan Guild, so they brought people along. But at that moment, these Qingshan Guild members revealed their fangs. If they were truly allies, how could they have such an attitude? The warrior looked pained. "He saved you, but I inadvertently betrayed him. It's my fault, all my fault." Arrow listened, his face filled with disbelief. His perfect image of the Qingshan Guild shattered completely. The place he once yearned for turned out to be filled with these evil, cunning people. These people are too cunning. "No, he has helped me. We can't just watch him walk into danger." The four of them showed determined expressions. Without hesitation, he ran over to Li Chen's side. Seeing the reactions of Arrow and the others along with the members of the Qingshan Guild, Li Chen had almost guessed the course of events. Looking at the aggressive Qingshan members ahead, Li Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable. He was not someone who could be easily slaughtered. The captain of the Qingshan Guild, Wang Mang, stepped forward and arrogantly said, "You little brat, I know you have some kind of item that can cause chaos. I advise you to hand it over voluntarily, along with the treasures you obtained. Earlier, none of these belonged to you." Li Chen scoffed, "If your guild is filled with people like you, then you are truly blessed." Wang Meng's eyes narrowed. "You're asking for death." Li Chen didn't waste any more words and used cursed sound wave again. A wave of sound instantly expanded. Wang Meng snorted coldly, "Fool, you don't think we would fall for that again, do you?" He waved his hand. "Purify." A team member behind him planted a staff on the ground. A blue array appeared on the ground, enveloping everyone within it. Li Chen's soundwave attack was instantly nullified. "Oh," Li Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed they had come prepared. "Ha ha ha." Wang Mang laughed triumphantly. "Is this it? Is this all you can do? Without this trick, anyone from our side could crush you like an ant. Prepare. Let's blast this fool to pieces. This is what happens when you go against our Qingshan Guild." Li Chen looked at him coldly and drew his explosive bow. Arrow frowned, wanting to find an opportunity to persuade them. After all, the members of the Qingshan Guild were too strong and their chances of winning were too low. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he hurriedly stepped forward and said to Wang Mang, "Boss of the Qingshan Guild, is there some misunderstanding? With so many strong people on your side, why make such a big deal? Peace is precious." "Tisk, peace is precious? Ha ha ha." Wang Mang laughed and ordered, "Blast this idiot too. You had your chance before, but now that you can't win, you talk about peace?" "Step back, Arrow," Li Chen said heavily. Li Chen then took out a cloak of concealment and draped it over himself. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Wang Mang and the others, who had arrows drawn and were ready to fire, were stunned. "What the hell? He disappeared? Where is he? Did he run away?" Once they realized, Wang Mang gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this kid has a lot of items on him. We must kill him. These belong to our Qingshan Guild. First, capture his companion. Let's see if he comes out." With that, the Qingshan members locked their sights on the bewildered Arrow. No. When the firepower truly locked onto him, he panicked. Unlike Li Chen, who had many skills and was unafraid in the face of a big scene, he simply covered his head and fled in a panic. At that moment, a sharp silver arrow shot out from the void, accompanied by a piercing sound. Wang Mang was startled. The arrow was aimed at him, but he couldn't see where it had come from. It was too sudden. He hurriedly fell back, losing his balance and landing on the ground. Fortunately, the arrow struck right between his legs, embedding itself in the ground just a few centimeters from his groin. Wang Mang was drenched in sweat, feeling a lingering fear as he said, "Ha, it missed, it's nothing." But not long after, seeing the red, trembling arrow, he suddenly had a bad premonition. No, it can't be, right? Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Smoke instantly billowed up.
The scene was filled with swirling smoke. The members of the Qingshan Guild were in a frenzy.
Boss, are you okay? Captain, where are you? Wang Mang's heartbroken voice came from the smoke. Ah, this explosion effect is from a golden grade weapon. We must catch that little brat. Damn, the boss has turned into a blasted chicken.
At that moment, several more arrows
shot over. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang.
Each arrow was a splash damage attack. Wang Mang and the others dared not stand together any longer and hurriedly dispersed.
The healer's staff was
already smoking, and the entire team was in a flurry. Meanwhile, Eru and his teammates were dumbfounded by the scene. The Qingshan Guild, a guild they viewed as incredibly powerful, with these
impressive big shots. Yet now, they were all in such disarray? Was this really the Qingshan they knew, one of the major guilds in Jianghai? It felt no different from when they usually got beaten up.
At that moment, the filter completely shattered.
Damn, can't play anymore, I'm out.
Wang Mang shouted as he ran back in the direction they came from.
How could they fight? They couldn't see anyone the entire time.
If it weren't for the purification effect still being active, along with a few strong healers, they would probably have been finished. Even now, the losses were severe.
Arrow and the others were completely stunned. The people from the Qingshan Guild were actually starting to flee.
They had just begun fighting. They wouldn't even dare to think about this in their dreams.
Watching the
Qingshan Guild members flee in disarray, Li Chun chuckled.
These people wouldn't die without shedding a layer of skin.
With the invisibility of the stealth cloak combined with his current explosive attacks, it was indeed fierce. The members of the Qingshan Guild were indeed strong, each of them at a higher level than him.
But it didn't matter. The opponents couldn't see him at all and could only passively take hits.
If it weren't for the purification effect, Li Chen could have worn them down with just bloodthirst. Soon, the effect of the stealth cloak ended.
Li Chen's figure reappeared on the field.
At this point, the Qingshan Guild had vanished without a trace. Only Eru and the others remained, bewildered. Eru cautiously approached Li Chun from behind and asked incredulously, "Bro, did you
do all this? Wow, this is too strong. Who else could it be but the big shot?"
"Eru, your brain isn't working too well, huh?" a few teammates teased, enjoying the moment.
Eru chuckled.
At first, when he saw Li Chen disappear, he wondered if Li Chen had run away. But then he saw the Qingshan Guild members wailing in despair.
If it really was Li Chen, that would be terrifying. To single-handedly
take on the entire Qingshan Guild and drive them all away was something he couldn't even dare to imagine.
Hee, Li Chen smiled.
"It's all thanks to this stealth cloak. It saved me a lot of
trouble."
Eru was astonished. The same item in his hands was like two extremes in Li Chen's hands.
When he held it, it was only useful for running away.
Looking at Li Chen, a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. "Sorry, these people were brought here by my teammates, and it caused you trouble." The three warriors also lowered their heads, already prepared for a scolding.
Li Chen waved his hand. "No
worries, I'll have my battle with them sooner or later, it's just not the right time yet." The Qingshan Guild, the legendary guild. Zhang Tao, a sharp glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes.
Calculating
the time, the boss was about to respawn.
Li Chen prepared to leave and looked at Eru and the others. "What are your plans now?"
The few exchanged glances and smiled, with Eru speaking up. "We plan
to head back first. We're heavily injured and can't compete for treasures here anymore." Li Chen nodded. This was indeed the best choice.
Eru smiled and said, "Bro, if fate allows, I'll pursue my dreams.
Again. I hope one day I can become a strong person like you." "Thanks. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what would have happened. If we meet again in the future, I will surely repay you."
After bidding farewell to these people, Li Chen turned and headed towards the last point on the parchment map.
Whoosh, 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 bang, 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 -750, 750, 751.
You killed 24 level white cold corpses *3, experience plus 720. You killed 25 level wind fire wolves *2, experience plus 500. Sacrifice souls *5, experience plus 600.
On the way to the new point, Li Chen cleared all the monsters along the way. His level had now reached 25.
Name, Li Chen. Occupation, blank level, 25 strength, 800 constitution, 360 agility, 350 spirit, 320 talent. Card talent ability, Soul Wizard, SS level. Occupation, Guardian Shield, S. Bloodthirsty, S. Curse Soundwave, A. Enhancement, C. Card, 1 huff. Li Chen exhaled. As long as he kept grinding monsters to level up, he would eventually achieve occupational freedom. Of course, since he was here, he wanted to grab some treasures too.
Speaking of which, is it possible to replicate an SSS level occupation and directly synthesize an SSS level? Cough cough.
Li Chen shook his head with a smile.
In reality, there aren't that many geniuses. Most people consider it a reversal of fate just to have an A-level occupation.
And having an S-level means their family must have burned a lot of incense. He should focus on leveling up and advancing to the next tier, aiming for the newcomer leaderboard. There seemed to be generous, mysterious
rewards at that time. Li Chen continued towards his target point. He had already wasted quite a bit of time and he hoped he hadn't been discovered yet. He was getting closer to the last point. Li Chen was surprised to find that there were more and more people on the road. He often saw other occupational teams after just a few steps. But here, everyone's mindset was to grind monsters and find treasures. Generally, conflicts between occupational players were rare. Only during treasure disputes would clashes occur. Most people were quite friendly. Seeing Li Chen alone, they wouldn't say anything bad. Some even greeted him enthusiastically. Bro, are you alone? Want to join our team? We can split the loot evenly after we find something. In such situations, Li Chen would politely decline. Hey, young man, how's the harvest? Found any treasures? Li Chen was speechless. Dude, that question is a bit too direct, right? A normal person wouldn't just say they found something. Asking like that, aren't you just fishing? Seriously, no pretense at all. Li Chen continued walking. Just as he was about to reach his destination, he was surprised to find that this location was the boss square. The last point on the parchment map was actually where the boss respawned. Was this hinting that killing the boss would yield good loot, or? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen shook his head. No, if that were the case, it would seem a bit redundant. There must be some treasure hidden nearby. He climbed to a high point on the outskirts of the boss area. Looking down, he saw the main members of the Qingshan Guild and the legendary guild waiting below. Li Chen frowned. This was a bit tricky. If there really was treasure, it would be best to grab it now. Otherwise, once the boss respawned and the fight started, there would be even less time to take it. But with so many people around, it would be quite difficult to take it quietly. Moreover, he wasn't sure if someone had already taken it. Now that the Qingshan Guild members were here, if any of them recognized him, they definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Li Chen glanced at his stealth cloak, which showed that the cooldown was over. Well, he might as well take a look, go quickly and return. Even if he was discovered, it shouldn't be too hard to escape. At this moment, in the boss square, Zhang Tao's expression was fluctuating. He looked at the representative of the Qingshan Guild and said, Brother Qingfeng, didn't we agree earlier to let the boss go to our legendary guild? Why are you bringing people here now? Qingfeng snorted, displeased, and said, We just wasted our time in the main hall, searched all around, and found nothing. One of our teammates even fell into the dungeon, and we don't even know which bastard put the board to block the hole. We can't just come here for nothing, can we? Zhang Tao's anger flared up as well. So, you just go back on your word and try to steal our boss? Do you really think our legend guild is afraid of you? Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean your boss? It's a public resource, everyone has a share. Do you think your legend guild can go against the whole world? Zhang Tao was momentarily speechless, and he grew anxious. This time, it wasn't just about completing the task assigned by his family, it was also his first debut, and there could be no mistakes. Moreover, Du Qingran was watching from the side. Seeing Du Qingran's obviously disappointed expression, Zhang Tao's heart sank. I'm not some useless Li Chen. With that thought, he steeled himself. This should be his home turf. So what do you want? Our legend guild doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. This boss is ours. Upon hearing this, both sides of the professionals quickly adjusted their stances, picked up their weapons, and tension filled the air. Seeing the readiness for battle, the surrounding onlookers also stepped back a few paces, preparing to watch the show. Qingfeng shook his head and sighed. Young man, I advise you to cool. Constant fighting and killing is not the way to go. This concerns the relationship between two major forces. It's not a child's play. Not everything can be solved by fighting. Although our interaction hasn't been pleasant, we can cooperate. Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. How do we cooperate? The boss was about to appear. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to escalate things at this moment. Qingfeng spoke, let's fight the boss together, it will be more efficient, and we won't have to worry about any accidents. In the end, we can split the rewards together, how about that? Zhang Tao frowned, not very willing. Finally, a few core members from different guilds came to persuade him in whispers. His expression gradually calmed down. Fine, we can cooperate, but that item must be given to us. Qingfeng waved his hand generously, no problem. He certainly knew what Zhang Tao was referring to. To be honest, that item was indeed very precious. But the risks it brought were not something an ordinary person could handle. Innocent people can suffer for having something valuable. The Qingshan Guild didn't have the capability to guard it. The Legend Guild was also just helping others. The real mastermind was that group of madmen led by the underground King Zhang Hai. Seeing Qingfeng agree, Zhang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Du Qingran huffed unhappily and turned her head away. Now it's good, we're going to lose half of it. Her impression of Zhang Tao dropped a notch. After all, she was the one who usually took half. At that moment, she recalled the mysterious powerhouse she had discovered in the Yunhai secret realm yesterday. Her eyes sparkled. That person was much stronger than Zhang Tao, and should also be a very young prodigy. At this moment, Li Chen arrived at the edge of the boss square, blending into the crowd. Watching the two guilds choose to cooperate, he frowned slightly. This was a bit troublesome. He had initially hoped
They would fight, allowing him to benefit. It seemed the difficulty was about to spike. Forget it, the priority was still to find that remaining treasure. Li Chen, cloaked, moved through the crowd. He finally stopped in front of a large exposed rock. It was a piece of white marble, smooth on the surface, with formed patterns that looked like it had been deliberately polished. At this moment, several professionals were sitting on the stone, apparently a small team. Li Chen's heart sank. He thought, these people can't have already discovered the item, can they? But then he reconsidered, if they had already found the treasure, they wouldn't be acting like this, nor would they still be lingering here. There were too many people here. Going directly to grab it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. When the boss fight starts later, these people's attention will definitely shift away from here, and that will be the best time to take it. While thinking this, Li Chen walked straight up. Soon, he caught the attention of a few people. They looked at him strangely until he got within a certain distance, then one of them spoke up. "Hey, little brother, are you here alone?" a burly man asked. As he spoke, he cautiously sized up Li Chen. Judging by his build, they could tell Li Chen was quite young. But because he was wearing a cloak and kept a low profile, he instinctively gave off a dangerous vibe. In the world of martial arts, who doesn't have a bit of wariness in their heart? Li Chen pulled down half of his cloak and smiled slightly. "I'm a bit thirsty, can I borrow a cup of water?" The burly man paused and exchanged glances with a mature woman beside him. The mature woman smiled, pressed her red lips together, and enthusiastically took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, tossing it over. "Catch it, friend." Li Chen reached out to catch it without hesitation, directly twisting off the cap and pouring it into his mouth, looking as if he was extremely thirsty. Seeing this, the small team let out a sigh of relief. Watching Li Chen so easily trust others and dare to drink something given by a stranger, they felt a lot less guarded. Turns out he was just a little kid. But in reality, it was quite the opposite. Li Chen didn't care if there was poison inside. During the time his guardian shield was active, he was immune to all toxins. This just happened to dispel these people's concerns. The mature woman covered her mouth and chuckled, beckoning, "Drink slowly, come sit over here." As she spoke, she shifted her position to make room for Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, walked over, and sat down. "My name is Yan Zi, this big guy is Shirlei, and the two next to me are De Tian and Xiao Tian, a pair of brothers." The mature woman introduced them warmly. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman, all looking to be in their late 20s. Li Chen nodded. This was quite normal. They were in the wild, and most people here were from society. In contrast, someone as young as him was rare. "My name is Yang Li," Li Chen said, while pulling his cloak back over himself. Seeing Li Chen's behavior, Yan Zi looked a bit puzzled. "Why are you wearing that cloak? Isn't it hot?" Li Chen smiled and said, "Actually, I'm being hunted, so I can't show my face to avoid being recognized." "Ha ha ha." Shirlei let out a hearty laugh. "You're quite the character, kid. Who would say that while on the run? Just like a rich person wouldn't admit to being wealthy." The other team members also laughed lively. Li Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. He could tell that these people weren't particularly vicious. However, Yan Zi suddenly said, "Little brother Yang, you came to find us. It can't just be because you're thirsty, right?" Li Chen was taken aback and looked at her. Yan Zi continued to analyze. "You've been wandering around this boss area alone for so long, how could you be missing a bottle of water?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 looked at Li Chen with suspicion. Li Chen was silent for a moment, just about to speak when Yan Zi suddenly laughed, saying proudly, "You must be looking for us to protect you, am I right? You got scared seeing a terrifying monster all alone, haha." Hearing this, the other teammates rolled their eyes at her, thinking she had discovered something significant. Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Yeah, you're right." After that, they chatted casually. Just then, Li Chen spotted a familiar figure. That exaggerated posture could only belong to Du Qingran. At this moment, she was walking straight towards them with a few people. Li Chen frowned. Had he been discovered? He pulled his hood down a bit more. Soon, Du Qingran was right in front of him. Yan Zi and the others looked on, somewhat confused. What was going on today? Why were they all coming over for no reason? When they saw the legendary guild emblem on Du Qingran and the others' chests, Shirlei stood up in respect and quickly greeted. "So it's the esteemed members of the legendary guild. May I ask what brings you here?" Yan Zi and the others looked on in surprise. How could such important figures come looking for them? Li Chen, however, stared coldly at the newcomers. Du Qingran rolled her eyes with a haughty expression and muttered under her breath, "TSK, all the good spots are taken by dogs." Although she spoke softly, everyone present heard her. Shirley's face stiffened, but considering the legendary guild behind them, he forced a smile and said, "If you esteemed ones are tired, you can sit down and rest for a while, we can find another spot." Yan Zi and the others lowered their heads. This was the reality for free agents without backing. They could only endure. Du Qingran looked disdainful and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, let's hurry up then." Li Chen sneered inwardly. After all this, they were just looking to claim this spot for resting. It made sense, given this person's character. What could one expect? At that moment, Du Qingran noticed Li Chen, frowned, and pointed at him, saying, "Hey, why are you so covered up during the day? Are you hiding something?"
Li Chen glanced at her dismissively and replied, "What? Do you legendary people have to manage this too?"
Du Qingran was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Chen to speak to her like that. She felt a surge of anger but quickly sensed something was off. "Wait, your voice and your build, why does it feel a
bit familiar?"
She furrowed her brows, pondering in her mind.
Li Chen remained silent, already formulating a plan.
First, he would use the cursed soundwave to confuse these members of the legendary guild, then quickly find the treasure beneath his
feet and use the cloak of invisibility to leave.
But just then, the boss square suddenly began to tremble.
What the hell, is there an earthquake? No, it's the boss. The boss is about to appear. The scene erupted into chaos, instantly filled with a cacophony of noise. Gather, gather.
Members of the Qingshan Guild and the Legendary Guild hurriedly began to call their teammates and regroup. Once she realized what was happening, Du Qingran didn't pay attention to this side anymore and rushed over. Soon, she and her team disappeared from view.
The boss has appeared?
Seeing this, Li Chen let out a breath and looked toward the center of the square, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Yang Li, do you want to come with us? Yan Zi said while packing her things. The boss competition was not something ordinary people like them could get involved in.
Previously, it was because there were many people here and the two major guilds had strong players guarding the area.
The free agent team
had treated this place as a temporary resting spot, not having to worry about monster attacks. But now that the boss had appeared, one wrong move could lead to disaster.
Everyone was quick to pack up and leave. Yan Zi and the others were no exception.
Li Chen shook his head. "No need, you all go ahead." Yan Zi paused for a moment, then continued packing. "Alright, just be careful. That's how it is in the martial world. There are always times for parting. Everyone has their own tasks and
goals. Perhaps they would meet again someday." After watching Shirley, Yan Zi, and the others leave, Li Chen glanced at the square. The boss had now appeared. It was a tall shadow, hidden in the dust, with a deep, rumbling sound emanating from it, causing hearts to stop. Once the dust settled, a massive creature would be revealed. The members of the Qingshan Guild and the Legendary Guild had already adjusted their positions, surrounding the square. Li Chen took a deep breath. Time to get down to business.
He first took out the explosive bow and shot an arrow at the nearby marble. With a bong, sparks flew, and smoke rose. Meanwhile, Du Qingran in the distance was taken aback, suddenly looking this way, her face filled with joy.
"It's him. He's here too."
The commotion instantly reminded her of the battle traces she discovered yesterday in the Cloud Sea secret realm. It couldn't be wrong, it was him. That mysterious powerhouse was also here. Her mind was filled with surprise, and, without thinking, she joyfully ran over, leaving the team behind.
The expressions of everyone in the team, whether in blue robes or legendary figures, changed drastically.
The formation they had set up was completely thrown into chaos by her actions. Zhang Tao was shocked and hurriedly shouted at the departing Du Qingran, "Qingran, come back quickly." Du Qingran turned her head, hesitated for a moment, and raised her hand, saying, "You all keep fighting, I'll be back in a bit."
With that, she walked away without looking back. With so many people fighting a boss, it shouldn't be a big problem if she wasn't there, right? The faces of the two guilds turned extremely grim. She just ran off like that? What a joke. In fact, it wasn't that they couldn't fight without Du Qingran.
The main issue was the positioning.
Earlier, Du Qingran had volunteered to take the core position. Given her S-level talent, it wasn't unreasonable and no one objected, so they agreed.
But now, with her suddenly leaving the team and the boss already appearing, it was difficult to revert back. This greatly reduced their efficiency and in some extreme cases, it could even have fatal consequences. Zhang Tao, if you can't even keep a woman in check, how do
you expect to be the heir of the Legendary Guild?
Xingfeng said with a stern face. After all, he was the heir of the Legendary Guild, yet he turned out to be a sycophant. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have led the team
himself. Zhang Tao also wore a bitter expression. What could he do about the goddess he had finally caught up to? He couldn't let all his previous efforts go to waste, could he? He could only grit his teeth and say, "Let's continue fighting, we'll let Qingran finish it when she gets back."
The others shook their heads in dismay.
It was too outrageous.
But they couldn't say much, after all, she was a child of destiny.
Boom, boom, boom.
The rhythmic, heavy footsteps echoed.
In the center of the square, the boss's figure had fully appeared. A massive, towering figure loomed before everyone.
Its aura surged like a soaring swan, explosive and extraordinary. Covered in silver-white armor, it wielded a giant sword that was half-shattered, radiating a cold light, causing the temperature around to drop. A sense of oppression surged in everyone's hearts. Zhang Tao swallowed hard. Although he was currently in a glorious position, he was still a newly awakened professional. This boss was clearly extraordinary, and he realized he had completely underestimated its terrifying nature. Heavenly Gate Elite Commander Golden Level BOSS Level 40 Health 500000 Description: the legendary Knight Commander guarding the Heavenly Gate, known for his remarkable military achievements, once sacrificed himself to intercept tens of thousands of evil spirits. His deeds are forever remembered, and people always believe the day the broken sword is reforged is the day the knight returns.
Upon seeing this colossal creature, the members of both guilds were dumbfounded. This was too strong. A level 40 golden boss. The intel was wrong. This was completely different from their expectations. They had originally thought a boss around level 30 would be about right. Instead, they faced a level 40 boss, and it was golden level. Although they had brought some experts from their guild, they still felt immense pressure. Zhang Tao and Qingfeng exchanged glances. If it weren't for their cooperation, they probably wouldn't be able to take down this boss. Soon, the boss moved. Looking at the two major guilds around, the eyes of its helmet glowed red. "What are you standing there for? Attack!" Qingfeng shouted. He pulled everyone back, and both sides began to unleash their attacks with all their might. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with explosions and gunfire. But the effect was not very ideal. 607091. Miniature numbers popped up above the boss's head. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice. Seeing these attacks that didn't even reach 100, Qingfeng frowned. This golden level boss was too strong. Coupled with the disarray in their formation, the pressure suddenly skyrocketed. Damn, legendary brat, hurry up and call your girl back. This is no joke. Qingfeng couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. Zhang Tao, too flustered to be angry, looked around in a panic. But Du Qingran had long since vanished without a trace. At this moment, Du Qingran arrived at the source of the explosion, her face filled with joy. She hoped that the young powerhouse she had been thinking about for a long time was a handsome man, preferably from a wealthy family. To be honest, she currently looked down on Zhang Tao from the bottom of her heart. She was just settling for him because she couldn't find anyone better. To her, dating and marriage were two different matters. Dating was about creating short-term benefits for herself, while marriage was about finding a long-term support. Although Zhang Tao was an S-level professional, she was now also an S-level professional herself. With their statuses equal, it meant she would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, she had to choose someone better than herself. At that moment, the smoke on the field gradually cleared, and the originally smooth marble surface turned into a pile of rubble. Li Chen stood in the middle, feeling someone's footsteps, and was slightly startled. At this time, both major guilds were fighting the boss. Who would have the time to come here? He quickly put away the items that had exploded. Turning around, he saw that familiar figure. Du Qingran? Why? Is this troublesome person here again? Li Chen frowned. She was truly a persistent ghost. He was currently wearing a cloak, and Du Qingran did not recognize him. She stepped forward excitedly, looking at the mess on the ground, and asked, with a beaming face, "Did you do this? Did you go to the Cloud Sea secret realm yesterday? I waited for you for a long time, my legs were sore, and you didn't even come to talk to me. So aloof. You don't know I'm also an S-level professional." She launched into a long-winded declaration without pause. Li Chen's face darkened as he listened. As expected, this oddball was the same everywhere. Not to mention, were we that familiar? The boss was already engaged. He didn't want to waste time with her any longer. As he grew impatient, he looked at Du Qingran. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. After talking for so long, seeing him unresponsive, Du Qingran felt a strange sensation. Could it be that this mysterious prodigy was not interested in women? Moreover, she had felt a sense of familiarity when she first saw him, and now it was even stronger. Right. It seemed that Li Chen had also been indifferent to her before. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously. How could that be? These two people were worlds apart. They couldn't possibly be related. But she still curiously asked, could you take off your cloak so I can see? If he had been hiding all this time, could it be that he was an ugly monster? That would definitely be a minus. Li Chen came back to his senses and looked at her. He knew Du Qingran's character all too well by now. She was just trying to climb the social ladder. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Sure, but can you do me a small favor first? Du Qingran, upon hearing this, confidently replied, no problem, just say it. Just helping out could also help build a relationship. It was a win-win. Li Chen continued, actually, I happen to be looking for a guild, but I don't have a suitable place. Du Qingran's eyes lit up immediately. That's easy. Just follow me, I can get you into our legendary guild with just one word. With a powerhouse like you joining, we would all welcome you. Then I'll trouble you, Li Chen thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. It was no surprise she agreed so easily. Come on, follow me, let's go fight the boss together. Du Qingran was very pleased. Being in the same guild would give them more opportunities to interact and get to know each other better. Li Chen nodded and said nothing more. He then followed Du Qingran toward the boss location. Du Qingran walked ahead, humming happily. This time, it was truly a win-win. She had brought a strong ally to the guild. Asking for a few pieces of golden level equipment later wouldn't be too much, right? After a while, the two arrived at the center of the boss square. From a distance, they could see the tall and terrifying figure. The blue-clad figure and the legendary person were working together, constantly wearing down the boss. Li Chen was also taken aback. A level 40 golden boss with a health pool of 500,000. It was outrageous. It was only thanks to the two major guilds joining forces, otherwise, everyone would likely return empty-handed. Returning to the side of the team, he saw Du Qingran coming back. Zhang Tao was initially delighted but then frowned. He noticed Li Chen standing next to her. Du Qingran wore a proud expression. This is the strong ally I brought to the guild. He's very powerful, even stronger than you. Just don't worry about the rest. Zhang Tao listened, his brow furrowing. Although he felt strange and somewhat unconvinced, he also thought this person looked familiar, but there was no time to say anything now. Defeating the boss was the priority. Qingran, hurry back to the team. This boss is a bit tough to handle. Du Qingran huffed. Don't call me Qingran, we're not that familiar yet. She affectionately pulled Li Chen into the team. Zhang Tao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Where did this mysterious cloaked man come from? Next to them, Qingfeng was sweating profusely. Can we stop flirting here? The front line is about to collapse. Zhang Tao came to his senses and quickly commanded, quick, our legendary front line, hold the line. The guards were strong. The two major guilds had brought their mainstays, all B-level or above professionals. They had really invested heavily, but facing a level 40 golden boss, they were struggling. Relying on the two guilds to switch in and out, they managed to hold on through a rotation. Although the damage was low, there were many of them. As long as they didn't break formation, they could continue fighting. Minutes passed and they had managed to wear down over 10,000 health from the boss. This gave many people renewed hope and they became excited, their weapons smoking from the effort. This was a golden boss. If they took it down, they could brag about it for a long time afterward. Kill. So what if it's a golden boss? It's just another defeated foe for our legendary team. Zhang Tao was filled with passion and vigor. If they succeeded this time, he would surely gain fame, especially among the guild's elder members who would no longer dare to look down on him. Just thinking about it made him unable to suppress a hearty laugh. In the Qingshan Guild, Qingfeng was also excited. A level 40 golden boss? How many good items would it drop? And it was highly likely to drop equipment above the golden level. This time, they would definitely return with a full load. Even recalling the earlier disappointment of coming up empty in the main hall didn't bother him as much. Everyone seemed to see a bright future ahead. But was it really like that? On Li Chen's side, after seeing Qingfeng earlier, a voice had already echoed in his mind. Detected S-level profession Berserker, would you like to copy it? Copy. Li Chen thought. No matter what, an S-level profession was too good to pass up. Copy successful. You have obtained S-level profession Berserker. Berserker, S talent, damage and lifesteal gradually increase with the number of consecutive hits. Passive, increases melee damage, damage reduction plus 20%. After taking a glance, Li Chen turned his attention back to the battle. At this moment, the two guilds were indeed fighting the boss back and forth. How could he let these people fight so easily? It would be best if they were all heavily injured, making it easier for him to take action later. The ownership of this golden boss had to be his. Under Du Qingran's lead, he easily blended into the legendary team and followed her into the core position of the formation. Du Qingran stood beside him, seemingly wanting to show off her prowess. She took out her staff first, charging it for a few seconds, and a fireball formed, radiating a scorching aura as it shot straight toward the central boss, the gatekeeper. Moments later, the fireball boom hit the boss. Immediately, a small barely visible number appeared above the head of the Heavenly Gate commander. 101. Du Qingran, however, smugly lowered her staff. Did you see that? I'm an S-level profession. Although, in front of this golden level boss with a staggering 500,000 health points, it was hardly worth mentioning. But under the boss's high defense, dealing over 100 damage in a single hit was quite impressive, so she felt very proud. Li Chen looked at it and secretly shook his head, scoffing. This damage is too pathetic, I could deal more with my foot. He then took out his explosive bow and knocked an arrow. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at the boss in the center and shot. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the arrow slicing through the air rang out. Du Qingran, startled, trembled and stared in awe at the arrow. Standing right next to him, she could feel the terror of that shot. The arrow, imbued with immense power, struck the boss's body with precision. A number popped up from it. 777. Severe injury. This was just a normal shot for him. Although this golden level boss was tough, Li Chen's arrow attack was physical damage, and under the profession bonus of the Soul Wizard, it also had a built-in 50% defense penetration effect. After seeing this shot, Du Qingran was utterly astonished. She herself was also an S-level profession, renowned for her explosive output as a mage. In such a situation, even a full-powered strike barely broke 100 in damage. Yet Li Chen's casual shot surpassed hers by so many times? How strong was Li Chen's true power? It was unimaginable. She became even more determined, thinking to herself that she must hold on to this strong ally, even if the face under the cloak looked like a pig. The impact of this arrow went far beyond that. Many people also noticed this extraordinary shot. But before anyone could react, with a bong sound, Li Chen's explosive bow triggered its explosion effect. At that moment, the front lines of the two major guilds facing the boss were undoubtedly affected.
This sudden damage disrupted the
rhythm. The two frontliners were even sent flying. The front of the team was thrown into chaos. Li Chen smiled slightly. This was just right. He wasn't so kind as to help these people fight monsters. For this, he even just made a normal attack and didn't use bloodthirst. As the two major guilds slowly wore down their combat power, everyone was left dumbfounded by this inexplicable strike, especially those few frontliners. What the hell is this? Who shot the arrow? How did it explode just by looking at it? So sneaky? The arrow was shot well, but don't shoot again next time.
They were all stunned, unable to figure out whether it was intentional or accidental.
If two more arrows came, who could withstand it? The boss wasn't dead yet, and they would be the ones to kick the bucket first. Li Chen originally wanted to shoot a few more arrows, but just as he knocked another arrow, he was stopped by Du Qinran beside him. Brother, don't shoot anymore, don't shoot. Du Qinran looked embarrassed.
She hadn't expected Li Chen to be so fierce, but she certainly didn't anticipate that his move would also have a self-destruct effect. If this continued, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Li Chen chuckled and put down his weapon. He didn't want to appear too blatant, but after what he just did, the battle situation that had finally shown some promise was instantly reversed again. Li Chen seemed indifferent. It wasn't him who was suffering. Qingfeng, in the blue robe, had a dark expression.
Your legend guild is too pitiful. What kind of people are you finding?
He had thought that once Du Qinran returned, there would be no issues.
But what happened? After all this time, they ended up with a big mess, killing 800 enemies while injuring themselves 1,000.
Zhang Tao also had grievances he couldn't express, only swallowing his anger.
After all, it was a goddess who had brought this helper. What could he say? He felt extremely frustrated.
It seemed that since coming here, nothing had gone smoothly.
Qingfeng was also impressed by this bizarre air of the Legend Guild, bitterly saying, "Take care of your new recruit, don't let him act again, or we really won't be able to handle it."
He swore that he would never again get involved in matters
requiring cooperation with the legendary guild.
Next, the team fell into a bitter struggle once more. The opponent was a level 40 golden boss, and there was no room for negligence.
All
the designated players became busy again, occasionally casting accusatory glances at Li Chen.
Li Chen was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. One strike before liberation, consuming the battle power of the two major guilds a bit more. That way, he could reap the rewards in the end. At the same time, after witnessing Li Chen's formidable strength, Du Qinran could no longer be described as infatuated.
She was frantically concerned about him, to the point that it made Li Chen laugh.
He was clear in his mind. Wasn't Du Qinran the same with him back then? As soon as
she saw a chance, she would fawn over him, but once something went wrong, she would immediately distance herself. He couldn't help but wonder what her expression would be when she discovered that his true identity was that so-called useless person she often spoke of.
It would definitely be interesting.
As time passed, nearly an hour had gone by.
The boss's health had dropped below half.
Although Li Chen wasn't attacking, the damage dealt by these players seemed like mere scratches against the boss's high defense.
But the key was that there were many of them, and even scratches could add up quickly. Li Chen couldn't help but marvel that he hadn't fallen asleep. At this moment, it wasn't just Li Chen.
Those who had been panting from exhaustion began to feel
invigorated. Qingfeng from the Qingshan Guild and Zhang Tao from the Legendary Guild, the two representatives, both had ulterior motives brewing in their hearts.
Although they were still united against a common enemy and had agreed in advance on how to split the rewards, matters concerning interests never truly had friends.
The question was, who would ultimately claim the boss?
Everyone knew that, strictly speaking, the one who delivered the final blow to the boss would be considered the true slayer. The others would at most get an assist.
Only the one who truly
killed the boss would receive a massive amount of experience and the kill record. For Zhang Tao, who had only recently awakened as a player, the temptation was obvious. He wanted to grow quickly, crush his peers, and even make it onto the newcomer leaderboard. All of this required him to personally deliver the final blow to the boss to gain that massive experience.
As an S-level assassin, Zhang Tao was very agile and dealt damage quickly, possessing a certain burst damage capability.
While the front line distracted the boss, he could deal damage surpassing everyone
else's in a short time.
Qingfeng from the Qingshan Guild was also a seasoned player, so he could easily guess the little schemes in Zhang Tao's mind.
Thus, he deliberately slowed down the output. "Hey, President Zhang, why are you only focusing on basic attacks? Why not save your skills?" Zhang Tao's expression darkened.
He didn't feel anything about being exposed, it was just that Qingfeng was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. As the representative of the Qingshan Guild, Qingfeng was not weak himself. He was an S-level warrior, slow in action but not low in damage, wielding a golden-level greatsword. Zhang Tao knew that even if the opponent's burst damage was not as good as his, with the level advantage, it would be hard to say if he really wanted
to compete for the kill. He chuckled. "What are you talking about? I'm just a bit tired."
Qingfeng smiled and said, "Oh, I see, I thought you were saving your skills to snatch the boss." The smell of gunpowder in the air was palpable. Both sides were smiling while hiding daggers. From Qingfeng's attitude, Zhang Tao understood that the boss's head would definitely be fiercely contested. He straightened his face. Then let's see who has the better skills. I have the same intention. Qingfeng's expression turned serious. Slow consumption would eventually lead to a day when they would reach the limit. After a while, the boss's health fell into the red. From the health bar, only a tiny sliver remained. Who would claim the kill was now a matter of timing. Experienced Qingfeng, seeing the opportunity ripe, decisively ordered his guild members in the back line to cease fire. Immediately, the front line that was taking damage retreated entirely. With this move, the boss's aggro instantly locked onto Zhang Tao and the others from the legendary guild. With half of the front line and healers gone, it was impossible for just the legendary guild members to hold their ground. Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically. He never expected Qingfeng to be so ruthless. He didn't care at all about how many people they would lose by doing this. Damn it! Zhang Tao quickly pulled back. Being the closest and the main damage dealer, he directly attracted most of the boss's aggro. He was just a fragile character. If he got hit even once, he would be left barely alive. Qingfeng smiled lightly. Zhang, little heir, this is your first lesson. Do whatever it takes to get the job done. As he spoke, he glanced at the severely injured boss, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. This was a level 40 golden boss. The experience gained from killing it could easily level him up several times. At that moment, as Zhang Tao was running back, a shadow of gloom crossed his eyes. Alright, do whatever it takes, huh? That's what you said. He shouted loudly. All backline members of the legendary guild, hold nothing back. Blast this idiot in the blue robe to pieces. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. If he couldn't have it, then neither could anyone else. In an instant, dozens of fireballs mixed with arrows flew over. Qingfeng, who had intended to take advantage of Zhang Tao attracting the aggro to quickly land a finishing blow, widened his eyes in shock. He hurriedly pulled back. You little brat, are you crazy? This was no different from directly declaring war on their guild. The boss must be mine, Zhang Tao said, his eyes bloodshot. You? Qingfeng glared at him. With this, our guild has made an enemy today. At this moment, the front line of the legendary guild adjusted their positions and held their ground, temporarily keeping the boss at bay. Relying on his assassin's agility, Zhang Tao charged forward again. Healers of the blue robe, all of you, heal me. Seeing this, Qingfeng couldn't care less anymore and charged towards the boss, taking damage head-on. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Just as the situation reached a critical point, an arrow suddenly shot down from the sky, piercing straight into the boss. The arrow began to glow red and tremble. A strong, pungent smell of gunpowder wafted through the air. It was going to explode. Both Qingfeng and Zhang Tao froze. For a moment, then their expressions changed drastically. They quickly turned away from the boss's feet and ran back, but it was too late. Bang! Fire and smoke engulfed the entire area. Everyone in the front line was blown away. Ah! Who the hell shot that arrow? Qingfeng, originally an S-class warrior with some resistance and a high level, was okay after being knocked back. But Zhang Tao was in trouble. With a low level and resistance, he was the most fragile. He was slammed against the wall, half of his bones shattered, and he passed out immediately. At that moment, a shadow flashed by. Before anyone could recover, it reached the boss's side. Cold light flickered across the boss. This golden level boss instantly faltered, kneeling on the ground. Its short sword plunged into the soil in front of it, propping itself up. Then, a milky white halo erupted from its body, slowly dissipating into a cloud of gas. Immediately after, colorful light spots exploded at the spot where it had vanished. Li Chen didn't hesitate for a moment, directly gathering all of them into his arms. Then, using the cloak of invisibility, he disappeared from the spot. The entire process was seamless, and by the time everyone reacted, there was nothing left at the scene. The members of the Blue Robe and the Legendary Guild stared at this scene, each one wide-eyed in disbelief. What just happened? Some people didn't even understand what had occurred. As the smoke cleared, the boss had completely vanished, and not a single reward remained. What the hell? Where did that huge boss go? Everyone was dumbfounded. Qingfeng, the representative of the Blue Robe Guild, was the first to react. It was that shadow just now that stole the boss they had worked so hard to defeat. It took all the rewards, not even leaving behind the most worthless bronze equipment. His face turned ashen. He recalled the events that had transpired. Right, it was that explosive arrow. The timing was just perfect, directly forcing him and Zhang Tao back. This was definitely intentional. It was that mysterious man who had followed them to the legendary team. Qingfeng's expression darkened as he remembered Li Chen's appearance when he arrived, cloaked, not showing his face. It seemed he had come prepared. He felt a wave of frustration. How could he have made such a rookie mistake? He should have noticed it early on. What kind of good person would always wear a cloak and not dare to show their face? But at that moment he was too focused on the boss to think about so much. Moreover, it was Du Qinran who had brought the people. Right. Qingfeng suddenly looked at Du Qinran, who was still standing there in a daze, and roared, "Where did he go? Who is he?"
The two major guilds had worked hard for half a day, only to be robbed by an unknown person. If this got out, they would lose face and he would definitely get a scolding when he returned. Du Qingran looked even more confused, staring helplessly at the unconscious Zhang Tao, and was startled by Qingfeng's shout, her face a picture of despair. I don't know. She truly had no idea about anything, let alone Li Chen's identity. She didn't even know his name, only that this faceless person was very strong. As she recalled again, Du Qingran suddenly froze. The bow and arrow in the hands of that mysterious cloaked man looked a bit familiar. It seemed she had seen them somewhere before. Right, she seemed to have seen Li Chen with them before? This, Du Qingran's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The two were completely different. How could they be the same? It can't be. Yes, it definitely can't be. Not every weapon was unique. Weapons were sold in bulk every day in the shop, and in the same city, there were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of people using the same type of weapon. At the same time, she felt a bit of fear, recalling the earlier events. If this person really was Li Chen, she would be utterly humiliated. If that were the case, it would also imply that even now, she was still being crushed by Li Chen. Until the end, she absolutely wouldn't believe it. That's right, there are so many people using bows and arrows, it can't all be one person, right? She thought to herself. Next time they met, she had to clarify things with him. He couldn't possibly be that useless Li Chen. At the same time, Qingfeng squinted his eyes. He had originally wanted to continue interrogating Du Qingran, but suddenly something occurred to him. He remembered there was a shortcut that led to the exit from this place. At that time, the person who had stolen the rewards would definitely have to leave, and they would have to pass through there. He quickly instructed the people in the blue shirts to prepare to set off and reclaim what belonged to them. In any case, this matter could not just be left as it was. However, he did not inform the legendary team about this, because he planned to kill that thief and then keep the rewards for himself. Once the matter was settled, he would leave quietly, keeping his achievements and name hidden. At this moment, Li Chen had already taken the treasures, crossed the square, turned a few corners, and arrived at a hidden ruin. He rested while checking his spoils. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. So far, the upgrade halo on Li Chen was still continuously descending. After finally defeating that level 40 golden boss, a massive amount of experience flowed through his head. His level soared rapidly, and combined with the experience from the soul sacrifice of the soul sorcerer class, his level had reached 35. This was already comparable to the time he spent grinding monsters. If he leveled up 5 more times to reach level 40, he could directly undergo the first transition ceremony. This was the most terrifying part. In just a few days, he was about to become the first newcomer to transition at such a speed, something unprecedented. He didn't even know what abilities he would gain when he transitioned. Speaking of which, this time, the harvest was incredibly rich. Rare potions, an invisibility cloak. The items quietly obtained at the boss plaza, which he hadn't had time to examine before, Li Chen now took out. It was an ancient token, adorned with blue patterns that formed a vividly lifelike azure dragon. Wind Dragon token effect, after use, can summon the Wind Dragon's phantom, inheriting 500% of the summoners. Attributes description, a fragment of the soul left behind by the Wind Dragon in ancient times, sealed within the token. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Awesome. This is even stronger than the previous 2. Alright, now I have another profession, Beast Master? And my beast companion is an ancient wind dragon? Any beast master would probably question their life choices upon seeing this. But that wasn't all. Li Chen then took out the item dropped by the 40-level golden boss earlier. A golden halo instantly burst forth before him, blindingly bright. There were a total of 4 items, all radiating a magnificent sheen. The first was a red cloak, shimmering with a dazzling glow. Victory cloak grade, golden level, 40 physical damage plus 300 attributes, spirit plus 75. Strength plus 50 bonus, when equipped, gain the fearless state, immune to 35% of mental attacks. Description, the cloak of the gatekeeper, having endured countless battles and glories, wear it, and you become the next undefeated general. A little gem. Li Chen's eyes brightened as he gave his assessment. Golden equipment each has its own characteristics, and their prices can vary. Some exceptional golden gear can exceed the price of ordinary golden gear by 1 or 2 times. For instance, this one is quite good, with a comprehensive overall boost, and most of it is universal. The second item was a pair of knight's greaves, designed as silver armor entwined with golden threads, looking very splendid. Commander's greaves grade, golden level, 40 agility, plus 75 attributes, constitution plus 50 bonus, when equipped, movement speed increases by 15%. Description, greaves crafted from exquisite materials, effectively protecting the legs while enhancing agility. This was also a very good piece of equipment, providing a high boost to agility. Li Chen was currently in need of gear, and golden level equipment was basically useful. He wasn't at the point of being picky yet. Unless it was something very specific to a profession, like a healer's staff, items like this would just be sold at the trading post. Fortunately, both of these golden pieces of equipment were usable for him. Li Chen turned his attention to the third item, which was also a piece of equipment. Upon seeing it, he momentarily lost focus. From its appearance, it was a dragon-shaped mask, intricately etched with fine patterns, lifelike as if a real dragon were present, seemingly revealing its soul. Li Chen picked it up and took a look. Instantly overjoyed. Dragon Lord Masquerade, Brilliant Level, 40 Attributes, Strength plus 500 bonus, increases all damage dealt by 20%. Passive, gain a layer of fury upon hitting an attack. Each layer increases health by 10%, stacking up to 10 layers. Description: the mask left behind by the legendary Dragon Lord, infused with supreme dragon energy, capable of igniting the blood within. This was actually a brilliant level piece of equipment. Although it was only one level higher than golden gear, its value was at least 10 times greater. Upon seeing this effect, Li Chen felt as if he had been enlightened. Passive? Fury? Stacking up to 10 layers, wouldn't that mean his health could double? He had previously mentioned that he was troubled by his somewhat fragile health. If his shield was broken, it could be quite dangerous. But with this, his pure health would be close to that of a tank. Equipping all three of these items would definitely provide a tremendous boost. Li Chen was currently at level 35. He prepared to leave this place and quickly get back to leveling up. Once he reached level 40, he would be able to equip these items and directly complete his first class advancement. For now, there probably weren't any other new adventurers at level 40, right? Just to be safe, he should hurry. While thinking this, Li Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of the last item. To his astonishment, it wasn't any piece of equipment. It was just an ordinary-looking ancient key, stained with mottled rust, clearly aged. Li Chen was dumbfounded. He wondered when he had picked up this thing. It looked so shabby, it shouldn't have dropped from a golden-level boss. He picked up the key and rubbed it in his palm, trying to remove the old rust stains. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a treasure at all. Wait, Li Chen remembered. He had heard that legendary figures came here specifically to obtain a special item. Could it be this one in his hand? Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. If it really was, that would indeed be quite disappointing. He had thought it might be some dazzling artifact or something valuable. However, since this thing could be contested over, he might as well keep it for now and slowly figure out its use later. Resisting the urge to toss it aside, Li Chen put it back on his person. He then stood up, glanced at the map, and headed back to where he had entered. He had just stolen the achievements of 2 major guilds, and those people would definitely not let it go easily. Li Chen estimated that they were probably already blocking the entrance waiting for him, but unfortunately for them, he would disappoint them. He had entered through a side door, so naturally he would leave through a hidden passage. After packing up his things, Li Chen stepped out of the room. This time, he took off his hood. He had been operating under the cloak all this while, which had one advantage. By removing it, others wouldn't recognize his true face. This was safer, even if he encountered someone, he wouldn't be recognized. Li Chen walked straight towards the hidden passage. Along the way, he encountered some monsters and easily dealt with them. To avoid exposure, he didn't use the explosive bow again. At his current level, the Wind Spirit Shortblade was enough to handle these monsters. A flurry of blade light rose again in the ruins. Puff puff puff, 851, 897, 951. Having copied Xingfeng's Berserker class, the damage was clearly increasing with each successive hit, and it even had a lifesteal effect. Truly worthy of an S-class warrior profession. The damage from this combo was not inferior to those explosive ranged classes. The entire process was very easy. The downside was that some monsters, after taking 2 hits and realizing they were outmatched, would simply flee. These monsters, the higher their level, the more intelligence they possessed. Li Chen chased after those he could and let go of those he couldn't. As he passed an intersection, Li Chen heard a commotion coming from the ruins. His eyes lit up. He thought it might be a monster, and such a big commotion must be caused by a treasure guardian. But when he reached the entrance and saw the scene before him, he was instantly dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of Li Chen also startled the others. For a moment, both sides stared at each other, wide-eyed. This can't be a coincidence, right? Li Chen was speechless. The people in front of him were none other than Wang Mang and the others he had encountered earlier. Upon seeing Li Chen, the few of them were momentarily stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Wang Mang from the team quickly shouted to the back, Found him. It's this person. Earlier, when they were fighting the boss, they had followed the team, and at that time, they had vaguely recognized Li Chen's silhouette under the cloak. So, not long ago, they had volunteered to say they had seen the person who stole the boss. Xingfeng had promised them that if they found Li Chen, they would be promoted. They hadn't expected to run into him so soon, and their faces were filled with joy. Although they had been thoroughly beaten by Li Chen before, this time, they were backed by the entire Qingshan, doubling their manpower soon. At Wang Mang's call, a dull sound of footsteps echoed from the back of the room. Before long, a group of people in blue shirts approached from various directions, surrounding the area completely. After taking a look around, there were at least 20 professionals. Seeing this, Li Chen's expression changed slightly. With so many people, he could only brace himself and fight his way out. If he had known
Earlier, he should have dealt with these few people at all costs last time. Now, in an effort to save trouble, he had instead welcomed a greater mess. Truly, spring winds bring new life. But this time, he wouldn't give them another chance. Is this kid the one who stole our boss? A few corps captains from the Blue Shirt Guild looked at Li Chen with disdain in their eyes. Is that true? Just look at this scrawny figure. He can't be the one who took it, right? Some doubted that their boss could be taken by someone who looked so weak, and looking at Wang Mang, they warned, "You better not be lying to us. Qingfeng is coming soon, and if this is false, I have to remind you, our leader has a bad temper." After all, Li Chen looked like a young student. Who could believe he had the ability to snatch a boss from under the noses of two major guilds? Wang Mang said seriously, "I guarantee it. It's him." "Then I'll trust you. This once." One of the corps members stepped forward. Seeing this, Wang Mang quickly stopped him, saying, "No, this kid is a bit tricky. It's best if we all go together." He knew very well that not long ago, he had been beaten to a pulp and was fully aware of Li Chen's strength, even instinctively feeling fear. Therefore, he understood that if they all rushed in one by one, it would be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. This reaction instantly drew scorn from the other captains. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" "No, it's just that Captain Wang hasn't been around for a while. Why is he so timid now? Tis, look at him acting all scared. You'd think he was facing some great disaster." The others teased in a lighthearted tone. "Hey, Wang Mang usually talks big, acting like he doesn't care about anything, but seeing a kid scare him, I feel embarrassed for him as a colleague." In their eyes, they had already surrounded Li Chen completely. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, a sure win. No matter how strong Li Chen was, he couldn't turn the tide. They completely couldn't understand Wang Mang's worries. Wang Mang's face turned red with anger and laughter. These people were truly foolish. Instead of pondering why they were reacting this way, they were laughing at him instead. "Fine. You all are so impressive. Go ahead. Quickly. Take him down." He smiled coldly, making a gesture of invitation. The corps captain Zhang Chang spoke up first. "Since that's the case, let me handle it so we don't all have to make a big fuss." As soon as he said this, the other captains who had also wanted to step up cursed inwardly for being one step behind. Truly a cunning old fox. "Brother Chang, do we really need you to take action for something like this? Isn't it like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Yeah, if you have to handle every little thing, wouldn't that make our guild look like we have no one else? In my opinion, just sending 2 members from the guild would solve it, but I'm willing to work a bit harder." Zhang Chang waved his hand. "Alright, no need to say more, let me handle this. After all, I haven't had to lift a finger since I killed a level 30 golden elite monster last time. Just as you said, I'm a bit stronger, and I can control my strength better, so I won't accidentally kill this pretty boy with one punch." Several captains had already started calculating how to take credit and rewards. Wang Mang, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Only he knew that this seemingly weak kid was actually quite tricky. He had also been skeptical before and ended up getting beaten to a pulp. It was best to wait for Qingfeng to bring people over. Qingfeng was the representative of their Blue Shirt Guild. This time and the strongest among them, with some elite members from other guilds following him. As long as Qingfeng brings people back, the situation will stabilize. Although he was just mocked by other colleagues and said some angry words, for the sake of the guild's interests, he still stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. To be safe, let's wait for Captain Qingfeng to arrive. If not, we can go together, but let's not act on impulse." However, he had already been labeled a coward by others. Upon hearing this, the others merely scoffed. "Get out of the way. If you don't want the credit, we do. Let the coward watch us take the credit and rewards." The captain of Team 1, Zhang Chang, stepped forward, beckoning to Li Chen with a sneer. "Kid, let me have a word with you." Watching these people chatter on, Li Chen was almost falling asleep. Seeing that the other side only sent one person, he raised an eyebrow. "A wheel battle? This is a bit too underestimating of oneself." Li Chen shook his head, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Fine, these fools like to send themselves one by one. It's not like he's the one losing out." Zhang Chang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he twirled a stick in his hand, whipping up a howling wind. He then quickly struck towards Li Chen. "Hey, I'll take the credit for retrieving the treasure." At the same time, Qingfeng, who had originally taken some elite members to block the exit, was hurrying back. At this moment, Qingfeng was riding on the back of an assassin, urging, "Faster! Hurry up! Haven't you eaten?" To reach the scene more quickly, he had to resort to this method. The assassin, blushing from being ridden, was giving it his all, racing towards the destination. But with a burden on his back, he inevitably faced some hindrance, panting heavily. "Boss, I feel like we don't need to rush. Several captains are already there. They should have caught that thief by now. It doesn't matter if we arrive early or late." Qingfeng shook his head. "That thief is a bit tricky. Being able to snatch the boss at the last moment shows his abilities are not low. It's not that I don't trust those captains' strength, but I'm afraid they might underestimate him and let him escape." With his rich experience, he saw things quite clearly. In the boss area, amidst the ruins, at a certain edge, more than 20 members of the Qingshan Guild were huddled together. This scene would scare off anyone passing by. At the center of the storm, Li Chen's expression was grim, the short knife in his hand radiating a sharp aura. In front of him, Zhang Cheng stood, rigid, his face filled with shock, his hands empty. With a loud bang, a silver glowing stick crashed to the ground, clanging loudly. Zhang Cheng lowered his head, incredulously staring at his hands. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't even seen what had happened. It was only when he heard the sound of the stick hitting the ground that he snapped back to reality, his expression changing, this speed and force. Li Chen moved, swiftly slashing his knife across Zhang Cheng's body. 791. A number exploded from Zhang Cheng. Watching this, Li Chen's heart stirred. It seemed Zhang Cheng's level wasn't much higher than his damage hadn't been significantly mitigated. Thanks to his recent experience in slaying the boss, his level had skyrocketed, allowing him to respond flexibly in a direct confrontation. However, he didn't underestimate his opponent. After all, the other was a warrior class and would be relatively tougher. Zhang Cheng reacted quickly, almost instantly creating distance and shooting backward. He didn't give Li Chen a chance to strike a second time. Zhang Cheng's face turned ugly. Just as he created distance, he felt his vitality continuously draining. Was it a bleeding effect? He quickly shouted, "Healer, hurry and heal me." On the field, after Zhang Cheng was knocked away by Li Chen, the others fell into confusion. What happened? Did the captain slip? The healer in the team snapped back to reality. Waving her healing staff to cast green lights above Zhang Cheng's head until the effect faded, Zhang Cheng let out a sigh of relief, still feeling a lingering fear. This kid really has some tricks. Before he could finish, Li Chen yawned and said, "You all go together, don't waste my time." What a cocky kid. Let me teach you a lesson. A hot-tempered one couldn't stand it and rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Don't be impulsive, be careful of tricks. Wang Mang quickly pulled him back. That's right, no matter how you look at it, he was able to repel Changgu. He definitely has some skills, maybe he got stronger by stealing the boss. The others also became more cautious. In that case, let's go together. Soon, they began to adjust their formation, each taking their position, looking very professional and well-trained. The two in the front row raised their shields and stepped forward. The back row started to charge their attacks. Li Chen didn't hesitate and put on his stealth cloak. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. The man in the blue shirt suddenly froze, looking bewildered. Again with this trick. Wang Mang's expression tightened. He had been caught off guard like this before and felt played. Keep attacking. Don't stop, he's still in place. He quickly shouted. Having suffered a loss before, this time he was more vigilant. His words made everyone react. Just then, whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows piercing through the air came. Arrows struck their formation one after another. Li Chen had already started his attack. The two in the front row were blasted back several meters, almost retreating to the back row. The position set by the Blue Shirt Guild was one Li Chen had studied before. It was a very stable formation that allowed all classes to maximize their effectiveness. Most mainstream teams used this formation, but it relied heavily on the front row. If the front row couldn't hold, the entire team would collapse. As the healer's spells went out, the front row of the Blue Shirt Guild quickly pressed forward again. Fire! Wang Mang shouted from the back. The back row of the guild was also ready, launching attacks into the open space, throwing fireballs and arrows recklessly. Since they couldn't see Li Chen's figure, they would win by sheer volume. If one shot missed, then 100 would follow. At this moment, Li Chen's transparent body stood in the center of the arena, observing them. This time, the elites of the Blue Shirt Guild had all come. Several squad leaders were at least A rank or above. He originally wanted to use curse sound waves to create chaos and fish in troubled waters, but the healers of the Blue Shirt Guild were constantly purifying from the back. To deal with these healers in this formation, they had to break through the front row. Even for him, it was a bit challenging. Li Chen dodged while looking for a breakthrough. Soon, the first round passed. The Blue Shirt Guild's mana was almost depleted, and they stopped to rest. Looking at the pitch-black ground that had been bombarded, even a fly should have been turned to dust, right? Zhang Cheng wiped his sweat. This should be fine now. Wang Mang frowned. Although there was no movement on the field, it looked like it had been resolved. However, he hadn't seen Li Chen's figure from beginning to end, leaving his worries lingering. His concerns were not unfounded. Although Li Chen had taken a few hits, he had a shield that was continuously regenerating, so it wasn't a big problem. Taking advantage of their rest, he raised his bow again and shot arrow after arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second phase began. Now it's my turn to blow you up. Boom, boom, boom. Each red-hot arrow, once shot out, exploded instantly. One of the guild's front row was caught off guard and was blasted away along with his shield, losing combat ability. Not good, this kid is still alive. Keep going. Push forward. The people of the Blue Shirt Guild began to panic again. This time they were clearly just facing one person, but it felt more exhausting than when they fought a boss. When fighting a boss, they only needed to follow a formulaic positioning and output, but Li Chen was like a ghost, they couldn't even see him. At that moment, a hurried voice came from a distance. Qingfeng rode in on the back of a member of the assassin group. Behind them, another batch of elite members in green shirts was rushing over not far behind.
This somewhat comical scene went unnoticed at that moment. Upon seeing Qingfeng's figure, everyone looked as if
they had seen their savior.
"Boss, you finally made it. Ha, now we're safe.
Come on, we've trapped that thief and we're still arguing."
Many people let out a sigh of relief. The S-rank professional Qingfeng was their backbone.
Looking at the newcomers, Li Chen frowned slightly.
Goodness, now all the members
of the Green Shirt Guild had arrived. He knew that he had made enemies with the green shirts.
Moreover, showing up in front of these people today without resolving the issue would surely lead to endless troubles in the future.
A cold glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes. None of these people could be let go.
Suddenly, his figure began to flicker in and out of visibility. Li Chen was taken aback, then immediately realized that the duration of his cloak of invisibility had ended. As
his form fully revealed itself, the members of the Green Shirt Guild also noticed him and said to Qingfeng, "Look,
he's appeared again." "Ha!" Qingfeng looked over, raising an eyebrow.
He was clearly surprised that the one who had stolen from them was so young,
but he quickly relaxed. No matter who it was, anyone who
dared to oppose them had to die.
"So it was you who stole our boss?
Prepare to face the wrath of the green shirts."
"TSK, I took it by my own ability, so what?"
Li Chen sighed. It seemed he could only use that move now. Immediately, a token appeared in his hand, with a fierce-eyed Qinglong carved on it.
Wind Dragon. Token.
This was the last treasure he had obtained at the boss square.
It could summon the phantom of a wind dragon. "Come forth," Li Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind swept through the arena.
A blue stream of energy shot out from the token, appearing before Li Chen and slowly coalescing into a
gigantic dragon shadow.
The faces of the Green Shirt Guild members all changed, and some of the weaker professionals were nearly blown over by the wind.
"What is this? A dragon?" Qingfeng's eyes widened.
Li Chen coldly looked at them. "You came looking for me, so none of you can leave." The Wind Dragon Phantom could inherit several times his own attributes. Li Chen was already a level 35 professional, and the attributes of this Wind Dragon were several times his own. In terms of combat power, it was likely close to the level of a golden boss, perhaps only slightly weaker than the earlier Tianmen leader.
Even Li Chen himself couldn't guarantee he could win. No matter how many members of the green shirts there were, they couldn't possibly be his match. What the hell?
What is this
thing? Is this a beast master?
Such a strong aura.
Could it be that Li Chen was also a beast master? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't Li Chen an archer?
Looking at the enormous Wind Dragon Phantom before him, Qingfeng and the others were all dumbfounded. The influence, even if a beast master didn't have such a powerful talent, it couldn't be this exaggerated in the early stages. The members of the Green Shirt Guild were completely at a loss, stunned by the scene before them. It was Qingfeng who reacted first, shouting, "Don't get distracted. Push forward. Even if a god comes today, we'll bring him down."
The others snapped back to reality and began to adjust their formation.
The other elite members brought by Qingfeng also joined in, adopting the usual stance for fighting a boss. The team grew stronger and they gained a bit of confidence.
"Damn, whether it's a dragon or a bug, today I, Qingfeng, will be the Dragon Slayer. Frontline, move up.
Healers, stay close." Qingfeng skillfully directed the team. With him as the backbone, the team became more flexible.
Several frontliners with shields moved up to block. Whoosh!
The Wind Dragon Phantom flapped its enormous wings, creating a massive wind field that blew away some of the ruins and debris around. The next second, the wind field rapidly swept toward the green shirt team in front. Several frontline players were under immense pressure, leaning their entire bodies against their shields, yet they were still being pushed back.
"Ah, no, I can't hold on any longer. Damn, my shield's durability is almost gone." "Steady," Qingfeng urged anxiously. If they collapsed right at the start, how would they fight the battles ahead? The Wind Dragon's Phantom continued to flap its wings, the tremendous force directly pushing some of the backline players hiding behind out into the open. Qingfeng's face changed drastically. Soon, several
frontline players could no longer hold on, being blown away along with their shields, which shattered under the pressure.
Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen tightened his grip and unleashed the cursed sound wave as the chaos ensued among the players. His level had skyrocketed, and the sound wave's penetration power had greatly increased. In an instant, more than half of the Qingshan Guild members fell into disarray.
"Where are you guys?
What the hell? Why are there so many monsters? You monsters, die! Qingfeng, where are your people? I just killed a monster. I'm right in front of you. Why are you killing teammates? What do you want with that gun pointed at me?" Qingfeng was furious.
Now, he not only had to face the terrifying Wind Dragon but also deal with these panicked teammates.
Still hunting dragons? Li Chen looked disdainfully at the flustered Qingfeng.
He raised his bow and shot an arrow towards the center of the group.
Bang! An explosion sounded, bursting into bright sparks. "You like to chase, huh?" Li Chen said casually as he calmly nocked another arrow. Another shot. "Then stay here forever."
The wind dragon was not idle either. As Li Chen shot arrows to scatter the group, it leaped into the crowd, wreaking havoc. In just a moment, the Qingshan members suffered heavy losses. They were in utter despair. It was one thing for Li Chen to be there to finish off the weakened enemies, but the key was that the damage was increasing exponentially. Each arrow dealt more damage than the last. Qingfeng's face was filled with astonishment. Why did he feel that? Li Chen's sustained output was so similar to a warrior's talent? But it shouldn't be. How could an archer have a warrior's talent? He couldn't figure it out. Completely baffled, fear crept onto Qingfeng's face. This was too hopeless. With no power to resist, they had been overwhelmingly crushed from the start. The key was that Li Chen was too good at seizing opportunities, creating immense pressure in coordination with the wind dragon. He would rather go back to fight a level 40 golden boss. It was too ridiculous, searching everywhere for people, and when he found them, he mobilized everyone without even a fight. No way. We can't fight at all. Qingfeng was horrified and quickly took out his communicator to call for support from the guild headquarters. Lu Chang, seeing this, was already dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene before. In his eyes, the immensely powerful Qingshan guild had mobilized entirely, yet they still couldn't do anything to Li Chen. Especially that wind dragon phantom. Just looking at it made their hearts race as if they were incredibly close to death. It was terrifying. This was a true madman. He was genuinely convinced and swore never to oppose Li Chen again. Seeing the situation was dire, he quickly prepared to flee. Not just him, some others also began to think about escaping. There was no way. Staying here was clearly futile, equivalent to sending themselves to death. They were indeed members of the Qingshan Guild, but that didn't mean they were willing to stay here to be buried with it. But Li Chen would not give them a chance to leave. These people were searching everywhere to ambush him. If it weren't for the wind dragon, he might have really fallen here. His gaze was fixed on every move of the crowd. When he saw someone trying to escape, without hesitation, Li Chen shot several arrows in their direction first. Everyone had to pay the price for their actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrowheads pierced through the air like the wind, producing sharp sounds of breaking through. Wang Mang and the others had no time to react and were directly struck by the arrows. Bang, bong, bang. The explosions sounded like thunder. Huge damage numbers jumped out from them. 1050, 1150, 1125. Li Chen's damage was stacking up now. For a moment, several people screamed in agony. Regret began to fill their hearts. They shouldn't have targeted this monster, Li Chen. But it was too late now. Feeling their life force draining away, they were filled with despair. They could only watch helplessly as they bled to death. After dealing with them, Li Chen turned his gaze back to the people in front of the Qingshan Guild. Anyone who knew his identity today would not be spared to prevent future troubles. At this moment, the members of the Qingshan Guild were in a dire state, not only having to fend off the dragon's attacks but also being cautious of their chaotic teammates. The key was that they couldn't afford to kill their chaotic teammates, each one feeling incredibly frustrated. After witnessing the fate of some who had tried to escape, they had lost even the thought of fleeing, caught in a dilemma. Li Chen was still taking advantage of the chaos, adding insult to injury. Li Chen raised his bow, preparing to shoot a few more arrows. The representative of the Qingshan Guild, Qingfeng, could no longer hold on and began to soften. Stop, stop. We're leaving right now, Qingfeng shouted. Although he was unwilling, he knew very well that if they continued, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. The number of people they brought this time was insufficient to take down Li Chen with the Wind Dragon's assistance. It was better to retreat first and then mobilize the guild's power to slowly find trouble with Li Chen. After all, he already knew what Li Chen looked like. Oh, Li Chen said, slightly surprised. Able to bend and stretch, he was indeed worthy of being a leader of a large guild. But, sorry, I have something to say to you. You insisted on hunting me down, and now that you can't win, you want to just walk away? Is there such a good thing in this world? Go die. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's expression changed. What do you mean by that? Are you really planning to go to war with our Qingshan? Li Chen chuckled. Do you think I'm that fool Zhang Tao? Can you trick me into being a fool? If I let you go today, your guild will probably come looking for trouble even more ruthlessly in the future. Qingfeng's eyes flickered uncertainly. It seemed that although Li Chen looked young, he was not so easy to fool. He changed his tone and said, in that case, if you return the items dropped by the boss, how about we wipe the slate clean? We won't hold you accountable for the loss of our combat power and the boss experience you took. You should also understand how powerful our Qingshan Guild is, not something you can provoke. Even if you manage to escape safely today, you won't escape death in the future. There's no good ending in opposing us, he said. Seriously, but Li Chen just laughed. Now I understand, you Qingshan are a bunch of fools. It seems you still haven't realized your current situation. Feng's smile froze, and he became a bit anxious. Are you really planning to be enemies with our Qingshan Guild? You're still young, can't you just know when to stop? Ha ha ha. Li Chen shook his head with a laugh. You really are arrogant. It seems that talking to you only lowers my IQ.
what they referred to as knowing when to stop meant handing over what he had worked hard to obtain and then letting them leave. These powerful figures always carried an inexplicable sense of superiority and arrogance towards ordinary players. Previously, those legendary players like Du Qingran treated people like Yen Zi the same way, but in his view, only the weak would cling to the strong. These people relied on the power behind them to act arrogantly, but in the end they were just someone else's dog. And he, Li Chen, would eventually become the strongest standing at the very top. Now the Qing Shan members had been beaten to a pulp by the Wind Dragon's illusion. With just a thought he could decide the outcome. Li Chen drew his bow, directly aiming at Qingfeng, and released an arrow. Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that after everything he had said, Li Chen would suddenly retaliate. Madman! He was now certain that the person before him was a complete lunatic. He quickly raised his great sword to defend himself. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Qingfeng stood his ground, anger boiling within him. Ever since he joined the Qingshan Guild and worked his way up to this point, today was the first time he felt so stifled. He had a temper too. Since you refuse to agree, then you can go die. With that, he pulled a bottle of red potion from his backpack, popped the cork, and downed it in one gulp. Soon, a red glow erupted around his body. He felt revitalized, his energy surging, and his aura significantly strengthened. At that moment, Qingfeng, having consumed the potion, felt a pang of regret. He hadn't intended to use it. After all, this was a rare-grade potion, and the value of that single gulp was equivalent to a piece of gold-grade equipment. No matter what, he had to make Li Chen spit out whatever he had consumed, otherwise he would truly be losing both the lady and the soldiers. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Interesting, resorting to drugs when he couldn't win. But, would it be effective? If relying on external substances could enhance strength enough to win, then what was the point of having strong fighters? Li Chen's expression turned cold as he lifted his bow and shot an arrow at him. Qingfeng, wielding his great sword, charged toward Li Chen. In a flash, he dodged the arrow with incredible speed and swung his sword upward. So fast, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. No wonder it was a rare-grade potion. Combined with Qingfeng's own formidable strength, his level was not inferior to Li Chen's. This was getting a bit tricky. He suddenly darted backward, moving out of the attack range. Although his reaction was quick enough, he was still caught by the residual force. Shield. Value -615. Even though he didn't take the full brunt of the damage, he still lost a significant amount of shield value. Huff. Li Chen exhaled, lifting his head. This is getting interesting. Qingfeng was slightly surprised that Li Chen had managed to pull back in time, but he quickly raised his sword and swung it at Li Chen again. Then let's play. Li Chen drew his wind spirit short knife. Close combat wasn't suitable for using a bow, but fortunately, he had obtained this short knife earlier. Although it was silver-grade equipment, it would suffice. Qingfeng frowned, looking at the small short knife in Li Chen's hand, which was no longer than his forearm, his face turning red with anger. The damage was low, but the insult was immense. "Are you looking down on me?" he roared, his expression fierce, as he exerted force and swung the greatsword violently at Li Chen. Die! In his eyes, Li Chen, a marksman, had actually put down his proud bow and instead drawn a small short knife. To challenge him in his melee domain was simply courting death. Li Chen stood his ground, and as the greatsword came crashing down, he moved his hand slowly. Bang! The greatsword collided with the small knife, producing a ringing sound of metal. Qingfeng was startled. As if waking from a dream, he realized that he couldn't move his sword an inch. "Do you understand now?" Li Chen said calmly. "You have no chance of winning against me, who is equipped with various talents and abilities." "No, this is impossible." Qingfeng's eyes widened, nearly going mad. He had just consumed a rare enhancement potion, yet in a direct melee, he couldn't even match Li Chen, a marksman? He felt as if his very heart was about to shatter, even doubting whether he had taken fake medicine. While he was still questioning his life choices, Li Chen had already flashed forward, stabbing his knife into Qingfeng's chest. 910. The short knife, though small, was much more agile in action. Theoretically, in close combat, it had an advantage against a cumbersome weapon like a great sword. In the blink of an eye, he had already left several wounds on Qingfeng's body. 950. 1010. Qingfeng panicked, quickly swinging his arm to the side. Li Chen darted back, easily dodging. Qingfeng, gasping for breath, quickly pulled back a position, staring at Li Chen in horror. He was truly scared. In a moment of carelessness, he didn't even react and had already lost a large portion of his health. "What exactly is your profession? How can you be so strong in close combat?" Li Chen remained silent, elegantly wiping his short knife. "There's no need for the dead to know so much." Qingfeng's eyes were filled with terror as he suddenly felt his life force continuously draining away. Bloodthirst had activated. "No, help me." Qingfeng struggled to hold himself up, trying to run backward. But he found that the other guild members had either died or were injured, barely clinging to life, not faring much better than him. The imposing phantom of the Wind Dragon was overwhelming, and no one could stand against it. They were completely wiped out. Qingfeng's face was filled with despair.
Li Chen stepped forward, and upon seeing him, Qingfeng hurriedly exclaimed in panic, "No, you can't kill me. I'm a core member of the guild. If you kill me, the Qingshan will retaliate against you, killing everyone connected to you." Before he could finish, Li Chen had already struck him down, draining the last bit of his health. "In that case, I can't let you live." After dealing with this representative of the Qingshan guild, just as Li Chen was about to turn away, he suddenly heard a beep beep sound. He walked over in confusion. He saw a walkie-talkie fall from Qingfeng's body, still transmitting voices. "Qingfeng? How's it going over there? Hey, the guild has sent reinforcements. What's your location?" "Don't come, he's dead," Li Chen replied flatly. There was a pause on the other end, disbelief evident. "Who are you? How did Qingfeng's stuff end up in your hands? What did you do to him?" "I told you, he's dead. All of you from Qingshan have been wiped out." "No, impossible. Who the hell are you?" An angry voice came from the walkie-talkie. He, idiot, I'm Zhang Tao from the legendary guild. Welcome to come and chop me." "Just wait." Before the other party could finish, Li Chen threw the walkie-talkie to the ground and stomped on it, shattering it. At that moment, under the overwhelming presence of the Wind Dragon Phantom, the remaining members of the Qingshan Guild were also wiped out. He tidied up and left without looking back. At the entrance of the boss area, people kept coming out. After such a long time, all the opportunities and treasures inside had been exhausted. Some people walked out with smiles, their steps more pronounced, while others walked with their heads down, sighing in despair. The members of the legendary guild, who were the center of attention, were all covered in dirt, returning empty-handed. Zhang Tao had already woken up, holding his forehead, looking weak. Two guild members supported him on either side, while Du Qingran followed behind in silence. Zhang Tao spoke weakly. "Treasure, who exactly was that person? Can you tell me?" He never expected that the seemingly foolproof debut operation would hit so many obstacles and develop into this. Originally, he thought that even if they didn't get the boss's head in the end, there would at least be reward points. But now, they had gained nothing and lost both the lady and the soldiers. What was supposed to be a good plan was completely ruined by a stranger that Du Qingran had somehow found. Du Qingran remained silent, knowing that she had indeed made a mistake this time. At this stage, Zhang Tao still had some value to her, so she had to lower her stance and coax him. "Oh, Tao Go, our legendary guild is so powerful, we don't lack this bit of equipment." Zhang Tao sighed. "If it were just about the equipment, it would be fine. You don't understand how important this debut is to me. I brought so many people, and the result was such a disastrous loss. How will the people in the guild see me? The most critical thing is..." Zhang Tao paused, a wave of fear washing over him. "That item was taken away, the mission failed, and when I go back, I won't even know how to explain it." Du Qingran felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "What exactly is that item? Why is it so important to you?" Zhang Tao shook his head. "I only know a little. That thing seems to be a key that can open the ancient heavenly gate. Beyond that, I don't know much." "Ancient heavenly gate?" Du Qingran's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean there are good things there?" "It should be, but that's not something we small forces can compete for." "Small forces?" Du Qingran was taken aback. The legendary guild was one of the top forces in Jianhai, yet they referred to themselves as a small force, unqualified to compete. Looking at the once spirited and unstoppable legendary guild, they now appeared so disheveled. The crowd outside the entrance couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. "Hiss, why do I feel like the faces of the legendary guild members are terrifyingly dark?" "I feel the same, I have no idea. What happened?" A group of people gathered together. Some who had watched the entire event began to boast. "Hey, do you want to know? Pay 100 dragon coins, and I'll spill the tea." "Come on, I think you're just daydreaming. Are you not afraid of the legendary guild coming after you for profiting off their news? Hurry up and tell us, or I'll report you right now." "Oh, come on, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. We're all poor brothers here, how could I bear to profit off you? Here's what happened." "What the hell? You're saying both major guilds ended up as clowns, suffering heavy losses, and the boss was snatched away by someone else? Is the news reliable?" "This is too explosive." "Absolutely reliable, I saw it with my own eyes from a distance." "Wow, that's incredible. The two major guilds are probably going to go crazy. Jianhai is going to be restless from now on. By the way, where are the people from the Qingshan Guild? Why haven't we seen any of them come out?" "I'm not sure, they might still be looking for someone inside, but it's probably in vain. The person should have run away long ago." "I know." Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out. The others immediately became interested, though also skeptical. "Oh, you say you know? Then tell us. Is that true? What can a kid like you possibly know? We don't have time to listen to your stories." The boy smiled slightly. "What I know, you'll find out if you listen. I can tell you, but you have to agree to one request of mine." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, thinking he was just trying to get money. "I warn you, if you want dragon coins, forget it. If you don't speak, we'll report you." "Exactly, think it over." The boy shrugged helplessly and shook his head. I don't need that little money, you just have to promise me not to spread it around casually. Hearing this, everyone became even more curious. What could be so important that it required a confidentiality agreement? Sure, no problem. Go ahead, we promise not to spread it. Yes, little brother. Hurry up and tell us, I'm dying to know. The crowd began to urge him. Of course, while they claimed they wouldn't spread it, they never said they wouldn't share it among themselves. Li Chen smiled slightly. He certainly didn't expect these people to keep it a secret. If that were the case, everything he did would be meaningless. He said this to create a sense of authenticity. Judging by their expressions, they had probably believed him to a large extent. Alright, then I'll tell you, but remember to keep it confidential. The person who snatched the boss was later caught. The two major guilds fought fiercely over the equipment on him, and in the end, what happened in the end? Several people listened intently, not daring to blink. It was quite common for people to fight over loot. But this time, it was a struggle between two powerful guilds in Shanghai. As you can see, the legendary guild won and came out, while the people from the Qing Shan guild were left inside forever. Li Chen continued. The crowd erupted in an uproar. They had heard plenty of stories about two major forces fighting over loot, but was it really this intense this time? One side was completely wiped out? This seemed quite serious. It seems that a direct confrontation is about to break out. No wonder, if what you said is true, it's no surprise that the people in blue robes have vanished without a trace. The legendary ones have emerged. So that's how it is. My god, how terrifying. I won't say more, I'm leaving first. Scary, so the ending is a fight to the death? No one will back down. What on earth have we stumbled upon? It should be pretty close to the truth. I remember when we entered, the two major guilds were already at each other's throats, ready to fight at any moment. With Li Chen's push, the rumors quickly spread. There was no need for him to say anything further. This should be fine now, Li Chen thought to himself, nodding. He had already dealt with all the members of the Blue Robe Guild, leaving no witnesses. This way, he could temporarily avoid the Blue Robe members continuing to trace back to him. After preparing everything, Li Chen left with peace of mind. Shortly after he departed, a convoy of black SUVs sped in and parked by the roadside. Damn it, where are those legendary bastards? The people in the cars got out, looking fierce. Which one is Zhang Tao? Get your ass out here. The members of the Blue Robe Guild brandished large machetes, their faces filled with anger. Leading them was Qinglong, the vice president of the Blue Robe Guild. He surrounded everyone present and began to inquire. Such domineering behavior made the people here somewhat dissatisfied, but they dared not resist. Moreover, these individuals looked extremely furious and were not easy to provoke. After some inquiries, Qinglong's last shred of hope was shattered. Qinfeng and the others really died inside. The legendary ones left at the first opportunity. According to the accounts of the people here, the answer was that their guild members had fought with the legendary ones and were ultimately wiped out inside. It should be noted that among the people sent by their guild this time, there were quite a few potential seeds, including Qingfeng, an S-class profession. Losing even one was a huge loss. What? A legendary guild? What a Zhang Tao. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Just wait to bear the wrath of our blue robes. On the other side, Zhang Tao was completely unaware of all this and had returned home exhausted. At this moment he was lying on the sofa, resting, still troubled in his heart about why today was so unlucky. Not long after, Zhang's father opened the door and walked into the living room. Father. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered as he saw the visitor. Alright, I already know everything, Zhang's father said. You don't need to worry about this, I will find a way to get the people back. Zhang Tao sighed and slapped his thigh. It's all because of those blue robe people causing trouble at the end, otherwise, we would have taken down the boss by now. Zhang's father frowned. So, you guys fought inside? Zhang Tao was taken aback. I guess so. Although he ended up losing consciousness, he was the one who struck first. Zhang's father pondered for a moment and said, no worries, the blue robe people shouldn't make a big fuss over such a small matter. By the way, today's operation suffered significant losses and the elders in the guild have some criticisms of you. Be more careful in the future. The guild has arranged for you to have an escort, level up quickly, complete your first class change as soon as possible, and get on the newcomer leaderboard with a good ranking. Yes. Zhang Tao nodded, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Newcomer professionals can immediately get on the newcomer leaderboard after completing their first class change. As long as you level up quickly and surpass others, the first to complete the first class change will naturally secure the top spot on the newcomer leaderboard. Of course, whether he can maintain that ranking afterward will depend on his own strength. If he can get on the newcomer leaderboard and take the top spot, let's see who in the guild would dare to speak behind his back. At this moment, Li Chen returned home. He was already formulating the plan for his upcoming first-class change. However, this is the most crucial stage for all professionals where they can obtain new professional talents, making a significant difference before and after. To complete the first-class transfer, one needs to reach level 40 and finishing it before the college entrance.
Examination grants additional bonus points.
However, to successfully complete the first transfer, one must first go to a specific dungeon to obtain the transfer
materials.
After that, they can submit the materials to the professional association to obtain a transfer certificate, allowing them to perform the transfer
ceremony. Of course, the dungeons that drop transfer materials are not easy to clear.
Generally, people only attempt them after reaching level 40, or they buy the materials at a high price from the marketplace. Although Li Chen was only level 35 and had no immediate plans for the transfer, he wanted to complete it as soon
as possible.
Therefore, he decided to go directly to the dungeon for the transfer materials. There would also be some high-level monsters inside the dungeon. If he cleared the transfer dungeon and killed all the monsters inside, he would surely reach level 40, right? By then, he would also have the transfer materials
and could proceed with the transfer.
After sorting out his thoughts, Li Chen went to bed. The next day, Li Chen got up, tidied himself up, and headed to the
trading post. He was going to tackle the transfer dungeon today.
To be safe, he prepared to sell off some low-level equipment first and then buy some gear that
would enhance his current abilities.
The Jianhai Trading Post, located in the city center, is the most authoritative trading place in Jianhai, backed by official endorsements, making it very reliable. Here, you can sell anything and buy various items at reasonable prices.
Li Chen walked up to the front desk and
handed over some silver-grade equipment, including the Wind Spirit short blade.
There are two selling methods. The first is to list the equipment in the trading
post's marketplace, where someone can buy it, and after deducting a certain service fee, the remaining money will be credited to Li Chen's account.
The second
method is to sell directly to the trading post, where he can receive cash immediately, but the price is relatively lower. The advantage is that he doesn't
have to wait for a sale.
However, the price isn't slashed too harshly, just under 10%.
Li Chen chose the second option directly because he intended to buy some useful equipment and needed money temporarily.
In the end, these items sold for a total of 210,000 dragon coins.
This was a pretty good price, enough to buy some simple golden grade equipment.
Adding the remaining dragon coins from before, he had a total of 400,000, which was enough to buy a nice piece of golden grade
equipment.
This trading post is enormous. Just browsing the exhibition area for equipment would take a long time.
The trading post is equipped with dedicated tablets for consumers to browse and place orders.
The benefit of this is that it is straightforward and clear, allowing for a more comprehensive view and avoiding
unexpected incidents.
Based on his wealth, Li Chen selected a range. His current profession allows for ranged attacks and is also strong in melee.
In terms of
ranged weapons, he already possessed a powerful golden grade weapon, the explosive bow.
However, he was lacking in melee weapons. This time, he planned to choose a melee weapon for emergencies.
He had previously copied the S-class warrior profession from Qingfeng, so he dragged the marketplace section to the warrior
weapon interface.
Great swords, staffs, arm guards, long knives, long spears.
Li Chen began to make his selections.
For him, he was still more adept with lighter
weapons.
Indeed, long-handled weapons suited him better. In melee combat, he could leverage his reach.
If he grasped the right distance, the upper limit was
high, and the damage output was strong, with a large attack range, capable of both offense and defense. The only downside was that if the weapon was too long, it might be restricted by the environment, making it difficult to wield.
Iron Cavalry Spear Grade, Golden Type, Great Spear Price, 333,000 Dragon Coins. Tiger Spear Grade, Golden Type, Flower Spear Price, 350,000 Dragon Coins. Giant Wave Spear Grade, Golden Type, Long Spear Price, 380,000 Dragon Coins. Li Chen looked around.
In the end, he fixed his gaze on a long halberd.
He clicked on the interface, and the detailed
attributes of the weapon were displayed. Lightning War Spear Grade, Golden Wearing Requirement, Strength 500 attributes, Strength plus 350, Spirit plus 100, Critical Hit Rate plus 20%. Exclusive Effect 1, Attacks deal lightning damage to the target and form a chain, transmitting 50% of the damage to surrounding targets.
Weapon Passive, lightning attacks that hit can increase the opponent's paralysis value. Once the paralysis value is full, the opponent can be directly paralyzed.
Price, 399,000 dragon coins. Li Chen nodded, deciding to take this one.
Although it was expensive, it was quite good among the many golden weapons.
Compared to other weapons, its base value was also higher. After making his choice, Li Chen placed the order directly. The efficiency of the exchange was very high.
He waited in the rest area for about 10 minutes before the staff brought over the weapon box. Li Chen took out the Lightning War Spear and inspected it.
The long spear glimmered with a golden hue, resembling a flickering
lightning bolt. He equipped it.
Name, Li Chen. Occupation, blank. Level, 35 strength, 1000 constitution, 460 agility, 450 spirit, 420 talent. Card talent ability, Soul Wizard, SS grade, Berserker. S grade, Guardian Shield, S, Bloodthirsty, S, Curse Soundwave, A, Enhancement, C, Cards, 3. His base strength had directly surpassed 1000.
For the upcoming first turn dungeon, Li Chen
felt much more confident. The recommended strength for the first turn dungeon was above 800 and he was already at 1000 plus some talent abilities. This would be a breeze. After paying, he left and headed straight for the dungeon. The first turn dungeon was not far from the exchange where Li Chen was, located on the edge of the city center. Before long, Li Chen had arrived. The scene here was even more bustling than he had imagined, with a large crowd early in the morning. However, upon closer inspection, only about half of them were actually there to farm first turn materials. Most were people from studios providing escort and promotional services. Newbie adventurers were undoubtedly the best targets, lacking everything and having little experience. Most couldn't even distinguish the quality and value of items. As soon as Li Chen arrived, he was approached by several people in suits carrying briefcases and documents trying to strike up a conversation. Li Chen flatly refused them all. Not to mention anything else, he didn't have a single coin in his bag right now. Even so, there were still people trying to entice him into taking loans or selling things. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. In this day and age, people were scarier than monsters. Entering the dungeon hall, it was finally much quieter here. Although it was still noisy, it was mostly adventurers preparing to strategize for the first turn dungeon. After observing, he noticed that most of the adventurers here were veterans from previous years, like some C and D grade low-level adventurers who were unwilling to give up on the path of adventuring and were still striving. There were also some newcomers this year, but they were generally from wealthy families. Considering the timeline, only a few days had passed since the awakening ceremony, and even some powerful adventurers would only be around level 30 by now, right? He knew that he had managed to reach level 35 by defeating a 40-level golden boss, and now he felt more assured to come early to farm first turn materials. These people who came early to farm materials were simply paying for escorts to help them farm, which was why they dared to come at this time. No matter where you go, it's always so realistic. Having money is a shortcut. Just then, Li Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A young man in his 20s, a bit chubby, with a simple and honest face. Wasn't this Eru? Thinking about what had happened yesterday at the boss location, this Eru was indeed a person of deep feelings and loyalty. He even took the initiative to give him the stealth cloak. Next to him stood a slightly shorter girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, with short hair, dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt and a black pleated skirt. Her face was somewhat pale, and her complexion didn't look very good. At that moment, Era wore a worried expression and said, "Sister, our ordinary people's pride isn't important. Once we become stronger in the future." The girl nodded, but there was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I understand all that, but I don't know where to find reliable people. If they find out, they'll probably just laugh at me." Era sighed. "There's nothing we can do. This is how we ordinary people live. When you grow a bit older, you'll understand. We can only strive to chase after their tailwinds, even if it means getting hurt." He mustered his courage and said, "If they bother you again, just tell me and I'll back you up." The girl looked at him and shook her head with a sigh. "Thanks, brother. I'll try to avoid them from now on." She certainly understood the difficulties at home. If it weren't for her good luck in awakening an A-level profession, she wouldn't have come early to grind a first-turn dungeon just to keep up with those prodigies. Li Chen watched, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had appeared at the wrong time. It was better not to disturb them. Just then, Era happened to shift his gaze and made eye contact with him. Li Chen saw him, and he saw Li Chen. Era's previously drooping expression changed. After a moment of surprise, it turned into joy as if he had seen an old friend. Waving excitedly, "Hey, my benefactor! Over here! Come on, don't make a scene." Li Chen rubbed his forehead. This was a bit over the top in public. He then walked over. Since it was like this, he might as well say hello. Era stepped forward, his face full of enthusiasm. "Great! I didn't expect to run into you here. I didn't properly thank you yesterday. How did your harvest go?" Li Chen smiled. "Not bad, quite a coincidence. What are you doing here?" "Oh." Era suddenly slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce you. My surname is Lin, and this is my sister, Lin Yu." As he spoke, he introduced Lin Yu. "This big brother saved me yesterday in the boss area. He looks young, but his strength is super impressive." Lin Yu nodded, turning her head away with a disinterested sigh. Era scratched his head awkwardly and said to Li Chen, "Sorry, my sister isn't feeling well. By the way, how should I address you?" "Just call me Li Chen." Lin Ero nodded, then sighed with a bitter smile. "I'm really sorry, but I might not be able to thank you properly today. I've hired someone to take my sister into a first-turn dungeon. How about we exchange contact information, and next time I'll definitely treat you generously." "Oh?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "What a coincidence." Just then, Lin Ero suddenly realized. "Wait, you came here too? Are you also here to gather first-turn materials?" It dawned on him that aside from gathering first-turn materials, what else could one be doing here? Li Chen smiled and nodded, not denying it. Era's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. The person I've hired will be here soon, and we can go in together." Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, "That might be a bit too much trouble. Hiring someone for a dungeon run costs money." From what he understood, even the cheapest escort would be quite expensive.
He was confident he could handle the dungeon alone. Arrow waved his hand generously. It's fine, you're my benefactor. There's no need to be polite. He understood that without Li Chan he might have died in the boss area earlier. He genuinely wanted to help Li Chan. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. 3 equipped adventurers strode over, their armor clanking with each movement, exuding an air of confidence. The 3 of them were all level 50 A-class professionals, each equipped with at least one piece of golden grade gear. Is Boss Lin Arrow here? A warrior stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Arrow quickly came to greet him. I'm here, right here. Are you ready? Arrow nodded and asked. Alright, when are we starting the dungeon? The warrior waved his hand, signaling, no rush, there's something else I need to discuss with you. Arrow was taken aback. What is it? Actually, it's nothing much. We originally planned to bring 2 groups for this escort mission, but the other group had to cancel at the last minute due to unforeseen circumstances, so you'll need to cover the entire cost. Arrow's expression changed, a bit anxious. This isn't what we agreed on. He hadn't even turned around to give the only opportunity to his talented sister. Just covering half the cost had already drained him. He simply couldn't afford the whole amount. The warrior shook his head. That's not our concern. There's still half an hour until the scheduled start time. If you can find another team to share the cost during this time, that's fine. Arrow furrowed his brows. Where could he find someone in half an hour? Suddenly, a thick female voice rang out. Lin Yu? The speaker was a plump woman, in high heels and a fashionable dress. In stark contrast, 5 strong, handsome men in splendid armor followed her, looking like public relations professionals. Against this backdrop, it seemed a bit ridiculous, but she appeared blissfully unaware. Instead, she wore a superior expression, as if she were the head of a chicken. Li Chan glanced over. The gear on these escort professionals was quite impressive, almost golden grade, and incredibly dazzling. Wang Meili. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu's face turned even paler. Oh, what a coincidence, you're here to run a dungeon too. Wang Meili looked on with amusement, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Are these guys your escorts? TSK, I must say, they do match you quite well. Hearing this, the 3 men that Arrow had invited didn't seem offended. The hierarchy of disdain among escorts was quite severe. High-level escorts were indeed more prestigious and had more say than low-level ones. They had long since grown accustomed to it. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Arrow's face. Looking at their group and then at his own, it was indeed a bit. If his sister was embarrassed, he, as her brother, felt the same. Arrow knew the reality was even worse. They might not even be able to afford the fees for these low-level escorts. Li Chan remained silent. This wasn't his concern anymore. He had originally planned to just say hello and leave. Who knew he would be stuck here for several minutes? At this moment, after mocking them a couple of times, Wang Meili showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she walked over with her entourage. Looking at the 3 escorts, she asked, how much did Lin Yu pay to hire you? The warrior frowned slightly but shook his head, saying, we haven't finalized it yet. There were originally 2 groups, but the other group cancelled at the last minute. Upon hearing this, Wang Meili burst into laughter. I didn't expect it to be a carpool after all. She covered her mouth with her hand, her facial fat shaking with her laughter. Lin Yu's face turned bright red. Is it funny? Arrow couldn't help but say angrily. Of course it's funny. You poor folks shouldn't even think about turning your fortunes around, just stick to the life department. Wang Meili laughed heartily, addressing the escorts that Arrow had invited. Don't even think about it, they definitely can't afford it. Come with me, I'll pay double. The escorts she brought were more than enough, but she did this purely to annoy Lin Yu and the others. As soon as she said this, the 3 escorts' faces showed signs of interest. They could see that this Arrow likely couldn't afford the fees. Choosing the other side would not only relieve them of the burden but also earn them double the price. What a steal! Finally, the leading warrior broke the silence. Speaking to Arrow with noticeable impatience, the event starts in 20 minutes. Have you made up your mind? Our time is precious. Arrow forced a bitter smile. Can it be cheaper? No. Arrow lowered his head. Seeing him like this, several escorts understood the answer and began to curse. TCH, what bad luck. Want someone to help you when you have no money? Pa! A poor wretch thinks he deserves a turn. They then unhesitatingly stood beside Wang Meili. Boss, we're with you. Ha ha ha. See that, Lin Yu? Compared to me, you're nothing. Wang Meili laughed heartily and left with her group. The air suddenly became clear. But after her antics, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yu could no longer hold back, squatting down and hugging her head as she sobbed. Watching her, Arrow sighed and, looking lost, turned to Li Chen, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I was boasting about bringing you along. As you can see, my life is a mess. Friends have left me, and my family is taking the brunt for me. Every disaster seems to cling to me, as if everything is working against me. Who said that? Li Chen looked up at him. Meeting me means you're not truly out of luck yet. Arrow was taken aback, not understanding the meaning, but still smiled in agreement. Of course, meeting a strong person like you is a blessing from my past life, one of the few strokes of luck
Li Chen shrugged. I'm no Buddha, but we can collaborate. Eru was puzzled. What kind of collaboration? Later, you all will enter the dungeon. With me. In a first-turn dungeon, each profession only has one chance to challenge it per month. During the cooldown period, the only way to enter again is to rely on someone else to take them in. This way, Li Chen could run the dungeon 3 times. Was there any fear of not reaching level 40? The difficulty and monsters in the first-turn dungeon are arranged for level 40 first-turn professionals, so it should be stable. It would be like leveling up while also helping Arrow and the others. It could also be seen as repaying the favor of the hidden cloak. Upon hearing this, Arrow's face showed confusion. Ha, just us? That's right, Li Chen nodded. The 3 of us. Arrow looked troubled and awkwardly said, bro, you know my strength is weak. Once we go in, I can't contribute much. He wasn't a main combat class, he leaned more towards teamwork. Li Chen shook his head. I'll handle the dungeon, you all just stay out of it, I'll solo. And just to be clear, I'll take all the heads from the monsters inside. This request was a bit selfish. With that, since all the damage would be dealt by him, the heads would also be his, and all the experience would be his alone. The others would gain nothing. Even if they ran it 3 times, they wouldn't get anything. But what Li Chen could guarantee was that he could give them a first-turn item at the end. Era hesitated for a moment. If they could really get an item, then the once-a-month cooldown wouldn't be a loss. But the difficulty of the dungeon was no joke. Just the 3 of them going in to fight was too reckless. At that moment, he recalled how Li Chen had single-handedly driven away the Qingshan guild team in the boss area, like a god descending. Eru's eyes flickered. Alright, I believe you. Li Chen nodded. This was great, he could run it a few more times and gain more experience. Many dungeons outside were no longer suitable for his level, but the high monsters in the first-turn dungeon were just right. After discussing, Arrow squatted down and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Sister, let's go. Ha! Lin Yu looked up, her eyes red. Where? To run the first-turn dungeon. Thinking of the previous events, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of resistance. Let's forget it for now. I'll grind by myself when my level is higher. No way, you're an A-grade talent. How can you let this hold you back? That Wang Meili is just jealous of your talent. She's AB herself, so she likes to target you. Don't take it to heart. Then, fine. Without Xiao Dai, can we win? Lin Hu shook his head. No need. With Yang Ge helping us, I've already told you, he's an incredibly powerful expert. When you grow up later, remember to never forget this kindness, understand? Lin Yu glanced at Li Chen and nodded seriously. Alright, let's go. Li Chen and the 2 arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Due to the large number of people and limited resources, they needed to enter in batches. Besides Li Chen and his group, many others were waiting in the rest area for the next batch. In the rest area, they saw Wang Meili and others again. Several escorts were serving her tea and water, looking every bit like a queen, incredibly eye-catching. Especially her plump figure and self-satisfied smile made her stand out awkwardly wherever she went. This scene was too dramatic. It was like a group of school beauties and goddesses surrounding a short, poor, shabby, fat guy, asking about his well-being. Li Chen had already spotted several people around him stifling laughter. Upon seeing Wang Meili again, Lin Yu instinctively shrank back, hiding behind, afraid of being seen. Should we not go over? We can just wait in the hall. Lin Yu's voice was as faint as a mosquito. Li Chen listened and couldn't help but frown. He didn't quite understand, having awakened an A-grade profession, it wasn't just good, it at least surpassed 90% of people, most of whom were C or D grade. With that, why was she still so timid? Earlier, he heard Who say that Wang Meili looked impressive. But she was just a B-grade profession, relying solely on her wealth to act so arrogantly. What was that called again? Fox exploiting the tiger's might. What are you afraid of? In terms of strength, she's not as good as you, and her professional talent isn't as strong as yours. At this moment, Who hesitated and spoke up. Yang Ge, you may not know, but Wang Meili has quite a background. Her family seems to be connected to the underground king of Zhanghai, and I've heard she's the only daughter, very pampered. So what? Li Chen replied lightly. It's a public place, everyone can rest here. Why not go? Anyway, I don't know how long we'll have to wait. I don't want to stand outside the whole time. You all can do as you please. Saying this, he directly walked forward. He never caused trouble but wasn't afraid of it either. Moreover, in his view, what needed to be faced should be faced, simply avoiding it would only lead to more encroachment. Lin Who hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said to Lin Yu beside him, let's go, we'll follow. After saying that, he dragged Lin Yu in with determination. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with fear as he followed behind, hiding. But even so, when Li Chen and the others entered the rest area, they inevitably came into the view of the people inside. Most people were still doing their own things and wouldn't pay much attention to others. But someone like Wang Meili, who had nothing better to do, immediately spotted Li Chen and the others. She said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my family, look who has arrived." The sound of her voice, compressed by fat, was almost irritating to hear. I said, this rest area should have a private room.
Otherwise, it's awkward for all kinds of people to be together, right? Several of her escorts chimed in.
My princess, there's no need to care about these small fries. Just being able to breathe the same air as you is already a blessing in 3 lifetimes.
Wang Meili laughed heartily. She then noticed Li Chen and the others. Apart from them, there was no one else. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Oh, what's going on here? She then said, family, come with me to take a look. Immediately after, she stood up and led her group forward. At this moment, Li Chen had already found a spot and sat down with his team. Apart from him, Arrow and the other person appeared quite reserved. To ease the atmosphere, Li Chen casually spoke up. Hey, looks like we're in luck. There's an event happening right now, and it seems quite interesting. An event?
Arrow asked, puzzled. He had been so tense when they arrived that
he hadn't noticed at all.
Li Chen nodded and pulled out a flyer he had found on the seat. To wish the new professionals a smooth sailing and to dance with youth, a limited-time event has been launched with the opening of the dungeon. The team that ranks first in completion time will receive a mysterious
commemorative gift.
Arrow smiled. There really is one, but rewards like that are out of reach for ordinary folks like me. Those studio escorts will probably
fight tooth and nail for it.
That's not necessarily true. After all, we have 3 chances, Li Chen replied with a smile.
Regarding the completion time,
for such dungeons, it wasn't really about individual strength but rather the speed of monster kills. If he could level up to 40 during the first 2 runs, he would be able to equip the level 40 gear dropped by the previous boss. At that point, his strength would surely explode and there would be opportunities.
Look, isn't that a noble A-class professional? Why is she always hanging out with some lowlifes? Does she have no friends?
Just then, Wang Meili approached with her group. I didn't expect to see a bunch of broke losers. Even the escorts look down on you, yet you still have the nerve to show up.
Hearing this, Arrow glared at her and couldn't help but retort angrily, Wang Meili, are you done yet?
Before Wang Meili could respond, several escorts beside her stepped forward.
Shut up. Who do you think you are to call our princess by her name? I think you're tired of living. You guys? Arrow pointed at
them, his momentum faltering.
Li Chen's expression was strange.
Aside from her expensive outfit, he couldn't find anything about Wang Meili that matched
the title of princess, not even her name.
But since these people were being paid, it was understandable that they would speak nonsense.
Wang Meili stepped
forward, looking at Arrow with an imposing demeanor, like a shrew.
Heh, am I done?
You should ask your sister. Daring to seduce my man, I wish I could find
someone to kill her.
Shut up. I believe my sister isn't that kind of person. Arrow stood his ground.
She is. Your whole family is beneath me. Wang Meili shouted loudly. Enough.
Lin Yu suddenly stood up and said loudly, it was your boyfriend who came to talk to me first, and he only asked me about
professional matters. I've explained this to you before. Why do you keep bothering me? Shut your mouth. Then why did he break up with me? It's your fault.
For seducing my man, otherwise, no one would look down on me. Wang Meili screamed, nearly going insane.
Just then, the lounge's announcement system suddenly rang out. Ding dong.
Please be patient and do not make loud noises. Thank you for your cooperation, and wish you a victorious start and a triumphant
return.
The scene quieted down. Wang Meili glared, realizing her earlier outburst. She snorted and sneered, Lin Yu, now that you've awakened your A-class
profession, you think you're tough enough to talk back to me. Let me tell you,
after I advance, I'll crush you just the same, and you won't even be able to get the materials for your advancement. Going in will be a death sentence for you, so just immediately stay under my foot.
Who says so? Suddenly, Li Chen said firmly. Not only are we going, but we're also going to take first place. Wang Meili was taken aback.
She glanced at Li Chen and then burst into
laughter. Ha ha, Lin Yu, don't make me laugh. This is the helper you brought in? Arrow frowned. What do you mean? He is my friend. Oh, I thought you
had fallen so low as to ask someone like this for help.
They don't even look older than you, Arrow.
Just because they're young, their tone is so big.
Wang Meili scoffed. Just the 3 of you?
You still want to enter the dungeon, farm for first turn materials, and shamelessly claim you want to take first
place?
That's just laughable. Let me tell you, this time, first place is mine for the taking. With me here, you won't have a chance.
As she spoke, a few of her escorts straightened their backs, exuding confidence. Is that so?
Then let's wait and see, Li Chen replied calmly.
He couldn't stand Wang Meili's
arrogant demeanor either. If it weren't for the fact that it had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't have bothered to get involved. He was already annoyed by her constant provocations.
Ha ha ha, great.
Then let's see, if a team like yours takes first place, I might as well stand on my head and eat shit. Wang Meili nearly laughed herself silly, having never heard such a strange request before. It made her escorts look like mere decorations.
And they dared to talk about taking first place?
They should know their own weight. You said it, so don't backtrack later. Li Chen glanced around.
At that moment, many people
were waiting in the rest area, and with the commotion here, a crowd naturally gathered to watch.
A lot of people were listening to this conversation. Wang
Meili spat disdainfully, humph. As expected, only trash can play with trash.
Instead of that, I think you should reconsider. Don't end up going in and not being able to come out and then have to call for a rescue team. That would really be embarrassing. You don't need to worry about that, Lee Chen laughed. Speaking so confidently, one might think he relied on his own strength to tackle the dungeon. Ding dong, the first turn dungeon is now open. All challengers, please line up and enter at the entrance in order. The announcement echoed again. Everyone in the rest area stood up. Let's go, Wang Meili snorted coldly and left with her entourage. Li Chen turned to the Arrow siblings and signaled, let's go too. Arrow looked a bit worried and said, Big brother, can we really do this? Just the three of us, should we find more people? He was afraid that Li Chen, wanting to stand up for him, might make a hasty decision. Li Chen waved his hand, don't worry, since I said it, I have confidence. Let's go. Seeing Li Chen say this, Arrow nodded and didn't say more. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, grouping up required recording information. Undoubtedly, leading the way was Wang Meili and her escorts. No one else dared to compete with them. Soon, the information appeared, and aside from Wang Meili being level 25, all her escorts were level 50. With so many high-level players, taking on a level 40 first-turn dungeon was undoubtedly a crushing victory. The moment the information appeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many players showed envious expressions. It was almost like lying down and doing nothing while waiting for rewards. A hint of superiority shone in Wang Meili's eyes, as if she were the center of attention. Before long, it was Li Chen and the others' turn. Their team was undoubtedly the most unique in the entire venue, consisting of only 3 people. Moreover, they all looked young and had no escorts. Captain, Li Chen, level 35. Team member, Lin Arrow, level 39. Team member, Lin Yu, level 30. Ha, what kind of ragtag team is this? Not even one of them is level 40. If they really get in, we might as well call the rescue team to stand guard outside the dungeon. Among the crowd, Wang Meili laughed the loudest. So funny, are you trying to attract my attention on purpose? 3 people, not one of them even at level 40, and they dare to enter the dungeon and say they want to take my first place? Ha. Listening to these words, Arrow's face turned red. Wang Meili, how can you still talk about us? Your level is only in the 20s, even worse than ours. I may be level 20, but I have someone to guide me. I can clear dungeons, gather materials, and come in first. Can you do that? Arrow rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue, but he was stopped by Li Chen. There's no need to waste words on people like this. In this world, strength speaks for itself. That's the only way to truly shut them up. Arrow wiped his tears and nodded. Yango, I want to win. Li Chen smiled, of course we will win. Lin Yu lifted her head, her eyes showing determination. I want to become stronger, to surpass those who look down on me. In her view, both of them had come this far for her, and she couldn't be weak any longer. Seeing their resolve, Li Chen nodded. This was the spirit that young professionals should have. Alright, let's go. The 3 of them stepped confidently into the dungeon portal. With a flash of blue light, they vanished from sight. Those outside the dungeon were all stunned. Holy crap, they really went in? My god, are they crazy? Just 3 people daring to go in. Wang Meili looked at this scene in surprise, then snapped back to reality and scoffed. They really are 3 fools, it's hard to persuade the damned. Well, we should get going too. My knights, follow me into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Li Chen had just teleported in. He looked around and found they were in a cave, the air damp and cold. Almost no light penetrated. In such conditions, movement would be greatly slowed, as no one knew whether the massive object in front of them was a rock or a monster. Dungeon level 1, abandoned mine. At that moment, a crack sounded behind Li Chen. Immediately after, a warm orange light lit up. It turned out to be Arrow's item from his backpack. The light gradually spread, illuminating the surroundings. Li Chen gave him a thumbs up. Well done. This made things much easier. Arrow chuckled and scratched his head. But soon, the smile froze. As the light fully spread, it illuminated the stone walls and passage around them. Above their heads, gray-black bats hung upside down, sleeping. The light revealed their bodies, densely packed against the wall, looking incredibly eerie. Grinning bat level 40 description, bats that live in damp nests, with extremely high attack power, usually living in groups. Arrow quickly covered his mouth. At that moment, one by one, the bats poked their heads out from their wings, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red, revealing sharp fangs. Arrow's face tightened, and he fumbled to equip his gear. There were at least a dozen of these bats. Don't panic, Li Chen said calmly beside him. He took out the lightning warglaive and swung it, leaving a trail of electric light. The jumping electricity flickered in the air, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The attack hit one grinning bat, directly taking away a large chunk of health. 1000. At the same time, an electric arc flashed, starting to conduct damage to the surrounding grinning bats. Damage numbers flew everywhere. 500. 500. At this moment, Li Chen discovered that the damage caused by conduction could also trigger the bloodthirsty bleeding effect. 500. 2500. 500. 2500.
Large numbers mixed with small numbers, outrageous. This efficiency was too high. Some grinning bats fell into a paralyzed state, their bodies stiffening and dropping to the ground.
Li Chen stepped forward, delivering finishing blows one by one.
You killed a grinning bat, experience plus 400. You killed a grinning bat, experience plus 400. In less than 2 minutes, the floor of the mine was already covered with the corpses of grinning bats.
Li Chen let out a breath after checking the surroundings. And confirming there were no loose ends, he turned back.
Behind him, Lin Arrow and Lin Yu were already dumbfounded.
The weapons in their hands seemed completely useless, leaving them momentarily at a loss.
The space here was small, and with so many bats around, they had been worried that Li Chen would be difficult to deal
with and were ready to help at any moment.
But Li Chen seemed a bit too formidable. It was important to note that all these ghost-faced bats were above level 40. They had prepared for a fierce battle. Then, Li Chen waved at them, and they finally reacted.
Let's go. Li Chen still wore an expression of calm indifference. The two quickly followed.
Once they had digested the incredible scene they had just witnessed, Arrow, while moving forward, excitedly asked, "That was amazing.
Bro, how did you manage to kill so many level 40 monsters so effortlessly?"
It's simply
quietly showing off.
Li Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, with this little treasure around, the dungeon run wouldn't be boring at all. Lin Yu stood beside them, her big, sparkling eyes observing Li Chen. It was also her first time having a shallow understanding of the super strong person her brother spoke of. Noticing that his sister had a strange look in her eyes, Arrow quickly coughed twice.
Ahem, Xiaoyu, you're acting strange.
A powerhouse like Yang Gu is not someone you can fantasize about, so quickly pull yourself together. He was also worried. His sister was at a youthful age, and a man like Li Chen, who was handsome, powerful, young, and talented, was too tempting. If he weren't a man, even he ahem, mainly, the gap between them was too large. If she truly fell for him, it wouldn't end well.
Poof. Lin Yu pouted and made a face at him.
Arrow's face darkened a few shades. Sensing the two siblings fooling around behind him, Li Chen smiled helplessly. As they continued to explore deeper into the mine, soon, a massive shadow of a monster appeared before them, blocking the path. Under the light, the monster's form was fully revealed. It looked strikingly like a large rat, with a long tail that kept swaying and two prominent front teeth protruding from its mouth, lying on the ground in a way that was
physiologically unsettling to behold.
Rockland Giant Rat, Elite, Level, 40 Health, 20,000 Description, a monster that feeds on rock, possessing rock elemental
power, with extremely high destructive capability.
It will summon a rock shield when attacked.
Talent ability, Rock Shield, Rock Shield, when attacked, it
will automatically summon a rock shield to absorb damage, up to 5,000 points, which will convert into health recovery after a period.
Copyable talent. Li Chen took a glance and directly chose to copy.
Just right, his Guardian Shield was quite useful for immunity to negative effects, but its defense was somewhat lacking.
Moreover, both abilities were defense-related, so they should be able to merge. Copy successful. You have gained the ability, Rock Shield, Rock Shield, when
attacked, it will automatically summon a rock shield to absorb damage, up to 3,000 points, which will convert into health recovery after a period.
You currently
possess two defense ability cards, Guardian Shield, Rock Shield, which can be merged.
Would you like to merge? Merge. Card abilities added, Guardian
Shield, Rock Shield merging, merge successful. You have obtained Ethereal Shield, Ethereal Shield, gain a shield that can withstand 10 times your own attack, during which any damage received will be directly absorbed and converted into shield, up to 10 times the initial shield value.
While the shield
exists, it gains a purification effect, immune to all negative states.
Li Chen's face was filled with surprise. No wonder it was SS level. This ability was so much stronger. As his attack increased, the initial shield value could also continuously rise. Moreover, theoretically, if the shield isn't broken instantly, it can
stack shield values, making it tougher. In other words, if someone faces Li Chen in the future and can't break the shield in one hit, it's not an exaggeration to say that they basically can never break the shield.
Damn!
With this ability, he could easily take the front line himself. He wouldn't even need to raise the shield, he could just charge in with his body.
It's simply outrageous.
After gaining this ability, looking at the terrifying giant rat in front of him, Li Chen
immediately planned to give it a try. Hey, I'm coming, little rat, let's see who's tougher. After settling Arrow and Lin Yu from a distance, Li Chen couldn't wait to run over.
He didn't hide his movements at all and charged straight in. Arrow, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, gasping.
Hiss, is it really this blatant now?
This is still their territory. Just like that, he went in so boldly. This was a level 40 elite monster, showing no mercy at all.
Lin Yu watched,
a hint of tension flashing in her eyes.
Can Brother Li Chen do it?
This giant rat is way stronger than the bats we faced before.
The strength of elite monsters is ultimately far beyond that of ordinary ones. Moreover, such a large creature exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Arrow exhaled and said, although it's a bit Hard to believe, I trust Brother Yang. In my eyes, there's nothing he can't do. Sister, you might not know what happened yesterday in the boss area. Brother. Yang single-handedly scared away an entire team from the Qingshan Guild. Are you serious, really? Lin Yu was stunned, her eyes filled with shock. That was the Qingshan Guild. In Jianhai, it was known by everyone, one of the largest professional forces. Arrow said proudly, of course. Would I lie to you? I was there. At the time, and since then, the Qingshan Guild's status in my heart has paled in comparison to Brother Yang. Lin Yu fell silent, her gaze on Li Chen shining even brighter, filled with admiration. I want to become such a strong person in the future. Come on, hit me. Li Chen walked up to the rock-ground giant rat and spread his arms wide. The giant rat was taken aback. It was the first time it had encountered such a request. Feeling Li Chen's contemptuous attitude, it became furious. It suddenly twisted its body and swung its long tail at Li Chen. Like a long whip, it swept up a cloud of dust with tremendous force. Li Chen stood firm, remaining in place. With a loud bang, the attack hit. The giant rat's eyes gleamed with pride. As the smoke cleared, a figure still stood in the center. Li Chen remained unscathed, examining the situation with great interest. A transparent shield had appeared around him, much thicker than the previous one. After absorbing the giant rat's attack, the shield value not only didn't decrease but increased. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he beckoned to the giant rat. Come on, let's continue. No matter what, he was determined to stack this shield to the max. Seeing that his attack was completely different from what he had expected, Li Chen was not affected at all. The giant rat squeaked angrily, its eyes turning red. It kicked its legs and quickly lunged at Li Chen, raising its claws to swipe at him. Li Chen still showed no intention of moving. Arrow watched anxiously from behind. Ever since Li Chen took that first hit, he had been itching to help. After all, this was an elite-level monster. Normally, it wouldn't be something one person could handle alone. At least a team would need to work together to wear it down. But remembering Li Chen's earlier instructions not to interfere, he held himself back. Seeing Li Chen was fine, he initially breathed a sigh of relief. But upon witnessing this next attack, his heart sank again. It seems the rock-ground giant rat is serious now. He should really dodge this time. Brother, why isn't he moving? We need to go help him. Lin Yu looked extremely anxious. As she spoke, she took out her weapon, ready to rush in. Arrow quickly stopped her, his face filled with conflict. Let's wait a bit longer. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield. He couldn't understand why Li Chen stood still, not even trying to dodge. Bang! The giant rat hit the ground as if it had struck a rock. Li Chen remained completely motionless. Suddenly, he lifted his head, looking at the rock-ground giant rat, and smiled slightly. In the next moment, he picked up the lightning war spear and thrust it towards its eye. Puff! 1150. Squeak squeak. Squeak! The rock-ground giant rat yelped in pain, flipping backward and falling to the ground. At that moment, a yellowish shield appeared around it, absorbing the damage. Come on, let's take our time. Li Chen smiled, weapon in hand, stepping forward slowly. After taking a few hits, the shield around him grew thicker. The giant rat's eyes were now filled with fear. It had hit Li Chen twice in a row, but he remained unscathed, which made it doubt its own existence. Seeing Li Chen approach, it hurriedly flipped over and took 2 steps back. Li Chen continued to swagger towards it, bold and unrestrained. Squeak! The rock-ground giant rat screeched, raising its claws and scratching wildly at Li Chen. He stood calmly in place, an ethereal shield appearing around him, absorbing every bit of damage. Are you done making a fuss? He raised his weapon and swung it fiercely. Whoosh! 1250. With each attack, the damage kept rising. Chirp chirp chirp. The giant rat staggered, being pushed back 2 steps. Li Chen seized the opportunity and swung his spear again. 1450. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the giant rat's shield was shattered. In an instant, the bloodthirsty effect began to trigger. The rock-ground giant rat emitted a terrifying number. 5000. 5000. In just a moment, its health dropped to half. The giant rat let out a painful howl, turning its body and darting towards the cave behind it. Trying to run? How could Li Chen give it a chance? He pulled out the explosive bow. In this relatively narrow cave, the giant rat's massive size was practically a sitting duck. Arrows flew through, bursting into dazzling sparks in the passage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom! 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 The giant rat's figure collapsed with a thud. You have killed the elite rock-ground giant rat. Experience plus 6000. Level up 3536. You have obtained the silver-grade equipment rock shield. You have obtained the rock-ground giant rat's tusk forging material. A silver-grade equipment dropped? Although it was for the front line and he wouldn't use it much, it was still decent. He could sell it for a few tens of thousands of dragon coins. Li Chen retracted his weapon, looked back at Lin and Arrow, waved his hand to signal that it was resolved, and then led the way forward. Arrow was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape. This rat, is it a bit too weak? It shouldn't be. The rock-ground giant rat was a high-level elite monster with immense destructive power. He felt that even a single hit would be fatal. But he had just witnessed Li Chen take so many hits from the giant rat without any effect. Was that reasonable? It was absurd. Just how strong was Li Chen? He still couldn't figure it out. Brother Li Chen is so tough. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was her first time seeing a level 40 elite monster. Just looking at it felt terrifying, yet it was so easily dealt with. A sense of unreality flashed through her mind. Seeing that Li Chen had already moved far ahead, the two of them had no time to think further and hurriedly chased after him. Along the way, Li Chen led the charge, and any monster that showed its head was quickly dispatched. When Arrow and Lin Yu caught up, they saw nothing but a ground littered with monster corpses. Ahead of incredibly powerful, terrifying monsters had all lost their vitality. It was hard to imagine what kind of divine being could possess such formidable abilities. As he continued walking through the mine tunnel, a ray of sunlight gradually appeared, shining in from ahead. You killed a stone scorpion, experience plus 450. You killed a rock lizard, experience plus 430. After dealing with the two monsters blocking the way, Li Chen stepped out of the cave entrance and saw the scene outside. On both sides were towering stone walls with only a waterway stretching out in front, about 100 meters wide. The water surface was not exactly calm, but it could be described as turbulent. Occasionally, one could see water monsters surfacing filled with danger. At the starting point where Li Chen stood, a medium-sized wooden sailboat floated on the water, secured to a wooden stake on the shore by a rope. Second level, the river crossing boat. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Were they supposed to use the sailboat to cross the perilous waterway? He glanced at the waterway, estimating it to be over 1,000 meters to the opposite shore. The water monsters seemed to be restless, constantly slapping the surface. Soon, Arrow and Lin Yu caught up from behind, staring at the scene in front of them in shock. Goodness, are they treating us like it's a picnic or something? With this small boat and the raging water surface, one might wonder if they would even need monsters to attack. The boat could be smashed to pieces by the waves halfway across. Li Chen had already leaped onto the boat and waved to the two. Get on. Arrow and Lin Yu were momentarily stunned but quickly scrambled onto the boat. Hold steady. Li Chen held the Blitz War Spear and lightly swung it, severing the rope that held the boat. The boat immediately drifted forward with the wind, as if the string had snapped. Yang Gu, catch. Arrow's voice came. Li Chen reached out to catch it, discovering it was a hemp rope. He paused and looked at Arrow. What is this? Arrow chuckled. Tie this around your waist. If you accidentally fall into the water, you can use it to pull yourself back onto the boat. The other end of the hemp rope was tied to the mast of the boat. Both Arrow and Lin Yu had tied the ropes around their waists. Li Chen was momentarily speechless. You really are a rare genius. If the boat springs a leak and sinks, can you really pull the boat back up? Li Chen shook his head helplessly, saying nothing. Anyway, with him around, no matter how bad the situation got, it wouldn't lead to the boat sinking and people perishing. The sailboat glided forward, and soon, the boat began to shake violently. Li Chen stood at the bow and looked down. A group of fishmen monsters were constantly bumping against the bottom of the boat. Li Chen frowned. This was a bit troublesome. These monsters were already difficult to deal with in the water. The fishmen were clever, planning to damage the boat and make them fall into the water. In the water, it was the fishmen's territory. If this continued without a solution, they might really sink the boat. The problem was that these fishmen were cunningly lurking under the boat, making it hard to hit them. Li Chen initially wanted to use the explosive bow to shoot, but the issue was that it could easily damage the boat. Using a sharp blade to poke at them was also a bit out of reach. It seemed the only way was to jump into the water and clear out these water monsters. Once in the water, it would be the fishman's domain. Just as Li Chen was hesitating, suddenly, there was a crack sound. Immediately after, Arrow's anxious voice came through. Not good, Yang Gu. The bottom of the boat is broken, and water is coming in. Li Chen's expression changed slightly, realizing he had to act quickly. He shouted to Arrow, you two think of a way to block the hole, and I'll handle the rest. Okay. The Arrow siblings quickly sprang into action. Arrow was responsible for blocking the broken hole, while Lin Yu was tasked with throwing the incoming water out. Li Chen looked at the ground, where the rope Arrow had brought over earlier lay discarded, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Goodness, I didn't expect this thing to actually come in handy. He bent down and picked it up again, securing it to his body. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the bow of the ship and leaped down. Splash! Li Chen jumped into the water, and the surrounding sounds became much quieter. Almost as soon as he entered the water, several fishmen monsters surrounded him. Azure Water Serpent. Li Chen looked at them and quickly activated Cursed Soundwave. A sound wave spread out from him. As expected, these monsters were all at a higher level than him, and the number he could affect was very few. Most of them just paused for a moment before regaining their senses and actions. Li Chen tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze focused. At this moment, he didn't dare to slack off. Movement in the water was greatly restricted, and his speed was reduced. Meanwhile, these fishman monsters were even more agile. Faced with so many fishman monsters, even he would have to be careful. not to get caught off guard. Utilizing the advantage of the lightning war spear's length, Li Chen maintained his position and pulled away. One fishman monster circled around behind him, silently approaching, trying to ambush him from behind. Li Chen was quick to react, swinging backward. Swish! 1000. He hit the fishman monster that was trying to sneak up on him, but at the same time, an electric arc flashed by. Immediately after, Li Chen felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Glancing over, he saw that the other fishman monsters had fallen into a state of paralysis. 500. 500. Damage numbers popped up around him. The conduction effect of the lightning war spear had activated. Li Chen was astonished, and only after realizing what had just happened did he come to his senses. Water can conduct electricity. Li Chen's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Great, great, great! This is a new way to play? Although he was in the water, he was fine. Because the ethereal shield could immunize against negative effects like paralysis, and it could also absorb damage and convert it into shield power. Who said it was hard to move in water? This underwater battle was fantastic. He transformed directly into the King of Thunder. Li Chen looked at the paralyzed fishman monster beside him, excitedly slashing at it a few more times. Ziz! Golden arcs of light continuously flashed in the water. On the ship, after Arrow blocked the entrance, he felt that there was no movement beneath the ship, so he stopped to wipe his sweat. At that moment, he suddenly saw arcs of electricity rising from the bottom of the water. What the hell? Who is electrocuting fish? Brother Li Chen, it seems he went into the water? Lin Yu covered her mouth in surprise. Ha! Arrow's expression changed drastically. This was no joke. The monsters beneath the waterway were so fierce that they almost capsized the ship. He quickly tightened the rope around his waist and went to the bow of the ship. Looking down into the water, it was very murky. He could only see a little above, and anything deeper was unclear. But beneath the water, the occasional flashes of electricity, though only for a brief moment, provided a chance to see what was happening below. He saw Li Chen surrounded by a group of fishman monsters. This was serious. In the water, these water monsters had the home advantage. After hesitating for a moment, Arrow sat at the bow and carefully tapped the water's surface with his toes. A current instantly coursed through his entire body, an incredibly tingling sensation. Damn it! He quickly pulled his foot back. Just a light touch on the surface from this distance was so frightening. What would happen at the bottom? He hurriedly shouted, Brother Yang, are you okay? Brother, you're just shouting, how can they answer you? They're still in the water. Lin Yu complained from the side. That seems to be true. Arrow awkwardly scratched his head. The current in this water is too strong. I was planning to go down and take a look, but at this intensity, I estimate I wouldn't last a few seconds before being paralyzed and losing consciousness. Lin Yu nodded and analyzed. Brother Li Chen seems to be fine for now, so let's just stay put and not cause any trouble. If we see something wrong later, we can pull him up together. At this moment, Li Chen was submerged in the water, moving like a swimming dragon. The paralysis effect transmitted through the water rendered these fishman monsters almost completely immobilized. Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at how worthwhile his lightning war spear was, otherwise he would have been in a lot of trouble. And now, holding the war spear, Li Chen swam through the water, continuously slashing at the paralyzed fishman monsters. 1100. 1250. The electric current spread and conducted with each attack, yet Li Chen remained unaffected. Once the bloodthirsty burst triggered, the fishman monster's health plummeted at a terrifying speed. 5000. 5000. Soon, one by one, the terrifying fishman monsters fell. You killed a fishman monster, experience plus 400. You killed a fishman monster, experience plus 400. Countless fishman monster corpses sank into the sea. Li Chen's level rose to 37. Just 3 more levels. He would reach level 40. Li Chen pulled on the rope and slowly swam to the surface. At the same time, Arrow, waiting at the bow of the boat, noticed the movement of the rope below and quickly began to pull it up. Soon, Li Chen's figure emerged from the water, propping himself on the bow and climbing back onto the boat. Phew! Yang Ge, are you okay? Arrow asked with concern. Li Chen shook his head. I'm fine, the monsters below have been dealt with, let's prepare to move on. Arrow nodded. He said with lingering fear, that really scared me. Just now, there were flashes of electricity under the water, and it seemed like the entire surface was spreading with electric currents. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Yang Ge, you must be a main combat class, right? With so many monsters above level 40, Li Chen had dealt with them effortlessly. It was known that when he entered, he was only level 35. To be able to kill them so easily must mean he was undoubtedly a powerful main combat class. Well, sort of, why do you ask? Li Chen nodded. He hadn't really thought about it. Arrow's eyes widened as he said, but why does it feel like you're tougher than any tank I've ever seen? It was a bit absurd. He had been amazed when he saw Li Chen withstand several hits from a level 40 elite monster. He had considered whether it was due to equipment or items, but he could never imagine what level of equipment could have such a monstrous effect. Li Chen smiled. Arrow, you should understand, the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes.
Upon hearing this, Arrow quickly covered his mouth and fell silent.
The boat continued to move forward.
Li Chen stood at the bow, observing the waterway. The waterway wasn't very long, it was visible to the naked eye where the opposite bank was. However, the boat was moving very slowly. Arrow simply took the oar and started rowing forward, speeding things up a bit. Li Chen stood at the bow, scanning the water's surface, not daring to relax for a moment. Generally speaking, it shouldn't be this easy to pass through. The intensity of the first level was higher than this, something unusual must be afoot. Li Chen always prioritized stability in his actions. Sure enough, just as the boat reached the latter half of the journey, it suddenly stopped. Arrow was taken aback. What happened? After a while, a massive water column rose in front of the boat. When the water slid down again, a red head was revealed. Li Chen looked down at the boat. He saw several long tentacles firmly gripping the hull. Looking ahead at the water monster again. Earth. Fiend Octopus, Elite level 40 health 30,000 description, a monster that lives in the water, extremely aggressive, will actively attack anything that appears in its sight, possesses strong life recovery abilities. Talent ability, Self-Heal, SS, Self-Heal, when health is below 70%, automatically recovers 5% of health per second. When health is below 10%, health immediately restores to 100%. Holy crap! Li Chen was shocked. An SS level healing ability. This effect was nothing short of heaven-defying. What did it mean to restore health to full? When it dropped below 10%? As long as I'm not instantly killed when I have 10% health left, theoretically, it's equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. Such a perverse ability can only appear in monsters. Moreover, often for monsters, there may not be any particularly outstanding abilities, but when transferred to a professional, it can lead to a qualitative change. Li Chen glanced at the health of the Earth Fiend Octopus, 30,000 points. This means he needs to slay it while it still has over 3,000 points left. Otherwise, once its health drops to the 10% range, it will immediately recover to full. This can only be achieved either by overwhelming power to kill it instantly or by several damage dealers simultaneously launching skills to prevent the Earth Fiend Octopus from recovering health. Even for Li Chen, his current strength is only 1,000. Even if he stacks several layers of damage increase from his professional talents, it would be difficult to deal such high damage in one hit. The only way to achieve such explosive damage is through the high multiplier bleeding damage of Bloodthirst. Li Chen picked up his bow, ready for a fierce battle. But before that, copy successful. You have gained the ability, Self-Healing, SS, Self-Healing. When health is below 70%, automatically recover 5% of health per second. When health is below 10%, health immediately recovers to 100%. After successfully stealing this ability, Li Chen felt much more at ease. But he couldn't completely relax, this only increased his margin for error. Given the terror of the Earth Fiend Octopus, it still posed a significant threat. At that moment, Li Chen noticed his field of vision was rising. The Earth Fiend Octopus's tentacles were lifting the ship. Wang Defa, why has it turned into a flying ship? Arrow lost his balance and fell on his backside. Li Chen quickly drew his bow without hesitation and shot arrows at the Earth Fiend Octopus ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An astonishing scene unfolded. The Earth Fiend Octopus opened its large mouth and spat out black-green ink. The ink directly corroded and melted all the arrows shot at it. Li Chen widened his eyes. It can play like this? After realizing this, Li Chen didn't hesitate and aimed the bow at the tentacle gripping the ship, shooting several more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Earth Fiend Octopus reacted quickly, almost immediately retracting its tentacles, but Li Chen still managed to hit it with 2 arrows. With a loud bang, the sailboat landed back on the water's surface. Fortunately, the drop wasn't very high and the ship didn't suffer serious damage. At the same time, the damage numbers from the 2 arrows that hit appeared above the Earth Fiend Octopus. -980, -1080. Following that, massive bleeding damage was revealed. -5,000, -5,000. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. Bloodthirst was triggered. At least it could consume a portion of the Earth Fiend Octopus's health. The Earth Fiend Octopus screamed, its skin turning even redder, and it began to emit steam. Its health started to recover, visibly regenerating. This was the activation of its self-healing talent. The Earth Fiend Octopus moved again. This time, it raised several long tentacles, continuously slapping the water's surface. A wave of water surged up, towering over 2 meters high, crashing toward the ship where Li Chen was. Li Chen might be able to withstand this power, but his ship couldn't. There was still some distance to the finish line, and abandoning the ship at this moment was too risky. If only there were a tank profession right now, they could directly raise a shield at the bow of the ship to block most of the damage. Suddenly, Li Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, he had dropped a shield when fighting the rock-ground giant rat earlier. Thinking this, he quickly searched for it. Although he didn't have the tank's professional talent, with his current toughness, it wouldn't hurt to play the front line for a bit.
We're done for. Seeing the towering wave sweeping toward them, Arrow's eyes widened.
Realizing the risk of the ship being destroyed and people perishing, he quickly spoke up.
Brother, let's run. Swimming back from here seems to still have a chance.
Don't panic, you all go to the cabin and stay put. Leave this to me.
Li Chen held the rock shield and moved forward. After all the effort to get here, how could he willingly throw it all away?
Boss, be careful.
Arrow quickly nodded and led Lin Yu into the cabin.
After going through so much, he now listened to Li Chen's words without question, believing in him
completely.
Although Li Chen looked a bit younger than him, in his heart he had already become a figure of authority.
The roaring river made
a crashing sound, with waves crashing in. Li Chen placed the shield in front of him,
pushing against it with all his strength.
Others were acting in formation, each performing their roles, with tanks in the front line and damage dealers/healers in the back already.
But here, he
had to be both the front line and the damage dealer and still heal himself afterward. But there was no choice. As a lone wolf professional, he should have been used to this by now. Although the risks were high, the rewards were also substantial, with rewards and experience all for himself, no need to share.
Bang!
The river water slammed against the shield, unleashing tremendous force.
The entire shield trembled, its durability steadily decreasing.
The whole ship was shaking continuously.
Feeling the immense force, Li Chen gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, pushing forward.
Bearing the heavy responsibility of becoming the #1 newcomer, he absolutely could not lose.
The massive water
impact was mostly blocked by Li Chen and the shield.
The water came quickly and left just as fast.
The entire ship was soaked, but it was not
completely wrecked. Just a few holes appeared. Li Chen let out a breath and stood up straight.
The shield in his hand had already developed several small cracks. What a pity, a piece of silver equipment.
Arrow came out of the cabin and found that everything was fine. Seeing Li
Chen, he looked pleased, just about to say something, but then noticed that water was continuously leaking from inside the ship.
He quickly called Lin Yu to help deal with it.
Although this Arrow sibling didn't directly help me fight monsters, they contributed a lot in many ways.
Maybe I can share some rewards with them later, Li Chen thought to himself.
His gaze returned to the earthly fiend octopus in front of him. During the time he was holding back the waves, the earthly fiend octopus was also using the opportunity to heal itself.
Its health had now
recovered to 2/3 and was still continuing to recover.
Li Chen raised his bow but then hesitated. This earthly fiend octopus reacted very quickly and could use ink to corrode his arrows, making it hard to hit. He had to strike unexpectedly. After thinking for a while, he came up with a potentially effective method. As long as he didn't let the earthly fiend octopus know that he had already shot an arrow, no matter how fast it reacted, it couldn't dodge. With this thought, he directly took out the cloak of invisibility. He didn't expect it would come in handy at this moment. Once he put it on, his figure instantly disappeared from the ship. The earthly fiend octopus was dumbfounded, looking around in confusion. Li Chen had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow at it. He had to end the battle within the duration of his invisibility. Just as the earthly fiend octopus was still puzzled, several arrows suddenly shot through the air. Bang! 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 The arrows struck the body of the earthly fiend octopus, erupting with scorching sparks. Water splashed everywhere. Under the effect of bloodthirst, the earthly fiend octopus's health kept dropping. 5,000. 5,000. In the blink of an eye, it was in the red. Only a little over 10% left. The critical moment had arrived. This was a real test of the professional's fundamentals. Timing was everything. Otherwise, if he didn't take it down in one shot, all previous efforts would be in vain. At that moment, the earthly fiend octopus began to move, sinking down continuously. It was trying to hide in the water to slowly recover. Li Chen was quick-witted and swiftly shot several arrows. He couldn't let it succeed, because once the arrows passed through the water, their power would be partially negated, leading to a deviation in damage. Fortunately, he acted in time. The arrow hit precisely, embedding itself in the body of the earth fiend octopus, followed by a loud explosion sound. The bleeding effect of bloodthirst refreshed. At this moment, although the earth fiend octopus had already submerged into the water, it continued to lose health. 5000. 5000. You have killed the elite earth fiend octopus, experience plus 6,000. Level up 3738. You have obtained the tentacle of the earth fiend octopus, blue. You have obtained the ink of the earth fiend octopus, blue. You have obtained silver grade equipment, earth fiend chestplate. You have obtained silver grade equipment, red skin spellbook. Successfully killing the earth fiend octopus yielded not only some blue materials but also 2 pieces of silver grade equipment. Li Chen exhaled a breath. It was rare to encounter such a tough monster. Generally, most monsters would die after just 2 rounds of bleeding. The self-healing ability of the earth fiend octopus was extraordinarily remarkable. It had high demands for the burst damage and basic skills of the professionals. Using this to test whether a professional had the strength for a first transition was indeed unquestionable. But Li Chen looked across the riverbank. That was where the final challenge awaited. Brother Yang, Arrow ran up. Is it resolved? Li Chen nodded. We can continue. Hiss. Arrow's face was filled with shock. Why does it feel, since I met you, fighting monsters and clearing dungeons has become so easy? Just scooping water on the boat and patching leaks, and it's done. Was I grinding fake dungeons before? Cough cough. Li Chen coughed twice, smiling. As he said, stop the awkward flattery, just paddle your boat. Arrow chuckled and went to the side of the boat, picked up the wooden oar, and started rowing. Now we're really paddling. That's how it should be. Lin Yu laughed. She then walked over to Li Chen, summoned a fireball with her spellbook, and a wave of heat radiated out. You've worked hard, let me warm you up, she said, blushing. After the previous battle, Li Chen was soaked. Thanks. Li Chen wiped the water off himself while looking ahead. As they continued to sail, they were getting closer to the opposite shore. Prepare to disembark. Soon, the boat docked at the shore. Li Chen leaped onto the ground. Before him was a cave, the entrance exuding a chilling aura. Roar! At that moment, Li Chen heard a muffled growl coming from inside. Clearly, there was a powerful monster within. It should be the final guardian monster of this first transition dungeon. Defeating it would yield first transition materials and complete the dungeon. Li Chen looked at Arrow and Lin Yu and said, you two just wait here. He had a premonition that a fierce battle was about to unfold. The aura coming from the cave was stronger than any monster they had encountered so far. It was likely a boss level. At that time, he would have to exert all his strength. He didn't want Lin Arrow and his sister to know too much to avoid causing trouble for both sides. Arrow and Lin Yu nodded, obediently like chicks pecking at rice. Brother Yang, you must be careful too. After giving his instructions, Li Chen stepped forward and entered the cave. The surroundings instantly darkened. As he delved deeper, the growls from within grew louder. Gradually, the view ahead began to widen. After walking for a while, Li Chen discovered a vast space ahead. Final stage, Guardian Battle. A massive figure stood in the center. It looked like a gigantic hippopotamus covered in blue ice spikes but with two enormous antlers on its head. Colton Hippopotamus Silver Grade BOSS Level 40 Health 100000 Description: a rage-filled mutated hippopotamus that controls ice elemental abilities, capable of dealing considerable damage in both melee and ranged combat. Talent ability Frost S. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the Golden Grade boss from the last time, but appearing in the instance, it was indeed a very formidable guardian monster. Seeing this, Li Chen understood why so many people needed escorts even for a first turn instance. With this thing guarding the back, how could an ordinary team of the same level compete? The entire team's output was mostly S level, and if the front line could hold aggro, they might be able to wear it down. This was clearly a war of attrition, testing the mindset of the players. But, is it really like that? Li Chen took out the Wind Dragon token. The best way to defeat magic was to use magic against magic. Come forth, Wind Dragon. In the next moment, the Wind Dragon token burst forth with a green light gently vibrating. The green light transformed into a gas that began to coalesce in front of him, forming a massive green dragon shadow. As Li Chen's level and attributes increased, the values inherited by the Wind Dragon's phantom became even more powerful. Its aura had also grown significantly stronger. Go! Li Chen commanded, targeting the mutated hippo. Ahead! The Wind Dragon let out a low roar and flew forward, flapping its wings. The mutated hippo sensed the movement and turned around. Raising its front foot, it shot out ice spikes from its two large horns, attacking the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a massive whirlwind, blowing all the ice spikes back. The sharp ice spikes returned the favor, striking the mutated hippo. However, it did not cause any significant effect. The silver level boss, the mutated hippo, had terrifying defense. Naturally, Li Chen was not idle either. With the Wind Dragon holding the front, he picked up the explosive bow from the back. No wonder everyone liked mage archers as output classes. Having a front line to hold the enemy while they dealt damage from the back was indeed satisfying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of red-hot arrows sliced through the air, shooting out. The mutated hippo, busy entangled with the Wind Dragon's phantom, had no time to react, and was directly pierced. 950, 1150, 1300. With an opportunity to deal damage, Li Chen was not polite. He shot arrows as if he had no regard for his life. The large size of the monster was not without its advantages. It basically ensured that he wouldn't miss. As he continued to attack, the damage bonuses from his class talents stacked up. Plus, with the high bleeding effect from bloodthirst combined with the Wind Dragon's direct damage, the mutated hippo's health bar was dropping at an astonishing speed. The mutated hippo's talent skill was not like the previous Earth Fiend octopus, which required controlling health and managing damage. It was simply about inflicting damage, which was exactly what Li Chen excelled at. About a minute later, the mutated hippo fell into a state of rage. Its entire body, including the ice spikes embedded in it, turned bright red. The mutated hippo's health visibly thickened and its movements became more agile, just prolonging its death. Li Chen aimed his arrow at the boss and pulled the bowstring hard. A mere stepping stone for the first turn, become a soul beneath my arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He launched a second round of attacks. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air and explosions echoed, one after another. A few minutes later, the mutated hippo's body stiffened, letting out a wail before crashing down. You have killed the silver level boss Colton Hippo, experience plus 15,000. Level up, 3840. You have met the requirements for the first turn. You can now proceed with the first turn. You have obtained Colton's skeleton, blue. You have obtained Colton's horn, blue. You have obtained first turn material, Colton's core, gold. You have obtained silver level equipment iron helmet. You have obtained silver level equipment ice spike armor. Colton's core, gold. A first turn material designated by the Adventurer Association. Submitting this item allows for the first turn. The first turn material was finally in hand. In addition, there were some other blue quality materials and silver level equipment. All of these could be sold for a good price. Unfortunately, since this was a silver level boss, the chance of dropping golden equipment was quite low. However, this is quite normal. If any first turn dungeon could drop golden level equipment, the market would probably collapse. The most important thing is, his level has finally reached 40. This means he can wear level 40 equipment. Li Chen eagerly took out several pieces of level 40 golden equipment he had obtained after defeating a golden level boss, along with that long-awaited brilliant level equipment. Victory Cloak Grade, golden level, 40 bonus, when equipped gain the fearless state, immune to 35% of mental attacks. Commander Leg Armor Grade, golden level, 40 bonus, when equipped, movement speed increases by 15%. Dragon Lord Mask Grade, brilliant, level, 40 bonus, increases all damage dealt by 20%. Passive, attacking hits grants 1 layer of fury, each layer increases health by 10%, stacking up to 10 layers. Li Chen glanced at them. Without hesitation, he equipped them all. Name, Li Chen class, blank level, 40 strength, 1600 constitution, 560 agility, 585 spirit, 545 talent. Card talent abilities, Soul Wizard, SS class, Ethereal Shield, SS, Self-Heal, SS, Berserker, S class, Bloodthirsty, S. Curse Soundwave, A. Enhancement, C. Equipment bonuses, immune to 35% mental attacks, movement speed increased by 15%, all damage dealt increased by 20%. Cards, 2. Breaking through level 40 combined with a host of equipment boosts, Li Chen's attributes underwent an astonishing change. He was already terrifying before the first turn, and now even more so. He had begun to look forward to what kind of abilities he would gain after the first turn. But for now, he could still run the dungeon 2 more times. Why not take advantage of it? Dungeon cleared. Automatic teleportation will occur in 10 seconds. In the lobby outside the dungeon, the waiting adventurers were buzzing with discussion. Hey, have you heard? It seems someone accidentally entered the dungeon. Ha, what's that? You can accidentally enter? Well, in the end, it's just some overconfident fools who think they're hot stuff, but they're just trying to show off. You don't know, in the last round, 3 level 30 adventurers broke into the dungeon. TSK, their fate is uncertain now. Level 30 daring to challenge a first turn dungeon? Isn't that asking for death? 666, that's quite a godly team, it seems. Just then, the broadcast in the dungeon lobby suddenly rang out. Ding dong! The adventurer team led by Li Chen has successfully cleared the dungeon, breaking the current record, completion time, 7 minutes, entering the limited time leaderboard, first place. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The first place has come out? Who is Li Chen? I've never heard of him. 7 minutes. That's practically non-stop. Monster killing. The overall strength of the team must be very strong to achieve that. Looking at historical records, that's quite a good result. And at that moment, another broadcast rang out. Ding dong! The adventurer team led by Wang Meili has successfully cleared the dungeon, completion time, 7 minutes, entering the limited time leaderboard, second place. Almost the same time, but Wang Meili and her team ranked second. Wang Meili? Is she the famous underground rich woman? She actually came to challenge a first-turn dungeon and even ranked second. With her domineering personality, she probably won't let this go easily. Now this is getting interesting. As the broadcast concluded, Li Chen and Arrow and the others were the first to appear from the teleportation portal. Look, someone is coming out? Among so many adventurer teams that had entered in the last round, they were the first to emerge. Undoubtedly, everyone guessed that this team was the one mentioned in the broadcast as the first place. However, after watching for a while, they all frowned. I thought there would be more people coming out of the portal one after another. But after Li Chen and the others came out, the portal had been silent for quite a while. What the hell? Is this team only 3 people? How strange. Did I guess wrong? Only 3 people? How could this be the first place team? Just as everyone was puzzled, Li Chen and the other 2 walked out, chatting and laughing. However, the dungeon recorder was no longer calm. He had a very deep impression of Li Chen and the others, because all 3 of them were over level 30 and not a single one was level 40. Moreover, he had seen these three enter the dungeon.
At this moment, Arrow's excited walking posture had changed, his arms swinging so fast they were almost parallel to his shoulders. Looking at the people outside, he felt incredibly proud, his face
glowing.
Lin Arrow had also made a name for himself. With so many people waiting to clear the dungeon outside, he had already completed it once. It should be known that being able to clear a first-turn dungeon meant officially stepping into the ranks of professionals, earning the qualification to stand firm.
However, Li Chen did not understand his excitement.
To him, clearing a dungeon was a very ordinary thing. The only thing worth celebrating was that he had already obtained the first-turn materials, and could now make the first turn. There was also something he was concerned about, which was the ranking. Just as he was about to go ask about it, the bald dungeon recorder suddenly stepped forward, blocking their way. With a look of astonishment, he said, "You guys have cleared the dungeon?" Arrow also recognized the other party. He then puffed out his chest and said, "So? Our team keeps its word. What do you have to say now? We cleared the dungeon at level 32. You, the dungeon." Recorder's face darkened, momentarily speechless. Seeing him like this, Arrow couldn't stop smiling. It was so satisfying. Who else looked down on them? 3 people still cleared the first-turn dungeon, and they were all over level 30. If he weren't so excited he felt like he might burst, he would have thought he was dreaming. It was simply unprecedented. Of course, he also knew that this was all thanks to Li Chen. Without Li Chen, they wouldn't have been able to do it. The dungeon administrator frowned, still unable to believe this was real. He had been in this profession for decades and had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Not only did he not believe it, but the higher-ups wouldn't believe it either. The problem was that the current first place in the timed event was indeed Li Chen and these 3. Could it be that they were really going to take first place so ambiguously? Just as he was pondering this, the portal flashed with a blue light again. The next moment, a short, plump woman with a face full of freckles appeared first. Following her were tall, well-equipped escorts. Seeing this scene again was still amusing. Wang Meili had a beaming smile full of confidence. Clearly, she had cleared the dungeon and was very satisfied with the result. "Haha, your first place is out. Next is the first turn. I want to be the first new professional to complete the first turn this year." The first new professional to complete the first turn? With your level not even at 30? Suddenly, an untimely voice came. Wang Meili's smile instantly froze. Who's talking? She was currently in high spirits and wouldn't tolerate any disrespect. "You say you're first? How come I didn't know that?" Li Chen said lightly. Although he didn't know what rank the other party was, he could be sure that their rank was definitely not higher than his, because Wang Meili and the others came out after him. Wang Meili turned her head and was stunned to find it was Li Chen and the others. "How come it's you 3 useless ones?" She then laughed. "Oh, you guys are so quick. You were rescued by the rescue team already? You really are lucky, not dying in there. Hey, how are you talking?" Arrow stepped forward. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. "How am I talking? Am I wrong? Oh come on, you can't even clear the dungeon yourselves, and you come here to vent your frustration on me? That's just ridiculous." Arrow pointed at her, unable to help but laugh in anger. It was the first time. He felt so speechless. Lin Yu also spoke up in indignation. "We've cleared the dungeon ages ago, way faster than you. We've been out for quite a while." "But who would believe you? You're just bragging without any proof." Wang Meili spat out a thick phlegm. "Just the 3 of you, none of whom have even reached level 40, and you say you've cleared the dungeon? Don't blame me for not reminding you, but there are records of this, and with your nonsense, anyone can check." Exactly, if what she says is true, then any random Joe could clear the dungeon, and we wouldn't need to be here at all. That's right, if they could clear it themselves, they wouldn't have spent money hiring us in the first place. A few escorts that Era had previously recruited also chimed in. "Ha ha ha." Wang Meili laughed loudly. "What do you call this? Looks like the lies are falling apart." Upon hearing this, a crowd of onlookers began to point and murmur. "So that's how it is. I almost got fooled. Not being able to clear it is a matter of skill, but lying is a matter of character." Exactly, avoid these 3 in the future. Don't team up with them to avoid getting backstabbed. Watching the blame shift towards Arrow and the others, Wang Meili looked satisfied, her gaze proud. "This is what happens when you go against her. How can you do this?" Lin Yu's eyes were red. "Oh, are you feeling wronged now?" Wang Meili looked at her with disdain. "The lies were exposed on the spot, so you're panicking?" He. Li Chen suddenly laughed. Wang Meili frowned and looked at him. "What are you laughing at? It's just a mere first-turn dungeon, and you all made such a fuss over it. Did you really think it was that difficult?" Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This was truly the worst. He had been blackened. "Since you say it's fake, then take a look at this." Saying that, he took out a cluster of crystals radiating a brilliant purple light. Colton's Crystal Core, a first-turn material. Designated by the Adventurers Association, submit this item to undergo the first turn. As soon as this item appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Wang Meili's face was filled with shock upon seeing it. The shape, the glow, wasn't this a first turn material? No one present would fail to recognize this.
Therefore, when Li Chen took out the item, everyone shut their mouths. How could Li Chen have this? This was something you could only obtain after clearing the dungeon and defeating the final guardian. Monster! At this moment, it was actually taken out by Li Chen. Didn't that mean they really cleared the first turn dungeon? This can't be real, right? Wang Meili said in disbelief. She took out the material she had just obtained and compared it with what Li Chen held. It was exactly the same. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze towards Li Chen and the others changed, exchanging glances and murmuring, "What the hell? Can someone tell me what's going on right now? I'm dizzy." This doesn't look fake at all. It seems they really cleared it? That can't be just the three of them. It shouldn't be that fast. Well, maybe we were wrong. These three might actually be hidden experts. Could they all be above S-rank professions? Now do you believe it? Arrow let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling unburdened. Wang Meili stared wide-eyed. She wanted to nitpick again but found herself speechless with the evidence right in front of her. But to just accept it would be too embarrassed. The recorder looked troubled. After working for decades, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But he had to admit one thing, Li Chen and the others had indeed cleared the level. He didn't want to deal with it anymore and directly handed over the tablet in his hand. "It's all on here, take a look for yourself." Humph. Wang Meili angrily snatched the tablet and glanced at the records. Limited time event rankings. First, Captain, Li Chen, members, Lin Arrow, Lin Yu, completion time, 7 minutes 10 seconds. Second, Captain, Wang Meili, members, Wang Chang, Zhan Lang, completion time, 7 minutes 25 seconds. Just over 10 seconds short. Wang Meili's eyes widened. She turned her gaze to the escort team beside her, her eyes filled with fury. It was as if she was blaming them for being useless, for being so slow that it embarrassed her. If only they had been a bit faster, it wouldn't have come to this. The escorts looked helpless, all wearing bitter expressions. To be honest, with so many escorts, they really shouldn't have such a meager result. The main issue was that Wang Meili was too dramatic along the way. She wanted to stop here, look there, constantly consuming time and energy. Seeing the situation was dire, the escorts quickly tried to make excuses, saying, "Boss, this was an accident. We haven't played in so long, we're out of practice. Give us another chance. I didn't even use my full strength just now, I didn't even bring my gear. I didn't expect this kid to actually have some skill. I guarantee next time we can definitely break the record. Yeah, my piggy princess, trust your brave knight." Although Wang Meili was indeed a bit annoying, she was also a significant asset. She was foolish and wealthy, and it was hard to find such a nouveau riche. Though they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they could only endure it. After their relentless efforts and a round of comforting words, Wang Meili calmed down a bit. She took a deep breath and then looked at Lin Arrow. "Alright, I admit you do have some skill, but I'm claiming that top spot. You won't be able to hold it." Arrow stared at her, completely dumbfounded, pointing to his own chest in confusion. "Wait, buddy, what does this have to do with me?" He. Wang Meili sneered. "Although you can clear the dungeon with 2 people, my escorts weren't serious just now. The first place will still be ours." As soon as she said this, Arrow was utterly stunned. "Goodness, I didn't even know I was that strong, clearing a dungeon with 2 people? He felt embarrassed to even use that as material in his dreams. "Are you mistaken? I really have that ability. Why would I look for escorts? If I could do it myself? Don't talk nonsense." Arrow waved his hands anxiously. This was all Li Chen's credit. How could he dare to take it? Wang Meili raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Didn't she see that the highest level during registration was Lin Arrow? Were there other experts? "This is all thanks to brother Li Chen. My idiot brother wouldn't even compare in 10 years. Lin Yu stepped forward, clarifying with righteous indignation. "Arrow, that hit hard, sis." Wang Meili was slightly surprised, her gaze shifting to Li Chen. Whatever, it doesn't matter who is stronger. Anyway, we are definitely stronger. The first place will soon be ours." Saying this, she stepped forward, coming in front of everyone. "I need 2 more escorts. I'll pay 10 times the market price." The team size limit was 10 people, and Wang Meili's team already had 8 escorts, so she could take 2 more. This time she was serious. She was determined to seize the first place and regain her face. Upon hearing such a high price, many people in the crowd were tempted. Soon, 2 escorts ruthlessly abandoned their original boss and stepped forward. The poor boss, who was about to enter the dungeon, could only stand there dumbfounded. "Wait, I'm just here to watch." Even the onlookers weren't spared. Is there no law? Is there no justice? However, despite the complaints, he still dared not confront Wang Meili, the vengeful underground princess. He could only pitifully sit back in his original spot. Now, Wang Meili's team was fully assembled. Wang Meili glanced smugly at Arrow and the others, then led her group towards the dungeon. For an ordinary team, having 3 veteran escorts would be enough to clear the dungeon, but she had directly recruited 9 to accompany her, all just to break the record for completion time and vie for first place. Such arrogance made everyone present exclaim in awe. What a wealthy dog! At this moment, watching the bizarre actions of the other party, Li Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart, even wanting to laugh a little. Does having more people really help?
He had just leveled up to 40, equipped several pieces of gear, including some dazzling ones. If he tried again, he would only go faster, only he could break his own record. He then looked at Eru. And the other two. Let's go, we should prepare to enter as well. Yang Gu, that Wang Meili is being unreasonable. If it gets too tough, we don't have to worry about the ranking. Eru said worriedly. Wang Meili's team was too overpowered. Aside from her, it would be hard to surpass the entire escort team. Not necessarily, Li Chen's eyes sparkled. He led the two back into the teleportation portal. Entering the dungeon for the second time, after experiencing it once, it became much easier. Li Chen ran ahead and quickly encountered the elite giant rat from the first level again. This time, he didn't play around. He directly shot a few arrows and killed the blocking giant rat. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The two behind him, Eru and the others, were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even caught up when they saw the giant rat's corpse. They didn't even see how it died. At this point, Li Chen had already reached the second level and the waterway. This time, he didn't board the boat. He summoned the wind dragon and had it carry him across the waterway. The entire process took just over 10 seconds. The water monsters below could only stare in disbelief. Is there really such a method? When Eru and the others arrived here, they only saw the boat tied to the shore. A fierce wind occasionally swept through the air, and they couldn't see Li Chen at all. Ha, where is Yang Gu? Eru gasped, leaning on his knees. Along the way, they had seen nothing but monster corpses. Lin Yu was astonished. Could it be that brother Li Chen has already crossed the river? But the boat is still here, and now, Li Chen had reached the cave of the third level. With the wind dragon, he unleashed a furious assault on the mutated hippos guarding the area. After equipping several new pieces of gear, not only did his power increase, but the wind dragon's strength also significantly improved. The mutated hippos didn't even have time to turn red before being instantly killed. You have killed the silver level boss Colton Hippo. Experience points plus 15,000. Level up. 4041. You have obtained Colton's skeleton, blue. You have obtained a first turn material, Colton's crystal core, gold. You have obtained silver level equipment, Xian iron bracers. The dungeon is about to close. 10, 9, 8. Outside. The broadcast in the dungeon hall rang out again. Ding dong. The team of professionals led by Li Chen has successfully cleared the dungeon, breaking the current record. Completion time, 3 minutes. Real-time ranking, first place. Soon, the figures of Li Chen and the others reappeared at the teleportation portal. Eru and Lin Yu looked completely bewildered. What exactly happened? How did they end up back here? They only remembered running behind the whole time, and suddenly, they cleared the dungeon. Meanwhile, the people outside were not much better off than the two. 3 minutes? Did the broadcast get it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? My second brother just took 3 minutes. You can be metaphorical, but it's good that you and your wife know about this. Look, they really came out. Someone pointed at Li Chen and the others. It really was 3 minutes. The dungeon recorder trembled, eyes wide, struggling to speak. This time, it broke the record. Not only did this break the leaderboard record, but it also shattered the historical record. Li Chen listened to the discussions, secretly shaking his head. 3 minutes? It seems there's still room to improve. In his expectations, he should be able to finish in 2 minutes. Let's go again. He looked at the bewildered Lin Eru and Lin Yu, clapping his hands to bring their thoughts back. Come on, we can still give it another shot, right? Lin Eru snapped back to reality, his face filled with shock, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Soon after, the three of them stepped into the portal once more. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. Wait, they're coming back again? Damn! It's already unlikely that anyone can surpass the 3-minute record, right? They went in again. Could they possibly break the record? Just as everyone was in shock, marveling at the situation, the broadcast rang out again. Ding dong! The team of professionals led by Wang Meili has successfully cleared the dungeon. Completion time, 5 minutes, real-time ranking, second place. Soon, Wang Meili walked out of the portal, head held high, her face brimming with pride. Upon seeing that Li Chen and the others had not yet emerged, she was instantly overjoyed. It seemed she had won. Come on, cheer for me. I know I'm strong. Bow down and admire me. I am the chosen one. The one and only first place. However, the enthusiastic cheers she had imagined did not materialize. The professionals here all looked unfazed, and upon seeing her, they did not react much, instead continuing their own discussions. Seeing this, Wang Meili instantly stiffened in embarrassment. She abruptly turned to the old recorder beside her and said unhappily, "Hey, as the first in this timed event, isn't there any welcoming ceremony? First?" A laugh suddenly erupted from somewhere. "Don't make it hard for the staff. First figure out if you really are." The speaker was a tall man with short hair, walking towards her. Wang Meili, who had been somewhat angry, raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. "Oh, isn't this the popular figure from the Golden Guild, Elder Yang Tong?" As soon as she said this, everyone on site was astonished. The Golden Guild? There are people from the Golden Guild here? Is that really Elder Yang Tong? No wonder he looks so familiar. Wow, such a big shot is right in front of me. Wang Meili said irritably, "Why do
You have the time to come here? Don't tell me you came to annoy me.
The Golden Guild is the top of the 4 major guilds in Jianghai, leading the other guilds by a wide margin.
Moreover, they are the sworn enemies of her family. Yang Tong just smiled upon hearing this.
You don't need to worry about that. I'm just bringing some newcomers from the guild, not interested in pork noodles.
Wang Meili
Clenched her fists and shouted with a voice like a duck, you still say you're not here to annoy me? Don't think that just because my dad is a bit polite to you, I have to be polite too.
Yang Tong laughed heartily, just joking, don't be so angry.
Saying this, he approached the dungeon recorder and asked, what about those who broke the record you mentioned earlier?
What? You said they went in again?
After some inquiries, Yang Tong looked surprised. However, given how quickly they had come out last time, it should be quick this time as well.
Wang Meili watched them talking about things she couldn't understand, her brows furrowing.
She wanted to ask what was happening but didn't want to talk to Yang Tong. Just then, the portal lit up with a blue glow and Li Chen and the others stepped out.
Wang Meili was instantly delighted and hurried forward. Ha ha ha, you came out so slowly? I was getting impatient waiting, come on, can you show some strength? There's no challenge at all.
As soon as Wang Meili's words came out, the air suddenly froze. The people on the scene did not react, nor did they echo her words. All that was left were some strange glances directed at her.
Wang Meili frowned, sensing that something was off. It's strange, how come from start to finish, these crowds have had no reaction? It made her feel like a clown. Everything felt off, including that Yang Tong, who
suddenly came to her with some nonsensical words.
Now she was completely confused. What on earth happened while she was gone? Why does it feel like everything has changed? Just then, the voice of the broadcast came late. Ding dong.
The team of professionals led by Li Chen has successfully cleared the dungeon, setting a new record. Completion time 2 minutes and 40 seconds, real-time ranking. First place. As soon as the broadcast sounded, an overwhelming cheer and applause erupted in the arena, drowning out everything else.
2 minutes. Awesome. 666. Now that's a true powerhouse. I'm not even a bit envious of them taking first place, they really have the strength. Wang Meili and the few escorts she brought were all dumbfounded, standing there at a loss.
Wang Meili could no longer care about her image and shouted, no, everyone shut up.
This is wrong. We entered the dungeon almost at the same time, they came out later than me, how could this data be right? This is impossible. There's something fishy going on. Something fishy? Yang Tong laughed heartily.
Others might be wary of this underground princess, but he certainly wasn't. Instead, as a rival, he enjoyed watching her
make a fool of herself. Take a good look, they've gone in for the second time. And their last record was 3 minutes, which is much higher than your current time. Yang Tong took the tablet and handed it over. What else do you have to say? Impossible. Wang Meili glared, snatching the tablet. After seeing the data on it, her whole body trembled. How could this be? How could this be? Her eyes were wild as she slammed the tablet to the ground. Impossible. It's fake, it must be fake. Or they cheated. Look at them, just the 3 of them, each with a lower level than the last. It's hard to say if they could even clear the first level. There's no way they could finish so quickly. Is that so? Li Chen chuckled. He had guessed that Wang Meili would definitely come up with this excuse. He then took out the loot from the mutated hippo. Colton's crystal core, a first-turn material designated by the Professional Association. There were 3 of them, appearing in Li Chen's hands. Wang Meili's eyes widened and she couldn't say a word. Alright, if you can't match others, don't make a fuss. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't either, Yang Tong said with a smile. The already frustrated Wang Meili looked at him, her anger boiling even more. At this moment, Era saw Yang Tong, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and recognized Wang Tong. He exclaimed, hiss. You are the chief elder Wang Tong of the Golden Red Society. Yang Tong nodded at him. Eru's mouth dropped open. Lin Yu poked him from the side. Hey, your idol is here. Ahem, Era coughed, shooting her a glare. What are you talking about? Right now, my only idol is my brother Yang. Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed. At this moment, Yang Tong suddenly stepped forward. You are the team currently ranked first, and Li Chen is your captain? It had been mentioned in the broadcast earlier. Eru grinned and scratched his head. Actually, it's all thanks to brother Yang. The 2 of us are just here to make up the numbers. Without us, he might have been even faster. Oh, so it's a 1 against 3? Upon hearing this, Yang Tong's expression became even more animated, his eyes filled with curiosity, and he grew excited. Could it be a rare profession? Being able to clear a series of dungeons in such a short time without level suppression is much stronger than an average S-level profession. He looked at Li Chen and performed his duties as an elder, enthusiastically saying, Li Chen, do you have any plans to join a guild? You could immediately take on the position of squad leader, and you'd get double the treatment compared to others of the same level. Also, that Wang Meili next to you, she's used to being petty and will definitely cause you trouble later. Come to our guild, and I guarantee she won't dare to bother you again. It will be much easier. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding players showed envious expressions. An invitation to join from Elder Yang himself? Damn, this is like, I could wake up laughing from this dream. And special treatment, I could brag about this for a lifetime.
As the undisputed #1 guild in Jianghai City, the resources within it far exceeded those of other factions, making it a place all players dreamed of joining. Many people were eager to join, even if it meant breaking their heads in the process.
Yang Tong, I'm still here, are you deliberately trying to go against me?
Upon hearing this, Wang Meili could no longer bear it and said angrily. Yet Yang Tong seemed to know her thoughts as if he were a worm in her belly. If anyone in Jianghai dared to confront her openly, it would be the higher-ups of the Golden Guild.
Yang Tong shrugged. I'm recruiting talents for the guild. What's wrong with that? Is that any of your business?
If you can't stand it, you can leave or keep grinding dungeons and see if you can break this 2-minute record.
Yeah, who was it that said they would eat shit upside down? Earlier? With a big shot backing him up,
Arrow also grew bold, adding fuel to the fire from the side.
Ha ha ha, is that really a thing? You all wait for me. Amidst the uproarious laughter, Wang
Meili waved her hand and stormed off in frustration. She understood that staying any longer would only make her look like a clown. Yet, she truly had no way to break Li Chen's record.
Li Chen, right? This isn't over. It had been fine before, she could easily step on Lin Yu, but now a roadblock had appeared.
Not only had she lost the top spot, but she had also lost face, and she held a grudge against
Li Chen in her heart. Li Chen sneered.
Wang Meili, daughter of the Underground King, but it didn't matter. Having previously taken something from the Underground King, they certainly wouldn't let it go easily and were likely searching for him everywhere.
He would eventually have to face them. Today was merely a warm-up. Brotherly, have you thought about it? Yang Tong asked again. Only then did Li Chen look at him.
He had heard of the Golden Guild. However, he was currently entangled in troubles, making it inconvenient to join. Besides, he could manage just fine on his own. There was no
need to huddle for warmth. He politely declined.
Thank you for the invitation, but I don't plan to join any factions for now. Moreover, I need to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam, please.
Understand. Upon hearing this, not only Yang Tong but even Arrow and the crowd of onlookers were left speechless. Yang Tong frowned, still unwilling to give up. How about you think it over again?
We can increase the conditions, just say what you need, and joining the guild won't affect your future studies. In fact, it can complement each other. With experience and exposure, you can get ahead
of other students.
Li Chen paused but shook his head again. I'm really sorry. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar, many watching anxiously.
Not bro, you're really bold. How many people dream of joining the Golden Guild? How many college students are fighting tooth and nail just to get in? Aren't you putting the cart before the horse? If you don't want to join, let me.
Yang Tong sighed. Alright then, if you change your mind, feel free to find me. What I said is always valid. Saying this, he handed Li Chen a business card.
Li Chen nodded and accepted it. After a while, Yang Tong left. The onlookers gradually dispersed, some continuing to grind dungeons, while others left.
Li Chen took out a piece of material and divided it between
Arrow and Lin Yu.
Arrow was astonished. I
get a share too.
Li Chen smiled. Of course, it's not like the extra is of any use to me, just take it.
Arrow looked touched, tears shimmering in his eyes. Brother Yang, you're really my own brother.
In the future, if you need me, I promise to go through fire and water without hesitation.
Alright, this is what you deserve.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now.
After exchanging a few simple words with Lin Arrow and Lin Yu, Li Chen
left the main hall of the instance. Time was of the essence. He was now preparing to head to the Adventurers Association for his first job transfer. What abilities would he
gain after the transfer?
Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. In the center of Jianghai City, in a high-end hotel, Wang Meili unlocked the door and rudely
kicked it open.
Her face was filled with anger, still fuming over the earlier instance run.
Once inside, she began to smash things around.
The luxurious tableware was thrown all over the floor, and the precious wall decorations were sent flying. After creating a mess in the room, she finally vented her anger. She then took out her phone and dialed her best friend's number.
Hello, Meili, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Why so quiet? Did someone upset you?
Wang Meili could no longer hold back and started to rant non-stop. Who understands? I went to the instance all happy today but ended up meeting a loser guy, and he died. I even suspect he has a crush on me and is
trying to get my attention through this. Ha, cough cough. Duqing Ran on the other end couldn't hold back her laughter and quickly coughed.
That's very possible. Nowadays, guys are like that, especially since you're so beautiful, anyone would be moved. Wang Meili smugly huffed. That's true. I realize you understand me the best.
Want to go out for dinner today? My treat.
Oh, by the way, didn't you just find a new male friend?
Bring him along. Upon hearing this, Duqing Ran on the other end clearly deflated
and complained, Ugh, don't mention that guy Zhang Tao. All men are the same. He even blamed me, saying I meant well but messed things up by bringing an unclear person and
ruining the plan, making it my fault that the boss got stolen. Seriously, that much of a loser?
Wang Meili was shocked.
Exactly.
Every day is so suffocating. If it weren't for the lack of suitable options, I would have kicked him out long ago, Du Qingran said indignantly. Wang Meili, filled with righteous anger, said, perfect. Today, you bring him over and I'll give him a good talking to. I guarantee he won't dare to say anything to you again. Really? Du Qingran's eyes lit up. She knew Wang Meili's capabilities and background, otherwise, she wouldn't be so insincerely flattering her. Truly, it's about training troops for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. What location? East Wind Pavilion. At this moment, Li Chen was on his way to the Adventurers Association and was almost there. Along the way, he felt both excited and slightly worried. He had checked his panel more than once. In the profession column, the words blank had always been there. He didn't know what this represented. Did it mean he had no profession? But logically, his situation should count as a hidden profession. It was precisely because he didn't understand why this was the case that he was worried about the upcoming transfer. A job transfer for adventurers meant having a profession. Could he succeed without one? All of this could only be known later. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen had arrived outside the main hall of the Adventurers Association in the city center. Just looking at its exterior, it was a resplendent palace, seemingly passed down from long ago, rich in history, ancient yet pristine. At the entrance stood a row of soldiers in armor, standing tall and proud. After Li Chen presented the relevant documents, he successfully entered. The interior was even more luxurious, with floors and walls gleaming with gold. He approached the front desk, where a woman in her 30s, wearing light makeup and a professional fake smile, was handling affairs. Li Chen stepped forward and explained his purpose. First job transfer? Which year are you from? This year. Oh, this year, wait. The woman immediately lost her composure, looking at Li Chen in shock. What did you just say? Li Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out a first transition material, the Keldon Crystal Core. Upon seeing the material, the woman finally reacted. You're this year's practitioner? Yes, I need to apply for my first transition certificate. The woman regained her smile and patiently said, practitioner, to undergo a first transition, it's not just about having the materials, you also need to reach level 40, you know? I'm already level 40. The woman was momentarily taken aback and quickly said, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's level 40, not level 4. If your level isn't sufficient, the transition will fail. Think it through. Li Chen nodded. Seeing this, the woman didn't say anything more. She was just doing her job. According to the rules, as long as there were materials, she could process the first transition certificate. And as long as one wasn't too foolish, no one would go for a transition without meeting the level requirement. She then asked for Li Chen's relevant documents. Please wait a moment. The woman operated the machine for a while. After about 2 minutes, she said, alright, you now qualify for the first transition. She handed the relevant items to Li Chen and reminded him again, remember to reach level 40 before you go for the transition. But Li Chen had already stepped into the association's interior. The woman stood there scratching her head. Did he really go? Could it be he's really level 40? Hiss, are this year's practitioners really that strong? It's only been a few days, and there's already someone at level 40. With the certificate in hand, Li Chen followed the association's guidance, turning a few corners before finally arriving at his destination. It was an independent venue, and at a glance, the space inside was very spacious, without any clutter. In the center was a huge formation. An old man sat on a chair at the entrance, glancing at Li Chen. Here for the first transition? Li Chen stepped forward and handed over the certificate. Oh, a new practitioner this year. The old man took a look and immediately became interested, standing up from his chair to scrutinize Li Chen closely. You're the first to come for a first transition this year. If you succeed, you'll receive a reward from the association, and once the newcomer rankings open, you can directly become the top of the newcomer list. Li Chen nodded. He certainly knew all this, but right now, he was more concerned about whether the first transition would succeed and what abilities he would gain. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. This feeling was even stronger than when he awakened. His profession. The old man carefully checked the certificate again and then pointed to the large formation in the center. In that case, you can go in. All right. Li Chen took a deep breath and raised his head. First transition, here I come. He resolutely walked into the formation. He had already passed through the most difficult times. What was this? Even if the first transition failed, it wouldn't stop him from soaring to great heights. What couldn't kill him would only make him stronger. Li Chen stepped into the formation. Immediately, the formation erupted with a blinding white light. Suddenly, Li Chen felt the surroundings fall silent, and his vision became blurry. His consciousness was transported to a closed space, just like on the day of his awakening. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the empty venue. Li Chen saw countless cards, forming a long string, continuously revolving around him, appearing very lively and vibrant. Soon, the length of these cards gradually shortened, stacking one on top of the other, ultimately merging into a gigantic card. The card bore a huge question mark and nothing else. Li Chen was momentarily stunned but also felt a surge of joy. Although he still didn't understand what was happening, it meant that he wasn't incapable of transitioning. Looking at the enormous card within reach, Li Chen reached out and gently touched it. The card instantly shook, transforming into a burst of colorful light that struck into his chest. Li Chen was taken aback, feeling a warm current flowing through his body. Then he saw an additional talent skill on his panel. Transform, killing monsters has a chance to directly seize their talent abilities. Upon seeing this, Li Chen was first taken aback, then filled with ecstatic joy. The impact of this short line of text was akin to witnessing the rise of the Planet of the Apes once again. With this, he no longer had to worry about running out of cards. For instance, if he wanted a certain monster's ability, he could simply kill it for a chance to obtain it. If he didn't get it from one kill, he could just kill a few more. Keep killing. Although it might be a bit grindy, eventually, he would succeed. For those particularly unique and one-of-a-kind monsters, he could actively use cards to replicate them. Invincible. At that moment, the environment around him began to change. When he opened his eyes again, Li Chen had returned to the original venue. Looking up, he saw the old man with a beaming smile full of admiration. Child, congratulations, you have successfully completed your first transition. I hope the result hasn't disappointed you. Now, you are the first newcomer in Jianghai City to complete the first transition, and soon you will be at the top of the newcomer leaderboard. Work hard to prepare for the upcoming genius competition and strive to maintain a good ranking. Li Chen nodded slightly. He was now the first newcomer to complete the first transition, and once the newcomer leaderboard opened, his name would rightfully be at the top. But this was only temporary. To solidify his ranking, he needed to participate in the genius competition and battle against other ranked professionals to truly claim the top spot. He felt somewhat confident about the genius competition. He had already gained a significant lead over others and acquired a new ability, so as long as he maintained this momentum, there shouldn't be any major issues. The old man smiled and continued, I have recorded your information. Now, you can go to the front desk to collect your reward as the first newcomer to complete the transition. Li Chen nodded and walked out of the venue. Behind him, the old man watched his departing figure, shaking his head in confusion. This year's Jianghai City is really lively. Li Chen arrived at the front desk once again. This time, the woman had made a complete turnaround. Before Li Chen could say anything, she approached him with a beaming smile, clearly already aware of what had just happened. Congratulations, esteemed professional, on completing your first transition. Do you need to collect your special reward now? Yes. Please wait a moment, let me check for you. She went to the equipment to check, but her expression gradually darkened, and then she looked at Li Chen with a troubled face. I'm sorry, it seems that the higher-up suddenly said that the rewards will be distributed later. You can go back and wait for the notification. Li Chen frowned slightly. This explanation felt a bit strange. However, he knew that this so-called front desk was merely a shield, having no real power. The specifics were still decided by the leadership within the association. He decided not to dwell on it and turned to leave. He understood that the rules were set by the strong, and only by becoming stronger could he have the right to challenge those rules. Shortly after Li Chen left the association, he suddenly received a message. Li Chen, how are you? This is Lu Xian. Please come to the Dongfeng Pavilion for a gathering. Dongfeng Pavilion? Lu Xian. Li Chen's heart stirred. He had originally planned to go directly to grind monsters and test his new talent. He remembered Lu Xian, who seemed to be from the military. They had met after the trial camp ended, and Lu Xian had even brought him a reward. Now that Lu Xian was actively seeking him out, it seemed there was something important. As for Dongfeng Pavilion, it was also in the city center, not far from his current location, so it wouldn't take long to get there. After thinking for a moment, he headed towards Dongfeng Pavilion. Dongfeng Pavilion, a leisure place with ancient architectural style. It is the top consumption venue in Jianghai. At this moment, a black sedan stopped by the roadside. Two young individuals, about 18 years old, got out of the car. It was Du Qingran and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wore a mask and had been looking around nervously since he got out of the car, particularly paying attention to corners and treetops where someone could easily hide, like a thief. Next to him, Du Qingran rolled his eyes, feeling utterly embarrassed. In fact, it wasn't entirely Zhang Tao's fault. Ever since the incident at the boss's lair a couple of days ago, the members of the Qingshan Guild had been hounding him like rabid dogs, warning him to be careful and threatening to kill him. It had gotten to the point where he had to close his windows at night, fearing that a member of the Qingshan would pop out and stab him. If it weren't for Du Qingran forcibly dragging him along, he wouldn't have wanted to risk his life by going out. Fortunately, there were no incidents and they didn't encounter any members of the Qingshan Guild. The two successfully reunited with Wang Meili, who was waiting inside the Dongfeng Pavilion. Zhang Tao's cautious demeanor, wearing a mask, immediately drew laughter from Wang Meili. Ah, Qingran, your taste needs improvement. I thought you brought a thief to steal from the Dongfeng Pavilion. Du Qingran couldn't help but sigh. If he were a thief, he might as well be a great one. After all, no matter how much he flops, he's still an S-level professional. Ahem. After confirming there were no ambushes around, Zhang Tao awkwardly cleared his throat, took off his mask, and said to Wang Meili, "Hello, I'm Zhang Tao, the future heir of the Legend Guild."
The heir of the Legend Guild? Upon hearing this, Wang Meili's eyebrows twitched slightly. That's not bad. What level are you? Have you advanced yet? Ah, well, a hint of embarrassment
flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. Sigh, I've been busy dealing with some matters regarding the Qingshan Guild lately, so I haven't had much time to level up.
It might be a bit difficult to be the first to advance.
He felt incredibly frustrated. It was all because of that suddenly appearing cloaked man, which had affected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be stuck without even completing the first
advancement dungeon.
But he quickly regained his confidence and said, "But don't worry, even though I'm a bit behind, I'll still dominate the newcomer rankings in no time."
He understood that while
the professions might differ, everyone started from the same starting line in terms of levels. As long as others had someone to help them grind monsters, they wouldn't be slower than him, an S level
professional. But that didn't matter. The real competition would be in the upcoming Genius Tournament. He was an S-level professional, backed by a guild, and he felt like the chosen one. Once he leveled up, everyone else would have to make way for him.
At this point, Wang Meili also sighed and began to complain about what happened today.
Damn it, I went to do a first advancement dungeon today,
and I was supposed to get first place, but someone cheated and stole it. The worst part is that the person was fully prepared, and I couldn't find any evidence.
Is that really a thing? Du Qingran exclaimed in surprise.
Yeah, a super loser, looks like. Just then, Wang Meili suddenly spotted a figure outside. It perfectly matched the person she had imagined, and her eyes widened in shock.
Why is he here? Zhang Tao and Du Qingran were both taken aback.
They followed Wang Meili's gaze outside and immediately saw a figure they both recognized all too well.
The one who had cast a terrifying shadow over them for 3 whole years. Li Chen.
Upon seeing him, both of them instinctively shuddered.
Li Chen? It's actually him? Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. What is he doing here? Is this even a place he can come to? Seeing Zhang Tao and Du Qingran's reaction, Wang Meili was also stunned. What, do you know him too? Du Qingran looked at her and asked, you know Li Chen as well? Wang Meili was instantly furious. Ah, it's him. He's the loser I told you about, the one who stole my rightful first place. He made me lose face completely. Zhang Tao was left confused. What do you mean? Are you saying Li Chen took first place in the dungeon's timed event? When did that happen? That shouldn't be possible, right? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He's just a useless person, without a profession. Du Qingran frowned suddenly. She thought of what happened a couple of days ago in the boss area, and that speculation surged back to her mind. Could it be that he really is, just as I thought? He definitely cheated to steal my first place, Wang Meili said angrily. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and stood up. Turns out he's just a useless person. Let's see if I don't smash him today. Seeing this, Du Qingran hurriedly went up to stop her. Sister Meili, calm down, calm down. You can't cause a scene here. This was the East Wind Pavilion, backed by military support, and the people who came here were either rich or noble. Forget it, it's not worth getting angry over a fake first place. Zhang Tao also spoke up, his face full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that I've been too busy lately, I would have gone to clear a first-turn dungeon long ago. A mere first place is nothing but a piece of cake for me and the brothers in the guild. I wouldn't even bother to take it. Only a fool would go so far as to cheat for this first place. Those with foresight are already preparing for the genius competition. If it were me, I'd just wait to defeat all the prodigies, then prove to everyone that I am the strongest. After hearing their persuasion, Wang Meili calmed down a bit. This time he just got lucky. If I run into him again, I'll definitely skin him alive. Stop dwelling on this unlucky business. Let's continue to enjoy the services of the East Wind Pavilion. Ha! Zhang Tao laughed heartily, raising his wine glass. Du Qingran, however, walked with her head down, lost in thought. Looking at Li Chen's departing figure, she made a decision in her heart. I'll go find him later and ask him clearly. Meanwhile, after Li Chen entered the East Wind Pavilion, he headed towards the location given by Lu Xian. Strange, why do I feel like someone was watching me just now? With the enhancement of his mental power, he became more sensitive to his surroundings. However, he didn't think too much about it and soon arrived outside the reserved private room. He knocked on the door, and it opened automatically. Lu Xian was already sitting at the tea table waiting. Upon seeing Li Chen, he stood up joyfully. You're here, sit over here. Li Chen smiled and walked over. I happened to be nearby and saw your message, so I came. He sat down on the sofa and asked curiously, you suddenly called me, is there something going on? Lu Xian nodded. I heard. You've completed your first turn? Yeah, I just came from the Adventurer Association. So it's true, Lu Xian said in surprise. I just heard that the first adventurer to complete their first turn this year has come out, and when I found out it was your name, I contacted you right away. As he spoke, Lu Xian sighed. But you probably didn't receive the reward you deserved, right? No. Li Chen looked at him, puzzled by the situation. Out of the blue, why would it suddenly be postponed? As expected. Lu Xian sighed again and continued. Do you remember what happened a few days ago during your awakening ceremony?
It caused quite a stir, and it seems the Adventurer Association doesn't recognize your identity.
Not recognize? Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly felt relieved and couldn't help but laugh.
After all that, they just didn't want to give it to him, saying something about waiting for a notification. Seeing him like this, Lu Xian said, "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to
communicate with them. No matter what, you are the first adventurer to complete the first turn. That's an undeniable fact. Moreover, you can still participate in the upcoming genius competition as usual. At that time, just use your strength to shut these people up. They're just a bunch of bullies who fear the strong." Li Chen nodded as he listened.
Levels can be boosted by others, but strength is one's own. They may not recognize him, but he can still use his strength to slap these people in the face.
The truth will be revealed in the genius competition.
Let's see how many prodigies this unacknowledged adventurer can defeat. Lu Xian did not continue the topic and said, "By the way, your level has reached this point.
If you want to quickly
improve your strength in a short time, I have a place that is very suitable, but it is also extremely difficult."
"Oh, what place?" Li Chen asked.
With the genius competition coming up soon, it was definitely better to be stronger. His current strength was still too weak, which was a hard flaw whether facing the legendary guild or the even more powerful underground forces. In front of true strong players, he was still just a novice practitioner.
Lu Xian uttered two words, Kuan City. Hearing this name, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Kuan City.
This could be said to be one of the most unstable city-states in Long Country. It was also the place with the most military presence in Long Country.
Due to its proximity to the border, monsters were rampant inside and outside the city.
Moreover, conflicts with illegal forces outside the city would erupt almost every so often. For example, the Abyss Scum, who were said to have been fighting against them for a long time. Although dangerous, it was indeed a good place to improve strength.
However, he remembered that entering and exiting Kuan City required a pass.
Li Chen looked at Lu Xian and expressed his concerns. "I really want to go, but some documents might not be processed in time." Lu Xian had already considered this and said, "You don't need to worry about that.
I can recommend you there, and you can directly join the local army.
You will learn a lot there, not just methods for dealing with various monsters, but even techniques
for practitioners."
Hearing this, Li Chen's heart stirred, and his eyes gradually became resolute.
"Okay, when do I set off?"
He didn't have the deep backgrounds of others, nor the favorable conditions. If he wanted to compete with those wealthy heirs,
he had to show extraordinary determination.
Lu Xian was also moved by Li Chen and said, "The original plan was tomorrow, but if you want, we can go today, although the road conditions will be worse at night."
"Let's go today then, I have nothing else to do," Li Chen replied. "No problem, later you just need to go to the city gate and I will arrange for someone to take you out of the city." Lu Xian readily agreed.
"You can take this time to prepare some things you will need.
It will be tough once you get there, as many things are in short supply." Li Chen nodded and then bid farewell to Lu Xian.
He walked out of the private room and came to the front yard of Dongfeng Pavilion, suddenly spotting a familiar figure.
Du Qinran had been
waiting here for a long time. Upon seeing Li Chen, she immediately approached him.
Du Qinran looked at Li Chen and directly questioned, "Li Chen, do you think it's fun to treat me like a fool? Why are you pretending to be a mysterious person to get close to me?"
Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting to encounter this calamity here. He originally didn't want to bother with her, but after hearing her words, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
Could it be that she knew he was the one who had robbed the boss before? If so, then she couldn't be left alive. However, this place was clearly not suitable for making a move.
He decided to probe a bit and see if it was just Du Qinran who knew, or if the legendary guild and the underground forces behind her were also aware.
Li Chen looked at her with disdain. "Do you even know what you're saying? I find you disgusting, and you think I would want to get close to you? You really know how to flatter yourself."
Of course, his words were
completely sincere. As for her accusations, he would never admit to them, at least not now.
Once he admitted to doing it, he would definitely face the relentless pursuit of the legendary guild and the underground forces.
Du Qinran frowned upon hearing this. "Hey, can't you speak properly?
I never noticed before, but you're just like what Wang Meili said, really pathetic."
Wang Meili?
Hearing this name again, Li Chen's expression turned strange.
These two actually knew each other? It was indeed
true that birds of a feather flocked together. However, he didn't have time to care about that now. "If there's nothing else, please move aside.
Good dogs don't block the way,"
Li Chen said coldly. Du Qinran not only did not leave but instead stood in
the middle. "No, you haven't answered my question yet. Was that cloaked man in the boss territory you?"
Hearing her words, Li Chen felt a slight relief in his heart. It seemed he had not been exposed. Du Qinran might just be a bit suspicious and came
over to act irrationally.
There was no need to worry.
"Am I your father? You think everyone looks like me?"
Li Chen directly pushed her away and walked out.
"Ah!"
Du Qinran was caught off guard, her figure swayed, leaning against the nearby railing,
almost falling, her face instantly filled with anger.
"Rude, get lost. Well, with you being a jobless waste, how could you possibly be that strong? Just stay at the bottom for the rest of your life."
only a waste who relies on cheating. Li Chen ignored her and strode away. Since he had not been found out, there was nothing to worry about. He also needed to seize the time to improve his strength. In this world, only by becoming stronger could he rest easy. After leaving the East Wind Pavilion, Li Chen first went to a shop to buy some potions that could restore his condition. Then he returned home to rest well, conserving energy for the night's actions. He didn't have much to prepare. As long as he was there on time, that would be enough. Day and night alternated. Everything was covered in a layer of dark shadow, welcoming the arrival of darkness. The streets, illuminated by hazy lights, revealed an incomplete corner. A shadow flashed by, heading towards the city gate. Li Chen actually quite liked moving at night. In the stillness of the night, it was more convenient to get things done, and it wouldn't attract too much attention, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Traveling at full speed, it wasn't long before he arrived at the city gate. Lu Xian had been waiting here for a long time. Upon seeing Li Chen arrive, he waved to the guards here. The city gate was immediately opened. Normally, the gates wouldn't be opened at night, but with Lu Xian's military status, the rules were flexible. Li Chen stepped forward. Outside the city gate, an open truck was parked. Two young men in their 20s stood in the truck bed, waving at Li Chen. Lu Xian simply said, "There may be dangers on the road tonight. Take care of yourself. Someone will meet you on the other side. See you in a week." Li Chen nodded. A week later was the day of registration for the genius competition. He would return to compete then. After bidding farewell, Li Chen walked towards the truck and climbed into the back. A small bench had already been prepared, and the space was quite spacious, just enough for 3 people. "Hold on tight, young man." The driver started the truck. A buzzing engine sound began to resonate. Li Chen sat in the truck, watching the city behind him grow farther away. At this moment, the man in the truck took the initiative to speak. "Hey, little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Feng, and this lady is Chen Mei. We are the logistics staff in our class, and you?" "Li Chen." "Li Chen, huh?" Chen Mei looked at him with curiosity. "You're so young, why are you thinking of going to Kuan City? Are you really out of options?" In her view, only those who were completely desperate would take such risks, commonly known as desperate people. At Li Chen's age, he should be in a rising phase full of ambition, so why would he think of coming to such a place? Li Chen shook his head and said, "I won't be staying long, it's just a bit of experience." Since there was nothing to do on the truck, chatting idly was fine. Experience? Wang Feng and Chen Mei exchanged glances, both looking astonished. Who would send a good person to Kuan City for experience? That was like using a calculator for simple addition. Going to Kuan City for experience, you must be something. Wang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It wouldn't be that Commander Lu Xian forced you to come, would it? Chen Mei joked. "Not really, it's my own choice to come." Along the way, the three chatted intermittently. Wang Feng and Chen Mei had been in Kuan City for a long time. Through their conversation, Li Chen learned quite a bit about Kuan City. Moreover, this chaotic city was even more intricate than he had imagined. In such disorder, there were certainly those looking to take advantage of the situation, and some underground forces were even more rampant, with dark currents swirling everywhere. Although the military was constantly trying to mediate, they were too busy dealing with monsters and heretics to spare much attention, their energy completely insufficient. Li Chen felt a stir in his heart. It seemed this journey might be more difficult than he had anticipated. Ordinary people could hardly survive there, those who did were likely to be ruthless and vicious. As a group of people chatted and laughed, the dusk grew darker. On the winding, narrow road, the truck relied on its dim lights to navigate. They had already traveled several dozen kilometers outside the city, entering the latter half of their journey. The number of monsters around had increased significantly, and the probability of encountering high-level monsters had risen dramatically. The faces of those in the truck also took on a serious expression. Traveling at night in the wild, they could encounter monsters blocking their path or attacking at any moment. Wang Feng and Chen Mei stood up to check the situation around the vehicle. "It's getting late, Li Chen. Why don't you sit in the passenger seat?" Chen Mei suggested. Li Chen shook his head. "No need." Just as his words fell, the truck suddenly shook violently. It came to a sudden stop. "Hey, why did we stop so suddenly?" Wang Feng's voice was urgent. At this moment, they absolutely could not stop. This was no joke. Once they stopped, it would be easy to be surrounded by the lurking monsters, and breaking free wouldn't be as simple as just putting in some effort. Just as the three turned their gazes to the front seat, their faces went pale. The front seat was completely empty, the open door swaying gently. Where were the people? When did it become self-driving? Wang Feng's eyes widened. "Kid, this isn't funny." Boom! Suddenly, the truck was hit by something, producing a loud crash, tilting dangerously to the side, almost tipping over. "We're under attack." Chen Mei pulled out a mechanical automatic gun. With a swift motion, she jumped out of the truck. Wang Feng also drew his dual blades and followed her out. Before leaving, he kindly reminded Li Chen to stay hidden. Soon, only Li Chen was left in the truck. Li Chen frowned. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the dim light from the two headlights illuminating the area. he didn't rashly exit the vehicle.
Wang Feng and Chen Mei were both at much higher levels than him. If he acted recklessly, he might cause trouble for them,
but he also couldn't just sit idly by.
Before long, the sounds of gunfire and blade clashes echoed in the air.
Li Chen peeked out from the truck.
In the darkness, he saw countless monstrous shadows surrounding them, while two figures moved swiftly across the scene. They were so fast that it was almost impossible to track their movements. Those two were Wang Feng and Chen Mei. Li Chen was astonished. No wonder they were seasoned professionals living in Koan City, constantly flirting with death. Their skills and movements were incredibly proficient, and both were above level 100. The monsters around them were not weak either, with many above level 50. But in their hands, they fell as easily as chopping vegetables.
This was what it meant to be a truly valuable professional.
They had fought their way out of life and death situations time and again. They were worlds apart from ordinary professionals.
Li Chen felt increasingly that coming on this trip
was the right decision. Before long, the area fell silent. Wang Feng and Chen Mei returned, their bodies splattered with monster blood.
Li Chen, little brother, I hope this doesn't scare you? Chen Mei tossed
her gun onto the truck and then flipped herself back inside.
Li Chen shook his head. Have the monsters been dealt with? For now, Wang Feng replied, not fully relaxing.
The situation is complicated. Our driver is missing, and this desolate wilderness is very dangerous.
We can't leave him behind.
Chen Mei will stay here to protect you while I go back to look for him. If I'm not back in half an hour, Chen Mei
will drive you on your way.
As he said this, there was not a flicker of emotion on Wang Feng's face. Clearly accustomed to maintaining a fearless resolve in such moments, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Just moments ago, the three of them had been sitting together, exchanging casual remarks.
But in the next second, it was a matter of life and death. Chen Mei said nothing, merely nodding.
At that moment, both of their expressions were chillingly calm.
Soon, Wang Feng finished preparing his gear, took up his weapon, and vanished into the night.
At this point, only Li Chen and Chen Mei remained.
In the car,
Chen Mei held a white mechanical gun in her arms, wiping it with a handkerchief while staying alert to her surroundings. The silver moonlight cast eerie shadows on the ground.
The clock's hands ticked away, inching closer to the end.
Suddenly, Chen Mei stood up. Half an hour is up, let's go.
Li Chen hesitated. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? It seems like there are no monsters around right now.
Chen Mei shook her head. Our mission is to escort you to Koan City. Come to the passenger seat. Don't stray too far from me.
With that, she moved to the driver's seat. Li Chen said nothing more, settling into the passenger seat and closing the door.
Chen Mei turned the key, starting the engine. Seeing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition.
Wasn't this supposed to be started soon?
The events that followed confirmed his fears. Just as the car was about to move, it lurched forward half a meter and then suddenly stalled. Fortunately, Li Chen was prepared, otherwise he would have slammed
into the windshield. He looked at Chen Mei in shock. Hey, do you know how to drive? Chen Mei replied, I've driven once. When? Now. Li Chen's face darkened as he wiped his sweat. We're doomed. It's fine, just press the gas pedal, hold on tight.
Chen Mei turned the key again, and after the engine roared to life, she slammed the accelerator.
The car shot forward in an instant. Li Chen's eyes widened, gripping the door tightly. Suddenly, a dark shape appeared ahead. Wait, there's something in front. Stop. Hurry. Bang.
They collided with something. The windshield shattered into a spider web of cracks.
Li Chen could no longer bear it. He opened the car door and jumped out.
Damn it, looks like I have to go back and find the driver, or I'll either die at the hands of a monster or at Chen Mei's.
Li Chen looked
ahead, and the creature they had collided with was a dark, monstrous figure.
Hellhound level 50 talent skill. However, the monster seemed not to focus on him. Its gaze was fixed inside the car. Li
Chen then noticed that Chen Mei was bleeding from her head and had passed out.
Damn, don't do this. A level 50 monster should have been easily dispatched by someone of Chen Mei's level with just a couple of strikes.
Yet, as the main support, she had fallen unconscious first. He felt truly helpless.
Reliable, yet not entirely so.
In this desolate wilderness, danger lurked everywhere. Ultimately, he had to rely on
himself. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary monster, and its level wasn't much higher than his own.
Li Chen took out his lightning war spear, his expression focused. At this moment, he preferred not to use
the explosive bow, otherwise, the noise would attract a horde of monsters, complicating matters further.
The hellhound's eyes glowed red, appearing incredibly sinister in the darkness.
Li Chen could hear the sound of its tongue dripping saliva.
The hellhound opened its massive jaws, lunging toward the unconscious Chen Mei.
Li Chen reacted swiftly, thrusting his spear into the hellhound's mouth. An arc of electricity flickered in the darkness. 1550.
Although this damage was considerable for a level 40 professional, it was against a level 50 monster. This amount of damage could only be considered a slight annoyance. The hellhound felt the pain and turned its attention to Li Chen. The other head opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at him. Li Chen quickly pulled back and the hellhound twisted its body and lunged
at Li Chen.
Its two heads were grotesque, exuding a nauseating stench. Faced with a monster that was a full 10 levels higher than him, Li Chen dared not take any chances. Every move he made was incredibly cautious. Watching the Hellhound charge at him, Li Chen continued to retreat, avoiding a direct collision. Although he didn't attack the Hellhound directly, numbers kept popping up from it. 8000, 8,000 damage per second. It was precisely that previous strike that activated his bloodthirst. Li Chen's plan was to rely on the bleeding effect caused by bloodthirst to continuously drain the Hellhound's health. Once the effect wore off, he would follow up with an attack. This way, he could minimize his injuries and conserve stamina. With the speed boost from his golden gear, Li Chen moved much faster. Anticipating the Hellhound's movements, he skillfully dodged all its attacks. Frustrated by its inability to land a hit, the Hellhound paused for a moment, showing signs of irritation. Then, it opened its massive jaws, and a jet of black-purple flames erupted, racing towards Li Chen at high speed. Li Chen quickly sidestepped to avoid the flame's trajectory, but at that moment, the Hellhound tilted its head and chased after him, spewing flames. Li Chen's expression tightened as he hurriedly pulled out the rock shield and placed it in front of him. He had obtained it during a dungeon run, but it was already somewhat damaged. The terrifying flames struck the shield, and Li Chen felt the entire shield become scalding hot. The flames split around the edges of the shield, creating a wave of scorching wind. The rock shield emitted a cracking sound. Li Chen held it up while retreating. When the shield could no longer withstand the assault, he let go and darted to the side. The rock shield shattered completely. A piece of silver-grade equipment had reached its limit. Li Chen thought to himself, if he could survive this, he would need to buy a sturdier shield next time. It was quite useful. The Hellhound stopped and charged at Li Chen again. There was truly no chance to catch his breath. At this point, the bleeding effect on the Hellhound had already worn off. Li Chen needed to find a way to deal some damage. Previously, he had taken advantage of the Hellhound's focus on Chen Mei, allowing him to strike easily. Now, if he wanted to land a hit, he would have to close the distance and take a risk. Watching the Hellhound charge at him, this time Li Chen did not dodge but instead seized the opportunity to rush forward. At that moment, he activated Cursed Soundwave. Despite the significant level difference, the confusion effect was unlikely to be effective, but it could momentarily stun the Hellhound. In that instant, Li Chen seized the chance, using his speed to slide behind it, turning around to stab at the Hellhound's hind leg. Puff! The sharp tip of the lightning war spear pierced right in. A damage number appeared above the Hellhound. 1700. With a successful strike, Li Chen quickly created distance. The effect of bloodthirst activated again. 8000. The Hellhound let out a low growl. This time, it was starting to struggle, breathing heavily. With red eyes, it glared at Li Chen. As it hesitated, Li Chen stood his ground, watching it. Suddenly, the Hellhound's gaze shifted, and it sprinted in another direction. Li Chen's expression changed slightly, thinking it might be trying to escape. But when he looked at its trajectory, his face changed instantly. He saw the Hellhound drooling as it charged towards Chen Mei in the car. Seeing this, Li Chen had no time to hesitate and quickly drew his explosive bow. Just as the Hellhound leaped into the air, about to land on the car, Li Chen shot an arrow with the red arrows ignited the night, and with a whoosh carrying the scent of gunpowder, an arrow pierced the waist of the Hellhound, sending it flying. Bang! The explosion illuminated the entire area. 1850. 2000. The Hellhound's body crashed heavily to the ground. Since he had already been exposed, Li Chen didn't care anymore and continued to shoot one blazing arrow after another, like fireworks rising in the night sky. Whoosh! 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 Bang! 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 2000. 8000. 2150. The explosive damage combined with the bleeding effect caused the Hellhound's health to drop rapidly. Indeed, ranged attacks were more convenient. The Hellhound could no longer withstand the assault and had no intention of staying any longer. It began to run outside. Thinking of running now? It's too late. Li Chen was also infuriated. He had to make such a big commotion, and now the opponent was trying to escape. That would be a huge loss. He raised his explosive bow and shot frantically at the Hellhound. The arrows pierced the darkness, hitting the Hellhound with sparks flying everywhere. The moment the opponent tried to flee, the outcome was already decided. You have killed the Hellhound, experience plus 1000. Sacrifice soul, experience plus 200. You have obtained silver level equipment, spellbook. You have gained the talent skill, A, fire type ability, can use fire elements to attack, continuously summon fire pillars. Li Chen was taken aback, then overjoyed, realizing this was the effect of his first turn. Killing monsters had a chance to grant their talent skills. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot right away. Initially, he thought it was just an A-level talent and didn't actively copy it. He didn't expect this unexpected joy at this moment. Who doesn't love free stuff? But there was no time to celebrate. He was still in a very dangerous situation. The other two teammates had scattered and were nowhere to be found. Chen Mei was still unconscious. But commotion just now had surely attracted many monsters, and they might be rushing over in large numbers. He quickly went to the car and shook Chen Mei, who was still asleep. but there was no response.
Li Chen frowned, covered her mouth and nose, leaned close to her ear, and shouted, "At your age and in your situation, how can you sleep? Get up quickly."
After a while, Chen Mei shuddered, suddenly opened her eyes, and struggled desperately, looking
around in shock.
Seeing her awake, Li Chen finally let go.
Chen Mei coughed and gasped for breath.
When she saw it was Li Chen, she finally
relaxed, her chest heaving. "Phew, you scared me to death."
Li Chen was speechless. "You were still sleeping, and I almost kicked the
bucket."
Chen Mei was taken aback, then her gaze turned to the surroundings.
Not far ahead lay a massive corpse, charred and unrecognizable from the sparks.
She was immediately startled.
"Did you do this? What kind of grudge is this? If you knew you were almost its next meal, you wouldn't think that way."
She widened her eyes. "How long, exactly, did I sleep?"
"Not long,
but long enough for us to die 10 or 8
times." Li Chen replied irritably.
"We need to hurry and leave, otherwise, the monsters will be here soon."
"No, it's already too late,"
Chen Mei said with a bitter smile. Li Chen looked up and realized that countless shadows were closing in from all directions.
"You stay in the car, it's my turn to protect you now."
Chen Mei smiled, grabbed her weapon, pushed open the car door, and stepped out without even wiping the blood off her face. Li Chen frowned slightly inside. They had come so quickly.
This was going to be tough. Earlier, with Wang
Feng coordinating beside him, the two level 100 professionals had worked together to deal with monsters.
Now, many monsters were coming.
But only Chen Mei was going to face them alone. Chen Mei's marksmanship was incredibly precise, each shot dealing tens of thousands of damage.
Faced with a multitude of monsters, she could almost eliminate them in just a few hits.
Her movements were fluid, her posture transitions meticulous, and her attack speed was rapid, as if she were dancing, with sparks flying around her. But Li Chen had no time to appreciate it. He was intently watching the direction of the surrounding monsters. There were simply too many of them. Although Chen Mei was quick at clearing monsters, the increasing noise from the approaching creatures would only attract more, like a tide of beasts, making it impossible
to finish them off.
No matter how powerful Chen Mei was, there would come a time when she would be pushed to her limits.
If it came to
that, there was no choice but to use that. Li Chen glanced at the wind dragon token in his hand. It would certainly make a much bigger noise
than the explosive bow.
But given the current situation, it seemed there was little difference in whether to use it or not. As he looked around the battlefield, deep in thought, a figure rushed in from behind.
It was Wang Feng. He was striding forward, propelled by the kinetic
exoskeleton on his body, moving like a gust of wind. "Chen Mei, take Li Chen and get out of here quickly. I'll hold off these monsters." Even before he arrived, his voice reached them.
Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Mei couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. But when she saw Wang Feng's condition, her expression changed drastically.
Wang Feng appeared vigorous and full of energy, but it was merely the effect of
adrenaline and the exoskeleton.
The pallor on his face and the horrific wounds on his body made it clear he was not someone who could stand.
"What did you just go through? What could have injured Wang Feng like this?" Li Chen was also taken aback.
Wang Feng had several wounds on his body, almost all of which had pierced through. These were clearly bite marks from monsters.
Wang Feng's expression was stiff as he spoke. "We encountered a night demon."
Chen Mei's body trembled, her eyes widening.
"Night demon? A terrifying monster that lives in the
wild, particularly powerful at night, resembling a werewolf. Especially in the darkness, it moves like a ghost and is extremely difficult to deal with, ranking among the top 3 monsters that adventurers dread encountering in the wild.
Its tracking ability is formidable, able
to hunt based on blood and scent, making it a tough opponent. Once targeted, escape is nearly impossible.
A single night demon often requires several adventurers of the same level to deal with it. Outside the city, there are frequent reports of a night demon destroying an entire village. If encountered at night, the survival rate is less than 10%. Chen Mei's face paled.
Li Chen was also shocked upon hearing the
name.
He had only read about it in books.
Moreover, it was recorded that night demons have a habit of seeking mates, so they usually act
in pairs. When you encounter a night demon, there's a good chance there's more than one nearby.
If that's the case, they would be in serious trouble.
Instinctively, Chen Mei took out a signal flare, intending to call for help, but as she raised her hand, she hesitated.
Li Chen also shook his head inwardly. It was useless.
Their current position was quite awkward. How long would it take for reinforcements to arrive?
From the nearby city? Dawn was likely approaching.
In fact, the noise from the signal flare might attract the attention of distant monsters,
worsening the situation.
They had to rely on themselves.
Li Chen went to the driver's seat and tried to start the vehicle. As expected, the
earlier crash had caused it to malfunction. Chen Mei forced a smile. "According to the route we planned, we shouldn't have encountered
a night demon."
Wang Feng, while wielding dual blades to slay the surrounding monsters, said, "When I encountered the night demon, it was
already injured, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back. But with the night demon's abilities, it will probably catch up soon, so you too need to hurry."
Chen Mei gritted her teeth, ran to the vehicle, and waved at Li Chen.
At this point, Li Chen didn't hesitate and got out of the car. What do we plan to do now? Li Chen asked.
If I remember correctly, there's a temporary camp nearby, let's go hide there for a
while. Li Chen nodded. Relying on his legs to run to Kuan City was not realistic.
The safest way was still to shake off the night demon. First, find a place to stay for a while, and then continue on the road. However, he had just heard Wang Feng say that the night demon was injured, which gave him a different idea. Logically speaking, if two night demons were attacking together, even if one was injured, Wang Feng
would not have been able to return alive.
The fact that he could come back indicated that there was probably only one night demon, which should not be of a high level and was also injured. Li Chen touched the Wind Dragon token in his pocket.
If he coordinated with Wang Feng and Chen Mei, they might not necessarily lose.
In the end, he still shook his head.
He did not voice this crazy idea. This was not something he could decide alone. Although he had an inkling, it was 3 lives at stake.
He dared to take the risk, but would Wang Feng and Chen Mei
dare to gamble?
These two were only responsible for escorting him to Kuan City, not for gambling with their lives, which would be a bit
unfair to them. Let's go, Chen Mei said, leading the way forward.
Li Chen stood still, hesitating. Although the situation was urgent and someone had to stay behind to hold off these monsters, he did not want to simply leave Wang Feng behind,
especially not wanting to leave while stepping over a companion's corpse. He did not want to owe anyone.
Li Chen paused, took out the cloak of concealment from his body, and
directly threw it to Wang Feng. Catch.
After Wang Feng dealt with the nearby monsters with a few slashes, he was taken aback when he saw
the cloak.
Li Chen continued, put this on, it can conceal your presence, and even the night demon won't be able to find you. But the duration is limited, so after we safely leave, you wear the cloak and follow us. Wang Feng was startled, but there was no time to say anything, as the monsters in front had already pressed in, so he could only utter 2 words.
Thank you. Chen Mei, who was beside them, also looked
surprised. She didn't expect Li Chen to have such an item. Its value was not low and was not something an ordinary professional could
possess. But in any case, it was a great help. Alright, let's go, or we won't be able to leave later.
With Wang Feng staying behind to hold off the monsters, Li Chen and Chen Mei quickly broke through the encirclement, heading towards the temporary camp. Along the way, there were occasional monsters blocking their path, but they were all dealt with by Li Chen and Chen Mei.
We're only a few kilometers away, let's keep going, and we should arrive in about 10 minutes.
Chen Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding monsters were becoming
fewer, making it a bit safer. Li Chen spoke up. How about we wait for Wang Feng for a bit?
Here, there shouldn't be any monsters catching up. There was no way around it. Mainly, his cloak of concealment was still with Wang Feng, and he felt uneasy not watching him bring it back. That was a rare great item, and he felt a pang of regret when he took it out.
Chen Mei thought for a moment and said, alright, let's take
a short break and then rush to the camp in one go. She stopped, scanned the surroundings for places where monsters could hide, and then took out some supplies from her backpack to replenish her energy. Li Chen looked back, thinking to himself, with Wang Feng's strength, using the cloak of concealment to shake off those monsters shouldn't be too difficult. What he feared was that Wang Feng might be too heavily
injured and wouldn't be able to hold on.
However, hard work pays off.
He was not disappointed. After waiting for a few minutes, just as they were preparing to continue, Wang Feng's figure staggered out.
Although Wang Feng was still alive, he was dragging an incredibly exhausted body, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. As long as you're alive, Li Chen said, stepping forward to support him.
Wang Feng
returned the cloak of concealment to him, his face serious as he said, if we can make it back alive, my life will be yours from now on.
If you ever need. Before he could finish, Li Chen interrupted him. Alright, save your breath, we might still have to fight monsters later.
Then, with Chen Mei leading the way, they headed towards the camp. Not long after, as they climbed up a slope, the outline of the
camp gradually appeared before them. Chen Mei's expression brightened, and she quickened her pace.
Soon, the group arrived at the camp. The camp was enclosed like a fortress, with a large gate tightly shut in the middle and 2 sentinels standing on a high platform above.
Upon
seeing Li Chen and the others, they pointed their bows and arrows at them.
Hey, what do you want? Chen Mei spoke up. We are passing through
as adventurers, attacked by monsters, and we want to come in to take shelter.
Monsters?
The 2 sentinels whispered to each other. Seeing that they remained unmoved, Chen Mei said anxiously, please hurry, someone here is injured. One sentinel slowly turned his head.
Where are the monsters? We left them behind, but that night demon probably won't give up easily. Just let us in to heal for a bit. Night demon? Damn it! Get the hell away! Upon hearing it was a night demon, the sentinel was immediately startled and shouted with a nasty attitude.
Chen Mei was taken aback and quickly said, it hasn't caught up with us yet, we just need to rest for a while before we leave.
Go.
If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude.
The sentinel raised his bow, aiming at them.
The night demon was a hot potato
that no one wanted to get involved with.
Once it held a grudge, trouble was sure to follow.
Chen Mei didn't expect these people to be so
heartless, her expression turning a bit ugly. Wang Feng shook his head at her. Let's go. After all, this was someone else's territory and they had no say in it. Just as they turned to leave, a voice suddenly came from the camp. Wait a moment. A short, stout middle-aged man with high cheekbones hurried over and appeared on the platform. Looking at the sentinels, he angrily lectured, "Did we not say to help adventurers when we encounter them? Open the gate." "But," I said, "open the gate." "Yes." The sentinel could only nod repeatedly, operating the mechanism. Soon, the heavy gate opened from both sides, and a warm light shone out. Chen Mei and Wang Feng were momentarily stunned, looking at each other. "It seems we can go in again. Let's go in first." In any case, Wang Feng's injuries were not suitable for continuing the journey. Li Chen watched this scene, frowning slightly but saying nothing. He followed Chen Mei and Wang Feng through the gate. After they entered, the gate slammed shut with a bang behind them. The internal layout of the camp was very simple. There were a few makeshift wooden houses and a shed for raising livestock with bright, flickering flames. The middle-aged man then came down from the platform, his face full of warmth. "Hello, I am the manager here. You must be tired. Why don't you sit inside? I'll call the medic over and prepare some food for you." Chen Mei expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." The manager laughed heartily. "No problem, just treat this place like your own home." With that, he walked away. Chen Mei said, "Let's go inside." Li Chen nodded, supporting Wang Feng as they entered the wooden house and laid him on a chair. He began to observe the surrounding environment. Inside the wooden house, the golden flames illuminated everything. The items looked as if they had been specially cleaned, very tidy. Li Chen approached a wooden cabinet. The cabinet was nearly 2 meters tall, with some tools displayed on top. Li Chen reached out and touched the surface of the cabinet. When he withdrew his hand, he found a small pile of dust had accumulated on his fingers. "What's wrong?" Noticing Li Chen's actions, Chen Mei asked curiously. "Nothing, this room is quite well kept." Li Chen found a spot to sit down. Soon, the manager returned with a few people. A medic approached Wang Feng, quickly checking him over and said, "This injury is a bit serious, it won't heal quickly." "All right," the manager waved his hand, "take him to the treatment room, otherwise the wound will fester." Immediately, 2 people came to carry Wang Feng away. The manager did not leave, sitting down and chatting with them as if they were old friends. After a while, a person came over carrying 2 baskets. He arrived at the table, opened the baskets, and served the food inside: pork head, roasted chicken, fish head. They looked very appetizing. Just seeing them made one feel full of appetite. The steward spoke up, "Are you hungry? Don't be shy, try some, it's all homegrown." After walking this way, Chen Mei and Li Chen were already famished and in urgent need of replenishing their energy. Chen Mei expressed her gratitude, again picked up her chopsticks, and eagerly started eating. Li Chen also grabbed a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it heartily. The steward beamed with a smile. After a while, Chen Mei suddenly swayed, her eyelids fighting against each other. "Ah, what's happening? Everything's so blurry." She rubbed her eyes, desperately trying to perk up. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. Seeing this, Li Chen took one last bite of the chicken wing in his hand and, like her, fell onto the table. However, his eyes secretly opened a slit, watching the feet below. At that moment, the steward stood up and spat. "Damn it, looking like starving ghosts. Someone, strip them. Boss. Not good, a lot of monsters are gathering outside the main gate." "What?" The steward's eyes widened. "Forget it, just throw these 2 into the woodshed and keep an eye on them. I'll come back later." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the high platform. After the steward left, 2 attendants approached. Just as they reached Chen Mei, preparing to move her, Li Chen suddenly appeared behind them, crashing their heads together with his hands. Bang! The 2 attendants fell to the ground instantly. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly noticed that Wang Feng's belongings were actually on them. Had these people already started dividing the spoils? It seems this camp is actually a den of bandits. They might all be habitual offenders. If it weren't for his immunity to toxins and other effects, he might have fallen into their trap as well. After taking the items, Li Chen went back to Chen Mei, who was still fast asleep. Although he had sensed something was off when he entered, he hadn't had the chance to warn the 2. Mainly, he couldn't be entirely sure whether the people in this camp were good or bad. After hiding one attendant in a cupboard, Li Chen put on another attendant's clothes and carried him and Chen Mei out, closing the door behind him. The camp was bustling with activity. People were coming and going in a hurry. He hadn't realized there were so many people when he came in. Everyone was rushing towards the main gate, likely to deal with the monsters that were following behind. "Hey, stop!" Suddenly, a rough voice called out to Li Chen. It was a man with a scarred face. Li Chen paused and lowered his head. "You kid, why do you look so unfamiliar?" The scarred man stepped forward, sizing Li Chen up. Li Chen remained silent. "Hey, you must be part of the new batch that came a few days ago, right?" The scarred man waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and take the people to the woodshed, then come help. In front. You know the way, right?
It's over there in the backyard. As he spoke, he pointed towards a corner. Li Chen nodded and carried the two attendants over. Before long, he arrived. In front of a dilapidated wooden house. There were not many people here and no one was guarding the front. Li Chen guessed they had all gone to support the main gate. He then approached the door and kicked it open. The inside was very dirty and chaotic. As soon as he opened the door, a musty smell hit him and cockroaches scurried everywhere. At that moment, Wang Feng was tied up, his hands and feet bound, with a blackened rag stuffed in his mouth, lying on the ground and struggling. His wounds had reopened, blood oozing out onto the floor. Seeing the door open and Chen Mei and Li Chen being carried in, Wang Feng's eyes widened. "Don't panic, it's me." After putting the two down, Li Chen spoke up. Wang Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. Li Chen approached him, reached out to remove the rag from his mouth and then untied him. Wang Feng gasped, greedily inhaling the air. "How's it going over there?" "All this friendliness from these people is just an act. A bunch of scoundrels," Wang Feng said indignantly. "It's fine, their people are all at the main gate fighting the monsters outside. They won't notice us for a while," Li Chen said as he returned Wang Feng's belongings. Wang Feng let out a slight sigh of relief, looking at the sleeping Chen Mei, his brow furrowed. "What's wrong with Chen Mei? She must have been poisoned or something, putting her into a deep sleep," Li Chen analyzed. Wang Feng was taken aback, looking at Li Chen. "Then how did you? The people here are all ruthless and vicious. How did Li Chen manage to counter them and bring Chen Mei to his side?" Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, I was cautious and tricked them." Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder Li Chen was valued by Lu Xian. It felt like this time he was even more mature than them. Thanks to Li Chen, otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out, and even earlier, he might have already died at the hands of a monster. "Li Chen, it's good to have you here." Wang Feng sighed sincerely in his heart. "Let's save these words for later. Our situation isn't optimistic right now. Once the people here realize something is off, they will definitely take corresponding measures." And right now, Wang Feng's state, to put it bluntly, is just that of a person. Chen Mei is still in a deep sleep. When they arrived here, he had observed that the entire camp only had one exit, the main gate. This means that if they want to escape, they must pass through the line of sight of these people. Moreover, the main gate is probably still bustling with activity. Trying to sneak away with Chen Mei and Wang Feng, who are both incapacitated, would be very difficult. He himself didn't mind. He had an invisibility cloak, so sneaking out amidst the chaos wouldn't be hard. But in this desolate wilderness, to put it awkwardly, he couldn't even find the way to Kuan City and would eventually get lost here. What to do? Just as Li Chen was pondering and thinking of a way out, his gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Feng. A-class profession, swift walker profession talent, swift movement, increases movement speed by 50%, and an additional 25% in darkness passive. When attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 50%. That's it. This is it. An A-class profession, it will have to do. Mainly, he needs the assassin's talent skills. He already had golden grade equipment specifically for acceleration, and with this profession, who could catch up to him? Looking at this, Li Chen suddenly had an idea. Copy successful. You have obtained A-class profession, Swift Walker. Confirming that he could use the relevant talents, Li Chen wasted no time and prepared to act quickly. He then explained to Wang Feng, "Wait here, I'm going to call for reinforcements." Reinforcements? Wang Feng was taken aback, thinking Li Chen was joking, and let out a bitter laugh. In this desolate wilderness, where are you going to call for reinforcements? He couldn't help but think that Li Chen was still a boy under 20. This situation was too much for him. But Li Chen said confidently, "There will be, trust me, just wait here, I will come back." Wang Feng sighed and nodded. It didn't matter anymore. Although he really wanted to help Li Chen now, he knew very well that in his current state, not being a hindrance was already good enough. "Hey, good luck, it's all up to you." They had come here as spirited, high-level professionals, unafraid of high-level monsters. Who would have thought they would end up in such a predicament, relying on Li Chen to save the situation? If it really doesn't work, you can run by yourself. I believe that with your abilities, you will definitely become a more outstanding professional than us in the future. Li Chen smiled but said nothing. He walked outside, secured the door again, as if nothing had happened. Then, he looked towards the main gate. "Now, let's have some fun." Li Chen walked towards the main gate, following the flow of people. Dressed in stolen clothes, no one recognized him. At this moment, they were all urgently supporting the front lines. In front of the gate, the front row held up shields to absorb damage. On the high platform, archers continuously shot fire arrows at the monsters outside the gate. Damn it, these cursed monsters, the overseer cursed. He couldn't understand how those three divine beings inside had triggered such a massive beast tide, forcing them to deal with this mess. The losses incurred might not even be recoverable. Fortunately, their numbers were large, and with the established defensive measures and coordination, they managed to cope reasonably well. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. Charging forward, the nightmarish figure quickly caught their attention.
The shadow rushed to the front of the gate, where several frontline shield bearers instinctively braced themselves.
But the shadow completely ignored them and crashed directly into them. The front row was sent flying.
The overseer widened his eyes in shock.
Is this a night demon? Despite the shock, they didn't completely lose their composure.
Their camp was often located in the wild and occasionally encountered night demons.
Quick, pull back.
With the night demon causing chaos, the previously manageable situation was suddenly thrown into disarray.
Some monsters began to climb up the walls.
At that moment, the overseer noticed, "Don't panic, this night demon
is injured. It's missing an arm."
Although night demons were tough to fight, they were also valuable. However, the risks were too high, and ordinary people wouldn't consider them as
hunting targets.
A hint of greed appeared in the overseer's eyes. "Brothers, stay alert. If we pull this off, we can not only recover our losses but also make a profit."
The atmosphere suddenly became heated.
At this time, no one noticed that while they were busy, a figure quietly left the camp. After arriving at a relatively safe spot in the wild, Li Chen took off his
concealment cloak and carefully stored it away.
Standing there, he could still see the fierce artillery fire from the camp. "Since they are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust." He had no intention of letting go of those who harmed his fellow countrymen and the monsters.
The more intense their fighting, the better.
For that, he needed to help them accelerate. Li Chen pulled out a yellowed signal flare. It was distributed to everyone before they set off. Now, he could start calling for reinforcements. Of course, these reinforcements were not the same as the others. He wasn't sure if anyone would see it, but he was certain that the monsters within dozens of miles would notice.
Relying on the assassin class's swift movement ability,
Li Chen quickly maneuvered through the wild. Even if some monsters spotted him, they couldn't catch up. Because of this, he was confident in deciding to come to the wild.
The people in the
camp naturally saw the soaring signal flare, but since it was outside, they wouldn't connect it to Li Chen. For a moment, they thought it was another passerby calling for help, and without much thought, they continued dealing with the monsters at the gate. At this time, about 10 kilometers away, a group of well-equipped professionals walked steadily and orderly.
At the
forefront was a middle-aged man with a square face. Suddenly, a red beam of light rose in the distance.
They couldn't help but stop and look up. Is this a professional calling for help?
Let's go check it out. That direction happens to be where another fleeing night demon went. It's injured and urgently needs to replenish energy. It probably sees professionals like
a dog seeing a bone.
The group hurried towards the camp. The blazing signal flare ignited the silence. Monsters from all directions began to awaken, heading towards the camp.
Once those monsters arrived, they would undoubtedly charge at the camp like mad.
Either the monsters or the camp's people would suffer heavy losses. One side had to perish. Finally, the fisherman was supposed to appear. After preparing everything, Li Chen quietly returned to the camp. At this moment, the monsters in the wild were surging like waves. Staying outside was not safe.
The camp's entrance was still bustling with activity.
Li Chen did not disturb them and went inside the camp. There were very few people inside the camp now, as most were at the front lines,
fighting the enemy.
He returned to the firewood room once again. At this moment, Wang Feng was in a better state than before, but his injuries were still severe.
Chen Mei was still in a coma.
Seeing Li Chen return safely, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, Li Chen, you're okay. Where did you just go?
Don't let the people here find out." Li Chen glanced at
Chen Mei, who looked as if she had drunk 2 boxes of drowsy tea, completely out cold.
He couldn't help but sigh. The materials from the small workshop were indeed potent. She wouldn't need to sleep for a day or two, would she?
At this moment, Wang Feng propped himself up.
Cough. "I'm feeling better now. Let's act together." Li Chen shook his head. "No need, just rest."
Well, looking at Wang Feng, aside from the 2 items he had brought back for him, all his other equipment was gone, including his dual daggers.
They were probably taken away by someone
else. Considering the despicable actions of these people, Li Chen suspected they had tasted the sweetness of their gains and were already reaping the rewards. Therefore, there must be a warehouse filled with treasures. With nothing much to do at the moment, it was a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He then quietly made his way outside. Before long, a camp
servant rushed over in a panic.
It seemed he wanted to return to replenish some supplies. With the speed granted by his swift movement, Li Chen quickly approached him from behind, pressing
a sharp blade against his neck.
The servant's eyes widened in shock and he opened his mouth. Li Chen's voice reached his ears first. "If you dare make a sound, I can't guarantee I won't
tremble." The servant swallowed hard, not daring to move. "Our people have fainted after eating your food. Are there any side effects? How do we wake them up?"
The servant hurriedly replied.
"It's fine, they'll wake up naturally when the time comes." Li Chen nodded and continued. "Where have you put the things you've taken? Take me to get them."
"Where's your warehouse?"
The servant was taken aback, suddenly feeling like crying.
They were still fighting the enemy up front and hadn't expected their home to be robbed. He was truly exasperated with these old tricks. With a troubled expression, he cautiously said, "No, the key to the warehouse has always been with the steward."
I can't do anything about it. Regardless, if he let Li Chen and it was found out, given the steward's character, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Don't be clever, there must be a spare key. Li Chen's voice turned colder. Such an important item would definitely have a backup. He then made a small cut on the servant's neck, a trickle of blood flowing out. The servant trembled all over, his face filled with fear. There is. Of course, there is. It's in the steward's office. I'll take you there right now. After saying this, Li Chen finally let him go. Hurry up, don't try to be smart. The servant quickly nodded and led the way. Before long, Li Chen successfully arrived at the so-called steward's office. The walls were adorned with magnificent murals, and even the chandeliers and wall hangings were gilded. The tables and chairs were all matching luxury brands. In his memory, even a five-star hotel's luxury suite couldn't compare to this extravagance. It was evident how many people this so-called temporary camp had exploited. Soon, Li Chen began rummaging through everything in search of the key. Luxurious murals? Nonsense. Precious porcelain? Smash it. He spared no hiding place for the key. After all, it was all bought with stolen money, and Li Chen felt no remorse. This scene made the camp servant who had led him here feel his eyelids twitch. It was over, all over. He absolutely could not let anyone know that he had brought this devil here. Just one piece of luxury would cost him a lifetime of effort to repay. Finally, after breaking open who knows how many drawer locks and luxury items, Li Chen finally found a hidden compartment. Inside, he discovered a brand new key that had been preserved. He then looked at the stunned lackey, whose whole body was trembling as he stared at the wrecked office, which now looked like a doghouse compared to before. His face was pale, mumbling, "It's over. I'm done for." Li Chen wore an expression of, "Is it really that serious?" and said, "All right, take me to the warehouse." The lackey seemed as if his soul had been drained, his face a dead gray as he questioned his life. Under threats and temptations, he had no choice but to continue leading the way to the warehouse. "It's over. The manager will definitely kill me." As they walked, he kept muttering, which annoyed Li Chen. "If you repeat that again, you'll die alongside the manager." The lackey fell silent, nearly sighing. Before long, the two arrived at a concealed passage. The lackey pointed to the heavy security door ahead and said, "It's right here." He seemed indifferent, sighing, "It's all retribution." As he spoke, a sudden clarity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Chen. "Young man, you're still young, you really shouldn't have come to this camp. You can't defeat the manager, and in the end, you'll end up like us." Li Chen was confused, wondering if the lackey had suffered a blow and was losing his mind. But the lackey's gaze was incredibly clear, as if he had been rejuvenated, his face filled with urgency. "Brother, really, you should run quickly, never come back." Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I get it now, you're just joking with me, right?" They had already arrived at the warehouse, and now he was saying this. The lackey shook his head, his expression serious. "You might not know, but I was once like you, seeking refuge after being attacked by monsters in the wild. At first, the manager and the others welcomed me warmly, but you know what happened next. We were stripped bare, left with two choices, either die or join. My companions were brutally killed for refusing to go along with the corruption. I have family, I don't want to die without understanding why. There are many people like me in the camp, but most have already lost themselves, intoxicated by it all." Li Chen listened, shocked. He hadn't expected the manager and his crew to be even more brutal than he had imagined. It wasn't enough to just take people, they had to kill them. If you didn't want to die, you had to go along with their corruption, ultimately binding yourself to the same fate. "Haven't you thought about resisting together?" The lackey sighed. "That's what I wanted to tell you. There was once a team of similarly afflicted professionals, all of them strong, second-tier professionals. They pretended to comply and found a way to get weapons, but in the end," at this point his expression grew more fearful, "the manager has something very mysterious and irresistible that can make people lose all consciousness and become puppets." "Oh?" Li Chen became interested. "So, that fat manager has some treasure on him?" From the lackey's words, he guessed it was something that affected the mental state of professionals. But, like the previous sedative, he had the talent ability, ethereal shield, which could immunize him from negative states as long as the shield wasn't broken. The drug had taken effect, and even someone like Chen Mei, a level 100 professional, had fallen into a deep sleep. Yet he felt completely fine. "Exactly." The lackey nodded repeatedly, speaking urgently. "You need to leave here quickly. If you can survive and return, please make sure to inform the outside world about the situation here. Save us." Li Chen looked at him and smiled calmly. "Thank you for the reminder, but there's no need. I don't like to drag today's matters into tomorrow." Today's opportunity was rare, and he had almost set everything in motion, just waiting for the surrounding monsters to gather. How could one simply give up? After finding a spot to tie up the servant, he took the key and walked towards the storeroom door. The servant looked anxious, but Li Chen seemed to completely disregard his words. This was no joke. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, he suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Sigh, "Well, good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Perhaps we are all destined to forever sink in this wretched place." Unlike the tranquility here, the battle outside the camp had reached a fever pitch. No one would have thought that their home was nearly being stolen. Everyone was fighting against the ferocious monsters. Most of the firepower was concentrated on that terrifying night demon, which led to some minor monsters running rampant, defecating on top of others. Monsters kept climbing the city walls, causing chaos among them. The overseer's eyes turned fierce. These damned little monsters, if that's the case, then let them all die. Saying this, he took out a beautifully crafted, palm-sized purple magic book adorned with mysterious patterns and characters. Rise! The magic book immediately floated in mid-air, its pages opening automatically and flipping rapidly. At the same time, the entire book emitted a brilliant purple light. The purple glow instantly illuminated the entire battlefield, showering down on the monsters. A layer of purple light covered these monsters, and they all froze, as if losing their minds, tumbling down from the walls. In an instant, it gave them a chance to breathe. What are you all dawdling for? Take the opportunity to finish them off. Upon hearing this, the others quickly launched attacks on the incapacitated monsters. In no time, the sound of cannon fire filled the air. Just then, a heavy thudding sound suddenly echoed from the distance. Just from the sound, one could guess how many there were. An archer standing on the platform shot a flare arrow forward. The milky white light briefly illuminated the scene ahead. The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? This dense, dark mass, if it wasn't monsters, what was it? Damn it, after fighting for so long, there are still so many monsters? Did all the monsters from the wilderness come here? The overseer's face darkened. He shouted at the already dazed members, don't panic, hold your ground. No one can retreat, or I'll kill anyone I see. Faced with the endless stream of monsters, everyone was in a panic. But with the overseer's harsh words, they could only brace themselves and push forward. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Li Chen arrived at the treasure vault door, took out the key, inserted it into the lock, and gently twisted it. With a click, the sound came from the lock. Li Chen placed one hand on the doorknob and pulled hard. A brilliant golden light immediately shone on his face, nearly blinding him. Then, Li Chen saw mountains of equipment and items haphazardly piled up. It was clear that they were rarely maintained. One could tell that the overseer valued these spoils greatly, unwilling to let anyone else in. As Li Chen stepped forward, he quickly spotted Wang Feng's equipment and weapons. Being newly added, they were placed right on top, easily visible. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but marvel. This temporary camp was simply a den of bandits. How many people must have been cheated to accumulate such wealth? Li Chen was unceremonious, diving right in to enjoy the buffet. Damn it, if it's free, why not take it? Even if he regretted that he couldn't take it all by himself, a truck would have been more suitable. After a careful selection, Li Chen not only took Wang Feng's equipment but also picked up a few decent golden grade items. Golden battle shield grade, golden attributes, constitution, plus 350, spirit plus 100 exclusive effect. Each time the battle shield is used to block damage, the user's defense increases by 10%, stacking up to 5 times, a very typical shield weapon. It wasn't particularly outstanding, but it was decent enough. He had previously planned to get a sturdy shield for himself. Unexpectedly, there was one readily available here, which saved him some money. The second item was a magic book. This was interesting. Ancient Spirit Book grade, golden attributes, strength plus 500, spirit plus 100 effect, attack comes with 20%. Penetration. Exclusive skill magic explosion, summons rockets within a range, continuously attacking the target, and enters cooldown after use. Duration 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. This weapon was what Li Chen found most valuable. It even had an exclusive skill. The effect lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. This meant there was only a 5-second vacuum period. At first glance, it seemed manageable. But the reason Li Chen chose this was more than that. His SS level profession, Soul Wizard, could directly reduce the cooldown by 50% when using spell damage type weapons. Calculating this way, it was equivalent to being able to refill this skill infinitely, continuously summoning rockets. This was the true perverse aspect of it. That was also why Li Chen chose this. Moreover, with this weapon, the talent skill that the Hellhound had dropped could also be used. Finally, there were 2 tactical items. One was a detector, used to sense fluctuations in the surroundings, which could be used to detect monster locations in certain situations. The other was a claw, which could pull enemies closer, preventing them from escaping in a 1v1 situation. These were all very practical for him right now. The remaining items, although numerous, were all trivial. Li Chen had no time to waste. After gathering his things, he returned the way he came. Soon, he was back in the woodshed. Upon arriving, Li Chen returned all of Wang Feng's equipment to him. Wang Feng looked astonished. Li Chen, how did you get these back? After checking, everything was intact and undamaged. This was unbelievable. Li Chen, one of their protected targets, had actually thrived in this den of bandits. Li Chen casually replied, I broke into their treasury and took them back. Wang Feng's eyes widened, nearly choking on his own saliva. Ha! Li Chen chuckled, just kidding, the mountain man has his own clever plans. Wang Feng stood up.
After such a long rest, he had barely recovered some combat power.
He looked at Li Chen and asked, "What do we do now?" He had already regarded Li Chen as the backbone.
He understood that if there was a way to break the deadlock now, the only possibility was to rely on Li Chen, who always seemed to create miracles. "No rush, we just need to wait for the right moment," Li Chen said, not hiding anything from him, and briefly explained.
"The night demons that were chasing us have
also found their way here, along with some other monsters. They are attacking the camp. So I took advantage of the chaos to run out and threw a signal flare." He smiled, watching Wang Feng's puzzled expression, and continued, "Of course, the reinforcements I called with the signal flare are of a different kind."
Listening to this, Wang Feng was increasingly shocked, not expecting Li Chen had already
done so much behind the scenes.
He had no idea at all. He even managed to find time to retrieve his equipment.
Although Li Chen spoke so casually, in reality, any one of those steps would be a monumental
challenge for someone else. Such capability was hardly that of a rookie.
For a moment, his gaze towards Li Chen was filled with a hint of reverence. Li Chen spoke again. "Chen Mei hasn't awakened yet. You just stay by her side and guard her.
Leave the outside matters to me."
At this moment, he was most afraid of Wang Feng moving around and causing trouble.
After repeated reminders, Li Chen finally left.
At the camp's entrance, the monsters drawn and surged like a tide, climbing the walls and battering the gates. With these monsters sharing the pressure, the night demons became even more unstoppable. The shadow, reminiscent of a nightmare, sent chills down one's spine, making it impossible
to imagine what would happen if it were to enter. At this moment, Li Chen quietly arrived at the edge of the battlefield. He also witnessed what the steward's props were, as mentioned by the servant ahead. To be honest, this far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that, faced with the onslaught of monsters from all directions, this place would collapse in an instant. But perhaps thanks to the props in the
steward's hands, they managed to hold their ground.
This situation couldn't continue. Li Chen, like a ghost, approached, donning an invisibility cloak, unnoticed by anyone.
He boldly walked to the door, behind a few frontline fighters.
Taking out the newly acquired ancient spirit book,
he summoned a dense swarm of rockets. With his rapid movement speed, combined with the invisibility cloak, he easily maneuvered behind
the enemies without being detected.
Coupled with the assassin-class talent he had copied from Wang Feng, he dealt significant damage from behind. Caught off guard, he instantly disrupted the formation of several frontline fighters.
The attacks from the night demons and other monsters
continued unabated, and taking advantage of this gap, they broke through all defenses. Finally, they crashed through the main gate.
Seeing his
objective achieved, Li Chen concealed his achievements and retreated once again. Soon, the camp suffered heavy losses.
In an instant, a large
number of monsters surged into the camp through the main gate.
"They're crazy. Absolutely insane. Not good. We've lost the defense.
Those
damned beasts."
Once the hole was opened, the monsters' assault surged in like a flood, climbing into the camp from the gate and walls.
The
camp's defenses were like a kite with its string cut.
"Damn it, how the hell did these bastards find us?"
The steward cursed with a furrowed
brow, feeling incredibly frustrated. Sitting at home, monsters came from the sky.
They were originally enjoying hot pot and singing, casually
planning a heist. What had they done to deserve this?
Seeing the main gate completely breached, the steward abandoned everyone else and hurriedly
retreated towards the treasury.
When he rushed to the treasury, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. The main gate was wide open, and
chaos reigned inside. Damn it, had they been robbed?
No, I must have taken a wrong turn. My treasury can't be this shabby. The steward gasped,
in shock.
Just then, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. In the shadows, Li Chen, wielding the thunder warglaive, thrust it into his back. 2300. The assassin class's unique back attack significantly increased damage. The steward stumbled forward but quickly regained his balance, pushing himself up as he distanced himself.
"Oh, quick reflexes," the steward said, eyeing Li Chen warily. Recognizing Li Chen, he was instantly astonished. "It's you? Aren't you already poisoned?"
"Well, you bandit leader, while the battle outside is raging, you come back here to the treasury to pack up and sneak away, right?" Li Chen said with a cold smile. Having followed him all the way, he knew the steward was planning to escape, and it turned out to be true. With his plan exposed, the steward was momentarily speechless.
"All right, I'm in a hurry. What do you want?"
This posture indicated he was ready to bribe Li Chen.
"Is that so?"
Li Chen smiled with interest.
"How about this? I heard you have a precious magic book. Why not let me have a look?"
The steward's expression changed.
"You're looking for death,"
Li Chen said lazily, "so there's no room for negotiation." The steward's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, two shurikens shot out from his sleeves without warning, speeding
towards Li Chen. Li Chen was prepared and immediately raised his golden war shield to block. Bang! Bang! The powerful resistance of the golden
shield deflected the two shurikens.
"This is my equipment."
The steward recognized the shield in Li Chen's hands, and his eyes turned red. With rage seeing this, he finally understood that his treasure vault had been invaded by Li Chen, resulting in this situation.
"Damn guy." Li Chen chuckled. he charged directly at him with his shield. Although the battle shield was a defensive piece of equipment, it could also be used for offense. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. However, it was relatively clumsy, and the difficulty and requirements for handling it were much higher than for other weapons. But now, Li Chen could make up for some of that with speed. Additionally, the environment in this place was quite narrow, almost semi-enclosed, which greatly enhanced the advantages of the shield. Even though he was holding a shield as large as a person, Li Chen's speed was not slow at all, and he quickly reached the steward's front. In this cramped space, the opponent had nowhere to dodge and was caught in a dilemma. Li Chen wasted no time and slammed his large shield against him. Bang! 1600. This time, it was a frontal attack, so the damage wasn't as high as from a back attack, but the steward was immediately knocked to the ground. He glared and quickly got back up. However, at that moment, Li Chen was already waiting for him. As soon as he propped himself up halfway, Li Chen, holding the shield, slammed into him again. Bang! 1750. The damage was not high, but the humiliation was extreme. The effect of bloodthirst was also quietly taking effect. This was Li Chen's plan all along, to use the bleeding effect to slowly wear him down. The steward's level was significantly higher than his, but by utilizing the terrain and other advantages, Li Chen could still make the opponent utterly defenseless. It was like an elephant being afraid of a mouse or a mosquito biting a tiger. At this moment, the steward took 2 steps back and got up again, only to realize that the space here was too narrow. No matter where he tried to escape, he would be directly hit by Li Chen. Damn, he shouldn't have come in here. It dawned on him that the moment he entered, he had already fallen into a trap. Too foolish, and Li Chen wouldn't give him a chance to doubt his life, charging at him again. Bang! The steward, just getting up, was knocked down once more, looking utterly disheveled. Don't come near me, he shouted, filled with rage and panic, swinging his weapon wildly at Li Chen. However, all these attacks were completely blocked by the shield in Li Chen's hand, dealing almost 0 damage. Li Chen raised his shield and approached again. No, he was genuinely scared. Li Chen cornered him against the wall. Do you have any last words? I give it to you, the steward hurriedly replied. Saying this, he took out the purple magic book he had used before. Just as Li Chen began to examine it, the steward suddenly erupted, controlling the magic book, which instantly emitted a dazzling purple light. Caught off guard, it shone on Li Chen as well. Seizing this moment, the steward quickly ran towards the corridor outside. However, just as he had barely made it out, Li Chen had already regained his composure. Under the protection of the ethereal shield, the flash from the magic book had no effect on him. Li Chen looked at the escaping steward and sneered. Run? Li Chen raised his left hand with the shield, while a claw item appeared in his right hand. He threw it directly at the steward's back. The claw accurately hooked onto the back of the opponent. Li Chen pulled hard with his right hand, yanking him back. Immediately after, he slammed him down with the shield again. Bang! 2000. Ah! The steward screamed in terror. Why weren't you affected? Why? So many questions? Let me ask you, why do you have hands and feet but resort to harming your own kind for profit? Li Chen mocked him, as if looking at a clown. He cornered him against the wall, pulling out the lightning war spear. The steward's face stiffened, fear evident in his eyes. After such a long period of consumption, both his stamina and health had reached a critical state. There was no time to think of anything else. He quickly offered the magic book in his hands with both hands and hurriedly said, Here, take it. I don't want it anymore. Everything in the treasury belongs to you. Just let me go. Don't kill me. Before he could finish, Li Chen had already pierced his throat with the war spear, draining the last bit of his health. This overseer had run this camp for an unknown number of years, and who knows how many innocent adventurers he had harmed. He had nearly fallen victim to him himself. If he had ended up in their hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Li Chen showed no mercy. After dealing with him, Li Chen picked up the fallen purple magic book. After stowing it away, he headed outside. The chaos outside had already reached a boiling point, and he had no choice but to go out and resolve the situation. At this moment, inside the camp, monsters had invaded the entire area. On top of that, the overseer had suddenly gone missing. In an instant, the whole camp was thrown into disarray. Everywhere were brutal and terrifying monsters. Of course, this was not the main issue. The real culprit was that night demon. In the darkness, its pitch-black shadow, ghostly in form, accompanied by a hoarse growl, instilled fear in everyone. It was so powerful that no one dared to confront it. Entering the camp was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep for it. Just then, the night demon caught a scent and headed towards the woodshed. Li Chen's expression darkened. Good grief, this night demon really held a grudge. Even here, it still remembered Wang Feng. At that moment, Wang Feng was still inside the woodshed, injured, and with Chen Mei, who was in a deep sleep, definitely unable to resist. Li Chen did not hesitate and directly took out the Wind Dragon token. He had already had thoughts about this injured night demon. Moreover, the overseer and his men had just spent so long exhausting themselves against it. Who was the prey was still uncertain. Just as the night demon approached the edge of the woodshed, a fierce wind swept through the entire camp, knocking down even the weaker adventurers. In the blink of an eye, a massive dragon's shadow pressed directly towards the night demon's position. Li Chen took out the ancient spirit book and summoned a rain of fire arrows. The reddish flames illuminated the dim surroundings, striking the night demon. The phantom of the wind dragon also summoned a giant wind field, instantly burying the entire body of the night demon. 1700, 2000, 8000, 11200. A flurry of damage numbers erupted from the night demon. The damage from the fire arrows, bleeding damage, and the wind dragon's damage all stacked together. The night demon's health visibly decreased. Meanwhile, feeling the commotion outside, Wang Feng quickly peeked out the door and witnessed a scene he would never forget. Dragon! Dragon! The enormous azure dragon shadow was incredibly imposing, instilling fear at first glance. He had only heard of dragons before, but this was the first time he had seen one. Usually, he would only encounter some dragon-like monsters, but what lay before him was undoubtedly a true dragon. Wang Feng's eyes widened. For a moment he thought he was dreaming, but soon, he saw the azure dragon attacking the night demon and recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the night demon that had been chasing him before? It had actually broken into the camp. His expression changed instantly. He thought of Li Chen. What was Li Chen doing now? It seemed the camp had already fallen, completely overrun. Not only him, but Li Chen was also likely in life-threatening danger. Just as Wang Feng was pondering this, his gaze shifted and suddenly caught sight of Li Chen standing in place. His face lit up. It seemed Li Chen was still fine, but soon he noticed Li Chen's actions. It appeared he was also attacking the night demon. Wang Feng was stunned. Li Chen was actually attacking the night demon just like that azure dragon. No matter how he looked at it, this was a relationship that seemed completely unrelated. He thought he was seeing things and slapped his head hard. Awesome! After confirming he was still awake, he took a sharp breath. Looking at Li Chen, he wanted to step forward and ask where they had found such a dragon service. How was it different from what he usually found? This one even helped with monster fighting? However, the situation in front of him was very chaotic. He wanted to help, but his injuries hadn't healed yet, so he could only stare blankly. Just then, a slight noise suddenly came from the room behind him. Wang Feng's expression changed. He thought a monster had broken in and quickly grabbed his weapon to head inside. Upon seeing the person in front of him, his face lit up and he lowered his weapon. Chen Mei, you finally woke up. At that moment, Chen Mei was sitting up, holding her head, her consciousness still a bit hazy. She looked around in confusion and then at Wang Feng, asking, "Where are we? What happened? I can't remember anything." Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're awake." He then briefly explained the current situation to her. As she processed the information, Chen Mei was stunned. She never expected that so much had happened while she was asleep. With a furious expression, she said, "Those damn bandits. Instead of developing a good career path, they have to take the crooked road and do these things that harm their own people. Thanks to Li Chen. By the way, how is he doing now?" Chen Mei quickly asked, noticing that Li Chen was not around. Wang Feng replied, "Li Chen is fine, he's outside. You can see for yourself." A hint of doubt flashed in Chen Mei's eyes as she got up and walked to the door. Upon seeing the scene outside, she was immediately shocked. The camp was in complete disarray, but the most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the huge green dragon followed by the terrifying night demon. The night demon caught up? She quickly shifted her gaze, scanning the surroundings for Li Chen's figure. Finally, she spotted him in the distance. At that moment, Li Chen was also attacking the night demon with the Book of the Undead. Countless fire arrows shot towards the night demon in the center, following his movements. She was taken aback. It turned out that while she was unconscious and Wang Feng was seriously injured, Li Chen had been holding everything up alone. Thinking of this, a hint of embarrassment and guilt appeared in her eyes. They had originally come together to protect Li Chen on his way to Kuan City, but they never expected so much to happen along the way. The key was that in the end, they were the first to lose their combat ability, as if they had held Li Chen back. If it weren't for Li Chen, what would have happened to them after arriving at this bandit camp? It was truly unimaginable. "Hey!" Li Chen also saw her and shouted, "What are you still dawdling for? Since you're awake, come help." Chen Mei came to her senses and quickly nodded. Grabbing her gun, she soon arrived next to Li Chen. At that moment, a pitch-black monster, a crawler, charged towards Li Chen's position. Quick on her feet, she picked up her gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A scorching energy bullet shot out from the wound, accurately hitting the monster and sending it flying. Following that, she fired a few more shots, directly killing it. "That's right, just help me clear out the small monsters around," Li Chen said. He not only had to command the wind dragon but also attack the night demon, so he really couldn't pay much attention to the nearby small monsters.
With Chen Mei helping out, it saved him a lot of trouble.
Chen Mei nodded eagerly.
She unconditionally trusted Li Chen's
decisions.
After all, she learned from Wang Feng that if it weren't for Li Chen, they would have all fallen here long ago.
The night demon itself
had only about half its health left. Under the fierce assault from Li Chen and the Wind Dragon, it soon fell into a near-death state. Li Chen's offensive was relentless, with hardly any pauses, continuously summoning rockets.
Chen Mei watched in astonishment. Li Chen is a mage? How could she not understand this talent, infinite firepower? This is terrifying. Soon, the night demon could no longer hold on and collapsed with a loud crash.
You have killed the night demon, automatically sacrificing its soul. Experience plus 35,000.
Level up 4145.
You have obtained golden grade. Equipment Nightfall Mage Hat. You have obtained Night Demon Arm, rare material. You have obtained Night Demon Eye, rare material. You have obtained Night Demon Bone, rare material.
Truly worthy of being a night demon. Killing this one night demon is equivalent to killing dozens of ordinary monsters. In a sense, it's also a time saver. Did we succeed? The night demon fell. Wang Feng and Chen Mei also showed expressions of joy.
But before they could celebrate, a sudden loud commotion came from the front of the camp.
An elite squad appeared. Most of them were above level 100.
Their movements were well trained, and they came in, killing all the invading monsters around.
In less
than 5 minutes, all the monsters near the camp were cleared. Who are these people? Li Chen furrowed his brows.
After the events at this
camp, he knew well that in the wild, no practitioner could be trusted.
Sometimes people could be far more terrifying than monsters. Wang Feng
and Chen Mei stared at the newcomers, both taken aback. These people are very strong, Wang Feng said cautiously.
At such a time, it would be
better if monsters came, but a group of powerful practitioners arriving was much more troublesome.
Just then, a young woman suddenly walked up.
She wore a tight combat suit and held a red tassel spear. Upon arriving, she first glanced at the night demon's corpse, her expression one
of surprise. Wait, isn't this the night demon they were hunting? Unexpectedly, it had ended up here. Hey, did you kill this night demon? She
scrutinized Li Chen and the others, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes.
Yes, and who are you?
Li Chen admitted generously, gripping his
weapon.
The young woman pouted, looking displeased.
How can you do this?
This is our prey. We fought for a long time and drained a lot of its health, only for you to take the kill.
Hearing her words, Li Chen was taken aback, then frowned. Why can't we kill it? Does it have your name written on it?
Li Chen found her words absurd. He even suspected that she was here to cause trouble. Although he had to admit that if the night demon hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have had the chance to kill it either. But at that time, the night demon had already come to their doorstep. Were they supposed to just stand there and let it kill them?
What she said was utterly nonsensical. You, the girl glared at him.
At that moment, a middle-aged man with a square face walked up. Alright, Linger, there aren't so many rules in the wild, everyone is just
trying to survive.
Zhao Linger huffed, stuck out her tongue at Li Chen, and turned her head away in a haughty manner.
The middle-aged man stepped forward, curiously sizing up Li Chen.
Li Chen was too young. It was rare to see someone so young venturing into the wild.
However, after
a brief look, he shifted his gaze to Wang Feng and Chen Mei, then spoke.
My name is Zhou Jiangwo. Are you from the camp? Chen Mei shook her head.
No, we encountered an accident while traveling and came here to rest.
Zhou Jiangwo.
Wang Feng scratched his head, feeling like he had heard this name before but couldn't recall when.
Zhou Jiangwo continued to ask, was that signal you sent out earlier? Signal? Chen Mei blinked in confusion.
She didn't know about this, as she had only awakened not long ago. Hearing this, Li Chen's expression changed.
Could it be that these people came because they sought his signal? It should be.
Logically speaking, it hadn't been long. It was impossible for anyone to arrive so quickly. Combining with Zhao Linger's previous words, it can also be inferred that the other party had been nearby all along.
However, this still does not distinguish whether they are friend or foe. That's right, what's the matter? Li Chen still did not relax. There was no choice. The opponent's lineup was too powerful and the threat level was too high. Just imagine, standing next to you are two lions. Even if they do not show hostility, they could inadvertently crush your skull. At this moment, Zhao Linger interjected. You are all fearless because you are ignorant. How can you casually signal in the wild? This place is desolate. Only monsters will respond to you. You should be grateful we are nearby, otherwise, the monsters would have drowned you directly. Linger, do not be rude, Zhou Jiangwo said. Then, he looked at Li Shan and the others. Please do not take it to heart. Linger may have spoken a bit excessively, but in this situation, one must not act rashly. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After saying so much, Li Chen was too lazy to argue. Suddenly, Wang Feng exclaimed. I remember now. Zhou Jiangwo, captain of the first squad of the guard? Oh, Zhou Jiangwo looked at Wang Feng. You know me? Wang Feng's eyes widened. Of course, speaking of which, you are our leader. Chen Mei also reacted, looking surprised.
You are from the first squad of the guard. They did not expect to encounter their own people here by such coincidence.
So it turns out you are our own. Which battalion are you from? Zhou Jiangwo laughed heartily. We are from the inner camp, logistics department. Oh, what a coincidence. So, you are heading back to Kuan City? Zhou Jiangwo asked. That's right. After realizing they were their own people, both sides relaxed considerably, and Wang Feng began to chat warmly with them.
He then briefly recounted what had happened here. Upon learning about the bandit den disguised as a containment
camp, Zhou Jiangwo and the others were taken aback. A hint of anger appeared on Zhou Jiangwo's face.
Such things were absolutely intolerable. Using a guise to harm fellow countrymen was something he could not accept, whether from a duty or moral standpoint. At this moment, in the camp, after being ravaged by monster invasions, it was already in shambles. The people in the camp had suffered heavy losses, with only a small
portion remaining unharmed.
Zhou Jiangwo's expression darkened as he waved his hand, saying to the other members of the team, "Go, capture the
remnants in the camp and gather them."
Yes. Soon, several powerful professionals dispersed with serious expressions.
I didn't expect such a thing to happen, Zhou Jiangwo exhaled.
Most of the time, he was busy dealing with monsters and had forgotten that these rogue professionals were also a significant hidden threat. He then looked at Wang Feng and Chen Mei.
You few have brought these people's crimes to an end today, which counts as a merit. After returning, I will report to the higher-ups and recommend you for rewards.
Upon hearing this, Wang Feng shook his head. Actually, the two of us didn't really contribute much here. If there are rewards, they should go to Li Chen alone.
If it weren't for Li Chen, we would have already fallen into their hands.
Yeah, we are just dragging our feet, Chen Mei said with an embarrassed smile.
Since
arriving here, she had fallen asleep and had slept until now. She felt embarrassed to receive a share of the merit when she had done nothing. Oh, Zhou Jiangwo, upon hearing this, turned his gaze to the silent Li Chen. He did not know what had happened, but listening to Wang Feng and
Chen Mei, it did not seem like a lie.
This made him start to take it seriously.
Who is this? This is Li Chen, recommended by Commander Lu. Here for some training, Wang Feng introduced. Lu Xian? Zhou Jiangwo suddenly realized. I see, so he is a new professional? He looks about the same age as Linger. But this doesn't seem as exaggerated as Wang Feng described. Moreover, coming to Kuan City to train at such a young age is too hasty. The environment here is harsh, with monsters at least dozens of levels high. Can a newcomer who just awakened a few days ago really survive? He looked at Li Chen and couldn't help but ask, young friend, what level are you now? Professional level? Li Chen thought. For a moment, about 40 or so. As soon as he said this, Zhou Jiangwo was slightly taken aback. Wang Feng and Chen Mei were also stunned. They really didn't know about this. Li Chen's actions and strategies were so seasoned that they subconsciously overlooked the fact that he was still a newcomer. Now, with just a casual remark from Li Chen, they realized it. Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, are you a professional from this year? At this level, you must have completed your first promotion already? Li Chen nodded. At this moment, Zhao Linger beside them covered her mouth, looking astonished. She was also a newcomer. Level 40, wasn't that higher than her? It was unbelievable that a professional had already completed their first promotion this year. She thought she had grown up in the military, struggling and fighting, vastly different from her peers. But today, she was unexpectedly outdone by someone who suddenly appeared. She felt a bit uncomfortable inside. So fast, could it be that you had someone help you up? Zhou Jiangwo was shocked. He certainly understood the significance of this. No wonder Lu Xian had such high hopes for him. After all, he should be the first professional to complete their first promotion this year, at least as far as he knew. His curiosity grew stronger. Li Chen, can you tell us what happened before? Sure, Li Chen said nonchalantly, as if it were no secret. It's simple. Shortly after I came in here, I noticed something was off about this camp. Their attitudes were contradictory, and the overseer was unusually enthusiastic when someone sought refuge. What does that have to do with anything? Maybe that's just their way of receiving people. You might think that, but I kept an eye out. Li Chen continued. Later, the facts proved my suspicions were correct. Chen Mei fell into a coma, and I managed to blend in like her. At that time, I understood the true nature of this camp, and later I found an opportunity to rescue Chen Mei and joined up with Wang Feng. Hearing this, Chen Mei gasped. It turned out that Li Chen had been paying attention to everything since she entered, and while she was unconscious, he had done so much alone. In contrast, she had faltered right from the start and had relied on Li Chen to make it this far, causing her to blush. Zhou Jiangwo looked incredulous. If that's the case, how did you manage to send out the signal without them noticing? Li Chen stated plainly, while they were fighting the monsters, I sneaked out of the camp, sent the signal, and then came back. They would never suspect it was someone from the camp, so naturally, they wouldn't suspect me. After hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo was even more shocked. Although Li Chen spoke lightly, they all knew how difficult it was to accomplish that. Entering and exiting the camp without anyone noticing was something he wouldn't necessarily be able to do. But is it useful? I already said that sending out a signal flare is self-destructive behavior. It will only attract trouble. You don't even understand these wilderness survival skills. An outsider is ultimately an outsider. Zhao Linger huffed, unconvinced. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. That was indeed the case. If they hadn't happened to be nearby, such actions would only attract monster attacks and wouldn't be of any use. But for Li Chen to achieve this step was already quite impressive. Li Chen shook his head. No, I never expected reinforcements to come. In this desolate area where no one is visible for 10 miles. By the time reinforcements arrive, it would probably be dawn. Zhao Linger was taken aback. Then why did you do it? Isn't that self-contradictory? Li Chen said calmly, my goal is to attract monsters to attack the camp. That way I can create an opportunity to escape. So that's how it is. Zhou Jiangwo suddenly understood, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't expect that Li Chen, at such a young age, would have such a mindset. Not just him, Wang Feng and Chen Mei also looked at him with newfound respect. If Li Chen hadn't said anything, no one might have thought of this. He really treats this place like his own home. But just then, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed. Right. What about that overseer? The one who tricked us into coming here, the root cause of all this. We can't let him get away. Don't worry, Li Chen replied, because he is already dead. Wang Feng was taken aback. When did that happen? He was becoming more and more dumbfounded. He suddenly felt like he knew nothing, even though he was deeply involved. At that time, the camp was completely overrun by monsters, and that cowardly overseer planned to pack up and run the moment he realized it. But I caught him. At this point, Li Chen paused. The rest was understood by those who needed to know, and naturally he didn't need to say more. Aha, you finally slipped up. Suddenly, Zhao Linger patted her chest, looking smug. You just said you were only level 40, but although I haven't seen that overseer, based on the other members of the camp, he must at least be a second-tier professional. How could you have beaten him? Li Chen looked at her, speechless. Truly, big chest, no brains. What benefit would I have in lying to you? Wang Feng and Chen Mei nodded, even though Zhao Linger didn't understand. But they knew that Li Chen really had that strength. Because, not long ago, he had single-handedly killed that night demon. That terrifying wind dragon was undoubtedly one of Li Chen's summons. Therefore, he wouldn't be afraid to fight the overseer. What Li Chen said was indeed true. Alright, since the matter is clear, let's not dig deeper. Everyone has their own secrets, Zhou Jiangwo said, feeling shocked himself. Is this really a rookie professional? At this time, the remaining people in the camp were all brought back here. Li Chen knew that these people were also pitiful. After all, they had followed the overseer in doing so much evil, and they still had to be taken back to the city for judgment. Just then, these people suddenly made an unexpected move. The earlier servant walked in front, leading the others, and surprisingly bowed deeply to Li Chen. Dozens of voices echoed in unison. Thank you, benefactor, for avenging us. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng, Chen Mei, and Zhou Jiangwo were all stunned. This situation was completely unexpected. Li Chen moved slightly and waved his hand, saying, I can't be considered a benefactor. It would be good if you could turn over a new leaf. It was merely a small effort on his part. These people were clearly oppressed by the overseer and were now relieved. After sorting out matters here, Zhou Jiangwo took the initiative to speak. Let's go together. We also plan to return to Kuan City. It's safer to travel in a group. Li Chen and the others naturally accepted gladly. Their vehicle had broken down on the road, and it would be difficult to travel at night, causing delays. Following the main group would be much more convenient. Li Chen also didn't want to stay in this cursed place any longer. Who knew when another mishap would occur? They had already experienced a lot of trouble before even reaching Kuan City. Along the way, Zhou Jiangwo was very friendly, chatting with Li Chen while introducing Zhao Linger, hoping the two could learn from each other and improve. Li Chen didn't mind. For him, staying a few days here was just a prelude to going back. He came here with a goal: to become stronger and reclaim everything that belonged to him. Zhao Linger still had a proud demeanor. Even though you have a lot of clever ideas, that doesn't mean I'll completely accept you. We'll see how it goes. The first time Li Chen laid eyes on Kuan City, his first impression was chaos, because he hadn't even realized how he had inexplicably arrived in Kuan City. Here it is said to be a city, but there isn't even a city gate or a sign. Originally, while walking along the mountain path slowly, sparse households began to appear before him. It was at this moment that Wang Feng told him they had already entered Kuan City, and the basis for this was merely an inconspicuous old tree by the roadside. Li Chen truly witnessed what it meant to have no rules. This entire city was devoid of logic. The nightfall brought an even more mysterious atmosphere to Kuan City. Until they arrived at the military camp, Li Chen still held on to a final shred of hope, but that shred of hope quickly vanished. The place arranged for him by Lu Xian was in the military district in the central part of Kuan City, relatively safer. But this military camp was no different.
from the previous outdoor camp, just larger in area, yet not a trace of concrete in sight. Zhao Linger snorted and looked at Li Chen, saying, "How is it? You, a child raised in a greenhouse, must not have seen this before. If you really can't get used to it, just go back. After all, not everyone can endure hardship." "You don't need to worry about that," Li Chen replied dismissively. He had already thought this through. Before coming to the military camp was certainly not for enjoyment. He came here to endure hardship, to quickly improve his strength. This way, he would have room to maneuver when facing legendary guilds and underground forces. Moreover, during his 3 years in high school, which day was he not enduring hardship? He barely slept for 5 hours a day, and the first thing he did upon waking was plan his training for the day. In comparison, Li Chen had long since gotten used to it. At this moment, Chen Mei took Wang Feng down to tend to his injuries. Zhou Jiangwo instructed someone to escort the people brought back from the camp to the holding room. Zhao Linger made a face at him and left. At that moment, a young man in his 20s approached. "You are Li Chen? Teacher Lu Xian sent for you." "That's right," Li Chen nodded at the newcomer. Before coming, Lu Xian had indeed mentioned that someone would come to meet him. "Then it's settled, I'm Huang Long. Let's go, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. It's getting late, we can make other plans tomorrow." Li Chen naturally had no objections, he was a bit tired after the whole day. He then followed the other person into the camp. After a short while, Li Chen was brought to a military-style tent. "Take a look, once you choose a spot, you'll be staying here for the next few days," Huang Long said. The tent was small, just enough for one person to sleep in. If there were any belongings, they would probably have to be left outside. However, Li Chen didn't mind directly lifting the curtain and bending down to enter. As expected, the space inside was very cramped. With a bedroll, it occupied almost 90% of the space. But for Li Chen, it was sufficient. "Get up early tomorrow for the morning assembly, everyone must attend," Huang Long instructed briefly before leaving. After he left, Li Chen pulled the tent flap closed and sat on the bedroll that served as a mattress. He took out the spellbook he had obtained from the steward at the bandit camp. Book of the Sage rank, brilliant level attributes, strength plus 1000, spirit plus 100 exclusive. Skill, summon the power of Izanami, 100% chance to charm the target, putting them into a deep sleep for 10 seconds. Within a short time, the same target can only be affected once. Special effect, usable without equipping, does not occupy weapon slots, weapon bonuses still apply. Upon seeing the effects, Li Chen was instantly shocked. Goodness! Even he hadn't expected this to be a piece of brilliant level equipment. To be honest, he had just casually picked it up at first. What a surprise! No wonder that steward treated it like a treasure. Moreover, this was clearly an extraordinary piece of brilliant level equipment. With this special effect, it was much more sought after than most brilliant level items. It doesn't occupy a weapon slot. This is equivalent to having one more piece of equipment than others. And it's a brilliant level 1. What's even more perverse is the exclusive effect of this weapon. It can charm enemies with a 100% success rate. As we all know, such negative statuses usually activate based on probability, with varying degrees of effectiveness, but never claiming to be 100%. Yet this is a genuine 100%. This means that if the opponent doesn't have any additional equipment or items that increase resistance, even if they are a few hundred levels higher, or have undergone 3rd, 4th, or 5th class transitions, or are some kind of monster, they will be treated equally in front of Li Chen. This thing truly belongs to the category of becoming stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak. This is indeed an unexpected delight. After putting it on, Li Chen's stats underwent a qualitative change. Name, Li Chen class, first transition card master, unique hidden class, level, 45 strength, 2700 constitution, 610 agility, 635 spirit, 600 talent, cards, 2 talent abilities, soul wizard, SS class, ethereal shield, SS, self-heal, SS, berserker, S. Class, Swiftwalker, A class, Bloodthirsty, S, Otherworldly Fire, A, Curse Soundwave, A, Equipment bonuses, 35% immunity to mental attacks, 15% increased movement speed, 20% increase in all damage dealt. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly realized that his class slot was no longer empty. It should be that after the first transition, he had acquired a first transition class. Not only that, thanks to the contribution of the Book of Sages, his strength had increased by a full 1000 compared to before. What does this mean? Just from the bleeding effect, his damage per second had casually exceeded 10,000. This damage was almost on par with professionals like Wang Feng and Chen Mei. Just this one point of improvement made this trip worthwhile. He had already profited immensely, and he could even head back home now. Many people wouldn't achieve such an increase even after months. However, having come this far through hardships, he might as well grind some monsters. He knew deep down that there are always stronger people out there, and he must not become complacent due to temporary pride. Since he embarked on this path, he was already in a high-stakes gamble. He needed to become stronger to stabilize everything he currently had. Li Chen took out that ancient key again. A special item he had risked everything to snatch from the legendary guild.
What kind of magic does it possess that drives the underground forces behind it to madness? From its appearance, it was just an ordinary key, the kind that could be tossed into a scrapyard and treated as junk. Yet because of this, Li Chen had to be cautious at all times. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Hopefully, the feedback in the end will be proportional. After securing it, Li Chen fell asleep, resting up for tomorrow's leveling. The next day, the sky was hazy and the moon still hung in the sky, not yet vanished. Li Chen had already woken up early to open the tent and step out. At this time, soldiers were already moving back and forth in the military camp. These people had it even harder, almost continuously taking turns on night watch. Busy logistics personnel were coming and going with pots and pans. The soldiers in the army rose early for morning exercises, and they naturally needed to wake up even earlier. No wonder Lu Xian recommended himself to come here. In such an environment where there are role models everywhere, anyone who arrives would subconsciously follow suit and be disciplined. Li Chen arrived at the square to gather at the agreed location. Here, he saw several familiar figures again, such as Huang Long and Zhao Linger. Most people had already arrived, waiting for the meeting to start. Huang Long spotted him and waved. Li Chen walked over. Along the way, others also noticed his unfamiliar face. Many people actively waved and greeted him. Li Chen responded to each one. Hey, it seems that Zhao Linger is no longer the youngest professional in our camp. No, it's just temporary. She's from the city, so she naturally won't stay here forever. Is that so? Sigh, looks like you're here to gild yourself again? What else? I was doing just fine in the city. Why would I come here to eat shit? Clearly, many people had heard about Li Chen's arrival here, but for such matters, many had become accustomed to it. The so-called ones who want to leave can't, and those who want to come are always around. Many young professionals choose to spend some time in the military, ranging from a few days to several months. One reason is to add a bit of experience to their professional careers, and the other is to see the world while they're at it. Obviously, Huang Long thought the same way. He looked at Li Chen and said, since Lu Xian sent you here, for the next few days you can follow the logistics team to learn about equipment maintenance and monster income research. On the last day before you leave, I'll take you out to the wild to hunt some monsters. How does that sound? Li Chen frowned upon hearing this. This meant he was being deliberately assigned an easy task. However, he appreciated the sentiment. If he really came just to do this, he might as well not have come at all. Before he could speak, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. No way. Zhao Linger walked over, tilting her head. In the military, everyone is treated equally. We can't give special treatment just because someone has connections. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers began to gossip. Tis, looks like the newcomer has offended our little ancestor. This is getting interesting. I smell gossip. Is there a hero willing to share? Is it reliable? Huang Long looked at Zhao Linger, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He didn't expect Zhao Linger to be so straightforward right off the bat. Mainly, he didn't know what had happened between Li Chen and her beforehand. For a moment, he felt a bit at a loss. Although Zhao Linger was younger, her status in the military was even higher than his. Zhao Linger was exceptionally talented, favored by the camp leader, and her family had a long history of military service, making significant contributions. Huang Long cast a helpless expression at Li Chen. Having disrupted the situation, Zhao Linger wore a smug look, as if she had finally gotten back at Li Chen. However, Li Chen was not as flustered as she expected. Instead, he remained calm and composed. He hadn't intended to come here just to casually gild himself for a few days, so Zhao Linger's goal coincidentally aligned with his, inadvertently helping him. Moreover, Zhao Linger wasn't wrong. To be honest, he never expected to receive special treatment one day. During this time, more people from the camp arrived, consciously standing in their positions, until a middle-aged man in military uniform, with medals hanging on his chest, walked over. Everyone stood at attention, puffing out their chests, and said, "Hello, camp leader. This is our military districts." Camp leader Wang Tong Huang Long introduced to Li Chen. Upon seeing the newcomer, a glint of excitement flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Finally, he encountered another S-level professional. The previous encounters with Zhou Jiangmo and the seemingly arrogant Zhao Linger were merely A-level professionals. In fact, A-level talent is considered genius among ordinary people. The high value of S-level professions is not without reason. In the entire Dragon Country with a population of 1 billion, fewer than 100 emerge each year. The odds need not be elaborated. And the camp leader Wang before him was indeed an S-level professional. Almost simultaneously, Li Chen's mind began to activate. Detected S-level profession Iron Warrior, S-level profession Iron Warrior, professional talent, when receiving damage, gain retaliation, counter 50% of the attack back to the opponent. Passive, inflicting damage grants 1 layer of resilience effect, increasing defense and strength by 5%, stacking up to 3 layers. Can be copied, copy successful. You have obtained S-level profession Iron Warrior. Before Li Chen could feel happy, another voice echoed in his mind. You currently possess 2 S-level warrior professions. Would you like to merge? Berserker plus Iron Warrior equals? Hearing this, Li Chen didn't think twice and directly selected yes. Just kidding. 2 S-level professions can merge into an SS level. Any hesitation for even a second is a disrespect to the SS level profession. Merge successful. You have obtained the SS level profession Holy Knight. Holy Knight, SS level. Professional talent. Upon entering battle, gain a state of invulnerability, gain a counterattack effect, and any damage received will be countered back to the target at 100%. Passive. When in close combat, both resistances increase by 40% and strength increases by 40%. Li Chen gasped. This is a true warrior, able to withstand and strike, plus the counterattack. The counterattack ratio is even at 100%. At this moment, Captain Wang nodded to everyone, leisurely walking to the front of the team, facing everyone. Today, besides the grand competition, there is also something I need to inform you all about, which concerns a new professional among us, something I believe you all have heard of. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around turned their gazes towards Li Chen. They had just been discussing Li Chen and Zhao Linger, and now the topic had shifted back to him. Could it be that he got into some trouble? Is he going to be criticized in public? It's possible. Zhao Linger wouldn't just oppose him for no reason, right? There must be some connection. I don't think so. Sometimes, no news is good news. At this moment, Captain Wang continued, yesterday, we discovered a bandit den in the wild that was posing as a shelter for passers-by, injuring countless people. The relevant personnel have already been captured. Here, Captain Wang's voice rose a few notches. We would like to especially thank Li Chen for his contributions, including but not limited to discovering and reporting, assisting in the eradication of bandits, and saving military colleagues. Based on his performance and the positive impact he has brought, we are awarding him a first-class merit medal. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted. A first-class merit? They had been here for so many years and had never even caught a glimpse of it. And now, it was actually obtained by a newcomer. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise, envy, and disbelief. This can't be right. He's so young, how capable can he be? Hiss, it seems this newcomer named Li Chen has quite a deep background. Pa, what are you talking about? No matter how big his background is, it can't be big enough for the captain to go this far, right? Don't say random things. The soldiers were buzzing with discussion. As for the actual situation, it remained unknown. TCH, just lucky. I could do it too if I were in his place. Zhao Linger turned her head away, muttering softly. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen stepped forward to receive the medal personally handed to him by Captain Wang. Many people were drooling with envy. Ah, what a pity. What use does a temporary soldier have for this? If it were given to me, I could at least be promoted 2 ranks, saving 10 years of detours. Damn, it seems this thing is tied to a person's fortune. Some people might never get it in their lifetime, while others can easily obtain it. I hate it. Why can others get a first-class merit at such a young age? What right do they have? Li Chen looked at the first-class merit medal on his chest, also seeing this thing for the first time. However, it wasn't time for him to use it yet. Better to have it than not. He returned to the team. Huang Long gave him a thumbs up. Wow, you're amazing, quietly showing off. Li Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Was it that exaggerated? The other matter is our sports competition, which I believe everyone has heard about, will be held in 2 days. Captain Wang continued. Li Chen had just arrived today and hadn't heard about any grand competition. At this moment, Huang Long explained beside him. We hold a sports competition every year to select outstanding soldiers and provide rewards and support. At that time, including our headquarters, the military districts of Koan City will all participate together. Li Chen listened and nodded. Such activities are quite normal. People are not machines, especially in such a high-pressure, oppressive environment. It is quite necessary to occasionally hold some activities to liven things up and help everyone relax. At this moment, Huang Long suddenly spoke up. By the way, you are now one of us. In a few days, you can join us too. Who knows, you might even score a good rank. Me? Li Chen chuckled. Hee. I'm just a newly promoted practitioner. My strength is still far behind everyone here, and I don't have that kind of ambition. But friendship comes first, competition second. No need for rankings, just participating for fun is also good. Huang Long nodded. It's good that you have this mindset. I'll submit your name later. The morning meeting ended. Everyone dispersed and returned to their respective posts. Li Chen took the initiative to ask Huang Long for a map of the area, planning to level up alone. Although Huang Long was a bit worried, he still handed it over to Li Chen while reminding him there are no strict rules in Koan City. If you run into trouble outside the military camp, just identify yourself. No matter how ruthless those people outside are, they wouldn't dare openly oppose us military folks. Got it, Li Chen replied promptly. Also, don't go outside the city alone unless necessary. Some places are marked on the map as not suitable for visiting, and there are some underground streets that are not under our military control. Huang Long continued to rattle off a bunch of rules and precautions before finally leaving. Li Chen yawned, nearly falling asleep. He opened the map for a glance. It clearly outlined the entire range and power divisions of Koan City as well as the surrounding areas outside the city. But it still gave off one feeling: chaotic. Judging from the intersecting segments of power areas, Li Chen estimated that this map would only last for about 2 days. Why? Because every couple of days, the powers here might reshuffle. When he selected a low-level area 40 to 60 and was about to set off, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hey, since you have nothing to do, come over and be my sparring partner. Zhao Linger approached with her hands on her hips, holding a long spear, exuding a heroic aura. On the surface, she claimed it was for sparring. In reality, she wanted to use this opportunity to knock Li Chen down a peg. His presence had sparked a sense of crisis in her. After all, both Zhou Jiangluo and Captain Wang held Li Chen in high regard. Moreover, he had just arrived on the first day and already earned a first-class merit award, standing out at the morning meeting and attracting everyone's attention. If he stayed for another couple of days, wouldn't she lose her status entirely? Therefore, she decided to take the initiative and sound the alarm to Li Chen, reminding him who the senior was. However, Li Chen had no intention of acknowledging her. He didn't stop for a moment and walked straight outside. Zhao Linger was taken aback and shouted, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Then, she was astonished to see that Li Chen didn't even glance at her and simply turned the corner, disappearing from sight. So arrogant. She widened her eyes. Indeed, it hadn't even been 2 days, and on the very first day, it was already like this. If it continued for another 2 days, would he treat her like a foot-washing maid? Shaking her head, she hurriedly chased after him, calling out from behind, "Hey, where are you going? The military rules say you can't wander around. Come back. So, why are you following me?" Li Chen furrowed his brows, finally unable to hold back. He had walked out of the military camp and into the southern district. During this time, Zhao Linger had been trailing behind him, which was quite baffling. As for the sparring partner nonsense, he certainly couldn't believe her words. With so many people in the military, why did she have to find him? Zhao Linger stopped and said matter-of-factly, "Team Zhou said I should take care of you more, afraid you might get lost. You should be grateful to have me guiding you. I'm not joking with you, I'm not a formal member and don't need your care." Li Chen replied mercilessly. Moreover, there were some things he hadn't said too directly. Given Zhao Linger's strength, she probably wasn't that strong either. Without Zhou Jiangluo and the others to guide her out of the city, she was likely like a fish out of water. Clearly, the other party hadn't considered this much. They thought that if they could go somewhere, she could too. If Zhao Linger wanted to go to her death, it had nothing to do with him. But if she followed him and something happened afterward, he would inevitably be affected. Losing patience with the delay in monster hunting, Li Chen bluntly said, "If you don't want to live, just find a place to bury yourself and don't come here to affect me, got it?" "You?" Zhao Linger was stunned, her face full of disbelief, her cheeks flushed with anger, her chest heaving. "You? I came here with good intentions to take you, and you say that to me? You, an inexperienced adventurer, going out of the city is just asking for death. I'm happy to die. You, I'm not dealing with you anymore." Zhao Linger stomped her foot and angrily turned to leave. She felt very wronged. It was as if she was the one being unreasonable. If it weren't for worrying that Li Chen might get into trouble since he was unfamiliar with the area, she wouldn't have followed him. Truly, good intentions were met with no reward. Watching the other party leave, Li Chen finally calmed down a bit. After all, he had finally sent away this annoying presence. He then walked towards the southern city gate. Zhao Linger walked back, fuming all the way. The grass along the path was no longer taller than half a meter, and there wasn't a stone larger than an egg on the ground. Even the dogs they passed seemed to deserve a slap. Damn it, that guy Li Chen is really crazy, running off to the wild on the first day and not wanting me to follow. Let's see how he gets back without me. In the wild, experience and familiarity with the terrain were crucial. Without an experienced guide, a newcomer going in was no different from committing suicide. Just wait and regret it. As Zhao Linger thought this, an image of Li Chen cowering in a corner, trembling, unconsciously appeared in her mind. On the other side, Li Chen had already walked out of the city gate. The moment he stepped into the wild, his mind was completely focused. He knew how dangerous the wild was. One moment of inattention could lead to death, without knowing how it happened. Although it wasn't his first time in the wild, it was much more difficult than other places, so he had to be even more cautious. After crossing the boundary line of the southern district of Koan City, within about 10 kilometers, there was a naturally formed underground cave leading down. Countless unseen monsters lived inside. This was Li Chen's destination. On the way to the underground cave, about 2 kilometers into the wild, monsters began to appear sporadically. At that moment, a giant bristly wild boar appeared before him, with 2 long, sharp tusks and blood-red eyes filled with rage. Dense forest bristle boar level. 50 health, 20,000 special ability, charge, savage bite description, a mutated wild boar living in dense forests with 2 pairs of sharp tusks that possess great destructive power. A level 50 monster. Li Chen's expression became serious as he gripped his weapon tightly. Most importantly, there was more than one in front of him. Well then, let's use you to test my new class. Li Chen was unafraid, charging forward with his lightning war spear. The massive dual resistances from the Holy Knight class combined with the ethereal shield made Li Chen sturdier than an average tank. He rushed forward, thrusting the war spear into the body of a dense forest bristle boar, instantly creating a blood hole, and at the same time, an electric arc spread rapidly to the other boars. The entire area flickered with golden electric light. Numbers flew across the screen: 4000, 2000, 2000. Suddenly, a bristle boar attacked from behind, charging straight at Li Chen. Li Chen quickly used sprint to dodge to the side but collided with another bristle boar. The bristle boar crashed directly into him. However, Li Chen was not affected. The effect of his new profession's body of dominance had activated. The damage he received was absorbed by the ethereal shield. At the same time, a pure white light radiated from him. Rebound. A number popped up over the dense forest boar that had just collided with him. 2000. Li Chen chuckled. Is that all? The boar seemed to have been hit by some fierce impact, stumbling back 2 steps uncontrollably. It was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion in its eyes. By the time it regained its senses, Li Chen had already lunged forward to strike. Puff. The sharp tip easily pierced through its tough hide as if it were plunging into mud. 9999 critical hit. The boar let out a horrific scream in pain. Other jungle boars, now alert, charged towards Li Chen in a frenzy. Li Chen hesitated no longer and pulled out the Book of the Sage. Activate. The Book of the Sage floated in midair, its pages flipping open automatically, radiating dazzling light. All the jungle boars that came into contact with this light froze, their bodies stiffening, standing still and swaying unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield, a flurry of blades flashing. One by one, the boars fell. You have killed a jungle boar, experience plus 1000. You have killed a jungle boar, experience plus 1000. You have gained the talent ability, Furious Strike B. Furious Strike B rank. Channel all your strength. The damage of your next attack will be 1000% of the original, but you will enter a brief state of fatigue afterward. After slaying several jungle boars, he also unlocked their talent ability. Once he cleared the path of boars, Li Chen continued forward. When he reached the marked location of the underground cave on the map, he found that other adventurers were already there. Li Chen thought he had arrived early, but it turned out others were even more diligent. Most notably, there were many tents set up. Li Chen guessed that many people found it too troublesome to keep going back and forth, so they decided to stay here for convenience in monster farming. As more people gathered, a human survival zone naturally emerged. Dozens of tents clustered together, and even some vendors set up stalls by the roadside, selling various daily necessities. It truly validated the saying, where there is demand, there is a market. Everyone congregated in one place, ready to face any dangers together. Li Chen walked along this path and arrived at a massive, pitch-black cave. From the outside, it was completely dark, and nothing could be seen. Fortunately, Li Chen had prepared beforehand and took out a torch from his backpack. The warm light illuminated the surrounding darkness as he stepped inside. In the dim cave, the torch lit up a 2-meter radius around him. Li Chen could see the path ahead clearly. He paused for a moment, his body coming to a halt. Before him were 3 paths, or rather, 3 small openings. But it was evident that he could only choose one. In such situations, there was usually one correct path, while the other 2 were detours. Therefore, this could be considered the place where the dream begins. One wrong step could lead to further mistakes. Li Chen stepped forward, crouching down to bring the torch close to the ground. He approached each of the 3 openings, observing the traces along these paths. At this moment, he needed to fill in the information gap. Being new here and without a guide, he naturally had no idea which path was correct. In the end, Li Chen compared the traces at the 3 openings and chose the one with the most signs to proceed. Sharp squeaks occasionally echoed from deeper within the cave, as if something was about to emerge at any moment. Li Chen followed this passage forward. In the dim cave, he moved like a ghost, the enhancement of his assassin profession granting him speed without causing much noise. As he continued to advance, Li Chen could clearly feel himself getting closer to the underground. Surprisingly, there were no monsters along the way. Could it be that the people who came before have killed them all? Li Chen pondered. However, he wasn't worried. He knew that as he went deeper, more monsters would surely appear. After a while, the first wave of monsters finally appeared before him. 3 large brown scorpions, adorned with green patterns on their bodies. Poison scorpion level, 50 description, a type of scorpion that lives in damp environments, containing toxins. Seeing that monsters had finally appeared, Li Chen was eager, like a hungry wolf spotting a fat sheep, and he immediately drew his explosive bow, shooting at the scorpions. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The explosive flames lit up the dim cave, flickering. With his current strength, killing these small monsters was like child's play. In no time, all 3 poison scorpions were defeated. You have killed poison scorpion *3, experience plus 3000. Sacrifice poison scorpion souls *3, experience plus 1000. Level up 4546. As his level increased, Li Chen also noticed that the experience required for leveling up was greater. Killing a few small monsters, even several, was not as effective as taking down an elite-level monster, like the night demon from yesterday. Li Chen continued to walk forward, wandering through the cave. As he had guessed, the deeper he went, the more monsters appeared. This was because most of the weaker adventurers did not dare to venture deep. They would clear the monsters in front and then return, repeating this process. Although it was not very efficient, it was the safest approach. If he didn't have complete confidence in his own strength, he wouldn't have ventured so far inside. You have killed a porcupine, experience plus 1000. You have killed a black crow, experience plus 1200. You have killed a poison beetle, experience plus 1200. Li Chen kept wandering through the cave, leaving no grass growing in his wake. Suddenly, a commotion of fighting sounds came from ahead. Oh! Li Chen raised an eyebrow and rushed in that direction. Hiss, hiss. As Li Chen got closer, the sounds became clearer. Soon, he witnessed this scene. A massive red spider stood in the center, surrounded by webs. On the other side was a team of 5 adventurers. At that moment, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Blood Spider, Elite, Level, 50 Health, 180000, a bloodthirsty monster whose attacks are poisonous. Li Chen took a glance. This was indeed a rare elite monster. Clearly, this adventurer team was in trouble. Although they seemed prepared, encountering an elite monster right off the bat left them helpless. They were clearly at a disadvantage, completely unable to fight back against this elite monster. Li Chen estimated that if things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before this adventurer team would be ready to flee. Just then, a flaw appeared in the formation of the team's warrior. The blood spider shot out a silk thread from its mouth, ensnaring the warrior and wrapping him up like a dumpling. The warrior instantly lost his combat ability, collapsing on the spot, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the other members of the team were horrified. Their situation was already dire. They couldn't win in a direct fight, and now the warrior had suddenly faltered. The expressions of the few were extremely grave, and the pressure in their hearts surged. They were truly in a dilemma. Advancing was not an option, nor was retreating. They certainly couldn't win the fight, but if they ran, they would have to leave the warrior behind. If they didn't leave, it was very likely they would all perish here. The team members fought while retreating, and the warrior's face showed a hint of despair and ashen defeat. At that moment, a bright red arrow pierced through the air, shooting through the legs of the red spider. 28000, Li Chen stood in the distance, striking a bow pose, the bowstring of his explosive bow radiating scorching heat. Furious Strike could only take effect once, but the bonus was high 10-fold amplification. With a single blow, he directly knocked off a large chunk of health from the blood spider. Upon witnessing this strike, the team was momentarily stunned, all of them rendered speechless. This damage, it broke 10,000. A powerhouse of this level shouldn't be here grinding in this cave. Although they didn't understand, joy soon appeared on their faces, because this meant they were saved. The warrior lying on the ground was on the verge of tears. Only after facing death did he realize the value of life. Normally, encountering someone who intervened to steal kills would surely provoke anger. But now, a savior had arrived. Just as they turned to see what kind of strong person had come, they were astonished to find that there was only one person, and it was a young boy, looking younger than any of them. At first, they thought they were seeing things. Before they could react, they saw the blood spider's health rapidly declining. Target has entered bleeding state. 15000, 15200, 15400. Bloodthirst activated. The blood spider continued to lose health. In the blink of an eye, within just a few seconds, the blood spider's health dropped below half. The few members of the squad looked on in shock at this scene. They had been fighting here for half a day, exhausted and nearly burned out, yet this unknown powerhouse had dealt more damage in just a few seconds. Goodness, this was too abnormal. At this moment, Li Chen gradually approached and glanced at them. Aren't you going to hurry and get out of the way? Once the few professionals realized what was happening, they quickly nodded, and one of them rushed forward to pick up the warrior, then headed towards a passageway in the back. They dared not ignore the words of a powerhouse, fearing that if they displeased him, they might become a meal for him. In the chaotic place of Koan City, knowing when to yield was the only rule for survival. Watching these people leave, Li Chen, holding the lightning war spear, dashed towards the blood spider at high speed. He stabbed at the blood spider repeatedly, constantly repositioning. With the high bleeding damage in play, it wasn't long before this unruly blood spider collapsed to the ground. You have killed the elite monster blood spider, soul sacrificed, experience plus 15,000. Level up 46-47. You have gained the talent skill, Execution, Execution, attack monsters with health below 10% to directly execute the target. Li Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the blood spider to have such a good item. Execution. This thing was practical. From high-level bosses to ordinary small monsters, it was almost universally applicable. Moreover, it was stronger against stronger foes. The stronger the monster, the better the effect. After all, it was percentage damage, which could be hundreds or even thousands.
After calming his emotions and tidying up, Li Chen continued to explore ahead.
The process of leveling often immerses one so deeply that they forget the passage of time. Sweating in the dim underground cave, one naturally couldn't see the changes in the sky.
While Li Chen was still engrossed in leveling, the day had already turned to dusk. In Koan City, within the military camp,
as evening
approached, the soldiers, exhausted from a day of labor, finally welcomed their rest.
Everyone chatted and laughed while eating the prepared dinner. Huang
Long sat at the dining table, a lavish spread before him, yet he hadn't touched a bite, his brow slightly furrowed.
Since we parted this morning, I haven't seen Li Chen all day. What on earth is he doing? It's already mealtime.
Just as he was pondering, he suddenly spotted a figure.
Zhao Linger. At
that moment, Zhao Linger was carrying a plate of food, humming a light tune as she walked by. Remembering what had happened that morning, Huang Long's heart stirred.
It seemed Zhao Linger and Li Chen had some sort of encounter.
With this thought, he stood up and walked over.
Miss Zhao, please hold on. Zhao Linger paused for a moment.
Turning her gaze, she found it was Huang Long and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?
Is there something going on?" Huang Long
exhaled deeply. "Did you see Li Chen today?
I mean, do you know where he went?"
Zhao Linger was taken aback, suddenly recalling something, her expression
changing slightly.
Hearing Huang Long say this, she remembered. It seemed that Li Chen had not returned to the camp yet. This was likely a sign of danger.
Not good. What happened? Huang Long's expression tightened as he hurriedly asked.
Seeing Zhao Linger's look, he knew something bad was about to happen. Zhao Linger hesitated. Li Chen seems to have gone out to level up alone.
Huang Long's face changed. Alone? This was bad.
If he had known, even the most experienced adventurers wouldn't venture out of the city alone. The risks were too great.
Moreover, Li Chen was new and not familiar with the map at all.
Going out like this was bound to lead to trouble.
Thinking of this, Huang Long quickly asked, "Where?" "The southern wilderness." "The southern area?" Huang Long's eyes widened. "Not good.
Quickly notify Team Leader Chen and the camp commander. I'll gather the soldiers, hurry." With that, he rushed out of the place. Seeing Huang Long's reaction, Zhao Linger stood frozen, frowning.
Was it really that serious?
But she still went to find Zhou Jiangwo.
What? You said Li Chen went to the southern wilderness alone? Zhou Jiangwo's reaction was even more intense than Huang Long's, doubting if he had heard wrong. Zhao Linger confirmed it multiple times. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath. Does the camp commander know? Zhao Linger was stunned. Was it really that serious? Why was everyone so? She finally couldn't help but speak up. Isn't it a bit excessive to make such a fuss? We can handle it ourselves. After all, the place Li Chen went to wasn't particularly dangerous. As she spoke, she felt a bit guilty. It was her fault for not mentioning it earlier, which led to the current situation worsening. Zhou Jiangwo sighed heavily. "Sigh, you don't know. We just received news this afternoon
that a beast tide has erupted in the southern wilderness and is heading towards the southern city gate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger was stunned.
When did this happen? Why didn't she know? Really? Of course. At this point, Zhao Linger couldn't smile anymore.
If that was the case, Li Chen's situation was not just bad, it was practically a matter of life
and death. This is too unfortunate.
Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to think of a way. We only received news about this beast tide not long ago and we're still drafting a plan. We weren't fully prepared, but now it seems we have to rush into action.
Zhao Linger pouted. Since we aren't prepared, wouldn't it be too risky for us to go? If it's just for Li Chen, isn't that too much of a loss?
After all, he's not one of our military personnel.
Zhou Jiangwo frowned.
Just then, a voice suddenly rang out.
Linger, have you forgotten our military's philosophy?
We do not abandon any partner, we do not abandon any compatriot.
Wang Tang walked in from the doorway. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Linger both stood up and saluted.
Wang Tang waved his hand.
Linger, if I were trapped in the southern wilderness, do you think I should be rescued?
Zhao Linger nodded. Of course, you're our camp commander, you've achieved great military feats. Even if we all sacrificed ourselves, we would ensure your safety. But Li Chen,
Wang Tang interrupted her, since that's the case, you just need to understand this.
Our military practices equality for all. If I deserve this, then Li Chen deserves it too.
Similarly, if it were you, we would rescue you the same way.
Zhao Linger fell silent, her
heart surging with emotions, feeling increasingly guilty.
She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth.
Sorry, it's my fault for not stopping Li Chen from leaving the
city, and I just watched him go without saying anything to the people in the army, which led to the current situation.
However, upon hearing her words, neither Wang Tang nor Zhou Jiangwo showed much change in expression.
Zhou Jiangwo smiled and said, "No need to blame yourself, no one will hold it against you."
Wang Tang nodded. Now, let's urgently discuss a plan. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. You killed Giant Snail *2, experience plus 3000. You killed Shadow Wolf *2, experience plus 3500. You killed Exploding Crow, experience plus 1500. At this moment, in the wilds of the southern district, in an underground cave,
Li Chen was constantly moving around, killing the monsters here. His level had already reached 48. He didn't even know how far he had gone. During this time, he had encountered some other professionals, but as he delved deeper, he clearly felt that human presence was becoming scarcer. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly felt a wave of hunger. He was taken aback for a moment, then realized it was telling him he had been here long enough. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. It was probably very late outside, and he could hardly see the situation outside the cave, having lost track of time. You can't become a big fat man in one bite. Li Chen decided to head back in the direction he came from. It was already late, and he hadn't returned to the military camp or informed anyone on that side. The return journey was relatively quick because the monsters weren't respawning as frequently, allowing for smooth passage. Before long, he was nearing the cave entrance. At that moment, he heard a commotion outside. Li Chen frowned. The noise didn't sound like a celebration. He quickened his pace towards the cave entrance. The sounds grew louder. Li Chen seemed to hear the shouts of professionals, but more prominently, there was a dense, muffled sound, like stones hitting the ground, drowning out the voices of the people. When Li Chen rushed to the entrance and looked outside, he was met with an incredibly shocking scene. A mass of monsters poured down like a mudslide from the high slopes in the distance. Outside the cave entrance, the camp where the professionals rested was already in complete disarray. Everyone was running around in panic, preparing to return to the city. This wave of monsters had come too suddenly, with no prior warning, and the scale was enormous. Li Chen's expression darkened. Although it wasn't far, there was still some distance to the city. He feared he wouldn't make it back in time and would be overwhelmed by this tide of monsters. These people were clearly too panicked and had lost the ability to think calmly. This was the first time Li Chen had witnessed such a terrifying sight. Once he regained his composure, he walked to the cave entrance and looked at the rushing professionals. Among them, he spotted a few familiar figures, those professionals he had encountered earlier, entangled with the blood spider. Li Chen raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, come here to take cover." At such a time, what was needed most was for someone to step up and tell everyone what to do. The disparity between the enemy and us was too great. The best choice was to combine everyone's strength. Li Chen's words were like a beacon lighting up the darkness. A group of people immediately disregarded everything and rushed towards the underground cave entrance. The panicked professionals entered the cave one after another. In less than a few minutes, except for a few lost professionals who couldn't find their way, almost everyone had made it inside the cave. There were about 20 people. Although there were many, nearly filling the entrance, they made no sound and were all very tense. The scene on the slope just now was witnessed by everyone. The terrifying number of monsters was like a nightmare, haunting everyone's minds, and they didn't dare to breathe. Everyone had only one thought in their hearts. It's over. We're doomed this time. Looking at these people with faces full of worry, Li Chen stepped forward and said, "Do you want to die or do you want to live? If you want to die, you can leave right now, but if you want to fight, then put away those mournful faces." Li Chen's words echoed in the cave, reaching everyone's ears. Some listened, their expressions tightening, taking a deep breath. "I haven't even reached the second transition. I can't fall here. I've saved up a lot of money. I'm so close to buying new gear. After being frugal for so long, I must spend it. I'm an A-class profession. My future is limitless. I can't fall here." Soon, a portion of the people wore expressions of determination. Gripping their weapons tightly, they looked ready to face death. A final struggle was better than waiting to die. "Good. Everyone, pick up your weapons and guard the entrance. Don't let a single monster through. Hold on until help arrives," Li Chen shouted. Just then, the ground began to tremble. This meant the monsters were getting closer. Roar! Creak, creak, creak. The sounds of monsters echoed from the cave entrance. Before long, crawling black monsters appeared at the entrance, rapidly making their way inside. Li Chen was quick, pulling out the ancient spirit book and unleashing his skills. Rockets shot towards the cave entrance, striking the crawling monsters one after another. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the benefits of infinite firepower became apparent. The exclusive skill of the ancient spirit book combined with the cooldown reduction effect of the soul wizard allowed for continuous output. Li Chen stood at the front, preventing the crawling monsters from breaking through. But relying on him alone to block the entrance against countless monsters was unrealistic. "Don't just stand there, use your skills together." He called these people over not to slack off. At this moment, uniting to resist the enemy was the right course of action. Seeing Li Chen's swift actions, many felt a renewed sense of hope, their morale rising. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Damn, let's take these monsters down. The song of humanity is the song of courage." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless diverse skills were hurled towards the cave entrance. It must be said, Li Chen had chosen this position perfectly. Only here could they use the narrow entrance to fend off waves of incoming monsters. Otherwise, with thousands of monsters pressing in from outside, who could withstand it? Thanks to everyone's efforts, they managed to fend off the initial wave of monsters. Everyone became excited. If they could hold on, they might really make it until reinforcements arrived. "Come on, we can win."
morale soared, and some even began to sing uplifting songs for the dream in our hearts, fighting bloodily like a whirlwind. The night will release the light. Invincible heroes. Li Chen's expression darkened. What was this sudden surge of passion? Damn. Whatever, let's kill these bastards. Li Chen's ancient spirit book spun rapidly, shooting out a dense barrage of rockets, each striking the monsters appearing at the cave entrance. 2900, 3200, 3500. With prolonged output, Li Chen's skills were fully stacked, unleashing maximum firepower. Just then, the number of monsters appearing at the entrance began to decrease. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the cave entrance. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy footsteps sounded as if some massive object was crashing to the ground. The noise was deafening, causing many professionals to quickly cover their ears. At that moment, a green cylindrical object appeared at the cave entrance, enormous, blocking most of the entrance. Before most people could figure out what it was, it bent down. Then, a gigantic face appeared outside the cave entrance. Its eyes rolled around, observing the people inside. Everyone's eyes widened, a chill running down their spines. What kind of monster is this? Li Chen gasped. This was the first time he had seen a creature with such overwhelming pressure and such a massive size, aside from the Guardian Commander he encountered in the boss area. Giant Stone Monster, Silver level, BOSS level, 55 health, 300000 talent, skills, defense, Stone Fist. This was actually a small boss. Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and his expression became serious. The monster was enormous, nearly filling the entire cave entrance, making it impossible to see its full form. At that moment, the giant stone monster extended its stone-like hard arm into the cave entrance. The adventurers inside immediately began to attack the arm frantically. However, under its powerful defense, they only managed to inflict a minuscule amount of damage, barely worth noting. Is there anyone in the front line? Get up there quickly. Seeing this scene, many people were already stunned, once again at a loss. A number of them had started to retreat, moving back. We can't retreat, Li Chen shouted. If they retreated now, the entrance would surely fall, and the swarm of monsters would rush in. At that point, they would have nowhere to escape, forced to delve deeper into the cave, but that would only provide temporary safety. They would eventually be caught by the monsters, leaving them with no escape route at all. Therefore, they absolutely could not lose this position. Li Chen gritted his teeth. He picked up the golden war shield and charged forward. The massive shield created a fan-shaped barrier. Li Chen braced himself against the incoming firepower. With the effects of Ethereal Shield and Holy Knight backing him, he withstood the giant stone monster's attacks while countering with reflected damage. He stood his ground, not moving an inch. As the saying goes, one man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. I'll take the hits, everyone else deal some damage. See it up. Whoever dares to run, I'll be the first to kill them. Li Chen said this without joking. He couldn't believe that with dozens of adventurers on their side, all at levels 50 or 60, they couldn't defeat a single silver-level boss? With him drawing aggro and tanking damage in front, the others could slowly whittle it down. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. This was a boss-level monster, and Li Chen was actually holding it off alone? Was this the professional front line? Just a second ago, he was still a mage. But there was no time to think about that. With Li Chen tanking in front, they felt much more at ease and quickly unleashed their highest damage attacks. They had to take down this giant stone monster, otherwise, they would eventually be overwhelmed. In no time, various attacks surged forward continuously. As it took hit after hit, the giant stone monster's movements began to slow. Damage numbers kept popping up above it. 1300, 1350, 1260. Regardless of whether the damage was high or not, as long as they could deplete its health, that was all that mattered. Under the concentrated fire of the crowd, the stone giant could not break through and had no choice but to retract its hand. Seeing this, everyone became excited. As long as they could hold this position, it would be a natural monster spawning point. That would be turning misfortune into fortune. But they hadn't been happy for long. The giant stone monster outside quickly launched another attack. This time, it did not directly assault them. Instead, it used its wall-like hand to lift chunks of stone and dirt, bringing them to the cave entrance. Li Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly had a bad premonition. Suddenly, the giant stone monster swung its massive hand, making a throwing motion. It hurled all the stones in its hand into the cave entrance. Countless stones flew rapidly into the cave, the sound of whistling air filling the space. Not good. Li Chen inhaled sharply. These stones were shooting into the cave from all directions without any blind spots, and he couldn't possibly block them all by himself. Soon, aside from the area directly in front of Li Chen being blocked, the remaining stones flew into the cave. From all sides around him, soon, many adventurers were caught off guard and directly hit. Ah, my hand is broken. It hurts so much. Healer. Is there a healer? Quick, give me some health. No way, this is too insane, we can't fight at all, let's run and find a place to hide. Some people were even rolling on the ground in pain. Inside the cave entrance, chaos erupted and the formation was completely disrupted. Seeing this, Li Chen had no choice but to lower his shield and retreat. This stone monster was smarter than he had imagined. Since he couldn't block everything, attacking was the best defense. Everyone stand up. Listen up, we cannot fall here. Follow me to kill all these monsters. Before anyone could respond, the stone monster struck again. Just like before, it lifted something and hurled it towards the cave entrance. But this time, it wasn't stones or dirt but clusters of black shadows. As the shadows drew closer, everyone's expressions changed. Not good. These are monsters. What the stone monster threw in this time were actually fierce-looking creatures. Li Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't let the situation escalate any further. At this rate he might be able to hold on, but the adventurers behind him wouldn't stand a chance. He had to find a way to take the initiative. First, deal with these monsters that have entered the cave, Li Chen commanded loudly. Hearing this, the others gritted their teeth, trembling hands launching attacks. These monsters were too fast, rushing in all at once, making it hard to react. In no time, they were right in front of everyone. They had to fend off the attacks while retreating. Seeing the dire situation, Li Chen didn't hesitate and pulled out the Book of the Sage. The Book of the Sage emitted a dazzling purple light, enveloping the entire dim cave. The aggressive monsters that had entered the cave froze upon contact with the purple light, becoming dazed. Now's the time. Li Chen took out the explosive bow, shooting explosive arrows one after another. Boom boom boom. Flames surged in the cave. The monsters at the center of the explosions were tossed around but had no ability to act. Their health rapidly decreased. Witnessing this scene, the adventurers behind him snapped out of their shock and quickly followed up with their attacks. Although they didn't know what method Li Chen had used to immobilize the monsters, they finally had a chance to resist. Charge! Kill all these monsters! Bang bang bang! Ziz ziz ziz! In an instant, countless attacks continued to rain down on the monsters. These creatures fell into a state of slumber, passively taking hits. Under Li Chen's leadership and command, the number of monsters quickly dwindled. While fighting, everyone's levels were also rising. That's it. Keep it up. With everyone's efforts, after a while, they finally killed all the monsters that had invaded the cave. Li Chen had already leveled up twice. These were not monsters, they were a continuous source of experience. All the adventurers became excited. Again. Ha, we're amazing. Charge, charge, charge. Let's make a big score today and kill all these monsters. Li Chen frowned and said, don't be careless, this isn't a sustainable strategy. We must find a way to counterattack. Their stamina was limited, while the thousands of monsters were almost endless. Boss, what should we do now? A level 60 adventurer asked. At this moment, everyone clearly regarded Li Chen as their backbone. Although Li Chen looked younger than everyone present, it was thanks to his command that they had acted in an orderly manner and held on until now. It could be said that they owed their survival entirely to Li Chen, otherwise they might have already become food for the monsters. The others also looked at Li Chen, their eyes filled with respect. Li Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said calmly, first, kill that stone monster. Kuan City. At this time, the entire city had entered a state of full defense. In front of the southern city gate, the military soldiers have gathered here, lined up neatly. Wang Tong, dressed in a tidy military uniform, stands at the front of the line with a serious expression, meticulous in his demeanor. The entire military camp is on standby. Those rampant monsters in the wild have once again set their sights on us. This time, we will take the initiative and wipe them out completely. Are you all ready? Yes, Commander. Then let's march out. Linger, this operation is fraught with danger and we cannot guarantee safety. You're still young, there's really no need for you to come along, Zhou Jiangmo said with concern. Ahead lies the area outside the city. Zhao Linger is still a novice practitioner and has not yet completed her first transition. Normally, it would be fine to bring Zhao Linger along for some training and learning. But this time, they are truly facing the terrifying beast tied in the wild. He cannot guarantee that he can keep an eye on Zhao Linger at all times. Zhao Linger shook her head, determination evident in her eyes. Team leader Zhou, the situation has developed to this point. Because of my stubbornness, even if I die, I must bring everyone back. Zhou Jiangmo sighed and said no more. A group of well-trained soldiers marched out of the city, the heavy footsteps igniting the entire night in Kuan City. Meanwhile, in the underground caves of the wild, the war between humans and monsters continues. The entrance is piled high with corpses. Li Chen stands at the front, outputting damage while commanding numerous practitioners to resist the frenzied monsters trying to squeeze in. You killed a blade mantis, experience plus 500. You killed an angry bear, experience plus 550. You killed a violent water element, experience plus 1050. It must be said, this is truly an excellent spot for farming monsters. The cave entrance can accommodate at most 6 monsters at a time. Their dozens of practitioners only need to stand a bit farther away and keep throwing skills. Moreover, with the talent of execution in hand, basically, all the monster kills fall to him and he receives the most experience. It feels great, but Li Chen knows very well
That this is still because there are no particularly strong monsters, that's why they can hold on. If elite monsters of over 100 levels were to appear, they would not be able to handle them head-on. Furthermore, the giant rock monster outside is still watching them closely. Although the giant rock monster hasn't appeared since earlier, it still occasionally throws in some smaller monsters. Clearly, it hasn't given up. It wants to trap them inside, continuously depleting their stamina and then come in for the harvest. Continuing like this is equivalent to a slow death. No way. Li Chen took a deep breath. Given the circumstances, he must prepare for the worst. It is currently night, and this wave of beasts came too suddenly. Waiting for reinforcements will take at least a day or two. He himself is fine, but with the giant rock monster occasionally causing trouble, the other practitioners might not last through the night. It seems he can only take a gamble. Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the other practitioners here, then said, "Everyone, I need to leave for a while. It might take several minutes. While I'm gone, you all guard the cave entrance." No, don't go, big guy. Don't leave us behind. Yeah, without you, how can we hold the line? It's important to note that it was Li Chen who had been providing support all along, giving them the sense of security and courage to fight these monsters. Hearing that Li Chen was leaving, everyone's hearts tightened. Without Li Chen, what could they do? It's not a matter of whether it can be done, it must be done, Li Chen said coldly. He was informing them, not asking for their opinions. Just hold your ground, don't back down. It should be fine. Where are you going? Are you planning to run away alone? At this moment, a man dressed in a bizarre outfit suddenly stepped forward, questioning him. He was clad in strange black attire, looking quite odd and exuding a chilling aura. Li Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the other person. He didn't expect there to be such a foolish individual. He hadn't even said anything yet. The other professionals couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up for him. "Shamart, can you even talk? You look like a nobody and can't even speak like a human. If you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. Indeed, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Today has been quite an eye-opener. Boss, don't listen to this barking dog. We all believe in you. If anyone can lead us to dawn, it can only be you." Hearing so many people come out to refute him only made him trust Li Chen even more. The Shamart man glared. "You fools, being sold out and still counting the money for him. He clearly wants us to drag this out while he runs away alone. Aren't we safe here because of everyone's efforts? Why should all the credit go to him? Wake up. How powerful can a newcomer be? Can't you see his age? You dare to entrust everything to a little brat? I warn you, don't slander me. Otherwise, I won't even bother with the monsters. I'll just beat you up first," someone shouted angrily. "Slander me? We're all in Kuan City. You should know there are no good people here. Ask yourselves, whose hands are clean? If you want to guard, go ahead. I won't be a fool and get sold out." With that, he walked to the back alone, but he didn't leave, just watching from a distance. Seeing him like this, many people were furious. If it weren't for the pressure of the monsters at the cave entrance, they would have loved to go up and beat him. Damn it, what time is it? And he's still playing conspiracy theories. Even if we take a step back, even if Li Chen really abandoned them and left, there would be no problem. Because Li Chen had no obligation to lead the team. They all voluntarily followed Li Chen's command. A few professionals spoke to Li Chen. "Brother, don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. You go ahead, and we'll do our best to hold this position." "That's right, we all believe in you. Without you, we might have already become the monster's next meal." Li Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. What he wanted to say had already been said by others, which saved him some trouble. How others saw it had nothing to do with him. As long as it didn't affect him, it was fine. They all ended up in this predicament by coincidence, which led to their interaction. After today, even if they bumped into each other on the street, they might not recognize one another. Li Chen turned his head to look at the cave entrance. At this moment, outside, there were hordes of monsters lined up, wanting to rush in, as if they wanted to tear them to shreds. There were too many to see the end. Without hesitation, he took out the invisibility cloak and put it on, disappearing in an instant. Relying on his invisibility and the speed of the swift runner profession, Li Chen silently passed through the cave entrance and came outside, unnoticed by the monsters. Here, he witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Countless monsters occupied the entire mountain, with not a blade of grass growing. The flowers, plants, and trees that once thrived had all been devoured, each one staring at the cave entrance with glowing red eyes, drooling. At first glance, Li Chen was stunned. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, he quickly passed through and found a spot to settle down. It was then that he realized he had underestimated the situation. This was far worse than he had imagined. Li Chen fell into deep thought. To be honest, at this moment, all the monsters were focused on the professionals at the cave entrance. Relying on his invisibility and the explosive speed of the swift runner profession, there was a chance he could escape back to the city, and then he could find someone from the military to come rescue him. But in that case, in a sense, it would mean using those professionals who believed in him to facilitate his escape, which would validate what that Shamart man had just said.
After some contemplation, Li Chen ultimately abandoned this option.
Because it wasn't without risks. As soon as I leave, it won't be long before the cave entrance falls, and these adventurers will all die at the hands of the monsters.
By then, the monsters will naturally shift their focus towards Kuan City, and they might even catch up with me.
If that happens, I would end up pleasing no one, achieving none of my goals, and instead, completely ruining everything. In the end, I decided to stick to the original plan. It's safer that way.
First, I need to deal with this stone giant. Li Chen's gaze fell on the stone giant not far from the cave entrance. He took in its entire form. Its size was immense.
Standing at a towering 20 meters, it was made entirely of hard stone. But fortunately, its massive size prevented it from
entering the cave. Li Chen quietly approached from behind.
To end this quickly and maximize damage, he needed to rely on the assassin class's backstab damage increase, attacking from behind to deal higher damage. Upon arriving, Li Chen first took out the
Wind Dragon token, preparing to summon the Wind Dragon directly.
Once he launched his attack, he would surely attract the attention
of other monsters and be surrounded. Although he had a sturdy build, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many monsters. Having the Wind Dragon to assist would make things much more secure. A stream of blue gas floated out from the token, coalescing in the sky into a blue dragon silhouette. As Li Chen's attributes increased, the Wind Dragon's power also became stronger. Now,
looking nothing like the initial illusion, it resembled a real dragon, vivid and lifelike. The moment the Wind Dragon materialized,
all the monsters froze for a moment.
While they pondered whether this suddenly appeared powerful creature could be eaten, Li Chen swiftly circled behind the stone giant and thrust his lightning war spear. 42000. A massive damage number leaped from the
stone giant. Its health visibly decreased.
The stone giant stumbled forward. This was the highest damage Li Chen could deal at
the moment.
The 1000% damage bonus from Raging Strike, the 50% backstab damage increase from the assassin class, along with some
equipment bonuses. 40,000 in 1 second. Unfortunately, Raging Strike could only take effect once. Soon, the stone giant reacted, turning around and swinging its massive stone arm downwards. Li Chen was already prepared. Since he dared to act
alone, he had certainly devised a battle strategy beforehand.
After landing that hit, half of his plan had succeeded. He quickly took out the Book of the Sage and activated its exclusive skill.
The pages of the Book of the Sage opened, floating in the air, radiating a brilliant purple aura that enveloped the stone giant and the surrounding monsters.
In an instant, it was as if time
had stopped on the battlefield. All the monsters lost consciousness, freezing in place, maintaining their previous actions.
Completely motionless. Truly a dazzling great weapon. Li Chen thought to himself, not wasting any time.
He moved behind the stone
giant and began to attack fiercely. Bang bang bang.
Arcs of electricity sparked continuously from the war spear in Li Chen's hand, illuminating the night with golden flashes. Each strike landed heavily on the back of the stone giant. 4000. 4100. Taking advantage of the effect of the Book of the Sage, Li Chen attacked rapidly, continuously depleting the stone giant's health. The Wind Dragon in the air roared and also launched an attack on the stone
giant. Soon, the stone giant's health plummeted.
Li Chen had the talent for execution, and he only needed to lower the stone giant's health to 10% to execute it directly. With the relentless output from
the human dragon duo, finally, the stone giant's health bar hit the bottom.
You have killed the stone giant, experience plus 20,000. You have obtained golden grade equipment, stone armor.
Level up, current level 52. After killing the stone giant, Li Chen did not linger.
The time for the Book of the Sage was running out, and after recalling the Wind Dragon, he quickly returned to the underground cave. At the same time, in the southern district wilderness, a vast army was rushing towards the underground entrance. Along the way, Wang Tang felt puzzled. Because, logically, the monsters should have already invaded by this time. But so far, they had only covered half the distance and hadn't seen a single
shadow of a monster, let alone any signs of a beast tide. What was going on? Could it be that the intelligence was wrong?
Or perhaps something had
happened up ahead?
He leaned more towards the latter.
Everyone, get ready and keep moving.
This situation is very strange.
I wonder how Li Chen is doing right now. Zhou Jiangwo also noticed something was off, frowning.
At times like this, the more unusual it was, the more troublesome it could be. First of all, the intelligence couldn't be wrong, which meant something had happened up ahead. The group was walking when suddenly, a dark shadow gradually
appeared before them.
As they got closer, the shadow grew larger, revealing its form. These were densely packed ferocious beasts and monsters.
The beast tide has indeed come. Everyone was startled. Up until now, they hadn't seen Li Chen, but instead, they saw the beast tide. Huang Long's heart sank.
It seemed that Li Chen might be in grave danger.
Captain, what should we do now? Zhou Jiangwo asked.
It was strange, why were these monsters
lingering here? Wang Tung frowned.
If that was the case, their best option was to return to the city and use the city gate measures to combat the monsters, which would be the safest approach. They had originally left the city, which was a rather unwise move, taking a certain risk just to assist Li Chen.
But now, Sai, let's go back. We need to think this through. Wang Tang sighed, feeling regretful.
After all, as the captain, he had to consider the others. The rest of the group lowered their heads, knowing there was no other way. But just as Wang Tang turned around, he suddenly noticed something was off. These monsters were crouching in one place, as if preparing for a collective attack.
What was going on?
At this moment, Li Chen had returned to the cave. As soon as he appeared, the previously worried professionals transformed their anxiety into joy, all showing delighted expressions.
Big brother, you're back. We finally waited for you.
I knew you weren't the type to run away. Some unscrupulous people just love to speculate. A group of people welcomed Li Chen back, creating quite the scene. Meanwhile, a man with a unique hairstyle watching this scene spat in disdain. Ha, a bunch of foolish professionals. At this moment, the entrance was very calm, and for a time, no monsters appeared. Li Chen understood that they were probably still outside looking
for him and hadn't reacted yet.
He spoke up. Now's the time for everyone to rest and recover your strength. The next wave of attacks will come
soon. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. Almost everyone plopped down on the ground, not caring whether it was clean or not.
At this moment, a professional came to Li Chen's side. Lu Hai sat down, puzzled, and asked, "Bro, what exactly were you doing just
now?
I saw you come in from the entrance." "Nothing much, just went out to take care of that giant rock monster. It was too much of a hassle."
Li Chen replied casually.
"Ha?"
The professional named Lu Hai was momentarily stunned, doubting he had heard wrong. But Li Chen didn't seem to be joking.
"Oh, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to not run away. You've got some guts, but bragging is your flaw."
Just then, a voice suddenly rang out.
The man with the unique hairstyle stepped forward.
"Hey, weren't you supposed to be hiding like a turtle? Why are you back?" Lu Hai said irritably as he looked at him.
The man with the unique hairstyle wasn't angry. He turned to Li Chen and said, "You say you killed that giant
rock monster?
That's a joke. That's a level 50 plus boss. You can fool these foolish professionals, but you can't fool me."
Speaking of which, he looked at the crowd with a smile. "See? Now you should believe what I say, right?
A person who spins lies like this, and you're willing to let him
be your leader? Still dare to listen to him?
Be careful, or you might end up with nothing left of your pants."
As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of discussion erupted in the venue.
The impression of this punk among those present was not very good.
But mainly, what he said this time was not without reason. It was indeed an outrageous thing.
Li Chen went out quietly, and upon returning, he claimed he had killed the stone monster. Whether it was true remained in doubt. If it was a lie, why would Li Chen lie?
What was he hiding from them?
They had staked their lives on this, leaving no room for carelessness. Seeing that not many people were refuting him this time, the punk man wore a smile. It seemed his words had taken effect. The more dangerous the situation, the more people tended to overthink. Lu Hai stole a glance at Li Chen, who showed little expression. The situation arose because of him. He pursed his lips and then spoke. "I still believe this brother. At least he didn't run away just now, did he? He said he would come back, and here he is." Once Lu Hai spoke, some hesitant individuals also voiced their support.
"That's right, we've come this far thanks to this young brother. If we don't trust him, who can we trust?" "Exactly, if we don't listen to him, then who should we listen to?" The discussions continued in the venue. The situation was no longer as urgent as before, and everyone had the chance to pause and think. Some, out of caution, after some thought, still said, "We are all grasshoppers on the same boat, we rise and fall together. At this time, we shouldn't create conflicts, but I hope everyone can be sincere with each other. If there are any thoughts, let's express them first and consider together." Many nodded in agreement.
This was the general sentiment. The most terrifying thing was having someone stab you in the back during such
dangerous times.
Li Chen shrugged helplessly. He hated this kind of situation the most. That's why he didn't like team actions. It was much easier
to act alone. No need for so many reasons.
At this moment, the punk man spoke again. "Then since that's the case, before confirming that what this person said is true, I suggest we change the leader. I, being unworthy, can reluctantly take on the role."
Lu Hai frowned. "Oh? You mean you want us to listen to you?"
The punk said nonchalantly. "If you want to, I certainly have no objections." Li Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Normally, he wouldn't bother arguing with fools, but now, the other party was trying to disrupt his plans, which would affect him as well. It was clear to anyone that only he could lead the team to survive safely. This punk kept stirring the pot, although it hadn't caused any substantial impact. It was clearly malicious. He no longer had the energy or patience to think about right or wrong. He had already formed a definitive idea. This person was either foolish or malicious. Keeping him around would surely be a disaster.
Remembering what he learned about Kuan City before coming.
Here, it was a place where various forces coexisted, both righteous and evil, a rare situation where they could coexist simultaneously.
Even some anti-human forces had infiltrated. The punk's behavior was too obvious.
Others might not know, but from his perspective, everything was filled with
Strangeness. Although Li Chen had yet to understand the real situation. Better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one go. Without warning, Li Chen, wielding the Thunder War Spear, suddenly flashed forward and slashed horizontally at the punk man. The incident was sudden, and the punk man's eyes widened. He hurriedly stepped back but still didn't manage to completely dodge, receiving a wound from Li Chen's strike. Ah, are you crazy? He covered his wound, furious. Unexpectedly, his magical wound did not bleed red blood like an ordinary person but instead emitted a wisp of black mist, which he quickly covered with his clothing. There's a problem. Li Chen didn't waste any words with him and continued to chase after him, swinging his hand and striking again. Damn it, are you looking for death? The punk quickly dodged back while cursing. Li Chen ignored him and thrust a gun into his chest. At this scene, everyone present was taken aback. What happened? Why did it suddenly turn into a fight? In this situation, fighting was not beneficial for anyone. Moreover, it was Li Chen who took the initiative. Many people frowned. Could it be that they were mistaken? Was Li Chen's behavior really not calm? Could he truly lead them? But at that moment, Li Chen's every strike was relentless, forcing the punk into a corner, leaving him nowhere to escape. Damn it! You're forcing me, the punk shouted angrily, drawing a large black knife, then swinging his arms. A wave of black mist emanated from him. This black mist quickly wrapped around his limbs, transforming into black armor. When he looked up again, black patterns covered his skin, resembling the evil creatures from the abyss. Kid, you're looking for death. His voice became hoarse and heavy, making it uncomfortable to listen to. What? Seeing his appearance, all the professionals were stunned. My god, what the hell is this? This outfit, is he from the abyss? They actually let someone from the abyss infiltrate here. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They had no idea about this. As a notorious anti-human organization, both the righteous and the underworld regarded those from the abyss as scum. Wherever these people were, there was bound to be no good. The people present felt a wave of fear. They had almost been led by the nose just now. How did Li Chen discover this? Damn, what a joke. I knew he wasn't a good person. So terrifying, we didn't notice anything at all. This guy definitely has ill intentions. It's just a matter of when he'll stab us in the back. Even in Koan City, those from the abyss were hunted down by everyone. Li Chen was also deep in thought. The last time he encountered someone from the abyss was in the school's trial camp. These people seemed to have a grudge against professionals, always trying to cause trouble whenever they saw a capable one. If this punk was from the abyss, then everything made sense. Logically speaking, in the current situation, anyone who wasn't out of their mind wouldn't come out to turn against themselves, while still spouting divisive words, either foolish or malicious. It seemed he was thinking too simply. Humph, a bunch of lowly and humble professionals. The punk's hoarse and angry voice rang out. Since that's the case, let you all die under my abyssal power. As his words fell, a powerful black aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire cave like a fog. The rich aura of the abyss swirled around. Some professionals were directly knocked away by this aura. This power is at 2-star level, someone exclaimed in shock. The power of the abyss was also divided into various star levels. 2-star was equivalent to a second transformation human professional. This meant that at least a level 100 human powerhouse would be needed to deal with it. Among the professionals present, the highest level was just over 60, otherwise they wouldn't have come to grind in this underground cave. Li Chen squinted his eyes. Although his burst damage was high now, there was still a gap compared to the level 100 second transformation professionals, making it difficult to deal with. This was bad. Inside the cave, they not only had to face such a terrifying abyssal being but also had to remain vigilant against monster invasions from outside. Everyone felt a deep sense of despair. Was anyone really this unlucky? Soon, the punk turned his gaze towards Li Chen. Kid, I have to say you're quite sharp, but unfortunately, you didn't think, did you? Fixating your gaze on me was your real mistake. Now, I will use your blood to sacrifice to the abyss. He raised his hand, and a terrifying power from the abyss surged forth, flying towards Li Chen. Li Chen's figure flickered as he quickly retreated. However, this aura seemed to possess tracking capabilities, following him wherever he went. Brother, I'm here to help you, Lu Hai shouted, waving his hands. A yellowish barrier appeared in front of Li Chen. Upon contact with the abyssal energy, it shattered instantly. It actually blocked it. Li Chen was slightly surprised. This was equivalent to an attack from a second-tier professional. When he looked at Lu Hai, he saw Lu Hai spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in pain. Transfer shield adds a shield to an ally. When the shield breaks, the damage taken will be transferred 1-to-1 to the user, not exceeding 90% of their health. Glancing at Lu Hai's condition, Li Chen understood that after taking this hit for him, Lu Hai's health was nearly depleted. Seeing his attack nullified, Shamate was furious. He moved his hand, and a black orb infused with abyssal power crashed towards Li Chen. Come on, let's see how long you can dodge. As expected, this attack still had tracking capabilities. Wherever Li Chen dodged, it would follow. There was no way to evade it. He could only face it head-on. Li Chen's gaze sharpened as the black orb drew closer. He took out the explosive bow, ready to withstand this blow and trade hits with Shamate. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. A short, stout man charged forward, holding a shield. Li Chen was startled and hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. The man collided with the black orb, and was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall, blood streaming from his head as he fell to the ground. Has he gone mad? This was equivalent to over 100 levels of damage. Even a low-level tank couldn't withstand it. Not just him, even Shamate was stunned, although he planned to kill everyone after dealing with Li Chen. Did these human professionals really not fear death? At that moment, several professionals began attacking him again. Hold him back, we can't let him succeed, protect the boss. If you want to harm the boss, you have to step over my corpse first. You all must die. Shamate roared, unleashing abyssal power indiscriminately. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's expression darkened, and he no longer hesitated. In the next moment, a delicate spellbook appeared in his hand. The Book of the Sage, effective against both monsters and humans. He didn't know if it would work on the abyss. There was no time to think too much, he had to use it. Soon, a purple halo shone directly onto Shamate. Shamate's original movement paused, affected slightly. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but it seemed the impact wasn't very strong. The opponent didn't fall silent like other monsters and continued to move. Li Chen's figure flickered, quickly circling behind the opponent. This time, he could only succeed, not fail. He knew this opportunity was hard-won, bought with the lives of other professionals. Li Chen shouted, gripping the lightning war spear, and thrust it fiercely into the back of the demon. Puff! 39000. Black blood erupted from Shamate's back and he spat out blood, his eyes wide. No, what kind of damage is this? How could you? Li Chen didn't waste words, continuously swinging his weapon, seizing the opportunity. Even a few seconds in actual combat could change the situation. Puff puff puff. 4000. Target entered bleeding state. 14000. Bloodthirst. Effect activated, combined with Li Chen's relentless attacks. The target's health plummeted rapidly. Shamate was filled with shock. This seemingly young professional was actually able to injure him like this. It seems I can no longer spare you. He roared in rage, breaking free from the control and striking towards Li Chen with a palm. Li Chen quickly raised his battle spear in front of him to block, but the immense force still sent him flying. After a flip in the air, he positioned his weapon upright, driving the tip into the ground, leaving a trail as he gradually came to a stop. A transparent light shield flickered around him. The ethereal shield had activated. Not only that, but there was also the Holy Knight's 100% counterattack. It was at this moment that the Shamate's face suddenly froze. A number jumped out from it. 25000. What the hell? He hit Li Chen. How could he still lose health? The Shamate was furious, glaring at Li Chen, ready to continue the pursuit. But at that moment, a barrage of attacks rained down on him. Fireballs and arrows mixed together struck him, preventing him from advancing. Other professionals continued to attack in waves. Although the damage they dealt was not high for him, it indeed held him back. At this point, Li Chen had regained his composure and charged towards him again. His movements were incredibly agile, each attack aimed directly at his back, maximizing damage output. Coupled with the effect of bloodthirst, every strike from Li Chen was accompanied by significant bleeding damage. Soon, the Shamate could no longer endure. It's a bunch of damn ants. I am the 49th executor. You are seeking death. I don't care what number you are, even if you're 91, you'll still kneel. Damn. Under the concentrated fire of the crowd, the cave was filled with intense fighting. But at that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted. At the cave entrance, all the professionals' expressions changed. Was the monster attacking again? Sure enough, with a series of unpleasant cries and a cacophony of footsteps, monsters began to swarm into the cave, rushing in frantically. Damn it, if this continued, there was a high chance they could defeat this abyss creature, but unexpectedly, the monsters started to cause chaos again. Seeing this, the Shamate laughed. Ha ha ha. You foolish professionals, just wait to die. Lu Hai's veins bulged. What are you so proud of, you scum? If this place falls, you won't fare any better. Me? The Shamate scoffed, a look of intoxication in his eyes. I am from the abyss. If I want to leave, I can leave any time. That's the power of our abyss. You, Lu Hai was furious. The Shamate smirked. I didn't want to waste my strength, but you people insist on struggling. Wouldn't it be better to wait for death obediently? Lu Hai, you take your people to guard the cave entrance. This abyss creature is mine to deal with, Li Chen said. Talking reason with these abyss creatures was a waste of breath. Yes, Lu Hai nodded reluctantly. Now, Li Chen's words were more effective than any imperial decree. Though it was frustrating, the others had no choice but to shift their focus to the monsters trying to break into the cave. The Shamate cracked his neck, making a crack sound, looking at Li Chen. Now that no one is here to disturb us, have you thought about how you want to die? Li Chen squinted. The one who should die is you. After the earlier assault, the Shamate was not
in good shape, nearing the execution line, and at that point he could activate his talent execution to instantly kill him.
You think you're worthy?
The shamate snorted coldly, wielding a large black knife, exuding a terrifying aura. Li Chen didn't waste words and directly took out the explosive bow, shooting arrows continuously from his hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Is that all?
The shamate raised his black knife, continuously slashing to cut down the arrows in the air.
Boom boom boom.
What he didn't expect was that these arrows had explosive effects.
In an
instant, explosions erupted around him, flames bursting forth. Soon after, as the smoke cleared, the shamate's entire body was charred black from the blasts.
I will tear you to pieces, he shouted angrily,
his figure flashing as he charged at Li Chen with his knife.
Seeing this, Li Chen calmly took out the wind dragon token. A blue dragon shadow suddenly squeezed out and appeared on the field.
The space inside the cave was not as large as outside, so the dragon shadow was slightly smaller, about the height of 2 people. This was already the limit, any larger and it wouldn't fit.
A dragon?
Upon seeing the dragon shadow, Shamate was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, such a small dragon, is this meant to be
my pet?
He gestured with his hand to indicate its height, gathering ridicule.
Come on, hit me here. Shamate pointed to his face, his expression full of pride.
Li Chen sneered inwardly. Although the dragon shadow's form had to be reduced, its power was not diminished at all.
The opponent
would have to pay for his earlier actions. The wind dragon roared, and a violent wind surged.
Shamate's eyes widened, and he quickly straightened
his body, leaning forward with great difficulty to avoid being blown away.
What?
Before he could react, the wind dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful whirlwind that struck him at high speed.
Puff! Shamate spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Bang!
13000. Target's health has reached the kill range. This is impossible.
What is this? Beast Master? Shamate's eyes widened in disbelief.
No! At that moment, he finally believed that Li Chen was not lying. Li Chen truly had the strength to go out and kill that stone monster. He quickly activated the power of the abyss, wanting to escape. Li Chen would not give him the chance. Raising his bow and shooting rapidly, sharp arrows shot forth, slicing through the air and piercing into him.
No! Puff! Boom boom boom!
Just as everyone stood at the cave entrance to fend off the monsters, a sudden rumble echoed from outside, the noise growing louder. Meanwhile, the frenzied monsters invading the cave began to thin out, significantly relieving their pressure. At this moment, Li Chen, having dealt with Shamate, turned back to pay attention to the cave entrance. Upon noticing the commotion, his eyes lit up and he took out a detector. This was obtained from the steward's treasury earlier, and he activated it immediately. Soon after, he pointed the detector at the cave entrance, which began to display the fluctuations at the entrance. Lu Hai saw Li Chen arrive and was slightly startled, his face lighting up with joy. Big brother, did you defeat that damned abyss creature? As soon as he spoke, the others reacted, also showing expressions of joy.
Big brother is amazing.
That was a 2-star abyss creature. With you here, we are saved.
Keep holding on, we will definitely make it out alive.
Li Chen smiled lightly. You all did well, you secured the entrance at the first opportunity. This was your order, we certainly couldn't let you down.
Lu Hai chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment.
For some reason, being praised by Li Chen gave him a feeling akin to being commended by a leader. The others felt somewhat the same.
Li Chen glanced down at the detector. It seems we won't have to spend the night here.
The detector displayed
outside
their cave entrance, there was a cluster of red dots which undoubtedly represented the monsters. Surrounding this cluster was a mass of green dots which had completely encircled and constricted the red dots representing the monsters.
Li Chen
immediately understood, reinforcements from the city had arrived.
Sure enough, after a while, the dark mass of monsters at the cave entrance rapidly decreased, the gloom dissipating.
From the cave entrance came the shouts of soldiers and the
clashing of metal.
Upon hearing the sounds, the professionals present erupted in cheers, like heavenly music, bringing tears of joy.
Great! We are saved. We are still alive. Our efforts were not in vain.
Only by facing death did one truly
understand the preciousness of life. It's time to attack. Big brother, let us in one more charge.
Now that there were people outside clearing the monsters to rescue them, they should coordinate from within.
Everyone looked at Li Chen, their eyes
filled with anticipation. Of course. Li Chen smiled, took a step forward, and with a sweep of his spear, a streak of silver light shot from the shaft to the tip.
Everyone, follow me into battle. It's true.
There's still a group of professionals
alive here.
They're very clever, hiding at the underground entrance to fend off the monsters, which is why they've held out until we arrived. It's truly incredible they've held off the beast tide for so long.
Outside the underground cave, the human army was encircling and attacking the monsters. Wang Tang sighed.
The person who came up with this strategy is no ordinary individual. They deserve to be saved. Who knows, Li Chen might be among them.
I hope so, Zhou Jiangwo nodded.
As long as they saved people, this trip wouldn't be in vain. He immediately joined the battlefield, wielding a dark iron battle axe, and wherever he went, monsters wailed, showcasing the strength of a third-tier professional.
The human
professionals were fierce, catching the monsters off guard. At the same time, dozens of professionals, led by Li Chen, were also fighting the monsters at the cave entrance. Li Chen was at the forefront, with the others closely following.
Breaking
through heavy resistance, they gradually cleared the mist. Hope was right in front of them. Everyone exerted all their strength, leaving nothing in reserve, their faces adorned with smiles.
With the combined efforts of both groups, they finally carved out a path.
These people are from the military, come to rescue us. The professionals who charged out of the cave saw those who had come to help them escape.
Freedom was within reach.
They were just one step away from salvation. But at that moment, no one rushed forward, they instinctively made way for one person. Big brother, you go first.
Lu Hai looked at Li Chen.
The others also turned to Li Chen. Although everyone was desperate to escape this place, at that moment, they still gave the first position to Li Chen. They had genuinely come to see Li Chen as their leader.
Li Chen stepped forward.
At this point, the beast tide had been completely dispersed, the monsters were scattered and fleeing in all directions.
Unable to regroup. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's army?
At that moment, a familiar figure stood across from him, waving.
Huang Long.
Beside him were Captain Wang Tong and Zhao Linger.
Li Chen took a step forward, walking towards them.
Behind him was a whole team of professionals, orderly following his lead. After regrouping, Huang Long saw Li Chen and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Hey, Li Chen, you really went too far this time, daring to run out into the
wild alone. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to Commander Lu Xian?" Li Chen smiled. "It was your map, remember? I thought you knew." "I know nothing. I gave you the map to prevent you from getting lost, not to let you sigh. Forget it, as long as you're okay." Huang Long was helpless. Wang Tan looked at Li Chen with admiration.
Your courage is quite rare, brave enough to take on challenges, commendable. I'm sure you've gained a lot this time, but do try to pay
attention to safety in the future.
By the way, who are these people?" Li Chen glanced at the people behind him and then said, "Oh, they are also professionals from near the underground cave who encountered the beast tide as well. They were with me in the cave fighting off the monsters." "Wow, boss, so you're with the military, my apologies," Lu Hai said cautiously. Many had been pondering Li Chen's background, not expecting him to be connected to the military.
The military sent so many people, almost a full mobilization.
They hadn't known there was such a figure. Logically, someone so powerful should have been known to them.
"Boss?" Huang Long was puzzled.
What had Li Chen done during this time? He had noticed that these people seemed to regard Li Chen as their backbone, even though many of them were over level 60, much higher than Li Chen.
Li Chen shrugged. "You don't need to call me boss anymore, it's safe now. In our hearts, you will always be our boss." Lu Hai chuckled.
The others echoed, "Yes, the debt of gratitude is unforgettable.
If there's anything, just call me back."
It was Li Chen who organized them to resist the monsters. It was Li Chen who led them to deal with the abyssal minions. Without Li Chen, they would have probably died several times over.
Thinking about their imminent separation, they felt a bit reluctant.
Seeing this scene, Zhao Linger was so surprised that she couldn't speak. It had only been half a day. What on
earth had happened?
These people were from all walks of life in Koan City, and they usually weren't the kind to be easily impressed, yet at this moment, they all showed such respect for Li Chen, which was simply unbelievable.
It seemed that Li
Chen didn't need her. He could indeed survive well in the wild.
Well, the fool turned out to be me.
Remembering what she had said in the morning, Zhao Linger felt her face flush.
It was heart-wrenching, old buddy.
At this moment, Zhou Jiangwo appeared and patted her shoulder. "Looks like you have a peer role model now. You can learn a lot from him, and there will be topics to discuss among the young people." Zhao Linger forced a bitter smile and said nothing.
"Let's head back."
After winning the battle, the group returned to the city in high spirits. Here, a group of professionals bowed deeply to Li Chen.
"Big brother, after today's parting, feel free to come to the Black Dragon Gang if you need anything," Lu Hai said seriously. "Our Green Gang also welcomes you anytime, brother." Several professionals chimed in. "In the future, if you have time, please be sure to come to the North District. We will treat you with great hospitality." Seeing the scene, Wang Tong and Zhou Jiangwo nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Li Chen is truly a good seedling. In just these 2 short days, he has turned this place upside down. It's a pity he isn't one of us in the military. If only we could truly recruit him into our camp." After bidding farewell to these people, Li Chen followed the group back towards the military camp. On the way, Li Chen couldn't help but reflect. Although this city was relatively chaotic, it had pure emotions, without so many twists and turns. To survive here, one had to make changes. Speaking of which, today's experience was indeed fruitful. It was not in vain. Li Chen looked and found that his level had directly reached 55. It was much higher than he had expected. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Originally, he had planned to level up to about 50 at most. In the end, he had no choice but to kill so many monsters, mainly because he had taken all the heads himself, and the experience he gained was substantial. Not only that, but his backpack
also had quite a few more pieces of equipment ranging from various levels,
from bronze and silver to gold. After returning to the military camp, Li Chen was already exhausted and didn't want to think about anything else. After hastily eating a meal, he lay back down and fell asleep. Kuan City. That night, a piece of news spread throughout Kuan City.
In just one night, the entire Kuan City knew that a mysterious young man from the military had made great
contributions by resisting the beast tide in the wild.
The rumors about the young man were very vague.
Some said he was a mage, others said he was a tank.
Some said he was a warrior, and others said he was a beast master. But everyone could come to a common conclusion: this young man was very strong.
Not only was he powerful, but his tactical abilities were also impressive.
The next day, the entire military camp began to stir early in the morning.
Banners were posted everywhere in the camp.
They were already preparing for the annual sports competition.
As an annual event, everyone seemed very enthusiastic.
The competition over these 2 days not only allowed for relaxation but also had potential rewards.
For most people in the military, it was even more enjoyable than the New Year,
because during the New Year they still had to stand guard here. Of course, the impact of the sports competition extended beyond
that. The forces throughout Kuan City were also highly attentive. The sports competition was about to begin. At that time, there would be betting set up for
this competition in Kuan City, and all the forces, including the military, would participate.
This shows how complex the interests entangled behind the competition were.
Of course, these are just power plays among the higher-ups and have nothing to do with us ordinary soldiers.
We're just happy that we can
finally have a good rest during these 2 days of preparation for the big competition, Huang Long said contentedly while shoveling food into his mouth.
Li Chen listened beside him, lost in thought. At first, he thought it was just a self-entertaining activity by the military, but there was no way out. The
registration had been submitted. Huang Long noticed Li Chen's concerns and, while chewing on his meat, chuckled, "Don't worry, even if we participate, it won't affect us much.
We just need to go through the motions." Li Chen took a deep breath.
"But you didn't tell me beforehand that participating in this
big competition would require some investment."
Huang Long gave a sheepish smile. I just mentioned it casually and forgot to tell you."
"How about this? I'll invest 1,000 dragon coins from my own pocket." "Is that it?"
"I might as well invest in myself." Li Chen shot him a disdainful glance.
There was
another requirement for participants in the competition. They needed to have an investment, which could be 1 billion or just 1, but it couldn't be 0. The concept of seeking investment was something Li Chen only learned today, which is why he came to ask Huang Long. After some inquiries, he understood the
gist of it.
Investment, as the name suggests, is a gamble. Investors choose to invest based on a contestant's strength and then earn returns based on the
contestant's performance in the event. How significant can this investment be?
From what he gathered, some contestants who had shown promise in previous years had received millions of dragon coins in investment within the first minute of opening.
What are the benefits of high investment? The more investment
a contestant has, the more they naturally win.
Of course, such huge figures generally relate to the power struggles among certain factions in Kuan City, and the interests involved are likely far more complex.
Li Chen felt like he had entered the game, and it was all quite baffling. Huang Long patted him on the shoulder. "Li Chen, brother, don't feel too much pressure. Generally, no one invests in contestants who aren't well known.
I have something to do, so
I'll head out now," he said, pulling out 1,000 dragon coins from his bag and placing them on the table before standing up and disappearing in a flash.
"Do you really have so little faith in me?"
Li Chen looked at the 1,000 dragon coins in his hand and shook his head helplessly. No matter what, he should at least earn something. He couldn't just go for nothing. He checked his balance. Unfortunately, he had quite a bit of equipment on him, but as for money, he had used most of it up by the time he arrived.
"Li Chen, there you are."
A sudden voice rang out. Li Chen turned to see Zhao Linger walking towards him.
"I finally found you.
I heard you're
participating in the sports competition too? What's it to you?"
Li Chen replied flatly.
After their last encounter, hadn't she already been at odds with him? Why was she coming to find him again? At this moment, Zhao Linger blinked her eyes and said, "How about I invest in you?"
Li Chen was taken aback, his expression strange.
How odd, why? Would she suddenly want to support him?
He had thought she would come to mock him after finding out. But Zhao Linger wore a smile, making a humming sound through her
nose, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. This was unscientific.
Li Chen glanced at the sky. The sun was normal, showing no signs of rising from the west.
"I'll invest 660,000 dragon coins in you." After a whole night of contemplation, Zhao Linger had made up her mind.
Since she couldn't beat him, she might as well turn him into an
ally.
Upon learning that Li Chen was participating in the sports competition, she devised this plan. She guessed that Li Chen must be troubled by the lack of investment, and at this moment, her support would be like a timely gift, encouraging him a bit more as the only beautiful girl accompanying him.
Wouldn't Li Chen then obediently submit to her?
She could make him do whatever she wanted, and just thinking about it felt great. Zhao Linger increasingly felt she was quite clever.
In her mind, Li Chen
would surely be grateful to the point of tears. Not only would she eliminate a rival, but she would also gain a loyal little follower. This money spent was worth it. When she looked at Li Chen's reaction with a smug expression, she found that his face showed no signs of emotion. Alright, then hurry up and transfer it to me, Li Chen said, taking the opportunity. But it's a bit too little. Ha, this is too little. Yeah, let's say, add another 5 million. Li Chen thought for a moment and stated an estimate. Zhao Linger was stunned. It turned out that keeping a man was so expensive. She felt a mix of emotions on her face. She hadn't expected Li Chen to give her feedback. She simply wanted to spend money as encouragement to flatter him a bit. Now, the cost had suddenly increased nearly tenfold. However, fortunately, she considered herself a bit of a rich girl, so squeezing a little was still possible. Okay, you have to remember, during the low points, I was the only one who believed in you and supported you. You can't let me down. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He had just said it casually. Zhao Linger actually agreed. Over 5 million just like that? He couldn't help but look at Zhao Linger, weighing his thoughts. What was she up to this time? From her words, it didn't sound like she was joking. Although he had heard that Zhao Linger had some background, he didn't expect her to be this extravagant. Did he underestimate the amount? Zhao Linger looked at him with piercing eyes. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, what's there to be afraid of? If she dared to offer, he dared to accept. Alright, then you can transfer 5 million to this card number, 6215 asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Chen skillfully recited the bank card number. Okay, wait for me, I'll transfer it to you right now, Zhao Linger said, hands on her hips. Shanghai Bank, 5 million received. Looking at the notification on his phone, Li Chen was dumbfounded. No way, are you serious? At that moment, all previous opinions and conflicts turned into a string of cold numbers. Li Chen grinned and said enthusiastically, great, great, great. Have you eaten yet? Here, take this half-eaten steak. Zhao Linger beamed and replied, sure. Although she had already eaten, Li Chen was in high spirits, following her thoughts, and the effect was definitely good. She couldn't let this money go to waste. She happily sat down beside him. Both of them wore joyful expressions, feeling like they had struck gold. After bidding farewell to Zhao Linger, Li Chen left the cafeteria contentedly with a large sum of money. Even now, he felt that everything that had just happened was too miraculous. He wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. Although he didn't know what was going on in Zhao Linger's mind, this was a windfall, a sudden wealth. Of course, Li Chen had no intention of investing all the money. He wasn't foolish. If he lost, it would all be gone. At most, he would invest a small portion, hoping for a big return. Even if he lost, it wouldn't hurt too much. He would just consider it supporting the event organizers. With Zhao Linger's money in hand, Li Chen turned and headed straight for a place in Koan City called Fireworks Alley. This was a well-known red light district in Koan City. Fireworks Alley was a street where no one envied the couple or the immortals. Of course, Li Chen was here for business. Ahem, it seems wrong to say that those who come here for business aren't really here for business. In any case, he wasn't in the mood for leisure. Following the map's guidance, Li Chen walked into Fireworks Alley and arrived in front of a relatively secluded and inconspicuous shop. Standing at the door, Li Chen knocked 3 times on the left, once on the right, and then 3 more times on the left. After a few seconds, there was movement at the shop door. With a click, he looked down to see the door crack open. What greeted his eyes was a dark passage from which loud noises emanated. Passing through this, he would reach the famous underground black market of Koan City. Here, you could buy anything with money. Mysterious equipment, props, information, and so on. Entering through the entrance, Li Chen moved forward along the passage. He had already donned a cloak. As the noise grew louder, Li Chen's vision gradually brightened. A street from an old town appeared before him, bustling with vendors and pedestrians. The underground black market of Koan City, long famous, was incredibly lively, offering all sorts of goods, and he had been planning to find an opportunity to visit. Now that he had some wealth, it was the perfect time. The hour was neither too early nor too late, just right. Some interesting items had just been put on display, not yet picked over by others. Along the way, Li Chen saw many peculiar things, broadening his horizons. In just a short street, it almost reflected the entire information volume of Koan City. These products were enough to abstract the whole city. Various prohibited items he had never even heard of. Just looking at their effects made him imagine how many years one would get for possessing those mysterious drugs, even ruthless people who sold themselves into slavery. Seeing all this, Li Chen felt even more excited. It seemed he might find something interesting. He walked and looked around. When he reached a small shop, he suddenly stopped. It was a tiny store with 3 words written in chalk: Treasure Pavilion. The handwriting was crooked and ugly. One would think it was written by a primary school student. The storefront was just a small door covered by a curtain. At that moment, a sudden commotion and shouting came from inside. The next moment, a man was thrown out of the door. "Pa, you worthless scum, think you can come to my treasure pavilion?" The man who was thrown out stared
Wide-eyed, arrogant, too arrogant. This is the first time I've seen someone selling things while looking down on others. What? You don't accept it? An old man in white clothes walked out, his face peculiar. You worthless scum, how dare you covet my treasures? The man, his face flushed, retorted, what kind of shop doesn't do business? Look closely, this is the treasure pavilion, which means to hide treasures, not to sell them. The old man pointed to the ceiling. You hide them? Then why are you opening a shop? The man trembled with anger. What's it to you? I just enjoy watching you all want something you can't have, only able to envy me. Too outrageous. Li Chen watched in astonishment. He couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed many oddballs in Koan City. He immediately decided not to linger here and prepared to walk around. At that moment, the old man fixed his gaze on him, suddenly brightening up, and then showed a kind smile, saying, Hey, young man, want to come into my shop and take a look? I have great treasures. I believe you, sure. Li Chen cursed inwardly. He was clearly not even pretending. If he hadn't just seen the man being thrown out, he might have almost believed it. Next time for sure. After saying that, Li Chen prepared to leave directly. But then, the old man suddenly ran up to him. Young man, please wait. Li Chen frowned. What was going on? Did he really want to mess with him? At that moment, the man who had just been thrown out indignantly said, Little brother, don't fall for his tricks. This old guy does have a few treasures, but he's just deliberately trying to annoy people. The old man shot the man a glare. Get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm doing business. Saying that, he rolled up his sleeves as if ready to hit someone. The man, seeing this, widened his eyes and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, running outside. There was no way this old man had some tricks, and he couldn't fight back. Soon, only the old man and Li Chen were left in the scene. Li Chen frowned slightly. What was this old man doing? Why wouldn't he let him leave? He didn't believe that if he wanted to go, the old man could force him to stay. But just then, the old man suddenly said something that shocked Li Chen. The key is on you, right? Li Chen's eyes widened. The key? This must refer to the special item he had snatched from the two major guilds in the boss territory earlier. This thing was indeed still on him. But how did this old man know? Li Chen felt a sense of impending danger. He was already prepared for a fierce battle ahead that he had hidden for so long, yet this old man saw right through him? What exactly was this old man's identity? The fact that he could mention this item meant he must know its value. Before he was clear about the other party's intentions, Li Chen dared not relax for a moment. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. What key? Li Chen feigned confusion. The old man chuckled. How about we go inside to talk? There are too many people around. And you wouldn't want anyone else to know the secret, would you? Li Chen's eyes darted around, unsure of what the other party was up to. Naturally, he didn't want more people to know about the key, otherwise, it would be a small matter of attracting trouble. Now that the other party had made it so clear, he understood he could no longer escape. He then walked into the shop. Clang! The moment he entered the room, Li Chen drew out the lightning war spear, the golden arcs of electricity flickering at the spearhead. The old man merely chuckled. Young man, don't be too impulsive. If I weren't impulsive, would I still be called a young man? Li Chen pointed the spearhead at him. The old man was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Good lad. Old man, what exactly are your intentions? Li Chen asked warily. The old man replied slowly. Don't worry, I won't harm you, otherwise I would have acted long ago. And by the way, I'm not called old man, you can call me Su Changfeng. Alright, old man. Li Chen continued to watch him, not letting his guard down. He deeply understood how enticing something could be that made two major guilds and underground forces fight. Over it, even the closest people couldn't be trusted. Su Changfeng shrugged helplessly. You're quite bold, carrying something like this on you, not afraid of being targeted by someone with ill intentions. Luckily, the person you encountered is me. That's not necessarily true, Li Chen scoffed. Even now, he couldn't figure out how this old man had seen the key on him. He glanced at the environment inside the room and was slightly taken aback. It was indeed filled with various rare treasures. Each of these was extremely valuable and very rare. Any one of them shouldn't be here. Don't look, they're all fake. Su Changfeng waved his hand lightly. In the next moment, all those dazzling treasures turned into ugly stones. Illusion? Li Chen was startled. Su Changfeng continued, it seems you still don't know the purpose of the key. The key in your hand is used to open the heavenly gate. Heavenly gate? Li Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't done any further investigation since obtaining the key and truly didn't know its purpose. From the old man's words, it seemed he was quite familiar with it. That's right, legend has it that behind the heavenly gate lies ancient artifacts, each possessing the power to destroy the world, causing countless forces to flock to them. Li Chen's body jolted, gripping his weapon tighter, looking at the old man with even more caution. From the other party's words, the value of this key was higher than he had imagined. Anyone who knew about the key was extremely dangerous to him. This old man actually knew so much. What was his purpose in seeking him out? Seemingly seeing through Li Chen's thoughts, Su Changfeng smiled faintly.
Don't be nervous, although everyone wants to obtain ancient artifacts, they are of no use to me.
Moreover, I know the location of the heavenly gate. Li Chen's heart
trembled as he looked at the old man, contemplating whether his words were reliable.
Through the purpose of this key, he understood how precious the treasures behind the heavenly gate were. And at this moment, this old man claimed he knew the location of the heavenly gate, coupled with the fact that he had the key. At this time, anyone would be incredibly excited. Li Chen couldn't help but blurt out, "Where is it?" Su Changfeng chuckled. "Kid, didn't you say you don't believe me? Why should I tell you?" At this point, Li Chen's curiosity had reached its peak.
Suddenly, a splash of cold water doused him, making him feel an unbearable itch in his heart.
"Damn it, if you don't say, I'll chop you."
Li Chen raised his weapon directly.
It was so damn irritating.
Li Chen suspected that the other party was deliberately trying to annoy him.
Since he didn't know the old man's background anyway, he might as well kill him to silence him. Oh, why is this little brat so irritable? Put down the weapon, put it down. Su Chongfeng's eyes widened.
He had originally intended to hold back a bit, hoping that Li Chen would beg him for answers.
Who would have thought that this little kid was so extraordinary? You called me over just to tell me this? Li Chen asked suspiciously.
He wouldn't fully trust the old man without clarifying these matters.
Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that everything the other party said was true.
Su Changfeng sighed. The heavenly gate hasn't opened yet, knowing it now is useless.
What is your purpose in approaching me? Li Chen continued to ask.
In this world, everyone was driven by profit. There was no free lunch.
Su Changfeng paused. I also
want to enter the heavenly gate to make up for my regrets.
Ah, the fox's tail is finally showing. Li Chen's gaze sharpened, looking ready to fight. He knew that no one would be idle enough to seek the heavenly gate without a key. Seeing this, Su Changfeng quickly waved his hand. My entering the heavenly gate doesn't conflict with
your purpose. I don't want that so-called ancient artifact. What I seek is simply an answer.
An answer? That's right. Su Changfeng's eyes became dreamy. It is
said that entering the heavenly gate is akin to entering reincarnation, allowing one to glimpse past and present lives.
Life is but a fleeting moment, ultimately just a
pile of bones, and in the end, it is all for an answer.
Li Chen looked puzzled. All right, the last question. How did you find out the key was with me? Fate, or perhaps destiny?
I have been searching for the key with the heavenly eye for years but never found it, only to unexpectedly encounter you here.
Su Changfeng took out a blue, transparent, and round bead.
The moment this object appeared, Li Chen felt a familiar sensation, as if it resonated with the heavenly gate key he possessed. This object is called the heavenly eye, brought out from the heavenly gate by predecessors. It belongs to the heavenly gate.
Hearing this, Li Chen understood. He squinted, weighing his options.
If he disagreed, the other party would certainly not reveal the location of the heavenly gate, which was his bargaining chip in this negotiation.
And
on his own, finding the heavenly gate would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Collaborating together, each taking what they needed, seemed like a win-win situation. But the question was whether the old man would stab him in the back. After all, that was an ancient artifact. Just hearing its name made it sound incredibly tempting.
Even if the old man didn't want it now, once he truly saw it, he might change his mind. Li Chen had to be prepared. When will the heavenly gate open? He said. He had already thought it through.
Since the other party knew the location of the heavenly gate, it was destined to be unavoidable, because sooner or later, he would have to open the heavenly gate, and as long as the other party stayed by the gate when it opened, they would inevitably cross paths.
Soon. I will contact you then. You need
to stay alive. Don't die and let someone else snatch the key.
Su Changfeng picked his nose and flicked it lightly.
Li Chen felt disgusted.
This old man's name and morals didn't match at all. All right then, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving.
With that, he prepared to depart.
Wait, Su Changfeng called out, tossing something to Li Chen. Take this and protect yourself well.
Li Chen was taken aback, catching it and looking.
It was indeed the heavenly eye.
Earlier, the old man had said this was
something from the heavenly gate.
Heavenly gate eye time-related item exclusive effect. Lock onto a target, causing the target to enter a slow effect. Time flow reduced
by 1000%. This was actually the rarest time-related item.
Li Chen was slightly startled. Moreover, this effect could alter the target's time speed. Su Changfeng said painfully, listen, if you die, I won't let it go.
I'll go to your grave every day to urinate on it, got it? Li Chen was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the old man in surprise. Who would have thought that this seemingly stingy person would actually be so kind-hearted? He really was putting in some effort. Then, he became a bit suspicious. Hey, old man, with such a sharp weapon in hand, didn't you think about killing someone and seizing treasure earlier?
Su Changfeng rummaged through his pants and snorted disdainfully. I don't want to bring trouble upon myself.
When you managed to survive until then, wouldn't it be nice for me to just sit back and enjoy the benefits? Li Chen twitched his mouth. Damn it, this old man really isn't a good person. So that's what he was planning. The heavenly gate key is like a hot potato. Once it's leaked, endless calamities will follow. He wanted to carry this trouble himself, and when the heavenly gate opens, he could just enjoy the spoils. without any risk. Damn, he really is a crafty old fox. Li Chen cursed inwardly. He didn't hold back and put away the heavenly eye before leaving the shop. After leaving the underground black market and returning to the military camp, Zhao Linger quickly came looking for him. Hey, Li Chen, where have you been? I haven't seen you for ages. Li Chen turned around to look at her. It turned out to be the little rich girl. She had just exploded with gold coins in the morning, so he wouldn't turn his back on her so quickly. He still had some principles. He smiled faintly. Nothing much, just went for a stroll. Well, never mind that for now. Come with me, I'll get you a change of clothes. Zhao Linger hurriedly stepped forward and linked her arm with his. Li Chen was taken aback, feeling the warmth from her arm. Only then did he notice that Zhao Linger had changed into a gorgeous haute couture dress. The light fabric was as hazy as morning mist, and the skirt was covered in exquisite patterns, like a dreamlike bubble in the soft glow of morning dew. What was going on now? Wait, what's this about changing clothes? Oh, Zhao Linger slapped her forehead and laughed. Look at me. I forgot to mention, you're coming with me to a party later. A party? Li Chen was confused. What kind of nonsense was this? Zhao Linger waved her hand. Didn't you sign up for the sports competition? As the first investor, I naturally have to take you out to show you off. She thought to herself, this is also a great opportunity to boost Li Chen's loyalty, so she couldn't miss it. Oh, Li Chen suddenly realized. So that was it. He was new here and didn't understand anything. Then, I'll go along with your arrangements. No need to change clothes, this outfit is fine. Li Chen casually patted the dust off his clothes. Smoke rose around him. Zhao Linger was left speechless. In the end, Li Chen still changed into a cleaner outfit. Soon it was evening. The glow of the sunset looked like a piece of orange satin, dyeing half the sky red, and the afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden sheen on the worn streets, giving the gray Kuan City a layer of brilliance. The old sycamore tree at the street corner leaned to one side, with a few dry leaves swaying in the gentle breeze, making a rustling sound. The city was brightly lit, with big and small lights starting to illuminate. Li Chen, along with Zhao Linger, arrived at the center of Kuan City. By car. They stopped at a hotel called Next Life. Zhao Linger was in high spirits, bouncing as she got out of the car. The roadside was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Li Chen yawned and looked around. This should be the most prosperous area of Kuan City. The poor places were truly poor, and the prosperous places were genuinely prosperous. Bright lights and bustling nightlife, tall buildings. All the various forces in Kuan City were located here, forcibly driving the economic development of the area. Entering the hotel, Zhao Linger showed a membership card to the staff. Soon, a dedicated guide came over respectfully to lead the way. They then took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. Here, it was a different world, an incredibly spacious hall brightly lit with transparent surroundings made of special glass walls, allowing a panoramic view of the scenery from above, and looking up. One could see the twinkling stars at the edge of the sky. On several long tables, a variety of delicious dishes were laid out for people to help themselves. In the hall, many elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies had already gathered, chatting and laughing together, regardless of whether they knew each other. Some were high-ranking members of powerful factions, some were big shots in the business world, and some were formidable professionals. Li Chen noticed a banner on the resplendent wall that read, the 13th Sports Investment Gala. Zhao Linger, with a beaming face, pointed to the table in the middle. Come on, let's sit over there. Li Chen nodded and walked over, finding an empty seat to sit down. Without hesitation, he grabbed an Australian lobster and started munching on it. It was seasoned with salt and pepper, and it was crispy. Is it good? Zhao Linger asked eagerly as she poured him some water. It's just okay, tastes like chicken, Li Chen replied, downing the water in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the people around were dumbfounded. Is this reasonable? Especially some self-important young masters, their eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, is there still law? Is there still justice? Such a stunning beauty is actually being so attentive to a man who is poorly dressed and unkempt, trying so hard to please him. Is this still the country I know? Where did I end up? Many people felt goosebumps, unable to comprehend this strange preference. Zhao Linger looked at Li Chen, her face full of smiles. This was her intention. With her presence, Li Chen would surely feel proud, increasingly realizing her importance. But Li Chen was hardly paying attention to all that. He was just being a competent and dedicated eater. One hand holding the lobster, the other holding Buddha jumps over the wall. He was enjoying his meal immensely. Zhao Linger? At that moment, a voice came from behind, and a tall figure approached. It really is you, I thought. I was mistaken. A woman in a blue evening gown exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Zhao Linger noticed the newcomer, her eyes flickering, and waved her hand. You. Before she could finish, the woman hurriedly stepped forward, pulling her aside and whispering, who is this guy? Hey, let's not talk about that for now. What are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you see how everyone around is looking at you strangely? Zhao Linger blinked and replied nonchalantly, I know. You know, and you still do this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? No matter what, at least find someone more Presentable, the woman said, almost in tears. But Zhao Linger replied mysteriously, you don't need to worry about that, just know that I have my reasons for doing this. What kind of reason is that? The woman in the blue dress wanted to say something else, but Zhao Linger suddenly brightened and said, right, Xiao you should help me invest too. Invest? Invest in whom? Of course, it's my friend. Zhao Linger pointed at Li Chen, who was engrossed in his meal. She was calculating in her heart. If she worked hard to help Li Chen attract investment, when he finds out, he would definitely be deeply moved. Now, she was one step closer to her goal. Not doing it, the woman in the blue dress crossed her arms over her chest. I'm not doing it. Zhao Linger was taken aback. Why? You won, aren't you my good sister? Yes, that's why I can't go along with your craziness. I have to pull you back. You won, replied matter-of-factly. Although I don't know where you found this person, he looks unreliable at first glance. To come dress like this to such an occasion, haven't you noticed that he's made you lose face? Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She had initially prepared a brand new suit for Li Chen, but he ended up not wearing it, and she certainly couldn't force him to wear it. As for losing face, that didn't really matter. With her identity as a military family's little princess, she was already different from the usual refined young ladies. Why you won sighed softly, if you still consider me your good sister, then let me give you a piece of advice. Call your partner out. Having him stay here is like having someone from another world, it's not good for either of you. At that moment, Zhao Linger also heard some whispers around. Horror. Country bumpkin. Who is this? What a ridiculous image. Look at what he's wearing, even my servants dress better than him. Zhao Linger suddenly realized she had made the decision on a whim and hadn't considered so much when she came. She quickly pushed through the crowd and ran back. Slow down. Yu Wenwen's voice called out from behind. At this time, in the center of the hall, more and more people gathered around Li Chen, pointing and whispering. What's wrong? Did you all forget how to eat and just enjoy watching others eat? Or am I eating too much, making you envious? Li Chen was eating hot pot and singing, inexplicably attracting a wave of hatred. He was puzzled. How could eating a meal draw such attention? Kid, you're ruining the atmosphere here. You should go guard the door. Exactly, what level are you? Sharing a room with me? Look at that outfit. You look like a beggar. Didn't the security stop him? How did he get in? Today's party is very important. We can't let a single mouse droppings ruin it. Where's the security? Hurry and get him out. I want to see who dares to chase him away. Zhao Linger stormed over, furious. It was infuriating. The little goodwill she had managed to build was almost wiped out by this. Truly, a case of losing the chicken to catch the rice. Zhao Linger? Is this the person you brought? So shabby. Have you been in the military camp too long and got infected, mingling with people like this? A young man who recognized her sneered. Zhao Linger slammed the table and glared. What do you mean by people like this? Besides, I can play with whoever I want. Who are you to control me? You? The young man was instantly rendered speechless. Zhao Linger took the concept of doing as she pleased to the extreme. She immediately sat down next to Li Chen, mimicking him, grabbing a large lobster in each hand and devouring it. Dressed in a luxurious gown, she soon had her hands and mouth covered in grease. So vulgar. They're beyond saving. TSK, a girl learning to fight and kill all day, it's only a matter of time before she turns out like this. A group of people arrogantly shook their heads, their eyes full of mockery, and slowly began to disperse. Not long after the crowd dispersed, Li Chen looked at Zhao Linger with a strange expression. He was sure that she must have taken the wrong medicine. He had planned to leave here soon and might never return. Naturally, he didn't care about these things. But Zhao Linger was different. By acting like this, she had offended everyone from her own social class. How would she live? Li Chen shook his head. Whatever, it wasn't his business. He continued eating. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Laughter and greetings filled the entire hall. Everyone chatted casually, waiting for the party to start. Hey, have you heard? It seems there's a little genius in the military recently. They say he's a young man. I've heard about it too. Speaking of which, I consider myself half an insider. One of our gang members was there, and according to him, he has a very high opinion of that young man. Yeah, I heard he's a powerful frontliner. I heard he's a mage. And let me tell you, according to insider information, this young man is from the inner city, probably a young master from some big family. On his first day in the military camp, Captain Wang, you all know him, right? Personally awarded him a first-class merit. Hiss, is that true? Wow, I definitely have to meet this young man when I get the chance. He clearly isn't an ordinary person. Li Chen listened with great interest while eating a large abalone. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. Ah, Zhao Linger, it's really you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. It's been a few days. Why do you look so worn out? A heavily made-up woman approached, her figure plump, wearing a half-skirt. Beside her stood a tall, muscular man, his body bursting with muscles. Behind them were two bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Jiang Ting? I'm not in a good mood right now, don't provoke me. Zhao Linger didn't look but guessed who it was just from the voice. Provoke you? Why would I do that? Hee, I can't wait to see you wallow in your own decline. I'm just here to show off my contestant. The fat woman tilted her head slightly towards the burly man and shouted, Sang Biao. The muscular man stepped forward with a leap, causing the floor to shake, his muscles rippling, looking like a primitive man from ancient times, exuding power with a slave mark on his forehead. Zhao Linger couldn't help but be startled by the commotion and snapped, Jiang Ting, are you crazy? Jiang Ting wore a smug expression. Zhao Linger, don't you always like to look down on me? Sang Biao is known as the military dog of the Northern District. He will represent me in this sports competition while you can just hang out with those useless people and keep each other warm, ha. With that, she laughed and left with her entourage. The more Zhao Linger thought about it, the angrier she became, slapping her leg in frustration. Damn it! Now anyone can bully me. Just then, the living room's broadcast suddenly rang out. The party is starting. As the announcement ended, the entire living room went dark. After a moment, the lights turned back on, focusing on a high platform. There was a projection on the wall of the platform, along with a red curtain. At that moment, a man in a black tuxedo walked out from behind the red curtain. He stepped forward and bowed to the crowd. Welcome, heroes from all walks of life, for taking the time to attend this investment gala. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time, so without further ado, let's get started. Some people in the audience couldn't sit still, excitedly standing up, while others remained calm and composed, appearing like seasoned investors. Now, please welcome our first guest, a veteran from the Eastern Military District. Hey Hu! And of course, his agent, the deputy leader of the Qing Gang, Wang Tao. As soon as the announcement was made, a tall, dark-skinned man stepped out, accompanied by a polite middle-aged man. The moment they appeared, the audience erupted into applause. It's known that leaders of certain factions, like gang leaders, rarely show themselves. Therefore, the appearance of a deputy leader like this was almost representative of the entire faction's stance. So it's Deputy Leader Wang, no need to say more, I must support him, I'll invest 1 million dragon coins. It's actually Heihu, no wonder he has the favor of the Qing Gang. I remember he was in the top 10 last time. The man in the black tuxedo took the microphone and said, if anyone is interested, feel free to invest in this contestant at any time, let's help each other succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the projection on the high platform began to display data, showing the investment amounts for the contestants. At that moment, the numbers kept rising. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. The numbers finally stopped at 51 million. Everyone present had invested some money, partly to take a gamble, partly to give face to the Qing Gang. Investing tens of millions was just that extravagant. Li Chen was taken aback. This amount could buy several dazzling great equipment pieces, and this was just the first contestant to appear beside her. Zhao Linger pouted and said, the real big powers haven't shown up yet. The forces in Koan City reshuffle every year around this time, distributing resources according to the final rankings of the competition. Her words indicated that the Qing Gang could at best be considered a minor player. Li Chen was taken aback. Is the change this dramatic? Once these people finish their act, shall we go up and grab a share? Li Chen was stunned. Why would they want to join in on something like this? Zhao Linger said matter-of-factly, of course, we are at least military personnel attending this gathering, and my family has a bit of a reputation. Those old-timers who care about face will definitely give us something, why not take it? Goodness. Li Chen couldn't help but glance at Zhao Linger. Who would have thought? You have quite the dark heart. What's the difference from robbing money? Purely a scheme. Fine, I'll trust you this once. As one contestant after another took the stage, the invested money kept increasing, with no ceiling, only higher. Li Chen understood that the game among these big powers had already begun. The few who truly held the power to speak were just those major forces, while the rest were merely affiliates. For instance, the Qing Gang, which initially attracted millions in investment, ended up giving millions to a force called the Black Dragon Society. Through tonight's gala, one could also get a rough idea of the situation. Once the game among these big powers concluded, it would be the turn of ordinary people to shine. With the big shots present, some aiming to make a name for themselves in the competition began to take the stage independently, showcasing their strengths one by one. However, the atmosphere was not as fervent as before. The investments they could attract were pitifully few, with some being merely friendly gestures from allied forces. Only a handful of promising contestants would receive support from those looking to make connections. At this moment, Jiang Ting, whom they had seen earlier, confidently walked onto the stage with a burly man. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Ting, and my contestant and I come from the Northern Military District. You may not have seen this contestant beside me, but you must have heard of his name, the Hound of the North. The Northern Hound? I've indeed heard of it. I remember, I heard he was a new recruit brought in from the exiled lands. His strength is undoubtedly impressive. I'll invest 500,000. I'll put in 100,000, sounds very promising. Soon, the numbers soared. In the blink of an eye, it reached millions. This was not mixed with any factional struggles or games, it was pure investment, and the figures were already terrifying. Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled and thanked everyone, subtly hinting at her words. Investment is not just about the contestant's strength but also the investor's vision. Some people are short-sighted and can only see waste as treasure. Ha ha ha, well said. Very sharp. Applause erupted from the audience. Although they didn't know who Zhang Ting was referring to, it didn't matter. As long as she could create benefits for them, they would support her. Damn it. Seeing the scene, Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. The implication in her words was clearly aimed at her. Since you can get millions, then I want tens of millions. Let's go up too. Zhao Linger placed her hands on her hips, her gaze resolute. Li Chen hesitated. A 10 million investment, logically, it shouldn't be possible after the previous power struggles. Then, the next scene unfolded. Hello everyone, I am the granddaughter of Zhao Tianqing. Everyone invest in my contestant, or I will go back and report you. 666, she directly stopped pretending. Li Chen stood at the back, feeling like his feet were about to wear out. Truly your style. Wow, is robbing money this blatant now? What a sin. Well, after all, she is the granddaughter of old Master Zhao, so I'll invest 660,000. Hey, old Master Zhao has done me a favor. I'll represent the Koi Society and support 2.88 million. In an instant, the various heroes cursed in their hearts, but they still obediently handed over their chips. Li Chen was slightly surprised. The people present were more or less high-ranking figures. Who is this old man Zhao? His title is so useful. However, having Zhao Linger, this great filial daughter, is quite a hassle. What a waste. Li Chen realized that this had nothing to do with him at all, but he was happy to take it easy. Before long, the investment quickly surpassed 10 million. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Linger's face. Zhang Ting, who had been quite proud, stood below the stage, wide-eyed. This is really relying on one's family. Unfortunately, she couldn't compete. Meanwhile, a group of people was discussing among themselves. Damn, this contestant really got lucky, doing nothing and still getting millions in investment. Just a freeloader. What good is a high investment? When the big competition day comes, it still depends on one's own strength. If he can't hold on, the money will flow back to the market and return to us. Hey, the way you say it makes sense. Anyway, this person looks unfamiliar to me and I haven't heard of any achievements. He even dresses so poorly. I see, since that's the case, I won't hesitate. Shanghai Club, invest 5 million in Old Man Zhao. It's a favor for the past. Originally, everyone was supporting because of Old Man Zhao's face. No one paid attention to who the contestant was. But at that moment, someone noticed that Li Chen's voice sounded a bit familiar. Hiss. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Him? Isn't he that country bumpkin from earlier? Damn. I didn't expect to end up spending money on him. Someone recognized him and laughed in anger. Then I'm relieved. Anyway, he's a waste. The money I just invested will flow back during the competition. I see. Somewhere in the crowd, Zhang Ting stood still with a hunting dog-like figure, murmuring to herself. Originally troubled by Zhao Linger, overshadowing her investment, her mood gradually lifted as she listened to the discussions around her. What good is a high investment? The contestant must have strength. That's the right way. When the time comes for the big competition, we'll personally crush you, right? Sang Biao. Roar. The northern hunting dog let out a low growl, like a wild man detached from modern society. On the stage, no way. At that moment, the young man shook his head, scratching his head as he recalled something. The next moment, he suddenly looked up. That's it. I remember now, it's Big Brother. We fought side by side yesterday. Hey, Big Brother. The man jumped up excitedly and shouted. Li Chen, who was doing nothing on stage, looked over at the sound. He also saw that familiar figure, scratching his head in confusion, and asked, Lu Hai? What a coincidence to run into him here. Lu Hai jumped up excitedly, completely oblivious to his image. It was the middle-aged man beside him who patted his shoulder, reminding him. Only then did he calm down, still wearing a smile, and excitedly said, Uncle, it's him. He's the one who led us out of the beast tide. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Are you sure you didn't mistake him? I'm sure. This face really saved my life. I could never forget it, nor would I dare to mistake it. Is that so? So, he is the new genius from the military? Absolutely. Lu Hai's earlier outburst had already attracted the attention of those present, and now his words reached everyone's ears. For a moment, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Wow, it's actually him? Many had just been discussing this mysterious newcomer. They didn't expect him to be so young and to run into him here. He's the one that Captain Wang values immensely, the young man who recently received a first-class merit? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Li Chen above. Li Chen looked ordinary, and if one had to point out something noticeable, it was just his mismatched clothing. Goodness, he has been here all along. It's us who didn't notice. I'm not saying anything more.
As a representative of the Qing gang, a member who owes this little friend a favor, thank you for
your kindness and will add an investment of 1 million.
I, Xiaoming, Vice President of the Tingxing Guild, sincerely thank you for your help.
All 3
of our guild members returned safely from the beast tide, and we owe it all to your kindness.
Our guild will add an investment of 3 million dragon coins.
In the Manhwa Hall, we believe in repaying kindness. We've heard about the beast tide, and one of our members also owes this little friend
a favor, so we will add 1.5 million.
Representatives from various major forces all came forward to express their gratitude.
Some onlookers
were left dumbfounded, completely stunned.
Jiang Ting was even more bewildered. What exactly happened? Wasn't it said that he was just a useless country bumpkin?
Zhao Linger also widened her eyes. This momentum was even more intense than her previous campaigning.
She had originally thought
she could leverage her family background to help Li Chen make a profit, but she didn't expect Li Chen's connections to be even more formidable than hers. After all, no matter how prestigious old Master Zhao was, she was merely a junior borrowing a name. Li Chen was actually present, and all these people were here to repay him.
Little brother, I toast you a drink. Wang Tao, the vice leader of the Qing gang, stood up, raised his glass, and downed it in one go.
I didn't recognize you earlier, I sincerely apologize.
Li Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the investments on him rise rapidly, more and more. Logically, he should be happy, but Li Chen felt an immense pressure, because if he lost, wouldn't that mean it was all just a big dream? Not understanding, he wondered if this investment could be withdrawn. As they exited the hotel, Zhao Linger was still overly excited, showing no signs of fatigue even though it was already night.
She was still gloating over what had just happened at the party.
This is amazing.
39.99 million in investments, we're going to get rich, Zhao Linger exclaimed, not knowing how many times she had said it. Even for her, this number was quite impressive.
Li Chen hadn't expected that there would be so much investment in the end. This was just slightly lower than the top forces in Koan City, and among all the forces in Koan City, it could still rank in the top 5. The key was that this number had no prior manipulation or groundwork, and it was free from any entanglements of interests. That was the most outrageous part. Why don't we just take the money and run?
Zhao Linger started coming up with wild ideas again.
Do you think that's possible? Li Chen shot her a look. Zhao Linger
giggled, then her expression gradually became serious.
By the way, if that's the case, you need to put in some effort in tomorrow's competition. Don't
let it all turn into a big dream. I will encourage you. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side.
TSK, I don't think adding fuel will help. What good is having a mountain of gold if you can't protect it? You're just a walking ATM.
Jiang Ting appeared, twisting her thick legs,
looking disheveled. Jiang Ting? Why is it you again? Zhao Linger frowned. Jiang Ting wore a proud expression. It's me.
What, are you scared?
He. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you now. You'll understand the real gap tomorrow in the competition. Who would be afraid of you? I wouldn't
mind having 2 more bowls of pork noodles, Zhao Linger scoffed.
You.
Jiang Ting's eyes widened, her face shaking with anger.
You have no right to talk about me, right?
Playing with such a scruffy man is something else. Your taste is worse than my dog, at least it knows which is more delicious, the ribs or the steamed buns.
You're not any better, parading around with an ugly primitive,
Zhao Linger retorted mercilessly.
It was as if anyone could engage in a war of words. All right. Jiang Ting's face turned red. Do you dare to bet with me? Bet on what? How about we see who ranks highest in tomorrow's sports competition? The loser announces their retirement. What do you think?
Zhao Linger paused. Why should I bet with you? Although she was angry, she hadn't completely lost her composure.
Li Chen was indeed formidable, far more so than her.
But she had heard of the military hounds from the northern district. They were stronger than countless veterans.
In her view, it was hard to believe Li Chen could be his match.
Seeing her lack of confidence, Jiang Ting became even more smug, full of spirit.
Ha,
trash is trash, after all, the
gap is there. Even if you want to be a coward, I can understand. Just apologize to me, and we can pretend nothing happened. How about that? What's there to be afraid of?
We agree, Li Chen stepped forward and said.
But I have one more condition. If we win, you have to kneel and apologize to us. How about it?
Jiang Ting kept coming over to provoke him, each time stepping on him as if he had no temper at all. If it weren't for his plan to keep a low profile and leave quietly after some time, he wouldn't bother with any trouble.
Since someone wanted to seek their own suffering, he would gladly accept.
It would also serve as a favor to Zhao Linger, who had previously introduced him to potential investors.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting was instantly overjoyed. You said it, you can't go back on your word. Zhao Linger was slightly taken aback, leaning closer to Li Chen and whispering, Hey, what are you doing? This isn't a joke. Are you sure about this?
Don't worry, Li Chen, always act with caution. Li
Chen gave her a reassuring look.
Zhao Linger, feeling helpless, set her jaw and turned to Jiang Ting.
All right, we agree. But don't come crying too Us for forgiveness later. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ting laughed heartily, her voice grating. Zhao Linger, I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Just wait to apologize to me, ha. She laughed, her face full of pride as she left with her group. Once her plump figure was completely out of sight, Zhao Linger began to worry again. Did we take it too far? The original purpose of coming here was just to show off in front of Li Chen and maybe make some money. But now, it felt like things were spiraling out of control. She had inexplicably pulled in a huge investment and made a bet with slim chances of winning. She couldn't care less about any training plans for her followers now. The upcoming sports competition was no joke, and she didn't want to lose to that fat woman. It is a bit much, Li Chen shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to develop this way either. But since it had already happened, what else could they do? Just go for it. Is it still possible for us to go out of the city and grind some monsters? Zhao Linger forced a smile. Stop thinking about that. It's getting late. If we don't return to the barracks soon, Team Zhou and the others will worry. With things as they were, it was better to get some sleep first. Compared to her, Li Chen seemed to take it all more lightly. The next day, before dawn, the entire Koan city was already bustling. Early in the morning, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Everywhere, celebratory cannons were being fired to mark the opening of the sports competition. Of course, there might also be some sounds of gang fights mixed in, but that was hard to tell. Li Chen was awakened by the cannon fire. There was no helping it, he was sleeping in the barracks. As a military event, if they didn't set off fireworks, would they let others do it? As soon as he stepped out of the tent and arrived at the cafeteria, he bumped into Zhao Linger, who had her hair tied in a high ponytail and was dressed in athletic gear, radiating energy. She raised her hand. Let's eat first, we'll head out of the city together later. The sports competition venue was in the wild. It was a territory controlled by the military, where the competition was held every year. At that time, people from various factions in Koan City would gather there. Li Chen nodded and found a spot to sit down. Zhao Linger took out a beautifully crafted lunchbox and placed it on the table. What's this? Oh, this is something I made myself. How about it? You're in for a treat today. Li Chen curled his lips, already starting to doubt whether he could eat it. The young lady, a person from the military, had all her buffs stacked up. However, his resistance to toxins was strong, so he shouldn't be unable to participate in the competition due to poisoning. Zhao Linger lifted the lid, and surprisingly, the presentation looked quite good. Li Chen wore a skeptical expression. What was wrong with Zhao Linger? Since yesterday, she had inexplicably been overly attentive to him, investing in him and taking him to parties. It was too strange. Not long ago, they had been at odds. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to eat it. But Li Chen directly grabbed a piece of sandwich and put it in his mouth. Immune to negative effects, he wasn't afraid of real poison. The taste was surprisingly good, edible. Seeing Li Chen eat heartily, Zhao Linger felt delighted. Now she had captured Li Chen's money and appetite. With a bit more effort, it wouldn't be long before she could have a free follower with great potential for growth. As Li Chen enjoyed his delicious breakfast, he secretly thought, although I don't know if Zhao Linger has lost her mind or what, this service is quite attentive. If she can keep this up, I might consider training her as a little brother in the future. After finishing breakfast, he stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, feeling invigorated. Let's go! On that day, many people in Koan City were absent, whether on the streets or elsewhere, as most shops were closed for rest. This was due to the sports competition. Various factions were paying close attention, and almost everyone would go to the scene, with many spectators. This was related to the interests of everyone in Koan City. Outside the city, the venue was surrounded by fully armed soldiers maintaining order. High-ranking officials from various military districts gathered together, like Wang Tong and Zhou Jiangwo, the pillars of strength. On this day, they would discuss the changes in the situation of Koan City. Many underground forces were not completely manageable, but competition among various factions alleviated the pressure, creating a subtle balance. Essentially, it was a case of mutual non-interference, not making things difficult for each other. If something happened, they would just go through the motions, as tearing faces would benefit no one. At this moment, the commanders of various military districts were gathered together, chatting animatedly. Our southern district is indeed the most chaotic area. Recently, a group of desperate people has appeared, not adhering to any faction or rules, acting like lunatics. Sigh, I wonder how long this calm facade can last. I hope the changes this year won't be too significant. By the way, old Wang, I heard a new kid has come to your side? Suddenly, an officer looked at Wang Tang. The others also turned their attention to him. I've heard some news. It seems you even awarded him a medal. It's rare to see you so fond of a young person. Yeah, but I heard he hasn't officially enlisted yet. He's here for training. Wang Teng chuckled. That's right, but you guys don't need to set your sights on him. He's planning to return to the mainland. Do you think he's some kind of desperate person? With their thoughts exposed, several commanders could only laugh. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Since we're all here, let's discuss the upcoming competition. This year, are we still relying on those old veterans? Any new talents? New talents? What a strange term. You know full well, in our place, the higher-ups don't want to send anyone here, and no one wants to come here. Except for that barbarian from the Northern District, there's no one else. An officer from the Northern District side, his strength is decent, but he gives off a feeling of lacking self-awareness. Like a cold machine. Let's leave it at that. This year's top spot will probably still be those few, but that barbarian from the Northern District might have a chance to enter the top 10. As the sound of drums echoed in the arena, the competition was about to begin. This competition was indeed grand, with the entire city paying attention. The contestants were already lined up, ready at any moment. In the square. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood on the stage, addressing the crowd. It is a rare thing for everyone here to actively participate in the event. The competition is an opportunity to test your own strength and also a bridge to promote harmony among comrades from different military districts. Alright, without further ado, let's continue with the process. Next, we will discuss the details of the sports competition. Do you all see the area behind us? The middle-aged commander pointed towards a distant forest. This is the competition arena. The veterans should be familiar with it, it's the same every year. Let me explain the rules again. For everyone, the competition uses a points system. Within the arena, you will encounter various monsters. When you kill a monster, your score will be automatically recorded and you will receive corresponding points. Finally, the final ranking will be determined based on your total points. At that moment, the middle-aged man reminded everyone again. The competition is indeed important, but remember, it is also extremely dangerous inside. Don't lose your life over a few points in arrogance. Staying alive is the most important thing. Don't let your family and friends pay for your foolishness. Everyone prepare well. In 5 minutes, the competition will officially begin. In the crowd, Li Chen listened while feeling a stir in his heart. The rules were simple, just keep killing monsters. The higher the final score, the better the ranking. In other words, it wasn't just about the competitor's strength, more importantly, it was about the speed of monster farming. As long as one could farm quickly, winning by quantity was not impossible. Li Chen glanced at the venue. It was a vast forest, stretching endlessly beyond sight. He occasionally spotted giant birds flying high above. It was indeed perilous. In such a place, it was already difficult for one person to find their way out, let alone needing to earn points by battling monsters. It tested the practitioners' hard skills and their ability to survive in the wild. Li Chen looked around at the other competitors. Without exception, they were seasoned veterans, their eyes filled with vitality. These were all competitors, all above level 100, second transformation practitioners. Li Chen, go for it, a sweet voice called out. Li Chen turned to see Zhao Linger had somehow made her way to the edge, waving her hand and cheering. Li Chen's face darkened, he didn't want to acknowledge her. Soon, the middle-aged officer's voice rang out again. Alright, time's up. Everyone stop what you're doing and enter the arena in order. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened. To prevent conflicts among competitors right from the start, once they entered the portal, they would be randomly assigned to different areas of the arena. As each competitor stepped into the portal, the waiting area grew increasingly empty. When it was Li Chen's turn, he stepped in without hesitation. Immediately, a blue light enveloped him and then vanished. At the same time, in the square outside, with so many people gathered, it was impossible to just watch. Each competitor wore a wristband that projected their current status. The annual competition was highly regarded, with a professional broadcasting team. In the center of the square, a massive screen stood tall. The audience was packed, both front and back rows filled with people, the atmosphere lively as everyone cheered for their favored competitors. Zhang Ting was among them, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sang Biao, you are the hound of the North District. A mere Li Chen doesn't even compare to your little toe. Zhao Linger, just watch closely. In the competition area, coming back to his senses, Li Chen found himself in the forest. He surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees surrounded him, making him feel incredibly small. From the outside, it didn't seem so, but being there in person was a different experience altogether. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves surrounded him, making him anxious about the possibility of lurking monsters. The entire area resembled a vast forest, but inside, there were other terrains, though the forest remained predominant. It was hard to see the path ahead, and he didn't know which direction he was heading, giving the environment a unique sense of mystery. Li Chen took a deep breath. He glanced at his wrist. There was a wristband issued before the match, used to record the contestants' real-time scores, displaying the contestants' basic information. Name: Li Chen, affiliated military district. Central score, 0. Retracting his gaze, Li Chen took out the lightning war spear and began to probe in one direction. Before long, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. Soon, a massive lion's head emerged from within. Li Chen turned to look. This was a lion covered in red fur, with the tip of its tail engulfed in flames.
Flame Lion level, 60 talent ability, Flame, dominance right from the start. It was a level 60 monster.
Li Chen was strong, but he didn't let his guard down. Heavenly Eye, activate.
He hadn't used the Heavenly Eye he got from the old man yet, so it was the perfect time to give it a try.
As the Heavenly Eye
activated, a fan-shaped beam of light burst forth from an eye that seemed to possess divine qualities.
The terrifying Flame Lion was charging towards him. The beam shone on
the Flame Lion in front of him, and for a moment it felt as if the air had solidified. The Flame Lion's body froze mid-air, maintaining its forward pounce, as if time itself
had stopped.
This was the effect of the Heavenly Eye, significantly slowing down the passage of time for the Flame Lion.
Upon closer observation, one could see that the
Flame Lion's body was actually moving slowly, almost at a snail's pace.
What a great opportunity!
Li Chen sighed inwardly at how useful this thing was, while he quickly ran behind the lion with his spear and struck down hard.
41000. With the assassin's backstab damage bonus, combined with the effect of Rage Strike, his output skyrocketed, dealing a massive burst of damage. The Flame Lion's health instantly dropped significantly.
Li Chen didn't let up, taking advantage of the enemy still being affected by
the slow effect. He continuously swung his weapon, landing heavy blows on its back. Numbers popped up from him, and its health visibly decreased rapidly. 4500, 4750. You have killed the Flame Lion, score plus 60. A level 60 monster corresponded to 60 points. At this moment, it was already recorded in real time on Li Chen's wristband. The poor Flame Lion didn't even know how it died before it kicked the bucket.
After dispatching this monster in just a few moves, Li Chen didn't linger and turned to continue forward.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Puff puff puff. You have killed the Deer Centaur, score plus 60. You have killed the Black Rhino, score plus 70. Thanks to the ability of the Heavenly Eye, Li Chen kept moving through the forest, using his swift speed like the wind to search for prey, and his score rapidly increased.
Were the monsters he encountered strong?
No problem. With the slowing ability of the Heavenly Eye, none could touch a hair on Li Chen. From his perspective, it was as if he had activated 10 times slow motion.
He might not be the strongest, but with the
Heavenly Eye, fighting monsters was almost effortless. The monsters he encountered couldn't even retaliate, only able to passively take hits.
Li Chen just needed to keep dealing damage, without wasting time or energy on dodging or anything, making the entire process incredibly easy. If someone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback.
Unlike him, the other contestants were not faring as well.
In the plaza outside,
on the large screen in the center, as the contestants began to take action, images appeared.
A female host dressed in a black professional outfit sat in the studio, appearing on screen.
Hello, friends, welcome to the live broadcast of this sports competition here at Koan City Broadcasting Station. I am your host, Lin.
I believe everyone
is eager to see the contestants' performances, so without further ado, let's get started. The host spoke quickly, enunciating clearly, and it was evident she was very professional. As soon as she finished speaking, images from the competition venue began to appear on the screen. Her avatar was neither too big nor too small, resting in the corner.
In the
image, a man clad in silver armor wielded a sharp greatsword, fiercely engaged in close combat with a terrifying monster. Beside the screen, the player's investment amount was displayed, 8.5 million dragon coins. There were about 200 participants in the entire competition. This was already a considerable figure, surpassing over 80% of the players. It also indirectly indicated the strength of this player. The monster he faced was evidently very powerful as well. Although the man was well equipped, he could only avoid direct confrontation, mostly looking for opportunities to deal damage from the sidelines. He appeared to be an experienced veteran, with each movement perfectly timed, dodging a significant amount of the monster's attacks while chipping away at its health from the gaps. After a strenuous effort, the man finally slayed the monster. Seeing this, the host exclaimed, "This player is indeed an experienced veteran. His fundamentals are evident, something that can't be honed in just a few years. I believe he will achieve great results in the end." With that, the host switched perspectives again. This time, a man appeared with disheveled hair, wearing only a pair of shorts made of straw to cover his lower body, looking incredibly savage, yet his robust physique radiated strength. Player number 105, Northern Battle Zone, investment amount, 9.6 million. As soon as he appeared, many in the audience recognized him. This man was none other than the recently renowned Northern District Hound, Sang Biao. He was famous for his cold-blooded gaze and beast-like ferocity. In his eyes, there was only the thrill of slaughter, and the title hound suited him perfectly. At that moment, two monsters appeared before Sang Biao. Two level 60 monsters. Yet he showed no fear, his eyes seemingly glowing red, and a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. His weapon was very simple, a massive wolf tooth club covered in the teeth of his victims, with bloodstains still visible in the gaps. He charged excitedly at the two monsters with his weapon. His fighting style was incredibly primitive and brutal. It felt as if he were a madman, reckless and fearless. His focus was solely on attacking. When the monster's teeth bit into him, his expression didn't change at all. He just swung his wolf tooth club, striking the monsters.
fiercely, a smile on his face, revealing long sharp teeth. It felt like watching a monster rather than a human. Soon, many in the audience felt a wave of nausea, and some younger professionals even vomited. Only Jiang Ting watched with excitement, her face full of pride. Li Chen, oh Li Chen, let's see how you win. This player is also a very powerful contender. Even the host showed a hint of difficulty, unable to bear the madness of his fighting style. It was better to show less of such scenes, and she quickly switched the feed. Again. This time, a player named Wang Biao appeared, even more exaggerated. Investment amount, 76 million. This could be said to be the highest amount seen so far. His method of fighting monsters was even simpler. He was a high-level summoner, standing still the entire time, hardly moving, while his summoned creatures hunted monsters all around him. Witnessing this scene, several military officers in the VIP section of the audience began to chat. Wang Biao? I remember he is the representative chosen by the Night Tour Hall, right? One officer spoke up. Currently, the forces in Koan City were in a three-way stalemate, with the three strongest factions being Night Tour Hall, Black Dragon Gang, and Cape Gate. Among them, Night Tour Hall was the oldest faction, with the highest seniority, almost enduring through the ages, and compared to the other two factions, its true foundation was much stronger. That's right, Wang Biao is a veteran from our Western Military District. He was the champion of last year's competition. Not just last year, I remember it was him for several years before that, right? It seems he has won the championship for 5 consecutive years. Indeed, perhaps the forces backing him have changed, but the top position has always been his, and this year should be no exception. While everyone was discussing, the host began to prepare to switch the screen. A person of Wang Biao's caliber certainly needed to be highlighted, but not now. It was necessary to save him for the finale. Otherwise, after watching a god-level professional like Wang Biao, who would still be interested in watching other competitors? In the early stages, it was enough to show the audience the performances of the various competitors. Just then, she suddenly noticed an interesting shot. Li Chen, Central Military District, investment 39.99 million. The host was taken aback. What the hell, this player has never been seen before. It seems like a newcomer. How could there be such a high investment? She curiously clicked on it. As the host operated, Li Chen's image was magnified and projected onto the central screen. In an instant, the commotion at the scene was even greater than before. The primary reason was that investment figure, 39.99 million. The entire venue was shocked. Wow, what's with this investment figure? How does this young man have so much? This can't be real, can it be faked? He doesn't look like any famous player from previous years. Everyone in the audience was puzzled, their faces filled with confusion. Not only them, but even the high-ranking officers sitting in the special seats were also taken aback. What is this? 49.99 million, am I seeing this wrong? Is there a bug in the data? People from the Central Theater. Captain Wang, what's going on? Several people turned their gaze to Wang Tang. But at this moment, let alone them, even Wang Tang himself found it unbelievable. He had no idea this would happen. There were many participants in the competition every year, and he didn't even know Li Chen was participating. Not to mention where this investment came from, he was completely unaware. He could only smile wryly and say he is a newcomer from the mainland who is training in our military district, a new professional this year, just past his first transition. As for why he has so much investment, I don't know either. Newcomer? Could this be the one you particularly value? That's right. No wonder, this is this year's professional. It hasn't even been a few days since awakening, has it? Not even half a month? And he's already transitioned. He is indeed a genius, but it can't be that exaggerated. 49 million, the previous Wang Biao, a champion for 5 consecutive years, only had over 70 million. Everyone was discussing. Surprised as they were, many were not optimistic about it. With so much investment, if he didn't have the strength, wouldn't it just be giving away money? The key was that Li Chen looked so young, his strength was bound to be inferior to those seasoned professionals. In the crowd, Jiang Ting snorted coldly. What's the use of so much investment? If he can't rank up, he won't even be able to break even. It will soon become ours. Zhao Linger looked at the screen, her face tense, silently praying. Li Chen, you have to do your best. The screen continued to play. Everyone, look quickly, something is approaching from around. The host was the first to notice something was off, pulling the camera back. At this moment, centered around Li Chen, 3 monsters over level 60 were charging at him from all directions. Li Chen, however, showed no reaction, seemingly unaware. What's going on? Has he not noticed? Could he be a complete fool? It's over, he really is a walking ATM. I thought he had some special quality with all that investment. Well, it's not too bad, after all. For a young man to have the courage to participate in the competition is already quite impressive. In the arena, at this moment, 3 fierce monsters over level 60 were simultaneously pouncing towards Li Chen. He remained completely unperturbed. After continuous use of the Heavenly Eye, Li Chen's proficiency grew. He also developed more ways to play. He leisurely activated the Heavenly Eye.
In an instant, the three monsters froze in mid-air, their movements slowed by 10 times.
Li Chen calmly walked forward, simply adjusting their positions and directions, then turned around and snapped his fingers.
The next moment, the sluggishness was lifted, and due to the change in position, the three monsters collided with each other, unable to recover at all.
Bang! Li Chen chuckled lightly, truly enjoying himself.
He then walked up to the fallen
monsters and delivered finishing blows one by one.
Puff puff puff, you killed the forest giant ape, points plus 60. You killed the bloodthirsty fox, points plus 70. You killed the crimson fireball, points plus 70. You gained the talent skill, giant strength A. With the effects of the second transfer, while farming monsters, he occasionally even obtained a talent
skill, making it incredibly enjoyable.
At the same time, the points and experience from these monsters continuously flowed into Li Chen. He now felt that signing up for the grand competition was the best decision he had made. Just as he was immersed in this, he was unaware that the scene on his side was being broadcasted.
His earlier impressive moves were
also recorded. Seeing this incredible display, everyone was dumbfounded. It was only when several powerful monsters fell that they suddenly reacted, realizing what had just happened.
666, this guy is amazing. Hiss, did he really take down those three monsters just like that? Damn, who taught you to play like this? This is way too easy. How did you do it?
So far, the few well-known strong players had also handled monsters with ease, but none were as outrageous as Li Chen, who had done it without any effort at all too. Wheelchair-like.
Unbelievable. Can someone explain what's going on here? My brain can't keep up. Is this some kind of professional talent?
The monsters seem hypnotized.
What's the difference from cheating? This guy.
Wang Tang sighed, once again having his understanding refreshed by Li Chen.
Captain Wang, you really have a good hand in the central region. He's really hidden deep.
The speed at which he's racking up points is enough to rival those top-tier players. It looks very likely he could break into the top 10 this year. Wang Tang felt helpless. He couldn't understand how Li Chen had suddenly become so strong, repeatedly refreshing his perception. However, Li Chen had also brought him honor in front
of other military departments. His gaze towards Li Chen was filled with more admiration. Who wouldn't like a young and talented person who could also bring glory to themselves? How is this possible?
Looking at the scene on the screen, Jiang Ting's eyes widened.
How could he be so strong?
Li Chen looked to be about the same age as her, but if she were in his place, she would have already been hiding in a corner, unable to deal with any monster on her own. She simply couldn't believe that the gap could be so vast at the same age.
The strength Li Chen displayed was at least that of a seasoned veteran.
A sense of crisis rose in her heart.
Could it be that Li Chen could really defeat Sang Biao? Just as this thought arose, she shook her head violently. No, it's impossible. Sang Biao was the pride of their northern military district. How could a young kid compare? Right, Sang Biao is not so easily surpassed.
She recalled the time in that desolate land of exile. Sang Biao had fought his way up from the bottom. To his opponents, he was a human-shaped demon, and to monsters, he was an even
more terrifying creature. How could such a monster lose to Li Chen? Just as everyone was discussing fervently, a dramatic scene unfolded.
On the screen, Li Chen was searching for prey. With his weapon in hand, suddenly, the host's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Everyone, look! Contestant 105 is walking this way, and at this angle, the two are about to collide."
As soon
as he finished speaking, a bloodthirsty figure appeared on the screen. At first glance, who else could it be but the Northern District Hound, who had been the center of discussion
earlier? Everyone was taken aback.
No one expected these two to meet so suddenly.
What a coincidence! Wow, they won't end up fighting, will they?
It's very possible.
Didn't you see how crazy Sang Biao was earlier? I feel like even the passing dogs would get a few hits from him.
This is getting interesting. I didn't expect to see a showdown between
contestants right away. How thrilling.
That guy named Li Chen is in trouble. The title of Northern Hound isn't just for show. He's a real beast.
Yes, after all, he's just a rookie.
And a new professional at that, lacking experience. You have to know, even the top 10 contestants from previous years wouldn't dare to underestimate Sang Biao.
Some others expressed interest, saying, although Li Chen is new, he seems stronger than most. He might even put up a fight. The audience, of course, loved the drama and became even more intrigued at the sight of the confrontation.
Jiang Ting was also slightly surprised.
The arena was so large and the probability of the two meeting was extremely low.
But once she realized, her face
lit up with joy. Yes, just like that.
She had considered this scenario beforehand and specifically instructed that if Sang Biao encountered Li Chen inside, he should go all out.
After
all, in there, the contestants were in a competitive environment and it was normal for them to engage in a fight. After all, having one less competitor would be beneficial for her.
Moreover, if Li Chen were directly eliminated, then the bet would naturally be hers to win.
She quickly scanned the arena and found Zhao Linger, then walked over with a big laugh.
Ha, didn't expect this. Looks like heaven is on my side.
At that moment, Zhao Linger was also focused on the scene on the screen, feeling quite worried.
But she didn't expect Jiang
Ting to come over so eagerly, which made her furious. Looking at the newcomer, Zhao Linger frowned and said, "The outcome is still uncertain. What gives you the right to act like a victor? Besides, even if the other side won, it would be because Sang Biao was strong. She had no right to flaunt her power here." Jiang Ting laughed triumphantly. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Just watch how Sang Biao makes your pretty boy here lose his teeth. Don't come crying to me later. Zhao Linger furrowed her brows, looking at the central screen, taking a deep breath. "I believe in him." At the same time, in the footage, Li Chen and Sang Biao indeed collided. As expected, the moment Sang Biao saw Li Chen, he revealed an unprecedented ferocity, like a beast, crouching down as if preparing to pounce like a tiger hunting. Li Chen naturally saw him too and raised an eyebrow. He recognized the other man. Upon seeing Sang Biao's fierce expression, he didn't feel much fear. "With the heavenly eye in hand, why should I avoid your sharpness?" The next moment, Sang Biao moved. He pushed off with his legs, shooting forward with incredible speed, like a hound, wielding a bloodied wolf fawn club, aiming to smash it down on Li Chen. Li Chen shook his head, speaking calmly. "Do you know why beasts can never defeat humans? Heavenly Eye, activate." Sang Biao's wolf fawn club was just a step away from Li Chen, about to strike his forehead. Everyone watching held their breath. But at that moment, Sang Biao seemed to turn to stone, stopping just short of the blow. The audience, seeing Li Chen standing still, initially thought he had given up, but upon witnessing this scene, they finally reacted. Sang Biao, why did he stop? Some who couldn't bear to see the bloody scene opened their eyes, seeing that Li Chen was not as battered and bruised as imagined. Her eyes lit up. After all, if he had just come in and met his end, that would have been a letdown. Jiang Ting grew anxious. Victory was within reach. Why had Sang Biao stopped? Watching the scene, she wished she could jump in and take command. "What's going on? Didn't I make it clear to him? When you see Li Chen, don't hesitate, just attack." Zhao Linger blinked, unsure of what had happened. But seeing that Li Chen was fine, she felt a sigh of relief in her heart. At that moment, Li Chen moved. Sang Biao, already affected by the heavenly eye, had lost the ability to confront him head-on. This heavenly eye was not only effective against monsters but also against human professionals. Although the duration of the heavenly eye was not indefinite and had its limitations, facing some extremely powerful mental-type professionals could also lead to its failure. But so far, he had not encountered anyone capable of resisting the heavenly eye. Li Chen, wielding the lightning war spear, nimbly circled behind his opponent and without hesitation, pierced through his body with a single thrust. Put. 29000. Even before the match began, Jiang Ting had equipped Sang Biao with several pieces of golden-grade gear, but at this moment, the only effect was to allow him to take a few more hits. Li Chen continued to unleash attacks, all accurately hitting Sang Biao's body, and his health visibly plummeted. Soon, Sang Biao's health was nearing its end. With the final blow landing, Sang Biao trembled and then transformed into a beam of white light, dissipating. A mechanical voice sounded from Li Chen's wristband. "You have eliminated contestant number 105, points plus 460. In the grand competition, defeating and eliminating other contestants directly awarded points from them." After defeating Sang Biao, Li Chen did not react much. It seemed to be as expected, just a casual affair. Just like when he fought other monsters, it was no different, very simple and brutal. Glancing at the wristband information. Name, Li Chen Affiliated Military District, Central Points 1400. After a brief organization, Li Chen continued to move forward. What he did not know was that outside the arena it had completely exploded. Everyone stood up. A powerhouse of the fighting sect, terrifying indeed. Witnessing the entire process, the audience was wide-eyed. Their expressions exaggerated, drooling, momentarily speechless. It was rare for a situation to elicit such a reaction from all the spectators. Some rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. "Wang Defa, my eyes, what did I just see? What's going on? How did Sang Biao get carried away like that? Where's the fierce battle we were promised? Why did it almost hit just now, then stop? Was there some undisclosed deal? Is this for real?" Everyone thought that when the two met, there would be a fierce battle, at the very least, a back-and-forth exchange. But unexpectedly, it turned out like this. This was even less entertaining than a butcher slaughtering a pig. Looking at the massive investment in Li Chen, one couldn't help but wonder if he had secretly used some cash ability. Not to mention them, even the big shots in the VIP seats were confused. But unlike them, these veterans were well-versed and adept at analyzing the reasons behind it. This kid. Wang Tang was increasingly astonished. This Li Chen always managed to come up with new tricks. Isn't this a bit outrageous? What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Controlling some monsters was one thing, but being effective even against a powerful professional like Sang Biao? If he were to face him, would he also? Wang Tang suddenly felt a chill down his back. The other big shots from the military districts, even with their vast experience, couldn't immediately figure out what Sang Biao was doing. This Li Chen must have some kind of ability that affects the mind. Right, it could be a professional talent or maybe some equipment or item. Such a powerful effect should have some limitations, we just haven't discovered them. A few officers gathered together to discuss. This was something that had never happened before. In their eyes, no matter what they saw, they could analyze its connotations at a glance. However, what Li Chen displayed was incredibly peculiar. Although there was no skill involved, he managed to win effortlessly. At the same time, Jiang Ting was furious, trembling all over with rage. How is this possible? She was utterly unconvinced because, in her view, if one lost fairly, it would be acceptable. Li Chen had clearly used some underhanded trick. Sang Biao had lost without even touching him. That was the most infuriating part. In her eyes, several Li Chens combined shouldn't be able to defeat a single Sang Biao. In stark contrast, Zhao Linger wore a face full of surprise. Initially, she had been secretly sweating, as the outcome was crucial. Everyone knew how strong Sang Biao was. While lamenting the widening gap between herself and Li Chen, his victory also meant they had won their bet, and her heart was filled with a bittersweet joy. Looking at the incredulous Jiang Ting beside her, she smugly said, "We won. You'd better keep your promise, apologize to us, and get out of the military department." Jiang Ting's eyes widened, her chubby face contorted in anger. Although she was unwilling to accept it, the outcome clearly indicated that she had lost. However, "No, I refuse to accept this, you must have cheated, it doesn't count." She absolutely could not believe that the two had relied on their own strength to compete and that Sang Biao would lose. It was all because Li Chen had used underhanded methods. This couldn't be counted. She turned her head away and said, "Besides, the grand competition isn't over yet. Your precious one might not make it to the end. Who knows, a monster might suddenly appear and eliminate him." The grand competition was still ongoing. She hadn't lost yet. The total competition time was 4 hours, and with time still remaining, it wouldn't end. During this period, as long as Li Chen was also eliminated, it would be considered a tie. Did she really think he was invincible? Even without Sang Biao, there were so many experts, someone would surely be able to deal with him. She didn't believe that Li Chen could avoid disaster forever. Zhao Linger was also laughing in anger. "Fine, just watch. Anyway, your northern hound has already been defeated by us. As long as we hold on until the end, you lose." Meanwhile, in a vast space, a group of people was seated. These individuals were not lacking in powerful professionals, and they were all high-ranking members of various factions in Kuan City. At this moment, they were divided into different camps. In this chaotic city of Kuan, nothing could be viewed through the lens of common sense. The relationships between these major powers were intricate and complex. Although each faction had interests to entangle and cooperate with, in most cases, they were in opposition to one another. They gathered at this time every year. The results of the grand competition were also very important to them. The performance of the contestants affected their interests and disputes. Barring any surprises, this year's first place will still belong to Wang Biao. The central area of Kuan City will still be managed by our Night Wanderer Hall. A middle-aged man in a black coat with a cigar in his mouth slowly spoke. "You can divide the other territories." This man was the leader of the Night Wanderer Hall, Night Owl. As soon as he opened his mouth, he claimed the most developed and profitable territory in Kuan City. However, there was a moment of silence in response to his words. As the oldest faction in Kuan City, the Night Wanderer Hall was far superior to the other factions in terms of foundation and overall strength. The rules were also clear. The faction that secured first place in the grand competition could choose territories first, while the others would be allocated based on their rankings, with those at the back left with scraps, as long as no unexpected changes occurred. At this moment, the leader of the Black Dragon gang, Black Dragon, wearing sunglasses, revealed a glint in his eyes. Among the crowd, he was the only one seriously watching the live competition on the central screen. "Li Chen, is he the newcomer? His strength is impressive. He's the one who saved my nephew Lu Hai." In the past 2 days, his nephew Lu Hai had been telling him how impressive this young man was. Moreover, he had heard about Li Chen's exploits, which had caused quite a stir a couple of days ago. Seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. His strength is decent, but that's about it. At most, he can squeeze into the top 10. "You don't need to think about it any further," said the leader of Haijiao Gate, casually. The contestants selected by the 3 major forces, Night Tour Palace, Black Dragon Gang, and Haijiao Gate, were all extremely strong, almost guaranteeing a spot in the top 3, as it had always been. What they should really worry about were those second-tier forces. They had to be concerned about whether a dark horse from the military would suddenly emerge and disrupt their plans, affecting their interests. Li Chen's rise was a prime example. Originally, they were worried about Sang Biao, but he had already been defeated by Li Chen. Based on Li Chen's current performance, he was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in the competition. "Hey, what if this kid makes it into the top 3? Black Dragon said with a grin. He secretly hoped for such an outcome. He had long been displeased that, despite being a first-tier force, they lost out to Night Tour Palace every year, so he naturally looked forward to a sudden change. "Make it into the top 3? Black Dragon, you really know how to joke. It's been over 10 years since anything like that happened, just dream about it," Zhang Yi from Haijiao Gate scoffed. The people from Night Tour Palace laughed as well.
Do you really expect this kid to beat any of those three? Don't even mention Wang Biao. Any of the other two are beyond his reach. Black Dragon paused and said, of course, I know that. I mean, haven't you noticed how strange this kid is? If he keeps up this monster-slaying speed, there might really be a chance. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Night Owl, the leader of Night Tour Palace, let out a strange laugh and said disdainfully, alright, your vision is limited. Why don't you just transfer your bets to this guy named Li Chen? I'm sure the other forces would be more than happy to. Ha ha ha. I, Gate, have no objections. So, Black Dragon, since you believe in this young man so much, why not take a gamble? The people from Gate urged. Black Dragon frowned, as if he were genuinely contemplating something. The others from the various forces looked at him with eager anticipation. If we're betting, then let's bet. Black Dragon said with a stern expression. At worst, Black Dragon, will just wait until next year to get it back. He was all in. He understood that if he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to come by again. He might as well take the risk. As soon as he said that, everyone present was filled with joy. Although Black Dragon didn't know what had gotten into him to give up, they were all very willing to gain from it. The members of Black Dragon Gang widened their eyes, hurriedly reminding their leader not to act impulsively. No, boss. Boss, what's wrong? Think twice. Alright, you've got guts. Night Owl laughed as well. Who would complain about having more of their own? Everyone would have to pay for their own foolishness. Well then, it seems that this year I will not only secure land in the central region but also in the northern region. After calming down, Black Dragon took a deep breath. Since he had made a decision, he wouldn't go back on it. Looking at the large screen in the center, now, the future of his Black Dragon Gang depended entirely on this young man. I hope you won't disappoint me, Li Chen. The future of our Black Dragon Gang relies on you. From now on, I will definitely come to thank you in person. In the square, everyone stared intently at the screen. A thick curiosity rose in everyone's hearts. At this moment, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to focus at all. They just wanted to know how Li Chen managed to do it. Was there really no one who could reign in this outlaw anymore? Whoosh, 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 puff, puff, puff. And at this moment, Li Chen was not idle, continuously hunting monsters. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass grew. You have gained the Flame Bull talent ability, Scorch, A. Another talent ability exploded? Li Chen was slightly surprised. He took a glance. Scorch, A. Your attacks will cause the target to be scorched, continuously burning their life, dealing 200% strength damage per second, a similar effect to bleeding. However, it was a pity that Li Chen already possessed the stronger Bloodthirst, making it somewhat redundant. But just then, a voice echoed. In his mind, you already have two bleeding-related talent abilities. Do you want to merge them? Bloodthirst, S, plus Scorch, A, equals. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation, he thought, merge. Soon, the voice rang out again. Merge successful. During the merging process, you triggered a critical hit, rewarding you with an upgrade to SSS level ability, Death Suppression. SSS. After your attack hits the target, it steals 20% of their current life value and replenishes your own. When your life value is below 50%, the stealing effect doubles. Li Chen's eyes widened. This was his first SSS level ability. Originally, he was somewhat reluctant to merge Bloodthirst, which was a decent output method for him at the moment. But now, he realized he had been short-sighted. With this, who would still leisurely wait for the opponent to bleed? Just directly steal their life. Although this stealing effect is calculated based on the opponent's current life value, and as the target's health decreases, the amount stolen will also drop. One cannot expect to directly kill monsters in this world. But for consumption, it was simply invincible. After all, just a touch means 20% health. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly paused, stopping to think. He also realized that continuing to grind monsters here had its limitations. There was a cap to it. To acquire points faster, he needed to go to other places. Just in time, he now had such a strong ability as Death Suppression, which greatly boosted his confidence. After making up his mind, he immediately headed in a certain direction. Meanwhile, among those outside who were constantly watching the movements, some noticed something was off. Look, the direction he's heading is. It's the high-level area. What is he thinking? That place is not something a low-level professional like him can handle. Yeah. Once he gets there, it won't just be a couple of monsters playing house. Clearly, he's doing well here, grinding steadily, and has a high chance of making it into the top 10. Why is he taking the risk? Many people couldn't understand what Li Chen was up to. Zhao Linger also frowned, nervously blinking her eyes, unsure of what Li Chen was planning. But if anyone was happy to see this scene, it was definitely Jiang Ting. The joy on her face was completely uncontrollable. If Li Chen had just stabilized his development and not acted recklessly, she would have likely lost. But now that Li Chen was seeking his own demise, it was truly effortless for her. Ha ha ha. A fool is a fool, just like that. Hurry up and go to your death. She said this without caring that Zhao Linger was still standing beside her. Zhao Linger, already feeling down, couldn't help but angrily retort, how can you still say that? You've already been eliminated and are still gloating. You should think about the punishment you'll face when you lose later. Oh dear, this young lady's temper is really fiery. At that moment, a soft male voice suddenly rang out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Ting immediately showed a joyful expression and bounced over to greet him. Brother Lu, you finally came. She revealed a wronged look, wiping the corners of her dry eyes. When you're not around, some dogs take the opportunity to bully me. Sorry, babe, you know how it is, the organization had some matters, but I just received some good news. The man comforted her, a look of excitement on his face. Jiang Ting was taken aback, puzzled. What news? From this year onwards, our Cape Gate will be able to rise to a new level, Lu Yu declared proudly. At that time, his status would naturally rise as well. Jiang Ting was taken aback. Really? The position of the Haijio Gate in Kuan City was self-evident. It was already among the top tier. Even a small step represented more than just a minor gain. Lu Yu smiled and said, of course it's true. Those from the Black Dragon Gang must be either old and confused or something. They actually expect a newcomer to overturn the situation in the competition. They think they're clever, wanting to take a gamble, but in reality, they're just delivering resources to us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting completely believed him and cheerfully said, that's great, Lu Gu. When you make it big, don't forget about me. Of course, by then you won't have to stay in that boring military camp. You can enjoy life with me. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up. She had been worried that Li Chen would end up with good luck and win in the end, making her lose and feel awkward. Ha ha ha, great. I don't mind leaving the military camp. Zhao Linger, do you have anything else to say? She wore a proud expression. Zhao Linger coldly smiled. I hope you can keep your promise by then. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, asking Jiang Ting what had happened. Jiang Ting didn't hide it and told him about the bet. After listening, Lu Yu was stunned. It's actually this Li Chen again. What a coincidence. You have to know, over there, the Black Dragon Gang suddenly trusted this Li Chen so much that they were willing to bet the entire future of the gang on him. And here, it was again related to Li Chen. Just a somewhat talented newcomer, was it really that significant? But after realizing it, he confidently said, Tinger, don't worry, I'll personally step in to help you deal with this so-called Li Chen. Zhao Linger's background was not small. He might not be able to touch her, but a mere Li Chen he could still teach a lesson to, making him understand the rules of Kuan City. Jiang Ting shyly nodded, her face full of superiority. Zhao Linger curled her lips. Knowing the other party's intentions, she naturally wouldn't sit idly by. As for now, she looked at the screen. Hopefully, Li Chen could make it through smoothly. The monsters in the high-level area were much stronger. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Chen swiftly maneuvered, and before he knew it, he had already reached the high-level area. Here, the probability of encountering high-level monsters had greatly increased. Although there were also powerful monsters in the previous area, their levels were around 60 to 100. In the high-level area, however, monsters above level 100 would truly appear. Once a monster reached level 100, its strength would undergo a qualitative change. Generally speaking, those without a second class would only be able to flee in embarrassment when facing monsters of this level. But Li Chen dared to approach them actively, so he naturally had some considerations in mind and was not afraid. The rankings were something he fought for himself, and the upper limit of staying in the outer circle was set. Most of the participants in this competition were professionals who had reached level 100, without a doubt. In order to gain higher points, they would all go to the high-level area to grind monsters. If he didn't come, he would definitely fall behind and wouldn't be able to catch up later. Upon entering the high-level area, Li Chen clearly felt that the surrounding environment had changed. The terrain became more intricate, and there were many dead angles in visibility. This high-level area not only had enhanced monsters, but the environment had also become harsh. Li Chen didn't dare to let his guard down, gripping the lightning war spear in his hand, with golden arcs of light flickering and jumping on it. As expected, he soon encountered the first monster here. It was a long, thick cyan giant python. It blended into the green grass and leaves around, crouching on the ground, motionless, making it hard to detect. Li Chen was suddenly attacked while passing by. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. After taking a hit from the giant python's massive mouth, he quickly retreated, almost getting entangled by its body. Green forest serpent. Elite, level, 100 health for 80,000 talent ability, venom, petrification. When the onlookers realized what this sudden shadow attack was, they gasped in shock. Here it comes. This is the high-level area, a level 100 monster. No, wait, this seems to be an elite monster. It appeared so quickly. Terrifying. Can he handle it? If not, he should hurry back. A level 100 elite monster is no joke. Even the top 10 players from previous years would avoid its edge. No, you still underestimate the terror of a level 100 elite monster. This, I'm afraid only Wang Biao, who has held the first place for years, could possibly deal with it. If I had that much investment on me, I definitely wouldn't dare to take risks. Even just grinding small monsters outside, I'd lose very little by the time I returned. And now, look, he runs into a big guy right away. Don't let it be that his ranking doesn't go up and he gets eliminated instead, with his points reduced to 0. Everyone sighed. In the end, Li Chen was too young, no matter how powerful he had shown himself to be before. At this moment, facing a truly powerful level 100 monster, the gap between them was immediately apparent. At the same time, Li Chen, who understood his opponent's strength, did not feel fear. After quickly using Swift Walk to create distance, Li Chen took a deep breath. Goodness. It's not the enemy's strength that scares me, but their cunning. The biggest difference between these monsters and human professionals is that they won't slack off just because of the opponent's strength. As the saying goes, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Li Chen became more serious. This was the first time he faced a monster of such a high level. The green forest serpent opened its mouth wide, spewing a green liquid with a corrosive aura towards Li Chen. Li Chen was already prepared. He dodged the attack with a quick movement and thrust his lightning war spear at it. Bang! The scales on the serpent's body were as hard as copper and iron. Even though Li Chen had a profession bonus for penetration effects, most of the damage was still mitigated. However, hitting it was good enough. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. Plunder! Swish! The next moment, the previously ferocious serpent suddenly trembled and its health bar dropped sharply. 120000. A huge white number jumped out from its body. It lost a full 20% of its health. This directly ignored all effects like defense and damage reduction. Over 100,000 damage per second. Of course, this was also due to his death suppression, which had the effect of becoming stronger against the strong and weaker against the weak. Regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, it was always 20% of health. Whether it was a level dozen small monster or a level hundreds boss, in front of Li Chen, they were all equal. This was the special aspect of the SSS level talent ability. Wow, what kind of damage is this? Those witnessing the scene were all stunned. A level 100 monster, if they were to deal with it, would usually require a slow consumption of health, because a level 100 human professional, with equipment and some buffs, would only break 10,000. Each stage of damage is a threshold. For example, 1,000 and 10,000 correspond to first and second transfer professionals. Breaking 100,000 damage can no longer be described as outrageous. Doesn't this mean it could kill a level 100 monster in just a few hits? It's important to note that Li Chen was facing an elite monster. Many people not only lacked the courage to fight but even to meet its gaze. The key was that Li Chen actually dared to attack, and the result was such an outrageous effect. Many thought they were dreaming, their eyes blurry, unable to comprehend such an illogical scene. What the hell kind of damage is this? I said he must have activated something. He definitely activated something. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? How many zeros is this? 1, 2, 3, 120,000. My god, even 10 of me wouldn't be able to withstand a single hit from him. When I was a child, I cried watching this episode. Damn, he can't really defeat this level 100 elite monster, can he? Hiss, he's actually that strong? Zhao Linger widened her eyes. She hadn't really seen Li Chen make a move before, whether it was when he came to Kun City or during the later Beast Tide battle. It was only today that she witnessed Li Chen truly take action. She thought the gap between them wouldn't be that significant. After all, they were both new professionals. But at this moment, she realized that the difference between people was even greater than that between a person and a dog. It seemed that everything she had done was worth it. In the audience seats of the square, everyone wore mixed expressions, with less jest and more seriousness. They began to share their opinions. Not necessarily, a level 100 elite monster can't just be dealt with like this. Many people nodded in agreement. A level 100 elite monster is no longer just a monster, it's a leader. It can easily command other monsters and guide the birth of the Beast Tide. Wanting to commit suicide? How difficult that is. Sure enough, in the footage, after Li Chen landed a hit, he was preparing to find another opportunity to attack. The Tang snake suddenly let out a sharp hiss. In an instant, a whirlwind swept through the entire arena. Rustling sounds came from the grass in all directions. It was as if something was rushing towards them. After a moment, terrifying roars of monsters echoed. Oh, is this summoning? Realizing the opponent's intention, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He then took out the detector to scan. Sure enough, on the detector, red dots were approaching his position. The monsters around, summoned by the Tang snake, were quickly heading this way. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed he needed to finish this quickly. This was almost comparable to a small Beast Tide, and it was no joke, all around level 100 monsters. If it dragged on, his situation wouldn't be optimistic either. Li Chen flipped his hand and took out the explosive bow. He quickly drew the bow and shot towards the Tang snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows imbued with powerful might shot out, making a piercing sound as they cut through the air. Bang! Unfortunately, the
Arrows hit the Tang snake as if they were nothing, only causing its body to pause slightly. Li Chen wasn't surprised. After all, the Tang snake's level was too high. It was still an elite monster with strong defenses. Li Chen's ordinary attacks couldn't cause any significant effect. Moreover, his golden grade weapon was clearly a bit inadequate against these level 100 monsters. He would need to switch equipment, but that would require money. As for money, he had several million in investments, but to use that money to gain profits, he had to achieve a good ranking in this competition. That would depend on his own efforts. Li Chen was already quite satisfied. At least he had the opportunity. Looking at the massive Tang snake, a determined look appeared in his eyes. Plunder! Hiss! The Tang snake flicked its tongue and trembled again. A huge number jumped out from it. 75000. Similarly, this time, the Tang snake's health dropped by another 20%. Meanwhile, Li Chen gained 75,000 fake health. Since it was taken from the Tang snake, this extra health wouldn't have any defensive boost. Any damage taken would directly fill it up. But Li Chen didn't care whether it was real health or fake health, as long as it was enough. Just as he was about to press the attack, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom, boom, boom. A dense, muffled sound of footsteps followed. They're coming, they're coming. The audience, watching this scene, all broke into a cold sweat. The surrounding monsters responded to the Tang snake's call and rushed over. On the big screen in the square, the host zoomed out the perspective. It was clear to see that, centered around Li Chen, monsters were surrounding him from all directions, making escape impossible. It seems this is the end. I have to admit, this young man named Li Chen is indeed very strong. He can pose a threat to level 100 elite monsters through his means, which surpasses most in the military. It's just a pity. But at this level, it's still not enough to deal with a level 100 elite monster in the wild. Smart people shouldn't provoke monsters of this caliber. If you can run, then run. If you dare to confront them head-on, be prepared to bear the consequences. The spectators witnessing this began to discuss among themselves. At that moment, Li Chen, who was originally prepared to continue attacking the Tingsha, also sensed the commotion around him. Suddenly, a fire wolf appeared behind him, lunging at him. Reinforcements for Tingsha had arrived. Li Chen had to halt his original plan, turning around to deal with the trouble in front of him. This was also a level 100 monster. Damn it, if I can't handle Tingsha, can I not deal with you? Interrupted suddenly, Li Chen felt a surge of anger. Gripping the lightning war spear in one hand, he thrust it forward fiercely. Plunder! 25000. The effect of death suppression, combined with the original damage, directly took away nearly half of the firewolf's health. The firewolf howled in agony, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. Li Chen prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he looked up. Surrounding him were countless dark shadows. It was then he realized he had been completely encircled by a group of monsters. And beneath him, the firewolf wore a sly grin. Laughing? Without hesitation, Li Chen thrust again. Puff! You killed the fire spirit wolf. Points plus 150. This fire wolf was equivalent to the points he earned from killing 2 monsters earlier. At this moment, the surrounding monsters were all baring their fangs and claws, simultaneously attacking Li Chen. In a critical moment, Li Chen took out the Book of the Sage. A brilliant purple light illuminated the surroundings. The aggressive monsters, caught in the light, momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen quickly left his original position, stepping out of the encirclement. To be honest, he never expected that so many monsters would arrive so quickly. This also indirectly indicated that there were indeed a lot of monsters in this area. Once he broke free, he wielded the lightning war spear and thrust it fiercely at a monster. Plunder! 27000. These monsters fell silent, completely lacking the power to resist. Meanwhile, the effect of his lightning war spear was maximized. A golden chain linked all the monsters together, transmitting damage percentages to each one. Soon, numbers began to pop up everywhere. Zizizizi. 6000, 6200, 6350. Plunder! Taking advantage of the monsters losing consciousness, Li Chen launched a frenzied attack, using the effect of death suppression to continuously deal damage while siphoning their health. The fake health on Li Chen began to stack and grow. At that moment, he suddenly had a new idea. If he absorbed all these monsters' health, wouldn't he have hundreds of thousands of health points, making him even tougher than that Tingsha? Then he could engage in a brawl, inflicting mutual damage. Let's see whose damage is higher. In terms of tanking, Li Chen was still somewhat confident. After all, with so many reverse talents and class bonuses, he couldn't even count them all. Li Chen was sweating profusely as he wielded his spear, his face filled with excitement. He could clearly feel his health bar continuously increasing. This was a full sense of security. Puff puff puff. Li Chen fully utilized his assassin talents, constantly maneuvering, attacking from behind, maximizing every bit of damage. Before long, one monster after another began to fall. The sound of points being credited echoed continuously. From his wristband, you killed the furious goose, points plus 150. You killed the black yak, points plus 150. You killed the white fang snake, points plus 200.
Li Chen's points skyrocketed.
This was no beast tide, it was practically a reward stage. He really had to thank this Tingsha elite monster for gathering all the creatures together, saving him the trouble of luring monsters from all over.
The efficiency was greatly improved. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, he really turned the tables? These monsters, are they here to deliver their heads? It feels like this Tingsha has led all the nearby monsters into a trap. Compared to this, why do I feel like he's the real monster? Goodness, is this even possible? It's ridiculous. Outside, all the spectators stared in shock as they watched Li Chen slaughter monsters as if he were harvesting crops, with hardly any difficulty at all. If it's like this, I feel like I could do it too. He's holding a brilliant level piece of equipment. No wonder these monsters have lost their ability to act. Equipment with such effects is indeed quite rare. Brilliant level, a wealthy family. I have to be careful even with golden level equipment, and if I damage it, I'll be heartbroken for a long time. I hate rich people. Brilliant level equipment, huh? So how will you deal with it next? That Tingsha hasn't even entered the second phase yet. In the VIP section,
Wang Tong muttered to himself. To be honest, he really didn't expect such a dark horse to appear in his military district this year. Being able to injure that Tingsha in a first transformation state is quite rare in the secular world. He guessed that Li Chen's profession must be at least SS level. The other military district commanders looked on with envy and jealousy. Old Wang, this young man hasn't officially joined your military yet, has he? I think you should introduce him to us. Yeah, a newcomer with such potential is truly a once-in-a-century find. I think he should come to our northern desert for some training. You old guys shouldn't have any designs on him before he even joins.
Wang Tong snorted.
The intentions of these people were written all over their faces, and he hadn't even made a move yet.
Meanwhile, somewhere underground, a dramatic scene was unfolding. What the heck? This kid is that fierce? Oh no, is it too late to change my vote now? The big shots of the underground forces were still gathered together, but everyone's expressions had subtly changed. Only the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Hey Long, was beaming with joy. Hey Long, are you challenging my bottom line? The leader of the Night Tour Hall, Yi Xiao, spoke up, his face dark. Initially, he hadn't taken it to heart. To him, Li Chen was just a slightly capable newcomer who couldn't stir up much trouble. He looked down on Hey Long's underhanded tactics and naturally didn't take them seriously. But now the situation was different and he couldn't sit still. Li Chen's displayed potential exceeded expectations. It had to be said that Hey Long had indeed made a good bet. Now the problem was serious. Although the results hadn't been officially announced yet, he already felt threatened.
Not to mention, if Li Chen really killed this elite monster, his points would undoubtedly lead by a landslide. If Li Chen snatched the first place from Wang Biao, then his Night Tour Hall would be overshadowed by the Black Dragon Gang. All the foundation he had built over decades would be surpassed without any clarity. This was something he could never accept. For a moment, the air in the entire venue seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Hey Long merely smiled slightly, adjusted his ink, and said with neither arrogance nor humility, "The Night Hall Master truly overestimates me. As you said earlier, all of this is just a momentary lapse in my judgment. I just happened to have a bit of good luck." If it had been before, he might have been somewhat wary of Yi Xiao.
But now, the scales had clearly balanced and he naturally wouldn't adopt a subservient attitude.
Yi Xiao trembled with anger.
But for the moment, he really had no way to deal with the other party.
The rules had been established long ago and he couldn't violate them in front of everyone. The only thing he could hope for was that Wang Biao would still manage to secure first place as usual. Suddenly, the night owl seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep breath and in the next moment, he had regained his composure and sat back down.
Do you really think Wang Biao would lose to a young punk? Just wait and see.
Seeing him like this, the Black Dragon frowned but said nothing more. He fixed his gaze on a screen in the center.
At the same moment,
Li Chen had already dealt with most of the surrounding monsters. The effect of the Book of Sages was also nearly over. The green forest serpent had already regained its ability to move. Coming back to its senses, it let out a roar and charged rapidly towards Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen was clearing the remaining small monsters. The figure of the green forest serpent came crashing in fiercely. There was no time to dodge. Li Chen gritted his teeth, preparing to take the hit. He took out the golden war shield, and the ethereal shield on him was also ready. He thrust it forward with force. Clang! A crack appeared on the entire golden war shield. With a crack, it shattered into pieces. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. The golden war shield had indeed suffered some damage earlier. And now, withstanding this powerful attack, it was completely destroyed. He had underestimated a level 100 elite monster. He couldn't handle it alone. The tremendous impact pushed Li Chen back a few steps. Fortunately, he had just plundered many monsters, so his health was quite high.
and he wasn't significantly affected. His fake health had probably decreased by over 50,000. After stabilizing himself, Li Chen held the lightning war spear, his eyes glinting. It's my turn. He flashed forward to the serpent and swung fiercely. Swish, puff. The spearhead plunged deeply into its body. Plunder. In an instant, the fake health that had just been knocked off by the serpent was drawn back. This time, the entire body of the serpent trembled violently and its health had dropped below half. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Keep going. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before he could use execution to directly kill it. Just then, the serpent suddenly let out a roar. Its entire body began to swell, its eyes turning blood red and its scales thickening, making it appear a whole size larger. Seeing this, Li Chen was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. It had entered the second phase, it was in red health. Most monsters, especially those above elite level, would enter a self-protection state when their health was low, activating all their potential for a final struggle. Clearly, the serpent before him was one of those. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The original serpent was already that powerful, how terrifying would it be after this enhancement? Soon, the serpent demonstrated with its actions. In the next moment, the previously weak serpent emitted a foul aura and actually soared into the air. It flew like a dragon. A storm swept across the arena. Li Chen nearly lost his balance. This wind, the serpent, circled high above, dancing like a dragon, the sun shining on its scales, shimmering beautifully, looking incredibly shocking. This is not even the same species anymore, is it? Li Chen's mouth twitched. There was no time to think. The serpent had already sprayed a massive amount of venom at him, like a water faucet. Li Chen quickly used sprint to dodge, but the serpent was in a high position, and wherever he ran, its massive mouth followed to spray. This won't do, Li Chen thought to himself. He needed to find an opportunity to bring this serpent down. While running and dodging, Li Chen took out the explosive bow, aiming at the serpent's position. This was a real test of basic skills, but for him, it was the time to reap the rewards of his efforts. After a round of aiming and predicting, he found an opportunity and quickly drew the bow to shoot. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, bursting forth with a silver gleam, soaring towards the serpent's forehead. Bang! Bang! The serpent's head shook from the arrow's impact, brilliant sparks flying out, and it stopped its breath. Got it! Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and took the chance to keep attacking. Whoosh! 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 Plunder! Under Li Chen's relentless assault, the form of the Tang snake began to sway precariously. There was no way around it. Li Chen's vampire move was too ruthless. Each had drained a significant portion of its health, and no matter how much health the Tang snake had, it couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. Injured feels good. With a loud crash, the Tang snake finally crashed down. Bang! The massive snake body slammed heavily onto the ground in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The defeated eat dust. The Tang snake's body began to tremble, swelling continuously. Li Chen coldly turned away. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Boom! You have killed the green forest Tang snake, elite level, points plus 1000. You have obtained a gold level equipment, Tang Kai's shield. You have obtained the Tang snake's heart, rare level. You have obtained Tang snake venom, rare level. After killing the Tang snake, Li Chen directly looted a piece of gold equipment. At the same time, he also received a series of exclusive rare materials, all of considerable value. Not only that, this level 100 elite monster also provided a massive amount of experience points, adding in all the monsters he had previously defeated. Li Chen's level had already reached level 70. A hint of a smile flashed in Li Chen's eyes. As expected, just as Lu Xian said, this place was indeed a great spot for leveling up. He glanced at his wristband. Name, Li Chen affiliated. Military District, Central Points 4500 estimated ranking 1-5. Li Chen was surprised to find that the last line had an additional ranking. After understanding it, he realized this was determined based on the contestants' real-time points and performance, not the final ranking. But it also indirectly told Li Chen one thing: if he continued to grind at this pace, he might even become first. Li Chen couldn't help but feel excited. To be honest, he had come this time with the intention of breaking even, hoping to score as high as possible. But here, he unexpectedly fused an SSS level talent, Death Suppression. With this, he wasn't without a chance to compete for a ranking against other contestants. By then, the rewards would be more than just the tens of millions he had invested. Thinking of this, Li Chen suddenly felt an itch in his hands, filled with energy, and continued deeper into the area. Where are the monsters? Come out and get sliced. Meanwhile, as Li Chen killed the green forest Tang snake, the outside world erupted. The host trembled with excitement, his hand holding the microphone shaking slightly. He really did it. With his own strength, he defeated a level 100 elite monster. The host's voice ignited the atmosphere. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Awesome. Wow. This is getting me pumped. I was planning to go to the footbath city to reward myself after the match, but now I'm getting ready to grind monsters. Women only drain my energy.
Li Chen, this archer, is indeed on fire, whether it's accuracy, positioning, or awareness.
He has almost reached perfection.
This isn't just a test of class strength, but the fundamental skills of the players themselves.
Since awakening my profession, I've been an archer for nearly 30 years. Speaking from experience, this newcomer's fundamentals are already superb.
He truly is a talented player. No wonder he stirred up such a storm in Koan City right from the start.
Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, damn, Tinger, is this kid really a newcomer? How can this newbie be so fierce? After witnessing Li Chen personally kill a level 100 elite monster, Lu Yu was already drenched in sweat. If it were him, dying 10 or 8 times would be the least of it. The main thing was, with Li Chen's current performance, could he really turn things around? He had been excited earlier because the Black Dragon gang chose this unknown junior, which he thought was a foolish move. But unexpectedly, Li Chen seemed to live up to expectations, truly qualified to compete with the top players, and now it seems that the reason the Black Dragon gang believed in Li Chen might not have been baseless after all. There might actually be some truth to it, but they just didn't take it seriously. Looking back now, the more she thought about it, the more something felt off. And it
wasn't just him. Jiang Ting, who had originally felt proud, was now completely bewildered.
Li Chen actually did it. He killed such a strong elite monster along with so many smaller ones. How fierce was that? Where on earth did Zhao Linger find someone so abnormal? Compared to that, the
so-called northern hound, Sang Biao, that she had found was practically a roadside stray.
At this moment, Zhao Linger was deeply captivated. She
had forgotten why she chose Li Chen, why he participated in the competition, only knowing that he truly brought them honor.
She even forgot about the 2 people beside her and didn't think to look at their expressions of defeat. Captain Zhou, if it were you, would you have enough confidence to kill this level 100 elite monster? Huang Long asked Zhou Jiangwo from a nearby seat. Zhou Jiangwo was slightly taken aback by that
question, then began to think seriously, followed by a bitter smile. That depends on the situation, but if there were a group of monsters attacking
at the same time, I wouldn't be able to handle it alone.
His words were very candid and sincere, because in that earlier situation, Li Chen could be said to have completely relied on the sage's book in his hands to control those attacking monsters, which allowed him to fight back. Without it, it was hard to say how things would have turned out, but it would likely have been dire. Even he would have found it difficult to deal with such a situation.
Of course, he couldn't say it with absolute certainty, as the unknown always held possibilities.
Upon hearing this, Huang
Long nodded slightly.
To be honest, at first he had only brought Li Chen into the competition for the sake of joining the fun, not expecting him to achieve any results. It was purely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. But seeing Li Chen achieve results, he was naturally very pleased. After all, this was also a point of pride for their central military district. Just then, he suddenly thought of something
and sighed softly.
By the way, if this continues, and Li Chen really achieves some unbelievable results, it feels like our entire Koan City might
be thrown into chaos.
They had to know that as the military who were hosting the competition, they were also aware of some hidden matters
beneath the surface. This competition was related to the underground dynamics of countless forces. With Li Chen suddenly disrupting things, it was hard to predict what extended consequences might arise.
As the military, responsible for control, they would inevitably be affected to some
extent. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. He had certainly considered this and was even prepared for the worst. He was just afraid that when Koan City and the
military's Federal Council discussed it, in order to maintain stability, they might nullify Li Chen's achievements. That was his biggest worry. Of course, everyone could see the accomplishments Li Chen had made. Even if they did nullify it, it would still leave a significant mark in the
records. One could only lament the misfortune of timing, being born at the wrong moment. If it really came to that, he actually had no way
to counter it, only to seek out Wang Tong and strive for a solution.
For now, they could only take it one step at a time. Unlike the outside world,
at the power conference in Koan City, the expressions of various forces were incredibly strange.
Led by the Night Tour Palace, everyone's faces were ashen. Who would have thought that this year a formidable obstacle would suddenly appear? The Night Owl sat silently in his chair. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive.
Meanwhile, the other forces were watching with a sense of amusement.
This year in Koan City was truly lively.
Ever since that newcomer named Li Chen arrived, things had spiraled out of control.
Moreover, the Night Tour Palace had dominated for so many
years, and those present were more than happy to witness it. In comparison, the Black Dragon gang was in a state of jubilation. The atmosphere was incredibly cheerful, and many couldn't help but hum along. Earlier, they had been puzzled as to why their leader, Black Dragon, would suddenly make such a confusing decision. But now, the members of the Black Dragon gang were all praising and extolling him.
As expected of Black Dragon, as expected of our president. His vision is truly unique, so ruthless.
I apologize for my earlier thoughts. I was a fool to question
our great leader, Black Dragon. Ha, the boss is right. It wasn't just them. Black Dragon excitedly called his nephew, Uncle Lu.
Hai's voice came from the other end.
Black Dragon said excitedly, "My dear nephew, do you remember that Li Chen you mentioned to me?" "I remember. What's up?" "It's nothing, I just want to trouble you to help us make a connection and get to know him." "Ah, let's not talk about it. Now, I'll continue watching the match. By the way, I'll transfer you some pocket money, remember to check it." Before the other party could ask anything else, Black Dragon had already hung up. He then transferred 2 million in pocket money to his dear nephew. Not to mention, Li Chen's performance just now was already comparable to Wang Biao's. In that earlier scenario, even if Wang Biao had come, he might not have handled it as well as Li Chen did. That's why he was so excited. As a result, he also had a fondness for this nephew who had introduced Li Chen to him and spoken well of him. If it really succeeds in the end, overturning the shadow of the night tour hall, the benefits would not just be as simple as 2 million, it could at least multiply by 100. Sometimes life is just that messed up. You work hard for decades, yet it's not as good as seizing one opportunity. He was fully aware of the heavy pressure he bore by betting the entire gang's interests. But fortunately, he bet right, and keenly spotted Li Chen's extraordinary qualities ahead of time. The matter was already settled, and now there was no reason for others to backtrack. At this moment, at the location of the night tour hall, Yi Xiao snorted coldly. "A bunch of foolish guys, they have no idea that Wang Biao is no longer the Wang Biao of last year. Just last month, Wang Biao underwent his third job change. He is now a powerful third job professional. If it were still the old Wang Biao, he might indeed be panicking right now. But one must know that with each job change, a professional undoubtedly gains power, and almost every time it is a qualitative transformation. These people have no idea how strong Wang Biao is now." At the same time, in the VIP section of the square, "Congratulations, old Wang, your central region has produced such a genius. This strength is comparable to the highest ranking individuals in the military. Indeed, at such a young age to have such strength, the potential is enormous. Ah, this is all thanks to Li Chen's own efforts. We did nothing, he walked this path on his own, I'm just riding on his coattails." Wang Tang waved his hand, his face beaming. He feigned modesty, but inside he was overjoyed. It had been a long time since such talent had appeared in their central region. Moreover, in the annual competitions, the first place had always been monopolized by Wang Biao from the western region. Regardless of how Li Chen performed in the end, he had already gained enough face. Speaking of which, this strength is not bad, he might even compete with Wang Biao for first place, a military commander remarked. No, although I have to admit this newcomer is indeed strong, but Wang Biao is no longer the same as before. Just then, the commander of the Western Theater suddenly spoke up. As soon as he said this, the other military personnel turned to look at him. "Oh, brother Sun, what do you mean by that? Are you implying?" Sun Hao smiled faintly and nodded slowly. "That's right, just recently, Wang Biao underwent his third job change, and it was very successful, greatly increasing his strength." Wang Biao had undergone his third job change. As soon as this was said, the other military commanders widened their eyes in shock. This Wang Biao truly deserves to be the champion for several consecutive years. Third transfer? I remember he was only level 120 last year. Right? He's made such rapid progress and has already completed the third transfer, and we didn't even know about it. Goodness, brother Sun, you've really kept this under wraps. In that case, there's really no comparison. This Li Chen can barely manage a second transfer, right? Although he's strong, he ultimately can't compete. True. Expecting him to surpass other excellent soldiers right from the start is a bit too much to ask. Wang Tang also sighed inwardly. Wang Biao, as someone who could maintain his championship for years, certainly had the strength. The world is never short of geniuses. How far Li Chen can go depends entirely on himself. He raised his head and looked at the screen, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. If the future is yours, prove it to me. If Li Chen could truly achieve that, then no matter what happened afterward, he would do his utmost to help protect their interests. The development of Long Country and the vanguard of humanity needed potential, powerful professionals. At this moment, a man dressed in a purple robe holding a magic wand strolled leisurely through the forest. Around him stood several fierce-looking summon creatures, ready to pounce and kill any monsters that appeared. The whole process was incredibly easy. Wang Biao yawned. Still as boring as ever. There hasn't been a decent opponent in years. I should go find the person in charge and complain. They might as well just give me the first place directly from now on. Just then, a ringing sound suddenly echoed from his body. Oh, Wang Biao raised an eyebrow. Who could be calling at this time? He took out his radio and connected it. Soon, the deep voice of Night Owl came through. Wang Biao, there's a new professional, someone who uses a bow. He briefly described Li Chen's characteristics. If you encounter this person, take action immediately. He poses a significant threat, understand? A significant threat? Wang Biao raised an eyebrow. It had been years since he had heard that term. But since Night Owl personally contacted him, it seemed this person indeed had some strength. However, he had just completed his third transfer not long ago and was extremely confident. Alright, got it, he said, hanging up impatiently. Li Chen, huh? Don't let me find you, I'm quite bored right now. Time passed second by second. The sports competition was nearing its end. There was about an hour left until the match concluded. Li Chen continuously roamed through the jungle, tirelessly hunting monsters. Points flowed in like water. At this moment, he held a demolition bow, standing at a high point, skillfully surveying his prey. The information on his wristband updated again. Name, Li Chen, affiliated military district, Central, points, 7,500, estimated ranking, 1, Li Chen. Exhale. His efforts had not been in vain. He now had 7,500 points. The estimated ranking given by the wristband shot up to 1. With less than an hour left until the competition ended, if he maintained this, first place would be his. Just then, a monster's figure crossed in front of him. Li Chen immediately picked up his bow, chased after it, and shot out sharp arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. What? My ranking has dropped to second. At the same time, Wang Biao, who had been glancing at his wristband carelessly, saw an unbelievable scene. Name, Wang Biao, affiliated military district, Western. Points, 6,500, estimated ranking 2. His estimated ranking was actually only second? He had always been first and had never been surpassed. Moreover, his strength had significantly increased this time, and he was racking up points faster than last year. Yet even so, he was still overtaken? Who on earth is it? Wang Biao's eyes widened, filled with shock. He was an SS-level professional necromancer and had already completed his third transfer. The entire military department of Koan City couldn't find many who could compare to him, but how could someone have a higher score than him? What a ridiculous joke. He couldn't help but recall how the night owl had come to remind him earlier. At first, he hadn't taken it seriously. But now, damn, he really has some skills. Wang Biao frowned. With less than an hour left until the end of the competition, it would be difficult for him to catch up. Just as he was thinking of a way to respond, a sudden explosion echoed from a distance. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Right. He remembered there was another rule. That is, defeating other competitors also grants points. And it's much more than what you get from monsters. You directly inherit the points from the opponent. So, to quickly increase his score, it was clearly more cost-effective to eliminate other competitors rather than monsters. Without hesitation, he quickly headed towards the direction of the explosion. You killed a unicorn ape, points plus 120. You killed a wind scorpion snake, points plus 150. At the same time, after dealing with the fleeing monsters ahead, Li Chen, bow in hand, was about to take a side path. At that moment, 3 puppet summons suddenly emerged from the side, their armor exuding a chilling aura, each about 2 meters tall, wielding sharp blunt weapons. Li Chen turned around, raising an eyebrow. What the heck is this? They don't look like monsters. Just as he was pondering, a sturdy man in a robe slowly walked out ahead. Wang Biao stepped forward, chuckling. Sorry, brother, but I urgently need points right now. With that, he waved at the several summons. The 3 undead puppets sprang into action, surrounding Li Chen and moving closer. Li Chen's expression turned cold. This stance clearly indicated that they were not here for friendly purposes. What a surprise, they had set their sights on him. What, it's actually Wang Biao. He actually showed up. This is getting interesting. The moment Wang Biao appeared in view, all the spectators in the square sat up straight, their eyes focused, afraid to miss a second. Everyone knew this would be the final showdown for first and second place in this competition. Whoever wins will be first. Li Chen, you must not lose. Zhao Linger anxiously watched the screen. The members of the Black Dragon Society were equally tense. The Black Dragon wore a grim expression. He hadn't expected the two to cross paths. In his eyes, the safest method was for Li Chen to secure first place by farming monsters quickly. Well, since it had come to this, victory or defeat would hinge on this one encounter. Kak. The Night Owl's reaction was to turn sorrow into joy, letting out a piercing laugh. Quite the opposite, what he feared most was that Wang Biao wouldn't find Li Chen and resolve this trouble. Now it seemed the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. He believed that as soon as they clashed, Wang Biao would easily defeat a newcomer. Wang Biao was no half-baked competitor. You ask where his confidence comes from? It's from countless championship medals. At this moment, Li Chen was unaware that so many people were watching the events unfold here. Faced with the sudden attack from Wang Biao, he wasn't particularly flustered. He wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Detected SS-level profession, necromancer. Would you like to copy? Oh, Li Chen's heart stirred. An SS-level profession. This is valuable. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained SS-level profession, necromancer. You now possess 2 SS-level undead professions. Would you like to super-evolve and fuse? Soul wizard plus necromancer equals. Li Chen was stunned. Super-evolve and fuse? Such an unexpected delight. This person must have come to deliver benefits. Li Chen looked at Wang Biao with an odd expression, unable to help but want to say thank you for the SS-level profession. What would 2 SS-level professions fuse into? Li Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Fusion successful, you have obtained SSS level profession Death Mage. SSS level profession? Li Chen's eyes widened. After counting carefully and confirming he hadn't miscounted, he couldn't help but feel excited. Ever since he rejected the SSS level profession during the awakening ceremony, he now had a new SSS level profession, and it was even stronger. Indeed, his decision back then was the right one. In less than a month, he had already recouped his losses. Thanks to this, Wang Biao coming to Koan City was truly worth it. Consequently, his gaze towards Wang Biao became more affectionate. Although he didn't know who this person was, the contribution he made was undeniable. Seeing that Li Chen was slow to react, Wang Biao sneered. "But are you stunned? Fine, just surrender like this, it saves me trouble." Faced with the few skeletons that had already approached, Li Chen came to his senses. He then calmly activated his heavenly eye. The movements of the summoned creatures instantly froze. "Don't make a fuss, I'm busy." Saying this, he relaxed and examined the effects of his new SSS level profession. SSS level Necromancer professional talent. For each level gained, the number of summoned creatures increases by 1. Skill, summon skeleton knights for assistance in battle. While summoned creatures exist, damage taken by the user will be transferred to the summoned creatures. Awesome. After glancing at the effects, Li Chen was taken aback. As expected of an SSS level, gaining an additional summoned creature for each level up, he could now summon 70? Moreover, as long as these summoned creatures were alive, he wouldn't take any damage. This meant that as long as these summoned creatures existed, he would be invincible? Want to hurt me? First, deal with my 70+ skeleton soldiers. Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, Wang Biao was stunned. What was going on? Why couldn't his summoned creatures move? His expression darkened. He thought it was just a roadside encounter, but it turned out this person had some skills. Come again. Wang Biao waved his wand. Necromantic secret art. A ball of ghostly green energy spewed from the wand, landing on the ground and transforming into several shadows, which then coalesced into a series of undead puppets. Now, I have so many helpers, and you're all alone. Let's see how long you can hold out. Charge. Ha! Li Chen, still in high spirits, was suddenly interrupted and felt a bit annoyed. Fine, considering you barely qualify as having some contribution, you can be my stepping stone. I have to admit, this person is an SSS level profession, a rare talent indeed. But an SSS level profession, does it really look impressive in front of me? Watching the undead puppets brandishing weapons and charging over aggressively, Li Chen chuckled. Necromantic secret art? Have you heard of the undead catastrophe? With a flick of his hand, he summoned the Book of Sages. Setting aside the weapon's effects, the Book of Sages itself was a brilliant grade weapon, perfect for summoning an undead army. In an instant, the sky darkened. A fierce wind swept across the arena. Eerie, terrifying growls echoed from all directions, sending chills down spines. Dozens of skeleton soldiers appeared densely on the field, radiating ghostly light, their bones stark white. Undead? So many skeletons, all undead. Gasps of shock rose from the audience. What the hell? I thought he was joking. No way, are you serious? This number, it's terrifying. How did he do it? In the VIP section. Is he really Li Chen? Wang Tang stood up excitedly. This is a huge deal. In a proper competition, he summoned an undead army. Old Wang, what exactly is his background? Is there something you haven't told us? What a catastrophe of the undead. This child is destined for greatness. The other military leaders were undoubtedly in shock. Was this an ordinary person? If Wang Tang still claimed ignorance, they definitely wouldn't believe him. Wang Tang let out a bitter laugh, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Times have changed, the new generation is pushing the old, and these old-timers like him should retire. At this moment, the skeleton army surrounded Wang Biao and his summoned creatures. What is this? Wang Biao forgot to move, his eyes wide open. So many undead? How could he summon so many? Who is this person in front of him? He had never heard of such a thing before. With the same summoning skill, he had already advanced to the 3rd tier, but he could only summon a maximum of 10 undead puppets. The skeletons in front of him were clearly a level above his puppets. Wang Biao was completely stunned. As an SS level profession, it was the first time he felt completely overwhelmed by someone. Who exactly are you? He couldn't help but look at Li Chen. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He was jolted awake, realizing, this feature seems to be that newcomer mentioned by Night Owl. He took another look, and indeed, it matched Night Owl's description. He took a deep breath. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity earlier. But wait, he remembered it was said to be an archer, right? This is completely unrelated. An archer can summon undead? What is he, a necromancer, supposed to do? Was the information wrong? Just as he was in a daze, Li Chen waved his hand. The skeleton warriors, wielding greatswords, charged forward. In comparison, the few undead puppets seemed incredibly insignificant and were instantly overwhelmed. Wang Biao watched from behind, drenched in sweat. This is bad. Really bad. What the hell is this? Who can take this on? he finally understood why his ranking on the bracelet was second. The first is right here. It turns out he came here to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. Without hesitation, he quickly turned and ran. Survive at least to get second. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have that. He had already given up on competing for first place. Without the summoner, the summoned creatures were nothing. Sensing the other's intent, Li Chen moved and chased after him. You think you can run after getting hit? Halfway through his escape, Wang Biao noticed Li Chen had followed him and glared. Dare to chase me? You're looking for death. He waved his magic wand, summoning 2 undead puppets. Quick, while he's out of the group. Kill him. Hearing this, the 2 undead swung their weapons at Li Chen. However, Li Chen paid no attention. He had no intention of dodging. He understood that dealing with the 2 undead would be very troublesome. It would be a thankless task. Instead, he decided to capture the leader first. He charged straight at Wang Biao, taking the damage head-on. Bang! The undead puppets blocked in front, striking him with their weapons. However, Li Chen felt no damage at all. Were these undead puppets weak? No. It was the necromancer's profession skill, damage transfer, that was in effect. All the damage he received was transferred to his skeleton soldiers. Among his vast army, 1 skeleton soldier fell. In response. However, it was just one among thousands, with over 60 more like it. Are you crazy? Wang Biao gasped, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He never expected that Li Chen would directly take the damage. What surprised him even more was that Li Chen was completely unharmed. His undead puppets had been upgraded through the 3rd tier. This was too strange. The 2 undead puppets chased after Li Chen, attacking, but they did not slow him down at all, causing no impact. Wang Biao was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? This has no effect? In the blink of an eye, Li Chen had flashed in front of him. He felt a moment of dizziness. Bang! Li Chen knocked the magic wand out of his hand, and the lightning war spear struck him. Zzz. Then, he experienced a tingling sensation. Ah! This was also a flaw of summoning-type mages. The strength was all placed on the summoned creatures, and the practitioner's own power was not as strong as that of a pure mage. He didn't know how long it had been. You have defeated contestant 001, points plus 6500. As the sound from the bracelet rang out, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He actually gained so many points, 6500 points, just 1000 points away from himself is already quite close. This ranking is probably very high. Well, in the end, it turned out to be a bargain for him. Name, Li Chen Military District, Central Points. 14,000 estimated ranking. Now he has reached 14,000 points. This should be secure. Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He didn't realize that the opponent he had just casually defeated was the renowned Wang Biao, who had won consecutive championships for several years. As Li Chen crushed Wang Biao, the outside world had already erupted in excitement. Although the way he won was a bit surreal, winning is winning, no matter how you look at it. Wang Biao actually lost. The championship has changed hands this year. It's been so many years, finally someone has broken the streak. This is truly impressive, the most valuable episode. Over 10,000 points. This must be a record, the highest in history. Great. Honestly, I was tired of it. Every year the champion is the same person. It's so monotonous. I was almost done watching. How nice would it be to have a variety? Especially the soldiers from the Central Military District, each one cheering, getting excited. Li Chen! Li Chen! Li Chen! Ha ha ha! This year's first place is ours from the Central. Woohoo! Going back today to indulge a bit, celebrate, eat pig trotter rice with 2 servings of sausage. I've been annoyed with those guys from the West for a long time, finally got to vent today. In contrast, the soldiers from the West wore bitter expressions, unable to believe what they were seeing. Brother Biao actually lost, and to a newcomer, the tides have turned. I must still be dreaming, someone give me a punch. In reality, the impact of this battle was far more complex than it appeared. What? Wang Biao lost? In the hall, Night Owl stood up, in shock. At this point, he could no longer remain calm. Wang Biao's loss meant their faction had suffered a heavy blow this time. Moreover, everyone would be affected in one way or another. The others were also discussing fervently. What's going on? Did Wang Biao throw the match? I don't think so. In that situation, it really felt like he couldn't win. Hiss, this year's dynamics are going to be chaotic. Koan City has been stable for too long, but it's not entirely a bad thing. The wealthy gamble on their own demise. The power here was almost completely saturated, leaving little opportunity for newcomers. With this incident, some smaller factions could take advantage of the chaos. In stark contrast, in one corner of the arena, the members of the Black Dragon Society were all stifling laughter. We won, it's really our win. Ha 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 ha. Black Dragon was grinning from ear to ear. He hadn't misjudged Li Chen. In fact, Li Chen's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. The originally powerful Wang Biao actually fled like a drowning dog in front of him, being chased and beaten. Lord Owl, a bet is a bet, right? Black Dragon looked at Night Owl and the others, smiling. Night Owl and the others had dark expressions. But at this moment, they couldn't explode in anger. At this time, Black Dragon came over to gloat, each of them feeling incredibly frustrated. Good tactics. Night Owl clenched his fists, a shadow passing through his eyes. Since it's like this, don't blame me for flipping the table. He stood up and directly turned to leave with his people. Take care. Black Dragon laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. Earlier, they had been mocking themselves for being foolish, but now, who would dare to say that about themselves? Moreover, it was evident that the attitudes of some smaller factions towards the Black Dragon Society had changed, becoming more flattering. This was the attitude they should have been showing towards Night Owl's faction. Black Dragon was beaming with joy. He understood that having today's success was largely thanks to Li Chen, and he would definitely find an opportunity to repay him well. An unpayable debt of gratitude. At the same time, after defeating Wang Biao, Li Chen glanced at the time. There was about half an hour left until the end. He then directed the skeleton warriors to split up and continue hunting monsters. With this, there was no need to lift a finger, and the efficiency increased significantly. Li Chen found himself with free time. He lightly leaped onto a branch of a large tree and lay down to sleep. Below the tree, 3 skeletons stood guard. At this point, he wasn't even afraid of monster ambushes. As long as the skeleton warriors were there, he had nothing to worry about. But just to be safe, he sent a few more skeleton warriors down below. Before long, his wristband began to chime with notifications. You killed an eel snake, points plus 100. You killed a flower deer, points plus 100. These were all monsters slain by the skeleton warriors. He was now reaping rewards while lying down. There was no need for him to do anything at all. What a feeling! This was simply too enjoyable. Now, he just had to wait for the time to end. Meanwhile, outside, the discussions had reached a peak. Everyone was focused on Li Chen's movements, taking in every detail. Seeing Li Chen suddenly lying down like this, everyone was left dumbfounded. Damn, is he really just going to sleep? Wow, while others are working hard in the final moments, he just goes to sleep? What the heck, that's too easy. Well, who told him to have so many points? If I had as many as he does, I'd do the same. In the VIP section. Wow, he really made it to beat Wang Biao. Wang Tang felt a surge of emotions. He's impressive, but with this, the forces in Koan City are probably going to start causing trouble. Yeah, those people are getting anxious. Who knows what crazy actions they might take. For a moment, several high-ranking officials were unsure whether to be happy or worried. The purpose of this competition was initially to give the soldiers a chance to relax. But with this turn of events, it might instead lead to an increase in their workload later on. Well, let's take it one step at a time, Wang Tang sighed. At the same time, only a few minutes remained until the end of the competition. Li Chen opened his eyes and glanced at his wristband. Name, Li Chen Military District. Central points, 24,000. Estimated ranking, 1. Not bad, just as he had imagined. During his rest, his skeleton warriors continued to fight, and his points kept rising. This was great. It was indeed satisfying to reap rewards through summoning. Although there were certain professional shortcomings for him, they could be considered negligible. Just then, a sudden earth-shaking noise erupted from the arena, and in the distance, countless birds flew toward this direction. It felt as if something terrifying was approaching. What's going on? Li Chen stood up and looked over. In that direction, it seemed to be the boundary point connecting to the wild. He frowned, sensing something ominous. At this moment, people outside also noticed the situation here. Not good. There's a wave of abnormal fluctuations at the junction. Heading this way. What? Wang Tang's eyes widened. Looking at the soldier who brought the report, he asked suspiciously, is the information accurate? It shouldn't be. Their competition venue was set up in the wild, so at the end, it wasn't under control. While that was true, they had barriers in place and there shouldn't be any significant fluctuations. Moreover, there were usually dedicated personnel cleaning up some stray monsters there, and they had conducted thorough searches before the competition. There shouldn't be any issues. In previous years, there had never been any problems. This was the first time. There was no time to think. He quickly ordered, quickly notify all personnel to prepare to go in for support. Use the wristbands to inform the contestants inside to retreat. Something is coming. It was important to note that there were still many contestants inside who hadn't come out yet. Those who had made it this far were basically the elite among elites and were unaware of the crisis that had already occurred. If something unexpected happened, it would be a huge loss. Alarm, dangerous fluctuations are approaching. All contestants, please retreat to the rear square immediately and wait for support. Repeat, please retreat to the back now. In the arena, all contestants received this message. A similar voice echoed from Li Chen's wristband. He was momentarily taken aback, but as he assessed the situation around him, he quickly reacted and hurried towards the back. Using his swift movement, he navigated through the woods. Along the way, he increasingly felt that the unusual fluctuations in the distance were drawing nearer. If there truly was something dangerous at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it attacked the side. At that moment, on a vast open space, contestants arrived from all directions. This was the farthest position in the arena. By the time Li Chen arrived, several contestants were already standing there. It seemed he
wasn't the only one who received the notification. Others had rushed here as soon as they got the message. At this point, the people here, having fought for so long, had very little stamina left. Most were somewhat injured, looking disheveled and worn out. Li Chen stepped forward, blending into the crowd. He glanced at the large, massive shadows approaching from halfway up the mountain and couldn't help but frown. If the support was delayed, they would have to rely on these people to hold on. But looking at their current state, to be honest, Li Chen felt they might not last even one round. Meanwhile, outside in the square, various military departments were quickly organizing their forces. The incident had come suddenly, catching everyone off guard, but there was no time to ponder why they had to hold this position. Everyone was moving back and forth, their faces grave. Soon, senior officials from the military, including Wang Tong, arrived at the teleportation portal. Just then, they suddenly noticed that the light of the portal had dimmed. Wang Tang's heart sank and he hurried forward to check. After a moment, not good, the teleportation portal has malfunctioned. This power is from the abyss. Wang Tang's expression darkened. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The abyss? How could there be traces of the abyss here? Could that unusual force also be from the abyss? The mention of the abyss made everyone tense up. After all, they were all a bunch of lunatics. No one liked dealing with madmen. The people from the abyss were the most troublesome, employing extremely vicious and unscrupulous tactics. When did they do all this? They had managed to go unnoticed. The teleportation portal is unusable. Everyone's faces turned heavy. This meant they couldn't rush to provide support immediately. The contestants inside were in danger. Wang Tong gritted his teeth. After all, Li Chen was still inside. Such a genius must not come to harm. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss for the country. After realizing this, Zhao Linger was first surprised, then grew anxious. What do we do now? How do we provide support? If we don't go soon, they won't be able to hold on. A staff member stepped forward, examining the teleportation portal, and with a troubled expression said, "The portal has been completely infected by the power of the abyss. To cleanse it, it will take at least an hour." An hour? By then, it will be too late. As soon as this was said, everyone's faces turned pale. An hour? Can they hold on? Damn it, we were so close to the end, and now this happens. They are almost exhausted. How can they withstand such a fierce attack? Damn abyss scum. Now, they can only rely on themselves. Wang Tang sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Boom! As the shadows drew closer, the ground trembled more violently. Li Chen frowned. What was going on? Why hadn't the support arrived yet? Soon, those unknown creatures would be right in their faces. He was still somewhat okay. Watching the massive shadows pressing forward like a mudslide, the others were already in a state of panic, their hearts racing. What the hell? Where's the promised support? Why hasn't it arrived yet? So scary. If the reinforcements can't make it, can we hold out? It's over, they won't have given up on us, right? In extreme panic, people are most prone to irrational thoughts and actions. As the speculations grew more absurd, Li Chen frowned. Although he didn't understand why the military support was delayed, he believed something unexpected must have happened to cause the hold-up. What they needed to do now was to hold on tightly. Huff! As the shadow drew closer, a piercing wind swept through. The shadow gradually took shape. Massive monstrous figures emerged, exuding a black aura from the abyss. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Kick, weak and humble human practitioners, it's not too late to submit to the abyss, or else you will all become food for the monsters. The demonic voice reverberated throughout the area, constantly provoking the last line of defense in people's hearts. The monsters in the distance were closing in, and those here had begun to tremble, their legs weak, instinctively retreating. Who is speaking? Stop with the ghost tricks. So many monsters. What on earth is happening? Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he stared at the densely packed monsters before him. These monsters, enhanced by the power of the abyss, had an aura several times stronger than before. Roar! The roars of the monsters echoed. Before anyone could react, the monsters infused with abyssal power had all come close. We can't dawdle any longer. Everyone, grab your weapons. Li Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed they had to rely on themselves. At this moment, everyone was lost and someone had to take the lead. Undead. A thought struck Li Chen. In an instant, the world changed color. Dark clouds gathered and a fierce wind howled. The low moans of the undead from hell began to resonate. Sinister skeletons appeared before everyone, exuding a chilling aura. Just their presence alone overwhelmed a group of abyssal monsters. Such terrifying undead, standing back to back, provided an indescribable sense of security. As soon as they appeared, everyone present was taken aback. Holy crap! Thud thud thud. The skeleton warriors moved. Heavy footsteps echoed. They charged fearlessly towards the monstrous horde like a swarm of locusts. Li Chen followed closely behind. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Who is that person?
What is he going to do? Are all these skeletons his summons? What do we do? What do we do? Do we have a way out? Let's fight these monsters. Everyone follow along. Some people gripped their weapons tightly, gritting their teeth to keep pace with Li Chen. Others stood, frozen, unable to react. Crazy. You all are insane. How can we hold them off? Damn, are you all mad? Let's fight.
Cursing aside, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and shouted as they followed. At the forefront, the skeleton warriors moved swiftly, charging like lightning towards the oncoming monsters.
Bang! Bang bang! The clash began.
The skeleton warriors were incredibly strong, their massive blades raining down on the several-meter-tall monsters.
Facing the monsters, enhanced by the abyss, they showed no signs of weakness. Instead, they countered with overwhelming force. Dozens of skeleton warriors stood at the front. A single warrior could hold back 1,000. Start the counterattack. Li Chen stopped not far away, took out his explosive bow, and began shooting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom. Boom. The battle between humans and monsters erupted in full force. To defend, crush them. At this moment, the contestants returned to their original identities. As soldiers, as warriors, defending their land for survival, bravely facing the monstrous horde. The warriors, each with flushed faces, radiated sharpness and fearless spirit. Most importantly, the skeleton knights were incredibly fierce. With a swift motion, 2 strikes felled a monster, carving a bloody path through the horde. In an instant, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the creatures. You killed a scorpion leopard, points plus 120. You killed a blade roach, points plus 100. You killed a red snake, points plus 150. You killed a wrist bear, points plus 150. You gained the talent skill, acceleration, B. You gained the talent skill, firestorm, B. The notifications of monster kills echoed continuously in Li Chen's mind. The power of the skeleton warriors exceeded everyone's imagination. Their speed in dispatching enemies was astonishing, and their sturdy frames left everyone in awe. They were relieved that such beings were not their adversaries. Otherwise, they wouldn't last a second. Hey, what's going on with these skeletons? Why are they so outrageous? This is too fierce. I remember Wang Biao is also a summoner. I thought his skills were already rare and powerful, but it turns out there are even stronger ones. Wang Biao's undead puppets are utterly inferior to these skeleton warriors. Under the counterattack of Li Chen's skeleton warriors, resisting this beast tide was easier than anyone had imagined. In no time, they not only avoided being overwhelmed by the monsters but instead carved out a bloody path. We're saved. This brother is too strong. His skeletons are incredibly powerful. What kind of profession can be this formidable? I feel utterly inferior. This scene was so astonishing that it was hard to believe. It seemed they didn't even need to fight, just relying on these skeleton troops could fend off the beast tide. As time passed, Li Chen and the skeleton warriors grew more and more courageous. The monsters on the field dwindled. Finally, the hand behind the scenes could no longer sit idly by. The voice of the abyss demon echoed once more. No, this is impossible. What on earth is happening? What kind of monsters are these skeletons? Soon, a dark figure appeared high in the sky. With devilish horns, silver armor, and razor-sharp claws, it was the abyss demon. This form was similar to the previous one, but the difference was that this demon was clad in silver armor, exuding a much stronger aura. Upon seeing this shadow, everyone was taken aback. No wonder. That makes sense. It really is them causing trouble. This is a 3-star demon. Only a 3-star demon has the ability to use abyssal power to disturb so many monsters, creating such a beast tide. Upon this realization, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. A 3-star demon. That was a being capable of threatening an entire city. And now, it had appeared before them. Many felt a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. How can we possibly contend with this? A 3-star demon. Not only was it strong enough to manipulate enhanced monsters, but its own power was also incredibly formidable. Even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be able to defeat it. At that moment, as the silver demon appeared, its face was filled with rage. These skeleton warriors had killed so many of its monsters, all of which it had painstakingly infected with its energy. It was furious and had already marked Li Chen as its target. Very well. You are strong, but I cannot let you live. The strong among humans do not deserve to exist in this world. I cannot allow you to grow. A surge of abyssal energy rose in its hand, eventually condensing into a large blade emanating black mist. Being targeted by a 3-star demon would make anyone's heart race. Those with weaker nerves might even be overwhelmed with fear. However, as Li Chen gazed at the demon in the sky, he felt no fear at all. I have over 70 skeleton warriors, which is like having over 70 lives. I can make countless mistakes. No matter how powerful you are, you can only afford to make one. The silver demon let out a furious roar and plummeted like a meteor, crashing toward Li Chen's position. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. A 3-star demon could not be taken lightly. He quickly darted backward. In an instant, the demon crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to crack and form spiderweb-like fissures. A cloud of black smoke erupted on the battlefield. Suddenly, the evil spirit burst forth from the black smoke. It swung a knife at Li Chen. Li Chen raised his weapon to block. In front of him, bang! The black blade collided with the lightning war spear. A crisp cracking sound echoed from the weapon in Li Chen's hand. His expression changed slightly. No way. It was clear that the quality of his weapon was far inferior to that of his opponents. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his weapon would shatter. With no other choice, he had to give up on defense and quickly leaped back. The silver evil spirit seized this opportunity, a sinister look spreading across its face. With the black knife in hand, it slashed down fiercely. Kick. Now's the time, die. The black knife, formed from abyssal power, carried a terrifying aura that disturbed the surrounding air. Bang! Block! However, this strike landed on Li Chen but caused no significant impact. Not even a slight effect. All the damage was transferred to Li Chen's skeleton warrior. The silver evil spirit was taken aback, its face filled with disbelief. Li Chen had already moved. Taking advantage of its moment of confusion, he appeared behind it and swung the war spear fiercely. Puff! 30000. Death suppression. Plunder. 150000. The silver evil spirit's eyes widened. What? What kind of damage is this? It hadn't even had time to react before realizing its health had dropped significantly. It quickly trembled, a surge of black mist erupting from its body. Then it transformed into a cloud of black mist and shot away. Moments later, it appeared on the ground in the distance, staring at Li Chen in shock. This is impossible. Why? I clearly hit you, and you had no effect at all? It looked at its hands, disbelief etched on its face, even beginning to doubt itself. Li Chen did not respond, looking at it coldly. Why don't you try again? The silver evil spirit's expression darkened. What an arrogant human brat. Don't think I'm afraid of you. It moved, rising into the air, raising its hand. A mass of black mist coalesced into a massive energy ball, growing larger and larger. In the next moment, the black ball erupted with overwhelming abyssal power. Human brat, this move is enough to kill you 10 times over. The silver evil spirit moved its hand, and the black energy ball plummeted down, carrying destructive force, its range vast, nearly covering the entire flat ground. This terrifying commotion also drew the attention of the others. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. Quick, get away, or you'll lose your life. The immense power sent chills down their spines. Li Chen focused. Although the skeleton warrior would help him withstand damage, it didn't mean he had to endure everything. Up front, it all relied on his skeleton warrior to hold the line. If too many were lost at once, the overall situation would not be optimistic. Thinking of this, Li Chen took out the wind dragon token. Wind dragon. In the next second, a green gas emerged from the wind dragon token. It gradually coalesced into the shadow of a green dragon before him. It had been a long time since he summoned the wind dragon, and Li Chen realized that the wind dragon had grown significantly. It was completely different from before. The dragon scales were lifelike, radiating a green glow. But now was not the time to focus on that. Li Chen did not hesitate, leaping directly onto the back of the green dragon. In the next moment, the green dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky at incredible speed. The terrifying energy ball smashed into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic force, flattening the entire earth, with not a single blade of grass surviving, leaving behind blackened traces everywhere. But the man and dragon were already gone from their original spot. What? Not just the silver evil spirit, everyone was stunned. The figure of one man and one dragon soared in the sky, incredibly ethereal. This is a dragon. He raised a dragon? My God. Witnessing this dreamlike scene, everyone widened their eyes. Hiss, who exactly is he? These skeletons are also his summons. Why is he so strong? So terrifying. Such a powerful being has appeared in our army. Too strong. The newcomers are terrifying. If it were me facing this 3-star evil, I wouldn't last a moment. Just then, in the sky, the azure dragon turned and flew towards the evil creature, while Li Chen shot arrows from his explosive bow. The silver evil was already panicking, experiencing terror for the first time, and without caring about anything else, it hurriedly fled. At the same time, in front of the external entrance, everyone gathered, filled with a stifling atmosphere. They knew the contestants inside were facing danger, yet they were powerless to help. Several repairmen squatted by the portal, frantically making repairs. Wang Tang and others were fully armed, waiting at the front just to be the first to enter once the portal was fixed. Can you go any faster? Zhao Linger urged anxiously. The repairmen looked troubled. Nearby, Zhou Jiangwo patted her shoulder. All right, calm down. Your impatience will only slow them down. Zhao Linger sighed and fell silent. What's the situation inside now? It's been so long. I'm afraid the damage is severe. By the time we get there, it might be too late. Sighs echoed around. Suddenly, a voice broke through. No, our people are fine. There's a dragon and a skeleton army. A man ran over from the direction of the square. What? A dragon? When it came to the skeleton army, many people were momentarily stunned before realizing it must refer to Li Chen. They had all seen his powerful skeleton army.
But could they hold off this horde of monsters relying
solely on Li Chen? What was this dragon? The man wasted no time and directly threw out a projection orb. The orb landed on the ground, vibrating gently before shooting out a zigzag beam of light. An image appeared in the air. In the image, monsters infused with abyssal power densely filled the scene, sending chills down the viewer's spines. These monsters attacked frantically.
In front of them, a group of grim skeletal warriors stood their ground, slicing through the monsters as if they were chopping vegetables. Behind them were a group of human professionals fighting alongside the skeletal warriors against the monsters.
They're fine. Everyone was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. Such strong skeletal warriors. This is the image of the undead I imagined. Great. It seems they are still holding on. Our warriors are truly commendable. Where's Li Chen? Why can't we see him? He wouldn't have. Just then, two
shadows suddenly streaked across the sky. The first was a mass of black mist, and the figure wrapped within it was undoubtedly the abyssal evil. But at this moment, this evil creature, known for its wickedness, appeared incredibly flustered,
running as if it were fleeing. Is this a 3-star evil? What on earth happened? Everyone watching was stunned. Even more dazzling was the subsequent appearance of another azure dragon shadow. This is a dragon. It really is a dragon? Once the onlookers realized, their faces were filled with shock. It was indeed a true azure dragon. At this moment, someone noticed something. Look, there's a shadow on the dragon's back. Everyone turned to look.
On the back of the massive dragon shadow stood a small figure, seemingly insignificant in comparison, yet exuding an indomitable spirit. He held a bow and arrow, continuously shooting at the silver evil ahead.
Wow! Someone rubbed
their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing.
Is someone riding a dragon to hunt the evil? Who is this? I feel like I've seen this figure somewhere.
At this point, the projection began to enlarge.
Gradually, the shadow became clearer. A familiar figure appeared before everyone. Li Chen! It's him! Someone gasped in surprise.
They had just been watching each other not long ago. Many recognized him the moment they saw him.
It really is him. Is that dragon also his? Incredible. So reckless? While others avoid the evil spirits, he's chasing them down. My god, no one here can hold him back. This is insane. Watching the projection, Wang Tang let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's fine. Li Chen's current strength had exceeded his imagination.
He couldn't help but exclaim, in a crisis, our people actually have to rely on an intern to save the day. The senior executives beside him also chuckled bitterly. Old Wang,
don't mind it. We are human, but he has already become a monster.
It seems we don't even need to intervene, they can handle it themselves. Meanwhile, the aerial chase continued.
The arrogant evil spirit, empowered by the abyss,
for the first time felt it had encountered a madman.
It couldn't be killed, and the damage was so high. Is this really a human professional? It's terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Sharp arrows whizzed past the silver evil spirit.
Li Chen relentlessly pursued from behind.
The silver evil spirit dodged continuously in front, like a bull being chased, every arrow evaded with trepidation. In desperation, it had no choice but to run back towards the beastide.
It felt incredibly frustrated. This is so messed up.
It had originally planned to come out and end the battle, but instead, it was fleeing in disgrace.
Is there any law for this man and dragon? It had always been the one hunting others. What a reversal of fate.
When the contestants fighting the monsters below noticed this scene, they were all dumbfounded.
Goodness. This is a 3-star evil spirit. It actually ran away in fear? The key is, one dares to run, and the other dares to chase. This is just, the world is still too fantastical. Want to run? Realizing the silver evil spirit's intention, how could Li Chen let it go? Accelerate. Full speed ahead. He commanded the wind dragon beneath him. Roar.
The wind dragon responded with a roar, flapping its wings fiercely. A layer of azure light enveloped its wings.
In an instant, the speed increased by more than double. Incredible. Just like that, Li Chen stood on the back of the wind dragon, almost being thrown off.
The man and dragon sped forward, getting closer to the silver evil spirit ahead.
Whoosh, whoosh. Li Chen seized the moment, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. Thud. The arrow struck directly at the spirit's back. Plunder. 72000. What? The evil spirit's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked back. Li Chen had caught up.
It clutched its chest, abyssal power continuously oozing from the wound.
Its body suddenly swayed and began to fall.
The azure dragon also dove down immediately.
Bang! Bang! Two massive collision sounds erupted, and dust flew up from the ground.
As the smoke cleared, two shadows collided.
Li Chen wielded the lightning war spear, clashing with it once more.
However, this time, the wind dragon beside him was not idle either, launching an attack on the silver evil spirit. The powerful wind field struck the spirit, leaving deep wounds.
Ah, damn human.
Heh, you should take that to hell, Li Chen said with a slight smile.
Heaven's eye, open. What? The silver evil spirit's eyes widened. No, this is. Thud.
In the next moment, the lightning war spear in Li Chen's hand pierced its heart.
Plunder! No! The silver evil spirit roared. In that case, you can accompany me to hell. Ha 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 ha, a genius like you is worth it. With that, it suddenly grabbed Li Chen, its entire body starting to tremble. Is it going to self-destruct? Bang! Black smoke billowed, thick black gas enveloping the entire area. At that moment, everyone stopped, turning their gaze towards the center of the smoke. Is he still alive? Someone shook their head. It seems that the evil spirit self-destructed. The higher the level of the evil star, the greater the power of self-detonation. A 3-star evil can directly destroy a village. And at the center of the explosion, Li Chen was on the brink of death. Well, no matter what, he sacrificed himself for our chance. He is a hero. To be able to kill a deep abyss evil, he is truly strong. What a pity. If I can survive and return, I will do everything I can to arrange his funeral. Damn it, can't we think of something good? The smoke infused with abyssal power gradually dissipated, flying towards the horizon. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the smoke. Li Chen stood there unscathed, a dark expression on his face. Those who had felt regret just moments ago were suddenly taken aback. What? He's still alive? Damn, as expected of a monster. 666, I imagine the strongest tank I've ever seen in my life, but I never thought someone could come out of this situation unscathed. At this moment, Li Chen also exhaled. That beast's self-detonation directly consumed 10 of my skeleton warriors. Li Chen let out a breath. The power, to be fair, was indeed great. Otherwise, how could it be called self-detonation? If it were someone else, they would probably have died dozens of times by now. Meanwhile, after dealing with the evil, the abyssal power that had entangled the monsters also dissipated, causing the monsters to stiffen and revert to ordinary creatures. Their eyes cleared up one by one. In an instant, the human professionals officially sounded the horn for counterattack. Ha ha ha, are you still clinging to my pants? Die. Little monster, you are much weaker now than before. Take this punch. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. After 30 years, you'll be old, and it will be my turn to ride you. The situation flipped instantly. With the culprit, the silver evil, already dealt with, everyone's morale soared, and they began to counterattack. The skeleton army grew increasingly powerful. The monsters that had been tainted by abyssal power were no match for the skeleton warriors. Now they were like clay being molded. Wherever they went, the monsters screamed in agony. Soon, they began to flee in panic. In an instant, the warriors' cheers erupted, celebrating the hard-won victory. Everyone's faces were glowing with excitement and joy. We won! We won! I'm still alive! Woohoo, we are all still alive! Having experienced life and death, they understood the preciousness of life and thus enjoyed the moment. Just as Li Chen came back to his senses, he was surrounded by the people present. Brother! You are so strong, thanks to you, otherwise we definitely wouldn't have made it this far. Big shot, your skeleton warriors are so cool, can I touch them? Brother, your archery is amazing, do you take disciples? Li Chen cleared his throat. I don't take disciples. He didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. But, let's enjoy the moment. This hard-won victory was a collective effort. This scene, the people outside the square also began to rejoice. As expected of our Koan City army, mere monsters and evils all kneel down. Ha, so strong, they are all heroes. Li Chen from the central battle zone. He's a newcomer, but thanks to him, our people were able to deal with the attack. That's right, he directly killed a 3-star evil. That's a 3-star evil. That despicable evil even tried to drag him into self-detonation. It made me nervous, but thankfully it ended without incident. When they come out, let's hold a grand celebration feast. Even Wang Tan, watching, felt his eyes moisten slightly. This is the brilliance of human professionals. What a pity, Li Chen most likely wouldn't stay in the end. He was already feeling a bit reluctant. At this moment, Li Chen began to sort through the spoils. He discovered that these monsters that had suddenly invaded the arena also had score bonuses. Although his ranking hadn't changed and remained first, his score had reached a terrifying number. Name, Li Chen, Affiliated Military District, Central, points, 110,000. Estimated ranking, 1, not only that, these monsters provided a massive amount of experience, and Li Chen's level has now reached 80. After arriving in Koan City, he made tremendous progress in just a few days. If he levels up another 20 levels, he can undergo a second transformation. Moreover, he has also unlocked several talent skills. It's time to fuse some skills. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, Li Chen began to check. Acceleration, giant strength, blazing fire. You have too many talent abilities. You can fuse them with one click. Oh, that's quite convenient. Start fusion. Fusion successful. You have obtained the following talent skills. Shadow Clone, SS create a clone that inherits 80% of your attributes, can control its actions, can self-destruct, and disappears after receiving fatal damage. Transformation, SS strengthens yourself and summoned creatures, significantly increasing attack power attributes. 2 more SS level talents. His current strength can be said to completely crush his peers.
It's time to go to Jianghai and reclaim everything that belongs to me, Li Chen murmured. Just then, a voice echoed from the wristbands of everyone present. Contestants. The power of the abyss has disappeared and the portal has appeared. After entering, you will be teleported out, and the results of the competition will be calculated as usual. As soon as the voice fell, a blue portal appeared in the square where everyone was. Upon seeing this, everyone became excited. Woohoo! Finally, we can go back. Ah, I killed so many monsters just now. I already have over 7,000 points. My ranking will definitely rise a lot. You fool, do you think you're the only one gaining points? Everyone is gaining. That's right, I already have 10,000 points. I only had around 8,000 before. I only have 6,000. Li Chen smiled and said nothing. Next, the contestants entered. The portal one after another, disappearing from their spots. The scene shifted. All contestants had emerged from the portal, not a single one missing. This was truly an incredibly grand achievement. As soon as Li Chen appeared, Huang Long and Zhao Linger excitedly rushed over. So cool. We all saw it. Huang Long exclaimed excitedly. Li Chen, thanks to you, our losses weren't that great, otherwise we wouldn't even know if we could stand here in one piece. You are our hero. Wang Tang secretly wiped away a tear and stepped forward to announce. Since everyone is safe, let's proceed according to the original plan. By the way, tonight we will hold a celebration banquet. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in cheers. Woohoo! That's great! Celebration banquet! Celebration banquet! Sometimes, words of victory don't need to be many, just a glance is enough for everyone to understand. At this moment, the sound of settlement echoed from everyone's wristbands. Points have been settled. Points have been settled. Points have been settled. Current points 110,000. Listening to the sound from the wristband, Li Chen nodded secretly. There shouldn't be anyone with points higher than his. Sorting the leaderboard. At this moment, a leaderboard appeared on the wristband screen. Sports competition leaderboard, settled. First, Li Chen, Battlezone, Central, points 110,000. Second, Wang Tsoming, Battlezone, Northern, points 10,000. Third, Lu Shixiang, Battlezone, Southern, points 9,800. Fourth, what a pity, the first and second places are only 1,000 points apart. What? Do you mean only? 1,000 points is quite a lot. The gap between higher rankings is usually not too big. This is already a significant lead. Are you two fools? Count the zeros properly. The whole place burst into laughter and chatter. It's 110,000. That's more than 10 times higher than the second place. Ha! Wow! Is it really 110,000 points? Did this really break the record? Not just break the record, this score might not be surpassed for a long time. Goodness, 110,000 points. How many monsters did he have to kill? A level 100 elite monster only gives 1,000 points. That's terrifying. Indeed impressive. A few high-ranking officials from the military, including Wang Tung, gathered together, reflecting on the situation. They knew in their hearts that Li Chen's points were far beyond this. Those monsters were infused with abyssal power, and in terms of strength, they were definitely much stronger than usual. Li Chen should have earned even more points. But regardless, he was the unbeatable first. I never expected that the record for our military competition in Koan City would be broken by an outsider. In this regard, we truly are outmatched. So what do we do now? After today, the entire Koan City will be in turmoil. Let it be. At worst, we'll just have to work a bit harder to preserve Li Chen's score, Wang Tang said. The others pondered, neither agreeing nor opposing. After all, it was thanks to Li Chen that their people were able to return safely. They couldn't do something so ungrateful. Let it be. We've all lived in Koan City for decades. What day isn't busy? True, we're just the unlucky ones sent here to deal with various troubles. The sports competition concluded perfectly. In the end, Zhou Jiangwo took Li Chen to collect his rewards. First, it was the ranking prize for first place in the competition. A selection qualification for a dazzling level weapon. He could choose any dazzling level weapon from the armory. Li Chen pondered. Ideally, he would match each profession with a weapon. His SSS level necromancer profession already had a dazzling level weapon like the Book of Sages activated. Having another one wouldn't be necessary. Moreover, he had previously thought about his lightning war spear, which had suffered significant wear and tear after battling the silver evil demon. A golden level weapon was no longer sufficient for him. He had planned to change weapons anyway. Now he had the perfect opportunity. Soul snatching gun quality, dazzling type, cold weapon attributes, strength plus 1,500, penetration plus 20% weapon effect. Attacks have a chance to penetrate defenses, causing true damage. The first attack hit will definitely be true damage. It's decided. Li Chen glanced at it and made his choice. This type of penetrating weapon retains its value the best, being useful at any stage, effectively maintaining a high baseline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Chen simply waved the soul-snatching gun. The feel was quite good. After securing it, the main event was next. Before the sports competition, he had already received investments totaling tens of millions. Then he secured first place in the competition.
For him, the feedback was overwhelming. All the investments from eliminated contestants would be absorbed by him. Not only that, those ranked lower than him would also share a portion with him. Finally, from this hefty sum, he would deduct the shares and the feedback from others. Ding, Shanghai bank deposit 66,600,000. Wow! Time flew by, and the years passed swiftly. That night, a celebration banquet was held after the competition concluded, and they rested for a day. In just a few days in Koan City, Li Chen's experiences were incredibly rich, and his gains were immense. In the blink of an eye, it was time to return. Li Chen received a message from Lu Xian. The genius competition was already heating up, and he needed to hurry back to Shanghai. Yes, he had achieved his purpose in Koan City, and it exceeded expectations. What changes awaited him back in Shanghai? But no matter how things had changed, this time he returned, he would reclaim everything that belonged to him. Before leaving, Li Chen bid farewell to Wang Tong, Zhou Jiangwo, Wang Long, and others, thanking them for their care during this time. Everyone felt a deep sense of regret. But all good things must come to an end. Wang Tang knew that Li Chen had his own matters to attend to, so, after a brief attempt to persuade him to stay, he didn't say much more. He only mentioned that once Li Chen was done with his business, he could return to Koan City at any time. Li Chen quickly tidied up and set off on his journey back to Shanghai. To avoid a repeat of the earlier situation, Wang Tong insisted that military personnel escort him. Li Chen declined at first, but eventually gave in to his insistence. After all, time was tight this time. If he were to delay for half a day like he did on the way here, it might be too late by the time he returned to Shanghai. So, that afternoon, a convoy of military vehicles grandly escorted Li Chen on his way back to Shanghai. The scene was incredibly magnificent. With such a display, the sense of security was at its peak. Along the way, there were hardly any reckless monsters to be seen. Li Chen sighed inwardly. If he were a monster, he would keep his distance from such a scene. Compared to the journey here, the road was remarkably smooth, and no one dared to stop them. Within a few hours, they had already reached the outskirts of Shanghai City. At this point, the convoy came to a halt for the first time. Ahead was a wide avenue guarded by heavy troops. This was essentially a checkpoint. Beyond this point lay the area of Shanghai City. Therefore, it was necessary to register information here to proceed. In recent years, the Abyss cult had become increasingly rampant, disguising themselves as ordinary people to enter the city, and inspections had become more stringent. It was said that leaving the city was easy, but entering was difficult. However, since Li Chen's group consisted entirely of properly documented military personnel, even the staff guarding the checkpoint did not dare to be negligent. They simply had everyone pass through a security check for prohibited items, and after finding no issues, they were allowed to proceed. Just then, Li Chen suddenly caught sight of a familiar shadow, but it quickly vanished. He frowned but didn't dwell on it. Back in the vehicle, the convoy continued on its way. Before long, the convoy grandly drove through the gates of Shanghai City. By this time, it was already evening, and the city was brightly lit. After getting out of the car, Li Chen took a deep breath. Looking at the bustling and vibrant scenery around him, he felt as if his recent experiences were nothing but a dream. Seeing the familiar streets felt more like returning home. The others also got out of the vehicles. Bro, since we've arrived, we'll be leaving now. The military has other matters to attend to. Brother Li Chen, you're welcome to come back to Koan City anytime. The Koan City Military Department always welcomes you. No more talking, we're heading back to the countryside. We city folks can't relate. The atmosphere was filled with joy. Perhaps this was Koan City's unique way of saying goodbye. Li Chen smiled as well. He bid farewell to those who had escorted him and watched the convoy depart. Turning around, he prepared to head home. If he didn't return soon, his landlord might think he had run away. Li Chen skillfully navigated through the streets and alleys, returning to the old apartment he had lived in for several years. The buildings in this area were relatively old, but they were still much better than many places in Koan City. Moreover, there were very few people around. It was almost deserted compared to the bustling atmosphere of Koan City. For a moment, Li Chen felt somewhat unaccustomed. Entering the hallway, the dilapidated walls and doors were plastered with various flyers. Arriving at his door, Li Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough. Damn it. Is this even human? He had only been away for a week. The entire wall was covered with advertisements and mysterious numbers. Li Chen ripped them all down in one go. Usually, he hardly saw anyone, yet the flyers were everywhere. Just then, a poster about the genius competition caught his eye. He glanced at it and saw a familiar phrase. Legendary Guild. The genius competition is about to begin, and the Legendary Guild is recruiting talents. All qualified professionals who can participate in the genius competition are welcome to sign up. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized this annual genius competition was a chance for the top professionals to shine, and it was also the time when various factions competed to recruit talent. According to his past understanding, when the genius competition started, the forces from the entire Shanghai region and some universities would probably come to stake out the place. It was just like the awakening ceremony back then.
The difference was that the awakening ceremony focused on professions, while the newcomer ranking was about the potential for professional development. Those who could break into the genius competition were already among the top newcomers in Jianhai, making them highly sought after wherever they went. Li Chen shook his head, set it aside, and then opened the door to enter. Looking at the familiar furniture and layout, he felt a sense of calm in his heart. Phew, I should really consider moving to a better place. He wasn't short on money now. The main issue was that this place was too remote, making it inconvenient for anything he needed to do outside. For now, he would just make do for one night. Do. Just as Li Chen lay down on the sofa, he received a call from Lu Xian. Hello? Li Chen, I heard you made it back to Kuan City safely? Yeah, just got home. Good, I was worried you might be asleep and that I would disturb you. What's up? Li Chen felt a stir in his heart and asked. Lu Xian's voice continued, well, it's about the genius competition. I thought about it and decided to tell you. This genius competition is more important than you think. Remember this, the higher your ranking on the newcomer list, the better. The newcomer list. Li Chen squinted. This was based on the results of the genius competition, meaning the performance in the competition was crucial? In the past, he only knew that there were substantial rewards for the final newcomer list and didn't realize there was more to it. But with Lu Xian saying this, he started to take it seriously. Could there be some hidden implications? Both the genius competition and the newcomer list were organized by the state, and Lu Xian must know something to say this to him. He tentatively asked, is there some special event for those on the newcomer list? No, this year's situation is a bit special. I can only tell you that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I certainly hope you can give it your all to achieve a good ranking, which is why I'm reminding you. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Li Chen said earnestly. Lu Xian had first recommended him to Kuan City for leveling up and now had come specifically to remind him. For someone he had only met a few times, this was quite considerate. Li Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. No problem, Lu Xian replied with a smile. Just keep it to yourself to avoid causing any issues. You can rest assured. I know how to handle it. Li Chen nodded. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Make sure to rest well and recharge. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Lu Xian's words were still credible. With the genius competition starting soon, he wouldn't let a little improvement make him complacent and underestimate the challenge. Thanks to the people sent from Kuan City, he had arrived in Jianhai that very day. There were still 2 days until the genius competition began. To be safe, he decided to go out tomorrow to get a better understanding of the situation. The next day, at dawn, Li Chen got up early and headed out. After grabbing a quick bite, he rushed towards the professional association. It was only during the day that he realized the entire Jianhai had already been gearing up for the genius competition, with advertisements and banners everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere that everyone was aware of. This momentum was no less than that of the awakening ceremony. Back then, it was clear how much the officials valued it. Before long, Li Chen arrived at the professional association, ready to check in and look into matters regarding the genius competition. This wasn't his first time here, and he quickly passed the identity verification. Inside the association, there were promotions for the genius competition everywhere. As soon as he entered, a competitor ranking caught his eye. Player 1's first transition ranking, Xia Yang, profession, mage, SS level, faction, Luyun Pavilion, U. Xiaohua, profession, swordsman, SS level, faction, Luyun Pavilion, Wang Meili, profession, priest, B level, faction, Dark Palace, Zhang Tao, profession, assassin, S level, faction, legend, Lu Wei, profession, warrior, S level, faction, none. Although this is just a ranking for the first transition, it doesn't hold much value. As long as there are strong players leading, even someone with a B-level profession like Wang Meili can rank high. But when Li Chen saw this, he frowned. Why was he not on this list? He was undoubtedly the first to transition at that time. After carefully checking again, he confirmed that his name was missing. Who was this Xiao Yan? He had never heard of him. He felt a vague sense of unease, but he still calmly walked up to the front desk. This time, a man in work clothes greeted him with a forced smile. Sir, how can I assist you? Li Chen replied. Indifferently, I heard that the first person to transition this year is someone named Xiao Yang? That's right. Are you asking about this because? The man nodded, looking at him with confusion. Li Chen's expression darkened. Who compiled this list? It was compiled by the mid-level staff of the association based on records. Sir, if you have any objections to this result, you can submit feedback. Li Chen frowned. It seemed this matter was still an internal decision. This was a bit too much. He had clearly been the first to transition, and it was one thing not to receive the reward that belonged to him, but now they had directly removed his name. Some pests really do take advantage of others. He just wanted to know what authority these people had to make such decisions. Indeed, constantly yielding would only lead to more severe oppression. Fortunately, he had come to take a
Look today, otherwise he would still be in the dark. Immediately, Li Chen decided not to waste his breath and prepared to inform Lu Xian about the situation. If they wouldn't handle this, he wanted to see if the military would. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Oh, isn't this Li Shuaba? Haven't seen you in a few days, what brings you here? The next moment, Zhang Tao walked up from behind. Du Qingran quickly followed and upon seeing Li Chen, exclaimed in surprise, Li Chen? It's you again. I thought you had already rolled out of Jianghai. Li Chen frowned, these two oddballs were truly everywhere. Looking at them, Li Chen revealed a mocking smile. Heh, I remember someone was being hunted by the Qingshan Guild. How dare you come out and about? Zhang Tao's expression darkened. Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? You don't want to participate in the genius competition, do you? Are you even qualified? How could that be? This useless no-profession person doesn't deserve it. Don't even mention the first transition, his level can't even catch up to us. Du Qingran scoffed. Ah, true, I almost forgot. Zhang Tao laughed heartily. Li Chen's gaze turned cold. I don't have time to argue with you now. You'd better not provoke me. What's wrong? Getting anxious? Li Chen, I really overestimated you. Your name isn't even on the player ranking. I'm fourth and you don't even have the qualification to compete with us. Zhang Tao said proudly. He felt elated. After 3 years of suppression, he finally felt vindicated. Is fourth place that impressive? Even a B-level professional like Wang Meili can be third. Li Chen scoffed. Li Chen, stop being sour here, you're just all talk. Du Qingran said coldly with a smile. Yeah, and we haven't seen you on the list either. You haven't even transitioned yet, have you? Zhang Tao sneered. Who said that? Li Chen replied calmly. When I transitioned, you guys didn't even know where you were grinding monsters. Ha 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 ha. Impressive, why don't you boast that you're number 1 on the ranking? What a big mouth. Are you questioning our association's statistics? At that moment, a sturdy man walked over. Upon seeing the newcomer, the front desk staff who had been looking troubled seemed to have found a savior and immediately bowed, saying, Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang? Zhang Hong? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up and seeing the person, he joyfully exclaimed, Cousin, what brings you here? Zhang Hong waved his hand at him and walked up to Li Chen, speaking without a hint of doubt. I originally didn't want to get involved, but your statement is incorrect. Our Zhanghai Association of Professionals is the most fair and just. There won't be any discrepancies. You claim you've already advanced, but we can't possibly lack the data. You need to speak with evidence. Our association's reputation won't allow unrelated individuals to slander it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao burst into laughter. Li Chen, oh Li Chen, you've really narrowed your own path. Let's see how you end up. Du Qingran stood beside him, her face full of schadenfreude. I used to think you were that mysterious genius, but now it seems you're just a complete waste. Only that top-ranked Xiao Yang could possibly be. Zhang Hong shook his head and said, Kid, I understand that young people care about their pride. Just leave here now and I won't pursue this matter further. Consider it an opportunity. Cousin, you're too kind. Why give someone who lies through their teeth a way out? Just mark him down and he'll behave. Zhang Tao was fanning the flames from the side. Li Chen shot them a cold glance. It must be said, only those of the same kind would play together, like snakes and rats in the same den. I'm truly sorry, but if this ranking is based on the time of advancement for new professionals, I would indeed be first. First? Are you talking about yourself? Ha 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 ha. Are you still half asleep? Zhang Tao laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Can't tell, huh? A few days without seeing you, and your strength hasn't improved at all, but your ability to boast has certainly progressed. Zhang Hong frowned as well. He didn't expect to encounter someone so ungrateful, refusing to step down even when given an out. Kid, listen carefully. I don't care what you're trying to do, but it's best not to cause trouble here. A big shot is coming soon, and if you affect their mood, don't blame us for blacklisting you. Clap, clap, clap. Li Chen couldn't help but applaud, laughing out loud. What a blacklist. Acting recklessly without distinction. This is our Jianghai Professional Association. I'm ashamed of it. Initially, he hadn't received the rewards he deserved after his advancement and had been casually dismissed, which had already left him quite displeased. Now, this gave him a reason to question them. His outburst attracted the attention of those around him. Some passers-by stopped to watch, and others nearby gathered closer. People pointed and whispered among themselves. What's going on? What's the scoop? Let me in on it. Isn't that Supervisor Zhang? This is getting interesting. As more and more people gathered around, Zhang Hong's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, if you insist on insisting that you should be the first professional to advance this year, then when the people from Luyun Pavilion arrive, you can tell them yourself. They won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Luyun Pavilion? Upon hearing that the people from Luyun Pavilion were coming, both Zhang Tao and Du Qingran's expressions changed simultaneously. It's worth noting that Luyun Pavilion was currently in the spotlight, and this mysterious force had finally revealed itself this year. Moreover, they had taken the top 2 spots on the leaderboard right away.
Zhang Tao felt a sense of impending doom. In his view, Li Chen no longer posed any threat to him, like an ant.
The real threat was from those two from Luyun Pavilion.
As for Du Qingran, she was thinking that she would finally have the chance to meet the mysterious Xiao Yang. She had even imagined a scene of a princess and her Prince Charming. If
the other party arrives at that time, she must leave a good impression. Luyun Pavilion?
Li Chen was unconcerned. Even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't change the facts. Moreover, he was the one undergoing a promotion here, and the data was definitely still preserved. It would be clear with just a check. Seeing that they had already moved out of Luyun Pavilion, Li Chen remained unmoved.
Zhang Hong's forehead was furrowed in a shape. This kid really was impervious to reason. Was he a fool? Witnessing this scene,
the surrounding professionals began to murmur among themselves.
Wow, is it really that explosive? I don't quite understand. Does this kid mean he's the first? 666, this is a big scoop. If that's the case, it could be a huge deal.
Yeah, it also concerns Luyun Pavilion. You know, the current top two are both from Luyun Pavilion.
That's true, but I can't shake the feeling that it's unlikely.
The current number one, Xiao Yang, is a solid SS level professional. I really can't imagine anyone leveling up faster than him.
That makes sense. It's better not to take sides for now.
Who knows, this person might just be trying to stir up trouble here.
Zhang Hong was thoroughly enraged. Did this ungrateful Junior really think he couldn't handle him?
Alright, then I'll check for you. If I find no issues, you better be ready to be sued.
What's there to check, cousin?
There's
no need to waste time. He's just a jobless waste. What does he have to promote?
At this moment, Zhang Tao spoke up.
Jobless? Zhang Hong was taken aback.
Yeah, I forgot
to tell you earlier, he's just a jobless waste. What? Zhang Hong's eyes widened, a surge of anger rising within him.
Goodness, if Zhang Tao hadn't reminded him, he would have
really gone to check.
At that point, he would have become a clown, likely laughed at by his colleagues.
Someone, kick this brat out.
Zhang Hong shouted loudly.
Ha, so that's how it is. Jobless? That's impressive.
Good thing I was skeptical from the start. It's like waking up from a dream. This is hilarious. The genius competition hasn't even started, and there's already something to watch. Just then, a loud voice rang out.
Luyun Pavilion has arrived. The venue instantly fell silent.
Before long, a group of
imposing individuals walked over. The crowd instinctively parted to make way.
At the forefront was a mature woman, around 30, voluptuous and radiant, exuding an air of nobility. Beside her was a young girl, with a delicate appearance and a lively demeanor.
Oh my, so many people gathered here. Is there something exciting happening? As soon as the
leader appeared, everyone's eyes widened.
Because she was the master of Luyun Pavilion, Yuin.
And beside her was the current number 2 on the leaderboard, Yu Xiaohe. It was said that the two were sisters, with about a 10-year age difference. Upon closer inspection, one could find many similarities between them, with both having exquisitely refined features.
My lady, you have arrived.
Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang Hong immediately acted like a lapdog, approaching with a face full of flattery, almost wagging his tail.
Du
Qingran carefully scanned the newcomers and felt a flicker of disappointment.
That genius Xiao Yang didn't seem to be here. Manager Shang, what are you all doing? Yuin said, languidly.
Her words, with a slightly elongated tone, were captivating.
Zhang Hong smiled obsequiously. It's nothing, just an ungrateful little brat, not worthy of disturbing the master's mood.
Please, master, come in. The elder is waiting for you in the reception room. At that moment, Yu Yin's gaze flicked to Li Chen, her watery eyes slightly rippling. In that instant, Li Chen suddenly felt a sense of being scrutinized. Detected SS level profession holographic eye can be copied. Li Chen's heart stirred, without a hint of
hesitation. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS level profession holographic eye. Holographic eye, SS level, professional talent, see-through, can see through all components and weaknesses of the target. Passive, when using the holographic eye, all illusions can be seen through. Yuin absolutely could not have imagined that just by
being looked at a little longer in the crowd, her profession would be stolen.
Hey, why are you staring at my sister?
Yu Xiao, he said unhappily.
Li Chen came back to his senses,
only to realize that this was directed at him. He had been so focused on looking at the new profession that he hadn't noticed his gaze had been fixed on Yuin.
He quickly withdrew his gaze and then looked at Yu Xiao. He detected SS level profession Swordmaster can be copied. What, you're here too? Swordmaster, SS level, professional talent, can
summon the destined sword. The stronger the person, the stronger the sword. When using the destined sword, critical hit rate increases to 100%.
Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't even copied it yet, and the relevant profession information had already appeared before him.
Realizing something, he suddenly understood. This was the effect of the
newly acquired holographic eye ability. It could even peer into professions.
Taking a glance at the swordmaster profession, it was a typical nurturing type.
It wasn't particularly
strong in itself, and even at the beginning, it was at most S-level strength, but its potential was very high. The strength relied entirely on how well one nurtured the sword. The stronger the practitioner, the stronger the destined sword, complementing each other.
Definitely a late-game explosive profession. Better copy it. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS level profession swordmaster. Hey, are you even listening to me? What are you staring at? You shout. He was a bit annoyed.
This guy had been staring at her sister for a long time, and now he was staring at her. Just as she was about to say something, Xiaoyi, Yuin spoke up to stop her, turning her gaze to Li Chen, her eyes flashing with surprise. When she had come over earlier, she had casually glanced at Li Chen.
To her astonishment, her holographic eye couldn't see through Li Chen's composition.
This was the first time she had encountered such a situation.
So strange. Could it be that the other party had something extraordinary about them?
At that moment, Zhang Hong also came
back to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to calm things down.
Miss you, there's no need to bother with this little brat, just a worthless person without a profession causing
a ruckus here. I'll have someone kick him out right away.
Upon hearing this, both Yuin and Yu Xiaohe were taken aback, and the people from Luyun Pavilion behind them began to whisper among themselves. So it turns out he's a pitiful person without a profession. A hint of pity flashed in Yu Xiaohe's eyes. She felt a bit guilty, thinking that if she had known this would happen, it wouldn't have mattered to let him look a little longer. After all, it wouldn't cost her anything.
Yuin nodded secretly. So that's how it is.
No wonder she couldn't see through the other party's composition earlier, because he was without a profession.
Disappointed, she shook her head and decided not to think about it anymore.
Just as Zhang Hong was calling for security to kick the person out, a voice suddenly came from inside.
What's going on? Why are there so many people blocking the entrance? Today?
A middle-aged man walked out.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Hong quickly bowed and said, Elder Ma.
The middle-aged man nodded, noticing Yuin and the others, and immediately smiled. So it's the people from Luyun Pavilion. Welcome, welcome.
I am Ma Baogua, one of the elders here.
Just arrived.
Yuin nodded expressionlessly. Ma Baogua
then turned his gaze to Zhang Hong, reproaching him. Xiao Zhang,
what's the matter with you? Why didn't you invite the experts from Luyun Pavilion inside to sit? Zhang Hong was instantly shocked, sweating profusely.
He quickly shifted the blame. No, a kid came over pretending to be the best, interfering with my work.
I was just about to have someone kick him out. Pretending? That's not a small matter, have you checked? Ma Baogua raised an eyebrow.
Hey, there's no need to check. Do you think he looks like someone who can
compete with Xiao Tian?
Zhang Hong pointed at Li Chen and waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Yuin realized that this matter was actually related to them, and she slightly turned her head.
What does this mean? Our Xiao Yang went out to do a dungeon today. What does this have to do with him? Ma Baogua frowned. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, we will definitely give you Luyun Pavilion an explanation.
Speaking of which, he looked at Zhang Hong and said, no matter what, our association is upright and just. We can't condemn
someone without evidence.
You should go check it out. Follow the process, so we can impose a penalty on him.
Understood. Zhang Hong nodded and walked away. Ma Baogua turned to Yuin and the others. Please wait a moment, it will be quick.
He, Li Chen, this time you've brought trouble upon yourself. You're in for a big disaster.
Seeing this scene,
Zhang Tao laughed gleefully.
Offending the Luyun Pavilion, Li Chen would definitely not get away unscathed.
Satisfied with the outcome, he looked at Ma Baogua and said, Elder
Ma, since that's the case, we won't linger here and be a nuisance.
We must severely punish those who break the law.
Ha ha ha. With that, he proudly walked away with Du Qingran.
Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaohe began to understand. She looked at Yuin and hesitantly said, how about we just let it go? There's no need to stoop to his level. He is somewhat pitiful.
Pitiful?
Yuin smiled at her.
Xiaohe, he's pitiful, but your senior brother Xiao Yang isn't?
Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaohe closed her mouth.
Yuin sighed. You're just too kind-hearted, unable to distinguish between good and bad people.
Go tell him to apologize to Xiao Yang, and then we won't make things difficult for him anymore.
Yu Xiaohe
looked up, her eyes brightening, and a smile appeared on her face.
Really? Sisterine, you're so nice.
With that, she hurried a couple of steps forward, approached Li Chen, and
said, you can leave now. If you admit your mistake and apologize to Xiao Yan later, we won't hold it against you. Since it's the Pavilion Master's intention, our association won't pursue it either. Zhang Hong nodded as well, waving his hand at Li Chen, signaling him to leave. You can go, consider yourself lucky. After a while, Li Chen still didn't move an inch.
Seeing this, Yu Xiaohe furrowed her brows and reached out to pull him.
Aren't you leaving? Why should I leave? Didn't you say you were going to check the data? Li Chen retorted. This was exactly what he was waiting for.
The truth would soon be clear. Yu Xiaohe was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. The others widened their eyes
in surprise. They didn't expect Li Chen to be so stubborn. Goodness, is he not mentally stable? Could it be?
My dad is the director of the Jianghai Psychiatric Hospital. I heard a few patients have escaped recently.
Jokes aside, what is he trying to do? This is really confusing behavior. Is he trying to go head-to-head with the association and Luyun Pavilion? This is too exciting. Please continue. Ma Baogwa stared wide-eyed. This kid, he couldn't understand where the other party's confidence came from. The way he spoke so earnestly made it seem almost real. If he went into pyramid selling, he would definitely become a top seller. Good kid, quite bold. Let's see how this plays out. Results will be out soon, and we'll see if you can still be so tough later. You had your chance, but you wasted it, he said angrily. Yu Xiaohua frowned, finally letting out a sigh. She had done all she could. In the end, it was Li Chen who was stubborn and suffering for his pride. There was nothing more to be done. Feeling somewhat dejected, she walked back. It seemed she had been overly sentimental. Yu Ying patiently looked at her. Xiaohua, do you see? Some people will never understand your good intentions. To them, things that come easily are cheap. We just need to do our part. Yu Xiaohua lowered her head, remaining silent. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Zheng Hong had returned. What happened? Xiao Zhang? Ma Baogwa asked calmly. Compared to before, Zheng Hong seemed much more restrained, walking lightly and lacking his previous flamboyance. Ma Baogwa narrowed his eyes and leaned in closer. Is the result out? Zheng Hong gently nodded, his expression complex, and quietly said, Elder Ma, can we talk privately for a moment? Ma Baogwa's eyes flickered, and he quickly turned to face the crowd, apologizing. Everyone, I'm really sorry. It seems there might be a problem with the system. I'll go take a look and be back soon. Sure, but don't keep me waiting too long, Elder, Ewing lazily replied. Yes. Ma Baogwa chuckled awkwardly and then followed Zheng Hong as they hurried down. Seeing their actions, everyone was left puzzled. Li Chen furrowed his brows. Zheng Hong had just returned, and it seemed he should have known something. Why was he leaving again? Meanwhile, Ma Baogwa quickly walked from the hall to the backstage. Noticing no one around, he called out to Zheng Hong. What's going on? Just tell me, why did you suddenly call me out? Zheng Hong stopped and exhaled. Elder, take a look at this. He pulled out a tablet. After Ma Baogwa took it, he glanced at it casually. Suddenly, his body jolted, his eyes widened, and he almost dropped. Where did this data come from? Is it real? Zheng Hong nodded seriously. Ma Baogwa took a deep breath. If this was true, then the first one was indeed not Xiaoyang. Someone had already advanced 2 days ago. They had been unaware of this before. They initially thought it was Li Chen causing trouble, but it turned out to be real. They had actually found an earlier record of advancement. Zheng Hong was also feeling a headache. It shouldn't be. Zhang Tao shouldn't have lied to him. Elder, what should we do about this? He asked. Ma Baogwa's eyes darted around before he spoke. Let's nullify it. The rankings have already been set. We'll act as if we didn't discover this. I remember Elder Lu was in charge of this matter. I'll ask him later. Understood. Zheng Hong nodded, agreeing with the plan. After discussing, the two headed back to the hall. In the hall, the people from Luyun Pavilion were already murmuring. What are these two doing? Mysterious and secretive, coming and going. Are we just supposed to wait here? Their efficiency is quite low. Do you remember why we came here? We've been delayed for so long without doing anything. At that moment, Ma Baogwa and Zheng Hong returned. We're back. Sorry for the wait, everyone, Zheng Hong panted. Let's get straight to the point, Yuin said softly. Yes. Zheng Hong began, we just verified that. The first person to advance this year is indeed your Luyun Pavilion's Xiaoyang, so you can rest assured about that. Ma Baogwa also chuckled. Yes, congratulations. This year, the first and second are both from your Luyun Pavilion. I hope you can perform excellently in the genius competition. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in discussions. Phew, the truth is finally out. I was hoping for some twist. As expected of Luyun Pavilion. If it's them, I'm not envious at all. So, does that mean everything that young man said was a lie? What else could it be? If you have any sense, you would know that not just anyone can compare to the geniuses of Luyun Pavilion. No way. Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He had personally come here to advance. It was impossible for him not to find out. The only possibility was that they had tampered with it and concealed the truth. Brother, what else do you have to say now? One of the Luyun Pavilion members said impatiently. After wasting so much time, this was the result? They were all quite displeased, mocking him coldly. This farce should end. You're wasting everyone's precious time. It's a pity that senior brother Xiaoyang isn't here. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would probably make you kneel and apologize. All eyes turned to Li Chen. Zheng Hong stepped forward, looking up. Kid, are you leaving? On your own, or should I have someone kick you out? Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Ha, what a professional association. A mere supervisor wants to kick out this year's first advanced practitioner. Zheng Hong's expression darkened. Who is speaking? I am. A tall, middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward. It was Lu Xian. At the same time, people quickly recognized Lu Xian on the scene. It's someone from the military. What are they doing here? Lu Xian? No wonder he looks so familiar. I saw him at the opening ceremony of the genius competition. How could someone like him come here? Also, what did he mean by that earlier statement? Ma Baogwa immediately reacted and cupped his hands in greeting. So it's Lord Lu. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Lu Xian waved his hand, a hint of anger on his face. We don't adhere to such formalities in the military. Where is Elder Lu? I remember someone was sent to discuss this matter earlier. Why is it different now? What matter are you referring to? Ma Baoguo asked cautiously. What do you think? Of course, it's about Li Chen, the first to complete the first transition, who didn't receive the reward that belongs to him. I heard you even removed him from the list? Upon hearing this, Ma Baoguo's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Li Chen was connected to someone like Lu Xian. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. With the person right in front of him, it was clear he couldn't keep it under wraps any longer. But the people from Lu Yun Pavilion were still here. If he admitted it, wouldn't he offend them too? For the first time, he felt that being an elder was so difficult. After careful consideration, he decided to shift the blame. This list was arranged by Elder Lu. I had no knowledge of it. How about I ask around for you later? No need to ask. Your association should have records, right? All first transition professionals should have documentation. Ma Baoguo's face stiffened, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, awkwardly. Standing there. Seeing this reaction, Yuin also sensed something was off. She squinted her eyes and spoke up. What you two are discussing can't be the same matter I'm involved in, right? Elder Ma, can you answer me? Wasn't this year's first transition person our Xiao Yang? She glanced at Li Chen and continued, the Li Chen you mentioned, could it be this young brother? Lu Xian turned to her and said, that's right, Pavilion Master Yu, I sincerely apologize, but the position of first transition this year has already been taken. Yu Xian's expression darkened. Yu Xiaohua also covered her mouth in surprise. Is it really him? Isn't he a non-professional? The people around were equally bewildered. Though that's what was said, thinking about it carefully, it seems like there's no solid proof. By the way, where is the person who said that? Where did they go? Damn, they ran off a long time ago. Ma Baoguo let out a bitter laugh. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter from the start. What bad luck! Why did it have to be him on duty today? Now that it had come to this, he could only speak the truth. Sigh, we do have an extra first transition record in our database, and as for the timing, it was 2 days earlier than Lu Yun Pavilion's Xiao Yang. As soon as this was said, the scene erupted. What the hell, is that true? Is there really such a thing? Wow, 2 days earlier than Xiao Yan, how strong must he be? I can't even imagine. A crowd of people turned their gazes toward Li Chen, their eyes filled with disbelief. So he wasn't just boasting? He really is the first? Damn, this is bad, I just mocked him. I'm such a fool, please spare me. Without a doubt, the most shocked were the people from Lu Yun Pavilion. When did this happen? Why wasn't it mentioned at the beginning? When the rankings were announced, Xiao Yang was listed as first. Isn't that ridiculous? How does this association operate? If this is true, wouldn't our senior brother Xiao become a joke? In fact, they from Lu Yun Pavilion were completely unaware of this, purely caught in the crossfire. Each one was filled with righteous indignation. With this incident, word would surely spread and tarnish their reputation. Especially for Xiao Yang. You see, it was better if you weren't first. But once you became first and were praised by thousands, only to find out it was a mistake, it would inevitably lead to a backlash. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Ma Baoguo wore a face full of helplessness. He had already begun to curse that Elder Lu in his heart, blaming his own misdeeds for putting him in such an embarrassing situation. So what now? What do you plan to do? Lu Xian continued. Ma Baoguo took a deep breath. Faced with the aggressive stance of both sides, he could no longer hold on. Forget it, after all, it wasn't him who would suffer, this matter had nothing to do with him. In this situation, if he didn't handle it fairly, he had no doubt that Lu Xian would use this as an excuse to remove him from his position. We will continue to update the rankings, and the positions may change. This little brother named Li Chen can also participate in the genius competition. Ha! After forcing himself to say this, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Is this a compromise? Is this an admission? My goodness, it's exploded. The whole Jianhai is going to explode. The genius competition is about to start, and it exploded at this time. There will be changes. As soon as these words were spoken, the people from Lu Yun Pavilion felt as if the sky had fallen. The results had clearly already been announced. This statement clearly indicated that their first place was no longer secure. Oh, so is this confirmed? It won't change again later, right? A rare hint of anger appeared on Yu Yin's face. This ranking was set by the professional association, and now it was going to change. The people from Lu Yun Pavilion had been toyed with from the beginning, kicked back and forth. No one would be happy about that. Alright, we don't need to discuss our cooperation anymore. Let's talk next time. We're leaving. After saying this, Yuin angrily led his people away. Ma Baoguo forced a bitter smile. He knew he had made a mess of things and had severely offended Lu Yun Pavilion. Elder Wang, remember what you said. I will check again tomorrow. Lu Xian glanced at him. Yes, yes. Ma Baoguo replied with a bitter smile. He looked at Zhang Hong beside him and suddenly felt a surge of anger. What are you still standing there for? See the guests off. Oh. Zhang Hong came to his senses and quickly nodded. Looking at the crowd gathered around, he waved his hand impatiently. What are you all doing here? Move aside, don't block the way. Seeing a few security guards who had originally rushed over to kick Li Chen out, he sighed. What are you standing there for? Escort the guests. The few security guards who were frozen in place quickly nodded and moved in to disperse the crowd. For a moment, they all forgot what they had originally come for. Under careful escort, Li Chen and Lu Xian walked out of the association. I'm sorry, this time it was my fault. Once outside, Lu Xian spoke first. I said I would send someone to communicate, but it didn't work out. Seeing it today is still like this. Li Chen shook his head. It's fine, as long as I can participate in the genius competition as usual. Lu Xian said seriously, don't worry. I will definitely help you investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Chen nodded and asked, what kind of background does Lu Yun Pavilion have? I haven't heard much about it before. This force had produced 2 SS-level professionals this year. Seeing them today, even their pavilion master was SS level. Such a force was definitely among the top. Moreover, he might have offended them this time, so it was wise to understand a bit more to prevent any issues. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, well, how should I put it? You can think of them as an extended force. Their base is not in Shanghai, but in Yanjing. The Lu Yun Pavilion here is just a branch. Branch? Li Chen was taken aback. A branch could be so powerful with 3 SS-level professionals. How strong must their overall strength be? Lu Xian nodded and said, yes, the forces in Yanjing are like this. They draw talent from across the country, and any one of them is not something other places can compare to. Upon hearing this, Li Chen also realized. So you mean, the 2 people from Lu Yun Pavilion on the ranking list, they are not from Jianhai but specifically came here to compete in the genius competition? Exactly, just like the college entrance examination, there will be some top scorers who can't compete in their original places and come to smaller places to claim the title. Lu Xian's words were astonishing, although it was a bit blunt. Li Chen completely understood the situation. He took a deep breath. It was actually easy to understand. The competition in their area was too fierce, so they went to compete in other, less intense places where they could still earn rewards. Why not? This behavior, while cunning, had to be acknowledged as a result of their own strength. By the way, I heard about your situation in Kuan City, Lu Xian suddenly said. What's up? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Wang Tang even called me specifically to say you have great potential, that you've helped them a lot, and that you're the first in this year's sports competition? Lu Xian said excitedly. To be honest, he found it hard to believe when he heard this news. He used to occasionally help some newcomers he thought had potential, but only Li Chen had reached such a level that left people in awe, making him feel quite proud. He couldn't help but ask, Li Chen, how's your strength now? Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, it's okay, I guess. If it were before, he would have been quite confident, but now Jianhai had suddenly introduced some mysterious Lu Yun Pavilion. He wasn't sure about the opponent's specific strength, making it hard to estimate. Anyway, good luck in the genius competition, Lu Xian said. Since Li Chen didn't want to talk, he didn't press further. In a dense forest, a boy of about 18 held a long sword, its shadow dancing as it swept through the area, leaving no grass in its wake. Not a single monster that passed by could escape his blade. Just then, the boy suddenly stopped, wiped his sweat, sheathed his weapon, and took out a communicator. Hello? A voice quickly came from the other end. Not good, Xiaoyang, your first place has been taken. Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. What? Isn't the ranking already set? What's going on? Well, we were planning to discuss cooperation with the association today, but suddenly someone popped up claiming to be the first, and it turns out they really checked the records and got there 2 days earlier than you. 2 days earlier than me? Are you sure you're not joking? Who is he? Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Could there really be someone stronger than him? If someone had turned 2 days earlier, their strength could rival that of the monsters in Yanjing. He had come to Jianghai City specifically to claim the first place in the genius competition. If he couldn't even secure that, it would be utterly embarrassing. It seems to be someone named Li Chen. Li Chen, is he from somewhere else? No, he's a local. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a bit relieved. It was a false alarm. If it was a local from Jianhai, it wouldn't be that serious. It was likely inflated. After all, this was just the speed of reaching the first transition, which didn't represent everything. He remembered that the third place was still a B-level profession. They must have used some means to climb up. He didn't even need to point it out, everyone knew. It was quite normal for such things to happen in small places. There were differences between regions. Even if they found someone to help in Yanjing, it wouldn't necessarily be as fast as some prodigies, since experience was shared in a team. I get it, no need to make such a fuss. The final ranking in the genius competition is what really matters. These are just wild rankings at best, Xiaoyang said lightly. Anyway, he didn't believe that such a prodigy could emerge from this small Jianghai city. They must have found someone to help them. Meanwhile, he was grinding monsters day and night, relying on his hard strength to climb up. That was the most valuable. Some people might hold the title of first place, but when the genius competition came, they would be kicked down, and that would be entertaining.
After hanging up the communicator, he continued to immerse himself
in monster grinding. On the other side, Li Chen had just said goodbye to Lu Xian.
After this incident, he increasingly realized that in this world, only having strong strength mattered. After learning about the matters related to the flowing cloud pavilion, a sense of crisis began to arise in his heart.
Counting today, there are about 2 days left until the genius competition starts.
So, he aimed to reach level 100 before the competition.
Only by continuously improving could he avoid being eliminated. He understood this principle well.
He found a vendor by the roadside and casually spent 100 dragon coins to buy a comprehensive leveling route overview for Zhanghai.
The creators
of this guide had clearly put some thought into it to make money. It almost laid out the leveling paths that practitioners at various levels could choose, covering all the leveling areas in Zhanghai.
Li Chen's current status was right in the range of 70 to 100.
He glanced at the distribution map and found quite a few suitable options for him now.
Green pasture recommended level 70-100 located in the outskirts of West City. Try not to venture too deep. North Wind Village recommended level 70-100 in abandoned village already occupied by monsters. Gloomy Valley Lake recommended level 70-100 a lake in the northern region fraught with danger.
After looking around, Li Chen chose the one closest to his current position.
Hongyan Ridge recommended level 70-100 a rugged hill with harsh conditions. This one will do.
Li Chen made his decision and immediately headed towards the location of Hongyan Ridge.
He planned to immerse
himself there for the next 2 days. He was now a somewhat capable practitioner, and even if he didn't sleep for a few days, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, with the genius competition starting soon, he wanted to rank higher.
He needed to grind for a few more SSS level talents. He couldn't afford to sleep.
To be honest, if his opponents were still the likes of Zheng Tao, it would feel rather dull. But now that the flowing cloud pavilion had suddenly appeared, it added a bit of challenge.
Not long after,
Li Chen arrived outside the Hongyan Ridge dungeon.
There weren't as many people here as the minimum level requirement for the Hongyan Ridge dungeon was level 70.
At this time, the number of new practitioners who could reach this level was very few.
In a small place like Zhanghai, resources were too scarce and strong practitioners couldn't be retained. Most local practitioners would move on to other places once they leveled up. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. Without any interests involved, who would choose to downgrade?
Therefore, it was usually hard to see high-level and powerful practitioners in Zhanghai. When Li Chen arrived, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. Although he had only met this person once, Li Chen recognized him at a glance. It was Yang Tong. He remembered that he was an elder of the Golden Guild and had invited him to join the guild.
Because of this, he left an impression on Li Chen.
After a slight surprise, Li Chen was about to look away. They had no real connection, so there was no need to approach him. But just then, he saw another familiar shadow. A hint of surprise flashed in Li
Chen's eyes. Wasn't that Lin Eru? He actually appeared here.
After a few days, Era seemed to have transformed, exuding a more
resolute aura.
Li Chen remembered that Era hadn't even reached level 40 a few days ago. Now, he was here, and it couldn't be that.
He came to grind monsters, right?
Just as he was pondering this, he saw Era walk up and join Yang Tong.
With a puzzled mindset, Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to approach them.
Since they had run into each other after a few days, he might as well
say hello.
As he walked forward, the two soon noticed him. Lin Eru's eyes lit up, and after a slight pause, he was filled with
excitement. Yang Gu? I can't believe you're here. I haven't seen you for several days. Li Chen smiled. What a coincidence. I've
been out of the city grinding monsters these days.
What about you? How come you're here?
Lin Eru scratched his head with a smile.
Yang Gu, I'm about to tell you something. Don't be surprised.
I've already undergone my first class change, and my strength has improved a bit. I've joined the Golden Guild. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly understood.
No wonder he was with Yang Tong. That's great.
You're someone of status now, Li Chen teased with a smile. It's important to know that the Golden Guild,
as one of the top forces, is certainly not easy to join.
After the second transfer, Eru's strength must have increased significantly. Still, he felt happy for the other party.
Not at all.
Eru chuckled. In front of you, I'm just a small fry compared to the big shots. Thanks to Brother Yang's transfer materials, otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Hello, Li Chen, nice to see you again.
At that moment, Yang Tong, who was nearby, also recognized him and raised his hand cheerfully.
Are you going to participate in the genius competition? Yang Tong asked. Li Chen nodded. Awesome, Brother Yang. I knew you were no ordinary
person, Eru exclaimed in surprise. Those qualified to participate in the genius competition are already among the top newcomers.
What a pity.
Lin Yu almost got the qualification, just fell short by 2 places, Eru sighed.
If she could shine in the genius competition, excellent academies would definitely take notice. It's fine, not participating won't affect her college
entrance exam later, Li Chen comforted.
By the way, Brother Yang, do you have a school in mind? With your strength, I feel getting the provincial top student shouldn't be a problem. Ha ha ha. Arrow laughed. Me? Li Chen pondered for a moment. He hadn't really thought about that. From what he understood, the college entrance exam would be just a few days after the genius competition. Very close together. The genius competition is meant to filter out the most talented professionals. Those who can participate will receive extra points for the college entrance exam, and those who make it onto the newcomer list are highly sought after by various universities. Li Chen shook his head. Let's see when the time comes. Ahem, actually, whether you take the exam or not doesn't matter, as long as your strength is enough, there will always be a way out. For example, our Golden Guild is quite good, Yang Tong chuckled. Arrow rolled his eyes. Elder Yang, Brother Yang has given me a second chance at life, so I must oppose you on this matter. He then turned to Li Chen. Brother Yang, you mustn't believe it. With your qualifications, why not make a name for yourself in the capital and become the #1 in the national server? Staying here is simply underestimating your talent. Li Chen's mouth twitched. You really are a scheming advisor. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to grind some monsters. Grind monsters? Are you saying you're going to the Hanyan Ridge to grind monsters? Yang Tong was taken aback. Era suddenly realized and looked at Li Chen. Oh, you're here to level up? What's wrong? Seeing the unusual reactions from the two, Li Chen was a bit confused. By yourself? This is a high difficulty secret realm. You need to be at least level 70 to 100. Is your level high enough? Yang Tong asked in surprise. About that, Li Chen replied. As soon as he said this, Arrow and Yang Tong exchanged glances, both gasping in shock. After Arrow's first transfer, his strength had greatly increased, and he thought he could catch up to Li Chen a bit. Now it seemed that the gap was only widening. By the way, after regaining his composure, Yang Tong spoke up. Since that's the case, why don't you go in with our people later? Yeah. Seeing Yang Tong's stance, Arrow also excitedly said, there's a wormhole area inside Hongyan Ridge, and we came here specifically for that. Elder Yang is leading the team personally. Wormhole area? Li Chen was taken aback. He had learned about this term during his 3 years of theoretical study in high school. This is an area that appears due to energy collisions between the secret realm and other uncontrollable factors. Such areas generally don't last long and will automatically close after a while. Based on past experiences, it's practically a paradise for professionals, and there might even be treasures from another world. A trip inside could yield a bountiful harvest. Such places are rare, and even when they do appear, they are seldom discovered and are very hidden. No wonder the Golden Guild found a wormhole area. One can only imagine how much manpower and resources were invested. It would be a lie to say he didn't want to share in the spoils. However, Li Chen still kept his guard up. Can we really go? I don't really mind, but let's make it clear first, I haven't thought about joining a guild yet. He understood the principle of being short-handed and soft-spoken. Yang Tong laughed heartily. No worries, you can rest assured. Although I really want to bring you on board, such things can't be forced. Besides, having another future potential powerhouse as an ally isn't a bad thing. Right, Yang Gu, don't be so polite, we're all friends here, Arrow chimed in. So, when are we leaving? Li Chen also didn't want to be coy. Now that it had come to this, what was there to worry about? The genius competition was coming up, and he urgently needed to improve his strength. Soon, the wormhole area is fraught with danger. We just need to wait for a few more people, Yang Tong said. Okay. During the wait, Arrow stood by, excitedly sharing his experiences and changes from the past few days. Yang Gu, ever since I met you, my entire life trajectory has changed. Before, I wouldn't even dare to think that one day I could become a member of the Golden Guild. That's just your own ability. I merely lent a hand. Li Chen waved his hand, not considering himself as exaggerated as Arrow claimed. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. 3 fully armed professionals walked over. 2 men and 1 woman. Based on their equipment, it could be determined that they were a frontline fighter, a mage, and a healer. Once they arrived, Yang Tong gathered them together and introduced them to Li Chen. These 3 are also from our Golden Guild. They are Warrior Song Gang, Mage Yuan San, and Healer Ji Yingying. Then he introduced Li Chen to them. This is Li Chen, who will also be our teammate. We are all heading to the wormhole area together. The 3 appeared very enthusiastic. Hello, Li Chen. Finally a handsome guy has arrived. It's been torture for a face control like me to be surrounded by a few scruffy uncles every day. Ji Yingying jumped up excitedly. Bro, what profession are you? You look pretty young, Mage Yuan San asked. Main combat profession, Li Chen replied. Alright, without further ado, let's get ready to go in. If we wait any longer, the black hole will close, and that won't be good, Yang Tong said. Alright, here I come. Wormhole. Woohoo! Overnight wealth. Charge, charge, charge. Upon hearing about the wormhole, everyone cheered excitedly. That's great, Lin Yu's tuition is secured now. Lin Eru also laughed. Then let's set off. Yang Tong smiled, catching the excitement. With that, the group headed towards the teleportation portal. I want to walk with Li Chen. Ji Yingying cheerfully hugged Li Chen's arm. Ah, Xiaoying, can't my explosive muscles give you a sense of security? Song Gang raised his hand to showcase his bulging muscles, speaking sourly.
No, you just don't look secure, Song Gang weakly said. Then, if both I and Li Chen get injured at the same time, who will you heal first?
Do I even need to ask? You can just tough it out. With your thick skin.
6. At that moment, a resolute heart quietly shattered.
That hit hard, bro. Ha ha ha. What a blunt truth. What are you laughing at, Yuan-san?
You're the same, even worse than Song Gang. You don't even have muscles.
Yuan-san.
Joking aside, in the cheerful atmosphere, the group walked together into the teleportation portal. The scene shifted. After entering the portal, the group opened their eyes again, already at the entrance of Hongyan Ridge.
Ahead was a fork in the road. At a glance, the mountain path was winding, narrow, and steep.
Yang Tong took out a map, his expression serious as he walked ahead.
Everyone follow me, don't fall behind.
The others also collected their thoughts and closely
followed, not daring to slack off.
After all, the environment here was harsh, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. The group walked along the mountain path. Everyone be careful, up ahead is the internal area where monsters can easily
be encountered. If possible, try to avoid them to prevent attracting more monsters.
According to Yang Tong's plan, the goal was to conserve strength before finding the black hole area while trying not to waste time.
Monsters could be farmed at any time, but the black hole wouldn't always be available.
If the noise from fighting monsters attracted more creatures, it would be counterproductive.
Li Chen expressed his understanding.
Among those present, besides Hu and him, everyone else
was an experienced professional.
Especially Elder Yang Tong, who led the way, almost avoiding all possible dangers.
Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave.
Yang Tong stopped and said, "Everyone, stay alert.
To reach the wormhole
area, we must pass through this entrance, which should be filled with many monsters and is very dim."
Hu, come to my side. Li Chen, you and Ji Ying stay close to Yuan-san. Song Gang, you take the lead. Yang Tong organized their positions methodically.
Soon, after the formation was arranged, he commanded, "Enter the cave." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly positioned their weapons in front of them.
As the frontliner, Song Gang moved ahead, probing in the direction Yang Tong indicated.
The group slowly entered the cave. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as they stepped inside, a swarm of dark bats rushed towards them.
"Get down,"
Yang Tong said in a low voice.
Upon hearing this, everyone immediately complied. Li Chen quickly
crouched against the nearby stone wall.
A mass of dark bats surged outward, continuing for several seconds before gradually diminishing. This is a type of monster called a burst bat.
They are non-aggressive, but if attacked, they will explode
immediately. With so many of them, if they explode, we will definitely be buried in the cave, Yang Tong explained slowly. Hearing this, Hu was dumbfounded. He never expected such a thing. He was completely clueless about these matters, and this
was his first time in such a dangerous place.
Speaking of which, how could Yang Tong remain so calm while saying this? Elder Yang, you are amazing. If you hadn't spoken up, I might have run back immediately. It's too scary with so many bats.
Even if they were mosquitoes, one bite from each could drain me dry, Hu said, still shaken. We can't run, these bats will explode as soon as they come into contact with sunlight, Li Chen interjected.
No sooner had he spoken than a series of explosions erupted outside. Boom, boom, boom.
Hu was instantly stunned.
Damn, why does it feel like walking with you all makes me look like an ignorant person? Did you all know? Am I the only one who didn't? Ji Ying nodded. Yuan-san also nodded.
Song Gang scratched his head, so that's how it is. I almost swung my sword at them just now.
I was wondering why Elder Yang pulled me back.
Hu's eyes lit up and he nearly cried, wiping his nose.
Finally found my crew. Just then, Song Gang continued, right, what were we here for again?
Ji Ying rolled her eyes. If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten.
Your forgetfulness hasn't improved, huh?
Song Gang furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead.
Oh,
right, we came to find the wormhole area.
That swarm of burst bats just startled me. Forgetfulness.
Whose mouth twitched, petrified in place. He thought he had found his crew, but it turned out to be a
joke.
At this moment, Yang Tong spoke up.
Alright, let's continue deeper.
The explosions outside from the bats must have attracted quite a few monsters, and they will likely be heading this way.
Li Chen nodded. As an experienced professional,
he was very perceptive.
Just as he thought,
the group reorganized and moved forward. As they delved deeper, the darkness intensified, nearly reaching a point where they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces. The dim cave was filled with damp air, sending a chill down their spines. Yang Tong's movements became more cautious, one hand holding the map and the other the detector. Soon, he stopped at a corner.
There are 2 monsters ahead, we need to take them out to get through.
Yang Tong's deep voice echoed.
Upon hearing this, everyone steeled themselves.
Just 2? Let's take them down immediately, Yuan-san whispered. Don't be careless, go all out, and finish it quickly. The monsters behind will catch up soon.
With that, Yang Tong threw a flare arrow forward.
The dazzling firelight instantly illuminated the entire cave entrance.
Almost immediately, Song Gang, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, charged forward.
He had only stepped out for 2 seconds, and the others hadn't even had time to follow. The next moment, Song Gang's figure was sent flying back. Everyone was stunned.
Once they reacted, Ji Yingying quickly pointed her staff at Song Gang. A surge of green energy flowed into him. Then, she slammed her staff down onto the ground. Immediately, a golden light enveloped everyone. Li Chen glanced over and noticed a buff had been added to him. Angel's Light increases all damage by 15% and grants 2% health regeneration
per second, lasting 180 seconds. This was Ji Yingying's class skill.
Besides healing, it also increased damage, which was already stronger than most healing classes. At that moment, Song Gang, covered in dirt and dust, got back up, still glowing
green as he rapidly healed. Damn, they're 2 level 100 elite monsters. I can't take it. Fall back. Everyone, fall back. Yang Tong shouted urgently. Without a front line, no one here could withstand 2 elite monsters head-on, not even him. At such a time, there was no room to discuss damage output. If Song Gang couldn't handle it, what could the damage dealers and support do?
For a moment, the scene became chaotic. They had come in carefully, step by step, as the passage was very
winding. A slight misstep could lead to getting lost, and they couldn't exit that quickly.
Meanwhile, the 2 elite monsters had already revealed themselves. They were 2 massive scorpions, their shells radiating a dark sheen.
Li Chen quickly used the holographic eye to scan the targets.
Twinborn Scorpion, Elite, Level, 120 Health, 700,000. A type of twin monster, usually found with another of its kind, prefers to inhabit damp environments.
Weakness: the tail of the twinborn scorpion is relatively fragile. Severing it will cause confusion. How can there be level 120 monsters here? Could it be because of the wormhole area? Unable to understand why, Yang Tong and the others quickly retreated. However, due to her class, Ji Yingying, who had the lowest personal stats, was left behind. One twinborn scorpion had already reached her back, its pincers snapping fiercely towards her. Under the massive shadow, Ji Yingying turned around, staring wide-eyed at the enormous pincers. Yuan-san and the others, who had run a few steps ahead, turned back and gasped at the sight. Yingying, watch out! Quick, dodge! The danger was closing in.
Ji Yingying was so frightened that she shut her eyes in terror.
Bang! Ha! Ji Yingying trembled slightly.
The attack she had imagined did not come. Instead, there was a loud metallic clash. She cautiously opened her eyes. What she saw would be etched in her memory forever. Li Chen had somehow appeared in front of her,
holding a large shield radiating a fiery glow.
Just imagine, when you are on the brink of despair, having given up on yourself, a figure suddenly appears before you, like a superhero, blocking everything for you.
Ji Yingying's cheeks involuntarily flushed. I'll draw the aggro, you all deal the damage.
At that moment, Li Chen's voice pulled everyone back to reality.
Damn, he blocked an attack that I couldn't even withstand. Song Gang's eyes widened.
That was a level 100 elite monster. At that moment, a thought crossed everyone's mind.
Top tier front line. Isn't Li Chen a main battle class? How does he have this up his sleeve?
Although surprised, now was not the time to think about that. The battlefield was changing rapidly.
Quick! Everyone, keep up with Li Chen! Yang Tong shouted, realizing the situation.
Ji Yingying, whose eyes were still sparkling, shook her head to regain her focus and quickly threw a skill at Li Chen.
Angel's Blessing. Establish a symbiotic
relationship with the target, allowing both parties to share health.
As a fragile healer, this skill was not something she could use lightly.
But Li Chen was also making sacrifices for the team. She couldn't afford to hesitate.
As long as they
could hold on, everything else could be discussed.
At the same time, Yang Tong and the others returned. Now, both twin venom scorpions were targeting Li Chen.
Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tong brandished 2 daggers, swiftly darting around the battlefield, leaving behind shadows and inflicting wounds on the giant scorpions. 32500, 34000, with a damage per second of 30,000. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. This damage was no joke. No wonder he was an elder of a major guild. At this moment, the mage Yuan-san was also in the back, unleashing burst skills. In no time, the health of the twin venom scorpions was rapidly decreasing. But let's not forget, there were still 2 twin venom scorpions.
If they only focused on
defense, relying solely on Li Chen wouldn't be enough to handle both at the same time.
If they were just fighting ordinary monsters, a typical frontliner could withstand the damage just fine. But against such high damage monsters, it was a war
of attrition. Merely being able to withstand damage was far from sufficient. Generally speaking, monsters would target the one dealing the most damage to them.
Monsters weren't fools, they knew who posed the greatest threat. Just holding up a
shield in front and expecting the monsters to attack you wouldn't work. Anyone could be a frontliner in that case.
Moreover, what Li Chen faced were 2 elite monsters over level 100. Sure enough, after a while, the targets of the 2 twin venom scorpions began to shift.
They had lost most of their aggro towards Li Chen and instead aimed to attack Yang Tong, who was sneaking in from the side. After all, Li Chen seemed like a huge threat, but he couldn't deal any damage to them.
In an Instant, Yang Tong's output slowed down as he had to dodge attacks while trying to strike. Now, Yang Tong was the main damage dealer and the entire team's monster-killing speed had decreased. Hold on, I'm coming to help. At this moment, Song Gang's injuries had mostly healed. Seeing the situation was not right, he raised his round shield and stepped forward. With Song Gang's addition, the situation eased a bit, with Li Chen taking most of the damage up front and Song Gang relieving some pressure from the side. But from the earlier encounter, it was clear that Song Gang was not a top-tier frontliner. He could handle one monster but not two elite monsters at the same time. The main issue was that these two elite monsters over level 100 were completely unexpected. They hadn't even entered the black hole area yet. In this entire Hongyan Ridge, the highest level monsters were only level 100, yet they encountered two elite monsters exceeding that level right off the bat. Given the current situation, Li Chen still couldn't free up his hands. If he let go, the entire team would collapse. Yang Tong's movements were very agile and fast. He would dart in to land a couple of hits and then immediately retreat behind Li Chen. This also helped alleviate the aggro pressure on the front line. Through this maneuver, it was evident that Yang Tong had rich combat experience, but a frontliner without aggro would find it hard to hold the monsters. Li Chen was searching for an opportunity. As the team continued to wear down the enemies, one of the twin venom scorpions had its health reduced to below half. Not yet, it needs to go below 30% at least, Li Chen thought to himself. He was already calculating how to slay this twin venom scorpion. His death suppression could take up to 20% of the target's current health, and with execution, he could directly slay the target if its health fell below 10%. In an ideal scenario, as long as the health of the twin scorpions drops below 20%, I could take a gamble, drop my defense, and eliminate one of them first. After that, there wouldn't be the same level of tension as now. In the current situation, any mistake from either myself or Yang Tong would be devastating for the entire team. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, it's better to resolve this quickly. If we continue to wear them down like this, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Suddenly, at that moment, both twin scorpions became enraged, their attack speed increasing exponentially. The pressure on the front line surged. Ji Yingying hurriedly cast a buff on Li Chen and Song Gang. Li Chen was not significantly affected, but beside him, Song Gang couldn't hold on. This sudden onslaught disrupted his stance. He stumbled backward with his shield, and at that moment both twin scorpions attacked him simultaneously. Not good. Although Song Gang was in the front line, without the shield to block, it was hard to withstand the attacks of two level 100 elite monsters. The rest of the team showed signs of anxiety. Yang Gang gritted his teeth, let out a loud shout, and charged toward Song Gang's position. Li Chen instantly realized his intention. Yang Tong wanted to use his assassin class's burst speed to save Song Gang. The risk was immense. As an assassin, his resistance was lower than Song Gang's. If it were just one monster, it would be manageable. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. It was a gamble. He stowed his shield. In the next moment, he drew the soul-snatching gun. Activating swift movement, he dashed toward the twin scorpion with 40% health remaining. Arriving at the scorpion's back, he thrust down toward its tail. Puff! The soul-snatching gun struck the scorpion's tail. 62,000. He had previously used holographic eye to detect it. The tail was the weak point of the twin scorpion. Sure enough, this damage was doubled. Without hesitation, Li Chen immediately activated death suppression. Plunder. 80,000. In an instant, the health of this twin scorpion dropped to the red. Just right. Li Chen's heart stirred. Execute. He aimed again at the twin scorpion's tail. 70,000. In that moment, the twin scorpion let out a sharp cry. The sound echoed in the cave, incredibly piercing. The massive figure crashed down, buying time for Yang Tong. Noticing this, Yang Tong's eyelids twitched, nearly causing him to stumble. What kind of damage is this? Once he regained his composure, he grabbed Song Gang and pulled him back. There was still one twin scorpion left on the field. Seeing this, Li Chen raised his shield again, charging forward to block in front of the two. We're saved, Song Gang said, still shaken. Meanwhile, Ji Yingying and the others in the back were utterly astonished after witnessing the entire process. What just happened? Li Chen poked that twin scorpion a few times with his gun and it was instantly killed? It still had over 40% health left. Speaking of which, wasn't Li Chen supposed to be a frontline class? He had been holding a shield for so long that everyone had mentally categorized him as a frontliner. Now, looking back, they remembered Li Chen had mentioned he was a main combat class. Both of them were a bit skeptical of their own eyes. Yuan San was even more shocked. This damage was significantly higher than his, and it was even comparable to Elder Yang Tong. This guy really can take hits and deal damage? He perfectly matched the image of the frontline pinnacle in his mind. Hu felt his scalp tingle. In just a few days, Li Chen's growth had been so rapid, he could even injure elite monsters over level 100. If it were him, he probably wouldn't even be able to break the scorpion's shell. He suddenly felt that his own growth over these days was as slow as a snail's crawl. Kill. There's only one monster left, let's show him the power of us professionals. Victory belongs to us. Yang Tong shouted. After taking down one scorpion, morale soared. Fireball. Lightning. Yuan-san and Air, who were throwing skills from the back. Ji Ying was also unwilling to show weakness, waving her staff, Radiance. Now there was only one twin poison scorpion left. The pressure on the front line had eased considerably. I'll take it on. With just one left, can I not handle it? Song Gang shouted loudly. Brother Li Chen, you should just focus on your noble main battle role and not snatch the front line's job from us. Leave the dirty work to us rough guys. That's right, leave it to Song Gang. Li Chen, you should coordinate with me, you're too talented for the front line, Yang Tong added. Okay. Li Chen was originally just a temporary replacement to draw aggro. He had stepped in because Song Gang couldn't hold up, but now that there was only one poison scorpion left, Song Gang should be fine. Li Chen raised his shield in front of him, backing up to give Song Gang space. Song Gang charged forward with his large shield, roaring, "Aura, aura, aura, aura." His fierce demeanor seemed to be trying to regain face after the earlier embarrassment. We're going to. Li Chen and Yang Tong exchanged glances, then took out their soul-capturing guns. The twin poison scorpion's shell was extremely hard, capable of withstanding most damage, with very high defense. But Li Chen's soul-capturing gun could deal true damage. Coming up behind the twin poison scorpion, he shot at its tail. 64000. Hit its tail. That's its weak point. How do you know that? Yang Tong was surprised but quickly reacted. He slashed at it with his dagger. 56000. Indeed. Yang Tong's eyes lit up. The damage had increased significantly. The twin poison scorpion let out a shriek. The two worked together, rapidly depleting the scorpion's health. Yang Tong, as an assassin, was very fast. Even if the giant scorpion tried to hit him, it was hard to land a blow. Li Chen also had the boost from swift movement, making his actions very quick. Moreover, Song Gang was blocking in front. With the team's cooperation, the twin poison scorpion's health quickly dropped to about half. Victory seemed just within reach. But at that moment, a rumbling sound came from the passageway they had entered. Everyone's expressions changed. What's going on? Not good, those monsters might have caught up. Yang Tong's face changed slightly. The noise indicated a large number of creatures. Plus, it was already difficult to maneuver in this cave. It would be very unfavorable for them. Damn. If it comes to it, you guys go ahead. I'll hold off this scorpion from behind while you move forward. Song Gang gritted his teeth. But what about you? Air who? Asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. If we don't leave now, when the monsters catch up, none of us will escape. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with gratitude. Song Gang paused, then spoke with a tragic expression. Inger, if I can survive and return, then you. Stop. I'm getting goosebumps. Ji Ying quickly waved her hand. If you keep going, I'd rather die here. Upon hearing this, Song Gang's face revealed a hint of tenderness, lost in thought. So that's it, you'd rather die with me? Oh, with your words, even if I fall here, it's worth it. Yuan-san face-bombed, speechless. Damn it, big guy, have you forgotten you have a family? You forgetful, lecherous uncle. Ah, is that so? Song Gang was taken aback, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. I thought everyone liked to say that at times like this. Hey, don't flirt, we still have a twin poison scorpion to deal with. Yang Tong shouted impatiently. We advance and retreat together. We won't abandon any teammate. First, let's kill this giant scorpion, then deal with the monsters chasing us. That's right. Let the storm come even stronger. Li Chen became excited. His initial purpose for this trip was to farm monsters, and now that so many monsters had been attracted, it was just as he wished. If they were going to fight, they might as well go all out. So, the group launched a fierce attack again, targeting the twin-born scorpion. Damn, are you guys devils? All you think about is fighting and killing, Arrow exclaimed in shock. As the weakest fighter in the team, he had a younger sister to support through college, and he didn't want to end up as monster food. Seeing that everyone was really planning to stay and fight, he could only smile bitterly. Arrow, your resolve isn't enough. It's hard for you to become a capable professional. Yuan-san shook his head beside him. Arrow, you're a guy, and you're even more cowardly than I am, Ji Ying added. Arrow wanted to cry but had no tears. You all said you wanted to fight. Do I have a choice? If I die, I die. Damn this heaven. Damn this heaven. Ha ha ha. Tiger, where did you learn that? Your family should hire a master. But it's true, what you said. The path to becoming a god. Follow the mortal way, oppose the heavenly way. The few of them resumed fighting. Li Chen also felt the passion of the team. Even the towering twin-born scorpion didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Li Chen, can you use that move from before? Yang Tong asked. But the scorpion from earlier still had a lot of health left after Li Chen had taken it down in one hit. He guessed it was some kind of slaying equipment. Li Chen thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I can take it down directly with about 20% health left. Good, then I'll assist you. I'll go in first and you strike when the health is right. Upon hearing this, Yang Tong exhaled and charged at the twin-born scorpion, using his strongest move. Taking advantage of Song Gang holding the scorpion in place, he found the right moment, circled behind the scorpion, and stabbed fiercely at its tail. Precision strike. Crack. Soon, a huge damage number appeared above the twinborn. Scorpion. 91000. Such high damage. Was this the full power strike of Elder Yang Tong? Seeing this scene, Yuan-san and the others' pupils constricted. Truly an elder. With this strike, the twinborn scorpion's health dropped to just over 30%. But Yang Tong frowned. Not good, still a bit short. He had originally planned to bring the scorpion's health below 30% with his full power strike and then hand it over to Li Chen. But now he had overestimated his damage. How could he possibly take it down with such high health? Moreover, when fighting monsters, if he used burst damage directly, it would forcibly draw the monster's aggro onto himself due to the excessive damage. A typical frontliner couldn't hold it. Sure enough, after taking that hit, the twinborn scorpion immediately clamped its tail and angrily shot towards him. Bang! The massive scorpion tail sprang forth like a spring, unleashing tremendous power. Elder! Song Gang exclaimed. Yang Tong quickly retreated. 32%. Li Chen's mind raced, gritting his teeth. That's enough. Originally, with 20% health left, he estimated he could take it down smoothly. But with over 30% left, the difficulty increased significantly, requiring some skill. But now, with Yang Tong in danger, he had to step in. He couldn't betray his teammates. Shadow clone. Li Chen thought. In the next moment, a shadow clone appeared before him. Li Chen quickly maneuvered the clone to charge at the twinborn scorpion. He shouted, Song Gang, get out of the way. Song Gang, who was about to help Yang Tong, decided to trust Li Chen and quickly retreated. Immediately, the clone rushed to within a meter or two of the twinborn scorpion. Explode! Li Chen shouted. To deal damage faster, he had to resort to self-detonation. The next moment, the clone exploded. Bang! The entire body of the twinborn scorpion shook violently, its shell shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. A huge number jumped out. 100000. But that wasn't the end. Taking advantage of the scorpion being in a stunned state, Li Chen activated swift movement and rushed forward, thrusting his soul-absorbing gun fiercely at its tail. 70000. Kill. In an instant, the figures of the twin poison scorpions crashed to the ground. Did we win? Song Gang gasped, looking on in disbelief. Yang Tong's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to confirm once more. We killed them. We did it. Both twin poison scorpions were down. Cheers erupted in the arena. This victory was beyond their imagination. Thanks to Li Chen, otherwise we would have had a hard time winning. Yuan-san nodded, analyzing the situation. Handsome, young, and strong, could there really be such a perfect man? Ji Yingying's eyes sparkled, lost in a daze. Arrow jumped up excitedly. Ha ha, I told you bringing my brother Yang was the right choice, right? It's not over yet, they're coming. At this moment, Li Chen did not let his guard down. His gaze was fixed on the small path they had come from. The commotion was growing louder, and a cloud of dust wafted out, shaking the entire cave. Dust was falling from above, as if the ceiling were about to collapse. Yang Tong threw a flare arrow towards the direction they had come from, instantly illuminating the cave entrance. Terrifying monster heads appeared, scrambling to push their way forward, some even getting stuck due to their frantic movements. This scene was unforgettable, like something out of hell. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but think of a zombie siege. They're coming. So fast. Era's expression tightened as he jumped up and ran to Li Chen and Yang Tong's side. What do we do? Should we run? No, we must fight. They're still a long way ahead. We can't just run. Yang Tong's face was grave. He hadn't expected to encounter so much trouble right from the start. They were already exhausted before even reaching the wormhole area. Exactly, the path ahead is too winding. If we run, we won't be fast enough and will be caught, putting us at a disadvantage. The best strategy is to fight while retreating, Li Chen added. Everyone, get ready to fall back and prepare to face the enemy. As soon as Yang Tong spoke, Eru and the others complied. Boom! Ahead, the monsters charged in like mad. Li Chen, what are you doing? Come back. As the monsters drew closer, Yang Tong suddenly noticed that Li Chen was still standing in front, showing no signs of retreating. Brother Yang, come back, the monsters are here. Era shouted anxiously. What's wrong with him? Did he discover something? Yuan-san frowned. What does he want to do? The monsters were here. As the first batch of monsters broke through the distance, Li Chen moved his hand, and the Book of the Sage slowly rose from his palm, its pages flipping rapidly, radiating brilliant light. Undead manifestation. In the next moment, the burst of light scattered into countless points falling to the ground. Following that, human-shaped halos began to form, gradually revealing shadows. Sinister white bones appeared, exuding a terrifying aura belonging to the undead. Skeletons. Countless skeletons instantly filled the entire cave, wielding weapons and emitting eerie whispers, a chilling wind rising at the cave entrance. Li Chen's heart stirred. Block the entrance. Don't let a single one of these monsters in. At this moment, a large group of monsters had already approached. Hearing the command, the skeleton warriors began to move. Treading on the ground, dust flew up. They blocked the entrance and charged at the monsters.
Having just killed 2 level 120 elites, with Li Chen getting most of the kills, he had gained a significant
amount of experience. His level had already reached 90.
With this, he summoned 90 skeleton warriors, completely filling the cave entrance. Li Chen glanced at them with satisfaction, then retreated, looking at the still-dazed crowd and said,
"Let's go, we'll leave this to them, the wormhole is our priority."
As Li Chen spoke, the others finally snapped out of their surprise. With a mix of confusion, they followed Li Chen's lead and stepped out. They had to seize this hard-won time. You killed the Thunder Eagle Lion, experience plus 2000. You killed the Crimson Soul Horse, experience plus 2100. As he walked, information about the monsters he had killed echoed in Li Chen's mind. Although he himself had done nothing, his skeleton warrior was fiercely battling the enemies for him. Therefore, the experience points came in without a hitch. Sigh,
this is the trouble of being a summoner, isn't it? Fighting monsters is too easy.
Clearly, he had done nothing, yet he was leveling up much faster than others.
Ahem. Everyone speed up, the last stretch is ahead, we'll be out soon. Yang Tong shouted.
Charge! Charge! Charge!
Era jumped up happily.
They moved forward at full speed. Soon, a blinding light shone from the cave entrance ahead. Before long, everyone rushed out of the cave.
Phew! Glancing back, the cave was still pitch black.
There was no sign of movement behind them.
Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. I can't move anymore, I'm exhausted.
Era leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Goodness, that was terrifying. So many monsters, I thought. That cave was my grave. Ha, you big man, you're already this tired after just a bit of running. Not even as good as me, a little lady. Gee.
Ying teased, leaning on her staff.
I'm different, you all are veterans of the guild, level 100 old professionals, and Yang Gu is even more so, a monster among monsters, not something that can
be measured by level. Yang Tong shook his head, saying helplessly, "Alright, you can rest for half a minute, but if you take longer, we won't wait for you. Anyway, if the monsters catch up later, it won't be us getting eaten."
"Thanks, Elder."
With permission granted, Era plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his clothes. After running for so long, it would be a lie to say the others weren't tired. They had just fought a fierce battle with 2 elite monsters not long ago, which had drained their stamina significantly. So, they also began to rest in place. Ji Yingying took out bottles of recovery potions and handed them to everyone. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Era took one and downed it in one go.
Ah, cough, cough, that feels good. At that moment, Yang Tong unexpectedly said, "Li Chen, are
you a necromancer?"
Earlier, he had thought Li Chen was an assassin or something similar. Because his melee burst was so high, it was even comparable to his own. But just now, they had all seen Li Chen
summon the undead.
Now that he thought about it, he was still incredibly surprised.
The terrifying aura emanating from those undead was overwhelming.
Each one was incredibly powerful. Coupled with their
dense numbers, it was truly heart-stopping.
Thanks to these undead filling the gaps, they managed to block all the monsters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily.
Li Chen smiled and casually replied, "I guess so."
Yang Tong nodded slightly, but the shock in his heart lingered. He had encountered necromancers before, but none were as special as Li Chen.
To summon so many undead at once could be considered a legion. At this moment, Yuan-san and the others also expressed their gratitude. "You're amazing, bro.
A big part of the reason we could get out is thanks to you, otherwise, we wouldn't
even know what to do about those 2 elite monsters."
"Yeah,
can you summon that skeleton from earlier again?"
"I want to touch it," Ji Yingying spoke up. There were some things they hadn't had the chance to say earlier, and now they were all filled with curiosity.
Who exactly was Li Chen?
They didn't know much about him, even less than Eru.
Sure, Li Chen smiled.
With a thought, he lightly tapped his hand, and a skeleton warrior instantly appeared before them.
Summoning it was no longer a hassle.
He had just recalled it from the cave. The eerie white bones exuded a strong aura of slaughter.
Especially at this moment.
Because it had just been fighting monsters, its body was covered in monster blood, adding to its terrifying presence.
Holy crap!
Eru was immediately startled and let out a scream. The others were also
taken aback.
Although they knew this was Li Chen's summoned creature, the moment they saw it, an uncontrollable fear surged within them.
That gaze, that aura, it was terrifying. It felt like it would charge at them and start attacking any second.
But with Li Chen beside them, the skeleton warrior stood quietly, motionless. Without his command, the skeleton would not act on its own.
"It's fine," Li Chen gave a reassuring look to a few of them.
He didn't understand what there was to be afraid of.
Weren't those monsters much uglier?
Their features and limbs were all blurred. In comparison, his skeleton warrior
could be considered handsome. "I can't move. I feel like it could slap me to death with one hit."
Eru's legs were still shaking involuntarily. Although he knew the creature wouldn't attack first, it was a physiological response to facing something terrifying.
"How about Yang Gu, you put it away?"
"It was pretty warm before, but now that it's here, I feel a chill down my spine," Eru said cautiously.
"What? A coward?" Ji Yingying pouted.
She had been scared at first too, but seeing Eru like this, she suddenly felt a bit better.
"Ha ha ha. Yuan-san laughed heartily. Dude, I don't get it, Eru, how do you know someone like this? Song Gang wondered aloud. As soon as he said that, Eru scratched his head and began to think seriously. Maybe, I just have good luck. Reflecting on it, ever since he met Li Chen, he had gone from being an inconspicuous, utterly ordinary practitioner to a member of the Golden Guild. This change, if he told others, they would laugh at him for dreaming. In the past he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Li Chen waved his hand, recalling the skeleton warrior. Phew, finally, I can breathe. Eru sighed in relief. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Chen chuckled helplessly. Haha, Li Chen, if I were strong enough, I'd really want to tie you back to the guild, but right now, I don't seem to have that confidence. Yang Tong said with a smile. Elder Yang, don't underestimate me. Ji Yingying teased. Although it was her first time meeting Li Chen, she could tell he didn't belong to their group. For them, the Golden Guild was indeed a rare good place, a place where one could muddle through life. But it was clearly different for Li Chen. Alright, let's get down to business. How's everyone's rest? We should move. It won't be good if the wormhole closes later. Okay, let's go. 111. The group crossed several downhill paths, heading towards the foot of a mountain. After walking for a while, Yang Tong stopped. We're here. In front of them stood a tall giant tree, but it was somewhat blurry, appearing hazy and giving a false impression. This is it, Yang Tong said. With that, he stepped forward and crashed into the giant tree as if it were nothing. Immediately, the scene he had imagined, Yang Tong holding his head and grimacing, did not occur. As he collided with it, his entire body slowly began to merge into the tree. Yang Tong took another step forward, and then he completely vanished from sight. Eru's eyes widened. Elder, he disappeared. Is this the entrance to the wormhole? The others exchanged glances and realized what was happening. Li Chen, holding the soul capture gun, stepped forward and also plunged in. Li Chen felt a moment of dizziness. Then, changes began to appear before his eyes, revealing a black spacetime tunnel. He continued to step forward. Suddenly, a flash of white light passed before him. Li Chen squinted, and the scene before him gradually became clear. The next moment, a spectacular sight unfolded. They were on an island. In the center of the island, there was a raised platform, upon which sat an incredibly ornate treasure chest. Surrounding the platform was a body of water encircling it completely, with a diameter of about 500 meters. Li Chen was positioned at the edge of the island. He came to his senses and looked around, spotting Yang Tong's shadow not far from him. At that moment, Song Gang, Hu, and others also appeared on the scene one after another. Hu looked around in surprise. Damn, is this the interior of the wormhole? It feels different from what I imagined. To him, such a place shouldn't be this beautiful. It should resemble a garbage dump or a desolate wasteland. This was his first time in such a mysterious place, and he was filled with curiosity. Everyone, focus your minds. And don't slack off. The wormhole area is also fraught with danger, Yang Tong said. Elder, how do we proceed now? Ji Yingying asked. Do you see that platform in the middle? Let's head there. Alright, I'll clear the way. Song Gang raised his shield and stepped forward. Roar! After walking for a while, a deep roar echoed from the sky. The group looked up. A massive blue dragon was circling high above. It was about 20 meters long, covered in a layer of cold armor that shone brilliantly under the blazing sun, flapping its wings and creating a whooshing sound. Upon seeing this, Hu and the others were taken aback. Damn, that's a dragon. I can't be seeing this wrong, that's a real dragon. I actually saw a dragon. A dragon? Hadn't they gone extinct thousands of years ago? The remaining thin bloodline couldn't even produce a single experimental subject. Everyone, don't panic. The wormhole connects to another small world, so it's not surprising to see anything. Can I take a picture before we fight? Ji Yingying said reluctantly. Still taking pictures? Why don't you just post it on social media? Yuan-san beside her said speechlessly. To be honest, this was too relaxed. A dragon, after all, was a symbol of mystery. Shouldn't the first thought be about how to survive against it? That's not impossible. Ji Yingying smiled shyly. But jokes aside, she wasn't foolish enough to take such risks. That would probably be something only someone like Du Xingran or Wang Meili would actually do. She quickly waved her staff, casting a buff on the entire team. A dragon, is it that rare? Li Chen said nonchalantly. With the Wind Dragon order, he could summon a dragon at any time. The first time he saw a dragon was indeed a surprise, but over time, seeing it again wasn't as thrilling. Exactly, what's a dragon? After this job, I'll find a dragon to serve me. Song Gang said proudly. 666, I see you want to go home and kneel on your keyboard. Yang Tong was speechless. What kind of extraordinary people were in this team? It felt like none of them were normal. The serious matter of fighting a strong enemy was being treated like a casual class. I don't care if you want to catch a dragon or kneel on your keyboard, if you don't give it your all. Now, we might not make it out of here. Just then, the dragon in the sky opened its mouth wide and unleashed a terrifying breath towards their position. It's coming! Song Gang shouted, raising his shield and moving forward. Give it your all.
As soon as he said that, Yuan-san stumbled back.
Damn. You just had to shout that, didn't you? I was just about to charge up. Give you what? Here.
Ji Yingying quickly waved her staff and threw a healing spell
at Yuan-san. Wait, Yingying, you too? We're all in this together.
Who was also caught up in the battle atmosphere and went wild.
Today, we're staging a battle between dragon and tiger. Today, the tiger wants to eat dragon meat. Focus on protecting Yuan-san and Erhu. They are the only ranged classes.
Erhu, you two need to put in some effort. The success or failure of our entire team depends on you.
Ha!
The sudden heavy responsibility
startled Erhu.
No, I was just joking. He was already prepared to slack off. With so many big shots in the team, he was the weakest, and now they were
saying they had to rely on him? No.
I'm just a husky that has mixed in with a pack of wolves.
Come on, Yuan-san. I see you have great potential to become a dragon tamer. Yuan-san, go for it.
The situation was clear now. They had placed their hopes on the only remotely competent ranged mage in the field, Yuan-san. Yang Tong furrowed his brows in worry. His biggest concern was encountering a situation like this.
He was an assassin, a class focused on melee damage.
Against something that flew around in the sky, pulling and exhausting them, he was utterly helpless, only able to stare blankly. Originally, with him and Li Chen teaming up, they wouldn't necessarily fear Zhao Feilong. But now, with the current situation, Li Chen also focused
on melee combat. Although the opponent's skeleton warrior was strong, it was still ground combat. Li Chen must have no way to deal with it either. The contribution they could make was minimal.
At this moment, Li Chen was using the holographic eye to analyze the suddenly appeared flying dragon. Shishio Wind Dragon Rank, Golden Boss Level, 90 Health, 10000000 Talent Ability, Windwalk. SS gains the power of Windwalk, can manipulate wind elemental.
Power.
Description: a wind dragon living in a foreign world, exuding a terrifying aura of brutality, skilled in hunting, once seen as prey, beware.
Weakness: attacking the
abdomen of the Qishao wind dragon can cause additional armor-piercing damage. Seeing this, Li Chen pondered whether to actively copy it.
This talent looked pretty good. To be
honest, it had to be a creature from another world. Such a talent would be nearly impossible to find in Li Chen's original realm.
Just think about how strong it could be if one could control a single elemental power.
Fortunately, he usually didn't just copy any talent class he saw. He still had quite a few cards on him, so he wasn't worried about
running out.
He had been saving them for this moment.
Replicate. Replication successful. You have obtained SS level talent ability, Windwalk.
Li Chen raised his hand, glanced at his palm, and then felt a stir in his heart. Suddenly, a surge of wind elemental power manifested in his hand, a blue halo enveloping his entire wrist.
This was the power of the wind element. Li Chen moved slightly.
Immediately, his other hand and legs were also covered with a layer of wind elemental power.
At this moment, the Qishao dragon was menacingly hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, in their team, Yuan-san and who were desperately throwing skills upwards. Yuan-san didn't have the explosive damage that
Yang Tong had, and the wind dragon kept moving around. To hit from below required strong fundamentals and a bit of luck. Even if they hit, the damage would barely break 10,000. As for Erhu, it was even worse. After throwing several attacks, he could only hit once, and the maximum damage was only around 2,000, which couldn't break the
wind dragon's defense at all.
At this rate, they would have to grind here for several hours.
During this time, they couldn't afford any mistakes, otherwise, they would face
a significant risk of failure. Just then, the Qishao dragon suddenly turned its head towards them, flapping its wings and unleashing countless wind field attacks.
This area attack, not good. Quickly dodge. With such a large area attack, a frontliner simply couldn't withstand it.
Yang Tong reacted immediately and shouted.
Li Chen also quickly responded, preparing to retreat.
He gently stepped back, and the wind elemental power covering him immediately took effect, almost in the blink of an eye, as if he had teleported.
Instantly arriving several meters away, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Wow, is this the power of the wind element? Could it be?
Li Chen took out the explosive bow, waited for the right moment, and shot an arrow at the abdomen of the Qishao dragon. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly, the tip infused with a swirl of azure wind elemental power, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake.
Bang! 39000.
The arrow struck precisely at the weak point in the abdomen of the Qishao dragon.
From launch to impact, it took less than a second. That was over 100 meters in the air. Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at how good it felt. It's just a pity that the explosive bow was too low. In level, a golden grade weapon couldn't fully unleash its power yet. But it didn't matter. Death suppression, activate. Plunder. 180000. The Qishao dragon shuddered, immediately sinking a few meters.
Noticing the change in the Qishao dragon's health bar, the others were momentarily stunned.
Yuan-san? Did you do that? That damage. Damn. Are you secretly rolling us again? Ha! It wasn't me, right? Yuan-san blinked in confusion, saying, this damage must be at least over 100,000, right? He could barely manage to hit 10,000. He looked over at Lin Arrow beside him. Arrow, could it be you? Hiding it so deep. Arrow recognized the arrow at first glance. No way, do I have that kind of power? This was done by my brother Yang. The group turned their gaze to Li Chen behind them, who was holding the explosive bow. Their thoughts were confirmed, and surprise spread across their faces. It's you again. After all that had happened, they no longer felt as shocked. Instead, a sense of inevitability arose in their hearts. At that moment, Li Chen looked at Yuan-san and the others and said, aim for the dragon's abdomen. It's its weak point. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Yuan-san and Arrow's eyes were filled with bitterness. For them, at such a high distance, just hitting anything was already a matter of luck, let alone specifically targeting the abdomen. The Shisha dragon, having just suffered a heavy blow, had already reacted. It flapped its massive wings and soared higher into the sky. Damn, no way, this is too high, I've completely lost my attack range, I can't hit it. Yuan-san couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming. Arrow was even more distressed. Li Chen's expression also changed slightly. The quality of the weapon also determined the upper limit of its range. The same issue persisted, the quality of the explosive bow just couldn't keep up. How about we retreat? For a bit? Arrow suggested. No, the wormhole area can only be entered once. If we go out, it will disappear, and that would be a wasted trip. Song Gang frowned as well. Yang Tong's expression tightened, and he finally turned his gaze to Li Chen. Li Chen, do you have any countermeasures? This was their last hope. If Li Chen couldn't hit it, either, they would have to go back. Although it was a pity, there was no other choice. Staying any longer was too risky. Better to be busy than to lose their lives. At the same time, the others also looked to Li Chen. If it doesn't work, let's run back, Ji Yingying said reluctantly. They were the ones who had led the team here, and now they had to rely on others to break the deadlock. It felt too irresponsible. Li Chen pondered for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. Then, he flipped his hand and took out the wind dragon token, gently squeezing it. Azure gas erupted from the wind dragon token, coalescing into a massive shadow ahead. The wind dragon was also growing quite well. As Li Chen's level increased, the wind dragon's body became larger and more lifelike, matching the size of the Qishao dragon above them. Damn, another dragon? When did it appear? I'll take the lead, you all quickly hide behind me. As soon as the wind dragon appeared, Song Gang and the others were on high alert. Wait. At that moment, Ji Yingying also noticed something was off. This dragon seems to have no hostility towards us. Upon hearing this, the others realized that the dragon they had viewed as a disaster hadn't even glanced at them. Everyone, don't be nervous, this is my dragon, Li Chen stepped forward and said. Yours? Eru's eyes widened, looking at the massive wind dragon. I couldn't help but swallow hard. The others were equally shocked. Ha, so there really are living dragons? Living dragons? Li Chen murmured. Strictly speaking, it couldn't really be considered a dragon, it was merely a remnant soul sealed within the wind dragon token. But as Li Chen's level and abilities increased, this wind dragon gradually became more corporeal from its original phantom form. Just look at the real dragon above, there was no visible difference from the main body. Li Chen lightly leaped and jumped onto the back of the wind dragon. Forget about that, get on. With its enormous body, the wind dragon could easily accommodate a dozen people on its back. Song Gang and the others were momentarily stunned. Ji Yingying swallowed hard. Can we really get on? She loved dragons, but at this moment, a hint of fear crept in. Of course. Stop dawdling, the dragon above is about to attack. I won't be able to look after you then. Upon hearing this, the others gritted their teeth, and led by Yang Tong, they climbed aboard. Li Chen, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need help in the future, I will do everything the Golden Guild can to repay you, Yang Tong said gratefully. Is this really a dragon? So cool. Ji Yingying touched the dragon scales, her face flushed with excitement. Hold on tight, prepare for takeoff. As Li Chen's voice fell, the wind dragon beneath them flapped its wings and began to ascend, heading straight for the Qishao dragon. As their view rose, the group stood on the dragon's back, gazing at a sight they had never seen before. Yang Gu, you are the true dragon tamer, Arrow said, mouth agape, lost in thought. To tame a dragon was an incredible feat in itself. It's important to note that aside from beast tamers, most humans didn't even know how to tame monsters, let alone a proud creature like a true dragon. Not long ago, they even thought dragons were extinct. What was happening now felt like a dream, unbelievable. The others shared the same sentiment, never imagining they would one day ride on a dragon's back. Li Chen, tell me honestly, are you some young master from a hidden power out here experiencing life? Ji Yingying blurted out, staring at the ground receding below. Alright, stop with the nonsense and get ready to fight, Li Chen replied, speechless. The conversation was getting more absurd. At that moment, Li Chen looked at the wind dragon beneath him. The next moment, he slowly crouched down, placing his hand on the dragon's back, channeling the power of the wind element into the wind dragon. Let's see if this works. Soon, a green light burst forth from the wind dragon. The power of the wind element spread out.
Li Chen then noticed that their elements were perfectly matched, both
were wind power.
effective. Seeing this, Li Chen focused his mind. He then accelerated the transmission of the wind element power. In no time, the wind element power enveloped the entire wind dragon, creating a powerful gust around them. As if aided by a divine force, it felt like something was pushing from behind. The wind dragon's speed reached its peak several times faster than before. At this moment, the Qishao dragon in the sky also noticed the commotion. After soaring around in the sky, it turned its head, its
gaze fixed on them.
Seeing its kind being treated like a beast, a flash of anger crossed the Qishao dragon's eyes. It spread its wings and dove down rapidly, surrounded by a green wind element power, moving at incredible speed. The distance between them continued to close. When the distance was sufficient, Li Chen didn't hesitate. He took out his explosive bow and aimed at the Qishao dragon, shooting several arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Li Chen launched his attack, the wind dragon beneath him also adjusted its
position, dodging the Qishao dragon's assault. The cooperation between man and dragon was incredibly seamless.
At the same time, Yuan-san and Eru also hurled skills at the
approaching wind dragon. Waves of attacks surged forth like raindrops. Damage numbers continuously popped up from the Qishao dragon. 12100, 12500, 41000. Weakness. Damn it, Eru, were you doing that on purpose? How did you miss all of a sudden?
Ji Yingying suddenly noticed something was off.
It really
is strange. He's hitting so hard, yet it has no effect at all. Song Gang also pouted.
Can you really slack off like this? Low damage could
be attributed to level issues, but missing entirely was a fundamental problem.
Moreover, this time the Qishao dragon was almost right in front of them, and yet it still missed, too human-like. It even made people suspect it was intentional.
Era chuckled awkwardly, scratching his
head. Hey, I was just nervous. It's my first time in aerial combat. It's fine, we weren't expecting you to deal damage anyway, Ji Yingying
said helplessly. At that moment, Yang Tong suddenly spoke up.
Li Chen, can you get a bit closer later, so I can jump onto its back and attack?
Hearing his words, Li Chen's heart stirred.
It seemed doable.
If he jumped onto the back of the Qishao flying dragon, it would be hard to get
hit.
He had to control the flying dragon, but he could send a few skeleton warriors over to attack. This way, the progress would speed up
significantly. Alright, let's give it a try.
With that, Li Chen focused and commanded the wind dragon to slow down.
Soon, the Qishao dragon caught up.
At that moment, the wind dragon suddenly ascended, leveling off sharply.
Now,
Yang Tong didn't hesitate and jumped directly. Opportunities were fleeting. At such times, one couldn't let their left and right brains fight against each other.
Bang! Yang Tong successfully jumped onto the dragon's back.
Li Chen also focused his mind and summoned a few skeleton warriors to jump up.
Immediately, Yang Tong took out a dagger and began to stab its back.
Several skeleton warriors also attacked the back of the Qishao flying dragon with their weapons continuously.
Stabbing. 23000, 13000, 12300.
In an instant, a flurry of damage numbers popped up from the Qishao dragon, adding up quickly.
The Qishao dragon shook violently, realizing there was something on its back. It then roared angrily, soaring into the sky, shaking and swaying, trying to throw off whatever was on its back. Seizing the moment, Li Chen rode the dragon and frantically pursued it.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Death suppression, activate. 150000.
A rain of attacks struck the Qishao dragon.
The Qishao dragon was heavily injured, its wing flapping speed slowed down, and its entire body began to lower. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors continued to attack its back.
And Yang Tong, as an assassin, also had damage bonuses from
attacking from behind. Before long, the Qishao dragon's health dropped below half. The Qishao dragon suddenly lurched downwards. Eru and the
others showed joy on their faces.
Could it be? Go for it. It's about to go down, ha ha ha. Today, I'm going to be a dragon slayer too.
At this moment, Li Chen noticed something was off. Suddenly, the Qishao dragon began to tremble, spikes sprouting from its body, and the color of its scales and skin started to darken.
There's a second phase? Li Chen's expression changed, quickly, commanding the wind dragon to fly beneath the Qishao dragon. Sure enough, after completing its transformation, the Qishao dragon's
aura became significantly stronger, erupting with a powerful force. The skeleton warriors on its back, along with Yang Tong,
were all thrown off. Yang Tong was startled, plummeting towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash down and be smashed to pieces,
he had already resigned himself to fate. But at that moment he saw several familiar figures flying towards him on the
dragon. Li Chen had already sensed something was wrong.
At a critical moment, riding the wind dragon, he rushed over to catch Yang Tong. As Yang Tong fell, Song Gang quickly rushed over and caught him in a princess carry, successfully saving him.
Phew! Made it! Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, directly riding on its back was too risky. But as long as he was fine, that was good. He turned his gaze back to the Qishao wind dragon not far away.
Then he activated the holographic eye to check the information once more. Crimson Sky Wind Dragon, Abyssal Corruption, under the infection of abyssal power, it falls into a frenzied state, burning its life force, significantly increasing its attack power.
It's actually abyssal power. Is there an abyss here too? Li Chen was slightly taken aback. What happened to this dragon?
It seems to have entered a red blood state, a phase that generally high-level monsters go through.
Exactly, which also means it's on its last legs. No, Yang Tong frowned, this aura seems to be abyssal power. Abyssal power? Arrow and the others were instantly stunned. How could abyssal power appear in this place? Cough. I say, how long are you two big men planning to hold on?
At this moment, Ji Ying coughed lightly.
Upon hearing this, Song Gang
lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Yang Tong in his arms, instinctively retracting his hands. Yang Tong shot him a glare and quickly propped himself up with his arms,
performing a backflip to land smoothly. What are you doing?
He shot a disgruntled look at Song Gang. Song Gang scratched his head sheepishly.
Sorry, my hand slipped. Roar.
At that moment, the Crimson Sky Dragon let out a dragon roar, opening its massive mouth, and a terrifying breath shot out.
Li Chen patted the wind dragon, which quickly accelerated to evade the attack. The second phase is strong? Li Chen didn't think so.
Relatively speaking, he was more concerned about why there were traces of the abyss in such a place.
Could it be that this wormhole was created by the abyss from the start? Is it a trap, or is there another scheme at play?
He felt that things were getting complicated, no longer just a simple treasure hunt. After the previous encounters with the abyss, it was clear that they had ill intentions. At this moment, Yang Tong also said seriously, Li
Chen, look for an opportunity to escape.
With the intervention of abyssal power, things have become complex and uncontrollable.
We should report back about the situation here. Li Chen nodded silently. The wormhole area is either a crisis or a treasure, with risks and rewards coexisting. It seems that the risk is quite high now, but wanting to escape now is not so easy. The Crimson Sky Dragon was already in a killing frenzy, they could only defeat it. Li Chen's gaze sharpened, becoming serious.
He focused on the imposing Crimson Sky Dragon ahead.
Li Chen commanded the Wind Dragon to charge forward.
In an instant, both sides collided at an incredibly fast speed, just as they were about to
meet. Li Chen, Heavenly Eye, activate.
A zigzag beam of light shot out, illuminating the Crimson Sky Dragon.
The once red-eyed, terrifying Crimson Sky Dragon suddenly froze in place.
At that moment, Li Chen picked up the soul capture
gun and leaped onto its back.
At the same time, he summoned a shadow clone. Two Li Chens simultaneously slashed at the back of the Crimson Sky Dragon.
Puff. 35000, 32000, death suppression, plunder. 100000, 100000. The clone could also use death suppression.
Upon learning this, Li Chen felt a surge of joy.
In an instant, the Crimson Sky Dragon's body suddenly sank.
Li Chen quickly adjusted his stance to steady himself, then he whistled. The Wind Dragon immediately swooped down, and
Li Chen leaped back onto its back.
His shadow clone remained on the Crimson Sky Dragon. Li Chen raised his sword and slowly uttered a word.
Explode. Bang.
The shadow clone exploded in response. A massive damage number jumped out from the Crimson Sky Dragon, suffering
another heavy blow. 98000.
Kill activated. The Crimson Sky Dragon's eyes went dark, losing its brilliance.
You have killed
the Crimson Sky Wind Dragon. Experience points plus 80,000. You have obtained Dragon Scales *5 precious material. You have obtained Dragon Bones *3 precious material. You have obtained Dragon Crystal *1 extraordinary material. You have obtained Dragon Scales *5
precious material. You have obtained Golden Grade equipment. Dragon Shield. You have obtained Brilliant Grade equipment. Dragon Claw.
At this moment, the body of the Crimson Sky Dragon suddenly began to sway.
Run. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly commanded the Wind Dragon to fly away.
Phew, with the power of the wind element, the wind
dragon flapped its wings rapidly, moving away from the center. Within seconds, a massive explosion echoed from behind. Bang!
A few people turned back to look, only to see that the once mighty Qishao dragon had exploded, its body shattered to pieces, leaving nothing but a dark, evil abyssal force in its place. Oh, what a pity, I wanted to take a dragon bone back for my collection, Ji Ying
lamented.
Collecting is not as good as using it as weapon material. It must be worth a lot, Era said, his eyes gleaming with greed.
Yang Tong shook his head and said, let's go back. The authorities
will send people to seal off and investigate this place. We can't get involved.
Ah, so we came here for nothing?
There's no helping it. Just think of it as leveling up by fighting monsters, Yang Tong
reassured them. He was quite open-minded about it.
Continuing further was impossible. It was likely a trap set by the Abyss Church, and they were walking right into it.
Let's go back. Li Chen felt
a stir in his heart and maneuvered the Wind Dragon to descend slowly.
The group jumped to the ground, successfully landing. Phew!
Soon after, they arrived at the spot where they had entered.
A spatial rift still existed there. Just then, the ground began to shake violently as if an earthquake had struck.
Following that, water from the center of the island started to overflow, as if something was about to burst forth from below. Yang Tong's expression changed, and he shouted, "Not good. Everyone, hurry and leave." The others didn't hesitate and quickly ran towards the rift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrow, Song Gang, and Ji Yingying's figures all vanished into the rift. Li Chen approached the rift, ready to step in. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was off. He looked back and saw Yang Tong's face pale, moving slowly. "Are you injured?" Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Logically, as an assassin, Yang Tong shouldn't be this slow. Then he remembered that during the battle with the Qishao dragon, Yang Tong had been knocked back during the second phase of the fight, and it seemed he had been injured at that time. Li Chen looked back. The tide was already surging in, moving incredibly fast, and it was about to flood the area. "Don't worry about me, you go first." Yang Tong gritted his teeth. Li Chen frowned. "Don't say such foolish things, we can all make it." "That's right, Elder, we're here to help you." Voices from Song Gang and the others came from behind. The three of them returned once more. "You guys?" Yang Tong forced a smile. Song Gang rushed forward, ready to carry Yang Tong back, but the tide was closing in rapidly. Too slow. Li Chen's gaze sharpened and he activated the power of the wind element, rushing forward. He then grabbed Yang Tong's clothes and pulled him back. Looking at the dazed trio, he waved his hand and said, "Go." Arrow and the others snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed, crashing into the spatial rift together. Inside Zhenghai City, in a dark space somewhere, several figures in black and purple cloaks huddled together, squatting. In their center was a vibrant green flame, rising several meters high. The cloaked figures chanted mysterious incantations, their hands forming strange gestures. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures opened his eyes. Raising his head, his face was adorned with mysterious tattoos. He unexpectedly spoke, "Oh?" In the Hongyan Ridge area, a group of lowly practitioners has intruded. As he spoke, the others almost simultaneously opened their eyes. They were discovered so quickly. "What should we do now? Should I go over there now and take care of them all?" One cloaked figure made a gesture across his throat. "No need. Acting rashly will only alert them, and besides, this doesn't affect our upcoming plans." "That's right, there are still 2 days until the genius competition starts, they won't have time to uncover anything." "Third brother, how are your arrangements going?" "Everything went very smoothly, everything has been arranged. Our people have completely infiltrated the city center and have secretly set up the Blood Moon Great Formation. This year, we must capture all the geniuses of Zhenghai City in one fell swoop. With the high-quality blood from these geniuses, we will resurrect our lazy demon god." "Ha ha ha, that's right." The several black-robed figures were all excited. "Let's start from the inside and wash the entire Zhenghai City in blood." Meanwhile, Li Chen and the others left the wormhole area. They returned to the base of the large tree. The group exchanged uneasy glances, as the sound of waves seemed to linger in their minds. "Phew, that was too thrilling." Arrow wiped his sweat. "Why did the power of the abyss appear inside? This is likely a conspiracy of the Abyss Church. It's already good luck that we managed to get out," Ji Yingying analyzed. "Let's head back. I'll report the situation here to the authorities. It's getting late, and if we don't leave now, we'll have to spend the night here." They had arrived at noon. After such a long journey and fighting, it was already dark outside. No matter where they were, as long as there were monsters lurking, the danger level would significantly increase at night. The later it got, the more dangerous it became. Li Chen understood this principle. They were now deep in Hongyan Ridge, and they needed to hurry back at full speed. It would at least be late at night. "Let's go," Li Chen said. "Arrow, carry Elder Yang on your back." Yang Tong was injured and unable to move easily. "Oh, okay," Arrow nodded. As the weakest member of the team, this kind of task naturally fell to him. Then, Li Chen turned his gaze to Yang Tong. "Give me the map, I'll lead the way." Yang Tong, being injured, needed someone to reorganize the situation. He paused and sighed. "All right, let me recover a bit first." After saying that, he took out a piece of cowhide paper from his sleeve and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen took it and glanced at it. It depicted the entire internal structure and route of Hongyan Ridge. This was something that couldn't be bought on the market. Much of the information marked on it was exclusively held by the Golden Guild. Having such a map was extremely convenient and practical. After quickly scanning it, Li Chen memorized the route and walked in a certain direction. "Let's go." The others followed suit. There was more than one exit from the ridge. According to the route on the map, the journey was very smooth, with few encounters with monsters. Even when they did encounter some, they were easily dealt with by Li Chen. After about an hour, the group arrived at the exit of Hongyan Ridge. A blue teleportation portal appeared before them. Li Chen stepped in first, with the others following closely behind. In the next moment, they all returned to the entrance of the outside world. Looking at the familiar surroundings, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It had truly been a perilous time, and they were all exhausted. Yang Tong got off Arrow's back. Arrow plopped down on the ground, not caring about the dirt, and said with a wry smile, "Ah, what bad luck. It feels like we came for nothing." "Not really, at least. We discovered traces of the Abyss cult. They might be planning something, and when we report it, we could be hailed as heroes, Li Chen replied.
Hearing this, Aru's eyes lit up. Is that true?
Will there
be any rewards or something?
Of course there will be, Song Gang chuckled. Who knows, we might even get a first-class merit medal.
Aru excitedly stood up. That would be great. I've never even seen what a medal looks like.
Jiang covered her mouth and laughed. You two are really silly, a big fool still teasing a little fool. In dreams, there's everything, Yuan-san laughed heartily.
Li Chen smiled. Suddenly, he remembered. A first-class merit medal? It seemed he actually had one. Speaking of this, he wasn't completely empty-handed.
Killing that Qishao dragon had yielded a pile of materials he hadn't yet figured out how to use, but they were all quite valuable, and he had even obtained a dazzling grade piece of equipment. Moreover, his level had already reached 100. He had met the requirements
for the second-class transfer.
After bidding farewell to everyone, Li Chen found a 5-star hotel nearby to check in. It was getting late, so he had to find a place to stay temporarily.
As soon as he
entered the hotel, he was greeted by an overwhelming sense of luxury.
Li Chen walked to the front desk to get a room key and then took the elevator upstairs.
After swiping the card to open the door, he entered
the room, which was bright and tastefully decorated, making him feel at ease.
Li Chen sank into the soft sofa. After a day of battling monsters, he was physically and mentally exhausted, and he could
finally rest.
The rewards from today were quite substantial.
Li Chen took out the dazzling equipment he had obtained. Dragon Claw quality, dazzling type, cold weapon attributes, strength
plus 2000, damage plus 20% weapon effect. Attacks inflict severe injury on enemies, increasing the physical damage they receive by 25% for 10 seconds, with repeated hits refreshing the duration.
A pure, damage increasing weapon.
Li Chen glanced at it, and a plan formed in his mind.
Even among dazzling weapons, this one was quite impressive. After putting it away, Li Chen noticed a basket next to the sofa,
filled with newspapers and such. With the intention of passing the time, he picked one up and took a look. The Zhanghai Professional Auction will commence tomorrow. Here are the items for this auction. After reading the title, Li Chen casually shifted his gaze downwards.
Most of the items were rare props and equipment of golden quality or higher.
This is interesting, Li Chen thought, considering it
would be nice to browse around.
Just then, his gaze suddenly froze, landing on a particular item. Bear paw of the Bali bear, rare material, second-class transfer material, can be used for professional
second-class transfer.
It was actually a second-class transfer material. Li Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. It's important to know that the difficulty of obtaining second-class transfer materials is
much higher.
Unlike the first class, where you just need to farm, second-class materials only drop from wild monsters, the Bali bear. This really tests a professional's outdoor skills and hard power.
The key is that it also relies on luck.
First, you might not even find a Bali bear in the wild. Secondly, even if you kill 100 of them, you might not get the material to drop. Therefore, these materials become extremely precious and go straight to auction. Li Chen had originally planned to go out and try his luck to see if he could farm some, but now it seemed that having money to buy it would save him
a lot of trouble.
The genius competition was the day after tomorrow, and Lu Xian had reminded him that this year was very important. Boosting his strength a bit would help him achieve a better ranking,
which would be worth it. After glancing at the address, he found it wasn't far.
After thinking it through, Li Chen decided to go there directly tomorrow. He then lay down on the comfortable bed and fell
asleep. The next day,
the sound of roosters crowing woke Li Chen naturally.
To be honest, he didn't quite understand it. This wasn't the outskirts of the backward Kuan city. This was the bustling city
center of Zhanghai, and yet he could hear roosters crowing at dawn. Perhaps it was the fresh ingredients from the kitchen here.
He went downstairs to the hotel's dining hall for a buffet. Li Chen picked up a large lobster and took a bite while walking outside.
Holding the auction flyer in his hand, he headed towards the address listed on it. On the street, a few professionals were gathered, chatting.
Damn, have you guys heard?
The professional rankings were updated at 5 this morning.
Ha? What ranking?
It's the first-class ranking for this year's newcomers. This is explosive news. In just a few hours, the entire Zhanghai has discussed it over 10 million times.
Wow, that explosive? What happened? I know. The original number one was the genius Xiaoyan from the Luyun Pavilion, and the list was already set.
But this morning, suddenly, they released news that updated the information. The original number one, Xiao Yang, has been replaced.
It's now Li Chen. Ha? Did he change his name? One
professional asked, confused.
But what kind of logic is that? Did you invite a master at home? This is clearly a completely different person.
The professional beside him chuckled.
Hard to believe, right?
You'd even be willing to think it was just a name change, but that's not the case.
Damn, the first really did change people. There can't be any shady dealings, right? It seems it was only discovered later that someone had completed their first transition even earlier, faster than that Lu Yunji's Xiao Yang. And the reason this matter has blown up so much is that the new first is named Li Chen. Li Chen? I remember that's the idiot who messed up during the awakening ceremony and didn't even want an SSS level profession. It can't be the same person, right? Hard to say, it could just be a coincidence. Most likely not the same person. If he hadn't given up on the SSS level profession, it would be possible, but his current strength is on a completely different level. Discussions were buzzing everywhere. Especially in the days leading up to the genius competition, the attention had reached a peak. At this moment, Li Chen, dressed in a cloak, was heading to the auction house. He understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden. There had been many instances in the past where people were assassinated after leaving an auction because their treasures were coveted. Concealing one's identity was also very important. As he walked, Li Chen heard the conversations around him and nodded inwardly. It seemed the professional association had taken action. Some people were just like rats in the gutter, only daring to make moves in secret, and when confronted, they immediately cowered. Before long, a massive ancient-style building appeared before him. This was the largest auction house in Shanghai. Besides auctions, it offered many services, including leisure, entertainment, and business. Because of today's auction, it was already bustling, and one could see a sea of people inside at a glance. Li Chen arrived at the entrance, where two impeccably dressed security guards stood on either side. Here, Li Chen was rarely stopped. However, the attitude of these two was not bad. For today's auction, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Proof of assets was required. It was a fair process. It seemed he couldn't hide his identity as a millionaire anymore. Li Chen sighed inwardly. He exchanged a few words with the two. In an instant, both security guards' eyes lit up. "Sir, please come in. The auction starts in 2 hours. You can take a seat inside, and someone will guide you once you enter." Li Chen nodded and stepped inside. Soon, a waiter approached him. "Sir, please follow me." Following the waiter, Li Chen walked into a grand hall. At the front was a high platform, and opposite it was a row of gradually rising chairs. Looking at the resplendent surroundings and the elegantly dressed people, Li Chen couldn't help but feel dazed. This was the upper class of Shanghai society. Today, even entering required a threshold. Those who could stand here were all elite individuals. Here, even strangers could stand together and converse as if they were familiar acquaintances. But everyone's voices were kept very low. And in this spacious hall, there wasn't even a hint of echo. Li Chen was only here to buy some second transition materials and didn't want to get involved with anyone. He quickly found a spot to sit and waited for the auction to begin. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. The next moment, several professionals walked in from the entrance. Leading them was a short, plump woman, surrounded by a few tall men. This ostentatious style of behavior. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and took a glance. Who else could it be but Wang Meili? At this moment, Wang Meili walked in with her head held high, like a proud yet ugly swan. She grandly took her seat in the front. Compared to last time, the people surrounding her had changed again. Who brings several subordinates to such an occasion? They immediately occupied several seats. As a result, many people cast strange glances and whispered among themselves, but due to etiquette, they didn't express it directly. In terms of shamelessness, Wang Meili was truly gifted. If it were someone else, they would have felt ashamed by now. She not only didn't, but instead wore a look of superiority. "Truly, it's you." Li Chen shook his head inwardly, silently giving her a thumbs up. "Please hurry up. At this rate, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later." He didn't expect to run into Wang Meili here, which made him feel a bit unlucky. But since he would leave after buying his things, it didn't matter much. With his cloak on, Wang Meili wouldn't be crazy enough to come over and make a scene. Time passed slowly. More and more people filled the hall. After a while, a woman wearing a golden butterfly mask and an exotic dress stepped out from behind the curtain onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am today's host. I believe you have all been looking forward to this for a long time." Without further ado, the professional auction officially begins. The woman clapped her hands. Immediately, several attendants brought up an item covered with a red cloth onto the stage. "This is the first treasure of the day." The woman stepped forward and lifted the cloth. In an instant, a finely crafted piece of equipment appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a radiant-level weapon, the Crescent Staff, which has a precious cooldown reduction effect, allowing mages to deal faster burst damage. Starting bid, 100,000 dragon coins. It was a big item right from the start. A radiant-level piece of equipment for mages. Soon, it was being snatched up by various bidders. Li Chen didn't react much. He had so many radiant-level weapons that he could hardly carry them all. This was just an appetizer. Those who wanted it were eager to bid more, while those who didn't needed to remain indifferent. Originally, everyone who came to the auction was well prepared, having inquired beforehand and decided on what they wanted. As one precious item after another was revealed, finally, it was time for the Bali Bear Paw to be auctioned. The host announced loudly, "Next up is a very practical item. Even if it can't be used now, it will come in handy in the future. That is the second turn material, the Bali Bear's Paw. Starting bid, 100,000. As she spoke, she unveiled the red cloth, revealing a gigantic bear paw.
It really is the Bali Bear's paw. I'm not yet at the second turn, but I'm preparing for it. I'll use it sooner or later. I can't use it now, but keeping it for my little brat is also good. It'll save me from grinding later. Seeing this, many people were moved. After all, this item was as valuable as gold. No matter when, hoarding it would never be a loss. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. I bid 5 million. At this moment, Wang Mei's voice rang out loudly. This was one of her goals for the trip. Although she wasn't yet at the second turn, she wanted to secure the material first. With someone to help her level up, she wasn't worried about the level issue, so she was determined to get it. As soon as she made her bid, the others opened their mouths but didn't continue bidding. This was too high a jump. Before this, Wang Mei had also made a few bids, almost always using money to crush her competition. She hadn't missed out on anything she set her sights on. Seeing her bid, the others understood it would be hard to win, so they had to give up. 5 million dragon coins once, 5 million dragon coins twice. Just as the host was about to bring down the gavel, Li Chen knew it was time to make his move and pressed the button beside his chair. 10 million dragon coins. Don't ask, just know he was rich and willful. In an instant, the host and the other buyers turned to look at him in surprise. Wang Mei's smile froze, and she looked over in shock. Li Chen was wearing a cloak, so she didn't recognize him, only feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Her expression darkened, nearly cursing out loud. How dare someone openly snatch her item? She was just about to raise her bid again when a man beside her held her back. Miss, we're not in a hurry. If he wants it, let him have it. Ha! Wang Mei frowned, looking at the man, not understanding his meaning. The man leaned close to her ear and whispered, look, the one calling the bids is just him, draped in a cloak. Even if he disappears at any moment, no one will notice. Wang Mei's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new continent. You mean? Ha ha ha. Night number 1, I really didn't misjudge you. This way, we can save a lot of money. Wang Mei became excited. As the Grand Princess of the underground forces in Zhanghai, she had done such things before and felt no psychological burden. Alright, you like to steal my things, huh? Then go ahead and take it. Even if you hold on to it for a while, it will eventually come back to me. With a beaming smile, she did not continue to raise the bid. After about a minute of silence in the auction room, the host's voice rang out again. 10 million dragon coins going once. 10 million dragon coins going twice. Congratulations to the buyer in position 66 for securing this second-tier material, Bully Bear Paw. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. It was that easy to obtain? He thought Wang Mei would bounce around for a while longer. With her personality, it shouldn't be like this. Something unusual must be afoot. He silently kept an eye out. The auction ended, and people began to disperse. Li Chen also went to the back of the auction house to collect the Bali Bear Paw. Bali Bear Paw, second-tier material. Description: Bali Bear Paw, obtained by killing wild Bali bears, can be used to submit materials for the second-tier transition. After confirming the information, Li Chen left happily, ready to proceed directly to the second-tier transition, feeling more confident about tomorrow's genius competition. After walking out of the auction house for about 1 or 2 kilometers, Li Chen suddenly sensed something unusual. Behind him, a few presences had been closely following him since he left the auction house. At first, he thought they were just passing by, but after so long, he realized something was off. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Someone was following him? Although he was currently channeling the power of the wind element combined with the effects of the swift walker, he was confident he could easily shake off those behind him. But he wanted to know what these people were up to. After walking a bit longer, the people behind him continued to follow closely. So, when he reached an intersection, Li Chen deliberately turned into a secluded alley and slowed down. As he ventured deeper, the number of pedestrians around significantly decreased and there were almost no people in sight. The followers behind him finally couldn't hold back any longer. At that moment, Li Chen turned around and spoke. Come out, since you're here, there's no need to hide. What's so shameful? As soon as he finished speaking, a few seconds passed. Several people emerged from their hiding spots behind him. Li Chen squinted at the newcomers. Well, if it isn't Wang Mei and her crew. So that's how it is. He had wondered why Wang Mei hadn't been aggressive at the auction and had let him have the item. Turns out she was waiting here. However, he wasn't too surprised. He knew Wang Mei wouldn't let it go easily. Heh, you guys have been following me for so long, don't you have a home to go back to? Li Chen said expressionlessly. This kid. You. Damn. Such strong aggression. The few of them glared at him. You little brat, hurry up and return our things. They don't belong to you. Hand it over honestly and I might let you off easy. Otherwise. Wang Mei frowned. As soon as Li Chen spoke, that familiar feeling grew stronger. The figure and the voice felt somewhat familiar to her. Who exactly are you? She stepped forward and asked. Li Chen chuckled. What, have you forgotten me already? Just a few days ago, didn't you say you'd make me see? Wang Mei's eyes widened. Li Chen took off his cloak, revealing his face. Today, none of you are leaving. Wang Mei was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter.
Li Chen? It's actually you. Ah, what a stroke of luck.
As soon as she said this, the few subordinates beside her looked puzzled.
Miss, do you know him? Then, shall we continue? Continue.
Of course, let's continue. Teach this ungrateful thing a good lesson.
Wang Meili beamed with a smile.
I thought it was someone important, but it's just you, Li Chen, this useless waste.
Well, let's settle both old and new scores today.
Li Chen coldly smiled. Very well, I have the same intention.
Li Chen? It can't be the one on the leaderboard, right? One of the subordinates said. Oddly, this name had spread throughout Zhenghai today. Whatever, who cares who he is? With so many of us, we can't possibly lose. Everyone, attack together.
As they spoke, several of them took out their weapons.
Their momentum fierce. Beat him into a cripple.
Make his life worse than death for the rest of his days. Wang Meili revealed a sinister smile. This is the consequence of you cheating to steal my first place. Hearing her, the burly men rushed forward. These were all level 100 and above professionals, extremely powerful. Seeing these people seeking death, Li Chen didn't waste words. With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 skeletal warriors appeared before him, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. He then pointed lightly in the direction of Wang Meili and the others. In an instant, the skeletal warriors moved, their speed reaching its peak. A few burly men were momentarily stunned.
Damn, this kid is a necromancer? Humph. So what?
Just 3 undead. Once we deal with them, he'll be nothing but a pig waiting to be slaughtered.
Exactly. We have more than 10 of us, let's all go. Kill.
Soon, the two sides clashed.
Just one encounter, and more than 10 professionals were taken aback. Damn, these bones are a bit tough.
They look like they have no flesh but are surprisingly solid.
Hiss, this damage and speed are not weaker than any level 100 professional. Everyone, take it seriously, don't be careless.
We have the numbers to win, let's wear
them down. The strength of the skeletal warriors far exceeded their expectations. They quickly realized they couldn't take them down.
The two sides were locked in a heated struggle.
Oh, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. These people had some strength. He originally thought 3 skeletal warriors would be enough. Since that's the case,
Li Chen lightly tapped his hand.
In the next moment, 10 more identical skeletal warriors
appeared before him, joining the battlefield once again. Instantly, several subordinates were horrified.
Damn, there's more? So many, what the hell, retreat quickly. The few were taken aback. This number, they were barely managing with 3. Now there were directly over 10. How could they fight back?
They were soon pushed back step by step. At this moment, Wang Meili, watching this scene, flashed a hint of surprise
in her eyes. What was going on?
All her subordinates were level 100 professionals. Any one of them could easily crush Li Chen, like stepping on an ant. But now, with more than 10 of them attacking together, they
couldn't even deal with a few skeletons?
She immediately cursed, "Damn it, I have to take action myself." Saying this, she took out her weapon and charged at Li Chen.
Die.
In her view, although Li Chen's summons were strong, he himself was just a weakling.
Aren't summoners all like this?
Watching Wang Meili charge at him, Li Chen looked surprised.
Well, someone is even rushing to their own death? This was too good to be true. He then activated the power of the wind element.
His entire body was covered in a layer of green light. Following that, he shot out explosively.
Before Wang Meili could react, in the next second,
he kicked her squarely in the chest.
Bang! Ah!
Wang Meili's eyes widened, letting out a scream as her whole body flew backward. Her plump figure crashed heavily to the ground, her chest completely caved in, blood spilling from her mouth.
Miss! Seeing this, several subordinates were shocked.
One hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. Wang Meili weakly propped herself up.
For a moment, she was still dazed, not
knowing what had happened. She didn't even see Li Chen's movements clearly before being sent flying. Once she regained her senses, she no longer cared about her dignity, her eyes filled with shock.
What on earth?
Where did Li Chen get such power?
Miss, run. We need to get out of here.
These skeletons are terrifying. There are way more of them than us. We can't fight them at all. At this moment, several of her subordinates were also pushed back.
What? Wang Meili's expression darkened. With so many powerful professionals, they couldn't even handle Li Chen alone? What were they even here for? To suffer for nothing? A bunch of useless fools. I've wasted my resources on you, Wang Meili said angrily.
But scolding aside, if these people couldn't handle it, she was even less capable.
Li Chen, just you wait. I will bring people to deal with you sooner or later. Sooner or later? Did I agree to let you go?
Li Chen replied coldly.
Just coming and going as you please? How could it be that easy? Go! Leave none behind. He commanded the skeleton warriors
to charge forward. Wang Meili and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly ran back. The others were fine, but Wang Meili was too weak. Not only was her level low, but she was also brought along by someone else, making it impossible for her to run. With no choice, the other subordinates had to slow down their pace to drag her along. Li Chen activated the power of the wind element, channeling it to all the
skeleton knights.
The skeleton knights instantly sped up significantly, emanating a greenish wind elemental power.
At the same time, Li Chen himself utilized the wind elemental power, combining it with the effect
of swift movement, reaching in extreme speed, completely keeping up. In no time, he caught up with the fleeing Wang Meili and the others.
Wang Meili panicked, looking at the two subordinates dragging her, glaring
and shouting, "Run faster!
They're catching up! A bunch of ingrates, are you all just waiting to see me die?" It was better if she didn't say anything.
As soon as she did, a flicker of malice crossed the faces
of the two subordinates.
At this moment, they were already struggling to save themselves, and they had thoughts of abandoning Wang Meili to escape. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to report back, they
would have run off by now. In this tangled situation, Wang Meili was still being domineering. They were no longer willing to put up with it.
"You fat pig, shut up!" One subordinate finally couldn't hold back and
shouted.
It was already annoying enough. They had had enough of Wang Meili's pretentiousness on a daily basis, and now they simply couldn't tolerate it anymore.
"What did you say?" Wang Meili's eyes widened in disbelief. The two subordinates were fed up and retorted angrily, "We're talking about you. Since you're so eager to run, then you can run by yourself."
With that, both of them let go at the same time, abandoning
Wang Meili.
Her plump body fell to the ground like jelly, bouncing around.
"Ah, you lowly servants. I will definitely have someone drag you off to feed the dogs when I get back."
Just then, she suddenly felt a chilling
presence.
She turned her head sharply. A tall, cold skeleton stood above her.
And no.
She swallowed hard, her eyes wide with terror. The skeleton warrior moved, raising its bony hand, the cold blade mercilessly swinging towards her.
Thud. "Ah, save me."
Wang Meili screamed like a pig being slaughtered, filled with regret.
If she had known, she wouldn't have provoked Li Chen. But now, the skeleton warriors had surrounded
her, each one swinging a blade at her relentlessly. Watching her health bar deplete rapidly, she was filled with despair. At the same time, Li Chen didn't pay her any more attention. Instead, he continued
to chase after her fleeing subordinates. Not a single one of them could be left today.
If they managed to return and report back, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble. He had been busy with the genius competition lately and had no time to deal with these trivial matters. At this moment, the fleeing group also noticed Li Chen relentlessly pursuing them.
"Not good, he's catching up. Damn it, wait, is it just him? Then what are we afraid of? Let's take him down together."
With that, they stopped and turned to face Li Chen.
"Not running anymore?"
Li Chen chuckled. He wished these people would stop and send themselves to
their deaths.
Die. A man charged forward with a large knife. "Teach this fool a lesson. How dare he come after us alone?" Behind him, the others began to gather their strength. Li Chen smiled faintly. With a flick of his hand, the Book of Sages appeared. In an instant, it burst forth with dazzling light, illuminating everyone. Smash Voluto. With his current level increase, the effects of these control skills had also
become stronger. In a moment, those who were attacking him fell into silence.
Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen brandished the soul-snatching gun, swiftly maneuvering across the battlefield.
Coupled with the power
of the wind element, his agility and attack speed had reached a qualitative leap, even surpassing many formidable assassin classes. In no time, shadows of the gun danced across the field, with damage numbers leaping up.
This was a one-sided massacre. One by one, those who were regarded as strong practitioners outside fell down.
If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely lose sleep over it. It was a nightmare
for the strong.
Soon, only one person remained, standing unblemished in the center. "A bunch of ants, wasting my time for the second transition," Li Chen said calmly as he turned away, as if he had just done
something quite ordinary. In the suburbs of Jianghai,
in a huge standalone villa, in a bright and spacious living room, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh sat on the sofa, a cigar clamped between his teeth. He took a puff. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he threw the cigar at the butler beside him.
"Damn it, I ask you, why hasn't Meili come back yet?"
The lit end of the cigar landed on the butler, but he didn't
dare to move an inch.
It seemed he was already accustomed to the man's unpredictable temperament. He lowered his head and respectfully said, "Lord One-Eyed Dragon, your daughter went to the auction today with
some people. Then why the hell didn't you tell me? Why did I have to ask?"
The man, referred to as One-Eyed Dragon, smashed the precious coffee table in front of him to pieces. The butler remained silent.
The man, panting in anger, took about a minute to calm down.
Then he said lightly, "Who did she take with her?" The young lady said she was just going to make an appearance in high society, and she took many elites with her, all above level 100. The butler replied truthfully. One-Eyed Dragon nodded, relighting a cigar, took a puff, and said, "That should be fine. If anything like this happens again, notify me immediately. I only have this one daughter. If anything happens to her, you all can forget about living." The butler hurriedly nodded in fear.
"All right, go, inform Meili to come back quickly.
The Tian Kai competition is tomorrow, and I prepared a new set of equipment to help her achieve a good result."
"Yes." The butler nodded and quickly retreated. About 10 minutes later, the butler returned, his face pale. Seeing his appearance, One-Eyed Dragon frowned, sensing something was wrong. "What's wrong? Speak." "My lord, we can't get in touch with the young lady." Bang! One-eyed dragon punched the wall beside him. What did you say?
The butler was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. My lord, it's possible that the young lady got carried away and didn't notice. There have been similar situations before, and she just
needed to be contacted later. Find someone for me right now. Didn't she take a group of elites with her? Contact each one of them. Find out their whereabouts. Why yes. The butler spoke with a trembling voice. He could see that One-Eyed Dragon was genuinely angry.
The most precious thing to him was this only daughter, and he wouldn't allow her to suffer even a bit. This was how he had raised such a rebellious child,
leaving them, the subordinates, in a constant state of anxiety. Half an hour later.
My lord, those people the young lady took, we can't get in touch with a single one, the butler said, trembling with fear.
At
this point, he had to believe that things had escalated. With so many people uncontactable at the same time, it was likely that something had happened.
You've been following me for a few years now, right? Do you remember what I just said?
The one-eyed dragon turned to look at him, his face ashen.
If you can't even keep track of one person, what use are you? The butler quickly knelt down and bowed his head. Please, sir, give me one more chance. I will definitely bring the young lady back. Where did Mei Li go today? To the Jianhai auction house. Then go find her. This is your last chance, or else bring me her head. The one-eyed dragon said angrily.
He had been the underground king for so many years, already accomplished and famous, with a status in the gray area of Jianhai that no one could shake.
Now, the only thing that
mattered was his daughter. There could be no mistakes.
Yes, yes. The butler nodded quickly and hurriedly left. At the same time, after dealing with these unknown strongmen and confirming there were no
survivors, Li Chen completely erased the traces here and then left. He had been covering his face the entire time, and no one would be able to find him. After a while, he finally arrived outside the Adventurers Association again. Due to the sudden changes in the rankings this morning, it was now packed with people. Cars and reporters were everywhere.
The association's main entrance was directly blocked.
Several staff members were stationed at the door. Through the glass, one could see the people inside the association looking flustered. This time, it was truly an unexpected disaster. The genius competition was just around the corner. And suddenly such a mess had arisen, adding so much extra work that the association staff were extremely frustrated. Inside the association's conference hall, several high-ranking officials and elders were
gathered for an emergency meeting. Elder Lu, you were responsible for the list on the rankings. What exactly happened?
The association president, Chen Fan, said sternly.
President Chen, I wasn't on duty at the time, and it was Elder Ma who modified the rankings and released the notice.
Elder Lu quickly shifted the blame.
Elder Ma, what happened?
Instantly, all the high-ranking officials turned their gaze to Ma Bagua. This not only pushed them to the forefront of the storm but also offended the Lu Yun pavilion.
Seeing this, Ma Bagua's expression darkened.
Elder Lu had filled his own pockets and now wanted to shift the blame onto him. He couldn't help but speak frankly. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. Thinking this, he forced a smile and said, at that time, the military personnel came knocking, and
I could only act impartially.
We should ask Elder Lu why he concealed the truth and hid the information that was originally first. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't investigated. As soon as these words were spoken, several high-ranking officials began to understand the situation. Sensing the unfavorable turn, Elder Lu quickly came out to admit his mistake. Oh, I was just for the benefit of all Jianhai, you see.
Li Chen is just a waste and doesn't deserve this qualification. President Chen Fan's face turned ashen. Is it useful to say this now? You will be suspended and must reflect on this. Performance reset to 0. Elder Lu fell silent. Chen Fan sighed, feeling very helpless.
Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Come in.
Immediately, an assistant stepped forward and said, there's an adventurer outside who says he
has something to discuss.
Tell him to get lost. Before the assistant could finish, Chen Fan impatiently interrupted.
They were too busy to deal with this right now. By the way, what's his name? Li Chen. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Fan suddenly stood up. Quick, let him in.
At this moment, Li Chen stood in front of the association's door, feeling somewhat helpless.
Why were there so many people suddenly gathered?
He hadn't come for a day, and they had even closed the door. Just then, the association's main door opened.
An assistant stepped forward. Sir, please follow me. Li Chen nodded and followed him inside.
Behind him, others tried to enter as well but were immediately stopped by security.
What the hell? Why can he go in? Yeah, why are they only stopping us? Otherwise, shall we go in for an interview? Are you feeling guilty?
Escaping the frenzied crowd outside, Li Chen followed his assistant into a living room. Here, the various elders of the association had already taken their seats again.
Li Chen was somewhat puzzled. He was here for the second transition, so why had they brought him here?
As soon as he arrived, a middle-aged man quickly stepped forward.
You must be Li Chen? Chen Fan confirmed. Li Chen replied. Yes, what's the matter?
Chen Fan exhaled, first saying, let me introduce myself.
My name is Chen Fan, and I am the president here. Don't worry, if you are first, then you are first. Our association will not
tolerate any behavior of personal gain. Some people have already received their due punishment. Li Chen was taken aback and then said, "So it's President Chen, my apologies."
It was surprising that someone in
such a high position would come out to greet him. To be honest, he was a bit confused. Since they had brought him here, there must be something going on.
Chen Fan spoke with some distress.
I'm sorry, young
friend Li Chen, due to our association's mismanagement, you have been thrust into the spotlight.
You should have noticed the people outside when you arrived. It's because of this matter.
What exactly happened? Li Chen frowned.
Chen Fan sighed because the day before the genius competition, the leaderboard was changed at the last minute, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction.
You know, many people are just waiting
for the world to fall into chaos. Don't take it to heart when I say this, many people do not recognize your strength and believe that our association has some hidden agenda to forcefully promote you.
As a result, some people, along with some supporters of Xiaoyang, are unhappy thinking we are in cahoots. Li Chen's eyes widened. Is that really the case? To be honest, this was a bit absurd. Moreover, he was the rightful first, he was just reclaiming what was his.
Chen Fan saw his thoughts and helplessly said, it is what it is. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, those unscrupulous media only care about traffic, writing sensational articles without limits, and in the end, they just walk away, completely irresponsible. Hearing this, Li Chen felt helpless as well.
Who could blame him when there were bad people among the crowd from the start?
This was just a chain reaction.
If they had been straightforward from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many issues.
Li Chen got straight to the point.
So, why did you call me here? What do you want me to do? After all this talk, it couldn't just be simple complaints, right? Well, to be honest, there is indeed something. Chen Fan nodded.
Of course, before that, I want to confirm, did you
rely on your own strength or did you have someone help you?
Li Chen replied, of course, it was through persistence and hard work.
All right. Chen Fan smiled and said, in that case, I would like to ask for your help in dispelling some rumors. We can attend together later and clear your name. How does that sound? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Chen Fan's words were vague and didn't get to the point. That said,
the association was the one most affected by this matter. With the association taking the lead, he didn't mind much.
Chen Fan's idea was probably to restore the association's reputation. But what reason did he have to cooperate? Don't blame him for holding a grudge.
Not to mention this time, going back to the very first time,
when he came to the association to complete his first transition, they hadn't even given him the rewards yet.
At that time, they just brushed him off with a few words about waiting for notifications, treating him like he was nothing.
And this time,
their people even wanted to erase his record directly. If it weren't for Lu Xian coming out to apply pressure later, he probably wouldn't even know where to go to seek justice. At this moment, there wouldn't be so many high-ranking officials gathered together to
talk to him.
They knew how they had treated him, Li Chen was clear about that. And now, they were just paying the price for their actions.
He had no obligation or reason to help. They hadn't taken him seriously
back then, so why should he now go out of his way to help them? He certainly doesn't have that SM attribute. Seeing that Li Chen didn't react, Chen Fan paused and said, I apologize on behalf of the association for what happened before, and we will return everything you deserve.
Are you satisfied?
Li Chen remained unmoved.
Chen Fan's heart sank as he looked back and said, Elder Lu, step forward. Elder Lu, who was called, trembled and slowly walked up.
A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly overweight, with small black eyes and high cheekbones.
He stammered, President Chen, what's wrong?
Chen Fan spoke coldly, about the
unwarranted disaster Li Chen has faced these days. It was all caused by you, right? Elder Lu reacted violently, quickly crying out, It was me. But I just wanted to build a good relationship between the association and the Lu Yun Pavilion. Talking to me about this is useless.
You know the situation outside. Your actions have severely affected the association's reputation. What you need to do now is to seek Li Chen's forgiveness, so you can somewhat make up for the foolishness you've done. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu hurriedly approached Li Chen, his face full of regret. It was me. It's all my fault. I apologize to
you. As he spoke, he bent down, pretending to kneel,
but he only hovered in midair. In his view, having done this much, Li Chen would surely soften and come to support him. However, Li Chen remained indifferent.
To be honest, Elder Lu's reaction was a bit too extreme, making it seem somewhat forced. It was commonly referred to as too fake. There was truly no attitude of apology at all. Instead, it felt like he was trying to morally bind him. Making such a display in public was just to put him in a difficult position. If he still held a grudge, it would make him seem unreasonable. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't lose out. This didn't give the impression of giving the choice to himself. Unfortunately, Li Chen wasn't buying it. He originally just wanted an explanation, but this so-called Elder Lu didn't even have an attitude, which made Li Chen feel even more disgusted. The professional association was backed by the state and could be considered a semi-official institution. Every city-state had one, specifically handling various needs of professionals, including job changes. Having someone like this remain in the association, especially in a high position, was simply a giant parasite. Keeping him around would eventually lead to trouble. Li Chen said nothing. For a moment, Elder Lu's figure was frozen in place, incredibly awkward. His body was bent in midair, unable to go up or down. He could never kneel down to apologize, such a thing was impossible for him, and he couldn't lower his face. The reason he dared to act that way before was that he thought Li Chen wouldn't let him continue. But now, Li Chen showed no response? Elder Lu couldn't help but look at Li Chen again, crying out, "I apologize to you." As he spoke, he pushed his hands down, looking as if he really wanted to kneel. Li Chen, however, looked at him with great interest. To be fair, he wasn't superstitious and didn't fear losing years off his life. But having someone kneel before him wouldn't give him any sense of superiority, especially someone like Elder Lu who spoke one way but acted another. It was too amusing. Chen Fan couldn't watch any longer, slapping his forehead, his face dark with lines. Ahem. Elder Lu, that's enough. This Elder Lu was quite a character. Did he really think others were fools to be played with? Even he couldn't hold back. If you say your acting is good, that would be one thing. But to not be able to hold it together with such a fake expression is something else entirely. Not just him, but the other elders also looked at him with new eyes. Their perception of Elder Lu had completely changed. They originally thought he was just an elder who liked to take small advantages, but now it seemed he was an old actor. However, after all, although Elder Lu had done something foolish, his intentions were good. It was largely for the benefit of the association. Therefore, some people couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Hey, Elder Lu is quite old, so let's not make things difficult for him. Yeah, don't be cruel, give him a break." Alright, you're the living Yama, are you just itching to get started? Li Chen had seen enough of this poor acting. It was tolerable for Xiao Lo for a while, but watching it too long was just nauseating. He shook his head and said, "Stop pretending, get up." Elder Lu, upon hearing this, instantly reverted from his mournful expression, like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. He quickly stood up. "So, does that mean you agree?" "Agree to what?" "To help the association clarify the matter." Li Chen replied, "I never said I wouldn't do it." Elder Lu glared. "Then what was that just now?" "That was something you wanted to do. It has nothing to do with me, and besides, I don't accept it." Elder Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Damn it, so all that acting he did was for nothing? Although he knew Li Chen was deliberately mocking him, he felt utterly helpless. He was filled with immense frustration. Chen Fan shot him a glance. "Aren't you going back yet? What a disgrace." Elder Lu hurriedly retreated. Chen Fan was also clear about the situation. An insincere apology was certainly not enough. "Li Chen, don't worry, Elder Lu will be suspended from his position, and even if he returns, he can only start from the grassroots level. Our association will also prepare compensation for you." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu trembled all over, his face filled with disbelief. The other high-ranking members and elders were also taken aback, then looked at Elder Lu with pity. Starting from the grassroots level? That meant he would be just an ordinary member. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Elder Lu had been in a high position for so long that he had grown accustomed to it. How could he go back to being an ordinary grassroots member? It was almost like killing him. Moreover, he was already of a certain age, nearing retirement. Even if there was room for advancement, there was no time left to advance. It was practically a dismissal. It seemed Chen Fan was determined to enforce a cleanup. After all, wrong is wrong, and using the guise of benefiting the association had instead brought about huge negative effects. They couldn't afford to gamble on the next time. A group of reporters and troublemakers outside had directly paralyzed their association. The losses were enormous, and they would also face criticism from above. "Everyone, take this as a warning," Chen Fan said coldly. The first part was to give Li Chen an explanation, while the latter part was directed at the other high-ranking members. With Elder Lu's fate laid out, the others swallowed hard. "Li Chen, my young friend, what do you think of this arrangement?" Chen Fan turned to ask. Li Chen nodded. "It's fine." He wasn't one to be unreasonable. He hadn't come here specifically to demand an explanation. "Alright then," Chen Fan said cheerfully, "in a bit, I'd like to invite you to come out and clarify the facts." "How exactly?" Li Chen asked directly. He was pressed for time. "It'll be quick, don't worry, it won't affect your rest or tomorrow's genius competition. In a bit, we will activate a formation in the association square, something similar to an awakening formation, which can verify the time you completed your first transition. At that time, you just need to step inside, and we will invite those dissenting people outside to witness together, so they won't have anything to say." "Sure, you can arrange it." Li Chen had no objections. "Good, then it's settled." With that, Chen Fan instructed his assistant to make the arrangements. Trash association feeding on the blood of the people. Return my brother Xiao Yang the first place. Pa! Everyone, let's report together and have the authorities seal this place. I've really seen it all, kicking out the original first place. Do they really think everyone is that easy to fool? At the same time, chaos erupted outside the association. There were all kinds of people. True cancerous fans, those fanning the flames, self-proclaimed justice warriors, and onlookers who thrived on chaos. They all came out to denounce the association's misdeeds and internal corruption, a den of snakes and rats. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with their complaints. The important thing was, they had the wrong target. Li Chen had instead become someone colluding with the association. Xiao Yang had become the pitiful, helpless victim. Just then, the doors of the association finally opened, the crowd surged in an instant. Reporters rushed forward with their equipment as if their lives depended on it. Security. Personnel from dozens of associations were constantly adjusting the situation. Soon, the influx of people was guided into the spacious square within the association. Before long, the square was filled with people. At the front of the square, on a high platform, Chen Fan's figure slowly appeared as he ascended the stage. Quickly, someone recognized him. Several reporters hurriedly gathered closer to the stage, holding up microphones. President Chen, are you aware of this incident? Aren't you afraid of creating enmity with the flowing cloud pavilion by doing this? Why strip Xiao Yang of his first place? In your eyes, is the genius Xiao Yang from the flowing cloud pavilion not worth more than an unknown waste? Faced with these aggressive questions, Chen Fan exhaled and raised his voice. Everyone, please be rational and calm down. First of all, I must admit that this incident was indeed caused by our association's oversight, but we can assure you that we did not infringe upon Xiao Yang's rights from the flowing cloud pavilion. We were simply acting impartially. I know you have many questions in your hearts, and I will clarify everything for you shortly. Prepare, activate the awakening array. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong blue light burst forth from the platform, dazzling everyone. A pattern appeared on the ground, and the array was activated. Is this the awakening array? What's going on? Is someone about to undergo their first transition? What's happening? Is this what we came to see? Seeing this, everyone began to murmur, unsure of Chen Fan's intentions. Just then, a figure appeared before everyone, slowly ascending the stage. As soon as Li Chen appeared, Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to greet him, guiding him to the front of the array, and said, just like when you awakened before, just wait for the array to start. Li Chen nodded, without hesitation, and walked directly into the center of the array. In an instant, the array emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire venue. What the hell is this? What kind of special performance is happening? The awakening array has been activated. It seems like a ceremony is about to take place. Who is this young man? The people below were all discussing among themselves. They had been inexplicably brought here and were now holding some kind of ceremony. What were they supposed to be shown? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, I remember now. I thought this person looked familiar. He is Li Chen. What? You mean he is Li Chen? The one who suddenly appeared at the top of the rankings today? So he's the one who took Xiao Yang's first place. I want to know what abilities he has. Everyone realized that the young man on stage was indeed Li Chen. But what was the purpose of the association's arrangement? As the crowd was puzzled, a beam of light soared from the awakening platform, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the moment Li Chen stepped into the center of the array, he felt his consciousness suddenly pulled into a mysterious space. This feeling was incredibly familiar, just like the scenes during his awakening and first transition. Strange, had he triggered something unusual? There was no time to think. Just then, a huge card suddenly appeared before him, with a large question mark on its face. Seeing this, Li Chen was certain. Although he didn't know what was happening, he had definitely entered the awakening space. It should be noted that his purpose for coming to the professional association this time was to undergo his second transition. Now, he guessed that it was because of this array that he was directly entering the second transition. With this thought, he looked at the mysterious card in front of him, stepped forward, and touched it. At the same time, in the outside world, seeing the sudden anomaly, the crowd below was bewildered. Chen Fan and the elders of the association were also taken aback. Chen Fan's face was filled with astonishment. What was going on? Why was it different from what he had imagined? Why did such a scene occur when Li Chen walked in? The reaction of this formation was exactly the same as during a job reincarnation. In fact, the underlying logic of this formation was quite similar to that of the awakening array. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Li Chen, could he be undergoing a second reincarnation? As soon as this idea emerged, he felt a jolt throughout his body. This grand formation indeed had the potential to trigger reincarnation. It should be noted that Li Chen had already undergone his first reincarnation just a few days ago, so if that was the case now, it must be the second reincarnation. But that was just a few days ago. It had only been a short time, and he was already at the second reincarnation? He couldn't accept this outcome. It was simply too unbelievable. Immediately, he turned his gaze to several elders and said with a complex expression, have you ever encountered such a situation before? The elders all stared wide-eyed in response. To be fair, even if you asked them about any job-related matters, they could easily recount several stories from past experiences. But this was something they truly didn't understand. In this situation, could it be that he is possibly undergoing a second reincarnation? One elder stammered. I've never seen such a young job holder undergo a second reincarnation. He must be a new job holder, right? If that's the case, that's terrifying. But right now, I really can't think of any other possibilities. Let's keep watching. If we wait a little longer, we should know the result. If he really is undergoing a second reincarnation, it would be a good thing for us. Yeah, with so many people watching, rumors will naturally be dispelled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was in a fog, the scene on stage changed once again. Suddenly, 5 beams of light of different colors shot up from above, merging together to form a gigantic colorful pillar of light. The entire square was enveloped in a layer of vibrant light, illuminating the astonished faces of everyone present. What the hell is going on? I'm getting more and more confused. Damn it, this can't possibly be the awakening ceremony, right? I've never seen such a light pillar in my life, and I've never even heard of such an omen. No doubt about it. This is definitely a second reincarnation, but this scene is truly a first for me. It's so shocking. Many people even forgot their original purpose for being there, stopping in their tracks, their eyes wide with amazement at this dreamlike scene. Some media reporters frantically pushed forward, eager to capture this insane moment. Li Chen. He really triggered a second reincarnation? Chen Fan looked at the stage filled with astonishment, his neck craning forward, his posture resembling that of a goose, appearing somewhat comical. But no one noticed or realized this, as everyone else was the same. Goodness, this is a real second reincarnation. The fact that he can trigger it means his level must have reached 100. That's terrifying. Level 100? Most job holders take over a year to reach that. Those are all top-tier job holders. The scene suddenly became uncontrollable and chaotic. At this moment, in the consciousness space, the instant Li Chen's hand touched the mysterious card, the card transformed into a burst of colorful light, instantly enveloping him. You have gained the power of devouring. Killing enemies allows you to absorb their attribute powers. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Devouring power? What is that? He took a glance at the details. He was immediately astonished. The power of devouring, just as its name suggests, could absorb all powers. Even the evil power of the abyss could be absorbed and transformed into his own strength. That's outrageous. Li Chen understood what this ability meant. Before long, his vision gradually blurred. The second reincarnation was coming to an end. Then, Li Chen came back to his senses. The scene before him returned to the square stage of the association. At this moment, the crowd below had completely erupted. My God, is it finally over? Awesome, it seems the second reincarnation was successful. What's going on? Is he really a professional this year? There are still a bunch of people from the same batch who haven't even advanced once. He's already advanced twice. Who knows how far ahead he is in levels? Even those 2 SS level geniuses from the Flowing Cloud Pavilion can't match him. To advance twice, you need at least level 100. It's only been a few days. This leveling speed is terrifying. Li Chen, no wonder he became number 1 after the leaderboard was updated. No one can surpass him, right? He is definitely the fastest leveling professional in Jianhai City this year. After witnessing Li Chen complete his second advancement, everyone's attitude underwent a major shift. Those who had come to criticize the association earlier fell silent. The voices of doubt also vanished. Chen Fan stepped forward, his face glowing with excitement. Thank you all for your support. I said before, the truth will eventually come to light. Our association will not do anything detrimental to the public, and any violations will be punished. Please continue to trust us. At that moment, cheers erupted from the audience. Good, good, good. Turns out we were too sensitive. Yeah, the association is right. Li Chen truly deserves to be number 1. I have no objections. He should take first place. I'm already looking forward to his performance in the genius competition tomorrow. I'm already anticipating it. He's a professional who has advanced twice. The other competitors are still at 1 advancement, right? That's just a total crush. 666. Indeed, anyone who faces him is definitely in for a rough time. The association's reputation was restored. Soon, the staff began to slowly disperse the crowd. There were too many people gathered here, making it prone to accidents. The scene shifted. In the association's reception room, Li Chen and Chen Fan, along with other high-ranking officials, met again. Li Chen, I really appreciate what you did this time, Chen Fan said solemnly. The things I prepared for you are coming right up. Please wait a moment. No problem. Take your time, Li Chen replied with a chuckle. Although he wouldn't say he came for these things, why not accept them? Helping each other out, what a wonderful world. Li Chen, you really did advance twice on the awakening platform just now, right? Even though they had just witnessed it, someone couldn't help but ask. That's right, Li Chen replied calmly. So many people had seen it, there was nothing to hide. So, does that mean your level has reached 100? Pretty much, it's not that high, I've just touched the threshold for the second advancement, he said. Upon hearing this, several elders gasped in shock. If someone else had told them, they would never have believed it. But now, it was right in front of them, undeniable. Li Chen, do you have any plans to further your studies at the association? Chen Fan took a deep breath and spoke directly. extending an olive branch.
Li Chen was almost used to such things by now.
As long as his strength was sufficient, he could go anywhere. He had previously received invitations from golden guilds and military departments to join. However, he was genuinely uninterested.
At this moment, Chen Fan continued, the elder Lu from before has stepped down. From his position, if you're interested, you can take his place.
When the time is right, you can directly take the position. Upon hearing this, the other elders widened their eyes. Wow, is this about to make him a colleague?
Chairman Chen is really putting in the effort.
Being an elder isn't something just anyone can do, it requires not only
sufficient strength but also certain qualifications. Although Li Chen was among the top in his batch, he was still a bit short for directly being promoted to elder.
There is still a gap between strength and the elder level, and his qualifications weren't enough.
What Chen Fan was eyeing was undoubtedly Li Chen's potential.
They all knew in their
hearts that with the potential Li Chen had shown, it wouldn't be surprising if he could take office in a year or so. Now, it was equivalent to giving him a direct pass.
Li Chen, not really. This is a bit too much praise for myself. Forget it, I'm not suited for this. Li Chen refused. Well, that's fine. Chen Fan sighed. Of
course, he didn't expect Li Chen to agree, he was just asking. It would have been better if Li Chen was willing.
Even if Li Chen refused, it wouldn't matter. This wouldn't affect his efforts to befriend a promising and hopeful professional.
Before long, an assistant arrived carrying a delicate box. Chen Fan stepped forward to take it, then
personally handed it to Li Chen.
This was originally your reward, and now it's returned to you. After receiving it, Li Chen opened the lid and casually glanced inside. Kinetic gun quality, brilliant level type, firearm attributes, strength plus 2000, damage plus 20% weapon effect, attacks fire energy projectiles, causing large area magical
damage. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Wow, this gun is not just any gun. This is a real gun.
My goodness, times have changed.
This is clearly a piece of technological weaponry. He hadn't really used something like this before, but he figured it should be similar to a bow and arrow, just aim and shoot.
The weapon has changed, but the accuracy
remains. Li Chen put it away carefully.
At that moment, Chen Fan took out a small box and said, and there's this, a little token of our association's appreciation.
This is. The size didn't seem like any equipment. Li Chen opened it to take a look. It was a tactical gadget,
also a man-made item. Electromagnetic wristband. After use, it activates an electromagnetic cannon attack suitable for close-range use without recoil. It was clear that Chen Fan had put thought into this.
The kinetic gun Li Chen
just received was suitable for long-range attacks, but its efficiency would drop significantly at close range. Having this would be very convenient. Regardless of whether it would be useful or not, the sentiment was appreciated.
Thank you. Li Chen accepted it without hesitation. Ah, it's nothing. Why are we even saying this? We should be thanking you.
Thanks to you, we've managed to defuse a disastrous public relations crisis.
Chen Fan waved his hand. Yes, just a small token of appreciation. If you have
time one day, you're welcome to visit the association again. We can give you a proper tour of our facilities.
Exactly. Good luck in tomorrow's genius competition. We will support you.
Several elders were also very enthusiastic. By the way, Chen Fan suddenly said, the group list for tomorrow's genius competition has been released.
Have you seen it?
Hearing this, Li Chen, who was originally planning to take his leave, felt a stir in his heart.
Right, the genius competition starts tomorrow, and today the schedule-related information would be released. He hadn't really looked into it yet.
Seeing Li Chen like this, Chen Fan understood that he was still in the dark, so he patiently
explained.
Tomorrow is the first day of the group matches. Each group has 10 people, and opponents will be randomly assigned for 5 matches.
Winning a match earns 1 point, losing a match deducts 1 point.
In the end, the player with the highest score in the group matches can advance.
As for the list, wait a moment, I'll check it for you right now.
Saying this, Chen Fan waved his hand to signal the assistant nearby. Soon, the assistant operated on a tablet and quickly brought out a list for Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the list and was surprised to see 2 familiar names.
Zhang Tao, Wang Meili. They were actually in the same group. Interesting.
Although he was sure that with Zhang Tao's character he could easily handle 10 of him.
But the group match system was also worth noting.
It was ranked by points.
Winning a match adds 1 point.
For example, if 2 people have similar strength but one wins 4 matches and the other wins 5, it becomes a matter of luck.
The safest outcome is still to win all matches.
In the face of absolute strength, all the flashy tricks are useless. At this moment, Chen Fan spoke up. I believe with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to stand out in the group matches. You've been assigned to this group, and aside from a genius practitioner named Zhang Tao and another named Chagua Wang, the strength of the other practitioners can only be considered below average.
Li Chen nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind.
Just then, Chen Fan particularly reminded him, Li Chen, you need to pay special attention to this Chagua Wang. Although his ranking on the list is not high, he seems to be hiding his true strength. He said,
Seriously, you must understand that this ranking does not represent everything. There are many practitioners like Chao Guowan who deliberately slow down to avoid drawing attention, only to hold back during the genius competition.
I understand, thank you, Li Chen replied.
Originally, the association was not supposed to leak too much
information about these contestants. Although Chen Fan didn't say it outright, he was indeed trying his best to hint at it. However, he understood the principle that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit.
Well, I'm glad you understand. Although it's a pity that we can't recruit you, you have done us a favor, and we all hope you can achieve a good ranking, Chen Fan said earnestly. Although I don't know how strong your profession is, given your level, aside from those two monstrous geniuses from the
Flowing Cloud Pavilion, the other contestants shouldn't be much of a challenge for you.
Let's hope so, Li Chen said. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Fan and the others, Li Chen bid farewell and left the association.
It was getting late. Tomorrow was the genius competition.
He planned to return to the hotel and rest early.
The next day,
Li Chen was still asleep when he was awakened by a powerful piece of music.
Logically, the hotel he was staying at in Zhanghai City was top-notch.
The soundproofing should be excellent. Even if someone were to practice shot put outside his door, it shouldn't reach his ears. After rummaging around, Li Chen finally found the source of the strong tune.
It was coming from a guest machine on the coffee table in the living room. Dear practitioner, hello.
Today is the day the group matches of the Zhanghai City Genius Competition begin.
We wish you great success. Tap the tablet lightly to turn off the voice.
A mechanical voice came from it.
Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated.
As expected of a cutting-edge hotel in Zhanghai City, knowing he was a contestant in the Genius Competition, they even
had a special wake-up service. Unbeatable. He casually glanced at the world outside. It was 6:30. Almost time.
A quick meal, then off to
the competition venue. The timing was just right.
Li Chen quickly tidied himself up, then opened the door and took the elevator downstairs. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, the cafeteria had already prepared breakfast. Li Chen grabbed 2 buns and a bowl of porridge, casually making do. Practitioners of his level, especially those with some wealth,
typically wouldn't eat such ordinary food.
They would usually opt for energy potions, which provide a greater boost for practitioners.
But Li Chen wasn't quite used to it yet. He needed time to transition gradually. Stepping out of the hotel, the entire Zhanghai City was bustling with activity. It was even livelier than during the festive seasons. Today, all major forces were making their moves. For
instance, the powerful Flowing Cloud Pavilion. On this day, all shops and vendors were closed. Centered around Zhanghai City, citizens from various districts gathered together.
In the city
center, the massive fighting arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, finally opened its doors. The streets were packed with crowds, pushing their way into the entrance.
Inside
the fighting arena, it was divided into 10 sections.
The group matches for the 10 groups would take place simultaneously.
The facilities in the audience area were complete. Wearing the equipment, one could see the status of each group's battles at a glance. After all, this could be considered the biggest event of the year aside from the college entrance examination.
Media outlets were waiting around the clock, eager to cover the event.
Their target, of course, was the top 10 contestants on the current list, especially the leading few.
Everyone wanted to see high-quality matches.
Unfortunately, with so many groups on the first day, it wouldn't be easy for a few top contenders to face off against each other. In comparison, Li Chen's group surprisingly had the most strong contenders. With Zhang Tao and Wang Meili, 2 of the top 5 competitors, placed in the same group, it drew a lot of attention.
Many media outlets targeted this group
for coverage, flocking to the area surrounding the group section to wait for the competitors to enter.
Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the venue, followed by the entire space
plunging into darkness, with white smoke rising. In the next moment, the powerful lights set at the highest point of the venue illuminated the area.
Instantly, the entire venue was brilliantly lit.
From the sound systems placed around, a lively and powerful music began to play.
Good morning, dear audience.
I believe this day has been anticipated for countless nights.
Which competitors are you supporting? Shout it out loud.
Cheer for your favorite contestant.
On the armrests of your seats, there's a QR code. Scan it to send bullet comments on the live streaming
platform, and please be mindful of the comment etiquette. Next, I will provide real-time commentary for this match.
Who will stand out and who will fall short? Enjoy this feast of battle. In an instant, deafening cheers erupted from the audience, resonating throughout the venue.
Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the bullet comments flooded the screen.
When will the competitors come out? I can't wait any longer.
Looking at the group match list, what a pity, my favorite competitor isn't in the same group. Who will be this year's dark horse?
I'm so looking forward to it. Support Xiaoyang. Luyun Pavilion is here to cheer. Go Xiaoyang. Go Sister Xiaohe. The Fierce Tiger Guild is here to support. Go Xiaohu.
Under the eager gazes and excited hearts of everyone, finally, the passageways for the competitors opened.
In an instant, all eyes in the arena turned towards the entrance. At that moment, The competitors walked out one by one, each exuding confidence and pride. Although the match hadn't started yet, just being able to stand there was enough to demonstrate their achievements. Suddenly, cheers erupted from various parts of the audience, calling out the names of their supported competitors. Xiao Yang is out. Look, it's Xiao Yang. As soon as Xiao Yang appeared, he drew a wave of cheers. Competitors like Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaohe, who ranked high, immediately caused a stir upon their entrance. In no time, the passageway was surrounded by reporters eager to interview them. In contrast, those ranked after the top 10 seemed somewhat lonely. Media reporters would choose whom to interview based on strength. The stronger the competitor, the higher the traffic they brought. Only when absolutely necessary would they shift their focus to competitors with lower rankings. The spotlight in recent days had been entirely on the 2SS level geniuses from Luyun Pavilion, with little attention given to others. Like most unknown competitors, Li Chen's entrance didn't create much of a stir. Ultimately, the number of supporters reflects popularity. Li Chen didn't have the strong backing that Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, and Zhang Tao had. They were all supported by powerful forces, and their performances were closely tied to the reactions of those forces behind them, thus naturally garnering much more attention. Not only did they have the support of their own people, but they also carried influence, becoming the main focus of many media outlets. For Li Chen, having less attention wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He was quite pleased to have some peace and quiet without being disturbed. In his spare time, he began to observe the competitors around him. To be honest, those who made it here were not all like Wang Meili, who relied on others to get ahead. While there were some, they were few. Those truly talented and strong professionals would naturally stand out. As long as one had strength, they wouldn't be overlooked. Li Chen activated the holographic eye and began to check one by one. In front of him, beneath the glamorous surface, it was clear who among the professionals truly had substance and who was just a fake brought along by someone else. He quickly scanned all the contestants. Those who were brought along were still in the minority. Over 80% of the people were professionals of a rank or above. Among them, about 10% were S-rank professionals. Li Chen focused his attention on these individuals, as he considered them barely qualified to be his opponents. First, it was the much-anticipated darling of the Luyun Pavilion, Xiao Yang. SSS rank profession, Demon Sword Master profession talent, possesses a personal magic sword, can accumulate magic energy, and gain powerful attribute and damage bonuses after enhancement. You'll do, copy. To be honest, Li Chen looked down on some other S-rank and A-rank professionals. Since there was an SS rank profession, he might as well copy it. Copy successful. You have obtained SS rank profession, Demon Sword Master. You have two highly compatible professions that can be fused. Sword Master plus Demon Sword Master plus Demon Sword Master equals. Li Chen's heart stirred. This Sword Master was one he had previously copied from Yu Xiaohe, who was also from Luyun Pavilion and had an SS rank profession. It was said that this profession didn't perform well in the early stages, and he hadn't used it much. He didn't expect to find an unexpected surprise now. Fusion. Without hesitation, Li Chen immediately chose to fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained SSS rank profession, Holy Sword Envoy. SSS rank profession, Holy Sword Envoy profession talent, can summon a personal Holy Sword. When using the Holy Sword, critical hit chance increases to 100%, and damage after a critical hit increases by 50%. Profession skills, 10,000 swords tracking, sword spirit protection. 10,000 swords tracking, summons a sword box, continuously launching flying sword attacks, each flying sword dealing 500% of strength as true damage. Sword spirit protection, when receiving fatal damage, gain 1 immunity, and immediately restore health to 100. After triggering, the personal Holy Sword will enter an uncallable state, cooldown, 24 hours. Incredible, this actually works? He just picked up an SSS rank profession for free. In an instant, Li Chen lost interest in the other contestants on the field. He stood in place waiting for the match to begin. At this moment, most of the contestants who were supposed to arrive had already come. Generally, at this time, they should be organizing the entrance. However, there was none of that now. This was because one person was missing. Wang Meili had not arrived. Clearly, the organizers were waiting for her to show up. Li Chen leaned against the wall, bored, waiting. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this our Jianghai No. 1 high school's former genius boy? You really managed to mix in here. Just then, Zhang Tao suddenly walked over, speaking unexpectedly. After their parting the day before yesterday, he thought Li Chen had been properly punished by the professional association, but he didn't expect to see him again, especially here. Surprised? Li Chen glanced at him indifferently, his eyes filled with disdain. They were no longer on the same level. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Ha, you say you're doing well, why come here to humiliate yourself? Zhang Tao, however, was getting into it. Seeing Li Chen here meant they were in the same group. This was going to be fun. Li Chen, you can pray that you don't run into me later, otherwise, I might not be able to control my strength. Ha. I remember I said I would personally stomp you underfoot at the genius competition. Zhang Tao's face was full of arrogance.
Little did he know, in Li Chen's eyes, he was nothing but a complete clown.
I can return that statement to you as well. Back in the trial camp, I could crush you, and now, I still don't take you seriously, Li Chen said coldly.
You're looking for death. Feeling the sting of the remark, Zhang Tao's expression turned angry. But then he remembered that
countless cameras were focused on them, so he quickly took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Oh, I'm so scared. Look at you getting all worked up. The only thing hard about you is that mouth of yours. Let's wait and see who ends up beating whom.
Zhang Tao let out a disdainful snort.
Boom, boom, boom.
At that moment, a drumbeat
echoed throughout the venue.
Following that, the speakers scattered around the venue began to broadcast the host's voice.
Time's up.
The group matches officially begin. Please, contestants, head to your respective duel platforms or wait in the waiting area for your turn.
As soon as the announcement ended, the surrounding contestants began to move.
Li Chen also walked towards his assigned duel platform. The duel platform was a massive circular arena with a radius of about 100 meters.
Welcome to duel platform number 6. Next to the platform stood an examiner hosting the match.
Upon arrival, the examiner distributed a wristband to each contestant.
This wristband would activate
to block fatal damage if a contestant received a lethal blow, thus preventing casualties. With this, contestants wouldn't have to worry about being too harsh during the match, which could affect their performance. Soon, the first match began.
The examiner's voice rang out.
Duel platform number 6, match 1, contestants, Zhang Tao vs Chao Guowang.
Please confirm that your defense wristband is properly worn. The group matches commenced.
The first to step onto the stage were Zhang Tao and Chao Guowang.
As for Zhang Tao, there was no need to elaborate.
Li Chen had heard Chao Guowang's name from Chen Fan before. He should have hidden strength. However, Zhang Tao, being one of the top 10
ranked contestants outside the arena, naturally received more support.
Zhang Tao was also incredibly confident. Soon, the two stood facing each other in the arena.
The examiner
raised his arm and swung it down sharply.
The match began.
In an instant, Zhang Tao activated the stealth skill of the assassin class.
Chao Guowang, a warrior, swung a massive axe towards him.
Li Chen used holographic eye to scan Chao Guowang while simultaneously comparing him to Zhang Tao. Soon, he had his answer.
At that moment, the two on the duel platform were already grappling with each other.
On the surface, it appeared that Chao Guowang was at a disadvantage.
Due to the heavy nature of the warrior class, he was up against the most agile assassin class. Zhang Tao was incredibly nimble.
After a quick turn, his speed and skill intensity surged significantly.
For a moment, he was in high spirits.
Meanwhile, the media below the platform were providing a continuous commentary for the live broadcast.
Did you see that? No wonder he's the heir of the future.
Legendary Guild, Zhang Tao, the S-class assassin.
He's completely dominating his opponent.
With his strength, the others in this group must be regretting their luck. No need to watch anymore. Zhang Tao is definitely the one to advance from this group. I think he can win all 5 matches.
Aside from those 2 geniuses from Luoyang, the
others shouldn't pose much of a threat to him. The audience in the live broadcast room was also actively sharing their opinions. Li Chen stood quietly outside the arena, watching without speaking. But just then, a reporter suddenly ran over. It was a young woman in professional attire, around 20 years old, panting with her chest heaving. She looked like a recent college graduate.
Holding a microphone, she awkwardly extended it towards him and said, "Excuse me, contestant, can I interview you?" Me, Li Chen, was slightly taken aback. With so many people around, why would they choose him for an interview? Go ahead, Li Chen replied. Since he had nothing better to do, sharing something unknown with everyone wouldn't hurt.
Thank you, the woman nodded gratefully.
So, may I ask, in today's group match, do you think you will be the one to advance?
As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. Her name is Mi Wei, and she has just graduated from university with very little experience. She hasn't had the chance to practice in such a big setting before. Although she has undergone training at the company, when it comes to actually doing it, it's a different story. For a moment, she felt a bit nervous and blurted out whatever came to her mind. Only after speaking did she realize how blunt she sounded. This could easily put the other person in a difficult position. Logically, such matters should be approached gradually. Asking too directly from the start is not conducive to the interview and could leave little room for further questions. However, Li Chen's reaction was beyond her expectations. He was even more straightforward than her. "I will," Li Chen replied calmly. With just 2 words. There were no lengthy preambles or flowery rhetoric. He answered directly and clearly. Of course, he could say such things so confidently in front of the camera. It wasn't that he was thick-skinned, he had his own judgment. Long before, he had used the holographic eye to carefully examine all the contestants in his group. Therefore, his confidence was not unfounded, and his tone was more like stating a fact. His attitude not only shocked the female reporter in front of him but also exploded the live stream. Wow! The show effect just skyrocketed. 666. We've interviewed a true god. Right off the bat, we encountered a heavyweight contestant. Ha ha ha. Remember what he said: when he gets beaten later, save the footage and ask him how he feels afterward. Contrary to expectations, Li Chen's response ignited the livestream and salvaged the situation. Mi Wei was momentarily stunned, and once she regained her composure, she quickly maintained her posture, bringing the microphone closer, organizing her words, and swiftly said, "So, I would like to ask, which of the two contestants on stage do you support more?" "Support? I don't support either," Li Chen replied indifferently. "Ah." Mi Wei was taken aback, then awkwardly turned to the camera. I meant to ask, which contestant do you think has a higher chance of winning in this first group match? You want to know who will win?" Li Chen countered, but he never glanced at the stage. The question of who has a higher chance of winning arises from people's inability to discern who is stronger. But for him, there was only the concept of who wins and who loses. "Well, something like that," Mi Wei smiled in agreement, feeling bitter inside. Is interviewing really this difficult in reality? It felt less like an interview and more like being tortured. QAQ. Xiao Guowang will win, Li Chen stated, shocking everyone. Xiao Guowang? Mi Wei was taken aback. Are you talking about the contestant on stage? It was clear to anyone with eyes that Xiao Guowang was being beaten up unilaterally. Moreover, Zheng Tao was one of the top-ranked contestants. How could he possibly lose? The live stream was filled with comments. "I was just being naive. I thought he really had some skills. Wow, just a moment ago he was boasting in front of the camera, and now he's talking nonsense. How dare he answer the question like that? How can he directly conclude who will win or lose? Xiao Guowang winning? He just opened his mouth and said it. Zheng Tao is getting roasted the hardest this time. Is he envious of others' backgrounds and talents? Talking bad here, huh?" Glancing at the public opinion in the live stream, Mi Wei bit her lip. She began to feel uncertain. Earlier, when Li Chen was boasting about making it through, she had a vague sense that something was off. Now, she was starting to doubt whether this contestant was a bit abnormal. Thinking this, she silently took a step back. Then, steeling herself, she continued, "Are you saying this because you understand the strengths of both sides? Or do you believe that Xiao Guowang can win? What's your basis for that?" "There's nothing to say, it's just that Zheng Tao is too trash," Li Chen replied. This was his honest opinion. In his eyes, whether it was Zheng Tao or the other Xiao Guowang, neither had the strength to impress him. And Zheng Tao was even a bit weaker than Xiao Guowang. Is this reasoning really that hard to understand? Trash. Bro, can we say something that can be broadcasted? Mi Wei was sweating profusely. This was just too blunt. Moreover, what do you mean Zheng Tao is trash? He's an S-class professional, a top 10 powerhouse on the leaderboard. He's also the heir of a legendary guild. Whether it's talent, strength, or status, each one surpasses 90% of people, right? Many viewers in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. 666. What's this player's name? So arrogant. Is he out of his mind, directly calling someone trash by name? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? If he's not a contestant, I think he's a plant sent by Xiao Guowang to blacken Zheng Tao. Don't say that. What if he's actually right? If he's right, I'll wash my hair upside down. Didn't you see Zheng Tao dominating the fight? How could he just lose? At the same time, on the duel stage, the battle between Zheng Tao and Xiao Guowang was still ongoing. Some strong players, like the examiners, had already noticed the clues. It looked like Zheng Tao was continuously pressuring Xiao Guowang, but in reality, the player named Xiao Guowang was always on the defensive, not landing a single hit. As time passed, Zheng Tao's speed was gradually slowing down, and he began to pant. This was the shortcoming of the assassin profession. High burst damage but poor sustainability. Xiao Guowang had a certain level of tankiness, and by solely focusing on defense and evasion, he hadn't exhausted much energy. On the contrary, Zheng Tao had already consumed a lot. Moreover, in terms of combat skills, he was crushing Zheng Tao. At this moment, after launching countless attacks to no avail, Zheng Tao's initially confident demeanor began to show signs of irritation. Soon, his stamina was nearly depleted, but Xiao Guowang remained like a turtle, unyielding. Zheng Tao fell into a state of anger, and his movements began to reveal frequent flaws. As he exposed so many weaknesses, Xiao Guowang remained calm, his eyes sharp with focus. It seemed the outcome was already evident. Li Chen nodded inwardly. Xiao Guowang indeed had some strength. His foundation was very strong, not just a powerful profession which surpassed many who relied on their profession to change their fate. Now, it was just a matter of when Xiao Guowang would make his move. Once he did, Zheng Tao would definitely be taken down in just a few moves. A few more minutes passed. This scene continued. On the stage. It's about to end. Time is almost up. Looks like Zheng Tao is going to win. Throughout the match, Xiao Guowang hasn't even touched Zheng Tao once, only running away, while Zheng Tao has landed many hits. The audience was buzzing with discussion. Time was limited. If the time ran out and no winner was determined, the one with more health would be declared the victor. This player, do you still think Zheng Tao will lose this match? Mi Wei asked with clear eyes. She wanted to give Li Chen an out. Of course, Li Chen remained unchanged. He had never intended to explain himself to these people, even if he did, they probably wouldn't understand, as those who could understand had likely already seen through it. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Guowang made his move, preparing to counterattack. At this moment, Zhang Tao had completely fallen into his rhythm and couldn't react at all. Xiao Guowang suddenly stepped forward, with a giant axe, directly tanking Zhang Tao's damage. This unexpected move caught Zhang Tao off guard, but he couldn't hold back anymore. The massive axe struck him, and a huge number appeared. Zhang Tao was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Before he could react, Xiao Guowang charged at him again with an axe, moving with incredible speed. Crows fly. Zhang Tao's face was filled with panic as he tried to run, but he was already pinned down by Xiao Guowang, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Guowang's giant axe swung down. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the axe made contact with Zhang Tao's body. The defensive bracelet on his wrist shattered into pieces. A white shield unfolded beside him, absorbing the damage from the blow. This meant that Xiao Guowang's strike had already reached the killing line. Zhang Tao had lost. Xiao Guowang slowly stood up. The examiner hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed his hand, raised it high, and announced his victory. In the first match, Xiao Guowang wins. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers, and the live stream's comments section exploded. It seemed that Xiao Guowang was being pressured, but in reality, he was waiting for an opportunity, seizing it to almost instantly defeat his opponent. It was terrifying. No one expected the reversal to happen so quickly. No way, can Xiao Guowang really win? This is unbelievable. It can't just be luck, right? He's hiding his strength. Zhang Tao was too careless, otherwise, in a direct confrontation, he might not have won so easily. For a moment, the arena was filled with discussions, but regardless of the chatter, the ultimate victor was indeed Xiao Guowang. Zhang Tao had lost. Mi Wei was in shock. She then looked at Li Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Did he really get it right? Not just her, but also those in her live stream who had confidently believed Zhang Tao would win were now silent, especially since they didn't know whether Li Chen was just guessing or if he could actually see through it. Wow, he really got it right. Could he really be some kind of expert? Not necessarily, it was hard to say before, but now it's a bit confusing. Let's wait for him to go on stage and see his strength. +1, he might really be some hidden powerhouse. What a joke, most likely just a guess. Even if he got it right, it doesn't mean his strength is on par with a genius like Zhang Tao. Watching the rolling comments, Mi Wei felt a stir in her heart. There was discussion. This was exactly what she wanted to see. In the venue, among the special VIP boxes, everyone seated there held a certain status. This included high-ranking members of guilds and leaders from various schools. At this moment, they were also watching the duel with great interest and discussing the scene. The result of the 6th match is out. Interesting. Xiao Guowang hid his strength, playing the fool to catch the tiger, and secured his first victory. He'll likely advance from this group. Not necessarily, it's still too early to say. After all, it's a points match, and winning one match doesn't guarantee overall victory. It still depends on who wins more matches in the end. At the same time, the matches on the duel stage continued, with contestants called up one by one. During this time, Mi Wei tried to ask Li Chen about the match results again, but Li Chen lacked the patience and was too lazy to keep answering. Some comments began to slide down again. As expected, he was just guessing in the first match. Look, he doesn't dare to answer now, he's afraid of getting it wrong. Ha ha ha, that's true. Just throw out a random guess, and no matter what, there's a 50% chance of being right. Just then, the outcome of the duel on the stage was announced. The examiner's voice echoed again from the broadcast booth. Next contestants: Li Chen, Zhang Tao. Please get ready. Li Chen? Zhang Tao was taken aback, then filled with joy. Having already lost one match, he was deep in self-doubt. At that moment, the examiner's voice sounded like music from the heavens. Ha ha ha. Li Chen, I can't lose. To anyone else, how could I lose to you? Zhang Tao became excited. In his eyes, this match was a sure win. In the blink of an eye, both had donned their bracelets and stepped onto the duel stage, standing opposite each other, waiting for the examiner to announce the start. Mi Wei quickly adjusted the camera to focus on the duel platform. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live stream began to interact. Wow, the show effect is off the charts. So interesting, that guy was just bad-mouthing Zhang Tao, and now they're facing off directly. Ah, I want to see if he's really as impressive as he claims, looking down on others with S-level professions. Hey, I haven't seen this little guy at Station 6 on the leaderboard before. In the high VIP box, someone noticed Li Chen and asked, "Oh, President Qin. You might not know this, but he just made it onto the list in the last couple of days." Someone next to him replied cheerfully, "Oh, no wonder he looks unfamiliar. Is he the Li Chen? I just remembered, my assistant came to tell me about this yesterday." A middle-aged man recalled, "I heard he's the first new professional in Jianghai City to complete the first transition this year." What? Upon hearing this, others who hadn't been paying much attention were taken
aback and turned their gaze to the duel arena at Station 6. Is that true? The first this year, isn't it Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion? He's in Station 1, and has already won 3 matches in a row. Really? When did he pop up? He's even leveled up faster than Xiao Yang? What's his actual strength? For a moment, many people began to scrutinize Li Chen in the duel arena below. Among them, several middle-aged men looked particularly surprised. They were the recruitment representatives from Longqi Academy and Tianfu Academy. Upon seeing Li Chen, their eyes widened, because this wasn't the first time they had seen him. The last time was at the awakening ceremony. Back then, they had expected to witness Li Chen's remarkable debut, but in the end he made a foolish decision, and rejected even the SSS level profession. Therefore, they had a very deep impression of that moment. Seeing Li Chen again, they recalled that memory as vivid as red stone. They all exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, so it's him. It's this waste, I knew that name sounded familiar. No need to watch, he's definitely going to lose." Seeing their reactions, some confused onlookers asked, "Teachers, what do you know? You don't understand, this Li Chen is a complete fool, calling him foolish is already flattering him." A teacher from Longqi Academy said indignantly, "I never expected someone like him could make it to the genius competition. Yeah, if it weren't for the other contestants, seeing him now, I'd want to just walk away like before." A teacher from Tianfu Academy echoed, "Sigh, everyone calm down. If what you say is true, then it's even less worth getting angry about." Seeing their reactions, others began to understand a bit and try to mediate. "That's right, no matter what, there will always be some fish that slip through the net. Let's keep a calm mindset." At the same time, Li Chen on the duel platform was unaware that he was being watched by so many people. At this moment, the examiner walked between the two and waved his hand. "Begin." After saying that, he quickly exited the arena. "Come on, Li Chen, let me humiliate you properly. I need to regain my face." Zhang Tao laughed loudly. "I'm not the same person I was in high school anymore, and you're no longer that genius Li Chen. You'll be my stepping stone." With that, he charged forward rapidly, wielding dual blades. "What a clown!" Li Chen shook his head. It seemed this person was beyond saving. Watching Zhang Tao charge at him with great momentum, he stood up calmly and extended one hand flat. "Do you remember? Just like in high school. Only this time, he didn't even have the thought of dodging." Seeing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically and a series of unbearable memories resurfaced, anger flooding his heart instantly. "You're seeking death." Having been suppressed by Li Chen for 3 whole years in high school, how could he not recognize this move? At that time, Li Chen was at his peak, exceptionally talented, and both the teachers and students at school held him in high regard. Zhang Tao often sought Li Chen's advice, trying to curry favor with him. So, during that period, Li Chen would occasionally teach him practical skills. Back then, Li Chen would let Zhang Tao attack with all his might while he would only use one hand to spar with him. Although Li Chen had no ulterior motives and would refrain from doing so in front of others to spare Zhang Tao's pride, Zhang Tao viewed each of those experiences as a humiliation, even though Li Chen had indeed taught him a lot. Now, in a different time and place, the same two people, the same actions, but the meaning was entirely different. At this moment, Mi Wei, who was reporting from the sidelines, widened her eyes, bringing the equipment closer to capture every move of Li Chen. In an instant, the live chat was flooded with comments. "Incredible. This is so disrespectful. Wow, I respect you for being a man. I thought you were just all talk, but I didn't expect you to dare to do this. Alright, just for his bravery, I won't roast him later." Could it be that he has given up? Knowing he can't win, he wants to leave with style? I can't understand at all. Isn't the opponent going to explode with anger? As expected, Zhang Tao's heart was now completely filled with rage. In this situation, with thousands of people watching, the meaning behind Li Chen's actions was clearly different from before. He was looking down on him, and from a perspective that only he could understand, he had perfectly executed a super breakthrough. "Go die!" Zhang Tao shouted, gripping the blade tightly, and in an instant he flashed behind Li Chen and stabbed forcefully. However, at that moment, Li Chen remained standing in place, showing no signs of drawing his weapon. "It's over." Seeing this scene, many believed that Li Chen had given up resisting. At such a close distance, Zhang Tao's S-class assassin skills are pushed to the limit, making it nearly impossible to dodge. He will pay for his arrogance, facing the high burst damage of an assassin. Just for show. This is what happens when you pretend to be strong without the ability. Zhang Tao accelerated to the extreme. In an instant, he was right in front of Li Chen, the cold, sharp blade aimed directly at Li Chen's throat. "I remember teaching you before that when facing an opponent with numerous flaws, you shouldn't recklessly close in, right?" Li Chen's voice rose softly. Zhang Tao's eyes widened. Suddenly, he felt his whole body stiffen, as if bound by something, unable to move. It was like being pressed down by a ghost, awake yet out of control. Li Chen's emotionless voice continued, "Because that could also be a disguise you can't see through." Ever since obtaining the Heavenly Eye in Koan City, Li Chen had never feared close-range attacks. In a 1v1 situation,
Li Chen's nonchalant attitude stood in stark contrast to Zhang Tao's face full of terror. He was shocked. How could this be possible? At that moment, Li Chen moved. He slowly raised his right hand towards Zhang Tao. To Zhang Tao, it felt like walking on thin ice, as if every second was torment. If looks could speak, there would surely be an endless stream of panic. Bang! Zhang Tao felt as if he had taken a massive blow, spitting out blood, and his whole body flew backward. He was even sent flying out of the duel arena. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Just as Zhang Tao was about to crash heavily to the ground, a thick white protective shield appeared around him, shielding him. No! Impossible! Zhang Tao clutched his chest, his eyes wide. How could Li Chen be this strong? Wasn't he a jobless waste? He was an S-class professional powerhouse. This was impossible. He participated in 2 duels, and in the second one, he was beaten to the brink of death. This also meant that he had no chance of advancing. Especially losing to Li Chen was something he could not accept the most. Once again, the fear of being overshadowed by Li Chen rose in his heart. What, is this it? In the audience, thousands of people suddenly stood up. The reason was simple. It ended too quickly. It had only just begun. Li Chen took out his opponent with just one punch. In just one exchange, he knocked the protective bracelet off his opponent. If it were a real fight, this would mean a one-hit kill. Everyone was a top newcomer in Jianghai City. Could there really be such a huge gap? What? Zhang Tao lost? Are you kidding me? Is Zhang Tao this weak? He was so aggressive in his first match against Chao Guowang, it didn't seem this pathetic. He couldn't handle just one hit. Could it be a fixed match? The venue erupted into intense discussions. While crushing victories were not uncommon in the duel arena, this was truly rare. The strength was clearly not on the same level. This incident attracted quite a few people's attention. The examiners in the duel arena were also stunned, standing there in a daze. They had just announced the start of the duel, and as soon as they stepped away from the field, it was over? Was this a fixed match? Even if it were, it shouldn't be acted out like this. Filled with confusion, he walked over to observe Zhang Tao's condition. Even if it were a fixed match, being able to incapacitate an opponent with one hit was still incredible. After checking Zhang Tao's condition, confirming that the protective bracelet had been depleted, the examiner gasped. The duel is over. Battle time 5 seconds. Li Chen wins. As soon as the result was announced, there was an uproar both online and offline. This is the 6th arena. 5 seconds. Holy crap. If this isn't a fixed match, then it's a record. I can pour a glass of water in more than 5 seconds. Is it really that fast? If you didn't know, you'd think it was a chicken being killed. I suggest a strict investigation. Did he take drugs? It wasn't said that he couldn't take drugs, right? Seems like it. Meanwhile, in the high VIP box, many high-ranking officials were slightly shocked to see this result, unexpected. Teachers, is this what you call trash? Someone couldn't help but ask. Is your school standard this high? One punch to explode a top-ranked competitor, is that not good enough? Some high-ranking officials from various factions were completely baffled. The teachers from several universities were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this really the same Li Chen from before? If they hadn't confirmed his appearance, they would have doubted whether he was the same person. That fool who gave up an SSS-level profession had actually grown to this extent? So what? A teacher from Tianfu Academy snorted coldly. Those without a profession are always trash. The strength of humans has its limits. In the end, they can't even defeat slightly stronger monsters. That's right. What future can someone who can't distinguish between good and bad professions have? Who would dare to reuse him in the future? A teacher from Dragon Knight Academy agreed. Long before, during the awakening ceremony, they had unilaterally announced their academic collaboration with Li Chen, so they still had to show disdain here. Otherwise, it would be slapping their own faces. Exactly, Zhang Tao just fought a match and suffered some internal injuries from Chao Guowang, so Li Chen could win so easily, even more effortlessly than against Chao Guowang. It must be that way, otherwise, it would be cheating. Among this group of people, a middle-aged man, after witnessing this duel, went from anticipation to a face ashen with anger. He looked like he could almost drip water. He was the president of the legendary guild, Zhang Quang. Yes, he was Zhang Tao's father. He had come specifically to see Zhang Tao's performance, while also putting on a show in front of people from other factions, but unexpectedly, the once confident Zhang Tao came up and directly faced 2 consecutive defeats. The first match was forgivable. In this match, he didn't even manage to touch Li Chen. He was simply taken out in an instant. What a disgrace! An S-rank professional, and yet he couldn't even compare to a jobless waste. He was so furious that he didn't dare to let anyone remember he was here. At the same time, in another corner, there were others watching with interest. The genius competition was opening today, and the people from Luyin Pavilion had also arrived. Yuyin, wearing a layer of white veil, sat in a specially designated private booth, appearing mysterious and ethereal. Beside her, 2 maidservants stood respectfully, one on each side. Interesting, Yuyin said, resting her delicate arm on her head, her expression shifting slightly.
Although the last incident had ended, she was curious about how Li Chen managed to surpass Xiao Yang and level up so quickly. At first, she occasionally paid attention to the duel arena where Li Chen was, and at the moment Li Chen made his move, she finally noticed some clues. So he has a treasure in hand, no wonder he levels up fast. Knowing this, she wasn't too surprised. Ludian Pavilion had an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures. If it's only to this extent, he can't possibly compete with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was a genius being cultivated by the headquarters. She wasn't worried about being defeated, especially by those using underhanded tactics. At this moment, in the number 6 duel arena, after winning the duel, Li Chen didn't show much excitement. It felt like he had just accomplished something trivial. From his perspective, what sense of achievement could come from crushing an ant? He calmly walked down from the duel platform, waiting for the next round. Impossible. I clearly succeeded in my training, why can't I beat him? Zhang Tao was awkwardly helped up by others. Noticing the reporters around and the media broadcasting this scene, he instantly felt utterly humiliated. He suddenly shook off the 2 staff members who were helping him, staring at Li Chen as he walked down the stage, his eyes filled with rage. The next moment, he stepped forward quickly, angrily pointing at Li Chen in front of numerous media outlets. He must have cheated. I clearly had a knife pointed at his throat just now, but suddenly I couldn't move. Cheating? The media reporters were taken aback, quickly bringing their equipment closer. What happened? Please explain in detail. 111. Say something we don't know. I smell a scoop. Looking at Zhang Tao's face full of disbelief, Li Chen shook his head in his heart, directly ignoring him, having no intention of acknowledging him. Is he already shouting about cheating? He couldn't help but want to laugh. Indeed, talking to such a person only lowers one's own IQ. The duel had ended, and the outcome was decided. It wasn't as if throwing a tantrum after losing and shouting cheating could change anything. If you have the guts, let's have another match? At this moment, Zhang Tao stepped forward, blocking the way, unwilling to accept defeat. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, another match? Do you think you're worthy? You can't even take one of my moves. If it weren't for the defensive measures saving him, Zhang Tao would have already been finished in that last encounter. Even now, Li Chen had dozens of ways to take Zhang Tao out in an instant. But that didn't mean he would waste dozens of times doing such meaningless things. What difference would that make between him and a fool like Zhang Tao? Are you scared? Zhang Tao shouted, everyone, look. He's scared and doesn't dare to fight me. Li Chen looked at him with disdain. I'm curious, since you think I cheated, why do you still want to fight me again? Don't you think that contradicts itself, like your left and right brains are fighting? Zhang Tao glared. So you admit you cheated? I never said that. So many people are watching, and the organizers haven't said anything. Are you trying to say you understand better than everyone else? Li Chen laughed. He completely understood. Zhang Tao was the type who wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin, even knowing he truly couldn't win, he still had to pretend to be wrong. A typical case of saving face while suffering in silence. Fine, just you wait. Zhang Tao said, exasperated, if I can't deal with you, there are plenty of people who can. Li Chen's growth had completely exceeded his expectations, entirely different from what he had imagined. Not only did he not fall into despair, but he also became more resilient with each setback. If this continued, wouldn't it just be like back in high school? This was something he absolutely could not allow. If he didn't act now, he might not get another chance. Li Chen understood his threat and narrowed his eyes. Don't rush, if there's anything, feel free to find me later. We can settle things slowly. It's a deal. By then, I want you to kneel and beg me. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. Even if Li Chen had some strange tricks up his sleeve, he couldn't beat him. But behind him was an entire legendary guild. Li Chen was nothing. If Li Chen really had any treasures, they would all belong to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao smiled, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The players who had finished were resting, drenched in sweat. The players on stage were also passionately sweating it out. Before long, the announcer's voice once again mentioned Li Chen's name. Li Chen stood up and stepped onto the duel stage. However, this time, only Li Chen ascended the duel stage, while his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Time slowly passed. The examiner for duel stage 6, Wang Zhong, frowned and spoke again. Group 6, is contestant Wang Meili not here yet? Not only him, but others were also waiting for Wang Meili to appear. Only Li Chen showed no surprise. He knew Wang Meili was in the same group as him, but he didn't expect her to be placed directly opposite him. It was like handing him a point, because if a contestant did not show up within the stipulated time, it was considered a forfeit and they would be directly judged as losing. Such cowardly behavior was looked down upon everywhere. Time continued to pass. Everyone except Li Chen was becoming a bit impatient. The examiner's expression was as if he had eaten something unpleasant. After so many years in this line of work, it was the first time someone had stood him up. Soon, the maximum time limit was reached. The examiner let out a breath and announced, due to contestant Wang Meili not arriving at the venue within the stipulated time, she is considered to have forfeited, resulting in a loss for her, and Li Chen wins. As the result came out, Li Chen smiled faintly and walked off the stage. This match couldn't really be considered a victory for him.
On the contrary, this duel had already been fought before, it was just that no one had seen it.
At the same time, the venue erupted in chaos. In all the time the genius competition
had been held, it was the first time a contestant had been absent. And as the opponent, the effortless win for Li Chen was even more astonishing.
It was him again.
The Li Chen who had annihilated his opponent in the last match had now won.
So easily. Wait, this can actually happen?
In the end, it's all about capital. He won without even seeing his opponent.
This guy must have some issues. Did he scare his opponent away?
It's not impossible. I remember Wang Meili
is one of the top 5 contestants, right?
But she seems to be a B-class profession. Who knows how strong she really is? Maybe she was genuinely scared.
Not only that, but many contestants also looked at Li Chen with envy. Damn, why? Don't I have such good luck?
Damn, I worked my ass off to win a match, and it turns out someone just strolled through the whole thing.
Wait, can you really win just by luck? Luck is also a part of strength, but this doesn't count.
This is pure luck.
666. Luck is really on fire.
Many were envious and jealous. Li Chen won so easily, forming a stark contrast with the other contestants who were fighting hard and passionately.
He had already won 2 matches in a row.
Meanwhile, Zhang Tao, who had originally hoped to see Li Chen make a fool of himself, was wide-eyed in disbelief.
What the hell? Why is it that Li Chen can win 2 matches in a row?
And he, on the other hand, had lost 2 matches right
off the bat. This isn't fair. If Li Chen wins one more match, wouldn't he be completely unreachable?
While feeling angry, he was also quite puzzled. He still remembered the name Wang Meili, although he had only met her once or twice. From
what he knew, she shouldn't be absent.
He recalled that Wang Meili had great ambitions for the genius competition and her family had probably prepared countless powerful items. At this time, Wang Meili was actually missing.
That was the most incomprehensible point.
At the same time, Li Chen, who had just walked off the stage, was sitting on a chair by the platform, resting and waiting for the next match to begin. Some competitors on the same stage cast envious glances at
him. Winning without a fight, how many people's unfulfilled dreams was that?
Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Li Chen casually glanced over. He saw Mi Wei jogging up, holding a bottle of sparkling water, stopping beside him and
enthusiastically offering it. Li Chen, have some water. Li Chen didn't take it directly but looked at her indifferently. What are you doing? You interrupted my rest, you know? Resting. Mi Wei was taken aback. In the live broadcast room, the audience couldn't help but send barrage comments. Resting? Do you hear yourself? You didn't even fight just now. So pretentious. If I didn't know better, I'd think he just went through an intense battle. Is it possible he just got tired standing? I came to bring you water, Mi Wei said awkwardly.
Oh, Li Chen snatched the water from her. So it was a gift, thanks, mysterious water deliverer.
Li Chen opened the cap and started drinking with a goo-goo-goo sound. My name is Mi Wei. Mi Wei took a deep breath to relax a bit, then cleared her throat and asked, Can I continue to interview you?
As a rookie reporter, she still held on to the professional ethics taught in school, not
yet completely crushed by society.
Otherwise, she would have just asked directly.
Of course, since the water is quite good, Li Chen replied.
Just then, he was also afraid that if he sat for too long, he would fall asleep.
Great, thank you. Mi Wei nodded and said,
First of all, I and everyone in the live room want to know. You confidently said Xiao Guowang would win, and he really did. Did you guess, or do you have some unique insights to share?
Oh, is that it? Li Chen said nonchalantly. Didn't I say it before?
Because Zhang Tao is too trash.
Mi Wei blinked in surprise.
The people in the live room were also stunned.
Forgive me for laughing. Why does he always have to insult Zhang Tao whenever this comes up?
Zhang Tao says don't cue me. It seems like he said something, but also like he said nothing at all. Once again, he shocked everyone with the same words. Jokes aside, if it had been before, they would have
thought he was just putting on a show. But now, the situation was completely different.
Because Li Chen had just truly defeated Zhang Tao.
There was nothing to nitpick about. This was just too arrogant.
Mi Wei rubbed her forehead, suppressing her headache, and continued, Last time, it seems you said something like this.
Besides that, do you have any other insights to share?
Yes, because I already knew Zhang Tao was trash and couldn't beat Xiao Guowang.
Li Chen naturally couldn't mention the matter of the holographic eye. Otherwise,
he would probably be confronted by Yue the next day, playing a game of forced questioning. Besides that, his claim that Zhang Tao was trash was also well-founded. Excluding their group, counting the people from other groups, he simply analyzed. Among all the competitors in the genius competition, at least 8 were stronger than Zhang Tao.
Besides the 2 geniuses from Luoyang, there were others,
like Xiao Guowang, who hid their strength and played on information gaps. Zhang Tao couldn't even make it to the top 8. To be fair, his strength among the crowd of geniuses was quite average. Mi Wei was completely numb, her hand holding the microphone felt a bit stiff.
Is this something that can be said?
After all, he is part of a major guild.
Not to mention Li Chen.
If she kept talking, she was afraid Zhang Tao would target her for revenge.
Zhang Tao says, I don't care about my face, right? It's definitely personal revenge. Didn't Zhang Tao just block him and say something? They might have a grudge now.
Regardless, he does have strength. It feels like he and Xiao Guowang both have the qualifications to advance, and there might be a group final in the end. So who do you think has the highest chance of advancing from your group?
Ni Wei changed the topic and continued to ask. Me.
Li Chen said directly without thinking.
Ni Wei. As expected of you. I really admire you.
Even she couldn't quite understand whether he was putting on a show or expressing genuine feelings.
Just then, the announcements sounded again.
Group 6,
please have contestants Li Chen and Jiang Yun enter the arena. Upon hearing this, Li Chen stood up, ready to go on stage. Wow!
Your next opponent is Jiang Yun,
Ni Wei exclaimed. What's wrong? Li Chen asked, puzzled. I tried to interview him earlier. He refused. Ni Wei said. You don't know him?
He's also one of the top-ranked contestants. In the last match, he crushed his opponent and won easily.
Oh, isn't that normal?
Li Chen said matter-of-factly. The dual matching mechanism pairs opponents of similar strength.
He had already won 2 matches in a
row, so he certainly wouldn't be matched against someone like Zhang Tao, who had lost.
Hopefully, this would be an enjoyable match. He then turned around
and walked towards the dual platform. Behind him, Ni Wei waved her hand and shouted, Go for it, I support you.
After all, Li Chen was the only one who accepted her interview.
While Li Chen's special status hadn't yet caught the attention of other major media, she wanted to boost her favorability.
Soon, both Li Chen and Jiang Yun had taken the stage.
They waited for the examiner to announce the start of the duel. As soon as Li Chen stepped onto the stage, he attracted the attention of many in the venue. From the first match where he eliminated Zhang Tao in seconds, to the second match where he won without a fight, Li Chen frequently appeared in the public eye, sparking discussions.
Wow, isn't that the guy who won by lying down? It's him again.
But it seems he won't be so lucky this time.
His opponent is Jiang Yun.
Jiang Yun is a hardcore player.
He farms monsters fiercely, living in the leveling area every day, stronger than many players of the
same level, but since he seems to have leveled up by himself and never had anyone carry him, his ranking is low.
Looks like he's going to get punished. I want to see Li Chen get beaten up. I hate lucky players the most. On the 6th duel platform, Li Chen and Jiang Yun exchanged glances. Jiang Yun first nodded in acknowledgement. This time, brother, your luck isn't as good as last time.
This clearly referred to Li Chen's previous match where he won without a fight.
There's nothing I can do, even heaven favors me. Saying it's useless.
Li Chen shrugged helplessly.
Maybe next time it'll be your turn, hee.
Jiang Yun shook his head, exuding a strong sense of pride. I don't need that, such shortcuts are an insult to me. I prefer to let my strength speak for itself, proving everything with my own power. Victories
earned that way are meaningful. Is that so? The process is important, but this world values results, Li Chen said lazily. It seemed that this opponent was a straightforward person. Just then, the examiner's voice rang out. The duel begins. The duel was announced to have started, but Jiang Yun didn't rush in directly. He knew very well that he couldn't act too hastily. The most prudent way was to lead his opponent into his rhythm, just like Xiao Guowang, and win as easily as possible. Unlike battling monsters, fighting against fellow practitioners relies on brains, not brute force. Earlier, he had seen Li Chen defeat Zhang Tao from the audience.
In his view, Zhang Tao was simply too foolish, allowing himself to be provoked and falling into the
enemy's rhythm.
Therefore, at the start he adopted a defensive stance, remaining still while the enemy did not move.
Oh, a clever one, are we? Li Chen chuckled.
Fighting against these people always gave him the feeling of punching a kindergarten kid.
Teasing children was quite fun. Weren't you just full of bravado? Why are you acting all demure like a little girl now?
Li Chen said with a smile. Jiang Yun remained as still as a mountain, his face filled with disdain.
Don't say that.
Your tricks won't work on me.
If you have any strength, show it quickly.
The duel arena had fallen into a
stalemate.
One had an expressive face, while the other had a determined gaze. As expected of Jiang Yun, he's really steady, someone sighed.
After all, the opponent isn't weak.
Being able to defeat Zhang Tao means he's definitely stronger than the average genius.
He's like that. Good talent is one
thing, but he also works hard, making it impossible for others to survive. The hardest to deal with is the hard-working genius. I'm already looking
forward to who wins.
The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. At the same time, in a closed room backstage at the duel arena,
Lu Xian watched the duel arena, secretly thinking,
no matter how hard a genius works, they can't compare to the genius among geniuses.
Lu Xian, is he the one you mentioned? A gentle voice spoke.
In the room, there was also a woman wearing silver-framed glasses, dressed in a white short shirt and a black leather skirt, outlining her wonderful body curves.
Lu Xian looked at the scene on the screen of the 6th duel platform and said, that's right, the Tyrannosaurus. His name is Li Chen. He really doesn't have the surname Lu?
With how you praise him, I thought he was your illegitimate son, Zisti said with a smile.
Please, don't joke around, it's too cold, Lu Xian replied helplessly. If it were someone else, he would have kicked them away. But Zi Sui was of a higher rank than him and also quite beautiful. It's just a pity that her codename is Tyrannosaurus. Others might think she's some fierce and terrifying figure. But speaking of this, he had indeed been fortunate enough to witness Zi Sui's fury. It was terrifying. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Let's see how he performs. He at least needs to reach the finals. Reach the finals. Lu Xian's eyelids twitched. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? One must know that the genius competition is filled with hidden talents. Just the two SS level practitioners in front of the flowing cloud pavilion put immense pressure on the other competitors. In the worst case scenario, Li Chen would have to defeat one of them to even make it to the finals. What do you mean? Do you think this is a joke? This mission is dangerous and arduous, and it can easily lead to death. The high requirements are for his own good, Zi Sui said in a calm tone. Do you think the ability locks crafted by the country with billions of resources are easy to obtain? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian silently closed his mouth and stopped talking. He sighed inwardly. Although he had previously reminded Li Chen to give it his all, he didn't expect the requirements from above to be so high. Even with his recommendation, one needed to achieve such results to be convincing. Can Li Chen really do it? One must know that losing just one match would likely mean he wouldn't make it to the finals. He could only leave it to fate. Meanwhile, at the 6th duel arena, Jiang Yun stood still as a mountain, saying, "Come on, are you scared?" Li Chen stood in place, his eyes filled with contentment like a lion surveying its territory. "Are you sure?" Li Chen smiled as he looked at him. He felt a bit embarrassed to take him out in one hit. While thinking, he took a step forward. Jiang Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened. Is he coming? His body tensed, already prepared for defense. However, Li Chen did not charge in for a fierce attack as he had imagined. After taking one step, he took another. He walked forward slowly, his body full of openings. Anyone with a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder would have already taken action, seizing the opportunity while he was down. But Jiang Yun could endure. He thought to himself, the other party must have some scheme. I can't make a move, or I'll fall into his trap. With that in mind, he took a half step back. Aren't you going to charge? Li Chen was astonished. This was truly more patient than a turtle. Jiang Yun's actions were actually a strategy he devised specifically to counter Li Chen. Considering the earlier fate of Zhang Tao, he judged that Li Chen might belong to a hidden profession and that he couldn't confront him head-on. Little did he know, everything about him had already been seen through by Li Chen, not just his tactics, but all his weaknesses were laid bare. Seeing Jiang Yun not move, Li Chen continued to advance, step by step. Jiang Yun also retreated step by step. This comical scene was hard to watch, making people unable to hold back their laughter. Wow, what a novel duel this is. Is there anyone who can make sense of this? My brain can't keep up. Is this how masters battle it out? No. These two are just playing. What's the difference from the Emperor's new clothes? An excellent matching mechanism, like a dragon and a phoenix. No one expected to see such a showy scene at the genius competition. Especially Jiang Yun, who, like Hakimi, was also retreating while panting. Some of his supporters looked as if they were constipated. In the audience, someone quietly retracted the sign with Jiang Yun's name on it. This guy is quite a character. Witnessing such a ridiculous scene, reporters rushed in with their equipment. Suddenly, many eyes were drawn to them. Jiang Yun continued to retreat but couldn't help but speak up. Can you act normal? If you want to fight, just fight properly. Li Chen spread his hands. Was this not normal? Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of azure light enveloped him. The next moment, he shot out like a beam of light, leaving behind a series of phantoms in his wake. To deal with you, this will be enough. Li Chen swung the soul-collecting gun fiercely. Jiang Yun's eyes widened in an instant. He didn't have time to react before Li Chen had already shot him in the chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed, as if hitting something hard. The sensation was off. Li Chen was surprised. Jiang Yun actually had a backup plan. If it had been someone else, like Zhang Tao, he might have truly fallen for it. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly leaped back, a wicked smile on his face. You've fallen for my trick. He swept his hand, revealing something on his chest. It was actually a dazzling great armor. This was the importance of equipment. The fastest and simplest way for a professional to enhance their strength is through equipment. Seeing this scene, some audience members became excited. So that's it. Enduring hardships, playing the fool to catch the wise. I get it, I understand it all. Who said? My brother Jiang only knows how to dodge? Impressive. Counter kill. Counter kill. Li Chen was also slightly surprised. For the first time, he realized that there were indeed people who were so afraid of death. He had put all his resources into defense. Normally, under conditions, main combat professionals prioritize output, and adding defense is just a bonus. Someone like Jiang Yun was truly a rarity. By sheer coincidence, he had managed to withstand Li Chen's strike. Li Chen was still quite shocked.
Although he hadn't used all his strength, wasn't this much better than Zhang Tao, who could only talk big? At least Jiang Yun had come prepared. Just then, countless bullet holes appeared on Jiang Yun's body. Die. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge, and with such heavy firepower, one could imagine how terrifying it was. If Li Chen ran, he would be leaving his back exposed. If he didn't run, these many bullet holes would be enough to turn him into a sieve.
From the beginning, he had wanted Li Chen to fall into his trap, preparing for this moment.
Jiang Yun's profession was that of a mechanic.
Li Chen had known this all along, but he hadn't expected the other party to have another trick up his sleeve. Something stirred in his heart. This was interesting. Although he was protected by dazzling equipment, Jiang Yun had just taken a hit from himself and could not possibly be unscathed. It was clear that while Jiang Yun appeared triumphant, he was actually suffering from internal injuries. He was merely holding on. At that moment, the bullet holes on Jiang Yun's body began to rotate, and bullets shot out one after another. 1,000 rounds per second. Let's see if your body is tougher or my bullets are harder. Jiang Yun shouted, blood spilling from his mouth. Li Chen's voice echoed softly. Not bad, but unfortunately, your bullets are too slow. Outside of 7 steps, my gun is fast. Within 7 steps, my gun is even faster. He understood. Jiang Yun wanted to self-destruct with him, wearing a meat suit to lure the enemy in close, then tanking the enemy's damage while unleashing explosive firepower at close range. Firepower crushing. If it were someone else, it might have been a tough fight, but unfortunately, he was facing himself. Good idea, but do you have the qualifications to go toe-to-toe with me? Li Chen gripped his long gun, braving the firepower, and walked straight up. Bullets rained down on Li Chen, but it was as if they were nothing. Upon contact with Li Chen's body, a shield gradually formed around him, growing thicker with each hit. The immense level suppression, combined with the shield on Li Chen, meant that even if he stood still, Jiang Yun couldn't budge him. Looking at such a thick shield, Jiang Yun was dumbfounded. What the hell? Coupled with Li Chen casually strolling up, those with weaker mental fortitude might faint from shock. Jiang Yun was left speechless. Is this really a human? This is a monster, right? In the blink of an eye, when he came to his senses, Li Chen was already standing in front of him. There is no greater agony in the world than this. Using all his strength, he watched helplessly as the enemy took his attacks as if they were mere tickles. Down you go, Li Chen said softly. Crack. The next moment, he directly shot through Jiang Yun's defensive bracelet. Jiang Yun flew off the dueling platform. How is this possible? He lay on the ground, his face filled with shock, stammering, how can you be this strong? He realized something terrifying. Li Chen's strength was unfathomable. Even with his insight, he couldn't gauge just how strong the opponent was. It was only now that he realized Li Chen had truly been playing with him the entire time. Perhaps he was genuinely putting on a show, clearly capable of defeating him at any moment. Was Li Chen really a practitioner of the same generation as them? How could he be this strong? Only he himself knew how high his explosive damage was when he unleashed his ultimate skill. At the same stage, almost no one could withstand it. But Li Chen took it all. The opponent was on a completely different level. At that moment, he was utterly convinced. I concede, I wasn't competitive enough. He lowered his head and began to reflect. The outcome was clear. The atmosphere was one of disappointment. Boring. I thought he had regained the initiative. But in the end, still couldn't do it? Li Chen is truly strong. Who can defeat him? This time, Jiang Yun really miscalculated. Li Chen's shield is too thick. At this moment, the examiner walked up to the dueling platform and announced Li Chen's victory. 3 consecutive wins. He had directly caught up with Chao Guowang. If he won one more match, the two would have to face each other. In an instant, discussions erupted in the audience. This group match was also nearing its end. It wouldn't be long before the finals began. Li Chen has defeated 2 very strong geniuses in a row. Could he really be the genius among geniuses? His strength is definitely there. He could very well stand out from the group stage. Not necessarily. In his group, there's still Chao Guowang. Don't forget, he also defeated Zhang Tao and is now on a 4-win streak. Phew, thankfully, it was a close call. In the backstage room, Lu Xian watched Li Chen win and breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Li Chen make a mistake, he thought Li Chen was going to take a hit unexpectedly. It ended up being forced back in this way. Exaggerated. Directly facing the risk. A method he hadn't even considered. Simple yet brutal. At this moment, the expression of Zisuyi beside him also became serious. From the previous battle, she had noticed a lot from Li Chen. First was Li Chen's damage. Just like when he fought Zhang Tao before. It was indeed a bit high. One must know that Jiang Yun was equipped with dazzling level defensive gear this time, but it only provided a little extra resistance. Secondly, there was Li Chen's elusive defense. Logically speaking, Jiang Yun had reached this position and had quite a few supporters, so he shouldn't be weak. But the attacks on Li Chen felt like a drizzle. It was incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. Now, the effects of some equipment and items were too numerous and mixed.
Just by looking, one couldn't discern any reason. However, Li Chen always gave her the feeling that he wasn't using his full strength.
At the same time, he's this strong?
The higher-ups from several factions present were astonished after watching the battle between Li Chen and
Jiang Yun.
Their purpose for coming here was also to recruit potential professionals, so they had inquired thoroughly about every professional on
the previous rankings. Except for the later Li Chen, Jiang Yun's strength was completely at an upper-middle level, yet he was so easily defeated. Li Chen truly had strength. This first place might not be unfounded. Many people became serious. They were preparing to try to recruit Li Chen when they returned.
At this moment, the faces of several academy teachers were extremely awkward. As teachers, they also had a certain level of insight. Li Chen was indeed very strong now. But what could they do? They had already offended him. They could only pray that Li Chen would fail soon, so they could salvage some face. See, don't rush to praise him. The group matches are still ongoing. Who knows, he might lose the next match. Exactly, I think Chao Guowang has more potential. They should be facing off soon. Let's wait and see. I bet Chao Guowang will advance in the end. The two came down from the dual platform. Jiang Yun was completely convinced. It seemed like they were trading blows, but in reality he was being unilaterally crushed. He thought that with dazzling level armor, he could withstand it, but unexpectedly he couldn't do anything against the opponent at all. One shot broke through the defense, 2 shots were fatal.
In this entire genius competition, could anyone else achieve this? If anyone could, it would probably be the much anticipated Xiao Yang. At the same time,
Zhang Tao, who was watching from below, suddenly slammed his thigh.
Damn, how can he be this strong now? Having witnessed the entire duel, he was horrified. The previous Li Chen wasn't this outrageous, right?
He originally thought it was his own problem. He believed that as an assassin-level professional, his physique was inherently a bit more fragile than other professionals, and coupled with a moment of carelessness getting close to Li Chen, being killed instantly wasn't unreasonable. But now it seemed that Li Chen was far more
complex than he imagined. One must know that Jiang Yun was wearing dazzling-level equipment. Moreover, it was a piece of armor, a sturdy armor. If it were him, it would definitely take at least a dozen hits to break through the defense. But Li Chen only used 2 attacks throughout. 1 broke the defense, 2 were fatal. 2 terrifying. It was reminiscent of when he fought him before. Even a sense of fear rose in his heart. The conflict between him and Li Chen was already out of control. Zhang Tao was very clear about this. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes. To quote his father's words, this person must not be left alive. At this moment, after Li Chen came down from the platform, he found a spot to sit. Mi Wei quickly jogged over, holding a fan. With a face full of flattery, she fanned the air beside Li Chen and rubbed his shoulders. Li Chen glanced at her but said nothing. Big shot, are you tired? Do you want some water? Mi Wei chuckled. Thanks to Li Chen, the popularity in her livestream had skyrocketed. No need. Li Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the new match on the arena. The matches were connecting quickly. As soon as the last round finished, the next one began. Li Chen remained silent while Mi Wei stood beside him like an ornament, not interjecting. As the battles progressed one after another, it soon became Li Chen's turn again. The 4th match. Li Chen stepped onto the dueling platform. This time, his opponent was a mage wielding a staff. His strength could be considered average, and he was also on a 2-match winning streak. At this moment, the mage's weaknesses became apparent. When it comes to dealing damage or team combat, mages are indeed top-tier, T0, professions. However, in a 1v1 situation on the dueling platform, they are relatively weak as they are inherently fragile. Without anyone to assist in coordination, it is difficult to unleash their full potential. This particularly tests the practitioner's fundamentals, positioning, and tactics. This is the profession's shortcoming. Very few professions are perfect. Just like before, it was almost effortless. 3 seconds into the match, this poor mage was sent flying. 4th victory. The entire process took less than a minute, and Li Chen calmly walked back, leaving the examiners stunned. How outrageous. Are you some kind of one-punch man? He really seems to take everyone out in a second. Even he began to look forward to the upcoming battles. Li Chen had already won 4 matches in a row, and another contestant, Chao Guowang, had also won 4 matches. It was highly likely that they would face each other in the final match. At that point, it would be a matter of who was stronger. Moreover, a wave of discussion erupted in the venue. Speculations about the contestants' strengths have always been a hot topic in the genius competition. Who do you think will win? Both of these are strong contestants with 4 consecutive wins. They both have the potential to advance. It's interesting that these 2 strong contenders ended up in the same group. In group matches, it is generally difficult for top-tier contestants to clash, especially since it was only the first day of the competition and the number of participants was relatively large without any filtering. Damn, I found out. Chao Guowang, he's a rising star from the international class. What? International class? Is this true? This isn't a joke. Once confirmed, the news quickly began to spread. The international class is an official program established to cultivate potential professionals. Those who can enter the international class are all carefully selected individuals with exceptional talent. After graduating from the international class, they can directly work in relevant national departments with excellent benefits. They can also bring glory to the country by representing it on business trips. Such a glamorous identity naturally attracts many people who are eager to get in. Therefore, the requirements are extremely high. No one expected that Chao Guowan was actually from the international class, which surprised many. Just this identity alone was enough to move everyone. Some high-ranking officials from various factions, upon learning of this, slapped their thighs in disappointment. So he was a genius from the international class. In the genius competition, it is quite normal for such talents to emerge. Originally, these factions had their eyes on Chao Guowan's potential and were planning to find opportunities to recruit him later, but upon hearing that he was from the international class, they had to abandon that idea. There was no way around it. They had to give face to the officials. They couldn't compete with the officials for talent, could they? Moreover, the benefits of the international team were so high that they couldn't afford the cost of poaching. No one would throw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. And Chao Guowang, who started as a conventional contestant, later revealed his strength and became a dark horse, now had such an outstanding identity revealed. It turned out he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Instantly, he attracted the attention of many. Have you heard? Someone revealed that there is a contestant on dueling platform number 6 who is a strong contender from the international class. What? Damn, I always thought that place was just for show. I didn't think anyone could actually get in. Is it true? Who is it? Chao Guowang? I've never heard of him before. That's nonsense. If you've heard of it, it must be a ghost story. The identities of those who can enter the international class are all confidential. The official live stream was flooded with comments. Indeed, Chao Guowang is undoubtedly the strongest dark horse this year. To witness the brilliance of the international class genius, this trip is worth it. Meanwhile, some reporters were recording the live broadcast of the duel arena number 6, and a large number of onlookers surged in again. Even Mi Wei's live stream saw an explosive increase of over 100,000 viewers. Originally, some people were specifically there to watch Li Chen, and with the influx of these new viewers, her live stream unprecedentedly surged to 300,000. This overwhelming fortune had unexpectedly fallen upon her. Mi Wei was completely stunned, momentarily at a loss. She was a newcomer herself and had never seen so many people before, making her feel nervous. As she stood there in shock, the viewers in the live stream began to buzz. Beautiful host, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and interview Chao Guowang, he hasn't gone on stage yet. Exactly. If you don't go now, you won't be able to squeeze in. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, can't you see all the reporters have gone over? It's fine, she looks so young, she's probably a newcomer, so it's normal. Everyone, let's disperse and check out the genius of the international class in other live streams. As the number of viewers surged to over 100,000 in an instant, Mi Wei did not follow the crowd to chase after Chao Guowang's shadow, and the number of viewers in her live stream began to drop sharply again. Watching the numbers plummet, Mi Wei felt a tightness in her chest. She started to feel conflicted. She had considered following the crowd to chase the hot topic and interview the international class genius, Chao Guowang. Since she was already at arena number 6, very close by, if she had gone over at the start, she would have undoubtedly gained a significant wave of traffic. But at that moment, she hesitated. If it were other veteran media reporters, they would have rushed over without a second thought. But she hesitated. If she went now, wouldn't it feel a bit unfair to Li Chen? Suddenly, abandoning the interview halfway to chase after another contestant felt like betrayal, like using someone and then discarding them. She worried that Li Chen might feel uncomfortable. In the end, she gritted her teeth and chose not to leave with the crowd. She then informed Li Chen about what had just happened. Li Chen didn't care much about the other contestants. However, upon learning that Chao Guowang was actually a contestant from the international class, he was slightly surprised. In the entire genius competition arena, there were strong contestants and weak ones. It could be said that the strong were very strong and the weak were very weak. There were SS-level contestants like Xiao Yang, Yu Xiuhe, and Chao Guowang who had immense backgrounds and high talents. At the same time, there were also contestants like Wang Meili whose strength wasn't that impressive and relied on external help to level up to the genius competition stage. In such a mixed environment, the genius competition brought a high level of drama, especially since some contestants who had already reached the genius competition were supposed to be among the top-tier professionals, but when it came to actual combat, some viewers found that certain individuals might not be much stronger than themselves. Therefore, once true geniuses with real strength were discovered, they always attracted a crowd. It was no wonder so many reporters rushed over to interview Chao Guowang. With the background of the international class, regardless of his actual strength, he would draw significant attention. Many contestants cast envious glances at him, except for Li Chen. In his view, with so many reporters surrounding him, Chao Guowang was bound to suffer. If it were him, he would probably have a terrible headache. Moreover, from his perspective, this batch of professionals was just small fry. As the only second transformation professional present, if he couldn't win a championship, he might as well not pursue the path of a professional at all. As for Wei's attitude, he didn't care much. Wei could interview whoever she wanted. Isn't that what people in her line of work do for the traffic? What was there to feel embarrassed about? In his view, Wei was indeed too young to be a reporter. At this moment, seeing this scene, Zhang Tao quickly ran out to join in, fanning the flames. He originally didn't know that Chao Guowan was a genius from the international class, and felt a bit embarrassed, but now it seemed he had lost without regret. Then, a thought struck him. Compared to Chao Guowan, he held a deeper grudge against Li Chen. So, he went in front of the media, wildly praising Chao Guowan while dragging Li Chen down. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Chen is just a waste. He can't even compete with Chao Guowan. In front of Chao Guowan, he's nothing. Don't worry, once they face off, it won't take 2 moves before Li Chen gets knocked out. Zhang Tao was frantically stoking the fire. Anyway, once these two started fighting, regardless of who won or lost, he wouldn't be at a loss. Chao Guowang is a genius from the international class, and now everyone knows it. But who is Li Chen? Never heard of him. Someone asked. Zhang Tao seized the opportunity and quickly spoke up, whispering, "Oh, you don't know? That Li Chen is just someone who got lucky and ranked up. He has no real strength and talks big, claiming he's the ultimate winner while saying Chao Guowang is nothing in front of him." Zhang Tao kept spouting off. Soon, he attracted quite a bit of attention. What? There's such a thing? I've learned something new. There are actually people like this. The world is indeed full of wonders. Ha, anyone can talk big. When they face off, whoever loses will be embarrassed. And then they'll be honest. For a moment, the crowd was buzzing with discussions, all revolving around the upcoming battle between Chao Guowang and Li Chen. Li Chen? Isn't he the one who got lucky? His previous opponent didn't even show up, giving him a free win. He only won 4 matches, otherwise, who knows if he could even make it to the group finals. Oh, I've seen Li Chen fight a couple of times. To be honest, he has some strength, but he's too cocky. It seems he shouldn't be stronger than Chao Guowang. What a joke. No matter how good he is, can he compare to a genius from the international class? Chao Guowang is at least on the level of Xiao Yang. Seeing the effect was good, Zhang Tao wore a smug expression, feeling satisfied. His goal had been achieved. He thought he was incredibly clever. In a dog-eat-dog scenario, he could benefit no matter what. What? That guy named Li Chen really said that? Zhang Tao's words naturally reached Chao Guowang's ears. As a genius who could enter the international class, he couldn't stand such blatant insults. He was even a bit incredulous. How could someone dare to say such things about him when his identity had already been exposed? It was simply absurd. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Or did that person really have some strength to say such things about him? Chao Guowang laughed in anger. All right. It seems I need to show some real skills. Otherwise, I'll really be looked down upon and disgrace the international class. As time passed second by second, people kept changing on the duel stage, and matches continued to unfold. The group matches were almost over, and soon it would be the final qualifying battle. Not to mention other groups. In the 6th group where Li Chen was, the remaining contestants had all lost to some extent. As long as someone lost a match, they wouldn't make it to the qualifying battle. Unsurprisingly, in this group, only he and Chao Guowang had 4 consecutive wins. Most of the others had little difference in strength. Without some solid skills, it was hard to stand out. After a while, the final battle had already arrived. Group 6, please have Li Chen and Chao Guowang step onto the duel stage for the final battle. Here it comes. Finally. Here. Everyone perked up, their eyes focused. Soon, Li Chen and Chao Guowang stood on the duel stage. Kid, so you're the arrogant one, huh? I want to see what you're capable of. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Chao Guowang was talking directly to him. He didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Just then, the examiner stepped forward and waved his hand. The match begins. It was the last match, and Li Chen didn't want to waste any more time. It had been nearly 10 hours since early morning. In that case, let's make it quick. No one backed down. Although he didn't know why Chao Guowang was so riled up right from the start, he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. That's exactly what I intend to do. Whoever backs down is a coward. Chao Guowang snorted, picked up his weapon, and charged at Li Chen with overwhelming momentum. This move, Zhang Tao, watching from below, felt a stir in his heart. Initially, he had been defeated by this very move from Chao Guowang, ultimately being carried off. He knew all too well the power behind that strike. As a genius from the international class, Chao Guowang was determined to show that he could handle Li Chen. At that moment, the examiner stepped back, secretly thinking, this time, Li Chen won't be able to take him down in one hit. Right? He was quite looking forward to the battle between the two. Who wouldn't want to see an exciting fight? Watching both sides clash, the intense competition was so exhilarating. The high-quality match spectacle was precisely why the genius competition was so popular. Talented individuals showcasing their unique abilities always left people in awe. It seems Li Chen has
truly angered Chao Guowang to the point where the latter has dropped his guard and taken the initiative. Support Chao Guowang, beat that loudmouth kid. Weren't they in a hurry? Why isn't he moving? Is he scared stiff? It's possible. If I saw someone that strong coming at me, I'd be scared too. As Chao Guowang closed the distance rapidly, Li Chen remained rooted in place. This wasn't because he was genuinely scared. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly had a new thought. Chao Guowang had repeatedly brought up things related to him that he was completely unaware of, which was clearly strange. Moreover, it seemed he harbored a high level of animosity towards him, which was even more peculiar. Watching Chao Guowang charge at him, he manipulated the power of the wind element and stepped back. Chao Guowang's terrifying strike missed. He was startled. Li Chen's speed was indeed impressive, but soon he heard Li Chen's voice. I'm curious, do you know me? Chao Guowang frowned. This sounded like a taunt, especially when combined with what Li Chen had said earlier. Although he was quite displeased with Li Chen, he understood that one must not carry emotions into battle. Otherwise, it could lead to mistakes, preventing him from showcasing his full strength and might even put him at a disadvantage. I have to admit, you do have some skill, but that doesn't give you the right to insult me for no reason. As Chao Guowang spoke, he continued to attack. Hearing this, Li Chen was genuinely taken aback. Goodness, when did he insult him? This was ridiculous. He was no longer focused on the fight, he just wanted to figure out what was happening. It seemed someone had secretly set him up. First, he ruled out capital involvement. He shouldn't have that much influence. Secondly, in his imagination, he hadn't made many acquaintances, let alone enemies. If he had any, it would only be a few like Zhang Tao. I think we should talk first to avoid both of us being used by someone else. We can fight later. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen spoke. He would not admit to Chao Guowang's claims of him insulting him that he has always been someone who dares to take responsibility for his actions. If he really said something, he wouldn't have a word of excuse. But if he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. He just wanted to confirm who was behind the scenes. And this scene, witnessed by some, made them think he had backed down. Ha ha ha, look. He's backing down now? The loudmouth meets the real deal. It's so typical, I knew it would be like this. A truly capable person wouldn't go around belittling others. I still prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. This is so entertaining, keep jumping. Go for it, Chao Guowang, keep it up. Don't let him off the hook, or he'll dare to do it again next time. Ha ha ha. Li Chen, look at you now. In the audience, Zhang Tao was grinning from ear to ear as he watched the scene unfold on stage. Good, just like that, teach this arrogant Li Chen a lesson. This is the consequence of opposing me. I don't even need to lift a finger to put you in your place. Everyone thought Li Chen had backed down. Meanwhile, the examiner by the stage let out a sigh of relief at this scene. Finally, it wasn't an instant defeat. If it had been, that would have been hard to accept. You people are all the same, petty-minded and small-spirited. You can only slander others behind their backs, but when it comes to facing them, you don't dare to speak. Chao Guowang looked disdainful. Like everyone else, he thought Li Chen was just a pretentious little man. He had seen plenty of people like that. Li Chen, seeing this, felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that Chao Guowang was not open to any words of reason now. To be honest, being targeted and labeled for no reason upon arrival left him feeling a bit disgruntled. If it weren't for not wanting to be used or led around by the nose, he wouldn't still be thinking about communicating with the other party at this moment. It seems you're not in a state to listen right now, you need to calm down a bit. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a lightsaber appeared in his grasp. This was his, SSS level holy sword user, profession's destined holy sword. A surge of holy light erupted from the blade, dazzling and enveloping the entire venue. For a moment, it was blinding. Wasn't it just a fight? Who couldn't do that? Initially, he thought brute force couldn't solve everything. But sometimes, one had to admit that fists speak louder than words. At this moment, he needed to subdue the opponent first to create space for a proper conversation. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm just a fat cat? Wow, so dazzling. What is that? Golden legend? What did he pull out? Is that a big sword? Is this a special weapon? Can't tell the quality. Damn, is this his confidence? This is getting more interesting. The moment Li Chen revealed his holy sword, it caused a stir. Many began to speculate about what kind of divine artifact it was. The prestige was too high. No, wait, this doesn't seem to be a physical object. It's more like a formation of energy, not the kind of weapon that can be freely traded. Someone began to analyze. So it's not a physical item, meaning only he can use it? At that very moment, as Li Chen took out the weapon, Yuan in the private box of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion recognized it immediately. Because this type of sword was very familiar. In their Flowing Cloud Pavilion, their two geniuses this year, Xiaoyang and Yuxiuhua, both had professions that wielded such a destined sword. Therefore, the moment she saw Li Chen draw the sword, she confirmed it. This sword was exactly the same as the one cultivated by Xiaoyang and Yuxiuhua. It belonged to a fundamental logic. But What surprised her was that the sword in Li Chen's hand was on a completely different level than the swords of their two geniuses. The sword in Li Chen's hand clearly exuded a much stronger and richer aura. At this point, she had no choice but to change her view of Li Chen. Such a person indeed has great potential. Just based on this point alone, one could almost overlook all other aspects. New ideas began to form in her mind. Having one more enemy is not as good as having one more friend. Previously, they had a few minor conflicts over the rankings. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Li Chen's current strength is more than enough to impress her. If she could invite Li Chen to join their guild, it would naturally be a win-win situation, perfect in every way. What is this kid Li Chen up to again? I didn't even know anything. At the same time, in the backstage room, Lu Xian was also shocked by this scene. Witnessing Li Chen's consecutive victories and his ability to eliminate opponents in seconds had not surprised him as much as this. This kid always manages to come up with new tricks, each time surpassing his imagination. This was also the reason he initially believed the other party was a key talent worth cultivating. What a powerful sword. Beside him, Zisui's eyes lit up as well. This is interesting, Lu Xian, you really hit the jackpot this time. Quick, tell me, how did you find such a good seedling? Lu Xian was speechless and shot her a glance. What a change of face. Look at how indifferent you were before, and now look at you. He wanted to laugh. However, Li Chen was still someone he had discovered, and seeing him recognized naturally made him happy. Of course, it's because my vision is good, Lu Xian said proudly. To be honest, he hadn't initially thought of Chao Guowang's other identity, nor did he expect Li Chen to be this strong. He had been quite worried about whether Li Chen could handle Chao Guowang, but now it seemed he was indeed capable of putting up a fight. At the same time, Zhang Tao's smug smile didn't last long. It instantly crumbled when Li Chen's weapon made its appearance. He was completely thrown off. What the hell? Li Chen actually had a backup plan? After witnessing Li Chen's previous battles, he thought he had seen through everything. Unexpectedly, Li Chen still had this means. He was shocked, accompanied by a deep sense of jealousy. Why should it be like this? Li Chen had no family background, no talent, while he was an S-class profession. Regardless of talent or background, he should have been crushing Li Chen from all angles. How could this happen? Seeing this, his heart sank. Li Chen had already won 4 consecutive matches. If this continued, if Li Chen won this match, he would really advance. Just thinking about Li Chen standing out from the group stage and advancing to the next round made him feel terrible. This was something he had never anticipated and absolutely could not accept. He could have accepted it if it were anyone else, but not Li Chen. If that were the case, it would only make him lose face even more. All his growth over the past 3 years would be for nothing, and in the end, he would still be inferior to others. Wouldn't that prove he was standing still? What would Du Qingran think of him then? Just thinking about all this made him feel uneasy. At this moment, after Li Chen drew the holy sword, Chao Guowang, standing opposite him, widened his eyes. This is, although he didn't recognize it, and had never seen it before, he could tell from the power emanating from the sword that it was extraordinary. At the very least, it was much stronger than the large axe in his hand. Instantly, he retreated with vigilance in his eyes. He directly entered a defensive state. His approach was correct. When facing something unknown and dangerous, what's wrong? Not charging in? Li Chen glanced at him indifferently. Can we talk properly now? Really, he had to show some authority to calm things down. Chao Guowang made no move. After creating some distance, he adjusted his stance to be ready to respond at any moment. Through the brief exchanges they had just had, he realized that Li Chen indeed had strength, even though Li Chen hadn't switched hands at that time. I admit you are indeed strong, but I'm not the kind of person who would actively seek trouble. You know very well what you've done. What have I done? Li Chen genuinely laughed. Why is it always this line? You mean to say that I have said something to slander you? Otherwise? At this point, pretending to be clueless is pointless, right? Chao Guowang retorted. Li Chen, sword in hand, walked over and said, I'm curious, where did you get this information? It sounds like I've lost a segment of my memory. Did someone named Zhang Tao tell you? Heh, I wouldn't know about that. The outside world is in an uproar anyway. Since we've come this far, let's let our strength do the talking. Only the winner deserves to speak the truth. Chao Guowang's gaze was focused, watching Li Chen's every step and movement, his expression unusually serious. It seems someone is deliberately spreading rumors everywhere just to create enmity between me and this rising star from the international class, Li Chen thought to himself. Clearly, Chao Guowang had been completely misled. At this point, he was almost certain of who the real culprit was. He then raised his head and looked at Chao Guowang. You're right, only the winner deserves to have a voice. In the next moment, a layer of azure light enveloped Li Chen. Whoosh! He swung the holy sword in his hand, striking fiercely at Chao Guowang ahead. A wave of golden sword energy, carrying overwhelming power, surged forth, whipping up a strong wind that sliced through the air, rushing forward at incredible speed. The holy sword still retained the power of the azure wind element.
With the enhancement of the wind element, this sword energy reached its peak speed.
Chao Guowang's eyes widened. The wind arrived before the sword energy.
In an instant, he nearly lost his footing and stumbled backward.
At that moment, the terrifying sword energy was already closing in on him. It was too fast. He had no time to react. There was no way to dodge. Bang! Without any warning, at the
moment of impact, Chao Guowang was sent flying. The most despairing thing in the world is realizing you were locked on, yet no matter how hard you try,
you cannot escape. You can only watch helplessly as you are hit.
At this moment, Chao Guowang found himself in such a predicament, his mind nearly
crashing. What was happening? What kind of attack was this?
By the time he realized it, he had already been sent flying off the stage.
He never expected
to lose, let alone lose so miserably, being knocked off the stage in one blow, landing outside in such a disheveled state. His eyes were clear.
Bang! In an instant, everyone watching the duel was wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly stunned. What the hell was that? How could he be fine 1 second, and then be sent flying the next? He flew out of the stage like a cannonball.
And naturally, the defensive bracelet on Chao Guowang had shattered. The moment he was attacked, the outcome was clear. Li Chen had won again. He became the final victor, achieving 5 consecutive wins.
Moreover, the significance of this 5-win streak was extremely high.
Li Chen had defeated 5 very strong opponents, including Chao Guowang, who was also a
genius that had defeated 4 opponents. Combined, the value of this ultimate victory was undoubtedly immense.
This time, the examiner standing nearby was frozen in place, completely dazed, and it took nearly a minute for him to move his trembling hand.
He approached Li Chen and loudly announced, "In the number 6 duel arena, the final match of the group stage, the winner is Li Chen." Wow!
In an instant, the arena erupted.
The live broadcast also exploded. What the hell, isn't Chao Guowang a gifted player from the international class? How did he lose? Isn't this loss just ridiculous? He was kicked aside like a stray dog. Did Li Chen really win? Is he that strong? Does anyone know where he came from? In the end, the winner turned out to be Li Chen. Who would have thought that at the beginning?
There are quite a few geniuses in this group, including the suddenly emerging star, Chao Guowang, the highly talented Zhang Tao, and the very famous competitor Zhang Yun.
Impressive, no wonder he was so arrogant before. Being able
to easily defeat Chao Guowang, I feel like his strength has probably reached the level of Xiao Yang, someone analyzed.
Who says otherwise? Damn. He has already won the group stage, and next he will advance. Who knows what will happen then?
Exactly, as long as he has the strength, he will
definitely face off against the top contenders.
With the strength he has shown now, I feel like he really has a chance to compete with the 2
geniuses from Luyun Pavilion. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Li Chen's nonchalant way of kicking his opponent aside was just too crazy. However,
some were not pleased.
Zhang Tao's face turned red, trembling with anger, jealousy, and madness evident in his eyes. What's so great about it? Isn't it just because he has a divine weapon? If I had one, I could also take someone down in one hit, Zhang Tao said defiantly. He recklessly ran in front of a media reporter's camera and shouted loudly to the audience. Li Chen's victory is not legitimate. I think the results should be reconsidered.
Winning through external forces like this is clearly disgraceful and should not be something we admire.
Although the contestants in
the genius competition can bring their own items without restrictions, everyone basically uses golden level weapons at most dazzling level.
But he,
without even pretending, has a weapon that everyone can see is definitely far beyond dazzling level equipment. In such a situation, he doesn't need much strength of his own. He relies entirely on the weapon's enhancement to defeat his opponent.
What are we even playing for? Don't say us, even.
If you let some powerful professional come, it wouldn't work. He spoke passionately to the camera, his face serious, and his fervent words inexplicably resonated with some, making them feel there was some truth to what he said. But in reality, his words were full of flaws. This was simply unrealistic. Soon, his emotional outburst received quite a few responses. Unlike before, this time they were all rebuttals.
Who can't talk big? Are you saying the contestants should come empty-handed? If everyone uses basic ordinary weapons, would that be fair?
That's just ridiculous. He's
clearly a little brat.
You see, from the day people awaken at 18, their professions are already assigned. Some are strong, some are weak, and from
that moment on, the gap between people is defined. So let me ask you, do you think a low-level profession could defeat an SSS-level profession? That's obviously impossible. If that's the case, should we just not let low-level professionals participate in the genius competition? That would truly be treating them differently. That would be real unfairness.
Zhang Tao's obvious unwillingness to accept his loss and his stubborn words led to a wave
of mockery from many.
At this point, everyone could see he was just making a fuss and distorting the facts.
Even the officials at the examination site couldn't stand it anymore. This was causing trouble. He was trying to disrupt their livelihoods. Was there even a semblance of decency left?
If he continued to speak here, he might really succeed in stirring up trouble. Wouldn't that mean in the end they would have to erase all the records of the contestants who had previously participated in the genius competition and then hold a rematch, making them all use the same weapons? Isn't that just nonsense? They are deliberately causing trouble, right? Soon, someone took action. Quickly pulled this disruptive contestant out and let him calm down. If he causes more trouble, we will directly disqualify him from participating in subsequent events. With the order given, several burly bodyguards quickly approached and pulled Zhang Tao back. At that moment, Li Chen also stepped down from the dual platform, and in an instant, a swarm of reporters surrounded him. Each one, with a frenzied look, rushed to shove their equipment in his face, continuously throwing sharp questions. This contestant, can you tell us if you really think that way? Chao Guowang never caught your eye from the beginning, did he? Can you evaluate the strength of other contestants? Do you think you can make it to the finals? Who do you think is stronger, you or Xiao Yang? In an instant, countless questions were thrown at him. Li Chen frowned, and among them he heard many incomprehensible remarks. Still, he had never said anything that openly looked down on other contestants. These people had the same understanding as Chao Guowang, thinking they had said something behind his back. At this moment, he had to find the culprit, and Li Chen had already locked onto one person. He raised his head, looked around, searching for Zhang Tao's shadow. Before long, he spotted Zhang Tao being carried out by the staff, cursing and swearing. Li Chen took a deep breath and spoke up. I want to clarify something here. You may have heard some gossip about me before, saying that I insult other contestants or look down on someone. I can clarify to everyone here that I have said nothing. These words of provocation from unknown people are just for fun, you shouldn't believe them. Although he didn't want to prove anything to others or argue about it, it didn't matter to him, he didn't care. But naturally, he wouldn't remain passive when he knew someone was deliberately setting him up. Fake? As soon as Li Chen's words came out, the crowd instantly began to murmur. In fact, at the beginning, many people didn't know there was a mistake, but as the news spread, it grew larger and larger, leading everyone to have this impression. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a very bad thing for Li Chen. Who would randomly say something to insult other contestants and elevate themselves? If you think about it carefully, you know this was purely a deliberate smear, right? Soon, some people began to slowly realize, holy crap, could it be? Is there another story? Thinking about it carefully, it does make sense. What he said back then really sounds absurd. It doesn't seem like something a normal contestant would say. Indeed, where did this news come from? Who released it? Does anyone know? Wait, I remember, it seems like another contestant from the same group came out and said it. Who? I think it was someone named Zhang Tao, right? The one who just caused a scene and was carried away. In an instant, everyone suddenly understood. Holy crap, so that's how it is. Damn it, after all this time, we were just used as pawns. We were set up. Damn. That was ruthless, pulling this stunt. He really overestimated himself. He just didn't like Li Chen and deliberately spread some slanderous words. We and all the audience on site were used as pawns, really believing his nonsense. The truth was revealed, and everyone realized it belatedly, feeling a chill run down their spines. After all this time, they had been used by someone and wronged a good person. Damn it, I'm guilty. I really believed that pushy guy's words and even thought Li Chen was strong, but the person is not up to par. Me too. I was wondering how a strong person would go around saying such things. Only weaklings like to show off everywhere. Strong people are usually taciturn. I suspected something was off from the start. What a load of nonsense based on one person's word. No one has seen the person say anything, just listening to others' words shouldn't be trusted. It's outrageous. Such a person must be punished accordingly. This is too malicious. He almost ruined another contestant's reputation with his slander. I almost fell for his tricks. Support justice. This time, everyone, including Li Chen, confirmed the truth of the matter. Sure enough, it was this Zhang Tao causing trouble again. Li Chen's eyes turned cold, testing his limits time and again. Well, he had returned this time to settle some matters. Meanwhile, in the backstage, Lu Xian had witnessed the entire process and understood the cause and effect of the situation. This Zhang Tao is truly lawless, with a heavy heart of malice, using everyone just to satisfy his jealousy. Such a person is useless. He didn't expect to stumble upon such a disgusting matter, even he felt unlucky. If it were someone else, he might not have bothered. Dealing with such matters would tarnish his identity. But since Zhang Tao dragged Li Chen into this, deliberately ruining Li Chen's reputation, he couldn't just stand by. After all, he had invested a lot of effort for Li Chen. How could he watch others destroy his hard work? Soon, he began operating on his tablet. The background displayed on this Zhang Tao's profile is interesting. The legendary guild, Zhang Hai, is a well-known force. Is this his confidence? Originally, the higher-ups said they would strictly investigate the powers of the professionals and illegal cooperative operations. I was just worried about who to target. At the same time, as the influence and outcry of the incident
grew louder, the event organizers had to face the pressure and discuss countermeasures. This matter was indeed wrong on Zhang Tao's part. The situation was extremely severe, and the impact was too great. Everyone was demanding an explanation, and they naturally had to abandon the minor issues to protect the main ones. This contestant named Zhang Tao is truly reckless, we must resist. In terms of true talent and skills, if he can't compete fairly, he resorts to underhanded tricks to ruin other contestants' reputations. We cannot tolerate this at all. From now on, this Zhang Tao is officially on our blacklist, and his qualification to compete is immediately revoked. All future events will reject his applications. Let everyone take this as a warning. Soon, the organizers released such an announcement, responding very quickly. It should be noted that the genius competition had just begun, and such a blunder had occurred. If they didn't respond quickly, it might affect the entire event. The comments below the public account were also filled with praise. Well done. This should have been done earlier. So arrogant. I really don't know how such a person entered the genius competition. I suggest adding a rule in the future. Pre-screening contestants' moral character. I've gained some insight. There really are all kinds of people. Some even made memes of Zhang Tao's pretentious behavior in front of the camera, as well as his loud denunciations. This matter was considered settled. It must be admitted that Li Chen had underestimated Zhang Tao's ability to stir trouble. It made him laugh in anger. He really didn't know whether to call the other side stupid or what. At this moment, Li Chen was sitting in a chair, resting. As a contestant, the staff naturally wouldn't just watch him being harassed by these reporters and media. They stood around him, blocking the crowd. Just then, Chao Guowang suddenly walked over. After the commotion just now, he understood what it meant for Li Chen to look down on him, to speak ill of him. These were merely lies from those with ulterior motives. The purpose was already evident. He then took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry, it was my fault to blame you without knowing the truth. Your strength is indeed impressive, on a different level than mine, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." He spoke sincerely. Li Chen waved his hand. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up, it was good enough to understand. The other party apologizing was already quite respectful. He wasn't the type to hold grudges, so he let the matter pass. At that moment, the host walked back onto the central stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Genius Competition. The group matches have concluded, and now, here is the list of those who have advanced. Xia Yang, Li Chen, Yu Xiaohe, Zhang Liang, Zhen Tian." The winners from 10 groups had been decided. These were the ones who had emerged from countless talents through rigorous selection. Next up was the real highlight, the true genius competition. These 10 advancing contestants would continue to participate in the upcoming elimination rounds. On the first day of the genius competition, despite the numerous twists and turns, it finally concluded perfectly. But tomorrow would be the main event. Many people stayed awake outside the venue, waiting for the next day. The contestants dispersed to rest. Li Chen returned to outside the hotel. To his surprise, a large group of reporters was waiting outside his hotel. These people were terrifying. They had even found out where he was staying. That said, he was now among the top 10 in the genius competition. This was somewhat expected. He believed that it was the same for other contestants as well. Li Chen knew this was an unfortunate situation. Indeed, one should not become too famous. He sighed inwardly and returned to his hotel room. Not long after, he received another call. Glancing at the screen, it was Lu Xian calling. "Congratulations! Congratulations, Li Chen! I knew I wasn't wrong about you, you've advanced successfully." Lu Xian's enthusiastic voice came through. "It's nothing special, just good luck. Didn't they say I won without a fight?" Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hearing this, Lu Xian paused for a moment and continued, "Are you talking about that match with Wang Meili? It's a bit strange. I don't know if you've heard of Wang Meili's background, but the forces behind her have suddenly made big moves recently. I wonder if you understand what I mean." Li Chen certainly knew. Wang Meili's backing was none other than the underground kingpin forces of Jiang Hai. As for the big moves, it was nothing more than investigating Wang Meili. "Is that so?" Li Chen replied, not surprised. "Forget it, I won't discuss this with you, you wouldn't understand," Lu Xian said. "Do you have time to come out? I want to take you somewhere now." Li Chen was taken aback. "Yes, I'll come pick you up shortly." "Alright," Li Chen agreed. As long as it didn't affect tomorrow's competition, it was fine. After hanging up, Li Chen sat on the sofa waiting. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xian called again. "I'm here." Li Chen responded and went downstairs. Lu Xian was driving a military SUV, looking quite impressive. There were still many reporters lingering around, waiting for him to come out. Upon seeing Li Chen, their attitude was wild. Li Chen finally squeezed into the car with a dark face. Lu Xian drove away, watching the crazy reporters chasing after them. Li Chen was sweating profusely. Lu Xian teased, "You're quite popular now, a well-known figure. I almost couldn't see you." Li Chen shrugged helplessly. "It's not that exaggerated, just a bunch of people chasing after the hype." He knew well that there were many strong individuals in this world, and at this moment, having so many people surrounding
him was merely for the sake of riding the wave of the genius competition's popularity.
After this event, who would still remember him? Who would care? He still had self-awareness and wouldn't let this incident inflate his ego.
Well, being able to think of these points shows that your character is already very good.
At
least among the people I know, you've surpassed most of them.
Lu Xian sighed.
I've seen too many people who, due to a moment of success, become arrogant and end up ruining a good hand of cards.
By the way, where are we going? Li Chen asked, puzzled.
Lu Xian should know that he still had to participate in the competition tomorrow, so he probably wouldn't take him too far, but he still wanted to ask.
Lu Xian understood what he was worried about and waved his hand.
Don't worry, it's very close, just around Shanghai City. We'll get there in less than half an hour. I guarantee it won't delay you for too long.
Okay. Li Chen nodded.
At that moment, Lu Xian glanced at him and couldn't help but say, Li Chen, I watched your performance in the genius competition today, and honestly,
it surprised me. I see you in a new light. Isn't it more like feeling inferior? Li Chen joked.
Ha ha ha. It is a bit, but when I was young, I was also one of
the top geniuses. Lu Xian laughed heartily. But your leveling speed is indeed very fast. I heard you went to the Professional Association again yesterday for the second transfer ceremony. Is that true? Did you succeed?
Yes, it's true.
Li Chen nodded and stated plainly. I have to thank you for your introduction.
Thanks to you introducing me to Kun City back then, I must say, that place is indeed a great spot for leveling up, which is why I could level up so quickly. Lu Xian nodded, his expression complex filled with both gratification and surprise. You don't need to thank me, it's your own hard work that got you to this point.
I just lent a helping hand.
Someone like you can achieve great things anywhere, and I believe it will be the same in the genius competition.
No wonder.
You played so beautifully in those matches today.
As a second transferred professional, your damage output is something most of your peers can't withstand.
Their levels are generally around 60 or 70, just past their first transfer, while you went straight to the second.
Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Other competitors probably never dreamed that among them would be a second transferred professional.
Such occurrences are rare in history.
Although a professional's
strength is not solely represented by their level, it is closely related to the strength of their profession. However, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. When levels reach a certain point, level suppression becomes increasingly effective.
A level 1 professional, even if they are SSS rank, cannot directly deal with a level 100A rank professional.
Not to mention someone like Li Chen, who is already a strong professional. It's worth noting that during the trial camp at Shanghai No. 1 High School, he witnessed Li Chen, who was not even level 10 at the time, kill a demon. He was incredibly strong, and Li Chen's fundamentals had already surpassed most people. Coupled with level suppression, he was even more formidable. Thinking of this, he felt increasingly confident that
Li Chen might really make it to the finals.
At that time, he could help Li Chen seize that opportunity. With that in mind, he reminded Li Chen, tomorrow, with
your strength, it's very likely you'll face off against Xiaoyang and the others.
You must be careful, SSS rank geniuses are not that simple. Although you've completed your second transfer and can be considered one in a million, you can't be too careless.
Li Chen nodded. I understand that naturally. No matter what
he was doing, he always considered things in advance and had a clear sense of judgment in his heart.
Well, that's fine, just do your best. After the genius competition is over, I'll take you to meet a big shot. Before long, the car stopped in a huge underground parking lot. Li Chen followed Lu Xian to a building that looked very simple both outside and inside.
Lu Xian swiped his card to open the door, and once inside, there was a small compartment.
This was a small elevator capable of holding about 5 people at a time.
Li Chen was puzzled at first, wondering what they could do in such a remote place that seemed to have
nothing. But when he saw the elevator, he felt something was off. From the outside, it looked like there were only 2 floors. Why would they need an elevator for just 2 floors? After Li Chen followed Lu Xian inside, Lu Xian pressed a button on the elevator.
The elevator moved, and Li Chen felt himself descending.
Indeed, this was a hidden gem. He had no idea that there was even an underground level here. After a short while, the elevator doors opened. The scene inside was breathtaking, a world of its own.
The place was filled with lights and the clinking of glasses, a dazzling display of excess.
The space was enormous, large enough to be an airport.
If he hadn't come here in person and seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine such a spectacle existed.
And here, it was, bustling with energy, filled with people. Among them were not only people from Manhwa but also some foreigners. For instance, the waitstaff over there didn't look East Asian at all. It was unbelievable.
Li Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw this place.
Surprised, huh? Lu Xian said. I had a similar reaction when I first learned about this place. Even someone who has lived in Shanghai City for decades might not know it exists.
That's true, Li Chen replied.
He had lived here for quite a while and had never heard of this place. What exactly is this place for? Lu Xian explained. You can think of it as a large entertainment venue, open only to VIP guests. An entertainment venue?
That's right, usually it is, but during the Genius competition, it also serves as a large-scale informal
betting event. During the Genius competition, there will be a betting pool held here 24 hours a day.
As for the content of the bets, it naturally relates
to the Genius competition.
Here, there are people specifically collecting information on the competitors, including the top 10 who emerged today, yourself
included.
They compile the collected information into an informal odds list.
Informal odds list, Li Chen murmured.
Upon hearing this term, he seemed to
understand something, at least to some extent.
This so-called odds list should refer to the win-loss rates of the competitors based on their strength.
The higher the win rate, the lower the odds, and vice versa. This kind of list was not new to Li Chen.
He had encountered something similar not long ago in Koan City.
That so-called investment. What did it mean for Lu Xian to bring him here?
Lu Xian patted him on the shoulder.
Let's go in first. Li Chen nodded and followed Lu Xian inside.
Along the way, he curiously looked at the surroundings. There were betting tables everywhere. Not only that, but he also saw a huge screen
on one of the walls.
The screen displayed the participants of the subsequent matches of the Genius competition that had just been announced today.
It even
featured large headshots, and not only that, but the names, ages, related professions, and affiliations of the competitors were clearly written, along with some
analytical insights about each competitor.
Finally, each competitor was assigned a predicted odds rating from high to low for the gamblers here to choose from. Li Chen was taken aback. It hadn't been long, yet the information was collected so thoroughly. Indeed, in this era, personal information was truly transparent, but upon closer thought, it was actually understandable. Those who could make it onto this list were basically already somewhat well known.
If one were to deliberately gather information, they could find it all.
What intrigued Li Chen was his own module.
As someone who advanced from the group stage today, he naturally found himself included on the list. He glanced at his information.
Player, Li Chen, age 18 plus, graduated from Jianghai No. 1 High School, rumored to have awakened
an SSS level talent, but ultimately nothing came of it.
Seeing this, Li Chen paused slightly. Even this was known. It seemed there had indeed been some
information gathering.
He continued to read on.
Easily defeated 5 opponents in the group stage, including the S-level professional Zhang Tao and the international classes Chao Guowang. The dueling process was very easy, mostly instant kills of opponents, showing great potential. Disadvantages: it is understood that this player's profession is very average, relying on level advantages and artifacts to defeat opponents. He might do well against some ordinary geniuses, but when
facing other equally outstanding geniuses, he might fall short.
Odds: 70% odds ranking, 7th. After reading this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. First,
he had to admit that the person who gathered this information had indeed put in some effort. The descriptions were quite accurate compared to his situation, but if it were really possible to completely gather information solely based on external sources, that would be suspicious.
The final ranking actually placed him at 7th. Odds of 70%.
He continued to look up.
The first place with the lowest odds was undoubtedly the genius Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion. Name: Xiao Yang. Profession: SSS level swordsman. Odds: 10%. A genius from Luyun Pavilion, the value of which goes without saying.
He won 5 consecutive matches in the group stage, and it is said that he is not only strong in power and high in talent but also very diligent, almost always found in the leveling area.
He is the
first professional in Jianghai City to undergo the first transition, theoretically the fastest leveling professional, though the title of the first to transition has recently been a topic of controversy.
However, his strength is beyond doubt. As a rare SSS level professional, he is worthy of everyone's trust. 10%. Odds: TSK. Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head.
There were only 10 contestants in total, and his odds were only 10%.
It seemed everyone had high hopes for this phenomenal genius from Luyun Pavilion.
At that moment, Lu Xian beside him stopped and said, "You see that, right? That's the odds ranking, and your rank is up there too, but 7th is indeed a bit low."
Li Chen smiled helplessly. You know, this kind of thing is always a prediction. The situation in actual combat is ever-changing, and no one can fully anticipate it.
That's true, Lu Xian agreed.
I brought you here not only to show you this list but also to tell you that we hope you can represent us in the battle.
What? Li Chen was a bit confused.
What did this mean? Lu Xian, in his impression, was someone
from the military, and beyond that he had no other knowledge.
The military wouldn't participate in such activities, right? As expected, Lu Xian explained. When
I say we, I'm not referring to the military but to other aspects that I personally belong to.
Other aspects? Li Chen's heart stirred, and he began to understand Lu Xian's meaning. Since it was unrelated to the military, it was something outside of Lu Xian's work. He didn't know much about this and didn't want to pry.
That said, he still didn't understand Lu Xian's identity. He only knew that his position in the military might be significant, but he was completely
unaware of his personal matters.
Well, I can't say much more, but just know that representing us in battle, every match you win in tomorrow's competition will be beneficial for us and we will provide you with considerable rewards.
Lu Xian said. Okay.
Li Chen nodded. Many things cannot be explained clearly in a short
time. He could understand that
Lu Xian had helped him so much, so it was nothing to lend a hand in return.
All right. Lu Xian smiled. Then follow me, I'll take
you to a place. Following Lu Xian, Li Chen arrived outside a beautifully decorated private room.
Lu Xian knocked on the door. Before long, a click sounded
from the door, the sound of it being unlocked. Then, the door slowly opened by itself.
Go in,
Lu Xian said, stepping inside first, his movements very familiar, indicating that this was not his first time here. Li Chen followed him in, and immediately a lively noise reached his ears. The soundproofing of the room was excellent, so that standing outside by the door, one could hear nothing. Once the door opened, the chatter rushed in. The room was bright and spacious, with luxurious decorations, and under the bright light sat a group of elegantly dressed people.
They were chatting happily, occasionally bursting into laughter.
Oh,
isn't that our brother Lu coming in?
A man greeted with a smile upon seeing Lu Xian's figure enter.
Lu Xian chuckled and took a seat at an empty spot nearby. Li Chen also sat down next to him.
Oh, who is this? The man pointed at Li Chen with the cigar in his hand.
This is Li Chen, Lu Xian introduced. As soon as he
spoke, the man frowned, holding his head as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes brightening.
Oh,
I remember now, he's the contestant
from the genius competition, right?
I saw him advance from the group stage today. There is indeed such a person.
Yes, hello, contestant Li Chen. The man
said with a smile.
Hello.
Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Xian introduced him from the side. This is Chen Hong, the leader of Human. You can call him Mr.
Chen.
At that moment, another middle-aged man spoke up, feigning a look of regret. Hey, Lu Xian, so he is the contestant you have high hopes for?
Yes. Lu Xian admitted generously. What, Master Zhou, do you have any insights? No.
The middle-aged man, referred to as Master Zhou, waved his hand with a smile. I have no opinions, of course, I respect Brother Lu's choice. After all, I have no qualifications to dictate to you.
Once you make a choice, you must
bear the consequences. I certainly know that, no need for you to worry. Lu Xian said lightly. I remember the odds ranking just came out today.
Li Chen.
Oh,
isn't he the contestant with 70% odds? That's quite promising.
Whether he was mocking or joking, Master Zhou suddenly brought this up. As soon as he said this, the people around began to whisper among themselves.
Li Chen, indeed, the list shows odds as high as 70%. Impressive, odds as high as 70%, isn't that just a fringe roadside contestant? Lu Xian, did he pick the wrong person? With so many potential contestants, even if he couldn't get someone like Xiao Yang,
at least the top 3 shouldn't be a problem for him. Why did he choose this one?
The people in the room murmured quietly. Lu Xian's expression remained
unchanged, as if he had anticipated this scene. He spoke calmly.
The rankings are ultimately data arranged by humans, not completely accurate. Who can guarantee that the online rankings are the final rankings?
If that were the case, there would be no need for competitions. Seeing this, Chen Hong spoke up.
Brother Lu
is right. I think this thing still depends on the contestant's condition and whether the contestant is secretly holding back.
The final rankings each year have
discrepancies. One cannot make hasty conclusions.
True. Master Zhou nodded, a hint of pride on his face. However, the lower the odds, the safer it is. We specifically found a player with relatively low odds for this, Zhang Liang. Everyone knows him, right? As soon as this was said, people quickly began to chime in. Zhang Liang, I know him, he's one of the top 3 with the lowest odds. 3rd place, just behind the 2 geniuses from the Yuyun Pavilion.
That's right, he's definitely one of the most likely to make it to the finals. Zhou sure is impressive. He actually invited Zhang Liang to join his team. That's
really something.
Zhou sure quickly became quite pleased with himself.
Lu Xiong, don't blame me for not reminding you.
While the decision hasn't been made yet, you should hurry and find someone else, although your options are running out.
Since I've brought someone, that means I've already made my decision. Lu Xian continued. And don't underestimate Li Chen, he's much stronger than you think. Is that so?
Lu Xiong, I trust your judgment, so I'll be looking forward to it, Zhou Shi said with a smile. In his view, Lu Xian was usually a reliable person, but in this matter, he seemed to be missing a few screws.
Could it be that he really had no other options and ended up picking a marginal player? That was quite off the mark. Although the odds don't represent everything, anyone with
a discerning eye knows that the lower the odds, the more reliable it is.
Chen Hong chuckled. Speaking of which, the attitude of the Yuyun Pavilion is still quite arrogant. Neither of their 2 highest odds players is participating in the team selection.
Of course, they have the right to be arrogant.
With 2 SS level players taking the 1st and 2nd spots, no matter which player they recruit, they can rest easy.
That's true, this way, it's even a bit fairer.
The next day, the 2nd day of the genius competition was even more lively than the first. Before dawn, the duel arena was already packed. Compared to yesterday, the crowd today
was not only large but also growing. Many people were specifically waiting for today's finals, eager to see which player would emerge as the ultimate winner. The discussions were endless, everyone's faces filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with madness. Hey, we finally made it to today. I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I have dark circles under my eyes, but even so, my excitement hasn't faded at all. Is it about to start? Finally, today's matches are coming up much faster. These 10 players are all geniuses who stood out from the group stage. I have to say, this genius competition is truly brutal. Layer by layer, it filters out the weak. Those who can fight their way out of it are undeniably top-notch. Haha, do we even need to watch? No need to think, it's definitely the two geniuses from Yuyun Pavilion who will win in the finals. We're here just to see how they stylishly crush their opponents. It really is unfortunate for this year's players to face such monsters. Before the genius competition even began, everyone couldn't contain their excitement and buzzed with discussions in the venue. At that moment, a powerful piece of music began to play. Everyone immediately became excited. Here it comes. It's starting. It's about to begin. In an instant, everyone focused intently, all reacting in unison, turning their gazes to the grand stage in the center of the venue. Suddenly, the lights converged, shining down on the stage. Welcome to the genius competition. Yesterday, our group stage has concluded, and 10 exceptionally talented geniuses have emerged. Today, what kind of sparks will these geniuses create when they clash? Everyone, stay tuned. A host dressed in a black suit stepped onto the stage, passionately speaking into the microphone. Woohoo! Bring it on! I can't wait any longer. I want to see rivers of blood. Zhang Hai is the #1 genius, the top of the newcomer list. It must be our Xiao Yang Gugu. The audience below responded enthusiastically, filling the atmosphere in the venue to the brim. The host's voice continued to resonate. I can hear your enthusiasm, and I believe everyone, like me, is eager to get started. Without further ado, let's welcome our contestants to the stage. As the host's voice fell, a large door at the bottom of the arena suddenly swung open. The figures of several contestants appeared before the crowd. The contestants walked out slowly, accompanied by the frenzied screams of the audience. They're here! Finally here! So impressive, no wonder they stood out in the group stage. Their spirit is just different. I can't wait to see what happens. One by one, the contestants stepped out and approached the edge of the arena. At this moment, they were also observing each other, sizing up the opponents they would soon face. At this time, Li Chen also noticed Xiao Yang and Yu Xiuhe. Likewise, they noticed Li Chen. The moment Yu Xiuhe saw Li Chen, she recognized him and said in surprise, "Is it you?" Li Chen glanced at her and nodded. A couple of days ago, he indeed had a minor conflict with the people from their Luyun Pavilion. But since he had been recognized, he had no intention of hiding. At that moment, Xiao Yang stepped forward. "What's wrong, Xiaoa?" Yu Xiuhe hesitated for a moment before speaking. "He's Li Chen, you know about what happened a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang reacted and glanced at Li Chen. He then said nonchalantly, "Oh, I see. It doesn't matter. This isn't something to argue about, like who turned first. Only those who aren't that strong and crave vanity would fight over it. After today, won't everything be clear? It won't affect me from becoming the champion of the genius competition." Soon, the genius competition began. This time, the number of participants was relatively small, with only 10 people in total, all mixed together, and they would draw lots to determine who would compete against whom. The losers would be directly eliminated, while the winners could continue in the next rounds. The host's voice rang out again. "Time's up. Now, all contestants please come to the stage to draw your numbers." Hearing this, the contestants stepped forward one by one, taking a slip of paper from a box. When it was Li Chen's turn, he drew a number 6. Correspondingly, his opponent was the contestant named Zhang Liang, also number 6. The first match featured Yu Xiuhe against another contestant. Li Chen and the other contestants waited at the edge of the stage. Today's matches promised to be much more exciting. There was only one arena from start to finish. The attention of hundreds of thousands of people in the venue was focused together. For the contestants, it was also a test of their mindset. After all, this time, tens of thousands of eyes were watching their every move. Naturally, the pressure increased dramatically and it was inevitable to feel nervous. Even a small mistake could become a topic of conversation. Yu Xiuhe, however, did not appear overly restrained. She seemed quite calm. As a genius adored by many, she was already used to the gaze of others. Her opponent, however, was different. Her opponent was also a woman, but appeared much more nervous, her movements somewhat stiff, constantly blinking her eyes, looking a bit unnatural. After all, in such a setting, she was the first to compete and was up against the SS-level genius of Luyun Pavilion, Yu Xiuhe. Anyone in her position would likely feel immense pressure, which was understandable. Before long, this contestant predictably lost. Yu Xiuhe's offensive was incredibly fierce. The sword in her hand danced beautifully, and with her agile movements, it was as if she was performing a graceful dance, stunning everyone. Horror!
Opponent barely lasted a few moves before being knocked off the stage.
In this match, Yoshioha lived up to expectations and achieved a complete
victory. Soon, cheers erupted from the audience. So cool. Truly deserving. Is this what a real genius looks like? They're definitely on a different level. That's amazing.
These two contestants from Luyun Pavilion, aside from their internal strife, probably no one can deal
with them.
As the referee announced the result of the first match, Yoshioha smiled gently. Before leaving, she looked at her defeated opponent and calmly said, "Your heart is in disarray, otherwise, you could have taken a few more of my strikes."
The contestant forced a smile. Indeed, it was just a matter of holding on a little longer. I really envy geniuses like you, who are born under the spotlight. People like me,
who were once ordinary, always lack that proud spirit you possess. The first match of the genius competition has concluded.
Right from the
start, Yoshioha showcased her formidable sword skills, leaving many waiting contestants in awe.
From another perspective, even if they faced Yoshioha, they probably wouldn't fare much better than the current opponent. Following that was the beginning of the second match. The referee's voice echoed through the broadcast. Second match, contestant number 5 and contestant number 6. Upon hearing this, Li Chen stood up. Contestant number 5 was him.
This match was his duel with Zhang Liang. This battle between Li Chen and Zhang Liang also attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Liang, being a contestant with lower odds, was considered the most likely to reach the finals aside from the two geniuses from Luyun
Pavilion.
Unsurprisingly, he garnered many hopeful gazes. Li Chen, having previously defeated Chao Guowang from the international class and emerged as the final winner, naturally also drew considerable attention. However, compared to that, there was much controversy surrounding him. Many believed he was impractical and had relied on external forces to win the match.
Finally, it's Li Chen's turn to appear. I've been waiting.
For him, he was so arrogant in the group stage, now someone is finally going to put him in his place. Exactly, strictly speaking, the other contestants have all won 5 matches, while he only won 4 to enter this qualifying round.
It's not very fair to the other contestants.
Indeed, but it doesn't matter. Without real strength, he will naturally expose his shortcomings when facing other genuine experts.
In this
match, unless something unexpected happens, Zhang Liang should win.
The discussions continued among the spectators. At the same time, in the backstage of the venue, Lu Xian looked at the live duel on the screen with a helpless smirk. To be honest, even they didn't expect such a coincidence, having the two draw against each other. However, although Zhang Liang's strength was indeed formidable, he still favored Li Chen a bit more. Li Chen shouldn't be eliminated in the first round. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Xian frowned. Who could be calling him at this time? There were only a few people who knew him. He picked up the phone and answered. Soon, Zhou Shi's cheerful voice came from the other end. Ha ha ha, Zhou Shi here. Sorry, I didn't expect such a coincidence. This little guy on your side has had a bit of bad luck, drawing our Zhang Liang right off the bat. But don't worry, I've already reminded him to go easy on him so it won't embarrass you too much. Hearing the
voice on the other end, Lu Xian's expression darkened, and he almost hung up in anger.
Zhou Shi, why are you here boasting instead of handling your business? Are you that bored? Hee, old Lu, your words seem a bit off. I'm just here to check on you, care for you, you know? Saying that really hurts my feelings. Get lost, hurry up. The match hasn't even started, and you're here popping champagne early, huh? Don't say I didn't warn you. Being too happy too soon will only make things more awkward later. Lu Xian said irritably.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have
waited until the match was over to find you. Ha ha, I won't disturb you any longer. Beep beep. Lu Xian exhaled, his expression darkening.
This was getting more and more outrageous, coming in so boldly. In the past, he would never have done something like this. Isn't it just that he
thinks his own player has a greater chance of winning?
He thought that by doing this, he could outshine himself and came to show off in front
of him. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. Let's just wait for the results of the match. Soon, Li Chen and Zhang Liang were already standing on the stage at the same time. You are Li Chen?
Zhang Liang said, a hint of uncontrollable amusement at the corner of his mouth,
almost laughing out loud.
He was initially worried about being eliminated in the first round, but instead he was matched up with what could be considered a very weak bottom-tier player, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't unhappy about it. But in this public setting, he still had to control himself, not letting his laughter be too obvious. The duel had not yet begun, and both sides were in the preparation stage.
Zhang Liang spoke with a smile. Hello, Li Chen.
Don't worry, I'll let you have 2 moves later.
Master Zhou specifically instructed me that if I encounter you, I shouldn't let you lose too embarrassingly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally couldn't help but laugh. Then I really have to thank you for your kindness, right?
Zhang Liang put on a grand gesture and waved his hand.
Hey, friendship first, competition second, it's only right. Alright, then I promise you, I'll try not to let you lose too badly,
Li Chen said with a smile.
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Liang's face instantly fell.
His expression changed faster than the flying thunder god.
He looked incredulous, doubting whether he had heard wrong.
What did you say? I didn't understand.
I said, I'll go a little easier on you later,
Li Chen calmly repeated.
As soon as this was said, Zhang Liang's eyes widened. This wasn't right. At this point, how could he not understand that Li Chen was hitting
back at him? In an instant, a wave of anger, as if he had been humiliated, surfaced on his face, and his complexion turned slightly red. In his
view, what he had just said was already enough to give face, and Li Chen's reaction was simply asking for trouble.
He believed that from the very beginning, their statuses were not equal.
He was a player capable of entering the top 3, and even speaking to Li Chen was already giving the other party face. Yet, a low-tier player like Li Chen dared to retort him, simply ungrateful.
He laughed in anger. All right. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. I'm looking forward to you letting me have 2 moves. Let's see if you really have the strength to say such things.
Soon, the preparation time ended. The referee stepped forward, coming between the two, and waved the flag sharply downward.
3, 2, 1, the duel begins.
Li Chen raised his head and looked at Zhang Liang.
Come on, I'll let you have the first move. To be honest, in
his eyes, Zhang Liang was no different from the players he had faced in the previous group matches. At most, it was just a change from cats and
dogs to cats and dogs wielding weapons.
This time, he was well prepared. His trip to Kuan City for training had brought him great gains.
Now was
the time to showcase the results of his hard work. Giving face and not knowing how to appreciate it, get ready to pay the price for
your actions, Zhang Liang shouted angrily.
Originally, he had followed Master Zhou's instructions not to let the opponent lose too embarrassingly. But unexpectedly, the opponent turned out to be such a foolish person, so he couldn't be blamed for being merciless.
He moved his hand.
A finely crafted stick weapon appeared in his grasp, its smooth surface exuding a chilling aura. To achieve a good ranking in the genius competition, he had also made preparations.
This weapon was clearly a dazzling grade weapon. Moreover, it was an offensive weapon. The output was explosive. Whoosh!
Zhang Liang's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, incredibly fast and difficult to fathom, charging towards Li Chen with a strong gust of wind.
Goodness, this is serious. Seeing this scene, some spectators noticed the key point. His speed is at least twice as fast as he showed in the group matches.
Indeed, many players had been hiding their strength during the previous group matches. That's right. The more information is exposed, the more others will come up with corresponding methods.
Therefore, the less you expose, the greater your chances of winning, allowing you to catch your opponent off guard.
Looking at Zhang Liang, who was shooting towards him like a bullet, Li Chen's eyes showed no significant fluctuation, as if everything was under his control.
Is speed your advantage? I'm afraid you've picked the wrong person.
Li Chen smiled faintly, a surge of wind elemental power enveloping him. Just as Zhang Liang's stick swung violently towards him,
Li Chen moved. His figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. Zhang Liang was momentarily stunned.
Suddenly, he could no longer
see Li Chen.
He instinctively thought that Li Chen had used some kind of illusion or invisibility technique. At that moment, the scene from earlier was not so simple in the eyes of the spectators outside.
No, that's speed. He hasn't gone invisible or used any illusion. His speed is
simply too fast, almost invisible to the naked eye.
It's terrifying. If we weren't standing up high, able to see the entire scene on the stage below, we wouldn't understand anything at all. Such speed. It's even faster than Zhang Liang. Many people gasped. Realizing this, some quickly retrieved the replay from the live broadcast.
The entire genius competition had been recorded extensively.
They extracted that segment
from the recording and slowed it down 10 times, 100 times.
Finally, they could see Li Chen's movement trajectory clearly. In an
instant, it stirred up a wave of excitement. Someone noticed that Li Chen, at that speed, could have easily counterattacked Zhang Liang from behind while dodging his attack.
But Li Chen didn't do that, leaving many people puzzled. Why not take the opportunity to strike from behind? Was he being too cautious?
Meanwhile, in the audience below the stage, other competitors were also intently watching the situation on the stage. After all, they could potentially face each opponent, so studying their moves during other matches was very valuable, making it easier to come up with countermeasures in the upcoming matches and avoid being caught off guard by information gaps.
During that first encounter, Yu Xiuhe was also slightly taken aback by the scene.
Even she, who was regarded as a genius by many, was shocked by Li Chen's speed.
If it were her, she certainly wouldn't be able to achieve such speed.
It's important to know that in actual combat, not only strength but also speed is a crucial factor. As long as the speed is fast enough, one can ensure more room for maneuvering, even using this to overcome stronger opponents.
Seeing
this, her expression became more serious. It seemed that Li Chen's rapid speed upgrade was not without reason.
Although she didn't understand why, Li Chen didn't seize the opportunity to strike while Zhang Liang was still unresponsive. At this moment, Zhang Liang was clearly at a loss. However, she believed that even so, Zhang Liang shouldn't be so easily overwhelmed. Beside her, Xiao Yang merely glanced over before retracting his gaze. It's nothing much, just some trivial techniques. The leader of the Yuan pavilion specifically warned us to be cautious of him. It seems they were just overthinking it. As he spoke, the calmness in his eyes seemed to see through everything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly while the player is confused. At this moment, Li Chen came to a stop. He had just used a perspective trick, enhancing his rapid movement with wind elemental power, making it difficult for Zhang Liang's eyes to follow, thus creating the illusion that he had disappeared. However, this method also had its flaws, because no matter how fast he is, there will still be footsteps, and over time, others will naturally notice something is off. Once they adapt, the skilled ones can discern his position just by listening. But during this time, he has had countless opportunities to attack his opponent. Yet he did not seize the chance. He merely wanted to show the other party, to tell them that he keeps his word, that if he says he will let one move, he will indeed let one move. At this moment, Zhang Liang, who had been confused from the start, finally reacted. The instant Li Chen stopped, Zhang Liang turned his head and saw his figure. His expression grew serious. Even he realized that he had just exposed his back, giving the opponent an opportunity, but Li Chen did not take advantage of it. This alone was enough to prove Li Chen's strength. From this first encounter, it was clear that he had lost. "Damn, I was careless," he muttered, stepping back to create some distance. Then, holding his weapon, he carefully stared at Li Chen. "Hey, you kid, feel free to show whatever tricks you have." This stance had already shifted from offense to defense. "Is that so? You better think carefully. I've already let you have one move, but this time I won't hold back," Li Chen replied with a smile. "It's still not too late to surrender." Li Chen placed his hand in front of him, gently clenched it, and a lightsaber automatically appeared in his palm. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. "This is below you." Xiaohua's pupils instantly constricted. She was all too familiar with the aura emitted by this sword. It was of the same type as her own destined sword. She could tell this from the similarity in their original auras. However, what surprised her was that the original power on this sword was inherently much stronger than hers, a difference that could not be compensated for by mere strength. It was a fundamental distinction. Li Chen actually had a destined sword. Seeing this, Xiao Yang beside her couldn't help but glance over this sword. His reaction was almost identical to Yu Xiuhua's. He never expected that Li Chen could possess such a sword, considering that both of them were SS-level swordsmen. How could Li Chen have one too? Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but tone down his playful demeanor. Perhaps Yu Yin's reminder was based on some knowledge, not just baseless speculation. The moment Li Chen drew the sword, the one who felt the most significant pressure was naturally Zhang Liang, who was closest to him. When Li Chen appeared, he was stunned for a second. What the hell, isn't this thing supposed to be exclusive to the two geniuses of the Luyun Pavilion? At this moment, Li Chen gently raised his head, looked at him, and smiled slightly. In an instant, Zhang Liang had a bad premonition. Not good. The next moment, Li Chen raised the holy sword towards him and gently swung it down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The overwhelming sword energy instantly appeared, fiercely slashing towards Zhang Liang. The speed was incredibly fast. Zhang Liang's entire body tensed up. Only when facing an attack personally could one understand the power of this strike. It was completely beyond what practitioners of their level could unleash. He moved his body and suddenly dodged to the side. But even so, he was still affected by this powerful sword energy. His whole body was sent flying backward. With a crisp sound, his defensive bracelet shattered. A single strike, and he was defeated. Once he regained his senses, his eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Why? He actually lost to Li Chen. In his view, this was a match he should never have lost. Why was Li Chen so strong? He still had many trump cards left. He had many strategies prepared for other competitors. All the information he had gathered beforehand was wasted in this moment. Not a single bit was useful. In this match, Li Chen won. Still so swift. A single strike determined the outcome. The referee was momentarily stunned before quickly stepping forward to announce the result. Li Chen wins. In an instant, a heated discussion erupted in the arena. The early bird catches the worm. This kind of thing, which only exists in toxic motivational quotes, actually happened at this moment. Holy crap, a one-hit kill. I must be dreaming. Zhang Liang actually lost. The key is that he lost so quickly. The genius competition is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. I get it now. So, that's how it is. From the very beginning, Li Chen never took his opponents seriously. Someone suddenly realized. Earlier, some were puzzled as to why Li Chen didn't press the advantage and chose to let Zhang Liang go. Now, everyone understood. It turned out Li Chen had complete confidence. It was just like a game. Li Chen won. In the backstage of the venue, Lu Xian also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. This kid, is he already this strong? Although he had believed in Li Chen from the start, the victory came too quickly. Truly, if you don't take it seriously, you might be caught off guard and die instantly. Such an opponent is terrifying. He couldn't help but think of the other competitors.
If he faced such a formidable opponent, the pressure would be immense. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and casually picked up the phone beside him. He called back the number that had come over earlier, flaunting its power. However, after calling twice, no one answered. Lu Xian laughed heartily and then left a message. Hey, Master Zhou, why are you too scared to answer the phone? Go ahead, aren't you? Feeling proud? How come the Zhangliang you were so optimistic about just crumbled so quickly? You should ask him what happened. He couldn't even last a single round. How can he be considered a genius from Jianhai City? So pathetic. Did he eat something bad? Ha ha ha. After saying this, he felt a sense of relief. It was so satisfying. Since yesterday, he had been displeased with Master Zhou. When he learned that he had chosen a competitor who was very far behind, he was so smug, and now he didn't even dare to answer the phone. It was too entertaining. He had already decided that when they met again, he would mock him thoroughly and return the favor. At the same time, the power of this sword energy is so strong. Watching Li Chen casually walk down, Zhang Liang felt a deep sense of helplessness rising in his heart. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? He could only consider himself unlucky. He had originally had a good chance of making it to the finals, and he never expected to be eliminated in the first round. He understood in his heart that even if he faced Li Chen's sword strike 10 more times, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. A monster, he could only blame his bad luck for encountering Li Chen. He had previously thought he was incredibly lucky, but now he was frowning in despair. With this loss, entering the loser's bracket meant he had no hope of making it to the top 3. Thinking of what he had said before, he looked at Li Chen and felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had originally thought he was almost guaranteed to win, seeing Li Chen even claiming he would give his opponent a chance. Now it had turned into Li Chen giving him a chance, and the key was that he hadn't even fought back. That was the most humiliating part. He instinctively averted his gaze, not daring to meet Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen walked down from the duel platform and found a seat to sit down. The duels on the platform were still ongoing. After all 10 matches corresponding to the first round were completed, the next round would begin, allowing the advancing competitors to redraw lots. The next match featured 2 players of average strength. This time, the duel was not as swift as that between Li Chen and Yu Xiuhe. The strength difference between the two was minimal, and in such a situation where both sides were nearly equal, neither gave way, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange that provided some entertainment, allowing both to showcase their fundamentals and professional advantages. Li Chen glanced lightly, and then withdrew his gaze. At that moment, a shadow approached him. The genius from Luyun Pavilion, Yu Xiuhe. They were not meeting for the first time. The initial encounter at the Adventurers Association had indeed been rather discordant. However, Li Chen was not one to hold grudges. So, when Yu Xiuhe approached, he did not show any displeasure, merely glancing at her lightly. Then, Yu Xiuhe spoke up. Can I sit next to you? Li Chen chuckled. What, are you trying to gather intel on your opponent's strength in advance? Alright, you guessed it, Yu Xiuhe replied with a helpless expression, plopping down beside him. The previous matter has nothing to do with our flowing cloud pavilion. We were unaware of it. I hope you don't misunderstand and develop any negative feelings. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood what she was referring to. It was merely about how he had been inexplicably replaced by Xiao Yang during the Adventurers Association event. He later realized that it indeed had nothing to do with the flowing cloud pavilion. It was an issue within the association itself. If he were to hold a grudge against the flowing cloud pavilion because of it, that would be him looking for trouble. Therefore, he didn't care at all. The past was the past. Li Chen waved his hand. It's fine, I understand. At this point, there's no need to argue about it. Yu Xiuhe nodded. Unexpectedly, Li Chen was more easygoing than she had imagined, which improved her impression of him significantly. By the way, sister, you asked me to ask you if you have any thoughts about joining the flowing cloud pavilion? As long as you come, all our standards and treatment will be at the highest level. Any future benefits or activities will prioritize you. What do you think? Li Chen remained silent. This was something he hadn't anticipated. The head of the flowing cloud pavilion actually wanted to recruit him. He had thought they would be displeased because of the Xiao Yang incident. It seemed that the other party indeed had a broader perspective. However, he still shook his head. He preferred to quietly amass wealth rather than band together for warmth. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed in Yu Xiuhe's eyes. Oh, I thought we could be partners and go on missions together in the future. Li Chen did not respond. At that moment, the outcome on stage had been decided. Next up was the next group. This time, the spotlight was on the much-anticipated genius, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's opponent was also a formidable adventurer. But just by looking, one could tell how immense the pressure was on him. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, despite hardly moving, he was already drenched in sweat. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The competitor's awkwardness was fully reflected in the live broadcast, allowing countless viewers to see clearly. Wow, is the pressure really that intense? Incredible, is this the genius Xiao Yan? He hasn't even started, and He's already scared his opponent to this extent, shaking like an electric motor. Seeing this, Xiao Yang revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. Yes, fear me, this is how you should look when you encounter someone like me. He had grown accustomed to superiority. Soon, the match began. Xiao Yang wasted no time, drawing his signature sword and charging straight at his opponent. He stood tall like a sword, fierce and imposing, exuding a strong and proud aura. In mere moments, he forced his opponent to retreat continuously. The entire process ended in less than a minute. As expected, the final result was Xiao Yang's victory. Meanwhile, the competitors watching Xiao Yang's battle from below were also secretly astonished. So strong. If I faced him, I feel like I could just surrender right away. I hope I don't run into him in the next match. Let me survive another round. This Xiao Yang was clearly much stronger than yesterday. As the stage expanded and the opponents grew stronger, the competitors had more room to showcase their abilities, leaving everyone in awe. Li Chen watched the entire process, his mindset remaining unchanged. The current situation was one where both sides looked down on each other. I in the control room at the back, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh after watching the match. This Xiao Yang truly is a rare genius, indeed very strong. He began to worry. After this round, it was very likely that Li Chen would face him in the next round. Ultimately, there was no escaping this hurdle. If they met, could Li Chen still win? Xiao Yang's sword has become even sharper. In the VIP room of the venue, Yu Yin's eyes lit up after witnessing Xiao Yang's performance. Every time she saw him after a while, his growth was remarkably rapid. Is this the true potential of a genius? Although her sister, Yu Xiuhua, was also an SS-level professional, she still fell short compared to Xiao Yang. Because even among those starting from the same starting line, there would be differences. It seems my worries are unnecessary. Xiao Yang has enough strength and confidence on his own. Not long after, the list of qualified contestants for this round of elimination had been released. Xiao Yang, Yu Xiuhua, Li Chen, Wang Chao, Lin Tian. The 5 contestants would continue to the next round of the qualifying matches after a brief break. The defeated contestants had already left, waiting for the subsequent loser bracket matches. At this time, the reporters were still as crazy as ever. At this point, they were even more enthusiastic. They stood by the railing, watching intently. If it weren't for the strict security measures in place, they would have rushed in like locusts long ago. During this time, contestants could also adjust their mindset while resting. After all, the more tense the situation, the more likely it was for psychological issues to arise. Some people appeared calm on the surface, but inside, they were subtly nervous. Aside from Li Chen, the other 2 contestants were also a bit excited knowing they would face SS-level opponents next. After all, those who could still sit here had all had smooth sailing so far, basically without any losses. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of people were waiting to see their duel. Even true geniuses were just young people under 20. The break time ended. The host returned to the stage. Break time is over. A new round of matches is about to begin. Contestants, please come up to draw lots. As soon as the words fell, the 5 contestants stepped forward, one after another, to draw lots. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the venue. Luyun Pavilion is amazing. Xiao Yang, go for it. I bet with my friends that you will definitely be the champion. Let's get started. I can't wait to see the finals. Everyone was already eager. The upcoming matches would undoubtedly be high-quality bouts, providing strong learning opportunities for new professionals and offering high entertainment value. The excitement was building. Everyone focused their attention. Hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously locked their gaze in the same direction. In the boxes where many high-ranking powers were located, discussions were buzzing. These 5 contestants are the top professionals in Jianghai City this year. Besides the 2 from Luyun Pavilion, Lin Tian and Wang Chao are also impressive talents. One is from the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce and the other is from the Youth Training Army. Only this Li Chen, we can't find any background on him. His strength is actually decent. I never expected he could make it this far. Yes, and I heard that Luyun Pavilion is already preparing to recruit him. Right, hasn't he been performing quite well all along? Exactly, why dwell on past events? It's all in the past. Who hasn't had a moment of confusion? At this moment, several teachers from universities couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, the strength and stately Chen was displaying now were exactly what they considered a typical top student. Such individuals used to be in high demand, yet this one was Li Chen. To be honest, they didn't expect to see him in such a state again. He truly made a comeback, but the words they had said before were still fresh in their minds, leaving them in a state of confusion. At that moment, Xiao Yang strode ahead, the first to step onto the stage, his face glowing with a spring-like radiance. He approached the box, reached inside, and after a moment of rummaging, pulled out a white slip of paper with a large number written on it. Xiao Yang had drawn number 1. There were a total of 5 slips in the box, numbered 1 to 5. The slip corresponding to number 1 was number 2. The one who drew number 2 would be Xiao Yang's opponent. Next, the following contestant stepped onto the duel stage. It was Wang Chao. He stood before the box, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently prayed not to draw number 2. Then he reached into the box, and the next moment he pulled out a slip of paper. Number 2. The huge, conspicuous number appeared on the slip, and his vision went dark. Damn it, why does it always happen that what you don't want is what you get? If only he had such luck when drawing lottery tickets. Seeing him draw number 2, Lin Tian in the audience let out a sigh of relief and gave him a sympathetic look. From then on, his pressure was significantly reduced. The worst he could face was just against Yu Xiuhe. Just as Lin Tian was feeling pleased and calculating in his mind, Wang Chao finished drawing and stepped down from the stage. Next, Li Chen made his entrance. His movements were smooth and fluid. Without a hint of hesitation, he walked straight to the box, reached in, and pulled out a slip of paper. The number on the slip was a large 5. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and Lin Tian was even more dumbfounded. Number 1 corresponds to number 2, number 3 corresponds to number 4, number 5 was drawn alone, an extra 1. The fact that Li Chen drew it meant he would skip the next round entirely. Jealousy can distort a person's face. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Li Chen on the stage, wishing he could rush up and snatch the slip from his hand. Damn. This was practically a get-out-of-jail-free card. Drawing it was equivalent to winning a match outright. With Li Chen's luck, he would only have to face Yu Xiuhe, another SS-level genius, without needing to draw lots. He stood in the audience, slapping his thigh in frustration. Not just him, Wang Chao's expression was even more awkward. Good grief, if he had known, he wouldn't have rushed to draw so quickly. Why? What right did Li Chen have to skip a match while he had to fight Xiao Yang? It was infuriating. No wonder people called him a lucky bastard. He finally understood why luck was considered a part of strength. He believed he was no weaker than Li Chen, yet in the end, he would likely lose to Xiao Yang, while Li Chen could go further than him. It was truly luck compensating for strength. Not only were the contestants' expressions complex, but some audience members were also twitching at the corners of their mouths. Those who had been watching for a while knew that Li Chen had done this before. In yesterday's group match, he had also been assigned to face an absent contestant, allowing him to win a match effortlessly. At that time, it could be dismissed as just bad luck for others. But now, it happened again. Many began to suspect if there was some kind of manipulation or if capital was at play. This is truly a lucky guy. No words, he gets to win another match without effort. How infuriating. Is this even allowed? This is so unfair. No worries, I refuse to believe he can just coast into the finals. Exactly, he still has to win at least one more match. Amidst the astonishment, everyone was left speechless. There was nothing they could do. When it was someone else's turn, they could only curse their bad luck in silence. Li Chen looked at the number on the slip. Number 5. Did this mean he drew a bye? Looking at the reactions of the others, he understood somewhat. But for him, whether he had a bye or not was the same. It just meant he would play one more match. Holding the note, he walked down the stage calmly. The host at the edge of the stage smiled and spoke into the microphone. Haha, it seems that contestant Li Chen is quite lucky, having drawn our bye token directly. Next, there's no need for a draw. The second match will be Lin Tian against Yu Xiuhe. Let's look forward to this battle of two geniuses. Who will be the last one laughing? The atmosphere in the venue was high-spirited, the audience was enthusiastic, and the live stream was buzzing with excitement. Such a thriving scene could be described as a prosperous era. If this beautiful sight could be maintained, it would be an immense happiness. But amidst this exuberance, darkness was quietly approaching. Indifference infecting everything. In a dark room, several men dressed in black robes were gathered around. In front of them was a light screen displaying the live feed of the genius competition. Ah, it's finally coming. I can't wait any longer. A gloomy yet excited voice rang out. Ha, the plan is going very smoothly. Everything has been progressing perfectly so far. When do we strike? Let's wait a bit longer. During the competition, there are many powerful professionals in the venue who are always on guard. When they let their guard down, we can swiftly take action, catching them off guard. By the time they react, it will be too late. At that time, we'll notify those waiting outside the city to launch a simultaneous attack from both inside and outside. We must ensure that Jianhai City falls completely. That's the plan. One of the men in black robes excitedly licked his lips. There are so many geniuses this year, of course, we can't let any of them escape. At this moment, on the grand stage of the duel arena, the first match had already begun. Xiao Yang versus Wang Chao. As the two stood on the stage, Wang Chao swallowed hard, his face full of vigilance. With the signal to start the match, both launched their attacks simultaneously, entangled in a fierce struggle. Xiao Yang's swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Wang Chao suffered a setback with just one exchange. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to fight back at all. As expected, after a while, he quickly fell to defeat. In this first match, Xiao Yang won without a doubt. Following that was the start of the second match. Yu Xiuhe and her opponent Lin Tian took the stage. Her sword skills were equally impressive, each having their own strengths. One was flamboyant and domineering, while the other was sharp and imposing.
Although they exchanged blows back and forth, in the end, Yu Xiuhua emerged victorious. After 2 matches, both geniuses from the Luyun Pavilion had won. Oh my god, I can only say. No surprises, it was expected. These 2 geniuses really are unbeatable. This outcome was something everyone had anticipated. And what followed was the real highlight. The finals were approaching. At this moment, there were still 3 contestants left. Besides Xiao Yang and Yu Xiuhua, there was Li Chen. It's finally his turn. I want to see blood flowing like a river. He actually made it this far. He can't escape now, right? He can't possibly get a bye again, can he? This is the end. Earlier, Li Chen had drawn the bye token, skipping a match, and now it was his turn to draw for his opponent. Inside the box were 2 numbers, one representing Xiao Yang and the other representing Yu Xiuhua. No matter how Li Chen drew, he would ultimately face a powerful SS-level talent. Losing would mean the end, winning would mean advancing to the finals. It's so hopeless, this feeling of being dead no matter what, it's driving me crazy. Indeed, no matter who he draws, he won't be able to handle it. That's just heartbreaking. Those who enjoyed the spectacle were watching with excitement. After a brief break, the host's voice came through the broadcast. Break time is over. Prepare for the next round of matches. Contestant Li Chen, please come forward and draw to select your opponent. As soon as the voice fell, Li Chen's figure quickly appeared in the sight of the crowd, calmly stepping onto the podium. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen approached the lottery box. He reached his hand into the opening. After a moment, he pulled out a slip of paper. Upon closer inspection, the number on it was 2. Number 1 represented Xiao Yang and number 2 was Yu Xiuhua. The next match was between Li Chen and Yu Xiuhua. Whoever won would advance to the finals. For a moment, the people present began to discuss among themselves. It's actually Yu Xiuhua, that's not bad. Although it's not Xiao Yang, Yu Xiuhua is also very strong. Go for it, Yu Xiuhua. How about we guess how many moves he can last? Hey, don't say that. What if his little universe explodes and he really makes it to the finals? That would be a miracle. You're thinking too much. I estimate his strength is about the same as Lin Tian and Wang Chao, and he might not even be able to beat those 2. Meanwhile, in the backstage control room, Lu Xian was also intently watching the live footage on the screen. Li Chen, oh Li Chen, you have to give it your all. Winning this match means you can enter the finals. To be honest, the opponent is a true SSS level professional and he felt uncertain. Although he knew Li Chen had already advanced to the second transition early, at this moment the level didn't seem as important because the opponent's level of strength was also not low. Similarly, in the VIP box, Yuin took a sip of tea, appearing very interested in the upcoming match. In fact, she was also quite curious about how far Li Chen could go. When they first met, she had noticed something different about Li Chen. Her holographic eye couldn't see through him. At that time, she thought it was Li Chen's issue. But after so many matches, anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Li Chen's strength was definitely among the top tier. It was likely her problem. The fact that her professional ability couldn't penetrate Li Chen was astonishing. Either Li Chen's level was much higher than her holographic eye, or he had some unknown secret. In any case, these possibilities represented Li Chen's extraordinary nature. Therefore, she instinctively felt that this battle wouldn't be so simple. Soon, the duel began. Li Chen and Yu Xiuhua stepped onto the dueling platform together. Yu Xiuhua, with a complex expression, said, "When we first met, I never expected that one day we would stand on the stage as opponents. But I'm sorry, I have to enter the finals." Li Chen paused and smiled. "Is that so? If you can defeat me." Quickly, the referee gave the command. The duel began. Yu Xiuhua focused her expression and waved her hand. A slender sword appeared in her hand, radiating a faint golden glow. Li Chen opened his palm, and similarly, a long sword appeared in his hand. He gripped the long sword, exuding a powerful sword intent. Feeling this momentum, Yu Xiuhua was taken aback. Indeed, being in the moment allowed her to feel Li Chen's strength even more. Both were sword users, but the sword in Li Chen's hand gave her an indescribable feeling, a sense of primal suppression. Truly impressive. Yu Xiuhua exhaled, genuinely amazed. Although the two had not yet clashed, just the aura alone made her feel defeated. Holding her sword, her gaze sharpened. Then, she stroked the blade. In the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped the sword. Following that, she launched a fierce attack towards Li Chen. Although she knew Li Chen was strong, she couldn't back down. That was her fighting style. Her speed was swift, the sword in her hand light as a feather, carrying a fierce aura. Watching Yu Xiuhua's figure approach at high speed, Li Chen calmly raised his sword. He slashed forward. Bang! The two swords collided, producing a loud crash. In an instant, a tremendous force radiated outward from the center of the two, stirring up a powerful wind. The corners of their clothes and hair began to flutter. This state lasted for a few seconds. Soon, Yu Xiuhua noticed something was off. She felt a pressure weighing down on her. This was level suppression. She was taken aback. Generally speaking, as long as the level difference isn't too great, this situation wouldn't occur. If she could feel the level suppression, how high must Li Chen's level be?
In an instant, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. At that moment, the pressure emanating from Li Chen's sword was still increasing. Even her own sword began to tremble, emitting a ringing sound. Looking at him, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Chen's eyes. Being able to hold out for this long was already impressive. It was just a pity that he hadn't even used his full strength yet. At that moment, Li Chen moved his hand and continued to exert force.
Yu Xiaohua's eyes widened.
She took 2 steps back, holding her sword. She quickly withdrew, trying to create some distance. Li Chen saw through her intentions and would not let her have her way. He pressed the attack, striking fiercely at her, unleashing a powerful momentum. Yu Xiaohua was startled, a deathly aura instantly enveloping her. It was the first time she felt such a sensation, one that even the giant monsters in the outside dungeons had not brought her. It sent chills down her spine. Once she regained her senses, she quickly reacted. At a critical moment, she raised her sword in front of her. Li Chen's strike landed on her sword. The overwhelming force sent her flying backward. Yu Xiaohua, quite flustered, braced herself with her sword, struggling to stand her ground. Looking up at Li Chen, her eyes were filled with disbelief. That feeling just now, she had almost been taken out in an instant? She had no doubt that if she hadn't reacted in time and raised her sword to block, she would have been directly killed. It was terrifying. Even now, she still felt a lingering fear. Seeing this scene, some of those who had originally supported Yu Xiaohua were stunned. What was happening? After this round, Yu Xiaohua had actually been knocked back, seemingly falling into a disadvantage? What the heck, what's going on? Many people looked bewildered. A sense of unreality washed over them, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yu Xiaohua was actually being suppressed? This was the first time they had seen this throughout the entire genius competition. These 2 geniuses from Luyun Pavilion had always dominated their opponents from the start, hardly ever finding themselves in such a predicament. Goodness, could he really be a master? Wow, this is something he could brag about for a lifetime. Could it be? Everyone looked at the scene on the stage with excitement. Especially the other competitors. Seeing the geniuses of Luyun Pavilion struggling was naturally a delight for them, as it felt like someone was avenging them. Li Chen, go for it, win for us. A voice rang out. But there were also those who were skeptical, thinking it was just a narrow victory. The match was still long. The 2 geniuses from Luyun Pavilion had dominated Zhanghai City for a long time. Many had long felt displeased, but there was nothing they could do if their skills were inferior. Now, they finally saw signs that these once invincible geniuses might lose. Many people became excited, especially some rookie professionals. At that moment, they suddenly stood up from their seats. Necks craned, eyes fixed on the arena, their gazes towards Li Chen changing. Could he win? Could a genius of the SS profession actually be defeated? Li Chen's earlier strike had given them a glimmer of hope. They had originally thought Li Chen would be like Lin Tian, Wang Chao, and the others. But now it seemed that in this confrontation, they were evenly matched, or even Li Chen had the upper hand. Some understood in their hearts that if Li Chen won this battle, it would surely be a historic moment. Looking at Yu Xiaohua before him, Li Chen raised his sword. He smiled and said, as expected of an SSS level profession, but unfortunately, you encountered me. As his words fell, he suddenly slashed at Yu Xiaohua. With this strike, he used about 80% of his strength. A powerful sword aura erupted from the holy sword in his hand, slicing through the air like a bamboo being split. Feeling the terrifying aura, Yu Xiaohua quickly dodged to the side, not daring to confront it head-on. The overwhelming sword aura brushed past her. Yu Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief in her heart. But before she could steady her heartbeat, she saw a figure rushing towards her like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already close. She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and placed it in front of her, quickly reciting the incantation. In the next moment, a golden shield enveloped her. A shield? Have you heard of dimensional strikes? Li Chen smiled slightly, swinging his sword with immense pressure. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The shield on Yu Xiaohua's body instantly transformed into a shower of sparkling golden dust the moment Li Chen's sword made contact. Her proud shield didn't even last a second. Li Chen's sword struck directly at her. Crack! This time, it was the sound of her defensive bracelet shattering. One sword broke 2 shields. If this were a real life and death battle, Yu Xiaohua would have died twice by now. She stood there in a daze, her eyes blank, her hair fluttering backward in the residual wind. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. She actually lost? At this moment, the venue was already silent, with tens of thousands of people present, not a single sound escaping their lips. The outcome was decided. Yu Xiaohua suddenly felt a wave of weakness in her hand, and the sword fell to the ground. Blocked. The sound of the sword hitting the ground also announced Li Chen's victory. Instantly, the previously silent venue erupted. Wow! They had been waiting for this moment. He won. He really won. No way, did he really make it to the finals? I must be dreaming. This is too unscientific. A genius of the SSS profession actually lost. It shouldn't be, especially losing to another rookie. That's the least expected thing. After the excitement, everyone was also filled with shock. If Li Chen could defeat Yu Xiaohe, did that mean he had the strength to duel with Xiao Yang? Awesome. Does this mean this year's champion? Don't say it. He really has the potential to win the championship. Hiss. Thinking of this possibility, everyone gasped in unison. It's simply terrifying. He must be the strongest dark horse this year. Damn, just how strong is he? This strength, even in SSS level genius can't match. It's simply horrifying. Exactly, the SSS level profession is already the peak for most geniuses, but just how strong is he? Everyone was discussing animatedly. All the live streaming rooms were also buzzing with conversation. Backstage in the venue, Lu Xian slammed the table and burst into laughter. He won. Li Chen really won. Prepare for the finals. There's nothing more joyful than witnessing the success of a genius you believe in. Meanwhile, in various private boxes, a strange atmosphere unfolded. In the private room of the flowing cloud pavilion, Yuing covered her mouth, her face showing a look of surprise. She truly didn't expect that someone could defeat Yu Xiaohe in the genius competition. As a genius cultivated with resources from their flowing cloud pavilion, Yu Xiaohe, who possessed both talent and hard work, actually lost. But this was something unimaginable for anyone else, yet at this moment, it had truly happened. At the same time, in the private box occupied by high-ranking officials, the atmosphere was also quite gloomy. Exaggerated. Originally, Li Chen, as a contestant in the genius competition, could be said to be as ordinary as one could get. He had neither the focused training of other contestants nor exceptional talent. At first glance, he seemed like an utterly ordinary person. But while everyone else doubted him, he was the one who truly excelled. It was incredible. Like he had eaten some magical candy. Damn it, who still says this Li Chen is useless? I just want to ask, if the geniuses who can defeat SSS level professions are all useless, then who in this world has real talent? No matter what anyone says, Li Chen is a rare gem. Our guild has to secure him. Nothing else matters. Damn it, I noticed something was off yesterday. If I had known he was this strong, I would have sent someone to recruit him right away. Luyun Pavilion truly deserves to be a top-tier force. Their eye for talent is spot on, sending people to scout early on. Such a strong genius must join our explosive Sky Gang. Who dares to compete with us? The higher-ups of various factions were buzzing with excitement, while the recruitment teachers from the earlier academies sat in silence, afraid of facing repercussions. At this moment, no one took their words seriously, dismissing them as mere nonsense. Who could have predicted that Li Chen would turn out to be so ridiculously strong? In such a short time, he had grown so rapidly that even the SSS-level genius from Luyun Pavilion was no match for him. Several university teachers couldn't help but doubt whether they had misjudged him from the start. Truly useless, how could it have come to this? He had already reached the finals. If he were to win the championship, it was unimaginable. At this moment, as the referee stepped forward to announce Li Chen's victory, the final match of the genius competition was about to begin. Li Chen walked down from the stage. Yu Xiaohe silently followed behind, looking greatly affected. There was no way around it. Having been the center of attention all along, she was now being pushed back by Li Chen's few moves, unable to fight back at all. The rapid defeat left her with a strong sense of disparity. Not long after stepping down from the stage, she suddenly called out to Li Chen ahead of her. Li Chen, wait. I will definitely surpass you. Next time we meet, I will be even stronger than you. Li Chen smiled and made a gesture. All right. Then he continued to walk away. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who had witnessed the entire duel from below the stage, now wore a serious expression, no longer joking as he had before. He never expected that Yu Xiaohe would lose to Li Chen. He had thought this year's finals would be a showdown between him and his fellow disciple, Yu Xiaohe, claiming first and second place. Yet, out of nowhere, Li Chen had emerged. He had just witnessed the duel between Li Chen and Yu Xiaohe, which was why he had put away his indifferent attitude. Li Chen's displayed strength far exceeded his expectations. In the recent battle, Li Chen had almost crushed Yu Xiaohe. It was clear that Li Chen's strength was far beyond Yu Xiaohe's. He realized that even if he faced this junior sister, he might not win so easily. A person like that truly deserved to be his opponent. Little he, don't worry, I will avenge you, he said, looking at Yu Xiaohe as she walked down. Yu Xiaohe shook her head, raising her chin, her eyes filled with determination. No, you just focus on your own fight. I will personally seek revenge. I will work hard to become stronger, and one day I will reclaim victory. She radiated a strong sense of resilience. The more setbacks she faced, the braver she became. This was the spirit of our generation of geniuses. Xiao Yang nodded. Indeed, victory may not always belong to oneself, but it won't forever belong to others either. I'll go help you keep an eye on things. As the battle concluded, the final match of the genius competition was about to begin. In this last contest, the victor would become the overall champion of the genius competition.
The top spot on the newcomer leaderboard, everyone stood up, eager to get a better and more comprehensive view of the scene on the duel stage.
At the same time, all major media outlets were going crazy online. The Genius Competition Showdown, Xiao Yang vs. Li Chen. Who will emerge as the final winner and become the strongest newcomer in Shanghai City?
The finals are about to begin, and hundreds of thousands are watching with bated breath. At this moment, whether busy students or struggling office workers, everyone paused to watch the live broadcast.
Those present at the
venue were all on high alert, not wanting to miss a single second. Just then, Li Chen received a phone call.
He glanced at the screen. It was Lu Xian calling.
As soon as the call connected, Lu Xian's excited voice quickly rang out.
Congratulations, Li Chen. You've made it to the finals. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, huh?
The finals are about to start, so don't be nervous.
Just perform to the best of your ability. Remember,
don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've already done very well. Making it to the finals means you've surpassed 99% of the geniuses.
Lu Xian's numerous reminders were filled with enthusiasm.
Although his words seemed casual, the excitement in his tone revealed his high expectations.
For this final match,
Li Chen chuckled softly.
Understood, Officer Lu.
You little rascal. Lu Xian smiled knowingly. Of course, he was very much looking forward to Li Chen winning first place in the genius competition.
Then he could go out and boast about it. Alright, I'll leave you to it.
Don't let me disturb you, just do your best.
After the genius competition, I'll take you to meet someone. He then said no more. Not wanting to interrupt Li Chen's rest,
he merely reminded Li Chen to adjust his mindset. After hanging up, Li Chen sat on the bench, his
expression calm, showing no signs of discomfort. To be honest, it was his first time experiencing such a situation with so many eyes on him. But
perhaps it was the confidence brought by his strength. He wasn't as nervous as he had imagined.
After a brief rest, the finals were about to begin.
This time, staff members had reinforced the venue and taken measures to ensure the finals could proceed smoothly. Inside the arena, drones filled the sky, flying everywhere and live streaming the finals from various angles. The host stood at the podium, passionately addressing the
camera.
Welcome everyone to the finals of this year's Genius Competition in Shanghai City.
This final match is sponsored by XXX and XXX. Thank you all for your support.
The contestants for this final are the #1 genius newcomer from the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Xiao Yang, and the
strongest dark horse of the year, Li Chen.
This final will also be the most prestigious match of the year.
Who will claim the title of the top newcomer? Stay tuned.
Cheer for your favorite contestant. Whether at the venue or in the live broadcast room, everyone was already eager
with anticipation.
In the live chat, comments were rolling in non-stop.
Xiao Yang from Flowing Cloud Pavilion is the strongest. No arguments. Accepted. Li Chen is amazing. He has already defeated an SSS level genius. Can he not handle this one?
Charge.
This is the highest quality showdown of the year. I can't wait to watch.
I've already started recording. I want to savor this match every day. Such matchups are rare.
Li Chen is really standing on the final stage.
At this moment, Zheng Tao, who had been eliminated early but was witnessing this scene, had a twisted expression on his face. It must be said that Li Chen's position and the spotlight he was under were exactly what he envisioned for himself. It was precisely for this reason that he was so furious. Why should it be like this? 3 years. Does anyone know how he spent these 3 years? Every time he looked at Li Chen's confident face, a sharp pain would stab at his heart. For 3 years he had constantly thought about stepping on Li Chen. Finally, from the moment he awakened his profession, he had regained his true self. But why should it be like this? Why isn't the person standing up there him? It should clearly be him. But now,
Zheng Tao, it's time to go.
Zhang's father's voice sounded from the side, urgent and tense. At this moment, their large stand-alone villa had been completely emptied, a sense of desolation filling the entire house. Since yesterday,
for some unknown reason,
officials suddenly came to investigate them. They were caught off guard, completely unprepared for a response. Their guild had
collaborated with the gray area many times over the years.
It was quickly uncovered.
Everything they had was gone, and now, they had to
hurry to leave here, to leave Shanghai City for another place.
Otherwise, they would face endless imprisonment,
and for the rest of their lives, they would live in a state of fear and flight. Looking at Li Chen now, it was the perfect time for him to rise. For a moment, his heart was filled with extreme imbalance. Why? Why does heaven treat me this way? Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. Both father and son were startled. They turned to look at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Tao's sorrowful expression also eased slightly.
The visitor was Du Qinran. Du Qinran, looking at her, a hint of
emotion flashed in Zheng Tao's eyes.
At least I still have you.
Seeing Du Qinran's figure, he hurriedly stepped forward.
Qinran, thank you.
You're still here with me at this time. Have you packed everything?
Let's get ready to go,
he said, his face full of emotion
and excitement.
Du Qingran remained silent, standing still, looking at Zhang Tao, only offering an apologetic smile.
Zhang Tao
held her hand tightly, staring at her, hoping to see her speak. Du Qingran shook her head, placing her hand on his.
When are you leaving? Me? Zhang Tao was taken aback, a hint of tension appearing on his face. Qingran, what are you talking about? It should be us. Oh, right, look at my memory. Du Qingran smiled and said, you still need to be with your father. Do you want me to help you pack your luggage? Qingran, what are you saying?
Zhang Tao stood there, his eyes tightening.
It's us, not just me and my father, but you too. We're leaving together. Ha? Du Qingran paused, pretending to be confused, acting as if she didn't understand. Zhang Tao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You guys are leaving, what does that have to do with me? No.
Zhang Tao was completely flustered, gripping her hand tightly.
Qingran, it's this time already, don't be willful anymore, stop joking. We have to leave quickly or those people will find us. Leave? Du Qingran's tone turned cold, what do you mean leave? Don't joke around. Do you know what you're saying? Zhang Tao's eyes widened, so you mean? Du Qingran turned her head away, impatiently saying, if you want to leave, don't take me with you. I will never go with you. Why? Zhang Tao's breathing became
heavy, his expression twisted. Du Qingran spoke to herself, her tone mocking.
Wake up, just indulge in your dreams. We're all adults
now, and don't blame me for being too realistic. We are done.
Why? I've been so good to you, why would you betray me? Zhang
Tao's face was filled with disbelief, unable to accept what he was hearing.
Then let me ask you, do you love me? Du Qingran stopped pretending, a mocking smile on her lips. Of course. Zhang Tao answered immediately. That's good. Since you say that, then let go. If you love me, let go, understand? You can't say you love me while dragging me to suffer. Du Qingran rolled her eyes. So disappointing.
Zhang Tao let out a bitter laugh, his face full of pain.
No, don't worry, just follow me, I will definitely treat you well and won't let you suffer. I'm an S-class profession, I can get by anywhere.
He tried to persuade her.
Du Qingran coldly replied, you're an S-class profession, and I'm not?
Compared to you, I have a much brighter future waiting for me.
How could I possibly accompany you, a prisoner, in your escape? Face reality. You no longer deserve me. The one who truly deserves me is a genius. Like Xiao Yang.
I was still thinking about when to lay it all out for you, but it seems convenient to just say it here.
Do you understand? There's no possibility for us anymore. You.
Zhang Tao gasped, his face filled with anger. The sudden incident at home had caused his status to plummet, and he had lost everything he once had. Now, seeing Li Chen so pleased with himself only added to his frustration. With all these layers of misfortune weighing down on him, Du Qingran came to deliver the final blow. He could no longer contain his rage. Fine. Then return all the money and resources I spent on you. Not just this month, but all the gifts I gave you over the 3 years of high school, which you accepted gladly. Now, give it all back to me.
Bah! Du Qingran's expression
hardened. Zhang Tao, don't push your luck. I came here out of kindness to see you off, so stop with your nonsense.
Let's part on good terms and leave both sides with some dignity. It's better for both of us. Otherwise, if you keep making a scene, don't blame me for reporting you. You.
Zhang Tao trembled as he pointed at her, his face filled with disbelief that such words could come
from Du Qingran.
But upon hearing her next words, his original anger was doused like a fire with water, replaced by a cold sweat.
What do you mean?
Seeing him silent, Du Qingran revealed a smug expression. You should thank me, I didn't directly send someone
to investigate you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have had a chance to escape. By the way, I came here to ask you for that thing. Hand it over, and you can leave. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Tao's expression changed instantly. What thing? I don't understand. Stop playing dumb. You won't be using it anyway. Do I need to be clearer? The Tianmen map, hand it over.
Zhang Tao clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow rising within him.
So, you came here just to ask for this? Not even to say goodbye? Du Qingran fell silent.
For a moment, not speaking.
Everything was left unspoken.
Seeing her reaction, Zhang Tao laughed in anger.
He had long considered Du Qingran as one of his own, telling her everything. Even the task given to them by the one-eyed dragon to investigate the location of Tianmen using the map he had shared with her. He never expected that at this moment it would turn into a blade stabbing at him. It was only today that he realized the woman he had loved for 3 years had such a nature. In that moment he felt both angry and amused, a hint of self-mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. He flipped his hand and took out a rolled-up piece of yellow paper, tossing it directly to Du Qingran, suppressing his anger as he shouted, "Take the thing and get lost." Du Qingran caught
it and took a glance, her eyes lighting up instantly.
Yes, this was it. The Tianmen map.
She felt a surge of excitement. Although this copy was a replica, it was absolutely priceless in the outside world.
It was definitely valued by various forces. If she handed it directly to Xiao Yang, wouldn't he fall at her feet in no time?
treating her as an object of gratitude, pampering her to the heavens. She knew very well that with her own strength, even knowing the location of Tianmen would be useless, she couldn't do anything. It was better to use it to build connections. After obtaining the item, she showed no hesitation or attachment, turning around and pushing the door open to leave. Zhang Tao, left behind, went mad and started smashing things after witnessing her departure. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, on the dueling arena's stage, Li Chen and Xiao Yang stepped onto the platform one after the other. The fervent cheers from the audience echoed continuously. It was rare for Zhanghai City to witness such a lively scene. Everyone cast aside their daily trivialities and pressures, venting their emotions freely. At this moment, the referee walked up holding a flag. It's coming, get ready. Everyone, hold your breath. The big one is about to start. At this moment, everyone knew that the finals of this genius competition were finally about to begin. 3, 2, 1, duel, start. With the referee's command, the finals officially commenced. In an instant, everyone focused their attention, fixated on the stage. At this moment, even if someone slapped them, they wouldn't dare to look away. Who would emerge victorious, the strongest genius of the year or the strongest dark horse? At the same time, on the stage, the moment the duel was announced to begin, Xiao Yang made his move. Because earlier, when the referee announced the countdown, he had already begun to gather his strength. His aim was to strike first the moment the duel commenced, taking the initiative. The fact that such an arrogant genius would resort to this method showed just how serious he was. Xiao Yang swiftly drew his sword. The next moment, he swung it fiercely towards Li Chen. Instantly, a sword formation the size of a person appeared in front of him. The sword formation radiated a golden, sacred light, and the next moment, beams of light swords shot out from it, densely piercing towards Li Chen. From the moment he drew his sword to the execution of the formation, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. The average person wouldn't have time to react. The dense light swords moved at incredible speed, almost instantly reaching Li Chen. Li Chen stood still. Looking at these light swords, several countermeasures flashed through his mind. At this distance, if he wanted to dodge, unleashing the full power of the wind element should allow him to evade. Or he could simply not dodge and take the light swords head-on with his shield. Alternatively, he could go for something big. Watching the light swords approaching, Li Chen made no move. Even the audience reacted, but they saw Li Chen still standing there, looking dazed. For a moment, they were puzzled. Some people looked anxious. What the hell is he doing? Is he stupid? Why isn't he moving? Quick, dodge. What is he doing? Is he too nervous for the finals? It's over. Is he so scared by Xiao Yan that he's frozen? What a pity, he finally made it this far, but it seems that mindset is sometimes more important than strength. Seeing Li Chen, who was once filled with expectations, now acting like a confused elementary school student, many felt a sense of frustration. Li Chen, what on earth are you doing? Lu Xian frowned, equally baffled by this maneuver. Could he be trying to play it to the extreme? But that shouldn't be the case. Based on his understanding of Li Chen, he wouldn't do something so thankless. At this moment, more than half of the audience's attention was focused on Li Chen. And at this time, as expected, until the light sword struck Li Chen, he made no move at all. He directly took hit after hit from the light swords with his body. Seeing this, many people slapped their thighs, their faces showing expressions of shock and confusion. No way, after waiting so long for this match, is it really going to end like this? What a terrible show. Refund. Damn it, is this a fixed match? Li Chen, how much did Lu Yun Pavilion pay you? It had to be said, this was just too fake. He stood there motionless, not dodging at all. It's hard not to think that there's some shady deal going on behind the scenes. Suddenly, someone pointed the finger at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. But only they knew how innocent they truly were. I really don't understand what's wrong with Li Chen. He didn't even try to dodge. Now that it's the finals, should we say he's just dragging things out, or has he really lost his mind? But considering his previous outstanding performance, many people were left puzzled. After all, he had defeated Yu Xiaoa. There's no way he could be this weak, right? Not just these people, even Xiao Yang in the duel arena was stunned. He had been prepared to take the initiative and had already thought of his follow-up combos. But Li Chen's actions completely exceeded all his expectations. He never imagined it would turn out this way. Li Chen didn't dodge at all and took all the damage. He was slightly startled and instinctively thought Li Chen was up to some trick, his expression turning wary. The so-called Tang people's mastery might just be like this. Unable to figure out Li Chen's intentions, he directly abandoned his original plan, deciding to observe the situation first and not rush to attack to avoid falling into the opponent's trap. Now that it's the finals, a bit of caution is necessary to prevent a joyful moment from turning tragic. At this moment, as the light swords pierced into Li Chen's body one after another, he still stood there, unmoving, like a stone statue. He still had no intention of dodging. If he hadn't reacted at first, he should have noticed the change in his health bar after being attacked, right? But Li Chen still seemed as if he were hypnotized. Many people also felt something was off. It was too unreasonable. What on earth was Li Chen doing? No way, he really wants to take all the damage?
Even if he's throwing a fake match, he should at least put on a show, right? Isn't this a bit unprofessional? Hiss. Could it be that Xiao Yang used some method to immobilize him? Everyone began to speculate. Even the most steadfast faucet has its moments of running dry. At this point, the brilliance of Xiao Yang's sword formation began to fade. His attacks started to slow down, and the number of light swords being launched began to decrease. His attacks gradually weakened. Li Chen remained standing in place. Just like at the beginning. Whether the attacks were at their most ferocious or when they became weak, he took them all with his body. A sense of awe rose in many hearts. Regardless of anything, being able to endure without moving was truly stubborn. People feared madmen, and Li Chen's actions were even crazier than that. Time passed second by second. When all the light swords had finally dissipated, Xiao Yang's sword formation automatically shut down. Everyone's expressions tightened. They nervously watched Li Chen on the stage. And at this moment, Li Chen stood there as if nothing had happened. Everyone was taken aback. Is he still alive? He took all the damage. And he still hasn't fallen? What the hell, is he a monster? Seeing Li Chen still standing there completely unscathed, everyone's eyes widened in shock, dumbfounded. What? After seeing Li Chen take all the damage from his sword formation and still be able to stand, Xiao Yan was greatly alarmed. He knew better than anyone how high the damage from his sword formation could be after unleashing it all. At this moment, Li Chen had absorbed it all without even blinking. His mindset completely changed, as if he had seen a ghost. Just then, Li Chen slowly moved his body. Hiss, it doesn't hurt. No matter what others thought, he was enjoying it in the truest sense. All of Xiao Yang's attacks were absorbed by his ability. At the same time, a thick shield appeared around him. Not bad, this damage is quite high. Watching Li Chen move nonchalantly, everyone was horrified. What the hell? Mom, look at him. He's a monster. Wow, this is just too humiliating, right? Xiao Yang felt like a clown, having scraped away for so long, and yet he had caused no damage at all? Is Li Chen really that tough? Watching Li Chen's current reaction, many people began to realize. Just look at him, there wasn't a hint of tension on his face. They had previously speculated that Li Chen was too nervous. What a joke. Look at Li Chen now, he seemed to want to treat this place like his own home, ready to take a nap right here. In front of his opponent, he started to stretch and warm up, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. At that moment, instead of feeling angry, Xiao Yang was filled with shock. There was no time left to think about pride and vanity. He had attacked, and Li Chen had taken it all without any reaction? He quickly checked his own gear, confirming that he had everything equipped. In the end, he was left in utter disbelief. If it were him, after taking the full damage from that sword formation, he wouldn't be able to stand there unscathed. For the first time, he felt such a strong sense of pressure. This was even more terrifying than the bosses in those outside dungeons. Realizing his thoughts, he quickly shook his head to adjust his mindset. He took a deep breath. If he can take it, then so be it. What does that mean? It just shows that Li Chen is tougher than me? While thinking this, he tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression becoming extremely focused. His gaze on Li Chen grew heavier once again. No wonder he was able to defeat Yu Xiuhe. However, he hadn't expected to defeat Li Chen from the very beginning. At most, he just hadn't gained the upper hand. He then let out a loud shout, charging at Li Chen with his sword. Li Chen was currently warming up, exposing all his vulnerabilities, practically writing "come hit me" on his face. Although it seemed very deliberate, rushing in without consideration was a bit reckless. But opportunities must be seized. Once lost, they are hard to come by again. For a swordsman, the most fatal and reckless act is to expose vulnerabilities right in front of the opponent. Xiao Yang swung his sword fiercely. Li Chen looked up and grinned. The next moment, he reached out his hand and caught it. Immediately, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Bare-handed against a blade. Holy crap! Ruthless iron hand. Wang Defa? What am I seeing? Am I dreaming? What the hell? Is he even human? No way, you really caught it with your hand? Ridiculous. Doesn't he have a sword? How could he catch it with his hand? Everyone was dumbfounded, their emotions complex. They had originally hoped for an exciting final match, but unexpectedly, this result was beyond exciting. This was simply shocking. It had completely transcended the realm of humanity. Previously, Li Chen had taken all the damage head-on, and that was one thing. But now, he had actually performed a bare-handed catch against a blade. It was too exaggerated, many even suspected they were deliberately putting on a show together. Catching a sword with his hand? Wasn't that acrobatics? They weren't even pretending anymore. Could a person really be this strong? At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was in the thick of it, felt a pressure and shock that no one could imagine. His eyes widened, feeling as if his strike had hit a mountain, not budging an inch. This wasn't acting, he had truly exerted all his strength. But when he tried to pull back, he found he couldn't move at all, as if caught in a giant claw. His face turned pale with shock. He exerted force with his hands, every muscle in his body tensed, and his face twisted from the effort. What is this? Even with all his strength, he couldn't pull the sword back. Sweat poured from his forehead.
neck, and palms, making him feel as if he were constipated.
Oh my holy sword! As the profession that relies most on weapons, the sword is everything to a swordsman.
To him, the sword is as vital as life itself. His destined holy sword is his all. At this moment, no matter how calm he tries to be, he can't help but start to panic. Li Chen simply grabbed his sword with his hand, and he couldn't think of what to do next. His mind was a blank. It would be very fitting to describe him as being stunned with fear. His proud sword. At this moment, Li Chen casually turned his gaze towards him. Not bad in strength, but you still need to practice.
Xiao Yang looked up, and upon
meeting Li Chen's gaze, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It was Li Chen's hand gripping the sword, slowly exerting force. Suddenly, he yanked it upwards and then kicked him. Xiao Yang, tightly gripping his sword, was momentarily caught off guard, focusing only on holding the sword, and was ultimately kicked away. His hand involuntarily loosened its grip on the sword. He flew out and crashed to the ground. Seeing this scene, the entire venue erupted in an uproar.
Kicked away?
What the hell, is it really that absurd? So even geniuses are the same, all beings are equal. It was explosive. The genius Xiao Yang's attack had no effect on Li Chen, instead, he was
kicked to the ground and disarmed. Everyone was incredibly excited. Goodness!
It seems Xiao Yang has encountered a formidable opponent. At this moment, Li Chen, however, was unhurriedly examining the sword he had just seized. After just a couple of glances, he shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It was just like that. Compared to his own sword, it was lacking by a significant margin.
Although it was an SSS-level profession's
holy sword, it still had a clear gap compared to his. Losing interest, he casually tossed it aside. At this time, Xiao Yang, clutching his stomach in pain from where Li Chen had kicked him, stood up.
A wave of intense
pain surged through him, and he looked at Li Chen in disbelief. After being struck by Li Chen's seemingly ordinary kick, his health had dropped by nearly half.
The damage was terrifying.
And seeing his beloved holy sword treated like garbage and casually tossed aside by Li Chen, he felt anger but couldn't voice it.
But that wasn't enough to defeat him.
He moved his hand, and a finely crafted great sword appeared in his grasp. As a swordsman, he
naturally couldn't have only one sword.
What he held was also a brilliant great weapon. Xiao Yang gripped the sword, his eyes alert. This time, he dared not charge forward recklessly, otherwise, if it happened again like before, he would truly be powerless to turn the tide. Li Chen, however, looked at him with a relaxed expression.
He wasn't worried at all.
Without his destined holy sword, even though he had a brilliant great weapon as a substitute, for an SSS-level swordsman like Xiao Yang, his strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. The painful expression on Xiao Yang's face was not an act.
That last strike had indeed dealt a critical hit to his opponent.
No matter how talented Xiao Yang was, his level was still there.
To Li Chen, he was no different from other contestants.
Perhaps the only difference was slightly higher damage. Aside from that, there was no distinction.
Killing without cruelty. Li Chen also didn't plan to drag it out any longer. The sooner it ended, the better. He wanted to get off work early. There were so many people on site and online waiting for them to finish. Then, Li
Chen drew his sword and stepped towards Xiao Yang's position.
As he advanced, Xiao Yang, gripping his sword warily, took steps back. Soon, as Li Chen approached within a certain distance, Xiao Yang realized he couldn't keep retreating.
Gritting his teeth, he gripped his sword and swung it fiercely at Li Chen. In an instant, a powerful sword aura shot out, cleaving directly towards Li Chen.
Faced with such an attack, Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to dodge. With such a thick shield on him, if he had to avoid such a trivial attack, wouldn't that mean he had wasted his shield? Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to his shield. The sword aura came at him with great momentum, yet Li Chen showed no intention of evading.
Soon, the sword energy struck him directly. However, after receiving this sword energy, Li Chen's entire body remained completely still, not even pausing for a moment, as if he had merely been brushed by the wind, resembling a war god. This sword energy seemed to have hit a wall of copper and iron.
Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be no impression at all? Was this for real?
The previous sword formation attack had also been fully damaging, and with this sword energy added, anyone else would have died 10 or 8 times over.
Yet Li Chen was completely unaffected. It was truly absurd.
On the contrary, Li Chen's casual kick just now had nearly kicked him half to death.
For a moment, he began to doubt his life. Who was the real genius here?
Although he had thought before that Li Chen might not be so easy to deal with, this was simply impossible to handle. For the first time, a thought of retreat arose in his heart.
What the hell was he even fighting for? Heaven! He would rather go back and solo the nightmare dungeon than suffer here. Or, should he just give up? No way.
The thought arose in his mind, startling even himself.
Absolutely not.
If he did that, he would lose not just the match, but also the face he had built up for so long.
No matter how
difficult, he had to fight. He raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. Li Chen looked at this scene with a strange expression. Why did his gaze suddenly become so resolute? It inexplicably gave him a feeling of
doing sit-ups. Whatever, it didn't matter anymore.
The farce should come to an end. Li Chen gripped his sword, quickening his pace, charging forward. Xiao Yang swallowed hard, struggling to hold his sword aloft.
At the same time, everyone's hearts were in their throats.
All this time, it had been Xiao Yang making the moves.
Li Chen had been passively countering.
By now, it was clear that Li Chen had deliberately let the other side strike first.
And, at this moment, Li Chen was truly taking the initiative.
In this instant, everyone was fully alert. Their eyes were focused on Li Chen's movements, not wanting to miss a single frame.
Many had a premonition in their hearts that after this strike, the victor would soon be determined.
Soon, they were about to witness a historic moment.
The champion of the genius competition was about to be born.
Today was the day the champion of the genius competition would be decided. The popularity in the venue had reached its peak. Not only were the high-ranking members of various factions present, but also those who had been eliminated in the earlier group stages of the genius competition, as well as many professionals who were not even qualified to participate, all watching the finals with eager eyes. At this moment, Li Chen had already closed in on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had also prepared in advance, holding his sword in front of him, ready to withstand this strike. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath.
No, I can't believe Xiao Yang will lose. What is this reason even about? Is it about to end? In the
backstage room of the duel arena, Lu Xian watched this scene. His usually steady heart began to beat again, his face slightly flushed, breathing becoming a bit rapid, his eyes glued to the live footage of the arena on the screen. From the very beginning, he had never expected Li Chen could make it this far. If he really secured first place in the genius competition, it would undoubtedly be a significant milestone in Li Chen's professional career. At the same time, the private room of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion was eerily quiet. Yuin had no expression on her face, coldly watching the arena below. The maid beside her, seeing this scene, lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. The master of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion had always been so unflappable. Even if Yu Xiuhua lost, she would only feel a bit regretful. Showing such an expression indicated that she was genuinely moved inside. At the same time, the high-ranking members of various factions also looked intently at the arena, ready to witness the birth of the final genius. Everyone's thoughts were lively. But just then, a sudden tremor echoed throughout the vast duel arena's boom. The noise was immense, and even though everyone was so focused on the match, at that moment they were all forcibly pulled back to reality. Everyone was stunned, and once they realized what was happening, they were all shocked. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? What's going on? What's happening? Feeling the ground shake violently beneath them, everyone's expressions changed. The staff in the venue quickly organized themselves to start calming the audience. Immediately after, they activated emergency protocols to determine the source of the disturbance.
At the same time, this commotion naturally affected the entire arena, including the
ring where the finals were taking place. In the center of the ring, beneath Li Chen and the others, a black-purple light array suddenly appeared.
A wave of dark light instantly spread out, enveloping the entire arena. Standing
at the center of the ring, Li Chen quickly realized the situation. Without hesitation, to avoid serious consequences, he immediately stopped his movements. It was clear that something unexpected had occurred, and pausing to cooperate with the investigation was the best course of action. Just as Li Chen thought everyone had tacitly agreed to cease hostilities at this moment, he had just retracted his offensive. Xiao Yang suddenly looked up, the tip of his sword turning sharply as he swiftly lunged towards Li Chen. Although he had also noticed the sudden anomaly in the ring, this was precisely a good opportunity for him to counterattack. Moreover, the organizers hadn't called for a pause, they were still in the midst of a duel. Therefore, it was quite normal for him to launch an attack, right? With his sword in hand, he thrust it fiercely towards Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen had just retracted his movements, preparing to investigate the anomaly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang seized the opportunity to launch an offensive. In an instant, he was caught off guard. The sword struck him in the lower abdomen.
Li Chen
paused, narrowing his eyes. He looked down at the sword that had pierced him. Then, he quickly turned his gaze to Xiao Yang.
Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement and a triumphant smile.
Soon, Li Chen felt his attributes
gradually depleting. He used the holographic eye to take a look.
Abnormal status attributes are depleting, bleeding ongoing.
Li Chen glanced at it.
This Xiao Yang had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, even hiding a move. At this moment he was actually launching a sneak attack. His expression turned cold. He had initially thought that a genius like Xiao Yang would at least have some pride, but to resort to a sneak attack now was truly beneath him. He had launched a sneak attack and then what? Was it useful? This little bit of damage was nothing to him. It only made him feel extremely uncomfortable with Xiao Yang's behavior.
I see you're tired of living.
Li Chen was not significantly affected, showing no signs of defeat. He swung his sword back in retaliation. This time, he held nothing back. Both speed and power reached their peak. He gave Xiao Yang no chance to react, instantly striking him. With a powerful impact, Xiao Yang was sent flying. In midair, a crisp sound came from his hand as his defensive bracelet couldn't withstand the force and shattered. That was what saved his life. But although he had mitigated the fatal blow, his landing was still far from graceful. Li Chen was genuinely a bit angry this time. With that strike, Xiao Yan fell heavily to the ground, producing a loud crash.
At first glance, Xiao Yan lay
on the ground with blood oozing from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. He was sprawled on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, looking utterly miserable.
Li Chen glanced at him disdainfully.
He looked down on those who only played dirty tricks.
If he truly had strength, why not fight openly?
Looking at Xiao Yang, who was groaning on the ground, he felt not a shred of pity.
This was just a lesson for him.
Then, he turned to examine the black
light array on the ring.
Li Chen furrowed his brows. This sinister energy was extremely powerful. It seemed the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Slowly, the evil aura emanating from the black formation
grew increasingly intense.
It almost enveloped the entire arena, rendering everything around invisible, leaving only a mass of black mist.
Not good, Li Chen. Get away from there, it's dangerous. In the haze, Li Chen seemed to
hear such words. The voice sounded like Lu Xian's.
Li Chen had yet to fully react.
The black magic circle began to expand, accompanied by the dark, malevolent energy.
Under the influence of this black evil aura, Li Chen could clearly feel the effects on his body.
A wave of fatigue surged over him. At that moment, the evil energy in the sky suddenly transformed into black shadows, some appearing above and others below. These shadows gradually coalesced
into solid forms. These are monsters. Li Chen's eyes widened.
Not just him, everyone noticed these terrifying entities. A chilling sensation washed over them.
At such a critical moment, while everyone was engrossed
in the finals, such a thing could happen.
When did these creatures invade this place? There hadn't been a single sign or any person who noticed anything. That was the most terrifying part. Soon, several experts from the event
organizers, fully armed, rushed to the scene. These individuals were elite professionals of the third transition, reaching level 150. Upon arriving and seeing the scene in the venue, their expressions changed drastically. The invasion of evil power had already become so profound. They had conducted a very thorough inspection beforehand and had found no clues at all. This indicated that these creatures had been plotting for a long time.
Moreover, there might be an insider among them.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such concealment. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation.
Quick! Evacuate all the contestants inside.
Clear the crowd, use the safe passage. An elite professional quickly spoke up. Also, hurry and send someone to request assistance from the management bureau. The targets of these evil beings are very likely the geniuses present here. At this moment, the monsters formed from the shadows gained awareness, began to move, opened their crimson eyes, and emitted a nauseating odor. They quickly engaged in combat with the human professionals. The scene descended into chaos, with professionals fleeing in all directions to avoid the monsters' attacks.
In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 monsters appeared before Li Chen. Li Chen immediately activated his holographic eye to check the attributes of these monsters.
Abyss monster level, 99 monsters born from the abyss, possessing extremely high aggression and destructive power. Weakness, using holy light weapons can inflict maximum damage.
Li Chen frowned. These monsters all came from the abyss.
Although their levels weren't very high, they had already overwhelmed many professionals present, and their numbers were considerable, making them a force to be reckoned with.
Ha! Li Chen
tightened his grip on the sword and unleashed a powerful sword energy towards one of the monsters. He was facing a true enemy now. If he let his guard down, he could fall into an irretrievable abyss, so Li Chen held nothing
back. Bang!
The immense power struck the monster instantly. The creature was immediately inflicted with a terrifying wound, and black flames erupted from its injury like blood. It then transformed into a mass of black mist. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Chen's mind. You have killed an abyss monster, absorbing abyss power *1. Li Chen was momentarily stunned.
What was that? Abyss power? Had he absorbed it? Li Chen was taken aback.
He began to contemplate the source of this voice. After a short while, he realized it was the ability he had gained during his second transition, devouring power.
Killing a target allowed him to obtain their attribute power. So that was it.
The prompt he had just received was because he had killed that abyss monster. Killing these abyssal monsters actually allows one to gain their power, the abyssal force. Li Chen was taken aback. This was simply too perverse. Although he didn't quite understand the use of this abyssal force.
Just then, several other abyssal monsters lunged at Li Chen.
With no time to think, Li Chen could only charge forward with his sword. A few abyssal monsters were no match for him. In no time, just a few strikes were enough to finish off these monsters. You killed an abyssal monster, absorbed abyssal force *1. You killed an abyssal monster, absorbed abyssal force *1. The monsters turned into clouds of black mist and dissipated on the spot. At this moment, Li Chen had time to examine the effects of this abyssal force.
Abyssal force description, evil power from the abyss.
Effect can be used to enhance one's own strength. After a brief inspection, Li Chen understood the benefits that the abyssal force could bring. It was quite similar to how those cultists used the abyssal force, except that he wouldn't suffer any side effects and could perfectly utilize the abyssal force to enhance his own power.
This was great, every bit was valuable, the more the better. In an instant, Li Chen's gaze towards the surrounding abyssal monsters changed. There was no fear of the evil power in his eyes, only a thirst for strength. Ah! Help! At that moment, a nearby scream pierced his ears. Li Chen looked over, and it was coming from Xiao Yang's direction. Earlier, the other party had suddenly ambushed him, deceiving and attacking him. Li Chen, in a fit of anger, had struck a bit too hard, nearly beating him to death. And at this moment, these abyssal monsters began to appear everywhere, quickly becoming rampant, and their strength was not weak. Li Chen didn't care. Xiao Yang's ambush hadn't caused him serious harm. Even with the interference of the abyssal force, he wasn't greatly affected. But Xiao Yang was different. Already in a weakened state, he was now further weakened by the abyssal force, reaching a peak of frailty. With his strength, he could have easily dealt with several abyssal monsters, but now he was in a more pitiful state than most ordinary adventurers, utterly weak. Seeing the abyssal monsters, he felt strong but powerless. He wanted to pick up his sword and fight back, but he couldn't muster any effect and was soon surrounded and beaten by several abyssal monsters. At that moment, he caught Li Chen's gaze and hurriedly shouted, "Save me!" But for some reason, Li Chen suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Who was it that ambushed him earlier? Now he was asking for help? Given such a fate, Li Chen felt it was well deserved. Seeing that Li Chen didn't respond, Xiao Yang's expression tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Opponent on stage, teammate off stage, help me out." He. Li Chen chuckled. Now he was starting this routine again. When the abyssal force first appeared, he had sensed something was off and had intended to call for a truce. But Xiao Yang had taken the opportunity to stab him in the back, which he couldn't tolerate. It wasn't that Li Chen was petty. Look at the current situation. On the surface, the other party seemed to know to beg for mercy. But it wasn't that he realized his mistake, it was that he knew he was about to die. Otherwise, if the roles were reversed, would he come to save him? Li Chen ignored him and turned to leave, not taking the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow was already showing mercy. Saving him would be pointless, he had no combat power and would only be a burden, dragging him down. Li Chen then threw himself back into the fight, wielding the holy sword, striking at the monsters. You killed an abyssal monster, absorbed abyssal force *1. You killed an abyssal monster, absorbed abyssal force *1. The number of abyssal monsters around was still increasing, becoming more and more numerous. Li Chen, are you okay? At that moment, Li Chen heard someone calling for him again. This time he was sure it was Lu Xian. Soon, he spotted Lu Xian's figure amidst the chaos. At that moment, Lu Xian was armed and also engaged in the fight against the abyssal creatures, making his way towards Li Chen. He quickly noticed Li Chen and, seeing that he was relatively unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. In his hand, he held a dazzling great bow and arrow, shooting powerful arrows at the surrounding monsters. These creatures seemed utterly defenseless against his attacks. Lu Xian was a very strong S-rank professional with a high level. It was the first time Li Chen had seen him in action. His strength was indeed worthy of a high-ranking officer in the military. While clearing the abyssal monsters in front of him, Li Chen moved closer to Lu Xian to join forces with him. He swung his sword and asked, "What on earth is happening? What are these monsters? Why are they here in such large numbers?" After a moment, Lu Xian's slightly panting voice came through. "Huff. I don't know, but it's clear that this is the work of those scum from the abyss, and there are far too many of these abyssal creatures. It's impossible to completely eliminate them without a trace in such a short time." He paused and continued, "This is all a long-planned conspiracy. I don't know when it started, but some rats in the gutter have begun to stir here." Li Chen nodded. This was pretty much what he had thought. He had encountered members of the Abyss Church a few times before, and these scum were indeed everywhere. Their favorite thing to do was to sever the flame of humanity. Wherever they were, there was bound to be trouble. "So what do we do now?" Li Chen asked, breathing slightly heavier. There were just too many of them, and their stamina had limits. Even he felt that no matter how long he fought, he wouldn't be able to finish them off. "The people here are already calling for help. Reinforcements should arrive soon," Lu Xian said seriously. "To be safe, we should retreat. First, I'll cover you, it's too dangerous here." Li Chen pondered. Although he was reluctant to part with the power of the abyss, he could still distinguish between what was important and what was not. He wouldn't sacrifice his life for a few powers from the abyss. Given the current situation, it was already quite serious. He couldn't hesitate for too long. "All right, let's fall back." Li Chen made the decision. Things were heading in an uncontrollable direction. "Let's go." Lu Xian led the way. However, as an archer, his ability to clear a path wasn't as strong as that of a tank warrior, making it relatively slow, and he had to be cautious of the monster's attacks. Li Chen took the initiative and rushed forward. "Commander Lu, you stay behind me to deal damage, I'll clear the way." Before Lu Xian could react, Li Chen had already raised his shield and charged to the front. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if Li Chen could hold the front line. Although he was somewhat worried, he ultimately chose to trust him. It was true that he wasn't suited for the front line. He was originally a backline damage dealer, focusing on ranged attacks. Li Chen certainly knew this, as
Lu Xian's profession had played a significant role in his rise. Therefore, he took the initiative to take the front line. Although he wasn't a tank profession, his current physique surpassed many tanks of the same level. With a shield in hand, he could easily take the lead. Soon, several abyssal monsters lunged at them. Li Chen raised his shield to meet them, effortlessly blocking all damage. At that moment, Lu Xian, without hesitation, quickly drew his bow and began to unleash a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. With their seamless cooperation, they quickly carved out a bloody path. Following this path straight ahead, they soon arrived at the venue's safety passage. Here, many of their own professionals were wielding weapons, resisting the monsters trying to breach the defense line, while covering some weaker professionals escaping through the safety passage.
It wasn't just the officials, experts from the Luyun Pavilion,
and some other factions were also here, participating together in the battle against the monsters. When facing a common enemy, these factions could distinguish the situation, setting aside any past grievances, uniting as one, and striving
for the common good of all.
Humanity is like this, both complex and very real. The security team here was in command.
The rest were evacuating in an orderly manner.
They lined up to leave according to priority, starting with the promising
professionals, followed by 18-year-olds and women.
Those with combat capability stayed behind to assist with the evacuation's safety. Here, Li Chen also saw some familiar figures, such as the pavilion master Yuan from Luyun Pavilion, along with Yu Xiuhua, Wang Chao, Lin Tian, and others, as well as some powerful figures from factions he didn't recognize. As a seed player this year, Li Chen's strength and potential were acknowledged, allowing him to cut in line for
priority evacuation. Upon seeing Li Chen, many people's eyes lit up. Although not everyone might know him, they all recognized Li Chen. His performance in the genius competition had left a deep impression on everyone's minds.
Great, you're okay. If such a genius had accidentally lost his life in the recent chaos, it would have been a tremendous loss.
All professionals participating in this year's genius competition are to evacuate in an orderly manner. You are the rising sun, the hope of humanity. Leave this to us old folks to handle, said the captain of the security team, Sun Hao.
Just then, a chilling, eerie scream suddenly echoed, sending shivers down their spines.
Kick, kick. Human professionals, human geniuses. None shall escape.
They all must die here. At the same time, a massive tremor erupted in the duel arena. It was more violent than an earthquake, shaking and turning upside down.
In the center of the duel arena, the black formation grew even larger.
A tremendous noise emanated from beneath the formation, as if something was trying to push up from the ground.
A deep, thunderous roar filled the arena, deafening everyone.
What is that?
The human experts became alert. Kick, kick. Is the blood of human professionals delicious? Sloth demon, awaken. Kick, kick. The eerie voice rang out again. Who's speaking? Show yourself. Stop hiding,
Sun Hao shouted. However, there was no response. At that moment, beneath the massive formation in the venue, a thick, enormous black arm slowly emerged. As it appeared, it brought with it a strong aura of the abyss, amplifying the abyssal power in the entire arena several times over.
Upon seeing this, someone quickly reacted. This is one of the 7 great demons, the sloth demon. Not good. It's about to revive. Everyone's expressions changed in unison.
The 7 great demons had been dormant for 1,000 years, powerful and malevolent.
Their
strength was immense, sealed by the early leaders of humanity due to their overwhelming power that made it impossible to completely kill them.
Such an existence was beyond their capability to deal with. They were on an entirely different level. In an instant, many people panicked, wanting to retreat. Damn, that's terrifying. The 7 great demons, seriously, could those abyssal beings be coming back again? My god, let's run. What are we even defending? We can't fight this. The arena instantly fell into chaos.
Under the threat of life, some individuals with weaker mental fortitude lost their composure, frantically pushing
forward towards the safety passage. Calm down. Everyone, please calm down.
The security team quickly stepped in to regain control. At this moment, Lu Xian
noticed something and shouted loudly.
No, the sloth demon god has not yet been resurrected. This is just one of its arms.
We can take advantage of this moment to prevent it from breaking the seal.
As soon as these words were spoken, many people turned to look. Indeed, it was true, the sloth demon god had only revealed one arm from the magic array and had not made any further movements. It seemed that summoning it back was not something that could be done in one breath. It required time. Instantly, many people breathed a sigh of relief. If they were facing a fully formed demon god, they would have no chance at all. But now, it seemed there was still a chance to stop everything from happening. What should we do now? Someone asked nervously.
Everyone, don't panic.
First, find the source of this array and destroy it. That should prevent the demon god from appearing. Everyone must stay calm. The more chaotic it gets, the easier it is to make mistakes and cause a backlash, said Sun Hao, the captain of the guard team. But he was also sweating profusely. Who would
have thought that the genius competition would suddenly be invaded by the abyss?
And this was clearly not a simple invasion. This was a demon god, even he felt a bit overwhelmed, and if things went wrong, the entire Jianghai city could fall. But at this moment he had to muster the courage to organize everyone. Just then, in front of everyone's eyes, the arm of the demon god in the center of the magic array actually began to move. This exposed, worn arm radiated a strong and rich power of the abyss. This power of the abyss enveloped all the abyssal creatures present. In an instant, the aura of these abyssal creatures became several times stronger. Their movements turned violent. Those in the front trying to hold the line were instantly pushed back. A large area was overtaken by the abyssal creatures. Not good, these monsters have become stronger. Many people who had come to watch the competition, originally just bystanders with no combat power, were stunned by this scene. It was too despairing. A sense of helplessness rose in everyone's hearts. Quick, continue the evacuation. After regaining his senses, Sun Hao shouted. The situation was becoming increasingly serious, and measures had to be taken quickly. People in the venue began to pour out of the exits. The dueling arena was in chaos. Abyssal creatures rampaged everywhere. There were too few people on site, and the situation was grim. Li Chen, you should also prepare to leave, Lu Xian said. At that moment, Li Chen was standing still, his expression dazed. Just before the moment the demon god's arm emerged, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected the ability of the sloth demon god, can be copied. No need to think about it. Li Chen's heart surged with excitement. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained the following abilities. Power of Sloth can create a domain that restricts targets within it. Their level cannot exceed that of the host. Evil Power can release evil power to summon and manipulate monsters. Demon God Bond 1/7. When 7 demon god bonds are collected, the power of the demon lord will be obtained. At that moment, Li Chen's thoughts were pulled back by Lu Xian. Li Chen, what's wrong? Seeing Li Chen standing there, Lu Xian asked in confusion. It's nothing, Li Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Xian did not ask further. After all, Li Chen was also a young man, and it was normal to be a bit shocked by such a brutal scene for the first time. Gat. Ready to leave, you should go with Yu Xiuhua and the others. At this moment, however, Li Chen shook his head and did not move. Perhaps before, he would have indeed followed them. After all, staying here would be of no use. But now, let them go first, I can leave last. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xian's expression became serious. Li Chen, you must go. You are our hope, you cannot have any accidents. Staying here is too risky. At this moment, Sun Hao also turned around and said seriously, let's go, our support hasn't arrived yet and we don't have enough manpower. If we stay any longer, it won't be a joke. With your talent, there may come a day when you need to show off, but it shouldn't be now. Li Chen shook his head again. No, I have a way to deal with the monsters here. Let me stay, I can save the countless lives behind me. You. Seeing Li Chen like this, Sun Hao was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. He really didn't know whether to call Li Chen ignorant and fearless or overly arrogant. Stop joking. Do you know what that arm in the center of the black magic array is? Sun Hao couldn't help but shake his head. That was one of the 7 ancient demon gods. Young man, don't think that. Just because you have an advantage among your peers in the genius competition, you can look down on everything. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens, he said earnestly. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother to say it. Respecting others' fates would be enough. But Li Chen was indeed different. His current identity was quite special, a genius with great potential, which made Sun Hao feel a sense of appreciation for talent. It would be a pity if someone like him were to perish. That is the sloth demon god. You may not know its deeds in ancient times, nor how brutal it was. That era was a time of great suffering. The human population in the entire world was directly halved because of these demon gods. The population has only slowly recovered in recent years. Once the sloth demon god emerges, even just one demon god is enough to cause a catastrophic blow to a nation. Now, do you understand the seriousness of the situation? Do you still want to persist in your will? Sun Hao exhaled. In his view, he had already said so much. Anyone who wasn't a fool could understand his meaning. He thought Li Chen would be frightened and retreat upon realizing the difficulty. However, at that moment, Li Chen's gaze remained unchanged, still resolutely fixed on him. The moment Sun Hao met that gaze, he was stunned. Such a gaze, he hadn't seen one like it in a long time. It even reminded him of his younger self, back when he was fighting monsters on the front lines. Li Chen spoke, I understand everything, and because of that, I cannot retreat. While the situation is still within a controllable range. It seemed they had reached an impasse, and Sun Hao let out a bitter laugh. Controllable? I hope so. Li Chen, have you really thought this through? Lu Xian frowned. He had watched Li Chen grow all the way, and in his heart he had already regarded Li Chen as one of his own. For both public and private reasons, he truly couldn't bear to see Li Chen take risks. What he feared most was that Li Chen didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, overestimated himself, and ultimately made an irreparable mistake. At that moment, Li Chen confirmed again, let me try. If something really goes wrong, I should be able to retreat safely.
Sigh, alright. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you.
Just be careful, Sun Hao said. He still had to oversee the overall situation and really didn't
have time to waste here.
No matter the reason, Li Chen's actions must have their own justification. He believed he had made himself clear.
Even if it was about showing off, one had to pay the price for their decisions.
Lu Xian looked at Li Chen and said, fine, but remember, if you notice anything wrong,
retreat first.
As long as the green hills remain, you won't fear a lack of firewood. At this point, he still wasn't at ease watching Li Chen alone here.
Li Chen nodded without saying anything. He then turned his gaze to the enormous demon god's arm in the center of the array. To be honest, even he felt a bit
surprised looking at such a terrifying giant. Just an arm alone could be so powerful. He could sense how terrifying the demon god's true form was from its aura. A true demon god, its power would undoubtedly be countless times stronger. It was something they could not possibly deal with.
Fortunately, this was
just a deformity, merely an embryo, and had not yet given birth to a true demon god.
At this moment, the best course of action was to strangle it in its
cradle. They had to seize the opportunity to resolve it, no matter how difficult it was. Only then could they avoid causing even more terrifying disasters.
Later on,
watching the chaotic scene, Li Chen began to ponder.
How should he start taking action? The ultimate goal was certainly to seal the demon god's arm in the center back.
The best way was to destroy the grand formation, preventing it from continuing to operate.
Li Chen activated his holographic eye, examining the formation, hoping to find a way to break it.
This formation seemed to be composed of several focal points continuously providing abyssal
power. As long as the source of these focal points was cut off, it would be enough.
Li Chen ran to a high point, surveying the duel arena, and quickly noticed
several locations. The characteristic of these places was the dense abyssal power, and there were numerous abyssal monsters surrounding them. The danger was immense.
To reach these locations, he would have to slay at least 1,000 monsters. At this moment, the grand formation in the center was continuously
absorbing evil power. As time passed, these abyssal monsters would only increase. By then, it would be even harder to approach these focal points.
There was no time to delay. He had to act quickly.
Li Chen's heart stirred. Without further hesitation, he swiftly charged towards one of the focal points with the holy sword. Li Chen, where are you going?
Noticing his movement, Lu Xian quickly approached. The current situation was extremely dangerous. They could only passively defend, and even staying put, they weren't sure if they could hold their ground. Now, to take the initiative and move forward was like an egg hitting a stone. Lu Xian found Li Chen's actions utterly incomprehensible.
Li Chen glanced at him.
Remembering what he was about to do, he frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to expose his abilities, not even to Lu Xian, because what he was about to do was indeed a bit outrageous, hard to accept, and
could likely provoke unnecessary trouble.
Just imagine, a human being able to use abyssal power to control monsters, summon them, and so on, even if this
person was a genius. Such an ability was already linked to the Abyss Church. Regardless of any identity, it would touch the bottom line and be unforgivable. Li Chen quickly realized this, so he didn't want others to see.
Although it was dangerous, the best outcome was for him to go alone.
Li Chen paused, contemplating how to send Lu Xian back. He took a deep breath.
Lu Xian, do you trust me?
What? Lu Xian was taken aback, not understanding why Li Chen suddenly said this.
No need to think too much, you just need to answer my question, Li Chen continued.
Lu Xian turned around. Of course I trust you. That's enough.
You wait here for me, I'll be back after a quick trip.
What? Lu Xian was stunned and quickly said, where are you going? You can't act
recklessly, it's very dangerous here, even I don't dare to wander around.
No need to panic. Didn't you say you trust me? I know what I'm doing, Li Chen said with a smile. This is different.
I trust you, but this is not the same thing, they can't be equated. Lu Xian waved his hand. In his view, Li Chen's
idea was too crazy, simply unacceptable.
At this moment, there were monsters everywhere inside. Going in was practically seeking death.
It was utterly ridiculous. Isn't it better for everyone to fight together? Going alone is too risky. Li Chen replied, I've made up my mind, no need to say more. I have my reasons for doing this.
To be honest, even Li Chen himself felt a bit uncertain. Although he had gained abilities, he had never truly used them.
Not even once.
But now, the environment was becoming increasingly chaotic, and those with abilities had to strike hard. He believed that among those present, besides himself, no one else could achieve this. It was not just for others but also for himself. He did not want to see Jianghai City completely descend
into a paradise for abyssal monsters, turning into a hell on earth.
This was also his hometown, where he had lived for so many years, and he had some
feelings attached to it.
Even if he ultimately failed, he would have no regrets. By now, Lu Xian was not foolish and had naturally noticed some things. He
sighed. Hey, Li Chen, no matter what secrets you have, since you are so determined, then I won't stop you. But remember, you must come back safely. If there's danger, be sure to contact me.
Li Chen nodded, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Lu Xian understood him and was very pleased. Without further ado, he hurried towards one of the array eyes. Along the way, he saw quite a few abyssal monsters as well as human professionals fighting against them. At this moment, with so many people around, Li Chen did not use his abilities directly but fought normally, moving forward to slay enemies. You have killed an abyssal monster, gaining abyssal power *1. You have killed an abyssal monster, gaining abyssal power *1. Li Chen blended into the battlefield. And at this time, everyone was eager to kill enemies and did not have time to pay attention to him. After a while, he held the holy sword, killing monsters while rushing forward. Soon, he arrived near the first array eye. At this moment, he was surrounded by drooling, watchful abyssal monsters, and he could hardly see any other human professionals. Li Chen had no more concerns. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed evil power. In an instant, a rich, evil power filled the entire area, enveloping all the nearby abyssal monsters. At this moment, those abyssal monsters that were about to attack Li Chen all froze in place, their eyes vacant, their bodies like statues. Seeing this, Li Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to have worked. There was no failure. Truly the power of the demon god. Even more fortunately, it was effective when used in a human body. These monsters quickly bowed down towards Li Chen, burying their heads in the ground. Their eyes were filled with respect, as if they regarded Li Chen as a demon god. Seeing this, Li Chen was very satisfied with the effect. Excellent. This way, he had directly turned enemies into friends. He no longer needed to worry about these abyssal monsters interfering with him. He could even use them as his strength to assist him in destroying these array eyes, competing for control. Li Chen glanced at the demon god's arm that was emerging in the center. At this moment, the lazy figure was slowly appearing. Now, besides the arm, a hint of shoulder was also faintly visible. Fortunately, it was not appearing directly. This array needed time to summon the demon god. Li Chen nodded to himself. However, he also needed to act quickly. As the area of the lazy demon god's body became more prominent, the evil power would grow stronger, making it increasingly difficult to deal with. For him, the situation would become more troublesome. With this in mind, Li Chen led the nearby abyssal monster minions and quickly rushed towards a nearby array eye. Upon arriving, Li Chen saw a shadow draped in a black robe. He stopped, furrowing his brows, watching the figure warily. This was a look he had never seen before, but it seemed to fit the stereotypical image of those heretical cults he had in mind. In an instant, a name of an organization appeared in his mind. Abyssal Cult. From the black-robed figure, he sensed a powerful abyssal power. This power was even more intense than that of the 3-star evil monsters he had encountered before. The opponent was definitely not simple. Li Chen became serious, focusing intently on the figure. He. A special breed has actually intruded. A chilling voice echoed. Li Chen noticed that the source of the voice was the figure in the black robe before him. Are you from the Abyss Church? Li Chen's expression was stern as he spoke directly. Kek. At that moment, the figure in the black robe suddenly turned its head. In the dim light of the duel arena, it was illuminated, and Li Chen was taken aback. Beneath the long black robe was a skull. This was not some kind of mask, it was a real skull. Its eyes shone with a ghostly green light. This was not human at all, it resembled a wraith. At that moment, the skull spoke. Little mouse, finding your way here indeed shows you have some skill, and I am quite curious about how you managed to control these monsters. Has a new profession emerged among humans? Li Chen did not answer its question. After the initial shock, he gradually came to terms with it. This world indeed had many things that defied common sense, monsters, alien races, all of it was quite normal. Then, Li Chen activated his holographic eye, assessing the target's status. Abyss Wraith level, 200 description, a wraith from the abyss, endowed with powerful evil forces, capable of controlling monsters. At that moment, the Abyss Wraith moved. It faced Li Chen, waved its hand, and a surge of black abyssal power erupted from its palm, carrying a terrifying aura. Immediately, hundreds of abyssal monsters appeared around, surrounding Li Chen. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. Whether it was human or ghost, he would just fight. In the next moment, he waved his hand lightly. Over 100 skeletal warriors were summoned. Together with the abyssal monsters on his side, their numbers were not inferior to the enemies at all. Oh, interesting, this is the plague of the undead? Seeing this scene, the opposing Abyss Wraith was somewhat moved. It seemed to have recognized Li Chen's profession. After all, this was the infamous SSS level profession, the plague of the undead. Interesting. Kekekek, little one, you are becoming more and more interesting. It laughed wildly. Now, let me see what you can do. If you want to destroy the formation with me here, you will never succeed, unless you step over my corpse. Following that, it commanded the abyssal monsters under its control to launch a fierce attack on Li Chen. Li Chen did not hesitate either, quickly directing his monsters and skeletal warriors to clash with them. At the same time, he charged towards the Abyss Wraith with his holy sword. Capture the thief first, capture the king, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Kek. Come on. The Abyss Wraith grinned ominously. In the next moment, a knife made of bones appeared in its hand, the blade still stained with traces of blood, and several eyes were writhing on it, looking terrifying. Li Chen slashed forward. The weapons of both sides clashed instantly. For a moment, they were evenly matched. From the center position between them, a powerful aura erupted outward. After nearly a minute, both retreated simultaneously, creating distance. A hint of surprise appeared in the Abyss Wraith's eyes. Good lad, you do have some skill. No wonder you are an SSS level profession. Then, excitement flickered in its eyes, turning red and radiating a bloodthirsty glow. Fortunately, you haven't grown yet, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. I enjoy crushing talents like you. Li Chen looked at it calmly. Suddenly, he thought of something and spoke. Oh, right, you're level 200, right? I almost forgot to release my domain on you. What? The Abyss Wraith was taken aback. Li Chen actually knew its level. At that moment, Li Chen used the power of sloth, expanding a large domain centered on himself. Instantly, all the monsters, including the opponent, were enveloped. The domain of sloth. Within the domain, all things would be suppressed and their levels could not exceed his OWNDI. In other words, within this domain, the level of the Abyssal Undead would also be suppressed, matching his own level. Soon, the Abyssal Undead realized something was off. It was momentarily stunned. To its astonishment, it discovered that its level had nearly halved. What on earth was happening? It glanced at Li Chen, clearly recognizing this as the other party's doing. The domain that Li Chen had unleashed was evidently empowered by a formidable evil force. It was instantly shocked. Damn, is this still a human? This evil power is even more intense than what it possesses. And if it wasn't mistaken, this power was emanating from Li Chen? This is just utterly insane? Unable to comprehend. Completely unable to comprehend. Watching the other party's reaction and the changes occurring, everything was as expected, and Li Chen nodded inwardly. It seemed the effect had taken hold. He once again used the holographic words to check the attributes of the Abyssal Undead across from him. Sure enough, the opponent's level had been suppressed to around level 100, exactly the same as his own. Goodness, even Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim that this ability was too monstrous. Right before his eyes, all beings were equal. No wonder it was the power of a demon god. This was just the power of one of the demon gods. There were still 6 more demon gods left. It was almost unimaginable. If he could replicate them all, cough cough. Thoughts aside, Li Chen still felt it was best if these demon gods didn't come out to cause trouble. He currently didn't have the ability to truly face any complete demon god. In the shocked gaze of the Abyssal Undead before him, Li Chen charged forward with his sword. Now that the opponent's level had also been suppressed. Previously, he was level 100 while the other was level 200, naturally at a disadvantage in a fight, but now they were at the same level. He wasn't worried at all. With so many abilities at his disposal, he felt quite confident. A powerful evil force erupted from the Abyssal Undead, angrily declaring, "Damn human practitioner, how dare you come to ruin our good deeds? No matter where you got this evil power from, it is unforgivable. Unforgivable." As it spoke, it swung its knife towards Li Chen. However, this time, Li Chen wouldn't go easy on it. Earlier, when it was level 200 and he was level 100, it couldn't blame him for anything. Now that they were at the same level, could it still withstand his strike? Li Chen summoned the power of the wind element, rushing forward at incredible speed, his holy sword wielding overwhelming might, and struck down fiercely. This time, Li Chen put forth all his strength. The speed was at its peak, and the strike hit. Bang! Centered around him, a powerful aura erupted across the arena. The holy sword struck the head of the Abyssal Undead. At the moment of contact, its entire skeleton shattered. Bones flew everywhere, turning into a cloud of ash. No! Watching helplessly as his body continued to dissipate, the Saint Element Undead let out a terrifying scream. But it was of no use. It quickly vanished from the spot, leaving not even a trace of ash. After dealing with the opponent, the eye of the formation was also destroyed. In an instant, a source of evil power was lost, and the aura of the demon god's arm in the central formation noticeably weakened, with the emergence of the lazy demon god slowing down. Seeing that it was effective, Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without pausing, he quickly rushed towards another eye of the formation within the venue. What's going on? Our formation is malfunctioning? In the dark array at the center of the duel arena, a figure in a black robe frowned. Noticing the changes occurring within the formation, he quickly checked the source. It's over at Old Four's side. The eye of the formation is malfunctioning? What is happening? He was startled and hurriedly tried to make contact. After a moment, he took a deep breath. He couldn't get through. He realized something was clearly wrong. But with Old Four's strength, it shouldn't be the case. Immediately, he hurriedly contacted the people at the other 2 array points, and fortunately, those 2 places had not yet been affected. After getting in touch, he quickly urged, "How's the situation on your side? It seems there's a force trying to disrupt our formation." The array point at Lao Si's side has already been destroyed, and I guess he can't be reached anymore. It's likely that he's in grave danger. Protect your positions at all costs, and do not let any accidents happen. The plan for the resurrection of the demon god cannot afford any mistakes. We've planned for so long, we must succeed. If we don't succeed, we will die honorably. After giving all the instructions, he looked back at the demon god's arm in the central array, his eyes filled with fervor. Ah, noble demon god, my most revered master, rest assured, we will definitely resurrect you. At that time, our Abyss Church will rise to the highest peak once again, reclaim everything that belongs to us, and purge all these human practitioners. They should be our slaves. Meanwhile, after destroying the first array point, Li Chen, along with his skeleton warriors and the army of monsters, quickly set off towards the second array point. During this process, his team continued to grow. He cleverly utilized the power of evil to convert the monsters into members of his side. However, unfortunately, his current evil power was limited, and he could not control all the monsters. Before long, he arrived at the second array point. At this second array point, there was still a figure dressed in a black robe, but evidently, they were well prepared for his arrival. In the dim light, Li Chen saw the face of this second black-robed figure. This was different from the previous encounter. The one he met earlier was just a skeleton and could hardly be called human. This time, however, beneath the black robe was a human body, and the face was covered with strange black patterns. Li Chen took a glance and realized this one was a traitor to humanity, a human scum. In this world, everyone can participate in the awakening ceremony when they turn 18 and awaken their profession. But this process depends on one's fate and luck. Some people have good talent and awaken S-class professions, while others end up with the most worthless D-class professions. Those who awaken to decent professions, like S-class, generally do not end up serving the abyss as dogs. Usually, it's those with poor professions or those who simply fail to awaken, unable to accept the disparity in their hearts, who yearn for power and thus take the wrong path, turning to the abyss to gain the evil power of the abyss, becoming stronger by any means necessary. Such people are naturally despised by all humanity. Therefore, when Li Chen saw the person in front of him, he naturally did not show any good expression. Although everyone has the right to pursue power, he, as a native human, expressed absolute disgust for such treacherous behavior against humanity. Seeing Li Chen approach, the black-robed figure squinted, looking somewhat surprised. Humph, so it's you who is ruining our great Abyss Church's plan? You lowly human. Foolish. He did not expect that the one coming to disrupt them was a human, and a young one at that. This inexplicably stirred a surge of anger within him. At his age, he should have been full of vigor, yet he had awakened the most worthless D-class profession. This made all his efforts during high school a joke. In his view, it was the heavens that had wronged him. The whole world was his enemy. Finally, by chance, he came into contact with the people of the Abyss Church, and he took the initiative to approach them. Ultimately, there were no surprises, and he successfully became a member of the Abyss, gaining powerful strength, even surpassing the talents of his peers at that time. Those who looked down on his profession later all died under his sword. Seeing Li Chen, he couldn't help but recall those times. A glimmer of bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. By now, he felt no regret at all and was very glad for his decision back then. He also hated himself for not seeing this damned world clearly sooner, wasting over a decade. The Abyss Church was the best sanctuary. Once the demon god successfully revived, the entire world would belong to them. Li Chen glanced at him disdainfully. Look at you now, neither human nor ghost, abandoned by the six paths, doing things that harm humanity. It's simply laughable. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe was not angry. Instead, he revealed a proud expression. What do you know? Only the abyss is the strongest in the world. One day, you will regret your foolish actions. Kid, you still have a chance now. Submit to us, join our Abyss Church. You can gain powerful abyssal strength. Your power will be countless times stronger than it is now. The man in the black robe spoke passionately, his words enticing. Li Chen laughed. Ha ha. Seeing him like this, the man in the black robe also laughed, producing a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. So, what's so funny? The man in the black robe asked with a smile. I'm laughing at you, serving a bunch of monsters, living as a human worse than a dog, and still trying to persuade others to fall with you. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? The man's expression darkened. You better think carefully. Li Chen said nothing. What responded to him was the sword in his hand. Talk to my sword. Li Chen swung the sword directly at him. At that moment, the man in the black robe snorted coldly, his body shook, and a dark, evil aura erupted from him. You're asking for it, you've chosen the path to death. Immediately, changes began to occur in his body. He was enveloped by a black abyssal power. Soon, black scales, sharp horns, and teeth began to grow all over him. Li Chen had seen this form before. Back in Koan City, he had encountered a person from the abyss in a secret realm, who had also transformed from a human into this form. This seemed to be the transformation that all traitorous humans had to undergo to use abyssal power.
Therefore, he was not particularly surprised. This form indeed provided a strong enhancement. The black scales all over his body gave him high defense, and the abyssal powers surrounding him became much denser, enhancing all his attributes. At this moment, the abyssal blood demon form the man in the black robe had transformed into was significantly stronger than the 3-star evil demon he had seen before, several times more powerful. But Li Chen was not afraid. He moved forward with his sword. Then he swung it fiercely. Feeling the momentum of the sword, the man in the black robe, now transformed into an evil demon, also darkened his expression. He then waved his hand, and 2 sharp blades suddenly grew from the back of his hand. He clasped his hands together, facing the blades towards Li Chen's incoming sword, and collided. Bang! The golden aura from Li Chen collided instantly with the black evil power of the other. The entire scene seemed to split into 2 colors, one side a sacred and blinding golden light, the other a chaotic and evil black mist. After a brief encounter, both sides retreated simultaneously. Li Chen stepped back 3 paces, while the man in the black robe retreated 5. Steadying himself, the man in the black robe's expression darkened. Indeed powerful, good thing I was prepared. He had received a message from their leader earlier, instructing him to prepare for battle. At this moment, without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Noble demon god, please grant me your magic power. I need your magic to suppress these rebellious slaves for our great cause. Li Chen frowned, looking at him with a strange expression in his eyes. What was this? Were they holding some kind of bizarre ceremony? Just as he was pondering this, a wave of evil energy suddenly descended from the sky, coming from the direction of the demon god's arm. This malevolent force was incredibly dense and quickly crashed into the body of the figure in the black robe, flooding him with power. At that moment, the aura emanating from the black-robed man visibly grew stronger. He was enveloped by a terrifying abyssal force, his presence multiplying several times over before it gradually subsided. Li Chen watched him, his gaze turning wary. Good grief, was he cheating? And summoning a god too? At that moment, the black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned an even deeper shade of blood red, bursting forth with an evil glint. His entire form had grown significantly larger, and the scales on his body had become more solid, sprouting countless serrated blades. The impression he gave Li Chen was that he resembled a monster more than a human, with almost no human traits left, only the roughness and fury of a beast. Kick. After completing his evolution, the black-robed man looked at Li Chen with smug satisfaction. Did you see that? The Lord Demon God has responded to me. This is the power of the Demon God. This is the strength of our abyss, a power that you human professionals can never attain in your lifetime, yet we can easily acquire it. Are you envious? Li Chen remained silent, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes. The other party had completely lost all human qualities, utterly devolving into a monster. Li Chen felt no envy. Instead, he was filled with disgust. Such power, even if offered to him, he would refuse. Humanity should not be sacrificed for power. Once the bottom line is lost, one would only fall deeper, losing the qualifications of being human. Is this the power you crave? A useless lump of clay that can't even stand as a person, yet dares to seek shortcuts? How ridiculous! Li Chen scoffed, tightening his grip on the sword. Come on, let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand after this so-called evolution. Don't end up like your last companion, who was a pure abyssal undead and couldn't last even a moment. At that moment, both moved simultaneously. The black-robed man, empowered by the abyssal force, exuded an overwhelming aura, brimming with confidence. Li Chen did not back down, unleashing his domain and activating the power of the wind element. The two sides clashed like shooting stars, and soon they collided once more in the center. This time, the standoff lasted longer. Neither side yielded. The black-robed man was also astonished. This Li Chen was surprisingly strong at such a young age. He recalled how, at that age, he had a wave of jealousy surged within him again. If he had possessed such strength back then, he would not have willingly fallen into the gates of darkness. Today, you must die here, he roared, exerting more force with his hands. Li Chen felt the strength coming from across the way, intensifying, but it was still within a manageable range. It had to be said that after summoning the demon, the black-robed man's evil power had increased significantly, at least several times stronger than before. It was no wonder some would rather abandon their human principles to fantasize about such power. It was like the methods of making money being laid out in the news: high investment, high returns. But unfortunately, in the face of true genius, these things were ultimately just flashy tricks, mere antics of a rat in the gutter. Li Chen suddenly lifted his head, looking at him with a smile. Upon seeing his smile, the black-robed man's expression changed slightly, a bad premonition creeping in. Sure enough, the next moment, another Li Chen appeared beside him. Yes, this was another Li Chen. This was his clone. It was also his advantage, for these evil beings, although they possess pure dark power, they lack many abilities compared to human professionals. Human professionals rely not just on brute strength but on the ultimate effects brought about by the extreme development of various professions. Evil cannot suppress righteousness.
All along, the Abyss Church has only been driven to the land of exile to survive, and
this is the reason.
even though they have always wanted to make a comeback, they have been pushed back by humans time and again.
The man in the black robe
Realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Everything was a trap designed by Li Chen in advance. He had
fallen into the snare. You've fallen into a trap.
Behind him, Li Chen's clone thrust a sword directly into his heart.
In an instant, a huge hole appeared
in his chest, leaking a strong abyssal power.
No, my power. Come back quickly.
The man in the black robe panicked. He struggled desperately, trying to break
free.
But Li Chen would not give him the chance. The sword in his hand pierced his heart again and again.
Turns out it was just a case of puffing up to look tough.
Li Chen scoffed. It seemed that this abyssal demon transformed from a human was indeed inferior to true denizens of the abyss, relying
entirely on magical power to maintain its strength. The drawbacks were also very obvious. Li Chen and his clone attacked from both sides, quickly landing several more strikes.
In no time, they had turned him into a beehive, with several holes appearing on his body. Abyssal power gushed out.
If it were anyone
else, they would have likely fallen after such an attack. But with so many scales protecting him, it made him more resilient.
But it didn't matter. The
abyssal power continued to leak out. Sooner or later, he would reveal his true form.
Li Chen was completely unperturbed. 2 against 1, the advantage was mine.
Backstabbing human professionals, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one, the man in the black robe said angrily, clutching his wound as
the abyssal power dissipated. One-on-one? Li Chen laughed. Aren't we already doing that? For a moment, the man in the black robe couldn't refute.
What he said seemed to make sense. It was quite reasonable, with both being Li Chen. He was also speechless, wondering how he ended up facing such a
monster.
Next, under Li Chen's siege, the man in the black robe soon found it hard to hold on, panting heavily, his aura extremely weak, a stark contrast
to before. He had no intention of dragging it out any longer.
He had to quickly destroy the formation to prevent the resurrection of the demon god in the
center and stop the schemes of these abyssal scum.
Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen directly activated the self-destruction of his clone.
Soon, Li Chen's
clone charged towards the man in the black robe, its form beginning to swell, expanding and expanding.
When it reached the man in the black robe, boom, the clone exploded.
A destructive force erupted instantly from the clone's position, raising a thick mushroom cloud of smoke.
The man in the black robe stood
closest to the explosion, taking the full brunt of the damage.
Ah!
Already in a weakened state, his entire body was blown apart by the explosion. When the thick smoke dissipated, the area had become empty, the man in the black robe's body blown to pieces, flying who knows where.
At the
same time, this formation eye had also been successfully destroyed. 2 formation eyes had been destroyed, only the last one remained. After destroying the last formation eye, the central array should, without a doubt, disappear. Without hesitation, Li Chen immediately rushed towards
the last formation eye.
At this moment, every minute he delayed could mean a human professional losing their life to the demon creatures. At the same time, as the second formation eye was also destroyed, the figure in the center became agitated. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression
turning furious. Who is it? Who is it?
With 2 generals already killed, he could no longer sit still.
At this moment, only the last formation eye
remained to support the array. This was the final line of defense.
If it fell, their plan would be completely ruined.
Damn bugs, how dare they disrupt the plans of our great Abyss Church and prevent the resurrection of our magnificent sloth demon.
Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable.
His face was filled
with rage. It couldn't go on like this.
He had to find a way to take action, to locate the one who was sabotaging their plans and eliminate them.
With only the last formation eye remaining, the enemy must be rushing towards it.
Thinking of this, he looked towards a certain spot in the duel arena and quickly
dashed in that direction.
At this very moment, as the 2 formation eyes were destroyed, the attacks of the abyssal creatures began to weaken, no longer
as frenzied and terrifying as before. At the safe entrance of the duel arena, most ordinary citizens had already been evacuated by the organization.
The professionals still stood their ground, holding the line against the creatures, and the pressure was not as intense as it had been.
Meanwhile, Lu Xian
stood still, watching everything unfold, but he couldn't feel happy, because Li Chen still hadn't returned, and there was no news. Worry crept into his heart. After such a long time, could it be that he was in grave danger? Although the onslaught of the abyssal creatures had diminished significantly, the arena was still filled with them, making it extremely dangerous. After a moment, he took a deep breath. He decided not to wait any longer. By now, most ordinary civilians had been evacuated. At this point, he was no longer needed to help hold the line. Moreover, the brutality and number of these creatures
had decreased. He decided to take people in and search for Li Chen. Alive or dead, he needed to see him.
He then approached Sun Hao and explained his intentions. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao sighed. He had known this would happen.
He had advised against it before, but Li Chen hadn't listened. Now, it was likely that he had fallen into danger. In his view, after so much time had passed, sending someone to look for him would be futile. But in the end, he said nothing more and still allocated some troops to Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not linger, leading his team directly into the midst of the creatures. Meanwhile, in a corner of the duel arena, Li Chen stood surrounded by a group of creatures, with skeleton warriors clearing the way in front. The team moved forward with great momentum, and the other abyssal creatures could not stop their advance. Soon, they arrived at the last formation eye of the array. Finally here, Li Chen's heart stirred and his expression became serious. If he could resolve this, it would be a great achievement. At this moment, nothing could go wrong. He reached the position of the formation eye. However, to his surprise, this place was different. Unlike before, there was no one here guarding. Something was off. He felt that something was not right and things could not be that simple. His expression grew cautious as he was surrounded by several skeleton warriors, slowly approaching. Just then, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the ground. Li Chen quickly pulled back to the center of the area. At that moment, the ground in front of him was directly pushed open. A monster over 10 meters tall crawled out from the ground, exuding an unprecedentedly dense abyssal power, terrifying beyond measure. Seeing this, Li Chen hurriedly activated his holographic eye to assess the situation. Abyssal Giant Level 300 Description: a monster existing in the abyssal environment, possessing immense abyssal power and destructive capability, formed from tens of thousands of abyssal creatures. Weakness: moves relatively slowly, can be fought flexibly. After seeing this, Li Chen was also taken aback. Good heavens, he knew things wouldn't be that simple. Level 300. A single slap from this thing could turn him to dust. He was on a completely different level, not even in the same league. But now, only this last focal point remained. Once it was resolved, victory could be declared. Otherwise, everything done before would be in vain. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided to grit his teeth and give it a try. If he really couldn't win, he would deal with it then. Although a level 300 was formidable, he possessed the power of the demon god, allowing him to unleash a domain that could suppress its level to match his own range. However, Li Chen still didn't believe that this would guarantee his safety. A level 300 monster was not simply stronger than him by 100 or 200 levels. Besides its attributes, the thick abyssal power it wielded was the main source of its strength, which had nothing to do with levels. Li Chen steeled himself, cautiously observing the massive creature before him. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, over 100 skeleton warriors and thousands of abyssal monsters surged forward. At that moment, the abyssal giant also began to move. With every gesture, it exuded overwhelming abyssal power. Its massive arm swung down with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble violently, and a huge pit suddenly appeared, erupting with a powerful wave of abyssal energy. With this strike, hundreds of abyssal monsters on Li Chen's side were instantly obliterated. But it didn't matter, there were still many troops left on Li Chen's side. They continued to swarm towards the abyssal giant. The skeleton warriors and numerous abyssal monsters launched their attacks, some leaping onto the giant, climbing and swinging their weapons, striking at the giant's body. Although these attacks seemed to have little effect on the abyssal giant, akin to ants scratching an itch, they entangled the creature, preventing it from escaping for the time being. At this moment, Li Chen, wielding the holy sword, took advantage of the giant's distraction to unleash waves of sword energy. The sword energy struck the giant, leaving deep, long wounds. But soon, the wounds were covered by a mass of black abyssal power, rapidly healing. From the health bar, Li Chen noticed that the abyssal giant was continuously regenerating health. The principle was that it was constantly absorbing the evil power present on the battlefield. Li Chen frowned. This was a bit troublesome. It should be noted that this evil power was emanating from the arms of the demon god within the central black formation, and to stop it, the last focal point had to be destroyed, which meant he was caught in a vicious cycle. Li Chen took a deep breath, preparing for a protracted battle. After all, he was alone. Even with so many monsters around him, it would be difficult to defeat the target in a short time. Fortunately, he now had the support of the sloth domain, which could suppress the giant's level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to scratch it, and the damage he dealt would likely be outpaced by its recovery. Time passed slowly. During this period, Li Chen did not give up on attacking, continuously whittling down the abyssal giant's health. The situation stabilized somewhat. With a steady stream of abyssal monsters pushing forward, if there was a gap, Li Chen would immediately summon more abyssal monsters to fill it. The abyssal giant's health was visibly depleting. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Just then, Li Chen suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. He looked up and saw a shadow enveloped in black mist descending from the sky, crashing down towards him with ferocity. Li Chen's heart raced. Reacting quickly, he dodged backward. The shadow landed heavily on the ground. Bang! The impact cracked the earth, and a thick cloud of dust quickly rose. Following that, a terrifying abyssal aura erupted. As the smoke gradually cleared, a black figure emerged at the original spot.
Li Chen focused his gaze and immediately understood the identity of this person. The incredibly powerful evil aura emanating from him clearly belonged to someone from the abyss. Damn humans, it's you who are ruining our great plan, isn't it? At that moment, the shadow let out a hoarse voice. You actually destroyed two of our focal points. It's simply unforgivable. Well then, you will remain here forever. Become nourishment for our monsters. Li Chen watched the newcomer warily. It seemed they could no longer sit idly by. He felt that things wouldn't be so simple. There was clearly a hidden hand manipulating the formation from behind. They definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch him destroy these. Li Chen glanced at the shadow that had appeared later. Abyss Demon level, 300 abilities, Abyssal Evil Power, Magical Assault description. A creature from the abyss feeding on magical energy, raised in the immersion of evil power since childhood. Weakness, destroying resilience. Bars can cause additional damage and reduce defense. Li Chen's expression changed slightly. The previous abyssal giant had not yet been dealt with, and now another formidable enemy had arrived. Even Li Chen couldn't help but feel an increase in pressure. After all, it was still too short a time for his growth. Since the awakening ceremony, it had only been about a month. If he were given a little more time, none of these would be his match. Who could have known that these people would be so rampant, even setting their sights on the genius competition, starting to cause chaos at such a critical moment? At the same time, noticing the commotion from the abyssal giant, Lu Xian also rushed over with his team. The group consisted of about 20 people, all over level 100. This was already the maximum combat power they could muster. Fortunately, the monsters here had weakened significantly, otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. At this moment, they were on the move while continuously killing the surrounding abyssal monsters. Strange. There are so few abyssal monsters in this area. Lu Xian noticed this. Moreover, there were corpses of abyssal monsters scattered everywhere around. Who did this? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened here, it was precisely because of this that their actions quickened. To find out the answer, they would have to speed up and see the situation ahead. He then led his team swiftly forward. At this moment, with another helper from the abyss side, the balance of the situation on his side was broken. His army of monsters and skeleton warriors were still battling the abyssal giant, but he couldn't help much and had to confront the newly arrived abyssal demon. Watching the number of his skeletons and monsters decrease, Li Chen understood that he had to resolve this quickly before going to help. He then gripped his sword, focusing intently on the abyssal demon before him. The abyssal demon looked at Li Chen with a glimmer of interest in its eyes. I'm curious, how do you control these monsters to serve you? You seem to carry the aura of the abyss as well. The abyssal demon questioned, puzzled. Are you one of us? Bah! Li Chen scoffed disdainfully. You think you're worthy? Don't compare me to you beasts. I am a human, and I take pride in my identity. Heh, it seems you are quite confident. The abyssal demon snorted. However, indeed, being able to defeat our other two generals already shows your strength, but unfortunately, the one before you is me. Do you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel before me. After saying that, a powerful aura erupted from him, pressing straight down towards Li Chen. Li Chen immediately felt a force pressing down on him from above. In an instant, he felt as if a mountain was on his back. This was a domain. Li Chen quickly reacted. He sneered and said, Heh, do you think you're the only one with a domain? After saying that, he also activated his sloth domain. A powerful and malevolent force suddenly erupted from him, radiating outward and instantly enveloping the abyssal demon within it. The abyssal demon raised an eyebrow, looking around in surprise, noticing the changes happening to himself. Is this a domain? In an instant, he felt as if something was sealing him off. His level had actually been suppressed to level 100. He was taken aback. This was the doing of Li Chen? At that moment, he finally understood. No wonder his two generals had failed so quickly. It turned out that Li Chen had such terrifying means. Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally and arrived at this final location. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Li Chen would take this place as well, destroying the focal point here. It would directly ruin their plan for the resurrection of the demon god. He almost let Li Chen spoil a major event. He looked at Li Chen with lingering fear. Who exactly are you? This power cannot possibly belong to you. It was the first time he had encountered such a special human profession. Li Chen chuckled. Aren't you abyssal scum supposed to be so impressive? What's wrong? Feeling weak now? The abyssal demon narrowed his eyes. You've reminded me. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. With that, he waved his hand. A mass of black abyssal power condensed into the shape of a knife. In his hand. This was a knife formed entirely from evil power. Its aura enough to instill fear in anyone. Although he was within a domain and his level had been suppressed by Li Chen, the intensity of the abyssal power on him was still undiminished. This sword could be said to be the strongest weapon Li Chen had ever seen, its momentum even surpassing that of dazzling great weapons. In the next moment, he wielded the knife and launched a fierce attack at Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen showed no fear and charged forward with the holy sword. Bang! In an instant, the two collided in midair. The holy sword in Li Chen's
hand emitted a ringing sound, trembling slightly. Li Chen's sword was the life sword of an SSS-level profession, not inferior to the sword formed from the abyssal power of his opponent. However, his sword was also linked to his own level strength, and his current level was not high. On the other hand, the opponent was a level 300 abyssal demon, even though he had been suppressed by Li Chen's domain. In this collision, it was surprisingly hard to determine a victor. Good sword. The abyssal demon squinted, unexpectedly looking at the sword in Li Chen's hand. A sword that remained undiminished after clashing with him. Could certainly be considered a divine artifact. If I'm not mistaken, this is your life sword, right? As long as the sword exists, you exist. If the sword perishes, you perish. A hint of madness flashed in the abyssal demon's eyes. He then continued to strike at Li Chen. Bang bang bang. Li Chen, wielding the holy sword, blocked each of these attacks one by one, his expression turning serious. The abyssal demon was right. The reason it was called a life sword was that his sword was equivalent to himself. The stronger he was, the stronger his sword was, creating a symbiotic relationship. His sword would not be easily destroyed because once it was destroyed, he would shatter along with it. Seeing the abyssal demon's intent, it was clear he regarded the sword as himself, wanting to capture both himself and the sword in one fell swoop. This line of thought was indeed clever. If he didn't use the holy sword, the other weapons on him would indeed be unable to clash directly with the opponent's abyssal power. Cunning demon. He. I want to see how many of my attacks you can block, the abyssal demon sneered. Once I deal with you, we can continue to cast the great formation. When our demon god successfully resurrects, all of you will become our nourishment, nurturing our great demon god. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Just then, a voice came from afar. The abyssal demon frowned. Who is speaking? Get out here. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed on the ground. A figure approached from a distance, gradually becoming clearer. Li Chen noticed as well. The newcomer was a human practitioner. Fortunately, they didn't appear to be a helper from the abyss, otherwise, with another person arriving, he would have been in trouble. It was a tall woman, slender yet strong, dressed in an exquisite robe, holding a black gold staff. As she walked closer, even though she was alone, there was an overwhelming sense of power emanating from her. Clearly, she was a powerful mage. Another human. Dare to disrupt my plans? Then let's go to the grave together, the abyss demon said angrily. Having been interrupted multiple times, he was already extremely furious. Looking at the approaching human powerhouse, Li Chen felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed she was one of their own, a helper from his side. But soon, uncertainty crept in. Would she mistake him for an enemy? After all, he was operating in a domain, and the abyssal power within him was stronger than all the surrounding monsters combined. At first glance, he seemed like the biggest monster. Fortunately, the woman did not show any hostility towards him. If Lu Xian were present, he would surely recognize her and introduce her to Li Chen as the high-ranking individual he had mentioned before. At this moment, she spoke to Li Chen. Li Chen, leave this demon to me, you deal with the other abyssal giant. Although Li Chen did not know her, she recognized him. Hearing her words, Li Chen was taken aback. How did she know his name? She actually recognized him. However, Li Chen racked his brain but could not recall any information about this woman's identity at all. He was certain that today was their first meeting. But at this point, there was no time to ask further. He could only choose to trust her for now. There was only this last focal point left. It was crucial to destroy it quickly and prevent the revival array in the center. Without hesitation, he took his sword and rushed towards the massive creature on the side. Seeing this, the abyss demon moved to stop him. At that moment, the woman also acted. She waved her staff lightly, and a massive white beam of light shot out, blocking the abyss demon's path. Feeling the overwhelming magical power, even the abyss demon was slightly taken aback. Did I allow you to leave? Daring to be distracted while fighting me, are you ready to pay the price? The woman said calmly. At this moment, Li Chen turned to look at the scene and exhaled. Indeed, she was a powerful mage. He could leave this side to her for now, it should be fine. Then, Li Chen turned his attention to the abyssal giant in front of him. Now it's our battle, let's make it quick. At this moment, the abyssal giant had already eliminated most of the monsters with its every move, leaving only a few skeleton warriors holding the front. Li Chen gripped his sword and charged forward. With one strike after another, he poured all his strength into attacking it. Plunder! Terrifying damage numbers erupted from it. Under the enhancement of death suppression, its health visibly decreased. At the same time, the skeleton warriors did not give up on continuing their assault. They waved their hands, releasing evil power, and another batch of monsters appeared on the scene, attacking the abyssal giant together. Under the fierce siege, it didn't take long for the giant's health to hit rock bottom, nearing the killing line. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side also intensified. Countless abyssal powers erupted from the abyss demon, transforming into a dense barrage of attacks aimed at the female mage. Yet, this powerful mage did not show any fear. With a wave of her staff, a thick barrier appeared in front of her, blocking all the attacks. As she calmly responded, the two sides exchanged blows back and forth.
Even Li Chen couldn't help but praise the strength
of this powerful mage. He was truly a great help. He knew just how strong that abyssal creature was. After all, he had fought it before. He then shifted his gaze back to the abyssal giant.
Under the relentless
attacks of the skeletal warriors and numerous monsters, the opponent was already unable to extricate itself. Watching the last slivers of health, Li Chen wielded the holy sword, channeling the power of the wind element, moving at breakneck speed to the sky, and then swung down fiercely towards the creature's neck. Puff! The blade easily pierced into its flesh. This time, the abyssal giant's body stiffened.
In the
next moment, countless forces of the abyss erupted from its wound, spilling out.
Li Chen quickly moved away from the spot. This could be considered the last counterattack before its death. Once this abyssal power was triggered, it would be enough to take down anyone.
The abyssal energy continued to leak from the giant's body, causing it to start shaking.
Bang! A massive explosion sounded, and the overwhelming abyssal power was fully released, forming a powerful aura that instantly swept across the battlefield. Nearby monsters and skeletal warriors were all sent flying by this shockwave. Li Chen smirked. Damn it! Even in death, it self-destructs. But fortunately, with this explosion, the abyssal giant shattered into countless fragments, unable to return. At the same time, the last formation I was also destroyed. No! What have you done? Noticing the commotion, the abyssal demon turned its head. It witnessed this heart-wrenching scene. Another general had been defeated. More importantly, with the abyssal giant eliminated, all three formation eyes had been destroyed. At this moment, the great formation on the field was continuously weakening. The abyssal power also became thin. Looking at Li Chen, the abyssal demon's eyes
revealed a murderous glare.
All of this was thanks to this little human brat.
At this moment, its hatred for Li Chen had reached its peak.
Damn you, you filthy brat! You humans all deserve to die. I will kill you, tear you to pieces, smash your organs, swallow your flesh and blood whole. Its eyes were blood red, speaking frantically. However, at that moment, a beam of light suddenly struck from the side, sending it flying. Hey, didn't I say? You dare to get distracted while fighting me? Are you tired of living? And did you have my permission to say all that? The abyssal demon's body crashed against the wall and then fell heavily to the ground. Nice! Li Chen exclaimed. Well done. Look at that, why aren't you shouting now? But he also knew that this alone wasn't enough to directly kill the abyssal demon. He stepped forward, ready to help. Just then, the abyssal demon suddenly got back up. Its terrifying wounds were being covered by the abyssal power, gradually healing. After standing up, it suddenly looked up, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. With the three formation eyes destroyed, it wouldn't be long before the formation completely dissipated. All the effort it had put into this comeback would be in vain, turning into nothing, and it had lost so many of its minions. This was an outcome it could not accept. The demon god had not yet revived. How could it end like this? Given the current situation, it could only fight to the death. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful evil force erupted from its body. The evil power enveloped the entire duel arena like a natural disaster, instantly covering every corner. Some lower-level practitioners fainted upon contact. What the hell is this? Quick! Retreat! This is abyssal power, it's terrifying. This is... Lu Xian, who was rushing to the battlefield, was also taken aback by this commotion. The people in the venue were startled by the overwhelming power of the abyss and quickly retreated. At this moment, on Li Chen's side, the abyss demon was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The body of the abyss demon rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. Soon, it surpassed the previous abyss giant, yet showed no signs of stopping, continuing to grow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, its size had filled the entire duel arena. Just then, a massive hole appeared in the middle of its abdomen, resembling a black hole, emanating a powerful suction that drew in all the life sources around it, filling its entire body with the overwhelming power of the abyss, making its strength even more formidable. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Goodness, isn't it afraid of exploding from absorbing so much abyss power? However, the abyss demon clearly had made up its mind, continuing to absorb power relentlessly. When it finally stopped, its body nearly filled the entire duel arena, its towering figure standing before everyone. The aura emanating from it reached a terrifying level, making anyone who glanced at it feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Li Chen furrowed his brows tightly. This was undoubtedly the strongest sense of oppression he had ever faced in his life. It wasn't just a feeling of impending doom from a mere glance, but for the first time, he felt something truly horrifying. It was as if the demon god was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the woman beside him also looked astonished. Finally, she turned to Li Chen and said, "Not good. You need to leave quickly, this is beyond what we can handle right now." Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached. Turning his head, he saw that Lu Xian and the others had arrived. Lu Xian brought a group of elites to this place. Upon seeing the scene before him, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. What's going on? What happened here?
Such a powerful abyss creature. After his surprise, he spotted Li Chen and let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling a bit better.
Great! Li Chen, you're okay.
At that moment, he also noticed the mage beside Li Chen.
Zisui? When did you get here? What on earth happened? Lu Xian approached.
Zisui shook her head, her expression serious. The situation is dire, that being in
the center can no longer be simply described as a creature. It is already close to a demon lord.
A demon lord is a type of creature just below a demon god. Although not as powerful as a demon god, its strength should not be underestimated.
And only the top human professionals can deal with it. Hearing this, Lu Xian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected it to be a demon lord. What exactly is going on? He couldn't help but ask.
Zisui sighed. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I suspect the damned creature has absorbed all the abyss power from the central formation. This abyss power was originally meant to summon the demon god, but since we destroyed the formation, the demon god naturally
cannot return, so it absorbed all the abyss power. Now its strength far exceeds our imagination. It's probably stronger than an average demon lord. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian clenched his fists. What do we do now? This is completely beyond what we can handle.
Lu Xian knew in his heart that even with so many elites behind him, it wouldn't matter. In the face of a true powerhouse, an ant is still an ant. Even if there are 100 or 1,000, they can still be crushed
underfoot. Zisui exhaled.
You came just in time. Quickly take Li Chen and leave here. The other strong ones, stay with me to hold off this demon lord.
But you guys?
Lu Xian hesitated, knowing full well that relying solely on Zisui and the others would not be enough to confront the demon god. The worst outcome would be that they all die here. Zisui's eyes narrowed, and she shouted, "There's no time to hesitate, Lu Xian.
This is an order. You've held this position for so long. You haven't forgotten such a basic principle, have you?" Lu Xian remained silent.
Zisui continued, "Regarding Li Chen, he has already proven his strength in the genius competition, so I will keep my word.
The rest is up to you."
Just then, a chilling, hoarse voice rang out.
"Want to leave? Not a chance. I'm saying this right now. None of you are leaving today." The abyssal demon lord bellowed. An unprecedentedly powerful force from the abyss
emanated from him, enveloping the entire area.
Li Chen frowned. He understood that the creature before him had become too strong for him to handle. Not just him, even if all of them combined, they probably couldn't break through the opponent's defenses.
The only option was to wait for the top-tier professionals from the upper echelons of the country to come to their aid. Until then, Zhanghai City would likely be greatly affected. Although he had destroyed all the formation nodes, thwarting the resurrection of the demon god, an unprecedentedly powerful demon lord had still emerged. In Li Chen's eyes, it was as if the beautiful home of the past had transformed into a scene of hell on earth.
"Run!" Zisui shouted again.
At that moment, the abyssal demon lord moved. He swung his massive arm, dozens of meters long, down towards their position, casting a huge shadow that blocked all light. The arm descended with a fierce momentum, and a violent wind, as if it could flatten everything beneath it.
Zisui quickly waved her hand.
A massive blue barrier appeared above everyone, colliding with the descending arm, producing a crisp sound.
Clang! The balance lasted
only about a second. The next moment, the barrier shattered into fragments and dissipated. The enormous arm continued its descent. Fortunately, during that brief moment Zisui had bought, Li Chen and the others quickly left their original spot. They were all high-level professionals. Although they had no hope of facing the demon lord head-on, they still had some reaction time and speed.
Li Chen exhaled, feeling a lingering fear.
There was no choice. He had to quickly
run back towards the exit with Lu Xian.
Meanwhile, Zisui was retreating behind them, continuously using barriers to slow down the demon lord's attacks. Thankfully, she was a powerful mage with a high level. Otherwise, with such reckless consumption of magical power, an ordinary person would have been exhausted long ago. What to do? What to do? While quickly retreating with Lu Xian, Li Chen's mind raced, thinking of ways to break the deadlock.
This demon was
too strong. He had no doubt that one misstep would lead to his instant demise. There was no margin for error, no chance to fight back. Just then, he suddenly spotted the arm of the demon god not far ahead. Clearly, this was the arm of the sloth demon god. Thanks to his luck, at this moment, only one arm had emerged from the resurrection formation of the sloth demon god. The others had not appeared.
With the formation destroyed, the demon god could not return to the world.
All that remained was this one arm. Li Chen gazed at the terrifying, ancient-looking arm, deep in thought. Even just this arm exuded immense power. Although the abyssal power of everyone on the field had been absorbed by the abyssal demon, the arm of the sloth demon god still retained its own abyssal power. Li Chen was unsure why the abyssal demon had not absorbed this even more powerful abyssal energy. He speculated that the level of this abyssal power was too high and too strong, causing the abyssal demon to be unable to handle it, which is why it didn't absorb any.
Li Chen began to ponder. Feeling the powerful commotion caused by the abyssal demon lord, his eyes narrowed. Damn it! I'm going for it.
It was better than dying here directly. He then unleashed the wind element power to its fullest, turning in the direction and rushing swiftly towards the demon god's arm.
Seeing this scene, Lu Xian was taken aback. Hey! What are you doing? Come back! This was no joke, the situation was extremely urgent and even they could die at any moment. Li Chen usually appeared honest and straightforward, and under normal circumstances he should know the gravity of the situation. Why was he suddenly acting recklessly now? His expression turned grim. He had no idea what Li Chen was intending, not understanding what the other party wanted to do. He then looked in Li Chen's direction and quickly spotted the demon god's arm ahead. His brows furrowed. Why was Li Chen heading towards the demon god's arm? The resurrection array had completely stopped and the demon god's arm remained in place, just a massive piece of flesh, but it had already lost any consciousness and vitality, lacking any ability to act. At this moment, it naturally posed no threat or aggression. Otherwise, if Li Chen went over, it would truly be seeking death. It was just an arm, but it was still from a demon god. As he couldn't comprehend what Li Chen was trying to do, Li Chen had already arrived in front of the demon god's arm. He took a deep breath, looking at the terrifyingly large arm that was several dozen meters long. If it were still alive, he firmly believed that even a casual flick of a finger could shatter him into pieces. But at that moment, Li Chen felt a surge of desire. The demon god's arm gave him an incredibly enticing feeling, as if it were drawing him in. Suddenly, this hideously ugly arm didn't seem so frightening. Instead, it appeared like a delicacy in his eyes. Li Chen also didn't forget his purpose for being here. He took the risk to come here to see if he could absorb the abyssal power too. It wasn't just the abyssal demon that could absorb abyssal power, he could now manipulate abyssal power as well, and he had previously copied the power of the sloth demon god. Logically speaking, in terms of abyssal bloodline, he should be a bit stronger than that abyssal demon. The previous abyssal demon had absorbed the abyssal power of tens of thousands of magical creatures, becoming such a powerful demon lord, directly crushing all of them unilaterally. Yet it had not absorbed the abyssal power from this arm. Aside from its own level or ability being insufficient, Li Chen couldn't think of any other reason. However, he was different. He possessed the abilities of an abyssal demon god. He controlled the same abyssal power. Moreover, this arm itself belonged to the sloth demon god. In this light, the compatibility was indeed remarkable. With this thought, Li Chen acted accordingly. He reached out his hand, coming beside the demon god's arm, placing his hand on the arm. In an instant, a beam of light rose from his hand, connecting to the unfamiliar arm. Before long, Li Chen felt a powerful and pure abyssal power continuously flowing into his body. Damn! A sense of fullness surged within him, as if his entire body was being filled, being impacted by this abyssal power. It was effective. Li Chen took a breath, feeling excited. At that moment, he began to regret having destroyed the array too quickly, not allowing more of the demon god's body to remain. Otherwise, he could have absorbed even more of this strong abyssal power. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. But at the same time, he felt a hint of worry. Goodness, if he absorbed so much abyssal power, those magical creatures would probably have to call him ancestor when they saw him. Moreover, after absorbing so much reinforcement power, I won't end up like that abyss demon, growing larger and turning into a monster, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Damn it, I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Even if I really do turn into a monster, it's better than dying at the hands of one, right? Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he accelerated the absorption of the abyss power. A powerful abyss force erupted from him, akin to that of a demon god. Li Chen closed his eyes, feeling the pain and exhilarating sensation brought on by the impact of the abyss power. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Vessel! Ah! A perfect vessel! Li Chen couldn't help but frown. What the hell is talking? Just then, the voice in his mind continued. Servant, I am the sloth demon god from ancient times, bow down and serve me. Immediately, Li Chen felt his nerves becoming disordered, every cell in his body under attack, and his heart suddenly reacted. It's the sloth demon god. It's inside me now? No, this should just be a consciousness, otherwise, a single thought from it could cause me to die right here. Li Chen understood that this strange consciousness of sloth was trying to seize control of his body. At this moment, if he lost, he would forever lose consciousness and become a puppet of the demon god, as if his body had been taken over. It would be equivalent to being killed outright. Realizing the severity of the situation, Li Chen's expression hardened. My body is mine to control. My flesh does not belong to anyone. A mere monster dares to fight for my consciousness? He shouted fiercely. His consciousness entered the sea of awareness, battling against this evil force. This time, if successful, he would be able to master the abyss power and regain control of his body. Conversely, failure would mean the extinction of his consciousness, falling into an irretrievable abyss. This was a gamble. Li Chen suddenly felt a haze before his eyes, a flash of white light. The next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. It was filled with terrifying abyss power. He found himself in a fog, and just then, he suddenly saw two blood-red eyes in the mist, blindingly bright and horrifying. Li Chen gasped. Slowly, the smoke began to dissipate. A colossal figure appeared before him. The dark silhouette exuded a deadly aura, its upper body covered in countless jointed limbs resembling a centipede. It was enormous, towering hundreds of meters high. It seemed to break through the sky itself. Li Chen's eyes widened. Is this the true form of the sloth demon god? This is too exaggerated. Thinking about what would happen next, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Can he really defeat such a being? At this moment, he had no allies here, facing one of these terrifying demon gods all alone. A sense of powerlessness surged within him. Now is not the time to be terrified. Li Chen forcibly pulled his consciousness back. He forced himself to calm down and began to think. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. There must be a way to break the deadlock. This is his consciousness space, it should be his home ground. Although the true demon god is incredibly powerful to an absurd degree, what stands before him is merely a consciousness. Otherwise, even if he brought 100 of himself, he wouldn't stand a chance. Lowly human, you dare to oppose me, submit to me, dream on. Li Chen didn't waste words and drew his sword. The next moment he summoned the power of the wind element and charged at the opponent. At this moment, in the external duel arena, watching Li Chen stand motionless beside the demon god's arm, Lu Xian was instantly anxious. What is going on now? Hey, are you waking up at a time like this? I'm begging you, don't be so relaxed, okay? In the back, the brothers were doing their best to buy time for them, yet they stood here wasting it. Li Chen? He called out Li Chen's name anxiously, but Li Chen stood still, unresponsive, without a hint of reaction. With no other choice, he took a deep breath and ran towards Li Chen. Although he could have left alone at this moment, he couldn't bear to watch Li Chen die here. He just couldn't do it. When he reached the position near the demon god's arm, the Abyss Demon Lord behind him also caught up, exuding a powerful evil force, like a nightmare. I told you, none of you can escape. Everyone present today must die. At this moment, whether it was Zisuyi or the other strong fighters, almost all were heavily injured, and 2 of them had already fallen. The remaining ones were nearing their limits, unable to stop this powerful Abyss Demon Lord. In the end, they could only be pushed back step by step. When Zisuyi noticed that Lu Xian and Li Chen were still standing in place and hadn't moved far, she panicked. Hey, what the hell is going on? Are you putting on a show for me? My staff is about to smoke from all the casting, and you 2 are just here on a date. Do you believe I'll blast you with fireballs? She shouted angrily. Lu Xian was sweating profusely, forcing a bitter smile, and said nothing. There was nothing to say. It seems we're all going to die at the hands of this beast today. Just then, a dull sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Turning around, they were surprised to see Sun Hao and the others arriving. Reinforcements had come. The despairing hearts of the group reignited a glimmer of hope. Damn it, how the hell did you guys manage to bring this thing here? Sun Hao, leading dozens of human warriors, couldn't help but curse upon seeing the massive creature before them. Stop complaining, we're just as desperate. Since you're here, hurry up and help. Lu Xian growled, cursing aside. Upon hearing his words, Sun Hao quickly led his men forward. It doesn't matter how many of you come, I will kill you all, to relieve my hatred and avenge our great lazy demon god. The hoarse voice of the Abyss Demon Blade roared angrily, shaking the entire arena, while a terrifying abyssal power erupted from its body, instilling fear in everyone. Damn, this beast is already at the Demon Lord level, right? Sun Hao cursed. What the hell are we even doing? Even if we all join forces, we won't last long. Lu Xian frowned, not speaking, but looking at Li Chen beside him. What was Li Chen doing? At this moment, Li Chen furrowed his brows, eyes closed, sweating profusely, as if he were battling something. He realized that Li Chen was in a special state. He had no doubt that interrupting Li Chen now would not be a good choice. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to let him remain in this state until he woke up on his own. But he glanced at the imposing Abyss Demon Lord not far away, and his scalp tingled. Could they really hold out until then? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, can everyone hold on for a bit? Li Chen seems to be meditating. Meditating? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and looked at Li Chen. Are you crazy? What are you meditating for at a time like this? Even if he is meditating, he can't defeat this giant. Regardless, we must hold our ground here and not let this Abyss Demon Lord reach the city and endanger other civilians. Sun Hao spoke up. This is our duty. Outside, they are already organizing the evacuation of ordinary people. Everyone, hold on for a bit longer. Wait for the strong ones above to support us. The duel arena they were in had a unique geographical location, right in the center of Zhanghai City. At this moment, if this terrifying monster were to escape from here, it would undoubtedly threaten the safety of the entire Zhanghai City, causing immense repercussions. The whole urban area would surely be engulfed in flames. Therefore, even if they had to die, they must hold their ground here. As for Li Chen, he was of no concern to them. In their eyes, no matter how great his talent, he was ultimately just an inexperienced newcomer who had yet to grow. At such a time, it was not something that could be turned around simply by relying on one person. Thus, from the very beginning, they had not placed their hopes on Li Chen. Immediately, Sun Hao led his men forward, forming a formation to attack the abyssal giant.
At the same time, Li Chen was in the realm of consciousness, engaged in a fierce battle with the demon god, and the fight had reached a boiling point. This could definitely be called the most perilous battle Li Chen had ever experienced. If he failed, his consciousness would completely vanish. However, the opponent he faced was an extremely powerful demon god. Even though this was in his realm of consciousness, the demon god's strength was still suffocating. Li Chen held the holy sword in his hand, and wounds had already appeared on his body. But the demon god was not unscathed either. He had managed to sever one of its arms. This situation could not continue. He had no time to waste here while the other demon lord was wreaking havoc outside. He needed to quickly resolve this and defeat the demon god's consciousness. Then he could use the demon god's power to defeat the demon lord outside. The task was daunting, but only he could accomplish it. He raised his head and charged at the massive demon god once more. At this moment, the demon god was also starting to feel the pressure. What was happening? Was it really going insane? Why did it look like it was about to explode at any moment? It was simply an unkillable cockroach, growing stronger with each setback. If this continued, it might really end up flipping the script. After all, he was currently just a consciousness, lacking the power he once had, basically only a fraction of his former self. Otherwise, if the real one had come, it wouldn't have taken this long. A single slap would have been enough to kill Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen's sword once again approached its front. Swish, puff. The terrifying sword edge erupted with a powerful aura. This strike directly severed the other arm as well. The lazy demon god was completely stunned. No, impossible. Even though I am just a consciousness, I am not something a mere human can trample on. At this moment, nothing else mattered. His competitive spirit was ignited, and all he could see was the outcome of this contest. He wanted to declare to the world, to prove to everyone that their gods and demons were superior. All humans could only become their slaves, and it was utterly impossible for them to rise up and take control. His previously expressionless face twisted into a grimace, and a massive axe forged from powerful evil energy loomed, even taller than Li Chen. The giant axe swung down fiercely towards Li Chen. Li Chen quickly activated the power of the wind element, moving at lightning speed to evade. Then, he leaped into the air, sword in hand, striking the demon god. A terrifying wound appeared on its body, emanating a strong evil energy. The lazy demon god's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Li Chen. At this moment, a terrifying black aura radiated from Li Chen. This is the power of the abyss. It was momentarily stunned. With the enhancement of this abyssal power, Li Chen's attributes had grown tremendously. In every aspect, whether it was strength or speed. Seeing the shock on his opponent's face, Li Chen smiled. After all, this was still thanks to his opponent. This abyssal power was precisely what he had taken from it. He had absorbed a lot of the demon god's abyssal energy, so of course, he could use the power of the abyss to counter the magic. After all, magic needed to clash with magic. Thanks to this power, Li Chen now had a chance to turn the tide. Immediately, he continued to attack the demon god's consciousness, a terrifying abyssal power surging around him. The sloth demon god was enraged at this sight. It was the first time he had encountered something he completely did not understand. But so what? He firmly believed that mere humans could never threaten him. That was the confidence of their demon gods. He did not realize that this blind confidence would cost him dearly, making him lose this unique opportunity. The sloth demon god swung his giant axe, striking fiercely at Li Chen. Under the combination of abyssal power and wind elemental force, Li Chen's speed had reached its peak. Before the axe could reach him, he had already dashed in front of his opponent, directly swinging his sword towards the demon god's heart. Bang! Li Chen's sword, fueled by all his strength, struck the demon god's body as if shattering something. The demon god's figure suddenly stiffened. A trace of unwillingness flashed across his grotesque face. No, I cannot be defeated by an ant. It's impossible. However, no matter how unwilling he was, his defeat had already become a certainty. His massive form began to shatter, transforming into a beam of white light that dissipated. Li Chen gasped for breath, retracting his sword. That was close. Just now, he had been closer to death than ever, just a hair's breadth away. If it had dragged on a little longer, he might not have been able to hold on. Even though it was merely a consciousness with only a fraction of its power, the demon god was still so formidable. How strong could the true demon god's body be? Li Chen suddenly felt very small, even though he was already among the top tier of newcomers. There were countless things in this world that were far more powerful than him, things he was not even qualified to touch. The stronger a person is, the more they can broaden their horizons and witness unimaginable horrors, just like Li Chen's current situation. Li Chen exhaled. But it wasn't over yet. He still had to return. Outside, a demon lord was wreaking havoc in the duel arena, and he hoped that Lu Xian and the others were still holding on. Soon, his consciousness began to flow back. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the familiar position. At that moment, the demon god's arm in front of him began to slowly dissipate, turning into a cloud of ashes. Li Chen, you finally woke up. What were you doing? I was so worried. Lu Xian's voice reached his ears.
Li Chen turned to see Lu Xian beside him, and he quickly responded, "What's the situation?" As he spoke, he looked around and soon spotted several powerful figures engaged in a fierce battle with the abyssal demon lord in the center. "As you can see, the situation is very dire," Lu Xian said with a worried expression. "The demon lord is a terrifying creature, second only to the demon god. With just us, it's a bit difficult to handle. But we must hold our ground here. We can't let the monster wreak havoc in the city. We can only use our lives to hold the line and wait for rescue from above. That is our mission." Li Chen nodded in his heart. However, although the abyssal demon lord's figure was terrifying, having just fought fiercely with the demon god, Li Chen felt less fear upon seeing it. "Yes, the purpose of all my efforts is to deal with it." Li Chen narrowed his eyes. He tried to check the power within him. At this moment, the abyssal power he had gained from the demon god was active within him, incredibly vast. Moreover, he had completely mastered this power. In the center of the duel arena, the demon lord's massive form moved, casting a shadow over the entire arena. Purple mint leaves, along with Sun Hao and other powerful figures, were desperately trying to block the demon lord's advance. With every movement, the demon lord exuded overwhelming abyssal power, pressing down on everyone so they could hardly lift their heads. Everyone was fighting for time with their lives. "Li Chen, this is not something you can interfere with. You should go back. We don't know how long we can hold on here. This place could fall at any moment. Prepare for evacuation," Lu Xian said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Li Chen remained silent. "Leave? That's impossible. What has he done all this for? If he were to leave now, all this hard work and the risks he took to absorb the power of the abyss would be in vain. Moreover, Shanghai City is his hometown, his own home, and he is here to protect it." He then glanced at Lu Xian. "Do you know? The best way to deal with magic is with magic. The best way to combat the terrifying abyssal monsters is to use the power of the abyss himself." In the next moment, he walked towards the demon lord. Lu Xian frowned, reaching out his hand, just about to call out to Li Chen. But at that moment, he was astonished to find that Li Chen was emanating a powerful abyssal force, incredibly terrifying. By this point, Li Chen no longer naively thought he could keep this a secret from others and resolve the situation quietly. Even if he ended up with a zero contribution, he would accept it. Li Chen moved. With the powerful force of the abyss, Li Chen's growth was far beyond his expectations. This was the purest abyssal power from the demon god, with an intensity that was beyond comparison. It was countless times stronger than the abyssal power of that demon lord. An unprecedented powerful force erupted from Li Chen. His speed reached its peak. Holding the radiant holy sword in his hand, he exuded an indescribable aura, bearing such terrifying and evil abyssal power, yet radiating a light akin to that of a savior. Before anyone could react, Li Chen's figure appeared like a shooting star. With the radiant holy sword in hand, he left an afterimage in place and crashed violently into the abyssal demon lord. Bang! The massive body of the demon lord was actually pushed back 2 steps by this impact. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Once they regained their senses, they looked towards that figure, and a sense of familiarity arose. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen's figure, everyone felt a surge of surprise. Ziswai blinked. Li Chen has awakened? No! Wait! At this moment, everyone also noticed the terrifying abyssal power emanating from Li Chen. Instantly, their expressions turned wary, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. It should be noted that there were quite a few undercover agents from the abyssal church hidden among human professionals. The abyssal power is very sinister. It is not something one can possess without reason. Why does Li Chen have such power? Most importantly, the abyssal power on Li Chen was too strong. This was not ordinary abyssal power. The power emanating from Li Chen felt even more terrifying than that of the massive abyssal demon lord. This was what truly shocked them. What on earth is going on? Questions arose in everyone's minds. However, Li Chen's recent actions seemed to be attacking the abyssal demon lord. If they were on the same side, Li Chen shouldn't be attacking the demon lord at this moment. He should be ambushing them instead. With the maneuver Li Chen just displayed, he could have dealt a severe blow to them while they were unaware. Suddenly, everyone was confused. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who was behind, was also sweating profusely, his expression bewildered. Li Chen, what on earth are you doing? Why do you have abyssal power? Although they didn't have a deep friendship, they had spent time together several times, and Li Chen was someone he had watched grow up. That Li Chen possessed abyssal power was something he never expected, and he was completely in the dark. At the same time, the abyssal demon lord, who also sensed this abyssal power, was no longer calm. The abyssal power erupting from Li Chen made him feel a sense of suppression in his bloodline, stirring an instinctive sense of rising and falling within him. It was truly terrifying. The demon lord stared intently at Li Chen, his eyes filled with inquiry. This power, no. This belongs to the power of the demon god. Realizing something, he suddenly reacted, his expression towards Li Chen filled with suspicion. Li Chen raised his head, looking at him with neither humility nor arrogance.
Despite the Demon Lord's terrifying presence, he felt no fear at this moment. With the powerful abyssal force coursing through him, he had no reason to be afraid of his opponent. In the abyss, the distinction of bloodlines was of utmost importance. Abyssal creatures with higher bloodlines naturally suppressed those of lower bloodlines. This situation was quite fitting to describe Li Chen and his current circumstances. The evil power within Li Chen stemmed from the demon god's strength, sharing the same origin. And despite the strength of the demon lord before him, he was nothing in the presence of the demon god. The power of the demon god within Li Chen completely crushed his opponent. In other words, from the perspective of the biological chain, he could be considered the natural enemy of this demon lord. The one who should be afraid was not Li Chen, but the other party. He looked at the once invincible demon lord. Heh, it seems you have quite the insight, not particularly foolish. If you know what's good for you, just obediently accept your death, Li Chen said lightly as he walked towards the demon lord, exuding a terrifying abyssal power of the demon god. No, it's impossible. How could you possess the power of the demon god? The demon lord stammered, involuntarily retreating as Li Chen approached. His instincts were filled with fear of the abyssal power that crushed him from Li Chen. Under the influence of this abyssal power, he had no thoughts of resistance. He could only retreat, his eyes fixed on Li Chen, his hundreds of meters tall figure, appearing comically frightened. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. This once invincible creature, who had previously made them feel lost, was now cowering like a grandson, not daring to even breathe. Was this still the terrifying demon lord they knew? Everyone watched this surreal scene as if in a dream, their hearts filled with complexity. So, you also have today? So, this monster also knows fear? What an eye-opener. Whoosh! Li Chen swung his sword fiercely at the abyssal demon lord, and a powerful abyssal force erupted with the sword's energy. At this moment, the abyssal demon god had no power to resist, watching helplessly as this terrifying attack easily sliced through his body. Ah! The demon lord let out a painful scream. This is truly the power of the demon god. Li Chen did not stop, striking him repeatedly with his sword. With the enhancement of the abyssal power, it felt as if he had divine assistance, easily breaking through the demon lord's defenses. Each strike produced an extremely high effect. Under the overwhelming suppression of the abyssal power, the demon lord had no strength to resist at all. Eventually, he began to flee in a panic. Naturally, Li Chen would not let him go, pursuing him relentlessly. Each sword struck fiercely against him. Puff, puff, puff. Under Li Chen's continuous assault, the demon lord finally could not bear the burden, his breath becoming despondent. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian and the others were filled with astonishment. After fighting for so long, it seemed they were not even comparable to the casual strike Li Chen had just unleashed. At this moment, under Li Chen's relentless pressure, the demon lord was beaten back like a grandson, retreating step by step. This was too surreal. Many thought they were seeing things they had all experienced. How powerful this demon lord was. Yet, with Li Chen's appearance, it felt as if the situation had been completely reversed, roles switched. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have dreamed that one day he would witness the scene with his own eyes. Although he had high hopes for Li Chen's potential, he never imagined that Li Chen could actually overpower the demon lord. Beside him, Zisui was also speechless for a long time, her gaze filled with astonishment. Then, she looked at Lu Xian and, with a pout, asked, Lu Xian, what's going on here? Don't tell me you don't know either. This was too outrageous. She suspected Lu Xian was withholding information and began to blame him. Lu Xian let out a bitter laugh, feeling quite wronged inside. Oh my goodness, I swear to heaven, I truly had no idea about this. Including the fact that Li Chen could actually manipulate the power of the abyss. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so anxious just now. Upon hearing this, Zisui thought for a moment. It seemed there was some truth to it. If Lu Xian had known these things in advance, there would be no reason for him to hide them from her. She then turned her gaze back to Li Chen in the center. They had been fighting the demon lord for so long, their energy nearly depleted, and they were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Chen rushed over. It must be said that he had indeed come to their rescue, otherwise, they would have suffered severe casualties by now. Thanks to Li Chen, they had a brief moment to rest and regroup. At that moment, under Li Chen's relentless assault, even the abyss demon lord could no longer withstand it. His massive body heavily crouched down, already on the brink of death. Li Chen did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, weapon in hand, he swiftly approached the opponent and unleashed a full-force strike. Puff! A piercing sound of the sword echoed as the blade plunged straight into the opponent's body. You have killed the Abyss Demon Lord, gaining Abyss Power *1000. At that moment, a notification rang in Li Chen's mind. Simultaneously, the body of the Abyss Demon Lord began to dissipate, vanishing from the spot. After witnessing this scene, it took a long time for the others to react. However, at that moment, Sun Hao and the others did not approach Li Chen. Instead, they maintained a safe distance, their faces filled with vigilance. The Abyss Demon Lord was already powerful enough, but the fact that Li Chen could defeat him so quickly was simply unbelievable. His strength was indeed formidable. The abyss power emanating from Li Chen was no joke either, and they were momentarily unsure if Li Chen would consider them enemies as well. If that were the case, it would be very troublesome. Just then, Lu Xian was the first to step forward. Following him, Zi Sui also approached. Li Chen, did you really solve it this easily? Lu Xian said, still somewhat incredulous, his gaze towards Li Chen now tinged with a mix of admiration and caution. Li Chen nodded, not saying much. Lu Xian paused. Although he, like many others, was filled with questions, it was not the right time to voice them. Well, as long as it's resolved, thanks to you, he continued. Otherwise, if things had continued as they were, we couldn't guarantee how much longer we could hold on. At that point, the entire Jianghai city might have fallen into disaster. In short, you saved us. I now owe you a life. After finishing, Lu Xian laughed heartily. I never expected that just a few days later you would grow to such a terrifying extent. Even I feel completely inferior. At that moment, Zi Sui also stepped forward, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Li Chen. Lu Xian then realized and said, by the way, let me formally introduce you. This is Zi Sui, also from the military, but her identity is even more confidential than mine. He then looked at Zi Sui. I mentioned Li Chen to you before. Zi Sui nodded and said, hello, Li Chen. Li Chen nodded in return. Zi Sui said earnestly, your strength is truly impressive. It seems Lu Xian's judgment was indeed correct. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not really, just lucky. But he also understood that in this situation, even though Lu Xian and the others hadn't directly asked, he certainly couldn't just play dumb and brush it off. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Do you remember the demon god's arm in the middle of the formation? Lu Xian nodded and said, of course. That was the arm of the sloth demon god. Later, it seemed like the formation was interrupted. I mean, you have no idea how tense I was when you suddenly ran over and just stood there, leaving everyone dumbfounded. You don't know how nervous I was, fearing that the demon lord behind us would catch up. Luckily, Sun Hao brought reinforcements. He shuddered at the memory. Li Chen continued, at that time, before I reached the strange arm, I was possessed by a foreign consciousness. I was fighting against that strange entity in my mind, but fortunately, I won in the end and also gained a part of its abyssal power. As Li Chen spoke, he made a face that showed he was still shaken. It was precisely because of this abyssal power that I was able to defeat the demon lord just now. That demon lord was indeed stronger than me, but the abyssal power I had came from the demon god, which made the opponent dare not resist, and that's how I won. I see, Zi Sui murmured. Hearing Li Chen say this, Lu Xian finally realized. I see, that was really thrilling. He hadn't expected that Li Chen had gone through so much danger behind the scenes. Although Li Chen spoke calmly now, just listening to it made them imagine the hardships behind it. Moreover, thanks to Li Chen, they were now able to stand here safe and sound. Otherwise, if the previous situation had continued, they didn't know what would have happened next. At that moment, Sun Hao also walked up from behind. So that's how it is, brother Li Chen. Forgive me for doubting you before, I was wrong. No matter how one looked at it, Li Chen's actions had resolved the terrifying demon lord, which was equivalent to saving their lives, even saving the entire Jianghai city. By rights, Li Chen should be their benefactor. Having achieved such merit, he deserved respect. It's nothing, Li Chen waved his hand, not taking it to heart. Zi Sui looked at Li Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling, and then said, this time, Li Chen is the greatest contributor to our ability to resolve this crisis. Before I arrived here, Li Chen had already destroyed 2 formation nodes and later destroyed the resurrection formation. Without him, I doubt we could have stopped that demon god from resurrecting, so I think we should give Li Chen some reward. Hearing this, Lu Xian and Sun Hao were both taken aback. What was going on? When did Li Chen do such things? They had no idea about the destruction of the formation. At this moment, Lu Xian finally realized. So that was it, Li Chen had left without telling him earlier, and he had wondered what Li Chen was up to. Now it seemed he had gone alone to destroy the formation. That was too risky. Even he wouldn't dare to do that. Suddenly, he looked at Li Chen with a hint of awe. This kid, at such a young age, was quite the wolf slayer. Sun Hao was completely stunned, looking at Li Chen as if to say, are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? After all, Li Chen was just a boy under 20 years old. At that age, most people would be running away from such situations, and all his peers had fled, yet Li Chen stayed behind and even went to destroy the formation? Even if it were made up, could it not be so outrageous? He would rather believe that all of this was just a dream, however. These words came from the mouth of Zisui, and combined with Li Chen's previous actions of defeating the demon lord, it didn't seem so unbelievable after all. Don't worry, Li Chen really did that. He is a benefactor to our entire Jianghai city, and it is only right and proper that he should be rewarded. Sun Hao nodded seriously, and Lu Xian agreed as well. After the earlier battle, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Li Chen, having gone through several genius competitions and battling countless demons, as well as the consciousness of the demon god and the demon lord in succession, was also somewhat tired. Later, Sun Hao stayed behind to direct the others in cleaning up the aftermath. Lu Xian and Ziyi left to report what had happened. Here, when Li Chen walked out of the duel arena, he found that it was already late. He yawned and returned to his hotel to rest. In a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Jianghai City, the room was filled with extravagant decorations.
The one-eyed dragon sat on the sofa, holding a report with a gloomy expression.
In front of him, his assistant trembled, not daring to speak.
It was about Wang Meili's disappearance. After continuous investigation, they finally found out the truth.
Unsurprisingly, Wang Meili had been brutally murdered. This incident had a significant impact on them. Such an accident occurred right under their noses.
Moreover, some
of Wang Meili's skilled associates had also been killed.
This was simply a slap in their faces.
The one-eyed dragon sat on the sofa with a stern face, making no movements, a
sign of the storm that was about to come.
Only the butler and assistant understood that the one-eyed dragon was furious to the extreme.
Jianghai City was about to change.
The wrath of this underground king needed countless blood to wash away in calm.
The one-eyed dragon looked at the report in his hand, his expression darker than ever. Finally, he spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. My daughter went missing on her way to the auction in Jianghai City.
Many people saw her from the start to the end of the auction, which means she lost contact only after leaving the auction, during which time she fell victim to foul play. Therefore, the murderer who harmed my daughter must be related
to the auction.
The one-eyed dragon knew his daughter well. She was usually a bit arrogant. This time, it was likely that she had some conflict with others. But regardless, to dare bully him, this matter could not be left unresolved. Blood for blood, it was only right.
Butler.
Yes.
The butler quickly stepped forward, bowing his head, awaiting
orders.
How is the task I assigned to you? Have you found out who it is? Who dares to oppose me?
The one-eyed dragon.
As the one-eyed dragon spoke, sparks seemed to fly from
his eyes, exuding a powerful aura that made it hard for anyone to meet his gaze.
It was unimaginable that such an incident could occur even with countless experts protecting her.
The butler quickly replied, My lord, I have been waiting for your orders and have sent people to investigate, leaving no stone unturned.
We questioned those who were
present at the time, and it seems that someone indeed upset our young lady.
Oh, what exactly happened?
Speak quickly.
The butler nodded and continued, Our young lady
bought many items at the auction, and in the end she set her sights on an item which seemed to be a second-tier material. However, at that moment another mysterious person also wanted that material, and they began to compete for it.
Mysterious person? Who is he? The one-eyed dragon narrowed his eyes.
The butler paused and said, That person
was wearing a cloak, so no one saw his face.
It seems that in the end, our young lady did not manage to get that material but let the other party take it.
What happened afterward is unknown. Investigate.
The one-eyed dragon spat out a word in anger. Turn on all my connections and retrieve all the surveillance footage in the city to investigate.
For me, no matter who he is, if he dares to provoke us, he will definitely pay the price.
I want him to be torn to pieces and fed to the dogs and crocodiles.
If I let him
die a good death, I won't be satisfied, he said angrily. A strong aura of hostility erupted from him, startling even the butler.
The butler trembled and quickly replied, Yes, my lord.
Suddenly, he thought of something and continued, By the way, about the situation with the legendary guild.
The one-eyed dragon frowned.
He was naturally aware of the sudden sealing of the legendary guild. Not long ago, he had asked them to help him with a matter, which was to investigate the location of the Heavenly Gate. He had learned about the map of the Heavenly Gate by chance, which is why he entrusted the legendary guild from the beginning to help them seize the key.
However, he never expected
that the boss had not only been robbed of the key but that it had also been taken by others. He had been furious about it at the time, but at this moment he couldn't care less about the Heavenly Gate. His daughter had already been murdered. Forget about them, let them fend for themselves. They can't even handle a small matter, there's no
use in keeping them around.
Yes.
The butler nodded and then withdrew.
The events that occurred at the duel arena quickly spread, causing quite a stir.
The next day, the
state sent people to investigate this sudden incident. They would reward all those who participated in resisting the monsters.
Li Chen found himself nominated for a first-class
merit again. This was the second time he had received such an honor, the last being not long ago when he was heading to Kuan City. Not only that, but Lu Xian also came to
see him that day, bringing a gift. Li Chen, how have you been resting?
Lu Xian greeted him with a warm expression upon seeing him.
He then handed over what he was holding to Li Chen.
After Li Chen took it and glanced at it, he saw it was a weapon box made of refined materials. Upon opening it, a wrist-sized object resembling a bracelet made of special materials appeared. Just looking at the surface's luster and texture and feeling the material's touch, one could tell this item was extraordinary. At this moment, Lu
Xian began to introduce it.
This is a special device secretly developed by the state, an ability lock, very precious. Currently, there are only a few samples in the entire
country. It can be used by wearing it on your wrist.
Hearing this, Li Chen's heart stirred as he took the ability lock out of the box and examined it closely.
The surface
of the ability lock was shaped like a red dragon's head, intricately carved and radiating a red glow. Although he realized that this item was quite valuable, he didn't expect it to be this precious. According to Lu Xian, this item in his hand was likely priceless. Is this really for me? Even Li Chen was a bit stunned. That's right. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Do you remember what I specifically told you before the genius competition started? Now, your strength has been recognized by the higher-ups, and this item is what they specifically instructed me to give to you. Hearing this, Li Chen didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. This item would be quite useful for him. At this moment, Lu Xian continued, so, the reason I came to find you this time is actually for another matter. It's a secret operation and now you have a spot to participate. Of course, this operation also carries extremely high risks and rewards, and at that time there will be other geniuses with ability locks accompanying you. Li Chen's heart stirred. When do we participate? It's not urgent right now, in a few days, the higher-ups will notify us. Lu Xian said solemnly. And regarding this matter, we take it very seriously. The difficulty of the operation is extremely high and we are not yet prepared. If you were to go with your current strength, there would be risks involved. Therefore, during this time, you need to focus on becoming stronger. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was taken aback. Lu Xian spoke with such certainty that he had to take it seriously. It seemed this was not a simple operation at all. The fact that even his current strength posed a risk. Li Chen couldn't help but think that he needed to keep getting stronger. Arrogance was absolutely unacceptable. It was a major taboo. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into an irretrievable situation. After Lu Xian left, Li Chen made some quick adjustments and also left the hotel. After what Lu Xian had said, Li Chen felt a sense of urgency. Learning has no limits. He needed to become even stronger. He then headed towards the city gate of Zhanghai City. At that moment, he didn't notice that as he left the hotel, someone was standing at the service window in the hotel lobby, occasionally glancing at his departing figure. Li Chen's goal was a dungeon located outside the city gate. This was widely recognized as the most dangerous dungeon in the vicinity. With a very high level requirement, even the simplest difficulty required level 100. This was the highest difficulty dungeon Li Chen could find in this area. He estimated that with his strength he should be fine. His goal was to create a sense of crisis for himself, as that would stimulate his motivation to level up. Li Chen walked quickly down the street without any means of transportation, instead harnessing the power of the wind element. With the enhancement of the wind element, his speed was incredibly fast, surpassing many modern transportation methods. As he moved through any place, his figure was like a fleeting shadow, leaving a strong wind in his wake. Wherever he went, the pedestrians around him couldn't help but show expressions of amazement upon seeing him. What the heck? Why is there suddenly wind on such a nice day? What a strong wind. A girl shyly covered her skirt to prevent it from blowing up. Wait, did someone just pass by? What incredible speed. Wow, this is an extraordinary powerhouse. That speed is insane. Gasps of surprise echoed around. In Zhanghai City, this underdeveloped and remote small city, most ordinary people could barely reach the first transition, and very few could touch the threshold of the second transition. Of course, that was the limit for most ordinary people. Now, just feeling this speed, many people realized that the passerby was an extraordinary powerhouse they would never normally see. Thus, they became excited and felt incredibly lucky that day. Some people took out their phones to take selfies and record videos, posting them on social media and their friend circles. At the same time, Li Chen's figure passed through every place without stopping, continuously weaving through the streets, even outpacing vehicles. This startled some drivers who were dozing off, making them perk up. What just flew by? Sparks flew along the way, causing pedestrians and vehicles to turn their heads repeatedly. Soon, Li Chen exited the city gate, holding a map, and headed towards the location of the dungeon. Lolan. Ancient Tomb Dungeon. This was the name of the dungeon. The dungeon was located in a remote area outside Zhanghai City, with no signs of human habitation for 10 miles around. This dungeon was said to be a relic of the ancient Lulan kingdom, perfectly preserved to this day. Thus, it was called the Lulan Ancient Tomb. No one knew how this ancient tomb appeared here, but it contained countless opportunities and treasures, along with many dangers. Even so, it was a place that many professionals flocked to. At this moment, in a villa on the outskirts of Zhanghai City, the one-eyed dragon sat on the sofa, staring at the photo in his hand, his eyes filled with rage. Damn it, are you kidding me? You just found some random person to fool me? He suddenly shouted at the butler in front of him. How do you even do your job? If you don't want to handle it, then just don't. Look at this person. Does he look like he has the ability to kill so many of our experts? He violently threw the photo onto the butler's desk. The photo fell to the ground, revealing the person in it. There were two pictures. The first was of Li Chen wearing a cloak, and the second was of Li Chen walking out of a hotel without the cloak. The butler, trembling with fear, quickly said, "I would never dare, sir." It is indeed true. The black-robed person in this photo is the one who snatched items from our young lady at the auction in Zhanghai City. I later found out that the young lady took people to chase after the black-robed man, and in the end, she went missing.
It's obvious that he is involved.
However, this boy named Lee Chan, in terms of build and various features, matches the black-robed man perfectly with a similarity of over 90%.
It's clearly the same person.
Therefore, we can deduce that this Leon is the one who caused our young lady's demise and killed so many of our strong fighters.
The butler knelt on the ground, speaking with reason and evidence.
At the same time, he was extremely scared. The one-eyed dragon was in a furious rage, and if he got even slightly displeased, it would
be disastrous for him.
His heart raced, pounding with anxiety.
The one-eyed dragon gasped for breath, his expression softening a bit.
He then spread his hands towards the
butler.
The butler was momentarily stunned, then quickly picked up the 2 photos from the ground, wiped them on his clothes, and handed them to the one-eyed dragon with both
hands.
"Sir, please take a look.
If there is even a hint of falsehood, I will commit seppuku."
The one-eyed dragon took the photos and examined them seriously.
He aligned the
2 photos on the same horizontal line and, after a while, noted that both the height and various joints indeed matched the butler's description with extreme similarity.
Almost identical.
Such a situation was very rare and could hardly be a coincidence.
Moreover, this Lee Chan was also from Jianhai City,
so it was indeed very likely.
He then overlapped the 2 photos, and they matched perfectly. The one-eyed dragon fell into deep thought.
This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, even he was
somewhat at a loss for words. He never expected that the source of his solemnity and anger would be a little brat. This kid didn't even look 20. It was well known that Wang
Mei's daughter had somewhat lacking talent, but the guards around Wang Mei were all elites from their side, mostly second-tier professionals with very strong abilities.
As
for this young Lee Chan, he couldn't help but think that any random guard from their side could easily take down 10 Lee Chans, yet so many of their guards told him they all
died at Lee Chan's hands? He couldn't believe it, no matter how hard he tried.
This was simply too absurd, comparable to seeing a pig climb a tree.
No matter how he looked at it,
Lee Chen didn't seem to have that kind of strength. His expression darkened.
No matter what, it's better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let one go.
So be it. Kill all suspicious people and bury them with my daughter.
Have you found out who this person is? The butler nodded. Yes, I have sent people to investigate, and I have also dispatched someone to specifically follow his movements.
At this moment, his whereabouts are completely under our control.
The one-eyed dragon nodded in satisfaction.
At this point, the butler spoke up. However, this Lee Chan's identity is currently somewhat special. I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to act.
What do you mean? In Jianhai City, is there anyone the one-eyed dragon, cannot afford to offend? Are you joking with me? A flicker of anger flashed in the one-eyed dragon's eyes.
The butler quickly explained, "You may not know this, but this Lee Chen is the dark horse contestant in today's talent competition, and he is currently the center of attention in the entire city. At this critical moment, if anything were to happen to him, it would be quite troublesome.
I don't care about that. I just want to avenge my daughter, even if it means killing half the people in Jianhai City. I won't blink an eye."
At this moment, the one-eyed dragon's mind was completely consumed by the girl's anger, and he couldn't hear any of these words, not even considering them. Seeing this, the butler chose not to say anything further. For his own safety, he decided not to continue, lest he provoke the other party and bring disaster upon himself.
The one-eyed dragon exhaled deeply. Where is this Lee Chen now?
The butler paused before speaking.
I just received news that Lee Chen has left his hotel and seems to be heading towards the city gate.
According to our connections in the city guard, he should be leaving the city.
Good.
This is truly a stroke of luck. I can't miss this opportunity. The one-eyed dragon said excitedly, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. He was now intent on spilling blood to quell his rage. Even if the real culprit was not Lee Chen, even if Lee Chen was innocent, he would not let go of any possibility. The butler lowered his head and spoke.
That's right, I think so too.
For us, this is indeed a great opportunity.
No matter how high Lee Chen's profile is in the city, once he leaves the city, it will be completely different.
No one will know how he suddenly disappeared, and no one will pay attention to him anymore, as long as we keep things discreet.
Listening to this, the one-eyed dragon stood up in excitement. Butler, you did well this time.
If things go smoothly, I will reward you handsomely later.
The one-eyed dragon licked his lips, revealing a sinister expression. My enemies, even if they are at the ends of the earth, I will not let them go.
Prepare the men, I will personally lead them to flay him alive.
The butler was overjoyed, nodding with a smile. Yes, I will follow the boss's orders. I'm just doing my job, seeking no reward, only to relieve the boss's worries. At the same time,
after leaving the city gate, Lee Chen quickened his pace. There was no one else outside, so he could safely use the power of the abyss. With the enhancement of the abyss power and the wind element, his speed reached its peak. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Lulan Ancient Tomb dungeon located in the outskirts. The Lulan Ancient Tomb was one of the most popular dungeons in Lee Chen's area. Moreover, its geographical location was special. Not only were there practitioners from Jianhai City, but also people
from surrounding cities.
Therefore, when Li Chen arrived, there were already quite a few people there. It was just noon, the peak time for leveling up by hunting monsters. The entrance to the dungeon was filled with shouts of people forming teams.
Li Chen stepped forward to check the detailed information of the dungeon. Lolan Ancient Tomb.
Dungeon rating, for stars recommended level, 100-150 difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. The Lulan Ancient Tomb dungeon is filled with crises and opportunities, a high-risk
dungeon.
Countless dungeons, safety first. If you play recklessly, tears will flow for your loved ones.
The dungeon's difficulty rating was 4 stars, which was quite high.
In Jianhai City, most dungeons were generally around 2 to 3 stars. This was Li Chen's first time encountering such a high-rated dungeon.
Taking a glance, it was indeed true that even the most basic difficulty required level 100.
Li Chen's current level didn't even qualify him for the hard difficulty, let alone the nightmare level. Normal difficulty required level 100 or above, hard difficulty required level 120 or above, and nightmare difficulty required level 150. Li Chen frowned.
Did this mean he had to start from the most ordinary level?
After traveling such a long distance, he certainly wasn't here just to play at the lowest difficulty. He pondered for a moment. The only way now was to find someone with a higher level to take him in, which was indeed a feasible method.
Li Chen looked around. There were a lot of people here, all of whom were above level 100.
The scene was incredibly lively.
Normal difficulty, urgently need a frontliner. Come on, let's go.
Normal difficulty, need a C position, the output.
Environment is great, with healing and a frontliner.
Hard difficulty, need a C position. Most people were playing at normal difficulty, with only a few attempting hard
difficulty. As for nightmare difficulty, there were almost none. That was because nightmare difficulty couldn't just be tackled by gathering a few random people, it required long-term teamwork and coordination to ensure they wouldn't fail.
Therefore, it was rare to find people for nightmare difficulty here. They would have to find their own team and
then head to the dungeon together.
Realizing this, Li Chen shrugged helplessly. Well, he had originally wanted to tackle nightmare difficulty directly, but it seemed there
was no opportunity for that.
Just then, a voice sounded very close to him. Hard difficulty, need a frontliner, someone who can take a hit. The people in your team haven't really played this dungeon much, so they don't understand the mechanics and routes well.
We'll figure it out together. Li Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. Oh, what a coincidence.
It was also his first time in this dungeon. As a frontliner, he should be qualified enough. He then walked over to the man who had spoken. The man was about 30 years old and was the team leader.
Li Chen approached him and said, "Need a frontliner? Top-tier frontliner, you can trust me."
The man looked at him suspiciously, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes.
Bro, are you joking with me?
Li Chen looked. He seemed to be less than half the man's age. He looked like just a novice player.
How could he claim to be a frontliner? Did he think this was some novice trial camp? The man waved his hand impatiently. Kid, where are your parents? It's very dangerous to come here
alone, let alone go into a dungeon. People can get hurt in there.
Li Chen frowned. Aren't we supposed to be going into a dungeon? Of course we are, but not with you. Go.
Play somewhere else, don't cause trouble.
The man scoffed.
In his view, Li Chen was just here to waste his time, a young kid coming to this place to mess around, and he had the audacity to claim to be a top-tier frontliner. He really thought he was fooling him.
Are you sure?
Of course. Hurry up and get lost. Don't think I don't know. You just
want to trick us into taking you along, right? Not a chance.
The man looked as if he had seen through everything.
Li Chen's expression turned cold. He immediately lost the desire to team up with this person.
Someone like him was not mentally stable. He was afraid the guy would have a breakdown in the dungeon and drag him down.
Although Li Chen
wasn't picky about teammates, he just needed someone who was a person at a high enough level to help him enter a high difficulty dungeon. He didn't expect his teammates to
help him much.
But with someone like this, he would feel guilty bringing him along. It was like forcibly taking someone with a bronze rank to gold. In the end, it would only
lead to trouble. Fine, that's your choice. Don't regret it later.
The man laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke.
Ah, I'll be waiting. Do you think you're some kind of genius? Li Chen scoffed. A genius?
That was just the threshold to meet him.
Not wanting to waste any more time talking to this fool, fearing it would lower his own
IQ, Li Chen walked away. Watching Li Chen's departing figure, the man stood in place and laughed heartily. Not only that, but he also shared the joke with a few teammates who came up behind him, and they all burst into laughter together. After what had just happened, Li Chen, feeling somewhat impatient, activated his holographic eye and scanned the
individuals at the scene.
To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, he decided to take the initiative this time. Before long, his gaze fell upon a few individuals who were of sufficient level and were standing alone, looking around in confusion, seemingly preparing to find a team. Since no one believed the truth, he would resort to deception. Soon, he focused on two professionals. Both were of adequate level and were women, appearing to be together. One wore a fiery red robe, while the other donned a water blue robe. It seemed both were mages. They looked to be in their early 20s, likely not yet 30.
Li Chen then approached them and greeted, "Hey, ladies, what are you up to? Do you need any help?" As soon as he spoke, Li Chen felt something was off. Goodness, was he being a bit too flippant? Would they think he was a bad person? At that moment, the two women turned to look at him upon hearing his voice.
When they saw Li Chen's youthful face, both were taken aback, a strange glint flashing in their eyes. Clearly, they were surprised to see someone of Li Chen's age here. The woman in the fiery red robe squinted her eyes, a peculiar smile creeping onto her lips as she said, "Hee, of course.
We're going to tackle a hard-level dungeon. Can you take us, little brother?" "Why not?"
Li Chen replied with a faint smile. Seeing Li Chen agree so readily, the woman in the red robe showed a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly and that someone would come to them. She felt a surge of joy in her heart.
At this moment,
anyone who knew the two women would realize that Li Chen was in trouble. Of all the people to approach, he had chosen these two.
They appeared charming, but their methods were extremely cruel.
They often fished for victims outside dungeons and were known on the streets as the Scorpion Duo. At this moment, the Scorpion Duo was also struggling
to contain themselves.
After chasing for so long, this was the first time they encountered someone walking into their trap. It felt too deliberate, even making them wonder if it was a fellow player trying to cause trouble or some agent sent to capture them.
Of course, for them, a lamb delivered to their door was an opportunity they could not miss.
They exchanged a glance, and greed glimmered in their eyes. Then they began to size up Li Chen.
Upon closer inspection, they noticed the ability lock on Li Chen's wrist.
Both felt a rush of excitement and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although they didn't quite understand what it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure.
The material was
at least more precious than a destruction agent.
Li Chen, seemingly oblivious, smiled and said, "Have we come to an agreement? Can we set off now?"
De Qiao quickly replied, "Of course, we agree." While saying this, she was thinking, "Let's see how long you can keep smiling."
Chao chimed in, "Alright, let's get ready to enter the dungeon." At this moment, the two were completely blinded by greed.
In their eyes, Li Chen was clearly some rich young master from an unknown faction, dripping with wealth.
After this score, they would soar to new heights.
They failed to notice the obvious flaws in their own demeanor.
If it were an ordinary naive college student, they might have truly believed them.
But Li Chen was the type to maintain a high level of suspicion towards all strangers. When the other party so easily agreed to his request, he sensed something was off. He had previously approached others, like the man from earlier, who had been distrustful and treated him as a troublemaker. Although it was somewhat difficult to break, that was the normal reaction of a sensible person. Returning to the topic, if you suddenly encountered a teenager who was not yet 20, claiming he wanted to join you in tackling a high-difficulty 4-star dungeon, would you find that believable? However, these two women readily agreed, which clearly indicated something was off. Even Li Chen noticed it. Perhaps the other party thought they could deceive him because of his young age, treating him like a child. But Li Chen saw through it without exposing the truth. Although he sensed something was amiss, he chose not to confront them directly.
After all, wasn't he also using them?
He just wanted to enter the dungeon, wreak havoc, and level up.
Rapidly, that was enough for him.
As for everything else, he would set it aside for now. He didn't care at all about any evil intentions these two might have, as he had already
assessed them with his holographic eye.
It wasn't bragging. Together, these two were no match for a single slap from him. To him, they posed no threat whatsoever.
The schemes of two ants would not be taken seriously by a giant. When your strength reaches a certain level, all the opportunistic tricks just seem like a joke. Thus, both sides harbored their own ulterior motives, smiling as they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon.
At the dungeon entrance, there was a staff member. Upon seeing Li Chen and the two women, he
approached and said, "Are you three planning to enter the dungeon together?
This dungeon has a high difficulty level. I suggest you gather more people."
As he spoke, the staff member occasionally shot glances at Li Chen.
As a longtime staff member at the dungeon, he knew a few things, but it was hard to say them outright. Seeing Li Chen so young stirred some compassion in him. What a fine young man, in the prime of his youth, full of vigor. He couldn't bear to watch him fall into a trap.
Although he couldn't directly
accuse the two women of being poisonous scorpions, he had a mental note of them. He had seen these two take other adventurers into the dungeon before, and without exception, all the others had perished inside, leaving only these two women to emerge unscathed. After witnessing this happen multiple times, he naturally sensed something was off, but
without concrete evidence, he couldn't say much.
He could only signal Li Chen with his eyes, and whether Li Chen understood was up to him. But even if Li Chen caught his meaning, he could only pretend to be oblivious.
"It's fine, we're quite capable. We should be enough," Li Chen said with an innocent smile.
De Qiao and Chao immediately
chimed in with smiles.
"Yes, don't be fooled by appearances. Our little brother is quite powerful. Just look at how strong he is." De Qiao licked her lips, her eyes sparkling. Seeing this, the staff member sighed. In his view, Li Chen had completely been blinded by his own nature. He was a cow that couldn't be pulled back. There was nothing he could do. After all, they were strangers with no ties, so he could only wish them well to avoid bringing trouble upon himself.
"Alright, I'll process your paperwork. You three can line up at the entrance."
The next round of the dungeon will start soon. Got it, Di Chao replied with a smile. Mer Chao eagerly added, flashing a sweet smile. Things were going so smoothly that they were both getting a bit impatient, and Li Chen felt the same way. Di Chao looked at the ability lock on Li Chen's hand as if it were her own possession, and she couldn't help but reach out to embrace it. It feels so good. At the same time, Li Chen felt the sensation on his arm. Quite impressive. Soon after, surrounded by the two, Li Chen arrived at the entrance of the Lulan Ancient Tomb dungeon. Due to limited resources, dungeons here were entered in batches, with about 30 adventurers allowed in each batch. At this moment, they all stood at the entrance, waiting for the next round of the dungeon to begin. When Li Chen arrived here, the others saw the two sweet-looking girls beside him and couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces filled with envy. At that moment, Li Chen also spotted a familiar figure. Coincidentally, it was the man who had previously rejected and mocked him. At this time, the man was standing with other teammates from his mission team and noticed Li Chen. He was just about to call his teammates over to continue mocking Li Chen when he caught sight of the two stunningly beautiful women beside him, and a surge of jealousy rose within him. Damn it! Flowers blooming on cow dung. How could this brat, who only knows how to boast and talk nonsense, attract such gorgeous women? What a sin, what is wrong with this world? In the end, he couldn't hold back any longer and walked over. Are you two beauties here to run a dungeon as well? He ignored Li Chen right from the start. As the man approached, Di Chao and Xiao Xiao giggled. Of course, handsome. The moment he heard that, the man felt elated. It was as if his heart had been struck by Cupid's arrow, and he was ready to take flight. This made him even more determined to expose Li Chen's true colors. In his eyes, these two sweet-looking beauties must have been deceived by Li Chen's sweet talk. How could he just stand by and watch? Little did he know, his current actions not only made him look like a fool in front of Li Chen but also in the eyes of everyone else. While everyone pretended to be oblivious, a true fool suddenly emerged. At that moment, the man excitedly spoke up. Nice to meet you, beauties. My name is Yang Gang. The scorpion duo also responded with smiles. Di Chao Xiao Chao receiving such heartfelt responses from the two goddesses, Yang Gang felt a rush of excitement. If you two don't mind, why not join my team? I can definitely protect you well, unlike some brat who only knows how to talk big and lies through his teeth. He. Di Chao chuckled, thinking to herself, another one who's easy pickings. The two of them quickly sized up Yang Gang, but a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. Yang Gang didn't have anything valuable on him. Compared to that, they valued the ability lock in Li Chen's hands much more, which was the real treasure, as they had seen much in their time. Di Chao put on a troubled expression. I'm really sorry, but we've already agreed to run the dungeon together. Maybe we can meet up next time. In the end, they made a choice, feeling that Li Chen's side was more important. However, in Yang Gang's eyes, the two sisters had fallen under Li Chen's deceitful words. How trustworthy, what a wonderful virtue. What good sisters they were. Being fooled by Li Chen like this. If it were him, he would definitely treat the two sisters wholeheartedly. Hey! Yang Gang slapped his thigh and said earnestly, you really can't trust this brat. Have you thought about it? This is a 4-star dungeon, and he's just a kid trying to lead you. You'd be better off bringing him along. Hearing this, Di Chao and Xiao Xiao grew a bit impatient. They were more worried that if Yang Gang kept talking like this, what if Li Chen changed his mind? Alright, enough said. I trust him, he definitely won't deceive us. If we have the chance, we can meet up in the dungeon and go together. Di Chao said with a forced smile. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Yang Gang sighed. In his view, the two sisters were too naive. Even after he had said so much, they still refused to believe him. He glared at Li Chen. This brat had no real skills but was full of tricks to charm people. Just as he was about to say something else, the entrance to the dungeon suddenly lit up with a blue glow. The dungeon door had opened. In an instant, everyone rushed toward the entrance. After all, those who enter the dungeon first have the advantage. Everything inside is first come, first served, and latecomers get nothing. Seeing this, Yang Gang knew he couldn't delay any longer to avoid losing the opportunity. He slapped his thigh and waved to the other teammates, who quickly followed suit. Soon, the group stepped into the entrance and vanished from sight. Li Chen, of course, was not idle either. He followed Di Chao and Air Chao into the teleportation portal, entering the dungeon. As a flash of white light passed, everything before him became hazy. After a moment, the scene cleared up. Li Chen found himself in a tomb chamber. To his left and right, Di Chao and Air Chao were also present. They had successfully entered the Lulan Ancient Tomb dungeon. Li Chen looked at Di Chao and Air Chao, ready to see what they were up to. However, the two didn't seem in a hurry to reveal their intentions. Li Chen clearly saw a certain desire hidden in their eyes, but ultimately, they managed to suppress it without showing any signs. Looks like they don't plan to act rashly? Quite cautious indeed, Li Chen thought to himself. Since that was the case, he wasn't in a rush either. They were already in the dungeon, and these two had no value to him anymore. He then walked straight ahead. During this time, Di Chao and Air Chao approached him enthusiastically, just like before. However, Li Chen's attitude had completely turned. He had no intention of acknowledging them, treating them like two buzzing flies nearby. The two were puzzled, not understanding why Li Chen seemed to have changed into a different person. Just a few minutes ago, outside, he had acted as if he were completely smitten by them. How had he turned into a model gentleman here? Both felt a bit angry, as if their charm was being denied. Li Chen's demeanor was reminiscent of someone who had pulled up their pants and refused to recognize anyone. A flicker of anger flashed in Diqiao's eyes. Experienced as they were, they generally wouldn't engage in uncertain matters. They knew well not to underestimate any opponent. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength, which is why they had managed to survive for so long without a mishap. If it weren't for the concern that Li Chen might have some hidden cards, they would have acted the moment they entered. There was no way they would let Li Chen dictate the pace here. Perhaps fed up with the cold shoulder, Diqiao finally couldn't help but step in front of Li Chen, saying, "Little brother, it's so dark here, I'm a bit scared. Can you hold my hand?" As she spoke, she put on a pitiful expression, looking like a frightened rabbit, and it was quite convincing. Li Chen looked at her with interest. So, she finally couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move? He wasn't. Foolish, he had long seen through the two's hidden motives, but after so long without action, he almost believed they were genuinely expressing their feelings. He found the incessant chatter a bit annoying. However, he ultimately gave them the chance to reveal their intentions first, to avoid mistakenly harming good people. He had already done his utmost. Li Chen stopped, ready to see what tricks these two sisters were planning. Looking at Diqiao, who appeared pitiful yet irresistibly alluring, radiating an aura that made one want to protect her, Li Chen said with a serious expression, "Maybe not. It's inappropriate for men and women to be too close." Upon hearing this, Diqiao and Xiao nearly laughed in anger. Who was it that had come over so eagerly to flirt before and now was pretending to be a gentleman? How hypocritical. Diqiao chuckled and then said, "Little brother, we've been to this dungeon a few times and we're quite familiar with the map here. How about I lead the way?" "Oh, sure," Li Chen readily agreed. He was curious to see what these two were up to. If what they said was true, Diqiao clearly had some knowledge of the terrain here, able to navigate without even looking at a map. Under Diqiao's guidance, they passed through one tomb passage after another, moving smoothly along the way. Not long after, they stopped in front of a tomb entrance. Diqiao spoke up, "This is the place, the treasure is inside." Saying this, she didn't go in but turned to look at Li Chen. "This is it, little brother, you go in first. We'll keep watch outside to prevent any monsters from trapping us inside." Diqiao smiled as she spoke. "Really?" Li Chen's eyes lit up, putting on a very excited expression. "Of course. It's true." Chao revealed a sweet smile. "Little brother, hurry in, we'll guard the door for you." Upon hearing this, Li Chen feigned an incredibly touched demeanor. "You are really too kind. You're so wholeheartedly good to me." "Not at all, little brother. If you're happy, then we're happy too. Hurry up and go in," Diqiao urged, already impatient. With their insistence, Li Chen knew there was something off about going inside. He sighed and said, "No, how can I let you two ladies stand outside? If word gets out, won't it be a laughingstock? Why don't you both go in and get the treasure? I'll keep watch outside. I trust you, go ahead." Li Chen spoke with righteous indignation. No, we want to stay outside, you go in." "Yes, you should go in quickly, it won't be good if monsters really come." Diqiao and Chao chimed in together. "Oh, how can I do that? I'm a man, how can I let women guard me? That doesn't align with my chivalry." Upon hearing this, Diqiao could no longer hold back and got anxious. "What nonsense! Chivalry! Are you going in or not? Let me tell you, whether you want to or not, you have to go in today." At that moment, her crude words exposed her true nature. Seeing this, Chao also exploded. "Are you even a man? Stop being so wishy-washy. We've both said we'll keep watch outside and you're still here pretending. Who are you trying to impress? You can't be serious. If it weren't for now, do you think we would even look at you? Dead turtle man." The ugly faces of the two were fully revealed, but Li Chen felt no great surprise. He had long anticipated this scene. Soon, Diqiao and Chao took out their weapons, pointing them at Li Chen. "Remember, we are the scorpion duo. Hurry up and go in, if you don't blame us." Li Chen looked regretful and said, "What are you two doing? I was just delaying a bit, there's no need to be so irritable. Right? Unless you have something to hide. Disgusting. Go die." The scorpion duo did not respond to his question and directly opened fire. Both were mages wielding staffs, focusing on explosive damage, and as they waved their staffs, two attacks flew toward Li Chen, a fireball and a blue water column. With a powerful aura, they attacked Li Chen. Li Chen stood still, shaking his head, not moving. When the attacks approached, he calmly raised his sword. Then, with a single slash, a powerful sword energy pierced through the void, directly dispersing the two attacks. But that wasn't the end. The momentum of the sword energy remained undiminished, flying toward the sisters' position. Seeing this, the scorpion duo was instantly shocked. What was happening? Their attacks were actually negated? There was no time to think, the sword energy was already closing in on them. Diqiao hurriedly used all her strength to dodge to the side. However, Chiao was not so lucky. She didn't react in time and was directly struck by the sword. Energy. Her health, which had been full, was instantly reduced to 0. She never imagined that her sinful life would end in such a way. Xiao, seeing this scene, was immediately shocked. Although they were both mages and relatively low on health, they shouldn't be so fragile as to be killed in one hit. A chill ran down her spine, if the person struck by that blow had been her. Immediately, her gaze towards Li Chen changed. Her eyes were filled with shock. That sword energy had been unleashed by Li Chen. He had actually killed Chiao in an instant. After the shock came a surge of intense anger. Although they had done many bad things over the years, almost devoid of any human conscience, the sight of a sister who had been by her side for so long being killed right in front of her still ignited some anger within her. But thinking of the terror of Li Chen's earlier strike, fear quickly calmed her down. She realized they had encountered a tough opponent and had flipped the situation. Who would have thought that Li Chen, who seemed so young and foolish at first, was actually playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Realizing they might have been lured into a trap, Xiao didn't hesitate and quickly slipped into a nearby tomb passage to escape. After all, how could the scorpion duo have survived on the road for so long without being decisive in such moments? Seeing the figure of the other party leaving, Li Chen sheathed his sword and did not prepare to pursue. It was too much of a waste of time. He preferred to quickly farm monsters in this ancient tomb instead. At that moment, Li Chen turned his head and looked towards the large door of the tomb chamber beside him. The scorpion duo had brought him here, likely trying to trick him inside, so there must be something strange within. A thought crossed Li Chen's mind, and several skeleton warriors appeared on the scene. The next moment, under Li Chen's command, one skeleton warrior stepped forward and approached the tomb chamber's door. Then, with a push, it entered. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless piercing sounds erupted. The moment the skeleton warrior stepped into the tomb chamber, numerous flying arrows swiftly shot in from all directions, turning the skeleton warrior into a porcupine. Li Chen curled his lips. He had known it. This was clearly a trap room. Without lingering, he walked into a side passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, after leaving Li Chen, Xiao turned countless corners along the tomb passage, clearly familiar with the environment here. After running for an unknown amount of time, she finally stopped, panting heavily, glancing back to see no movement. It seemed Li Chen had not pursued her. She breathed a sigh of relief, her face filled with indignation. Damn that turtle man, he actually poisoned my good sister. Just as she was fuming, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the nearby passage. Her breath caught in her throat and she adjusted her stance, becoming alert, gripping her staff and ready to attack at any moment. Her gaze fixed on the adjacent tomb passage. The footsteps grew louder and closer. From the sound, it was more than one person. It should be a small team. She felt relieved. Thankfully, it shouldn't be Li Chen chasing after her. At this point, she had developed a psychological shadow regarding Li Chen. She found a concealed spot and crouched down. She knew well that in this kind of instance, no matter where it was, even encountering other human professionals was highly unreliable. Often, humans could be more terrifying than monsters. And at this moment, she was alone. Her combat power greatly diminished, so she didn't want to confront other professionals. The risk was too high. After a while, the source of the footsteps finally revealed itself. Looking at the leader, Xiao was momentarily stunned. That tall figure, with a simple gaze, could it be anyone other than Yang Gang? A thought stirred in her heart. What a coincidence! It was him. Remembering the scene that had occurred at the entrance of the instance, she fell into contemplation. Li Chen was acting. This couldn't be an act, could it? Soon, an idea formed in her mind. She rubbed her face, reddening her cheeks and the corners of her eyes, tears glistening in her eyes, creating a pitiful appearance. Then, she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and slowly walked out. Hearing the sound of someone approaching, Yang Gang and the others immediately became alert and looked towards the passage in front of them. But when they saw who was coming out of the passage, Yang Gang's eyes lit up. Sister Xiao? He excitedly stepped forward. What are you doing here? Suddenly, his expression tightened. Seeing Xiao's weak appearance, he quickly asked, Sister Xiao, what happened to you? Where's Xiao? At that moment, tears began to fall from Xiao's eyes, and she rushed forward to hug him. Woo woo. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Yang Gang's heart raced, and his face flushed. Hey, don't cry. Don't cry, what's going on? Did someone bully you? Tell your brother, I'll help you deal with them. Yang Gang said with righteous indignation. Then, Xiao cried even harder, teasing him with her emotions. No, I still won't say. Seeing her like this, Yang Gang became even more curious, his heart itching to know. Don't be afraid, I'm here, you can rest assured. Just tell me who bullied you, and I promise he won't dare to do anything to you. What exactly happened? Where's your sister? Did you get separated? Weren't you supposed to come in together? Upon hearing this, Xiao began to sob. My sister, she has already fallen victim to a terrible fate. I barely managed to escape. What happened? You need to tell me quickly. Yang Gang widened his eyes. Xiao sighed and spoke. Do you remember? That guy who came in with us?
He's simply inhuman. Just a pervert.
As she said this, her face was filled with grief and anger.
That little brat? Realizing, Yang Gang was taken aback, then slapped his thigh. See? I told you he was no good. I warned you all repeatedly before, but you still didn't believe me.
Ugh,
quickly tell me. What did he do to you? Yang Gang asked nervously.
It's my fault for not listening to your advice earlier. De Chao wiped her tears and nodded. At first, he acted very kindly, like a gentleman, but once we entered the instance, his true nature was revealed and he started to get hands-on with us sisters.
Hearing this, Yang Gang became anxious, his eyes wide. And then,
in such a situation, you should have left quickly. He cursed inwardly, feeling that even he hadn't made a move yet.
And this little brat had already taken the initiative. De Chao looked pitiful. When we realized something was wrong, we actually wanted to leave, but this instance was
too dangerous, and we didn't dare to move recklessly, so we had to endure and stay by his side.
Yang Gang slapped his thigh in frustration. He never expected that
little brat to be so despicable, taking advantage of these two beautiful girls in broad daylight. He hated Li Chen's actions even more, and resented that it wasn't him.
At
this point, he was completely filled with anger, not even considering the truth of the situation.
He had always been at odds with Li Chen, and now, after hearing De Qiao's words, he felt even more resentful towards him. He angrily asked, and then?
What did he do to you?
De Qiao paused.
He took us to a secluded tomb, dragged us inside, and knowing he had no good intentions, we certainly didn't dare to follow, so we resisted. Then he forced us, trying to make us submit. And in the end, he somehow knocked us both out. When I finally woke up, I saw my sister Erchel lying on the ground, disheveled and covered in bruises, no longer full of life. At that moment, the demon was still there, and he had his sights set on me.
Damn it! Upon hearing this, Yang Gang was furious.
He had long intended to take both sisters for himself, and now hearing that the younger sister had already suffered at Li Chen's hands, he felt both hatred and anger, resenting that it
wasn't him at that moment. Fortunately, De Qiao returned safe and sound, and he quickly asked, what happened next? Did that beast do anything to you?
De Qiao wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, at that moment, I was already awake, and my first reaction was to run away. It took a lot of effort for me to escape from his grasp. Otherwise, I would probably have met the same fate as my sister, who is now. As she spoke, her tears streamed down, and with a face full of grief and anger, she hugged Yang Gang and said, brother, as long as you help me avenge my sister and bring justice, I will be yours.
Hearing this, Yang Gang immediately became excited, and said eagerly, is that true?
He had already been thinking along those lines, and now De Qiao had brought it up herself, making him extremely happy.
Don't worry.
Such a beast's actions are intolerable to everyone. I will definitely help you take revenge, Yang Gang said, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, the other two teammates, upon hearing De Qiao's ordeal, couldn't help but feel sympathy and began to comfort her. Miss, take care, it's not worth getting angry over such a beast, one male teammate said, licking his lips while casting a glance at De Qiao's ample assets and her fair thighs.
Another plump woman also spoke out in indignation. Damn it!
This world is so malicious towards women.
When will women's safety be guaranteed? All those despicable men should die.
Thus, the group, each with their own motives, readily agreed to help De Qiao with her so-called revenge and to seek justice. After all, in this world, no one would sympathize with strangers, and there weren't many kind-hearted people willing to do anything noble. Everyone had their own goals and selfish desires.
We are definitely going to help with this.
Such a beast does not deserve to be human, he must be punished,
Yang Gang declared passionately. De Qiao, lead the way, we will help you take revenge. We will definitely bring him down and await your orders. You are all so kind.
De Qiao wiped her tears, her face filled with emotion, turning away but managing to smile slightly.
Follow me.
Meanwhile, Li Chen was wandering through the tomb passage.
In the Lulan ancient tomb, it is said that there are hundreds of secret chambers and countless
hidden paths, like a maze, where those unfamiliar can easily get lost and never find their way out.
However, to deal with such situations, humans have specially created maps and other exploratory tools.
Li Chen had also conveniently bought a map when he came, and now it was coming in handy. The content on the map was very clear, with
comprehensive divisions of each area.
Li Chen directly focused his gaze on the location of the main tomb. Everyone knows that this place is where the most treasures
and opportunities lie.
As he walked, Li Chen soon encountered several corpses wrapped in bandages in the tomb passage. They limped towards Li Chen, emitting unpleasant,
low growls.
Seeing this scene, Li Chen raised an eyebrow.
Goodness, these things look a bit like the mummies he had in mind. Undoubtedly, these are monsters. To be safe, Li Chen activated his holographic eye to take a look.
Lulan Corpse Level 120 Description: individuals buried with high-ranking officials of the Lulan
Kingdom, transformed into corpses after death, still guarding the tomb. Weakness: Lulan corpses have extremely high resistance, immune to death, shattering the head.
Can deal high damage. After a glance, it was clear that this was the most common type of monster in the ancient tomb, yet it was surprisingly strong, possessing undead powers.
It could be considered a high-difficulty mechanism monster. If an ordinary person did not know its weaknesses, they might need to expend considerable effort to figure it out. The appearance of the Lulan corpse looked incredibly terrifying, but unfortunately, in front of his skeleton warrior, it seemed rather cute by comparison. However, at this moment, Li Chen did not directly summon the skeleton knight. Instead, he glanced at the ability lock in his hand. He hadn't used this thing much since he got it from Lu Xian, and now was just the right time to practice against these Lulan corpses. Li Chen activated the ability lock and pressed a button. In an instant, a red light emanated from the ability lock, enveloping his entire body. The next moment, it transformed into a set of armor that covered Li Chen completely. In that instant, Li Chen felt a significant increase in his overall strength. A light screen appeared before his eyes. Ability lock number 01 compatibility. Perfect gene liberation strength increase, 40% speed increase, 30% mental increase, 1000 points defense increase, 50% special skills, Mars technique, energy shield. Li Chen was taken aback. Wow, is it this professional? He looked at his arms and body, now covered with a thick layer of armor. He felt no discomfort at all. This thing was far stronger than any equipment. Li Chen felt that this effect was beyond what even a set of brilliant great equipment could achieve. It was absurd. It was hard to imagine that this was developed by humans. After humans awakened their professions, many professions and skills contributed significantly to the current technological development, and over the years, human technology had been advancing rapidly. But Li Chen truly did not expect it to have reached such a level. He estimated that soon, humans might even be able to develop artificial professions. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen turned his gaze back to the Lulan corpse in front of him. Mars technique. Li Chen directly used the skill that came with the ability lock. Immediately, the armor on him emitted a red light. Li Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the Lulan corpse, then threw a punch at its head. Bang! The attack hit. A terrifying number exploded from the Lulan corpse. The next moment, the corpse's head was directly knocked off by Li Chen. You have killed a Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. Following that, Li Chen attacked several other corpses. With the enhancement of the ability lock, his strength and speed reached their peak. He rushed in and threw several punches. Bang bang bang! Striking these corpses felt like hitting foam. You have killed a Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. You have killed a Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. Soon, he had dealt with all the Lulan corpses in front of him. The entire process was incredibly easy. After this reflection, Li Chen recognized the power of the ability lock. This could be considered a type of combat suit, but it was much stronger than a combat suit. The enhancement for professionals was immense. It was no exaggeration to say that even a pig could be turned into a tiger with it. This could fill the gaps of various professions. Mages and assassins with this could greatly enhance their defense. Even slow tanks could increase their speed with it. The mental and strength enhancements were effective for all professions. With this, Li Chen's strength had also risen to a new level. However, unfortunately, the combat form of this ability lock could not be kept on all the time, as it would consume energy, and when the energy was insufficient, it would need to be replenished. Therefore, it was better to save some energy when not in use. It could serve as a trump card. Li Chen thought to himself. Next, he continued walking towards the main tomb. The Lulan ancient tomb was indeed a 4-star dungeon. Along the way, Li Chen frequently encountered many monsters. But in front of Li Chen, they were hardly a challenge. His skeleton warrior would teach them a lesson. Along the way, there were many crooked and twisted corpses. Behind Li Chen, De Qiao and the others followed his pace and caught up. Looking at the corpses scattered along the way, they all wore expressions of surprise. The fact that someone could achieve this level of destruction indicated that those who had done it earlier were also very powerful. Are you sure that little brat went this way? Yang Gang asked. De Qiao nodded. Yes, logically speaking, he shouldn't have gone far. Wait, these could they all be his doing? One teammate frowned. If that were the case, then the young man really had some strength, and things could get complicated. What a coward! Yang Gang scoffed. At that moment, De Qiao was right beside him, and he certainly couldn't show any signs of fear. He had to put on a brave front to maintain a good impression as a reliable man. He kicked a nearby corpse. Just a bunch of dead bodies, what can they do? Hitting these is as easy as having hands. Brother Yang is so handsome, so manly. I like you even more now, De Qiao said shyly upon seeing this. Yang Gang chuckled, feeling flattered, and even more puffed up. What can a few dead bodies do? I'm not bragging. Even if that guy stood right in front of me, I could take him down with one hand. Sister, let's keep moving, Yang Gang declared, striding confidently ahead. The group continued onward. After a short while, a sudden sound of fighting came from not far ahead. Looking forward, they saw a familiar figure. Upon seeing this shadow, both De Qiao and Yang Gang quickly recognized it. This familiar figure could only be Li Chen, the person they had been desperately searching for. Now let's see how you run. Yang Gang's face lit up with joy. De Qiao beside him also showed a flicker of hatred in her eyes. Without
Hesitation, Yang Gang drew his bow and shot an arrow toward Li Chen's position. The arrow instantly shot from his hand, speeding toward Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen had his back turned to them, making it the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Soon, the arrow struck directly into Li Chen's back. Seeing his attack succeed so easily, Yang Gang was overjoyed. He thought to himself, indeed, that little brat is just a little brat. In front of adults, he's nothing but a target, just someone to bully. Before coming here, he had felt a bit wary upon seeing the corpses, but now it seemed he had overthought it. However, after Li Chen took the arrow, there was no visible effect. He didn't even flinch, nor did his figure move at all. Although the attack hit, the actual damage to Li Chen was 0. In fact, Li Chen had already noticed the ambush and had the ability to dodge it, but he didn't bother because he was too lazy to move. The damage had been transferred to his skeleton warrior. For him, it was as if nothing had happened. Seeing the scene, Yang Gang, who had been pleased with his successful sneak attack, was suddenly stunned. What the hell? After taking that hit, Li Chen showed no signs of being affected? This couldn't be right. No, he must be holding on. Thinking this, Yang Gang quickly shot a few more arrows at Li Chen's figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh, is this never ending? At this moment, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't want to bother with them, as it was wasting his time hunting monsters. It seemed he had to show them a lesson. He turned around and looked at the familiar figures. Yang Gang, De Qiao. No wonder, they really were a nest of snakes and rats. Seeing these two familiar faces, Li Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart. Instead, De Qiao seemed to have not learned her lesson from before, daring to come back and oppose him. She truly was asking for trouble. Moreover, she had even brought help, seeking revenge. Li Chen saw it at a glance. He raised his hand, and his destined holy sword appeared in his grasp. Then, he lightly slashed at the incoming arrows. A powerful sword aura erupted, instantly reducing the arrows to dust. He then looked at Yang Gang and said, "The one who ambushed me is you, right?" Yang Gang stared, wide-eyed at the scene. This, so fierce? After hearing Li Chen's words, he finally reacted, swallowed hard, stepped forward, and forced himself to say, "It was me, so what?" No matter how strong Li Chen was, he had the advantage of numbers on his side. "Let me tell you, we came today to seek justice for Sister De Qiao, and to avenge the harm you've done to Sister Air Qiao." At this moment, the other two team members also stepped forward. "That's right, it's outrageous. What you're doing is not manly at all. As a man, I feel ashamed for you. Pa! You coward, truly a coward. Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens and teach you a good lesson." Listening to these people's words, Li Chen's brow twitched. What kind of historical nonsense was this? The things they were saying were utterly nonsensical. He couldn't understand a word. But this confusion quickly dissipated when he met De Qiao's gaze. The usual routine. From what he knew of De Qiao, she must have said something flowery that blinded these people. Yet, even knowing this, Li Chen felt helpless and could only lament that not everyone had a brain. Of course, he didn't believe these people were genuinely kind-hearted. Just like Yang Gang's character, he must have ulterior motives to come out pretending to be a righteous messenger. However, if they wanted to step forward, they had to be prepared to face the consequences. Being a righteous messenger was not an easy task, especially when they came to oppose him. From the moment these people decided to go against him and took the initiative to ambush him, they had chosen the path to death. Li Chen did not hesitate. He raised his sword and swung it fiercely towards the group. Whoosh! The fierce sword aura, carrying overwhelming momentum, swept past in an instant, closing in on the group. Seeing this, De Qiao did not hesitate and quickly retreated to the back. She had witnessed Li Chen's power before. Yang Gang, upon seeing this scene, hurriedly patted the male teammate beside him, pushing him forward. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and block it." This male teammate was the one he had found later for the front line. The male teammate glanced at the approaching sword aura, swallowed hard, and mustered the courage to raise his shield to block it. Bang! He didn't even know who gave him the courage to step up. Even Li Chen, when he didn't have the skeleton warriors to help absorb damage, wouldn't dare to face his own attack head-on. Therefore, when he saw someone actually daring to raise a shield to block, Li Chen was astonished. There were indeed people in the world who were not afraid of death. This spirit was commendable. However, a sword that had been unleashed could not be taken back, nor would it be weakened. Because of this, at the moment when this poor frontliner was still in a daze, the sword aura crashed into his shield like a tidal wave, and his little shield shattered. In less than a second, the sword aura flowed unimpeded, striking him directly and sending him flying. Behind, Yang Gang and the others saw a familiar figure flying through the air like a cannonball. They quickly dodged to the side. The frontliner's body crashed heavily to the ground, and he was instantly lifeless. Seeing this scene, Yang Gang and the others were stunned. "What the hell, you were the frontliner, how could you not even last a second and be sent flying back instantly? Killed?" Yang Gang's eyes widened. Could it be that he had mistaken someone and brought a useless frontliner? Otherwise, it couldn't be that bad. What a joke. Although there was only one opponent, they were already missing a front line before the fight even began.
even if they managed to defeat Li Chen at this moment. Without a front line, they would struggle to make any progress in this dungeon. At the same time, after swiftly taking down the front line, Li Chen turned his gaze towards them. What's wrong? Weren't you going to uphold justice? With such little skill, how can you help others? Yang Gang's face turned pale. He was momentarily angry but dared not act rashly. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Scum like you will eventually be struck down by heaven. When will heaven strike me down? I don't know, but I do know that you might be losing your life right now, Li Chen said calmly, then swung his sword again. Seeing this, Yang Gang and the others quickly dodged. The fate of the front line was still fresh in their minds, although he suspected there was something off about that front line. They, as backline players, certainly couldn't withstand it. This sword struck one of the female team members who had previously been mocking the front line. Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig rang out. Unsurprisingly, this female team member was also killed in one hit. In just a short while, half of the team was gone. Only Yang Gang and De Chao remained in place. Clearly, they hadn't expected Li Chen to be this strong. Both Yang Gang and De Chao were in shock. At that moment, De Chao showed no hesitation and, just like before, fled towards a nearby tomb passage. She abandoned her teammates and ran away alone. Staying any longer was too risky, even if she teamed up with Yang Gang. She had no confidence in defeating the current Li Chen. Ultimately, it was Li Chen's strength that was far beyond her expectations. Yang Gang, left standing there, was momentarily stunned, his face filled with confusion. When he finally reacted, he realized he was the only one left. Who am I? Where am I? He was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Li Chen in front of him, he trembled as he raised his weapon. This shouldn't be happening. Why is this person so strong? Li Chen looked like just a student, barely 20 years old, yet his strength was terrifying. At that moment, he felt a bit dazed, recalling the scene when Li Chen had approached him to form a team outside the dungeon. Back then, he had mocked Li Chen and refused. He never expected that their next encounter would be in such a situation. Damn it, what should I do? He then realized that De Chao had already vanished, leaving him behind. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a filthy bitch. He was still processing the fact that he had been used. But there was no remedy for regret in this world. What was done, and he had to find a way to face the current predicament. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. I understand now, that woman is just a filthy bitch. She framed you, she deceived us, she tricked all of us. She said you were a pervert, wanting to harm them. How could you be that kind of person? Right? Look at you, so imposing and youthful. How could you be that kind of person? How could you do such things? It's all our fault. I beg you, please don't hold it against me, okay? Seeing the situation turning against him, he quickly pleaded for mercy. However, Li Chen looked at him and coldly smiled, feeling no emotion inside. From another perspective, if their roles were reversed, if he were the one lacking strength and unable to defeat the opponent, would the other side let him go? Even if he said this, would the other side show mercy? Clearly not. Li Chen was absolutely certain of that. Therefore, he wasn't foolish enough to let his compassion overflow at this moment. After all, he had already harmed two of the opponent's teammates. If he softened now and let the opponent go, what if it was like letting a tiger return to the mountain? What if the opponent came back to seek revenge, just like when he let De Chao go before? It wasn't long before she returned with people to hunt him down. Li Chen understood deeply in his heart that one must be resolute in their actions to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. The more it came to this, the less he could afford to be soft-hearted. His expression remained unchanged as he raised his sword, his eyes devoid of sympathy or emotion, and he struck directly at her. Whoosh! A powerful sword aura erupted, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Enhanced by the power of the wind element, its speed was incredibly swift, cutting towards her in an instant. Feeling this terrifying momentum, Yang Gang's eyes widened in shock. When the target of the attack was himself and it came rushing towards him, he could clearly sense the overwhelming pressure and oppression. It was so terrifying, so suffocating, that it left him with no will to resist. This attack was nothing short of a dimensional strike against them. A chill ran down Yang Gang's spine, a coldness rising behind him. This was the most horrifying moment he had ever experienced in his life. The attack was too terrifying. He immediately gave up on resistance, his mind filled with only one thought: to escape. He turned and ran frantically towards a nearby tomb passage. His mind was a blank slate. At that moment, all desires, whether for beauty, dignity, power, or hatred, vanished. Without a trace, only the most primal desire for life remained. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming regret for having listened to slander and sought revenge against Li Chen for having initially rejected Li Chen's invitation to join. He had been given countless opportunities, yet he had grasped none, pushing everything to the worst possible outcome. However, it was too late for regrets now. The powerful sword aura was closing in behind him in an instant. Puff! The sword aura ultimately struck Yang Gang. Just as Li Chen had said before, stepping forward meant paying the price for one's actions, and it echoed Li Chen's earlier words: his opponent would regret it.
Under the impact of this sword aura, Yang Gang was sent flying just like the others before him. His health bar, once full, plummeted to
0 in an instant. Yang Gang fell heavily to the ground.
Li Chen did not look back at him but turned his gaze towards a nearby tomb passage and immediately chased after. This was the direction De Xiao had fled.
Not to mention anything else, De Xiao's ability to escape was absolutely top-notch.
Once she sensed the situation was
unfavorable, she ran without hesitation, abandoning everyone behind.
This time, Li Chen had no intention of letting De Xiao go as he had before. He had already given her a chance, but she had proven useless and even brought Yang Gang and others to seek revenge against him. Therefore, this time, he would not let her off the hook. He did not want to experience the same trouble twice or make the same mistake again. Li Chen entered the tomb passage, quickening his pace and moving at full speed. Meanwhile, De Xiao, who was frantically fleeing ahead in the tomb passage, also noticed the commotion behind her. Instantly, her escape became even faster. This time, she was acutely aware that it was definitely Li Chen chasing her, and if Li Chen was pursuing her, it meant Yang Gang had been dealt with. It seemed Li Chen had locked onto her as his target and had no intention of letting her go, thus he was in hot pursuit.
Damn it! De Xiao's expression tightened, panic etched across her face. That damn man! So infuriating. And those useless fools, Yang Gang and the others can't even handle one person. What a waste. I really believed in you all for nothing, even selling my looks. She cursed under her breath, continuously weaving through the tomb passage. Hell! Is anyone there? Please come save me! As she ran, she shouted loudly for help. Her pitiful cries echoed throughout the entire tomb passage, trying to coax a few kind-hearted people to come out and help her. At this moment, Li Chen's figure was gradually closing in. He had already spotted the fleeing De Xiao ahead. There was not much surprise, even though he let her run for a while. He quickly caught up, because in terms of speed and other factors, they were not on the same level. If it weren't for De Xiao's understanding
of the map and her advantage constantly circling around, Li Chen would have caught up with her even faster.
Hearing her still calling for help, Li Chen couldn't help but scoff. Stop shouting, do you even have the nerve to ask for help? Think about how many people you've harmed over the years. You and your sister have done so much evil. Do you even deserve to ask for help? When others called for help from you, did you ever let them off the hook? Think about it. Li Chen was not someone who would lose his composure at the sight of beauty. He felt extreme disgust and disdain for the things these two sisters had done. This kind of behavior was nothing more than taking shortcuts and walking down a crooked path, gaining strength by harming others. Such actions were simply disgraceful, akin to the scum of humanity, very close to those abyssal cultists. Without further delay, Li Chen decided to act. He didn't have much time to waste on such scum. He was still waiting to level up by defeating monsters. Resolving this farce quickly was essential to getting back on track. He pushed his speed to the limit. In an instant, he was not far behind De Xiao, spotting her figure. De Xiao also noticed him behind her, her eyes widening in terror. It seemed as if she had one foot already in the realm of death. Was it going to end like this? Just then, a blue beam of light suddenly shot towards Li Chen's position. Li Chen's expression changed, and he stopped his actions, retreating. At that moment, De Xiao, realizing she was still safe, let out a sigh of relief. She then looked gratefully towards the source of the light. At that moment, a woman walked over with concern, helping her up. Miss, are you alright? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a full team. The team consisted of 4 members, one in the front line, a mage, a healer, and an assassin. Just now, it was this team that had attacked Li Chen, stopping his actions and saving the nearly doomed De Xiao. Seeing this powerful little team, De Xiao's face lit up. It seemed she was saved again. Meanwhile, Li Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the few people who had suddenly come out to meddle in his affairs. But he still spoke with courtesy before hostility. What do you mean by this? At this moment, the mage, the man who had just attacked Li Chen, stepped forward. In broad daylight, bullying a woman, what kind of sense of achievement does that give you? Hearing this familiar and blood-boiling remark, Li Chen couldn't hold back anymore. What the hell is wrong with all of you? Are you that repressed? Do you all love playing the hero saving the damsel in distress? The conflict between her and me has nothing to do with you. Don't you think you're meddling in other people's business? The mage paused for a moment, then continued, when will the cycle of revenge end? Instead of fighting, why not calm down and talk it out? We're all compatriots. Is there really a need for this? Hearing this, Li Chen had already lost his patience. He hated the type of person who acted as a mediator, thinking they could control the situation, acting as if they understood everything. Clearly, they knew nothing but pretended to have everything under control. Sorry, but our conflict has escalated to a point where we won't stop until one of us is dead. Li Chen snorted. The mage, hearing this, stepped forward with a serious expression. I don't like it when people bully the weak in front of me, especially when they hit women. This statement also represented his stance. Seeing the other party say the same, Li Chen snorted coldly. Alright, very good. Let's see if you can stop me.
In any case, he was not going to back down, nor would he let go of Diqiao, who had tried to set him up twice just because of a few words from the other side. In the next moment, he moved and charged swiftly towards Diqiao's position again. Li Chen's thought was simple. He wanted to stand out, to help when he saw injustice, to be a protector of flowers, but that also depended on whether the other party had the ability to stop him. He intended to continue right in front of them. If they had the skill, then come and stop him. Upon seeing Li Chen's movement, the mage hurriedly waved his staff towards him, casting an attack. But this could not stop Li Chen's actions. Li Chen ignored it completely and went straight for Diqiao with a sword. The front line of the team quickly ran in front of Diqiao to block him. However, under Li Chen's sword, neither of them was spared and were directly sent flying. Bang! Like to help when you see injustice? Save it for your next life. The type of person Li Chen despised the most was someone who rushed in to help without discerning right from wrong. They waved the banner of refusing to bully the weak, yet were doing the very thing of oppressing the weak. After being hit by Li Chen's attack, the front line had no resistance at all and was sent flying. A crisp sound of armor breaking echoed, and at that moment, an energy shield appeared around him, covering his entire body. After it took effect, it quickly disappeared, which was how he saved his life. His health locked at the last 1%. What? The front line clutched his chest, his face full of shock. This attack directly forced out his life-saving skill? Seeing this scene, everyone in the team was filled with astonishment. When they checked the current state of the front line, they all gasped in shock. In this state, their front line had completely lost combat capability, and it could be said that he was hanging on by a thread. Who exactly was this person in front of them? So terrifying. Realizing that things were a bit troublesome, it seemed the person they were facing was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined, and the people in the team calmed down. The mage captain stepped forward, put away his staff, and seeing that they couldn't win, prepared to reason. Brother, let's say we are just passing by, with no grievances or grudges. There's no need to fight like this, right? How about we calm down and talk it over? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding? Let's be friends, and we can gather when we have time in the future. What do you think? By the way, we are from the Qingyang Guild. The mage spoke slowly and methodically. Li Chen listened but coldly smiled. In the end, wasn't this just asking him to back down? Are you thinking a bit too much? Why didn't you plan to talk things over earlier? Who attacked first? Why are you backing down now? Starting to reason, how ridiculous. Don't think that just because you are from the Qingyang Guild, or even if you were from the famous Golden Guild, it would matter. Li Chen said coldly. He felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. This was a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even so, he could still sense the arrogance in the other party's bones, throwing out the name of their guild as if it would command respect, as if just stating their name would make everyone give them face. Perhaps that was true in front of others, but it was of no use to Li Chen. Get out of the way. My business with this woman doesn't need your interference. The mage frowned. Little brother, are you sure you've thought this through? He didn't expect that even after stating all this and revealing the name of his guild, Li Chen would still remain unmoved. A bit ungrateful, really thinking that just because they have some strength they can act recklessly. Don't you all like heroes saving beauties? Fine, then you can all bear the brunt of my wrath. Li Chen suddenly raised his head, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He hated it when someone interfered while he was doing something. Those who stand in his way would die. He lifted the holy sword in his hand and swung it indiscriminately, unleashing an unprecedented and powerful aura. Not good. This aura. The members of the team were all startled. Under this terrifying power, they had no thought of resistance whatsoever. Wake up, no one will revolve around you all day except for mosquitoes. Don't take yourself too seriously, Li Chen said coldly. You're crazy. The mage's eyes widened. He never expected Li Chen would take the initiative to attack them, knowing they had a guild backing them, and they had come forward voluntarily. After realizing this, Li Chen still chose to strike at them. To them, Li Chen was nothing but a madman. Not good. Retreat. Our front line can't continue moving. Once they left the front line, it was clear that whoever ran slowly would be the front line. Almost simultaneously, everyone made the same move and hurriedly ran back. Naturally, the one at the front was Diqiao. She had been prepared from the start. As soon as she sensed the situation was going south, she would run, so she had been observing the movements earlier and was now leading the way. Following closely behind her were the others. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but sneer. Who was it that stood here so tough just a moment ago? Why is everyone running now? Weren't they so impressive just a moment ago? What's going on? Weren't they supposed to draw their swords to help? Why are they all running away now? Indeed, these people were just bullies who relied on their strength, merely changing their approach while waving the banner of justice to do these things. Without hesitation, Li Chen immediately chased after them, sword in hand, activating the power of the wind element to catch up quickly. The few people in front who were frantically fleeing noticed Li Chen relentlessly pursuing them and their expressions tightened. A madman, he's really a madman. Diqiao, running at the front, fell silent upon seeing this scene. Damn it, suddenly someone came out. to help him, and he was grateful, but it turned out to be a bunch of useless people. Several of them couldn't even take on one person. In an instant, she lost all desire to even acknowledge these people. As she heard Li Chen's voice getting closer, her brows furrowed. Sorry, my benefactor, you're all good people, so please, help me one last time. Saying this, she looked at the mage behind her. It was this mage who had suddenly appeared to save her, otherwise she would have long since died at Li Chen's hands. But in her eyes there was an utter lack of warmth, not a trace of gratitude or emotion. De Chao looked at him and smiled coldly. When the mage caught sight of De Chao's smile, he thought she was bitterly smiling, and sighed to comfort her. Don't worry, miss, we will be safe. Our guild has other members in this dungeon, we should be able to find help soon. At this moment, he was still thinking of comforting her, however. De Chao looked at him, her eyes flashing with indifference. Is that so? That's great, but before that, our main goal is still to survive, so I'm sorry. The next moment, she gripped the staff in her hand and swung it violently at the mage. Bang! A beam of light shot out from De Chao's staff, striking the mage directly. The mage was instantly stunned, looking at De Chao in disbelief. He never dreamed that De Chao would suddenly attack him at this moment. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, followed by a deep despair after taking that hit. His entire body was completely defenseless, resulting in a severe injury that caused his speed to drop instantly as he fell backward. Meanwhile, Li Chen, who was behind him, watched everything unfold with a playful expression, as if he were observing a clown. Did you see that? I believe the mage understands now and surely regrets it. Through this moment, he must have seen clearly the true nature of De Chao, this venomous woman. Isn't it ironic? This is the person you once protected who, at a critical moment, didn't hesitate to stab you in the back, using you to secure her own chance of survival. Li Chen stepped forward, looking down at the mage lying on the ground, bloodied and clutching his chest. The mage's pitiful state wasn't even a result of Li Chen's own actions. The mage forced a bitter smile, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Li Chen. Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have tried to save that ungrateful wretch. She deserves what she gets. She should die. I agree with your approach now. I won't stop you from hunting her down, he pleaded frantically. In that moment, all emotions were overshadowed by fear. When a person is most terrified, they will say anything, disregarding their image. Just look at the mage now. Where was the pride and vigor he had when he boasted about his guild? Li Chen smiled, suddenly struck by an idea. Sure, who hasn't made mistakes? If I were to give you a chance, it wouldn't be impossible. Of course, you must make amends for your wrongs by dealing with De Chao. I don't care how you do it. Understand? This way, you can save your life and that of your teammates. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, gratitude filled the mage's eyes. He had completely abandoned any thoughts of heroically saving the damsel. This was a true life or death moment. He had no doubt that if he refused, Li Chen would kill him on the spot. At that moment, he also understood De Chao's true nature. He would never forget the expression on her face when she stabbed him in the back. Now, all he felt was hatred towards everyone. He wished he could take revenge but had no time for that. Therefore, when Li Chen spoke, he agreed without a moment's hesitation, feeling a flicker of joy in his heart. He quickly shouted to his fleeing teammates, "Get that bitch! Capture that filthy woman! How dare she stab me in the back? It's despicable! Those who repay kindness with malice don't deserve to live." His voice quickly reached the ears of his teammates. They reacted immediately. They had all witnessed De Chao suddenly attacking their captain earlier. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. This woman didn't seem as pitiful as she had before. Now, she was ruthless, willing to stab her benefactor in the back without hesitation to save her own life. It was simply appalling. Thinking of this, many felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that the woman's previous demeanor might have all been an act, a deception to manipulate them into doing her bidding. Now, they saw her true colors. After all, the reason they had fallen into such a dire situation was entirely due to this woman having believed her words. She had caused them great harm. Many began to understand the situation more clearly. What did it mean? After being used, they were all filled with anger. If they were usually members of the guild, many people would often fawn over them, but now they were being used so miserably by others, leaving them in such a dire state, which made them extremely unhappy. Therefore, upon hearing their captain's words, a few of them quickly launched an attack towards the nearby De Chao. Damn it, that cursed woman! You've betrayed us! How dare you lay a hand on our captain, you shameless piece of trash! Stand still, or I'll make sure you regret it. At this moment, the team's attitude towards De Chao had completely flipped, from initial sympathy to a desire to tear her apart. People despise betrayal the most, especially from someone they had previously trusted, a woman who seemed so weak and defenseless. Thinking of the losses they had suffered because of her, they were filled with shame and anger, and they had to reclaim their dignity. The assassin in the team quickly threw a few shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In fact, they were very close, and this assassin had undergone special training, so his accuracy was extremely high. All the shurikens hit De Chao with pinpoint precision. Ah! De Chao let out a scream after being attacked. Wounds appeared on her back, oozing streams of blood.
You dare to hit me? You're asking for death. As she ran, De Chao turned around, swinging her staff violently, sending an attack towards the assassin. However, the assassin's profession allowed for agile movement and quick reactions. As everyone was preparing to cast their spells, he had already anticipated her move, dodging the attack with a swift motion. Just surrender quietly. You dared to deceive us, and you're the first to attack our captain. What a shameless woman. If it weren't for your looks, do you really think anyone would come to your aid? You wretched creature. The assassin cursed mercilessly. At this point, there was no need to pretend anymore. De Chao had caused them such suffering that they were on the brink of falling here. Killing her 10 or 8 times wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. Hearing those despicable words from behind, De Chao's veins bulged. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to tolerate this. At this moment, he would have already turned around to deal with her properly. But now, she truly didn't dare to stop. It wouldn't be hard to fight this assassin, but there was still a Li Chen behind her. Once she stopped, escaping would be very difficult, just like before. Damn you, you pathetic man. If it weren't for the fact that you have someone behind you, would I be afraid of you? Remember this, if I can escape, I swear by the name of the Scorpion Duo, I will definitely kill you, De Chao said angrily. Upon hearing her words, the members of the team were all taken aback. The Scorpion Duo? This was a name that struck fear in the hearts of many. It was said that they operated in this very area. Therefore, many people here knew of this name. The Scorpion Duo was said to be two very powerful professionals whose methods mainly involved deception and harming other professionals. This was a name that filled everyone with righteous indignation, as their actions were truly despicable and inhumane. After all, no one knew if they would be the next victim. Those who achieved their goals through deceitful means were always despised by the world. And now, this name came from De Chao's own mouth. Everyone was first stunned, then gasped in shock. What? The Scorpion Duo? She is the Scorpion Duo? My god, it's actually her. Wait, isn't the Scorpion Duo supposed to have 2 people? There's only one here. After realizing De Chao's identity, everyone was taken aback. The Scorpion Duo truly lived up to its reputation. Just moments ago, they had been deceived by her. The other party still didn't know when they would stab them in the back. Just thinking about it made them feel a chill. Damn, you mean the Scorpion Duo? Some of our guild members have also been harmed by you. Today is just the right time to take revenge. The few members of the team launched their attacks towards the front where De Chao was. Li Chen followed leisurely behind, watching the scene with a playful glint in his eyes. Dog eat dog, I like it. I have to say, although he had never heard of the Scorpion Duo before, it seemed that these two sisters, De Chao and Air Chao, were indeed talented. To reach such a level, like a rat crossing the street where everyone shouts to beat them, is not easy. Waves of attacks hit De Chao from behind, and finally, her movements were slowed down. She turned her face, looking at those who suddenly attacked her from behind, cursing inwardly. But she could only hurriedly say, stop, stop. I'm not the Scorpion Duo, I don't know the Scorpion Duo, you've got the wrong person. If this continued, even she would struggle to endure it. At this moment, she could only yield. However, her words had completely lost any credibility. I believe you, my foot. Can you even spit out ivory? Is there a single true word from you? It was the same before, you deserve to be hunted. That's right, how many people have you harmed as the Scorpion Duo? Don't you have any self-awareness? Now you're trying to deceive us with sweet words again. Do you really think we're fools? Let me tell you, it's impossible. If I believe you one more time, I'll jump down from here and die outside. Even the dumbest fool, or an 8-year-old child, would not believe De Chao's nonsense at this point. Seeing this, De Chao's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Damn it, this time it really backfired. She originally wanted to sacrifice someone to hold them back, but unexpectedly, these people suddenly united to attack her. But there was no choice. At that moment, Li Chen was right behind, and if she didn't do this, they would soon be caught up, and they would all die. Once again, a sense of helplessness rose in De Chao's heart. Why did she have to provoke this big Buddha? Alas! Now she had lost both her husband and soldiers. Not only had her sister died, but she was also about to lose her own life. The team continued to attack her from behind. Although De Chao was trying hard to dodge, she would still get hit a few times. After a while, she was finally forcibly stopped and surrounded by several members of the team. Any last words? At this moment, Li Chen's voice came from behind. A glimmer of despair flashed in De Chao's eyes. Unable to bear the fear any longer, she knelt down. I was wrong, it's all my fault, please spare me. I shouldn't have provoked you. I swear I won't do this again. From now on, I'll wash my hands of this and marry an honest man. I beg you, give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Hearing this, Li Chen immediately laughed. Are you kidding me? It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to simplicity. If he believed her nonsense, at this moment he would truly be a fool. Even if he were killed, he wouldn't believe that she would genuinely decide to turn over a new leaf. She was just scared and fabricating lies to please herself. Turn over a new leaf? How many crimes have you committed? Do you think you can just turn over a new leaf? Go ask those you've harmed if they forgive you.
Not only Li Chen, but the mage beside him also limped over, full of disdain. Seriously, even now, you still want to harm honest
people? Can't you let an honest person off the hook?
It's not easy for them to be honest their whole lives.
I'm speaking up for honest people. No need to
be soft-hearted, just take action. She's already beyond saving. The members of the team were indignantly denouncing her. De Qiao gritted her teeth, panic written all over her face, and resorted to her old trick, shouting, "Help!
Is anyone there? Please save me."
Her voice echoed throughout the entire tomb passage.
Damn it! You're pulling this again? I can't take it anymore. Look at how badly you've harmed us this time. Seeing this, a surge of unnamed anger rose in the hearts of the team members.
It was simply outrageous. If Li Chen weren't here, they would have wanted to directly take action and beat her to a pulp. Brother, you handled her from here. It's our fault for being blinded for a moment. We even spoke up for her before.
Many felt regretful.
After all this time, it turned out she was a member of
the Scorpion Duo.
Their expressions had been as ugly as if they had eaten something foul from the start.
Li Chen stepped forward, looking down at De Qiao. I've already given you one chance. I won't give you another.
Next, you can go to hell and apologize one by one to those you've harmed, or suffer the wrath of their souls. With that, Li Chen didn't hesitate. He swung his holy sword straight down.
Bang!
De Qiao's eyes widened, and the next moment, she collapsed to the ground.
The Scorpion Duo was thus eliminated.
It was their fault for provoking someone they shouldn't have. At this moment, the team members looked at Li Chen.
The mage cautiously
spoke up. It's my fault for being deceived by her facade. It's all my mistake.
Big guy, look, since the matter is settled, could you let us off the hook?
Li Chen's expression remained unchanged.
What facade? It was just being seduced by beauty.
These guys, suddenly feeling pity, had wasted so much time. They didn't even know how far behind they were in leveling up.
Letting them off like this felt too lenient to Li Chen.
However, since they had realized their mistake and followed
his orders, their crimes didn't warrant death. Alright, get lost.
Don't let me see you again, Li Chen said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the team members nodded
repeatedly, fearing Li Chen would change his mind, and hurriedly left.
After watching them leave, Li Chen turned around and continued toward the main tomb.
Everyone was teleported to different locations in the dungeon.
They were all randomly distributed throughout the instance.
Many
who came here were thinking of getting rich overnight, coming with that mindset. Therefore, some had their sights set on the main
tomb, and there were quite a few people.
Many, like Li Chen, quickly headed toward the focal point, and naturally, some were ahead of him, as Li Chen had been teleported to a relatively remote spot and had delayed for so long. At this moment, many people had already arrived at the entrance of the main tomb. It was an incredibly grand and tall iron door, covered in dust.
In front of the
main tomb door, several teams had almost arrived simultaneously, and more were still coming. The main tomb door had not yet opened. The crowd gathered there was discussing how to open the door and enter the main tomb to obtain the treasures inside. Of course, only at this moment would they be here peacefully, truly trusting each other like family.
Once the main tomb opened, it was unknown how far their greed would escalate. Fellow compatriots, there's no need to hide anymore. Whoever has the key to the main tomb, come out and open the door.
Standing here in a stalemate isn't a solution, a tall man said, revealing a hearty smile. The treasures inside the main tomb can be said to be the most abundant and precious in the entire dungeon, so entry is not something
that can be taken lightly.
To enter the main tomb, a key is required to unlock the door, and the keys are scattered throughout the
dungeon.
As soon as this was said, many people exchanged glances.
Some even stood up to speak. Yeah, it's not a solution for everyone to just stand here in a stalemate. We can't just stare at each other without going in, right? Anyway, whether we open it now or later, it will be opened eventually. If we all open it together and go in to collect the treasures, wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone?
At this moment, although everyone appeared to be discussing together, each person had their own hidden agenda. They were all old foxes.
No one stepped forward for a long time. The tall man remained undeterred and continued to persuade. Brothers, who has the key? Don't think about hoarding it for yourself.
At this point, more and more people are arriving, and the number of people who will share the treasures will only increase.
While there are still few of us, let's quickly open the main tomb. The sooner, the better. That way, we can divide more treasures.
Otherwise, in the end, everyone will only get a little bit.
Yeah, everyone came here from different parts of the dungeon. I believe it's impossible that no one has a clue about the keys, right? As time passed second by second, the man's words were not wrong. Teams continued to arrive one after another. Finally, someone couldn't sit still.
A man in his 30s stepped forward, hesitantly pulling out a golden key from his bag.
I got this.
On my way here, dropped by a monster.
How about we give it a try? In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the man, their faces lighting up with excitement. Quick, bring it over and see if it can open the door. Hey, why are you hiding it? Wouldn't it be better to take it out earlier?
Under the eager eyes of the crowd, the man walked up to the entrance of the main tomb with the key. After feeling around on the door, he found the keyhole and inserted the key. Then, he exerted force with his wrist and began to turn it. However, no matter how hard he tried, the lock showed no response. It wouldn't even budge, let alone produce the sound. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. At this moment, everyone understood that this was not the real key. Disappointment flashed in many eyes. TCH, what a waste of excitement. I said this key looked off. It doesn't match the color of the door or the lock at all. How could it be the real key? No wonder it didn't work. What a waste of excitement. What was the point of coming out? Just to mess with people's minds, right? Complaints erupted, and the man could only smile bitterly. I'm sorry, everyone. Without trying it, we really wouldn't know. Amidst the disappointed gazes and the chorus of sighs, the man awkwardly walked away. However, after the man's earlier attempt, it encouraged others to muster their courage and make a decision. One by one, they stepped forward with unknown keys. If it weren't for this moment, no one would have known that there could be so many keys in this dungeon. Red, yellow, blue, green, big, small, everything you could think of was there. If you could imagine it, someone could produce it. They could even hold an auction for keys. As one key after another failed to open the door, many people began to feel anxious. Patience was wearing thin, and enthusiasm was dwindling. At the same time, Li Chen was getting closer to the main tomb. At that moment, he was passing an intersection when suddenly a brilliant light shone from a corner nearby. Curious, Li Chen walked over. In front of him appeared a treasure chest. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. An outdoor treasure chest? Something was off. In general, for dungeons like these, the locations of treasures are usually accompanied by some monsters and dangers, so this open-air treasure is quite suspicious. Typically, it hides a significant threat. Therefore, Li Chen did not rush forward to open the treasure chest, but remained vigilant. He held his weapon and cautiously moved forward, inching closer. Li Chen extended the tip of his sword towards the chest slowly. Just then, the treasure chest suddenly moved. That's right, the chest was moving. Li Chen was momentarily stunned as, to his astonishment, the chest opened wide like a monster, revealing a mouth full of sharp, large teeth, and lunged at him. Quick on his feet, Li Chen swiftly thrust his sword into its mouth. Is this a treasure chest monster? At that moment, the chest monster, undeterred, bit down on the sword without a hint of hesitation. Bang! The sound of teeth clashing against the sword rang out, creating a spark that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Li Chen watched in disbelief as the treasure chest monster clamped down on his sword. Goodness! Thankfully, he hadn't let greed cloud his judgment and had not directly reached out to open the chest, otherwise, those sharp teeth would have bitten not just his sword but his hand as well. What a trick! Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he channeled his power, concentrating it into the sword. The force transmitted from the sword to the treasure chest monster, spreading from within to its entire body. Bang! An explosion erupted from within the treasure chest monster, as if it had blown apart. The entire body of the chest monster exploded like a bullet hitting its target, shattering into pieces. Li Chen shook his head. What bad luck! He thought he had gotten lucky, only to be disappointed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a bronze light suddenly appeared where the treasure chest monster had just exploded. Li Chen's expression changed. He turned back, curious about the beam of light on the ground, and walked over to take a closer look. It turned out to be an ancient-looking key radiating a bronze glow. What the heck? This key came from the treasure chest monster, but he had just smashed it to bits. What use was this key to him? But upon further thought, it seemed off. The treasure chest monster wasn't a real treasure chest. It was just a monster, and it couldn't actually produce any treasures from its body. Li Chen was skeptical as he crouched down and picked up the key. Why not take it? It wouldn't cost him anything, and who knows, it might come in handy later. With that in mind, he decided to take the key with him. Without lingering, he glanced at the map in his hand and continued towards the marked location. If he delayed any longer, he feared that by the time he arrived, everything would have been cleared out. At this point, he was very close to the main tomb. As he accelerated, the tomb path he was walking on became wider and larger. Before long, a cacophony of discussions suddenly reached his ears from ahead. Li Chen's expression shifted, and he quickened his pace to the limit, soon reaching the end of the tomb path. In front of him appeared an open space, and the source of the noisy discussions was coming from here. This spacious area was already filled with numerous groups of people, around several dozen in total. Li Chen didn't even need to look at the map. He could already guess that he had arrived near the main tomb. Only in this place would there be so many people gathered at the same time. These individuals had clearly arrived before him, yet they did not enter the main tomb directly. Instead, they all congregated here. Li Chen speculated that these people might not be able to enter, but in any case, this was good news for him. Although he had arrived a bit late, it seemed that not much had happened inside yet, so his trip here wasn't in vain. He wouldn't leave empty-handed. Next, Li Chen stopped and slowly walked forward, blending into the crowd without drawing too much attention. When the people around him noticed Li Chen, one casually asked, "Hey, little brother, are you here to get
a piece of the pie too? Have you found the key?" Key? Li Chen was taken aback.
Speaking of which, he had indeed obtained a key.
Not long ago, but why was the other person asking about it? Li Chen didn't directly mention the key, instead, he pretended to be clueless. What key? Seeing Li Chen's expression, the man immediately lost interest. Oh, it seems you don't know yet. The main tomb's door is sealed and can't be opened. To get in, you must have a key. You need to unlock the door first. We've been stuck
here for a long time, trying many keys, but none of them are real. This door just won't budge, and we're starting to doubt whether
there's even a key at all. The man sighed.
They had wasted so much time during this period. If they had used that time to scrape the ground around this instance, it would have been a decent gain. With so much time cost already spent, yet they hadn't seen a shadow of a reward, and now they hadn't even opened the main door, let alone entered the main tomb.
At this moment, everyone's mentality was a bit on edge. Li Chen listened intently, analyzing in his heart.
Goodness, so it turns out these people really haven't
entered the main tomb yet. That's great news. But it was also bad news because even he didn't know when he would be able to get in. He thought that he had indeed obtained a key earlier, but he didn't know what it was for. He wasn't naive enough to think that
his key would just happen to open the main tomb door. The man had already mentioned that many people had tried many keys, and
none had worked.
However, he could still look for an opportunity to try it out.
Li Chen thought to himself. He then stepped forward,
pushed through the crowd, and arrived at the main tomb's door. A grand, ancient-looking door suddenly appeared before him, and
Li Chen was struck with awe. Not to mention anything else, just this door alone suggested that there must be good things inside.
But at that moment, after the initial shock, Li Chen looked at the door and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity rise in his
heart. Goodness, why does this door look a bit familiar? This aura, this texture.
Li Chen immediately recalled the key he had obtained on his way here not long ago.
Could it be that he really found the right one? Just as he was thinking this, the key
in his bag seemed to sense something and began to tremble slightly. With the key's tremor, Li Chen's heart started to race. He felt a sudden stir in his heart.
Just arriving at this door, and it reacted. Could it really be this coincidental? Although it was
a bit hard to believe, the situation was right in front of him, and he had to admit that this time, Li Chen truly was lucky. His key was most likely the one to unlock the main tomb door. Thinking of this, Li Chen felt excited in his heart, but on the surface,
he remained calm and didn't make a fuss. At this moment, everyone was in a frenzy over the key issue, fully aware that the precious
treasure was right in front of them, just a door away, yet they had no way to get in.
Everyone was already restless, wanting
to break through the door and rush in to claim the treasure.
Many were even angrily attacking the door. They organized a group to attack the door together. However, all of this was in vain. After the attacks, the door remained completely unmoved, showing no signs of damage, leaving everyone utterly frustrated. Instead, those who launched the attack were all exhausted, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath.
Li Chen watched all of this with no inner turmoil. At this moment, he was certain that the key was
in his possession.
No one else could open this door besides him.
However, he did not immediately step forward to unlock it. He was contemplating how to maximize his benefits.
The key was in his hands, which was his advantage and his bargaining chip.
With the key, he should seize the initiative.
At this time, the crowd, after a long wait, was becoming increasingly impatient.
Damn it, none of you have the key? Then where did it go? Can it fly away? This is ridiculous, a man said impatiently. Exactly, this is unreasonable. There must be a mole among us. Someone is definitely hiding the key but won't speak up. Continuing like this is not a solution. I propose we search everyone, one by one. I don't believe that no one is hiding it. Well said, I agree. We must
search. Anyone who refuses must have something to hide, a man said directly, preventing anyone from being uncooperative. Once this was said, some who had been somewhat resistant understood that there was no other way. Thinking of the tempting key in the
main tomb, many felt a bit better. Li Chen squinted. Well, they're coming for me? He had to admit that these people weren't completely
brainless. They knew how to play this game, and it seemed they were also going crazy.
The key was indeed on him. Since it was
bound to be discovered sooner or later, he had to act. Moreover, regardless of whether he had the key or not, he could not agree to such behavior. But the current situation was tricky. With so many people waiting here, it would be difficult to sneak in and
open the door to the tomb. However, for Li Chen, it was not impossible.
When he heard them say they would search everyone, he reacted quickly and put on the cloak. The effect of the concealment cloak was simple but very practical, especially in certain situations where it could work wonders. Li Chen's figure silently vanished from the scene, as if he had never been there at all.
With the enhancement of the concealment cloak, Li Chen fell into invisibility.
But the invisibility was limited in time, and he had
to act quickly.
At this moment, the people present were preparing to gather and search everyone.
Not many were paying attention to the door, which was a good opportunity. Search, search.
If I catch the one who hid the key, I'll teach him a good lesson for making us wait here for so long. Exactly, there's no team spirit at all. I suggest we just kick him out and strip him of the right to enter the main tomb with us. Well said, such a person doesn't deserve to share with us. Too selfish, they said, filled with righteous indignation. Just as everyone was discussing, Li Chen had quietly arrived at the door. At this moment, as the search was underway, Li Chen did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out the ancient bronze key from his bag and directly inserted it into the keyhole. Then, he gently turned it. Click! A sound echoed from the lock as the core was unlocked. Li Chen glanced at the crowd. Fortunately, everyone was busy searching and suspicious, not paying attention to the movement over here. Li Chen quickly pushed open the door, creating a gap wide enough for one person to enter. The sound of the bronze door opening rang out, and at this point, everyone was disturbed by the commotion. They hurriedly looked towards the door and, seeing it open, automatically, all were stunned, then erupted in joy. It's open! It's open! The door is open! Ha ha ha! The treasure is mine! Gat! Out of my way, all the treasures are mine! They rushed towards the door one after another. At this moment, Li Chen had already entered the main tomb first. Without hesitation, he pushed the large door shut with his hand. With a loud bang, the main tomb door, which had just been opened, was closed once again, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just risen in everyone's hearts. Ha! What the hell, is there a bug? He opened the door himself and then closed it again? What the heck? Watching the scene unfold so quickly before them, everyone was left dumbfounded. What had just happened was so absurd and unreal that many thought they were seeing things, experiencing hallucinations. But when they realized that it wasn't just them who had witnessed the scene, everyone understood that what had just occurred was indeed real. Damn! Is there really a ghost? 666, has the tomb owner resurrected? While thinking this, many quickly gathered in front of the main tomb door, slapping, pushing, and banging on it. However, the door had closed once more, just like before, and all their efforts were in vain, accomplishing nothing but wasting their energy. Many slapped their thighs in frustration, regretting why they hadn't paid attention earlier. What a great opportunity it was! The door had been open, and they were so close to entering and obtaining those precious treasures inside. But now, they could only stand there, staring blankly. It felt as if all their strength had been drained, and they suddenly became despondent. They began to blame the person who had suggested searching them. If it weren't for him, they might have slipped through the gap and entered the main tomb. But there was nothing to be done. They could only wait to see if the door would open automatically again. So, should we continue with the search? Search for what? It's a password. What if the door opens again later? Just like that, the plan to search was collectively dropped by everyone. At this moment, Li Chen had successfully entered the main tomb through the troublesome operation he had just performed. He became the first and only person to enter the main tomb, seizing the opportunity. The moment Li Chen entered the main tomb, the key in his hand disappeared automatically, indicating it was a one-time item. After using the key, it would vanish and then respawn in another location within the instance. Upon entering the main tomb, he was greeted by a vast space, incredibly spacious. In the center, there lay a gigantic coffin, exuding a terrifying and powerful aura. Without needing to think, one could guess what dreadful thing was hidden inside that coffin, and Li Chen was not yet prepared to take the risk of opening it. The main tomb was enormous, with rooms in all directions and multiple levels. In each room, there could be treasures belonging to the ancient tomb owner. It was known that the ancient Lulan kingdom was a very wealthy nation, with countless treasures, not to mention the burial goods of such a high-ranking figure. There were definitely many valuable items. Li Chen did not hesitate and directly summoned a group of skeleton knights, dispersing them in all directions. The ancient tomb might not be safe, and one had to remain vigilant at all times. Therefore, Li Chen sent these skeletons to patrol each tomb chamber to see if there were any dangers. As soon as they encountered any danger, he would be able to sense it, and then Li Chen also walked into one of the tomb chambers. Inside the chamber, it was very dim, with only a few candles illuminating a small area. Many places were hard to see unless one looked closely. Li Chen didn't care what was inside, as long as he saw something. He stuffed it directly into his bag and then moved on to the next chamber. There were just too many chambers here, and if he didn't act quickly, it would be problematic when the others found the key and reopened the door to come in. Li Chen was continuously rummaging through the ground when suddenly he sensed a disturbance coming from the direction of the skeleton warriors. Is there something dirty? Li Chen thought to himself and hurriedly made his way to the source of the sensation. Before long, he arrived at the location. Upon seeing the scene before him, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. There were two female corpses, their skin pale and adorned with luxurious decorations. At that moment, the corpses began to move like zombies. How could there be undead in the main tomb? He thought it was strange, but quickly realized that they might be the burial companions of the tomb's owner. The attire on these two suggested they were likely noble women in life. Li Chen felt suspicious and summoned the skeleton warriors to attack. A group of skeleton warriors rushed forward without hesitation.
Whether it was two female corpses or genuine zombies, they
showed no mercy. The skeleton warriors wielded blunt weapons, striking the corpses with loud thuds. In an instant, the two female
corpses were covered in wounds, their flesh caving in, and within moments they were reduced to mush. Looking at the disfigured corpses, Li Chen wiped the sweat from his brow.
All right, disperse.
At this rate, unless a goddess like Manhwa came to reshape their bodies, it was nearly impossible for them to rise again. Two mere corpses dared to flaunt their power here, not considering
how many people were present.
Li Chen felt disdain in his heart.
He then continued to search back and forth in the main tomb's chambers.
He did not notice that while he had just casually dealt with the two female corpses, the enormous coffin placed in the center of the main tomb had begun to stir, the coffin lid shifting slightly outward.
At the same time, at the entrance of the main tomb, everyone was intently focused on the main tomb's door, afraid that missing a second would cost them the best opportunity to enter. However, since the door had inexplicably opened and closed earlier, it had remained silent since then. This made the waiting crowd increasingly anxious. Open up. Why won't you open? Damn it, are we just going to keep waiting here? If the main tomb's door doesn't open, what are we supposed to do?
We can only keep waiting. After all, we've waited this long, the sunk cost has already been paid. Just as the crowd was growing frustrated, a man walked over from a tomb passage.
What are you all doing?
He looked around, puzzled by the number of people standing there. At this point, there were even more people than when Li
Chen had arrived.
The area was nearly packed, people jostling against one another.
The man's arrival didn't create much of a stir,
but someone casually asked, "Hey, brother, you're a bit late, but you're lucky, no one has gone in yet.
Do you have the key?"
After so long and so many fruitless inquiries, not many held out hope when asking these questions. However, upon hearing this, the man was slightly taken aback, then reached into his bag and slowly pulled out an ancient bronze key.
Is this it? I found it on
the way. Meanwhile, Li Chen had thoroughly searched all the chambers within the main tomb and had filled his backpack to the brim with treasures. Among the items he obtained, some were quite valuable, while others were rather useless.
Li Chen thought for
a moment, with so many people waiting outside, it would be a pity if they came in only to find everything had been cleaned out. So, he decided to put back some of the less valuable items, such as white and green gear. These things were of no use to him, taking up space, and even if he sold them, they wouldn't fetch much money. Of course, Li Chen's intention was still to make it a bit easier for others. Although it might seem a bit cruel, those in need would surely take what they could use.
Even mosquito legs
are meat. He was already being quite generous by leaving behind some items. Immediately, Li Chen returned to the center of the main tomb, gazing at the enormous coffin in the middle. He speculated that the owner of this ancient Lulan tomb must be inside it, and there were certainly very precious treasures within the coffin. However, Li Chen was extremely certain that as soon as he opened the coffin, the tomb's owner would transform into an extraordinary boss, wreaking havoc everywhere. While he pondered how to proceed, a sudden noise came from the main tomb's entrance. Li Chen's heart stirred. Had the people outside found the correct way to open the door and were preparing to come in? Fortunately, he hadn't directly opened the boss earlier, otherwise, if they had rushed in halfway through the fight, it would have been troublesome. Neither fighting nor retreating would be an option. He quickly glanced around and swiftly entered a burial chamber. Not long after he stepped into the chamber, the main tomb's door was opened. Interestingly, the key in the man's hand from earlier turned out to be real, directly unlocking the main tomb's entrance.
Ah, the door is open, it's real. Here I come for the treasure.
As the door swung open, the crowd surged in, their eyes filled
with madness.
After waiting outside for so long, everyone was already drooling, like locusts, with nothing left in sight. At this moment, Li Chen quietly blended into the crowd, unnoticed by anyone who had already entered the burial chamber. Just then, as these people excitedly entered one burial chamber after another, they were all stunned by the scene before them. What the hell is
this? The main tomb? You tell me this is what the main tomb should look like? Everyone's mindset exploded instantly. If the video length was acceptable, they had waited a long time to enter this burial chamber, hoping to find some treasures. However, what they found upon entering was an empty scene, or at best, some worthless white and green junk items that they wouldn't even bother to take because they took up space. The crowd erupted in noise. What the hell, is this right? This can't be right. You tell me. This place is the richest in the entire instance, huh? No way. New short swords, willowwood staffs, either green or white. I mean, it's not surprising to find these things anywhere, but to see so many of them in the main tomb, that just doesn't make sense. Right? Why is the drop rate so low? Did they adjust it secretly? When you enter a so-called high-resource area filled with treasures, only to find some junk items that don't even cover your costs, anyone would have their mindset explode. Even if there was absolutely nothing, it would be better than leaving behind some trash here. Isn't that just pure mockery? In no time, everyone began to discuss among themselves. What's going on? Could the treasures be in the coffin? Someone said, unwilling to give up.
Everyone could see that the large coffin in the center definitely had issues. It was likely the tomb's owner, and there must be good treasures inside. But everyone knew in their hearts that once the coffin was opened, there would be no turning back. Although there might be treasures inside, there would also be significant risks. Therefore, everyone tacitly avoided the coffin and did not approach it. Who would want to take risks when they could easily obtain treasures from other burial chambers? By now, seeing that the other burial chambers were pitifully empty, with nothing at all, many people ultimately set their sights on the large coffin in the center. Exactly, it's very likely that there's nothing outside, but those coffins must have treasures inside. Maybe they've spawned some really good items. Indeed, that's a possibility. Since we're here, why not open it and give it a try? You all better think it through. There could be a boss inside that coffin. Once the boss is summoned, things could get messy. Some maintained their rationality and analyzed the situation. Damn it, let's just do it. Even if it's a boss, I'll accept it. We're this poor, I'd rather be a gluttonous ghost for once. Let's give it a try. Anyway, there are so many of us here, how can we be afraid? Let's all cooperate. What a load of crap, boss. We'll just treat it as experience and grind it down. Many people were itching to act. The more unattainable it was, the more they wanted it. After waiting so long outside, they hadn't gotten anything upon entering the tomb, and now everyone was like wolves and tigers, their desire for treasure reaching its peak. Soon, many people echoed their agreement. In the end, most agreed to open the coffin and summon the monster. With the public's consent, a few brave souls stepped forward. Since they were all tall tank classes, wielding shields that most could barely lift, they dared to take the initiative. Get ready, everyone. We're about to open the coffin, one of the frontliners shouted. The people behind focused intently on the massive coffin. Among the crowd, Li Chen was also watching this scene. He didn't leave immediately, he was curious about what might be hidden inside the coffin. At this moment, since no one had found anything good in the tomb, everyone had their sights set on the coffin, which actually aligned with his thoughts. A few frontliners positioned themselves at the four corners of the coffin, placing their hands on the lid and starting to exert force. The coffin lid had already shown signs of loosening, so under the combined strength of these frontliners, it was easily pulled open. Everyone's eyes were glued to the coffin's opening. Finally, the coffin was completely opened. However, upon seeing the scene inside, everyone was stunned. Empty. Empty? Everyone rubbed their eyes, staring wide-eyed at the scene inside the coffin, thinking they were seeing things. Soon, they confirmed they weren't mistaken. The coffin was indeed empty. There was nothing inside. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their arms. Nothing in the coffin? Many had even prepared for a tough battle, but this scene left them utterly bewildered. Not to mention them, Li Chen was equally surprised. He had entered ahead of everyone and had scavenged nearly all the treasures inside, so when the others discovered that there was nothing in the tomb, he didn't react, because it was all within his expectations. But the fact that the coffin was completely empty left him genuinely puzzled. Like everyone else, he believed that the owner of this ancient tomb must be inside the coffin. At that moment, the scene erupted in chaos. What the hell? There's nothing in the coffin, this has to be a bug. Exactly. I thought it was strange before. The main door opened and closed for no reason. The key point is that in this main tomb, with so many chambers, there's nothing inside, not even a minimum guarantee, just a bunch of junk. Now it's even worse, there's nothing in the owner's coffin. This isn't my first time grinding this dungeon, there's definitely supposed to be a boss in the coffin. I've never seen a situation like this before. Damn, we can't be this unlucky, right? If this is really a bug, can we even get back safely? Could it be that the boss in the coffin is coming out on its own? Everyone was discussing this. Non-stop.no1 is afraid of encountering sudden situations. What they fear most is the unknown, for the unknown is the most dangerous and terrifying. Many people, although they desperately want treasures, are also very cautious about their lives. Some have already begun to have second thoughts. There's a saying, treasures can be sought again in the future. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Some are hesitating, wanting to leave but feeling that if they just walk away without taking anything, it would be too much of a loss. They still cling to a glimmer of hope, wanting to stay a bit longer to see if there might be a turn of events. Others are more pragmatic and have already prepared to leave. But when they reached the entrance of the main tomb, the door was tightly shut, completely unopenable. What the hell, we can't open it from the inside? We can't get out, someone exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion. What? The door won't open? Don't mess around, this is really scary. Some, not believing it, stepped forward to try. But they were equally shocked to find that it truly wouldn't budge. Damn it, we can't get out? What the hell do we do now? What's going on here? What happened? Why are there so many bugs? Mom, I want to go home. The atmosphere was tense and panic spread among the crowd. Yet, some managed to maintain a sliver of calm and began to analyze the situation.
The door is closed. This usually only happens when the boss is activated. What does that mean? Oh crap, I get it. Could it be that the boss has already been triggered? That's why we can't see anything in the coffin and the door is closed? Exactly. It seems very likely that's the case. Hiss. If that's true, when exactly was this boss activated? I don't understand. And where is the boss now? Everyone was left bewildered by the current situation.
After grasping what was happening, Li Chen began to ponder. This was truly chaotic, step by step.
In the current situation, if they didn't find and kill the boss, even he wouldn't be able to escape this tomb.
Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a sudden scream pierced the air.
Upon hearing the scream, everyone's bodies jolted, and they all
turned to look in the direction from which it came. The unexpected cry, especially in such a tense environment, stirred a hint of fear in their hearts.
Who is there? What's making that noise?
Li Chen also looked over. The sound
came from within a tomb chamber.
As everyone stared in fear at that direction, too scared to move, Li Chen took a step forward and quickly walked toward the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived in the tomb chamber.
Under the dim warm
candlelight, a bloodied practitioner lay on the ground, eyes wide open in a deathly stare, clearly having just been attacked.
Li Chen's expression tightened as he quickly scanned the surroundings. However, strangely, the body was still warm. Yet there was nothing else around. He frowned. Goodness, it came without a trace and left without a trace?
From the wounds on this practitioner, it could be inferred that the thing that attacked him was not human. It must have been a
monster. Just then, footsteps sounded behind Li Chen.
When he turned around to look, he found several practitioners had followed him. These few were also among the bolder ones, unlike others who would tremble in place at the sight of something
unusual.
As they approached, they too saw the body lying on the ground in the tomb chamber.
Did a monster do this?
Little brother, did you see anything when you came over? A man asked Li Chen.
Li Chen shook his head. No.
When he arrived, it was already like this, similar to what these people had seen. At that moment, the man stepped forward, crouched down, and stroked the corpse of the fallen adventurer on the ground. This wound was undoubtedly inflicted
by the boss. The boss has been activated.
When we opened the coffin just now, there was nothing inside, which means the boss must have come out long ago. The others exchanged glances. Although they were unsure of the exact situation, it was clear that they needed to prepare for a battle with the boss. A hint of confusion arose in Li Chen's heart. It was his first time tackling this dungeon, and he didn't know much about it.
What kind of creature is the boss of this main tomb? It doesn't come out to fight and moves so stealthily.
The owner of this ancient tomb was once the high priest of the Lulan ancient kingdom, buried with thousands of followers, which has resulted in the numerous undead scattered
throughout this dungeon.
The boss is the high priest, and the high danger level of the Lulan ancient tomb is largely due to the existence of this Lulan high priest boss. Unlike other monsters, the Lulan high priest doesn't have an exceptionally large body. It's just the same as when he was human, about the size of an ordinary person. However, his actual power is far more terrifying than most bosses, as he wields countless mysterious sorceries and his movements
are extremely unpredictable.
Hearing this, Li Chen nodded, beginning to understand.
So that's how it is.
He didn't know what the high priest boss was like, so he had no idea who had made the move earlier, only suspecting it might be a
monster.
Now it seemed that the death of that unfortunate lone adventurer was indeed caused by the boss in this main tomb. The high priest of the Lulan ancient kingdom, mastering countless sorceries, sounded quite formidable.
However, now that he knew what he was up against, it would be much easier to deal with.
Without hesitation, Li Chen walked towards the nearby tomb passage. Seeing this, the other adventurers quickly called out to him, reminding him,
"Hey, little brother, where are you going? Don't wander off alone. The situation is very dangerous right now.
The high priest could be watching us from anywhere. It's safer to stick together."
Yeah, in this situation, going off alone is practically asking
for death, just like that poor adventurer lying underground in this tomb. Exactly, we should plan carefully and head back to the main group to discuss how to confront the boss together.
Li Chen shook his head. No need, I can go alone. You all can head back first.
He then continued into the tomb passage without hesitation, and soon his figure disappeared into the darkness. Witnessing this scene, the adventurers shook their heads.
This kid really has a lot of guts. After seeing how brutally that adventurer died here, he still insists on going off alone? Impressive. How to put it? It was hard to evaluate. They didn't know whether to call Li Chen stubborn or what. Clearly, the situation was obvious, and they had analyzed it very clearly, yet he still chose to take the risk alone. But they had already tried to persuade him. If he insisted on going, whether he lived or died was no longer their concern. After a few simple sighs, they began to retrace their steps. The most terrifying part was not knowing the enemy's information. When facing the unknown, the pressure one has to bear is entirely different. Now that Li Chen knew what he was dealing with, he quickly began to think of strategies in his mind.
The current situation required him to draw out the high priest. But the high priest was clearly very cunning, hiding in the shadows and occasionally ambushing lone adventurers. He was more difficult to deal with than ordinary monsters.
The best way to lure him out would naturally be to go alone, which is why Li Chen had just stated he would go solo. Others worried about him, fearing that walking alone would lead to an attack from the boss. But didn't he also want the boss to appear before him? In other words, his current actions were merely fishing. Li Chen walked alone in the dimly lit tomb path, waiting for the fish to bite. But before long, the fish could no longer hold back. Kak. Li Chen was in a small, secluded spot. Suddenly, a piercing, eerie scream echoed around him. The sound was sharp and grating, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, Li Chen showed little reaction on his face. A thought crossed his mind: the fish had taken the bait. As the strange cry rang out, an attack suddenly came rushing toward him. Li Chen was prepared, his figure flashing as he dodged. In front of him appeared a withered corpse, emaciated and decayed in appearance. Lulan High Priest Golden Level BOSS Level 120 Skills: Forbidden Spell Eternal Thunder, Forbidden Spell Heavenly Fire, Forbidden Spell Open Sky, Forbidden Spell Golden Shield. Description: the High Priest of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, master of countless dark arts and forbidden techniques, shrouded in mystery. Weakness: like most undead, the Lulan High Priest's body has aged, and physical attacks can cause additional shattering effects. This was a level 120 boss. Although it looked relatively small, the pressure and aura it exuded were no less than that of other monsters, and in fact, it was much stronger. This was also the first time Li Chen encountered a humanoid monster. At this moment, the Lulan High Priest held a staff, looking extremely terrifying, for the handle of the staff was a human head, emanating a chilling aura. Would you like to copy the Lulan High Priest's skills? Without hesitation, Li Chen spoke directly. Copy. These were all forbidden spells, why not take them? Copy successful. You have obtained Forbidden Spell Eternal Thunder, Forbidden Spell Heavenly Fire, Forbidden Spell Open Sky, Forbidden Spell Golden Shield. At this moment, the Lulan High Priest waved the staff with its bony, skeletal hand, and the next moment, summoned ghostly shadows before him. Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Summoning helpers? So you have helpers, huh? Immediately, he focused his thoughts. In an instant, eerie skeletons appeared before him, skeletal warriors. Come on, let's see whose undead are stronger. He snapped his fingers, and the skeletal warriors obeyed, charging toward the few undead summoned by the High Priest. Soon, the summoned creatures clashed together. Although the undead summoned by the High Priest were terrifying, the skeletal warriors were equally fierce, neither side giving way. Battles between summoners were often plain and tedious. However, as a boss, the Lulan High Priest clearly would not just sit back and wait. It waved its staff, and dark beams of light shot out from it, carrying destructive power that made the ground tremble. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder it was the High Priest of the Lulan Kingdom. It had so many skills. Li Chen also recognized what this attack was. It was one of the opponent's forbidden spells, Open Sky. If you asked him how he recognized it on the first encounter, it was because he had that skill too. He had just copied it. How could he not know? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Seeing this terrifying forbidden spell attack, Li Chen was not panicked. He took out the Book of Sages and calmly formed a forbidden spell. As the saying goes, use magic to counter magic. Li Chen was also trying his hand at it, activating the newly acquired forbidden spell, Golden Shield. Open Sky quickly shot out from the Lulan High Priest's staff. After all, it was very skilled, requiring hardly any charging time. At the same time, a layer of Golden Shield enveloped Li Chen. Forbidden spell, Golden Shield. With a loud bang, the powerful might of Open Sky erupted instantly, striking against the Golden Shield on Li Chen. A loud bang echoed, exuding a powerful aura, causing the entire space to tremble. At the same time, several people who had just left this area and were returning, as well as those waiting in the main tomb hall, were drawn to the intense commotion. Even they felt the space shaking, the ground jolting beneath them. What's happening? Is there an earthquake in this dungeon? Damn, it seems like the boss has appeared. With such a huge commotion, it must be the boss's forbidden spell. Which direction is it coming from? After sensing the disturbance, everyone began to discuss and strategize. It looks like the boss has shown up. What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait to die. We need to go together and kill the boss. That's the only way we can get out of this tomb. That's right. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to attack. At this point, everyone had come to a realization. They understood that avoiding battle was no longer an option. Their only choice was to defeat the boss, or else they would be waiting to die here. In an instant, everyone began to draw their weapons. They then moved towards the center of the storm. At the same time, Li Chen, although it was his first time using a forbidden spell, managed to use it just in time to block the terrifying attack from the Lulan's High Priest. After withstanding the powerful assault, the golden shield protecting him remained unscathed. Li Chen chuckled. How does it feel to have your own skill block your attack? As the saying goes, to kill someone, one must strike at their heart. Li Chen did not linger. After using the opponent's skill to counter their attack, he unleashed another of their own attacks. Forbidden spell, Eternal Thunder. A powerful attack erupted from Li Chen's hand, a purple lightning bolt descending from the sky, striking towards the High Priest. It burst forth with blinding light.
In an instant, the lightning struck the body of the Lulan's high priest. Zzz. The arcs of electricity danced across his body, flickering and emitting a charred odor. The high priest's health dropped significantly. Under the attack of the eternal thunder, the high priest's entire body became stiff and paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen pressed the attack. Forbidden spell, heavenly fire. Swish. In an instant, a surge of heavenly fire rose up, engulfing the high priest's body. Amidst the clash of thunder and fire, the high priest's health rapidly declined. At the same time, Li Chen's skeletal warriors had also dealt with all the undead summoned by the high priest, charging towards him. Thud thud thud. The rhythmic footsteps of the skeletal knights sounded like a drumbeat. In a short time, they surrounded the Lulan's high priest completely. With swift strikes, they began to slash at the high priest. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Suddenly, a powerful aura of the undead erupted from the high priest. Li Chen understood that he had entered the second phase. The first phase had been relatively easy for him. Now in the second phase, all the wounds on the high priest's body had nearly healed, and he was significantly stronger than before. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. Li Chen turned to look and saw a group of prepared adventurers emerging from the nearby cave entrance. Seeing this, Li Chen was not too surprised. It seemed these people had rushed here due to the commotion. Look, it really is the boss. The Lulan's high priest, the boss of the Lulan's ancient tomb dungeon. It seems to have already entered the second phase. As more people arrived, they noticed the scene and the current state of the Lulan's high priest. More people also took notice of Li Chen. He's here too. The few adventurers who had parted ways with Li Chen in the tomb passage also noticed him. At this moment, seeing Li Chen, they not only did not encounter the misfortune they had imagined, but instead saw him engaging the boss in a fierce back-and-forth battle, seemingly having pushed the boss into its second phase. For a single adventurer to achieve this was already quite impressive. Without any hesitation, these adventurers quickly joined the fray. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Chen's eyes. This boss was his to begin with, his prey, and these people suddenly barging in was somewhat irksome. However, since this boss was a public resource, he couldn't really say anything. Well, since it was like this, let's see who could seize the opportunity based on speed. He was confident that together, these people couldn't outpace him. Li Chen thought to himself, treating these people as if they didn't exist, and continued to fight as he pleased. Forbidden spell, heavenly fire. A powerful flame erupted from his hand. He realized that this forbidden spell was indeed quite useful. Not only was the damage high, but it also didn't consume too much mana. Summoning a forbidden spell was a form of sorcery in itself, requiring a different kind of energy, not the adventurer's own mana. After all, it wasn't considered a magical attack. The blazing heavenly fire struck directly at the high priest of Lulan, engulfing him in flames. The fire seemed unquenchable, growing fiercer by the moment. What a powerful fire! Seeing this flame, the surrounding adventurers couldn't help but feel a chill. The power was terrifying, yet it felt somewhat familiar. As more adventurers joined the assault, the high priest of Lulan waved his staff again, summoning waves of undead minions. Don't be fooled by how effortlessly Li Chen's skeleton warriors had dealt with these undead minions before. In reality, these undead were quite formidable, mostly over level 100, equivalent to elite monsters, more than enough to handle most adventurers. The reason they had gone unnoticed before was simply that Li Chen's skeleton warriors were stronger. A swarm of undead minions charged towards the human adventurers, attacking the high priest, engaging in a chaotic melee. Under the onslaught of the undead, the human adventurers were pushed back, unable to advance any further. Most people found it impossible to deal with a single undead minion, while other somewhat capable adventurers were also hindered and unable to push forward. At this moment, the high priest of Lulan waved his staff once more, and bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, striking into the crowd. Forbidden spell, eternal thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling thunder crashed down, unleashing a violent storm of lightning that instantly scattered the ranks of the crowd. For human adventurers, coordination between classes and formation was crucial. Once the formation was disrupted, their attack power would significantly diminish. The front line couldn't reinforce in time, the back line couldn't output, and the healers couldn't heal effectively. In an instant, the human adventurers were thrown into disarray. Many only then realized they had underestimated this high priest of Lulan boss, who was a level 120 golden boss. Although he had already been pushed into the second phase, he was still not something they could handle easily. Even the strongest team needed a commander, and upon realizing this, several adventurers stepped forward to approach Li Chen. These few were the ones who had previously accompanied Li Chen to investigate the deceased in the tomb. Li Chen had no negative impression of them. After all, he had been the one to suggest leaving the team to go out alone. However, these people didn't understand his actions, believing it to be dangerous, even thinking he might be losing his mind, which he thought was quite reasonable. As long as these people haven't done anything detrimental to themselves, it can't be considered bad. When they approached, they wanted to invite Li Chen to join them in fighting monsters. The main strong members of the team were indispensable. To take down a boss, they needed a few strong individuals to lead the way, and Li Chen undoubtedly fit that role.
With Li Chen's participation, their process of battling the boss would be much easier. That was the reality. However, Li Chen did not agree. It seemed beneficial for everyone to cooperate in taking down the boss and then leave this cursed place. It appeared to be a good proposal, but there was no mention of how to divide the spoils after defeating the boss. In a cooperative relationship, it was impossible for him to swallow the monster's treasure alone. The others would certainly not all agree. Such matters were difficult to discuss, especially since there were too many people to consider everyone's opinions. If he fought alone, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden. Of course, he couldn't blame the others. Perhaps they weren't thinking that far ahead. They were just eager to quickly unite and defeat the high priest, then leave this cursed place. But Li Chen was only thinking about obtaining the treasures after defeating the boss, which was his original goal. Their thoughts were different, and there was nothing more to say. Li Chen firmly declined the cooperation invitation from the few people. Although they didn't know what Li Chen was thinking or why he refused to cooperate at such a critical moment, they felt a tightening in their hearts. Brother, we're at this point now, let's not be stubborn. Safety is the most important thing. Isn't it better to leave this cursed place together? Yes, it's better for humans to cooperate. After all, we are social animals. The combined strength of our professions can yield the greatest power, right? I understand you might prefer to go solo, but at this moment, we all share the same goal and are doing the same thing. Why not seriously consider cooperation? Li Chen looked at these people, his face showing some impatience, not wanting to waste time explaining to them. Finally, he spoke. When I fight the boss here, I do it alone. I never thought anyone would come to join me. Can't you just leave? I can handle the boss by myself and you can wait at the entrance to leave. You aren't needed here. If you just want to survive, you can leave directly. He felt he had made himself very clear and didn't want to explain further. Moreover, in his view, everyone came to this place to fight the boss, right? If they were afraid of dying, why come here? If it was just to snatch the treasures from those tombs, he had nothing more to say. After Li Chen finished speaking, the few people frowned. The meaning behind Li Chen's words was clear. He wanted to challenge the boss alone and wanted them to leave. However, each of them had their own thoughts. First, they proposed to cooperate in fighting the boss because they also wanted the rewards from the boss. Honestly, the Lulan High Priest was so powerful that he would surely drop a lot of valuable items. By bringing Li Chen into their cooperation, they could avoid conflicts over reward distribution later. Secondly, they wanted to leverage Li Chen's strength. In their view, Li Chen's desire to solo the boss was simply a pipe dream. It was an impossible feat and unrealistic. Even with so many professionals surrounding the boss, they still had no way to deal with it. Li Chen's suggestion to take on the boss alone seemed like a joke. It was oddly amusing, and although they didn't know how Li Chen had defeated the first phase boss, the initial phase was merely the simplest stage, and the subsequent bosses would become even stronger. In their eyes, Li Chen was simply being arrogant to say such things. Little brother, you need to think this through. We are not begging you, we are inviting you to cooperate. Fighting monsters together is beneficial for both of us. Have you really thought it over? Yeah, we're all in this together. Do you really want to go solo? Exactly, we have plenty of people here. It's not like we can't do without you, but can you really handle it alone? The few continued to persuade him in a tone of warning, as if they were genuinely considering Li Chen's perspective. Li Chen remained unmoved. Seeing his attitude, they had no choice but to leave in anger. Ultimately, it was a conflict of interests. Li Chen's solitary actions affected their benefits. If Li Chen were like an ordinary practitioner, it wouldn't be a threat and they might not even bother with him. But Li Chen's strength was relatively strong, and although they said otherwise, they had to admit this fact in their hearts. Li Chen had already sensed a hint of danger. After the upcoming boss battle, there might be a scene of infighting among human practitioners. But that was a matter for later. The main task now was to deal with the boss first. By refusing their cooperation, Li Chen had effectively added dozens of competitors. At the same time, he turned his gaze once again to the Lolian High Priest ahead. The opponent held an evil staff, seemingly imbued with endless dark power. Continuous attacks were summoned from it, and the forbidden spells pressed down on the human practitioners, making it hard for them to breathe. The Lolian High Priest, now in the second phase, was evidently more ferocious, stronger than in the first phase. It must be said that although the arrival of these human practitioners was somewhat obstructive, it indeed restrained the Lolian High Priest to a certain extent. Li Chen had more room to maneuver. Initially, after entering the second phase, fighting alone might have been a bit troublesome. After all, this Lolian High Priest was like someone with unlimited firepower, throwing forbidden spells as if they were free. In any case, the current situation was not a loss for Li Chen. He moved his hand. Forbidden spell, Eternal Thunder. Boom boom boom. A loud thunderclap descended from the sky. Bolts of lightning struck directly at the Lolian High Priest. Zizzes. Terrifying damage numbers continuously jumped from the Lolian High Priest. Dense and numerous, they appeared under the attack of each lightning arc. The health bar above the Lolian High Priest's head visibly dropped.
At this moment, if anyone were watching, they would definitely notice that the lightning attack seemed somewhat familiar, just like the forbidden spell the high priest had used against them before. However, many were too busy dealing with the undead army summoned by the Lolian high priest to pay attention. The few who had sought cooperation with Li Chen earlier felt incredibly frustrated after being turned away, but they had no choice but to continue fighting the boss. Their impression of Li Chen plummeting to the extreme, thinking he was ungrateful and would definitely regret it. But what lay before them was Li Chen's forbidden spell attack, striking the Lolian high priest with significant effect, even surpassing the combined efforts of all of them so far. In this scene, they certainly wouldn't acknowledge Li Chen. Out of pride, they could only mutter behind his back, without us in front to hold him up, he wouldn't be able to do this. He'd probably have been taken out by the boss already. Exactly, if it weren't for us, He thinks he can take on the boss alone? He'd be dead in no time. If we withdrew our forces, this undead army could easily overwhelm him. Right, he probably thinks all of this is his own doing. In their perception, Li Chen's impressive demeanor was not solely due to his own strength, it was because their comrades were in front, helping to resist the attacks of the Lulan high priest in drawing fire. This allowed Li Chen to seize the opportunity to deal damage. Without their support, Li Chen's output would be nothing. After we finish off the boss, I must have a good talk with him. He can't just quietly take advantage of the situation and expect to hog the rewards all to himself. Their grandstanding was evident, and they believed themselves to be in the right. At this moment, under Li Chen's relentless attacks, the Lulan high priest's momentum gradually weakened. Soon, the opponent's entire body came to a halt, emanating an increasingly strong aura of evil, as if something was about to erupt. Li Chen understood that the second phase had ended and they were about to enter the third phase. At this time, the boss was gathering power, preparing for rebirth, and it was the best opportunity to attack. Because the high priest had been defeated in the second phase and was about to enter the third phase, the undead it summoned also disappeared. At this moment, the other classes were freed up. The terrifying undead army that had loomed before them had vanished, and they now saw the high priest frozen in place. This was the perfect moment to strike. However, just as they were preparing to rush in and whittle down the boss's health, several players suddenly appeared, blocking their way. These players were the ones who had previously invited Li Chen to collaborate. They held a certain level of authority within the group and were among the strongest present. Therefore, others would still listen to them. At this moment, they all stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd. Seeing them like this, the players on site exchanged glances of confusion. What's going on? Brothers, given the current situation, we should seize the time to attack the boss, otherwise, if that boss recovers, it will be very difficult. Yeah, now is the perfect opportunity to attack the boss. We can't let it slip away. We should deal as much damage as we can now, so it will be much easier when we enter the third phase. Everyone thought this way, feeling somewhat puzzled by the actions of these few. Just then, one of them spoke up. Everyone, hold on, let me explain. One of us has turned traitor. He claims he wants to solo the boss and hopes to hog the rewards all to himself. But in reality, he's relying on us, hiding behind us to attack. Without us, those undead would have torn him to shreds. What? There's actually such a person. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and felt uneasy. In their view, the current boss was something they had all worked together to defeat, and the final victory was a result of everyone's efforts. The thought that someone wanted to monopolize the rewards was simply intolerable. Who is it? So arrogant. I've really seen it all. We must kick him out. The players on site were instantly filled with righteous indignation. That's right, exactly. The speaker looked at everyone's reaction with satisfaction. Everyone, step back and let him understand that without us, he is nothing. Just because he has a bit of strength, he thinks he can aim high. Didn't he say he wanted to solo the boss? Then let him try. Let him truly face the boss alone and see if he can still smile without us. After his inflammatory words, the crowd was stirred up and they all agreed. Well said, someone like him needs to see reality, otherwise, he will only become more arrogant. Exactly, selfish and greedy. We don't even want him in our team. It would be best if he died at the hands of the boss, so he can see just how much of a clown he is. Anyone can talk big. I hope he has good luck and doesn't get one-shot by the boss. The crowd murmured, and at the same time, they all stopped their actions and began to retreat. They didn't pay attention to this scene. Instead, they walked straight ahead and quickly arrived beside the boss. The Lolian high priest exuded a terrifying aura, as if he was about to unleash some powerful attack at any moment. This was the best opportunity for inflicting damage, and Li Chen was the best at that. It was truly a perfect match. As for the others suddenly stopping, it actually benefited him at that moment, as they wouldn't interfere while he was fighting the monster. Li Chen stood before the Lolian high priest and unleashed all his firepower. Waves of forbidden spells attacked frantically, as if he had nothing to lose. At the same time, he summoned all the skeleton warriors back. This effect was even more effective than the full firepower of those professionals behind him who were preparing to watch. Every strike from the skeleton warriors was maximized, continuously swinging their weapons and hitting the Lolian high priest in conjunction with Li Chen's relentless attacks. In An instant, the Lolian High Priest's health was plummeting at a terrifying speed, making it hard for people to comprehend. Seeing this scene, those who had originally prepared to watch the show were dumbfounded.
So many skeletons, what was going on?
Those who didn't know would think the undead had come out from underground. They had initially planned to watch Li Chen make a fool of himself.
So many skeletons, damn, that's terrifying.
Hiss.
Is this my imagination? Why do I feel like the aura of these skeletons is even more terrifying than the undead summoned by the Lolian High Priest earlier?
Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They knew that the previous Lolian High Priest had already beaten them to a pulp, and now, Li Chen's skeleton warriors were even more fearsome than those undead, which made them lose any desire to fight, a hint of fear creeping into their hearts. They began to doubt their previous disdain.
Could he really solo the boss?
If they had thought it was absolutely impossible before, now, seeing these terrifying skeleton warriors, it didn't seem so far-fetched anymore.
He actually has this up his sleeve.
Watching the health bar above the Lolian High Priest's head drop rapidly, everyone gasped. This speed felt like it would take them 10 days or half a month to achieve. Li Chen seemed to be alone, but he had countless skeleton warriors fighting alongside him. As the saying goes, one man can hold back 1,000 troops.
At this moment, it was vividly illustrated.
At this time, Li Chen continued to command the skeleton warriors to attack while casting terrifying forbidden spells. This attack hit the High Priest, not to mention the Lolian High Priest. Anyone would struggle to withstand the
continuous damage.
For Li Chen, he had a strong confidence from the start. Defeating this boss was just a matter of time for him. Others might worry about not being able to defeat the boss and getting stuck here, but for him, he just didn't want to use his powers. He still held the abyssal power he had brought from the demon god. As soon as he used it, he could easily one-shot the Lolian High Priest.
But unfortunately, there were too many people around, and he couldn't use it directly to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Watching Li Chen grow bolder as the High Priest's health rapidly declined, someone finally couldn't sit still. They urged everyone to stop and watch Li Chen, attacking the boss alone, just wanting to see Li Chen make a fool of himself, but they never intended to let him solo the boss. Looking at this situation, if it continues, it seems that the other party might really succeed.
If this goes on, won't their trip be in vain?
There's nothing in this tomb, just a bit of junk after
searching around.
If they can't even get to this boss, then it's truly a waste of time, energy, and risking danger. What a huge loss. Regardless, seeing the situation was not right, a few people quickly changed their tone while looking at those still frozen in place, shocked by the scene before them.
Everyone, don't just stand there.
This boss is a public resource, and he actually wants to monopolize it.
This is unacceptable.
Let's all go together. They hurriedly called out to the crowd, snapping
everyone out of their daze.
Once they understood the current situation, everyone picked up their weapons again and rushed forward. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed in Li's eyes. These people truly had no shame. Earlier, they wanted him to fight
alone, and now that they saw the situation was off, they came scurrying back. Did they really think he was a fool?
Originally, he wouldn't have said much. The boss was a public resource. Whoever got it first would claim it.
But now, their behavior was quite disgusting, bordering on unfair competition, so he naturally wouldn't hold back.
Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning all the skeleton warriors back, then pulled back to create distance, yielding his position.
Come on. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Let's see what you can achieve.
Li Chen stopped his attack. Without his firepower suppression, the Lulan High Priest on the ground gradually regained its breath.
Its eyes opened again, glowing with a scarlet light.
Exuding a frenzied aura, evil and terrifying, no longer like before, it was now in a completely different state. It had entered the third phase. The Lulan High Priest moved its feet and slowly stood up. At this moment, the human volunteers were all
rushing to attack it.
Li Chen stood at a distance, coldly watching this scene. This time, he was here to watch the show, to see what these people could accomplish. The Lulan High Priest, having clearly undergone a qualitative change upon entering the third phase, was now in its final stage, and its power had become terrifying. However, these people were feeling pleased because of Li Chan's leniency. In their eyes, although the Lulan High Priest had entered the third phase, its health was already low, and they thought it was practically handing the boss over to them, their minds already imagining the rewards they would receive.
After defeating the boss,
they had completely been blinded by the rewards, forgetting to think.
Ah, the boss is ours. I want the final blow. The treasure is mine. Everyone was in high spirits, weapons in hand, eyes bloodshot.
The boss was strong, but the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Amidst extreme danger lay precious treasures.
The rewards this boss could drop were also very valuable.
In their eyes, perhaps the Lulan High Priest was a treasure itself, and they overlooked
the fierce aura and terrifying danger it exuded.
As everyone approached the boss with their weapons, the boss fully awakened. The Lulan High Priest seemed to have grown taller, radiating a red glow and a bloodthirsty aura, and the staff in its hand had somehow transformed into a sharp scythe, like a reaper from hell. This was the third phase of the Lulan Priest. Li Chen watched the scene from behind, his eyes filled with interest. The third phase was the real beginning, the strongest phase of the opponent, the final stage. At this moment, it was just right for these people to go up and test it out, allowing him to observe. This was also the reason he had pulled back and stopped attacking earlier. The most comfortable phase of inflicting damage had already ended. In the third stage, he believed that the strength of these people could not be easily dealt with. As for why he was so certain, it was because his holographic eye could see through everything. A smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. Sure enough, after being reawakened, the great priest of Lulan was incredibly fierce, showing no fear at the large group of human professionals charging at him. The scythe in his hand exuded a chilling and terrifying aura, and with his wrinkled hand tightly gripping the scythe, he suddenly swung it violently towards the crowd. A powerful momentum erupted instantly, accompanied by a howling wind, as if the very air had solidified. Upon witnessing this scene, the front row of the team foolishly charged forward, thinking that their numbers could withstand this damage. Whoosh! A dozen shield-bearing frontline professionals stood in front of the crowd, and this terrifying attack struck their shields. Ah! Cries of agony immediately rang out. The immense force sent all these frontliners flying, and they fell to the ground after several seconds in the air. Bang! Bang bang! Some of the weaker frontline professionals fell on the spot from this blow, while the rest were all left with various injuries. This single encounter, this one attack, instantly woke everyone up. Before they even began fighting, they were already imagining how to divide the spoils after defeating the boss. At that moment, they realized that this terrifying boss was not so easily dealt with. Everyone furrowed their brows. Damn, this boss has entered the third stage, it's so strong. My god, how do we fight this? The front line can't even withstand a single hit? What do we do? Are we supposed to just charge? At the very start, the front line had already collapsed, making it difficult for the damage dealers to find an opportunity to output. The team leaders had no choice but to step in personally at this point. Everyone, don't panic. With us here, continue attacking the boss according to the original plan, abandon defense, focus on output, and we can take it down quickly. A mage waved his staff, and a massive fireball shot out, striking the Lulan priest. Bang! 25100. A number popped up above the Lulan priest. This damage was already quite impressive at such an advanced age. With inadequate defense, it was remarkable to deal such damage with a single attack. Seeing this, the others regained their confidence and charged forward, gritting their teeth. Damn it, let's go all out. Just a mere corpse. How dare it be so arrogant? Everyone, attack together. In the back, Li Chen shook his head at this scene. Such foolish thoughts. If it were really that simple to resolve with blood for blood, things would be much easier. Watching these people ignite with inexplicable fervor, his heart remained unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. He didn't understand, but he respected and wished them well. Would their so-called blood for blood, injury for injury plan really succeed? He maintained a pessimistic outlook on this. Because, in his view, if it truly were blood for blood, these people combined would likely not be able to match the terrifying Lulan priest. Sure enough, not long after, while they were executing their plan, something happened that plunged everyone into despair. It was as if the Lulan priest was playing a joke on them. With a tremor in its foot, a golden barrier appeared around it the next moment. It blocked all the strongest attacks that these people could muster with all their might. Forbidden spell, Golden Shield. Li Chen recognized this technique at a glance. Naturally, it was because he could use it, too. Because of this, he also knew the power of this shield. With such a terrifying barrier in place, these people could not break through for the time being, and their so-called blood for blood, injury for injury plan naturally fell apart. This development did not surprise Li Chen. From the very beginning, he had seen everything clearly. Even so, he thought far ahead and had already devised a way to break the deadlock, to deal with the forbidden spell, Golden Shield. As he had said before, the best way to counter magic is still through magic. To counter a forbidden spell, of course, our side should also use forbidden spells. This is the simplest method. And now, it wasn't yet time for him to take action. He simply watched the commotion from the sidelines. The great priest of Lulan had summoned a shield so solid that it was nearly unbreakable. However, the great priest of Lulan's attacks had not ceased. While everyone was at a loss against each other, every strike from it was a tremendous blow to the team of professionals. Wielding a scythe, the cold light of the blade illuminated the dim scene, like a messenger from hell, devouring souls. Swish, swish, swish. The once passionate team of human professionals was being pushed back step by step. Many professionals lost their lives with a single strike. No way, we can't win. Not at all. This shield is too thick. It's over, our losses are heavy, what should we do? Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. Their proud full-force strike couldn't even break the opponent's shield, and the morale that had just risen plummeted back to the bottom. This shield is terrifying. Is this third stage really that strong? If I had known earlier, I would have consumed more of its health during the transition phase. Things might have been much better. Originally, everyone was waiting to split the rewards after defeating the boss, but at this moment, their hearts returned to the initial thought, to survive this dungeon. Now, whether they could kill this terrifying boss seemed like an unknown. As the situation grew increasingly dire, some could no longer sit still. They looked towards Li Chen's position and shouted, "Bro, come help us. You're so strong, what are you doing just sitting there?"
Yeah, if we fail here, one person can't do anything. And we'll just be waiting to die. Exactly, hurry over and fight the monster with us. Yeah, what are you waiting for? Life is the most important thing. Why are you hiding there? So cowardly.
Everyone had seen Li Chen crazily dealing damage earlier, and while the opponent was consuming the boss's health with a horde of skeleton knights, they subconsciously thought it was an easy task. But now, when they tried to do it themselves, they found it so difficult. They couldn't even break the great priest of Lolan's shield. Watching the casualties increase, they had no choice but to seek Li Chen's help.
Instead, Li Chen just ignored them, sneering, showing no intention of responding.
He had already known they would talk behind his back when he was fighting.
And now they wanted to stab him in the back? Dream on, he yawned, looking completely unconcerned. What? Didn't you all want to fight the boss? Didn't you want to get rewards? Go ahead, no one is stopping you.
Seeing this, the people who had been beaten by the boss into a state of frustration suddenly had their blood pressure spike, nearly spitting blood. They felt extremely aggrieved. Although they were furious, they had indeed acted unfairly earlier.
Now, they were even more in need of help.
Li Chen had no intention of caring about their thoughts, merely watching the monster wreak havoc.
Soon, these people could no longer hold on. One by one, they began to flee, rushing into the tomb passage. No longer did they have the spirited demeanor from before. The fact proved that without Li Chen fighting the monsters in front, these people were truly useless. They were already overwhelmed just dealing with the undead summoned by the boss, and almost all the damage to the boss had been dealt by Li Chen. At this moment, the high priest of Lulan was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering the helpless lambs.
These lambs could only flee in all directions, utterly incapable of resistance, in a state of utter
disarray. To be honest, even Li Chen admired the courage of these people. How could they dare to come to the main tomb with such strength? Watching this absurd scene, he even felt embarrassed for them. Who gets chased by the boss while trying to fight it? Moreover, he had already defeated the first two phases. Now, in the third and final phase, they were truly useless even when given a chance. Li Chen shook his head, having seen enough of this farce. In the next moment, he stepped forward, looking at the frenzied high priest of Lulan standing in the center, his lips slightly moving. The farce should end. With a wave of his hand, his destined holy sword appeared in his grasp, and the sacred light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness, its brilliance blinding. He pointed the sword's tip at the Lulan priest before him, a beam of holy light shining down on the priest's decaying body. The Lulan high priest sensed the aura of danger, his figure paused, halting his actions, and in the next moment he turned to face Li Chen. As if sensing something, he raised the blood-stained black scythe in his hand, the blade flashing with a chilling light, exuding an evil aura. Suddenly, he moved. His speed was unprecedentedly fast. He charged towards Li Chen like a bolt of lightning. Bang! When the sword in Li Chen's hand collided with the Lulan high priest's scythe, the heavens and earth changed color. A massive surge of energy erupted, engulfing the entire arena. The surrounding space trembled, and fragments fell from the ceiling in the twilight. Both sides were locked in place, their weapons interlocked. Li Chen began to move, continuing to exert force. A powerful wind elemental force swirled around the entire sword. A tremendous pressure pressed down from the sword onto the Lulan high priest. At the same time, he uttered a few words. Forbidden spell, eternal thunder. As he attacked, he simultaneously cast the forbidden spell. Terrifying bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the Lulan high priest. Bang bang bang, crack. Under the onslaught of several bolts of lightning, the golden shield on the Lulan high priest was finally shattered. This scene quickly caught the attention of the other professionals, but they were already terrified of the Lulan high priest to the extreme, now only focused on fleeing. They no longer dared to step forward again. They could only watch as Li Chen battled the Lulan high priest. So strong, these two forces feel like if I were in the middle, I would be torn to shreds. How infuriating, they didn't come to help us earlier, and now they only show up after we've all been driven away. Sigh, there's nothing we can do, this boss is too fierce, perhaps only he can fight like this. Everyone lamented at this scene. What they all couldn't achieve together, Li Chen managed to do alone. Even if he had already reduced the boss to low health for them, they still couldn't seize the opportunity. They could only blame themselves for being useless. At this moment, Li Chen, holding the sword, continued to apply pressure, and finally, the Lulan high priest, wielding the scythe, began to retreat. No, this is impossible. The Lulan high priest, with bloodshot eyes, was utterly astonished. He was being suppressed from the front. Moreover, the opponent could also use forbidden spells. Continuing like this would be very unfavorable for him. He quickly withdrew, trying to create distance. But Li Chen kept his eyes fixed on him, seizing the opportunity, and in an instant he followed up with a sword strike. Puff! This sword struck the Lulan high priest's body solidly, causing the high priest to tremble all over. This damage, with this blow, the Lulan high priest's already unhealthy health plummeted to the extreme. At this rate, in just 2 more hits, he would be dead. At that moment, several figures suddenly flew out from the nearby tomb chamber, swiftly charging towards the Lulanchi high priest.
The high priest immediately roared in anger. Even if I am at the end of my wits, it is not yet time for me to be killed by a few ants. These figures were the ones who had previously tried to persuade Li Chen. They were the leaders of the current human profession team. Seeing this opportunity, they rushed forward, wanting to take down the boss in one swift move. In the eyes of the Lulanchi high priest, these people were nothing but ants, completely unworthy of being his opponents. Wanting to take advantage of his weakness? They better see if they have that qualification. Li Chen naturally noticed their movements. He sneered coldly, truly relentless and unrepentant. Indeed, these people needed a harsh lesson. They could not be let off, otherwise, they would remain in that state for the rest of their lives. At that moment, the Lulanchi high priest suddenly shouted and made an unexpected move. He put down the scythe in his hand, clasped his hands together, and his whole body floated into the air, enveloped in a black-purple aura that instantly covered him. He closed his eyes, murmuring something as if he were meditating. The next moment, everyone quickly noticed the purpose of his actions. The Lulanchi high priest's health was visibly recovering. 10%, 20%. In a short time, it actually restored to 50% before stopping. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. No one expected that he still had this trump card. The few who had charged forward saw that the boss had returned to 50% health. There was no way they could defeat him now, and they had already abandoned that thought, preparing to retreat. However, this time, the Lulanchi high priest was unwilling to let them go. Damn it, if I can't beat this freak, can I not beat you? As if to vent his anger, he tightened his grip on the side and charged forward at lightning speed, like a meteor, leaving trails in the air. He quickly closed in on the few people. Seeing this scene, the few were already scared silly. Where had they ever seen such a spectacle? Not good, run. The high priest felt more ferocious after his rebirth than before, and the few quickly turned their backs, fleeing in panic, lacking the courage to face him head-on. But seeing the Lulanchi high priest's speed increasing, they realized they couldn't escape at all. Panic set in among them. They began to shift blame. Hey, aren't you the front line? Hurry up and take the hit, one woman shouted at a man who was running. Take the hit, my ass, do you dare to go up? I might as well be asking for death, he retorted. But you're the front line. If you don't take the hit, how are we supposed to fight? If you don't take the hit, who will? The front line scoffed. Head, do you really think you can fight like this? Are you trying to get me killed on purpose? One hit from him could take me out. No way, if this goes on, we're all going to die. It was only a matter of time before the Lulanchi high priest caught up with them. They couldn't understand why they had drawn aggro despite only charging in briefly, feeling incredibly aggrieved. Sorry, brother. At that moment, someone in front suddenly launched a magical attack at him with a weapon. Bang! A fireball hit him. The front line was immediately sent flying. You're the toughest, it's up to you now, the attacker said coldly. The front line widened his eyes. His face filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe he had been backstabbed. As he fell behind, the Lulanchi high priest quickly caught up. In his desperate gaze, the high priest swung his scythe down towards him. Puff! Even though he was a frontline class with a sturdier build than the average player, he could not withstand this terrifying attack. Under this assault, his health bar plummeted like a cliff, instantly hitting zero, and his eyes bulged out, refusing to close even in death. However, upon witnessing this scene, the others showed no signs of emotional disturbance. In their hearts, they only felt a sense of luck that he had delayed the boss for them. Instead, someone spat disdainfully, saying, "TCH. Useless, can't even block a single hit." These few had originally planned to act together, but when disaster struck, they could only fend for themselves. Backstabbing was a common occurrence. At the brink of death, even the closest family and friends might stab you in the back, let alone these hastily formed teams, which were incredibly unreliable. This was also why Li Chen had always been reluctant to team up. Li Chen watched this scene with amusement. The infighting among these people seemed utterly ridiculous to him. In such a situation, what good was infighting? It only made a difference between dying early or late. The best approach was surely for everyone to unite and face the danger together, right? That was the method with the highest chance of success. Even if they ultimately failed, at least they would have given it their all. When these people backstabbed their teammates, they were also backstabbing themselves, pushing themselves into the abyss. Li Chen shook his head and waved his hand. In an instant, a group of skeleton warriors surged forward from the side, blocking the retreat of these few. A family should stay united, right? Li Chen said lightly. These few found themselves in a dilemma. In front of them were the densely packed, terrifying skeleton warriors, and behind them stood the invincible Lolian high priest. Damn it, they were dead either way. Despair flickered across their faces. Initially, they looked at Li Chen with anger. Hey, hurry up and move your skeletons out of the way, they're blocking our path. Yeah, get these monsters to roll out of here. They were impatient. If they waited any longer, the boss behind them would catch up. The sacrifice of their earlier teammate would be in vain. But now, with these skeletons blocking their way, they couldn't advance at all. However, Li Chen paid them no mind. He watched as the boss drew closer. Everyone panicked, shouting for help, but at that moment no one would come to their aid. They could only plead with Li Chen. "Brother, please get these monsters to leave." But Li Chen had already given them a chance. They had forgotten their roots time and again, so how could he agree now? Soon, the boss was right upon them. The evil aura and terrifying breaths made them tremble all over, their scalps tingling. They were like fish in a barrel, waiting for judgment to descend. The Lolian high priest looked at them with blood-red eyes, the crimson light already fixed upon their bodies, and in the next moment he raised his scythe high. It was as if the heavens and earth had changed color. Despair filled the eyes of the few. They watched helplessly as the scythe swung down. Until the very last moment of their lives, they had no courage to resist. No one could have imagined that the boss of this main tomb instance would be so powerful enough to suffocate. Even with the boss's health nearly depleted, it could still be reborn from the flames. They had truly outsmarted themselves, bringing ruin upon themselves. Li Chen hardly lifted a finger, and these people were punished. It was all self-inflicted. Witnessing their tragic end, Li Chen's gaze shifted back to the Lolian high priest. The grudge was settled, but his battle with the boss was not yet over. Forbidden spell, heavenly fire. Scorching flames erupted, rushing toward the position of the Lolian high priest. The Lolian high priest twirled his scythe in front of him, spinning to deflect all the flames. With a sudden movement of his feet, his entire body sprang up like a spring, darting towards Li Chen at high speed. The battle was about to erupt. Li Chen brandished his sword to meet the attack. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, their weapons had clashed dozens of times. It was only then that Li Chen realized he was facing the final stage of the Lulan high priest. After the recent rebirth through fire, the opponent's power had increased significantly. Li Chen's level was still below 120, while the Lulan high priest was a 120 level golden boss capable of crushing hundreds of equally leveled professionals. In terms of levels, he was at a disadvantage and faced level suppression. Moreover, challenging a boss one-on-one was inherently a risky endeavor. After an unknown number of exchanges, both sides pulled back to catch their breath. Experts spar, keeping it to the point, Li Chen thought to himself. This Lulan high priest truly lived up to its reputation as a golden boss. It was formidable. If it came to it, he would have to resort to the power of the abyss. While pondering this, he glanced at the ability lock on his wrist. Without hesitation, he activated it. Immediately, a beam of light rose, and a sturdy set of red armor enveloped him. In an instant, Li Chen felt his strength surge significantly. The ability lock was indeed useful. The next moment, he looked back at the Lulan high priest. Its terrifying face seemed much more endearing now. Sensing Li Chen's change, the Lulan high priest felt a dangerous aura and became alert, gripping its scythe tightly. In the next moment, it charged at Li Chen once more. Li Chen showed no fear and rushed forward with his sword. Fire Star Decision. A layer of red light enveloped him, illuminating the entire space as if a blazing flame had ignited. Bang! With the enhancement of the ability lock, his power erupted to its limit, and this time, his strength sent the scythe in the Lulan high priest's hand flying with a single strike, then directly slashed into its throat. Puff! The Lulan high priest's form shook violently, standing motionless as if it had become a world-famous painting. The blood bar above its head had turned black, showing no hint of red. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen retracted his sword, but the Lulan high priest remained in its original stance, lifeless. You have killed the Lulan high priest. Experience plus 99999. Your level has risen to 120. You have received the Lulan high priest's gift. You have obtained Lolan's glory. Brilliant level. You have obtained Lolan's treasure. Randomly receive Lulan collectibles upon opening. You have received the Lulan high priest's plaque. Li Chen had no time to look. He only knew that a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind, and his backpack was filled with countless treasures. At this moment, the Lulan high priest had been dealt with, and just then, the main tomb began to rumble, the entire space starting to shake. The master of the main tomb had been completely defeated, and thus this tomb chamber was about to collapse, with the main door already opened. Li Chen did not linger and quickly made his way to the tomb chamber's entrance, stepping outside. At the same time, other surviving professionals who noticed the commotion hurried towards the tomb's entrance to escape. The original main tomb continued to collapse amidst the shaking, with every chamber turning into heaps of dirt, burying the Lulan high priest's corpse along with it. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the entire dungeon. Lolan Ancient Tomb Dungeon, the Lulan high priest's gem has been defeated. Participating professionals may exit immediately. At this point, everyone thought the matter was settled, but Li Chen never expected to be stopped again upon leaving the dungeon. The Lulan Ancient Tomb Dungeon was cleared. Everyone gradually emerged. Just after Li Chen stepped out, he was blocked by a crowd, unable to move. It's him! He single-handedly took down the boss. That's right. We worked hard to defeat the boss, and yet Taozi picked it all by himself. Block him, we can't let him get away. Make him hand over everything he got. The voices of protest were filled with righteous indignation. Earlier, in the dungeon, these people didn't dare to challenge Li Chen, nor did they step up to help during the boss fight. But now that they felt safe outside, they regained their courage and demanded a share. After all, anything could happen in the dungeon. Even if they died, there was no one to reason with. But outside the dungeon, they could start distorting the facts and demanding benefits without restraint. Their greedy faces were fully displayed. Li Chen coldly watched this scene, once again disgusted by their shamelessness. Indeed, when it comes to interests, some people reveal their true nature, exposing all the ugliness beyond imagination. Little brother, some things can't be consumed by just one person. I advise you not to be stubborn. A tall, dark-skinned man stepped forward. Earlier, during the boss fight in the main tomb, Li Chen hadn't even seen his shadow, and now he was out here showing off. Li Chen felt that these people looked human but lacked a human heart. There were many more like this man, as more and more people emerged, indignantly recounting how much they had lost, how hard they had worked, yet received nothing they deserved, accusing Li Chen of wanting to take everything and run, condemning his actions from a moral high ground. To be honest, if these people had really contributed or helped him in any way, he wouldn't mind sharing a bit, as many things he had now were of no use to him. But these people had been hiding behind during the boss fight, too scared to come out, and now they had the audacity to demand a share, which only made Li Chen feel disgusted. Even if he lost something, he wouldn't give them a single item. He didn't believe these people thought they had the right to divide the spoils. In reality, they knew better, but they were numerous, and once outside, they were in a place of constraints. It was no longer about strength but about voices. The more opposing voices there were, the more they believed they could carve a piece of meat from Li Chen. They didn't believe that Li Chen wouldn't mix with human professionals in the future. They thought he was unaware of such social dynamics. Thus, when they spoke, they even deceived themselves, as if they were truly a wronged group that had contributed but received no fair treatment. Simply put, the situation was that they knew he had treasures in hand, but they believed in sharing among those who saw it. If he didn't share, they would isolate him, making it impossible for him to function in the team. Unfortunately, Li Chen never needed a team. He would rather not be dragged down by these toxic team dynamics or moral coercion. Therefore, regarding these people's outcry, Li Chen felt nothing but disgust, without a hint of wavering in his heart. If these people were merely trying to annoy Li Chen, they had indeed succeeded. After all, in his view, this could hardly be considered something a human would do. It turned out that one shouldn't assume everyone is normal just because one is a normal person. After all, with a population of over 100 million in the country, even if only 1/10 of them were fools, that number would still be terrifying. Especially when blinded by interests, such things have often happened throughout history, regardless of who or what status they held. Li Chen looked at the crowd surrounding him, blocking his way. He suddenly smiled. Alright, since everyone wants it so much, how could I possibly ruin everyone's fun? Hearing this, the eyes of these people gleamed like wolves. Is that true? Ha, not bad, not bad. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Why are you stuttering, buddy? Why be so clear-cut? Ha ha, since you insist, we naturally won't be polite. Seeing that Li Chen unexpectedly understood the situation, those who heard this began to show satisfied smiles of victory, feeling immensely proud inside. No matter how powerful you are, in the end, you still have to be led by us, right? You still have to obediently listen to them and hand over your things, without lifting a finger. They could share the rewards, and everyone felt cheerful, smiling like blooming chrysanthemums. On the surface, they praised Li Chen for being savvy, but in their hearts, they mocked him as a fool. Everyone thought Li Chen had compromised under their pressure. At this moment, Li Chen spread his arms, held up his hands, and said, I'm right here, just treat me like a boss and come defeat me. As long as you can beat me, not only will you get the rewards from the previous boss, but everything on me will also be yours. You can divide it however you want. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. A strong sense of disparity shattered their mindset. Goodness, they thought Li Chen had softened, but unexpectedly, he was so stubborn. You, what a sharp-tongued little brat. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Take my advice, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha right now. Heavens, is there no one to manage this? You can't really think all these things belong to you, right? Let me reiterate, we are not bullying you, we just want to take back what belongs to us. Exactly, I advise you not to play these little tricks, it's better for everyone. We are all professionals, all in this line of work. You wouldn't want to ruin your reputation, would you? When the time comes, if you need help, no one will be there for you. Feeling the continuous barrage of reprimands, Li Chen remained unfazed, even wanting to laugh. This change of face was truly dramatic, a complete turnaround without any cost. Li Chen suddenly found it amusing. He only needed one sentence to make people jump back and forth. Don't play tricks, kid. I warn you, we are very busy and have no time to play house with you. If you keep making a fuss here, don't blame us for not forgiving you. A burly man stepped forward, speaking fiercely. Li Chen showed no reaction to the threat. What did a threat from an ant matter? He calmly replied, still the same, what I said earlier stands. You are welcome to try and take it from me at any time. The situation on Li Chen's side attracted a lot of attention, and more people came over to join the excitement. Meanwhile, in the darkness, pairs of eyes were also watching his movements. This kid is really lucky. He entered a difficult 4-star dungeon and
actually came out alive.
Yeah, I didn't expect to encounter such a genius, but it seems he's in trouble now, hee.
This is humanity, fond of infighting and hypocrisy. How about we help him?
A genius like this, if he coordinates with us, would definitely be a great asset. If he refuses, we can find an opportunity to eliminate him directly.
Good idea, but let's wait a bit. When he
is pushed to the limit by these people and he grows to despise these human professionals, then we can step in.
After that, it will be easier to persuade him to join our camp. A man dressed in a formal manner spoke up.
As soon as he said this, those around him brightened up.
Clever.
To use this tactic, no wonder you're the boss, truly scheming.
Indeed, very cunning. It's scary how uneducated some people are.
And this is a derogatory term, but I like it anyway. The person next to him chuckled.
A derogatory term, huh? For us, that's a compliment, no doubt about it. On
the other side, there was also a group of people staring at the scene.
Sir, that's Li Chen.
This group was the most notorious underground force from Jianghai City, led by the fierce one-eyed
dragon.
At this moment, the one-eyed dragon was wearing a black fur coat, his eyes barely concealing his anger. Beside him, the butler pointed at Li Chen. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage
flashed in the one-eyed dragon's eyes.
He looked towards the direction the butler was pointing, where Li Chen was surrounded by a group of people. As he gazed over, he immediately noticed the young
Li Chen, who was being pointed at by the masses.
Seeing that Li Chen was indeed so young, he was slightly taken aback, but his heart was once again consumed by fury.
Although he was unwilling to accept it,
the elite of their force had been wiped out by such a little brat, but no matter who the opponent was, daring to harm his daughter was unforgivable. He snorted coldly and said,
"Let's go." Immediately, he stepped forward, leading the way.
Behind him, dozens of people followed in his footsteps.
At this moment, Li Chen was being blocked by the crowd. Li Chen remained
tight-lipped, leaving these people with no choice but to continuously hurl verbal attacks and moral accusations at him. However, in reality, whether from a moral standpoint or any other perspective, Li Chen felt he had done nothing wrong, which rendered their moral coercion completely ineffective against him. These people were just a bunch of cowards. Previously, they had been hesitant,
even when fighting monsters in the dungeon.
At this moment, they didn't dare to truly challenge Li Chen as he had suggested, only daring to talk big and attempt to coerce him with words.
But since
Li Chen remained unmoved, they had no way to deal with him. They couldn't overpower him in a fight or a scuffle. Just when the crowd was growing hoarse and at a loss, a series of noisy footsteps suddenly came from one direction, parting the crowd and clearing a path.
"Hey! Move aside, everyone move aside." The butler's loud voice echoed from afar, arrogant and irritating to hear. "Who are you? Can't you see we're busy here?" "Yeah, what's with this commotion?" the crowd murmured. At this moment, the butler's voice continued to ring out. "TCH, a bunch of blind little brats. Can't you see our boss, the one-eyed dragon, is here? Hurry up and bow down." Wow!
As soon as the butler's words were spoken, the murmurs in the crowd erupted.
One-eyed dragon? It can't be that. One-eyed dragon, right? Damn, the underground king of Jianghai City. He shouldn't be here, should he?
It must be him. Aside from that person, no one else would dare to use the name One-eyed
Dragon. Anyone present who was a professional in Jianghai City basically recognized this name, and upon hearing it, they were all taken aback. Even professionals from other places, upon
hearing the discussions, could figure out who this one-eyed dragon was and were equally astonished. Logically speaking, how could such a high-ranking figure personally come to a place like this? Generally, if there was a necessity, they would usually come incognito. At the same time, standing in the center of the crowd, Li Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing this name.
The king of the underground? Has he finally come knocking?
Otherwise, how could such a person appear here for no reason? It was clear that the target was him.
This also meant that Wang Mei